A flash of bright light left Zhang Chun completely stunned by what he saw. He was standing on an 8-lane road, flanked by tall buildings, with several cars lying haphazardly on the road, indicating that a horrific traffic accident had just occurred. In the distance, tall buildings were entwined with enormous red vines, their leaves swaying even without wind. What alarmed Zhang Chun most was that he was surrounded by hundreds of zombies, their skin deathly pale, their eyes vacant, and even their purple veins clearly visible. Blood pooled on the ground, and there were mangled corpses lying everywhere. The pungent stench of blood filled the air, making one feel nauseous. Zhang Chun was filled with doubt, wondering if he had been transported to a post-apocalyptic world and wondering why the zombies weren't eating him. He stood frozen in place, afraid to make a move, lest these seemingly still zombies suddenly come to life. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in his mind, announcing that he had arrived in the post-apocalyptic world and begun the Reincarnator game. A map of an unfamiliar planet immediately appeared. This was not Earth. It was almost entirely continental, with oceans appearing only as giant lakes. The system informed them that this was the Blue Planet, a planet 1,000 times the size of Earth, with 10,000 times more towns. The civilization on planet Water has similar technology to Earth, but it has long been overrun by zombies and mutated creatures. Survival is the only goal. The system then lists 8 rules for post-apocalyptic survival and indicates that the game will officially begin in 5 minutes. The system then began a series of operations, including adjusting gravity, reconstructing the world, restarting power, and opening chat channels. After the prompts ended, Zhang Chun panicked instantly. Once the zombies awakened after the game started, he would be completely powerless to fight back. He needed to find a safe place to hide as soon as possible, but the situation in the surrounding shops was unknown, and going in rashly would be extremely risky. He looked at a restaurant with relatively little bloodstains, and just as he was about to go over, a danger warning popped up next to him. The message indicated that there were 27 zombies in the restaurant, and entering would only result in death. Zhang Chun then opened the regional chat channel, which was full of panicked pleas for help from survivors, but no one mentioned being able to see the message. He was certain that he was the only one with this ability. He then checked the small supermarket next door, which indicated there were 6 zombies inside, far beyond his capabilities as an ordinary person. However, when he looked at the real estate agency, the information showed there were no zombies there, and even a level 1 supply crate. The zombie remained stationary for 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Zhang Chun calculated the distance. The real estate agency was only 30 meters away, a few seconds' journey. He wasted no time, and his gaze quickly fell on the riot police zombie beside him. The riot police officer who had turned into a zombie was wearing a black riot suit, a steel helmet, and holding a tempered steel shield. Zhang Chun immediately rushed forward and ripped the riot helmet off its head. The system had warned that zombies were stationary and could not be killed, but it hadn't said that their equipment couldn't be taken. The tempered steel helmet was very sturdy, and the inside was clean. The zombies here were only scary on the outside. They weren't covered in festering sores and oozing pus. As long as he wasn't bitten or scratched, he wouldn't get infected, so Zhang Chun put on the helmet with peace of mind. He then tried to pry open the zombie's stiff fingers, and with great effort managed to snatch the tempered riot shield. He also found a tear gas canister on the zombie's body, but nothing else. He scanned the area and spotted another riot-resistant zombie a dozen meters away, seemingly holding a revolver. But the game countdown had already begun. 59, 58, 57. There simply wasn't enough time for him to risk stealing it. In the apocalypse, the most important thing for survival is to be safe and not act impulsively. Zhang Chun firmly remembered the location of the zombie, turned around and rushed towards the real estate agency. The prompt still showed that the place was safe and there were no zombies, and there was also a level 1 supply box. He rushed into the store, locked the glass door behind him, picked up a half-empty bottle of contaminated water from the table, sprinkled it evenly on the door, and then covered the entire glass door with flyers. Just as I finished posting the last picture, the countdown reached 0. Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted outside, and several zombies strolled leisurely past the door, completely unaware that someone was hiding behind it. Zhang Chen slumped onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. His hands trembled uncontrollably from nervousness, and his legs felt weak. It was truly remarkable that he could remain so calm when facing a horde of zombies for the first time. After calming down, he opened the chat channel and found that the scrolling speed had slowed down considerably. A single sentence could stay on the screen for several seconds before being scrolled away, indicating that a large number of survivors had already died at the very beginning of the game. The channel was filled with panicked comments. Some people said in shock that the zombies had come back to life, while others witnessed other survivors being surrounded and dismembered by hordes of zombies. Only then did everyone realize that this was not an ordinary game, and death was real death. A girl asked for help in the channel, hoping someone could carry her, but everyone was too busy to respond. Zhang Chen didn't intend to speak at all. In the apocalypse, talking too much would expose him, and survival and development were the best strategies. After confirming that the flyers were blocking the door and the zombies couldn't see him, he began searching for a level 1 supply crate. The agency was only about 60 square meters, and he quickly found a supply crate the size of a suitcase in the corner of the office. After reaching out and touching it, a system prompt popped up. Zhang Chen chose to open it, and inside were a fire axe, a basic physique potion, and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. He remembered his dark green spatial ring, and with a thought, opened his personal space. It had 12 slots, and already contained a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water. He stored all the supplies he had just acquired inside, increasing the water bottle's quantity to 2, which occupied 6 slots, leaving half the space available. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the syringe filled with yellow liquid in his hand. The system prompt indicated that this bottle of basic physique potion could directly raise one's physique to an exceptionally strong level. Ordinary survivors' physical constitutions are divided into 5 levels: weak, normal, strong, exceptionally strong, and human limit. After breaking through the human limit, one can enter the awakened stage and unlock talents to gain super abilities. He is currently only of normal constitution. The effects of the medicine are not affected by your current physical condition. Regardless of your previous level, you will directly reach an exceptionally strong state after using it. Naturally, the sooner you use it, the better. There is no need to deliberately train beforehand. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately chose to use it. As if born with the ability to administer intravenous injections, he skillfully and slowly pushed the yellow medicine into his vein. A burning sensation instantly flowed through his bloodstream, causing a tearing, throbbing pain in his muscles. He was in so much pain that he almost screamed, but he held back, afraid of attracting the zombies outside. 5 or 6 minutes later, the burning sensation gradually subsided, replaced by a feeling of ease throughout the body and a heightened sense of awareness. The fire axe, which had initially felt somewhat heavy, now felt as light as a feather in my hand. At the same time, his hearing improved significantly, and he vaguely caught a series of intermittent cries for help. The cries were intermittent, indicating that the cries had been going on for a long time, but he had not noticed them before because his hearing was not sensitive enough. Following the sound, Zhang Chen walked to the window, not wanting to reveal himself rashly, but instead pressed himself against the wall and looked out. Behind the real estate agency was a residential area, and 100 meters away, a woman was standing on the awning of a unit door, pleading for help. She was wearing a form-fitting low-cut dress and high heels, clearly having been teleported directly from a banquet. This outfit would not only be inconvenient for movement in the apocalypse, but also extremely dangerous. Even more deadly was that her incessant screams had already attracted all 7 or 8 zombies in the neighborhood, who gathered around the building and howled. Zhang Chen inwardly sighed at her stupidity, but also realized that this was an excellent opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The zombies all had their backs to him, their attention completely drawn to the woman. Just as he was wondering if the zombies could find him by scent, a system notification appeared, informing him that the zombies were only sensitive to sharp sounds, and this was the perfect time to harvest them. Killing zombies yields energy cores that can be used to become stronger, and he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Zhang Chen immediately equipped himself with a helmet, shield, and fire axe, and quietly made his way to the back gate leading to the residential area. The warning message reminded him that the security door was old and that opening it too quickly would produce a screeching sound. He carefully pushed the door open a crack, and the slight sound only made the zombie pause for a moment before it was drawn back to the woman's cries. Zhang Chen slowly pushed the door open to a size large enough for one person to pass through and slipped into the residential area. Upon seeing him, the woman excitedly shouted again, but instead focused even closer on the zombie. Ignoring the woman's shouts and warnings, he focused all his attention on the zombies. He raised his shield in his left hand to protect his chest, gripped the fire axe in his right hand, and swung it down hard on the back of the nearest zombie's head. With a crisp thud, half of the zombie's head was sliced off, and the zombie collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chen was secretly surprised by the effectiveness of his enhancement. The woman screamed in terror at the bloody scene, her voice rising even higher. Zhang Chen, however, remained completely focused, repeating the same method, swiftly dispatching one zombie with a single axe stroke, and in the blink of an eye, he had cut down 5 zombies. The remaining 2 zombies finally noticed his presence, and a female zombie lunged at him first. Zhang Chen ducked, protecting his head with his helmet, and pressed his shoulder against the riot shield, slamming the female zombie against the wall. He then turned and kicked the other one down, finishing it off with an axe blow. The female zombie attacked again, but Zhang Chen faced no pressure in the one-on-one situation. He used his shield to block its chin and created distance, then precisely cleaved its head in 2 with an axe. He let out a long sigh of relief. Before, he would have been exhausted after swinging the axe 7 or 8 times, but now he wasn't even out of breath. At this moment, a semi-transparent collect label appeared on the zombie's corpse. Zhang Chen's mind raced, and his hand approached, causing the corpse to vanish instantly. The system notified him that he had retrieved the corpse and obtained an energy crystal core, a lighter, and mutated fertilizer. The fertilizer turned out to be a lump of rotten flesh, but fortunately, there was no odor in the space. After recovering 8 corpses, he tallied his loot: 30 portions of mutated fertilizer, 3 energy cores, and 7 other items including car keys, access cards, and a lighter. Only then did he realize that not every zombie would drop an energy core. After confirming that there were no lurking zombies around, Zhang Chen leaned against the unit door and checked the items. The system prompted that the energy crystal core could enhance physical strength, the mutated fertilizer could accelerate crop growth, and the other items also had their uses, which made him feel great. He stuffed his car keys, access card, and other frequently used items into his pocket and headed straight for Building 3. He heard a woman's cries for help behind him, but he ignored them. His own supplies were only enough for half a day, and this screaming woman was a walking zombie summoner. In the apocalypse, he was too busy to even take her along. Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of Unit 2, Building 3. It was a heavy tempered glass alloy door that couldn't be pried open without an access card. He swiped his access card, and to his surprise, there was still power. The red light on the access card instantly turned green, and with a click, the unit door was successfully unlocked. Zhang Chen peered through the glass of the unit door and saw that there were no zombies on the first floor, so it was very safe. He quickly slipped inside, gently closed the door, and locked it with a click. He then raised his shield and gripped his axe, ready to defend himself against any sudden attacks from the shadows. Building number 3 is a 5-story apartment building without an elevator. The entrance has a 5 or 6 meter long passageway and a 4-step staircase. There are 2 apartments on the first floor. The door of the apartment directly opposite the staircase is tightly closed and covered with dry, hardened bloody handprints. The door of the other apartment is ajar, and bloodstains on the floor extend into the apartment. The system notification indicates that there are 2 hungry zombies inside. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen rushed in. Supplies were scarce, and no room could be overlooked. He entered and immediately closed the door. With a bang, 2 zombies slowly emerged from the bedroom and bathroom, hiding in opposite directions. Fortunately, he didn't launch a surprise attack. Upon spotting Zhang Chen, the 2 zombies instantly snapped out of their roaming state, howling as they charged forward. In less than a second, they crashed into the riot shield, their combat power far exceeding expectations. Zhang Chun nimbly dodged to the side, using his shield to pin them firmly against the door, and then swiftly swung his axe down. With two soft thuds, the zombies fell to the ground. After dealing with the zombies, Zhang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately collected two corpses. The system notified him that he had obtained an energy crystal core, clean cloth, and mutated fertilizer. The clean cloth could be used to enhance clothing and craft equipment. Zhang Chun stored all the resources in his spatial storage, where they automatically stacked with existing resources, saving him the trouble of sorting them. The security doors here are more robust than those on Earth, made entirely of steel and without handles. They're difficult to open without a key, and hacking at them will only attract zombies and damage your axe. Zhang Chun cherished the opportunity to scavenge, rushing into the kitchen immediately to find the food and water he desperately needed. This is a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. In the open kitchen, Zhang Chun searched through all the cabinets and found only a few bottles of seasonings that hadn't expired. All the other food was expired and had strange mushrooms with red spots growing on it. The system warned that eating them would be fatal. He opened the refrigerator. All the food in the freezer compartment was opened, except for 2 sealed bottles of beer that were intact and not expired. Produced in 2012, their shelf life was a staggering 20 years. The calendar on the wall was frozen in December 2012, and combined with the thickness of the dust, it was clear that the virus outbreak had occurred less than a year ago. In less than a year, the virus destroyed the entire civilization of the planet Blue. Zhang Chun recalled the system notification. The zombies were currently being suppressed, and the suppression would weaken every 30 days. Survival and becoming stronger were now of paramount importance. Upon opening the freezer, Zhang Chun finally received a pleasant surprise: a piece of frozen meat weighing 5 or 6 pounds. With meat and wine, these supplies were enough to last him for another 3 or 4 days, finally relieving his current material crisis. Zhang Chun continued searching and found a large box of creamy ice cream, a total of 20 pieces. Although ice cream cannot be a staple food, it is high in sugar and can replenish energy in an emergency. He immediately stored them all in his space, and also selected a bottle of soy sauce and various knives to put away. When Zhang Chun left room 102, he didn't lock the door. He left it open and charged up the stairs to the 5th floor. The doors of the rooms along the way were all closed, and he could occasionally hear the low growls of zombies inside and the ear-piercing sound of fingernails scratching at the doors. There were only 2 zombies in the stairwell, which Zhang Chun easily dealt with, collecting 2 energy cores, 5 portions of mutated fertilizer, and 173 yuan in cash. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he didn't rush to open the door, keeping a close eye on the security door. Sure enough, a notification popped up indicating the room was safe and zombie-free. After confirming it was safe, Zhang Chun used his key to open the door to room 502 and slammed it shut. The room was very soundproof, and the zombie roars outside instantly disappeared, leaving the surroundings exceptionally quiet. He carefully searched every corner, and only after confirming there were no zombies left did he slump onto the sofa to rest. This exhaustion stemmed from intense mental tension. With his exceptionally strong physique, killing a few zombies wouldn't have tired him at all. After resting for 10 minutes, he began to survey the room. It was a clean home for a family of 3, complete with wedding photos and a crib, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air, making it a perfect temporary shelter. Zhang Chun put the soy sauce in the kitchen and put the frozen food back in the refrigerator to save space. After taking stock, he found that 10 of the 12 compartments were already occupied. With the odds and ends in his pockets, there was clearly not enough space. He couldn't help but hope that he could increase the storage capacity. He opened the chat channel, which was filled with survivors' requests for help and their shared experiences. Some were asking for water, some were trapped in hospitals, and others were exchanging energy cores for supplies. At this moment, a college student named Zheng Hao called on everyone to band together, proposing to share locations and form a survivor camp. Zhang Chun frowned, finding the idea too idealistic. In the apocalypse, it's difficult for the strong and the weak to unite, and even if the weak band together, they struggle to survive. More importantly, revealing their location is too dangerous, so he completely ignored the call to action. Just then, The chat channel was flooded with messages. A person named Wang Jirun listed more than 2,500 milliliters bottles of purified water, followed by more than 20 well-packaged sausages, instantly shocking all the survivors. Everyone in the chat exclaimed in amazement, calling Wang Jirun a godlike figure, not only having water but also sausages, guessing he had been directly refreshed in the supermarket, truly blessed with incredible luck. Many wanted to barter, but most survivors were barely able to survive themselves and had no supplies to exchange. Zhang Chun opened the trading channel, which was filled with all sorts of useless items, and no one had inquired about them for 2 or 3 hours. He filtered out food and water and saw that Wang Jirun's exchange conditions were extremely harsh. A bottle of water and a sausage both required an energy crystal core to exchange. Energy cores are key to increasing strength. If Wang Jirun collects all the cores he can exchange from these supplies, his strength could potentially skyrocket. Zhang Chun remained vigilant. He could encounter other survivors in the area at any time, and if they were too strong, it would be disastrous for him. In the chat, everyone complained about the exorbitant prices and low drop rates of energy cores, saying that exchanging them was practically risking their lives for supplies. They were also worried about the lack of weapons, as they were too afraid to fight zombies barehanded. Some were even willing to give away fruit knives just to be rescued. Zhang Chun immediately sensed a business opportunity. He had 5 kitchen knives and 4 fruit knives in his possession, and he immediately put them up for sale, setting the exchange conditions at 1 can of luncheon meat and 1 bottle of purified water, which were the initial supplies that everyone had. Other survivors also put up makeshift weapons like sticks and bricks, but they were no match for the sharp knives. Within an hour, Zhang Chun's knives were sold out, and he successfully traded them for 9 cans of luncheon meat and 9 bottles of purified water, completely solving his survival supplies problem. Just as Zhang Chun had predicted, he wasn't worried at all that others would get their hands on kitchen knives and fruit knives, kill zombies, become stronger, and pose a threat to him. Knives are consumables, far less durable than fire axes. Of course, this is only a temporary phenomenon. Once more survivors can consistently kill zombies and accumulate enough crystal cores, food and water will still be the hard currency in the apocalypse. After selling his weapons, Zhang Chun had plenty of supplies, so he casually browsed the auction house. The items inside were all kinds of things, much like browsing an online shopping platform. After flipping through a few pages, an item posted by a girl dressed as a flight attendant named Zhao Xie caught his eye: 5 bloodstained keys, a map of Tianyang City, and a campus distribution map, all in exchange for food and water. Zhang Chun's gaze immediately fell on the keys, and a system notification popped up. These keys could open rooms such as the university cafeteria storeroom, security room, and medical room. The cafeteria storeroom, in particular, was likely to contain a large amount of packaged food, making it a veritable mobile treasure trove. He immediately messaged her privately. Zhao Xie was both surprised and delighted, tentatively asking for a bottle of water. These things were useless to others. She had been hanging up for ages without anyone responding, so asking for a bottle of water was already considered asking for the moon. Zhang Chun immediately bargained, only willing to exchange his half-empty bottle of water for a clean one, explaining that he didn't have a clean container. Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment, thinking about how she was trapped in the security room surrounded by zombies, and how grateful she was to have water at all, before finally gritting her teeth and agreeing. The two quickly completed the transaction. Zhang Chun traded half a bottle of water for 5 keys and 2 maps. Zhao Xie sincerely thanked him, calling him a good person. In the apocalypse, there are no laws or moral constraints. Many people approach her with contaminated water or even make shameless demands for supplies. Zhang Chun is the first person to conduct a proper transaction with her without saying anything inappropriate, which makes her feel a rare bit of kindness in her despair. Zhang Chun shook his head helplessly, secretly thinking, so naive, he'll suffer sooner or later in the apocalypse. Is this what you call a good person? In his view, the moral standards of peacetime had long since collapsed in the apocalypse. There was no distinction between good and bad, only the struggle to survive. He unfolded the map he had just acquired and pasted it on the wall, using his memory to pinpoint his location, the Yujingwan residential area in the city center, only 500 meters from Tianyang University. But in the apocalypse, 500 meters was an insurmountable barrier. He could only go there when he was strong enough. He would keep the key for now. Looking at the map, Zhang Chun considered that there was a small supermarket near the main entrance of the residential area, and he could try his luck there tomorrow. He then listed a bottle of beer in the trading channel, specifying the requirement as keys, and quietly observed the channel's activity. In the channel, survivors discussed the uses of beer. Some regretted throwing away their keys, while others chatted and flirted. Most of them were comforting themselves after avoiding attacks, since zombies were all around them, and they would eventually become victims if they couldn't kill them. As the sun set, the streetlights automatically turned on, and the zombies became increasingly restless, tilting their heads back to sniff for human scent. Zhang Chun kept the windows tightly closed and the lights off, standing by the window observing. He was thankful that the room was well sealed, and the zombies hadn't noticed him. Not far away, 30 or 40 zombies rushed into the alley, drawn by the scent. It seemed another survivor had fallen victim. The chat channel exploded instantly, with everyone reporting that zombies' sense of smell and mobility were greatly enhanced at night, and they could even jump over obstacles a meter high. Some people were already surrounded by zombies. At this moment, Zheng Hao reappeared, sharing his nighttime survival tips and revealing that he had established a safe zone in the stadium, where he had gathered 5 survivors and invited everyone to go there. Thanks to Zheng Hao, the survivors learned that lights would not attract zombies, so they all turned on their lights. Zhang Chun estimated that there were more than a dozen rooms with lights on, and guessed that there were at least 30 or 40 survivors nearby. Zhang Chun knew very well that despite everyone's polite demeanor in the chat channel, no one knew what the other's true colors would be once they met in person. Sometimes, people are more terrifying than zombies. After figuring out the general situation of the survivors nearby, he ate half a can of luncheon meat and drank most of a bottle of water by the dim light from the window, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. When I woke up, it was already broad daylight. Most of the zombies on the street had disappeared, but the zombie with the gun was still wandering around in the same spot and hadn't gone far. He finished the remaining luncheon meat and water from last night and felt much better. Looking around the neighborhood, the woman in the low-cut dress who had been by the raincoat yesterday was gone, and there was no blood on the ground, so she was probably rescued or escaped on her own. Overnight, 3 or 4 more zombies appeared in the neighborhood, gathered around the first-floor window of building number 2 across the street, seemingly attracted by something. Zhang Chun didn't bother to think about it. These lone zombies were resources delivered to his doorstep, so why not take them? After a quick warm-up, he opened the door and walked out of the building. The door to apartment 102 on the first floor was still open, and the unit door was intact. The zombies hadn't bothered them at all last night. The 5th floor was indeed secluded and safe. Zhang Chun took a deep breath, pushed open the unit door, and silently rushed towards the 3 zombies. This time, he didn't scream to attract their fire. The zombies' hearing was exceptionally sharp, and they spotted him when he was still 7 or 8 meters away. A roar erupted, and 3 zombies pounced at him. Zhang Chun didn't stop, and with a single axe stroke, he cleaved one zombie's head in 2. Then, he used his shield to block the attacks of the other 2, finishing them off cleanly with a single axe stroke each. After collecting the materials, he harvested 2 energy cores and a pile of fertilizer. The damaged car key and the broken key were useless, so he casually tossed them on the ground. His target had been clear from beginning to end the zombie carrying a revolver. In his view, the other survivors posed a far greater threat than the zombies. Zombies would only surround, but human nature is unpredictable. The survivors could pick locks, climb, or even deliberately lure hordes of zombies. Only with guns could he create a sufficient deterrent against the others. As he reached a building corner, a notification suddenly popped up, warning him that zombies were about to appear. Zhang Chun immediately stopped and raised his axe in preparation. 3 seconds later, just as the zombie poked its head out, he cleaved it in 2 with a single axe strike. After collecting only useless blood-stained clothing, he threw it away. Looking around, he saw one path leading to the road and the other to a small garden, where 2 zombies were still wandering. Dawn was the perfect time to grab guns and stockpile supplies. The zombies were endless, so there was no need to waste time here. He crouched low, and taking advantage of the fact that the two zombies had their backs to him, he quickly rushed to the deserted path, pressed himself against the wall, and peered out at the road. After the scent had lured away a large number of zombies yesterday, only a dozen or so armed zombies remained nearby, but the distance was still teeming with corpses, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. This is a golden opportunity. We must get the gun today. Who knows what might happen overnight? We can lure out a dozen or so zombies and take them out one by one. Zhang Chen picked up the fire axe and gently tapped the wall, making a soft sound. The two nearest zombies, hearing the sound, slowly turned towards him. The effect was perfect. Only two were attracted. He hid behind the car, continuing to tap lightly on the wall, patiently luring the zombies closer. The zombies reacted differently to different volume levels. A soft sound would only cause them to approach slowly, while a loud noise would send them charging wildly. Zhang Chen stared intently at the zombies through the car window, watching them get closer and closer. Suddenly, Zhang Chen swung his axe and chopped off the head of the first zombie. Using the momentum of the swinging axe, he swung it in the opposite direction and smashed the head of the second zombie. He took care of two zombies in a second with minimal noise. He used the same method to lure the remaining 12 zombies one by one to the roadside and deal with them. When he counted his spoils, he was overjoyed. He not only got 8 energy cores and 40 portions of mutated fertilizer, but also a Colt revolver, 15 bullets, as well as batons, police uniforms, and other supplies. It was a great harvest. These items filled all 12 slots, with many supplies even stacked on top of each other. Zhang Chen locked the revolver, put the safety on, and tucked it into his waistband, freeing up one slot. He then took out his car keys and tried to find his vehicle. He pressed the unlock button on the first key, and the red sedan next to him unlocked. The words "Collect" appeared on the car body, but the system prompted that the ring level was insufficient and that ring fragments were needed to upgrade. This made his heart sink, as the fragments could most likely only be obtained from other survivors. He searched the car thoroughly and found only a roll of toilet paper, with 2 large unopened bags in the trunk. A sudden inspiration struck Zhang Chen. He tore the paper into small pieces and listed them on the trading channel, exchanging them for keys, crystal cores, and other supplies. The items sold quickly after being listed, and he unexpectedly discovered a new business opportunity. He simply tore off more than 60 pieces of toilet paper and put them on the shelf, monopolizing the market. Then he took out another key, pressed it, and the police car in the middle of the road turned on its lights. Zhang Chen didn't rush forward, but promptly warned him to be careful of the zombies that were hidden from view. He crouched down and looked under the car, and sure enough, he spotted a little zombie girl wearing dancing shoes slowly moving. He quietly circled behind the zombie, swiftly finished it off with a single axe blow, successfully retrieving the corpse and obtaining 1 energy crystal core and 1 portion of mutated fertilizer. Zhang Chen gently opened the police car door and rummaged through the glove compartment, finding 2 pairs of handcuffs and a walkie-talkie. The fast food container on the seat was covered in colorful mold, looking nauseating and clearly inedible. He walked around to the back of the car and opened the trunk, where he found a shotgun and 2 boxes of ammunition, a real heavy weapon. It would be incredibly powerful at close range against zombies and would also be a fighting chance against mutated creatures. This haul was truly substantial. To make room, Zhang Chen took the baton out of his storage space and stuffed it into the gun holster, leaving just 2 empty slots. He then carefully stored the shotgun and ammunition. There was just too much stuff, so he decided to return to his residence first and then scavenge at the neighborhood supermarket. Back in 502, Zhang Chen left all the supplies in his spatial storage except for firearms and ammunition at home. He then started a fire to defrost the frozen meat, sliced it, and fried it. The aroma of meat mixed with seasonings wafted out the window and into Building 5. On the 5th floor landing, 2 tattooed men were sharing the last bit of luncheon meat. The tall, thin man suddenly sniffed and said he smelled the aroma of fried meat, but the short, fat man just assumed he was starving and didn't believe him at all. In the corner, the woman who had been trapped in the awning yesterday spoke softly, saying she hadn't eaten anything. The short, fat man immediately turned hostile, claiming that rescuing and taking her in meant this little bit of food was no compensation at all. The woman dared not speak out and could only huddle in the corner. The two had already eaten all their supplies and were on the verge of running out of food. The tall, thin man looked worried, while the short, fat man was confident, pointing to the supermarket and steamed bun shop at the entrance of the residential area outside the window, saying that there must be food there. Faced with a street full of zombies, the tall, thin man didn't dare to move. The short, fat man smiled sinisterly, his gaze slowly falling on the trembling woman, clearly having already devised a wicked plan. 20 minutes later, near the main gate plaza of the residential complex, the woman was forced by two men onto a tree branch 4 or 5 meters high. She gripped the branch tightly with both hands, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and her voice trembling with sobs as she pleaded incessantly. The short, fat man glared at her fiercely, then lowered his voice and scolded her to behave herself. He told her to scream as fast as she could once they were hidden, so that all the zombies in the square would come over. The tall, thin man panicked, worried that the two of them wouldn't be able to handle more than 20 zombies. The short, stout man, however, patted his chest and assured him, citing Zhang Qin's easy killing of zombies yesterday as an example, asserting that zombies were only scary to look at and actually quite fragile. The tall, thin man was persuaded and followed the short, fat man to hide behind the car at the main entrance. With a woman's piercing cry for help, half the zombies in the square were instantly drawn, roaring as they swarmed towards the large tree. The woman was utterly terrified by the zombies surrounding the tree. She screamed desperately, the piercing sound cutting through the neighborhood and attracting all the zombies to swarm in and surround the tree. Seeing this, the short, stout man waved his hand, and the two men, gripping kitchen knives, stealthily approached the zombie from behind and viciously chopped at the back of its head. But the kitchen knives became firmly stuck in the skull as soon as they slashed in, and no matter how hard the short, stout man pulled, they couldn't budge them, and his wrists were throbbing with pain. On the other side, the tall, thin man slashed at the zombie's neck, the cleaver also getting stuck in its cervical spine. The wounded zombie slowly turned its head, and the two men instantly lost their weapons, terrified out of their wits. The short, fat man shouted to run away, which attracted even more zombies. The tall, thin man caught up and tried to pull him away, but the short, fat man suddenly grabbed him and kicked him in the ankle with all his might. A crisp cracking sound rang out as the tall, thin man's ankle was kicked and injured. His face was filled with disbelief, his eyes filled with despair and confusion as he stared straight at his older brother who had betrayed him. "I'm sorry, brother, if we both run, neither of us will survive. I owe you my life. I'll repay you in the next life." The short, fat man roared and kicked the tall, thin man hard in the stomach, sending him flying into the horde of zombies. "You bastard. I treated you like a brother, and you actually—" The tall, thin man's angry curses came to an abrupt halt as he was instantly pounced on and torn apart by the zombies. The shrill cries were quickly replaced by the ear-piercing sounds of flesh being devoured, sending chills down one's spine. The short, fat man ran frantically toward the building entrance without looking back. Just as he was about to escape, several pale hands suddenly grabbed his shoulders and yanked him to the ground. Excruciating pain instantly swept through his body. Zhang Chun rested in his room at noon and enjoyed a delicious meal of fried meat. After eating and drinking his fill, he prepared to go to the supermarket at the main entrance of the community, where there must be a large amount of supplies. He equipped himself with a shield and fire axe and walked out of Building 3. The nearby zombies had been mostly cleared out. He glanced at his upgrade progress. His energy core count was only 18/100. He needed to kill at least another 100 zombies to upgrade. Zhang Qin cautiously explored the passageway. As he approached Building 5, a familiar, sharp scream suddenly pierced the neighborhood. It was the voice of the woman from yesterday. Its ability to attract zombies was unparalleled. He circled around to Building 5 and saw two piles of zombies gnawing on corpses in the passageway. In the distance, a dozen zombies surrounded a large tree, and the woman was trapped in the tree, screaming incessantly. Zhang Chun was speechless. This woman didn't even dare to jump off the awning, yet she climbed a tree several stories high. It was truly absurd. Right now, The zombies were either attracted by the woman's screams or engrossed in eating corpses, making it the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Without further hesitation, Zhang Chun raised his shield and axe and quietly charged towards the nearest group of zombies. With 3 swift swings of the axe, the heads of 3 zombies were instantly cleaved in 2, and the first group of zombies was completely cleared. He dared not delay, for the second group of zombies had already spotted him and were rushing at him with roars. Zhang Chun strode forward, taking down 2 of them first, before the remaining 4 surrounded him. He suddenly threw his shield and kicked it out, stopping 3 of them, then finished off the lone one with an axe, also delivering a finishing blow to the tall, thin man's corpse. The woman in the tree was already pale with fright and trembling all over. The impact of killing zombies and killing humans were completely different things. Extreme fear left her mouth agape, but she couldn't utter a single word. After Zhang Chun finished off Wang Jiran, he slowly walked to his corpse and saw the word collect. It turned out that the corpses of survivors could also be collected. You have recovered the remains of a survivor and obtained 35 energy crystals, 166 purified water, 1 leftover purified water, 84 ham sausages, 60 instant noodles, 2 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, 5 storage ring fragments, a sharpened Tang sword blueprint, and a map fusion device. Zhang Chun gasped. He had expected Wang Jiran to have abundant supplies, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this extravagant. Not only were there massive amounts of food and water, but also treasures like blueprints and map fusion devices, which were clearly obtained by trading supplies with other survivors. He looked at 2 key items. Sharpened Tang sword blueprint. Requires 0/10 metal weapons and 0 out of 10 energy cores. Can be used to forge an indestructible alloy Tang sword capable of cutting through iron like mud. Map fusion tool. Allows for navigation at any time after scanning an existing map. Unexplored areas are shrouded in fog of war. At this moment, his storage ring contained 2 guns and bullets, taking up 4 slots. Storing the pistol on his waist left 1 slot empty. After removing useless items, Wang Jiran's supplies totaled exactly 9 slots, no more, no less, which he stored entirely. Zhang Chun stood up, looking at the zombie corpses scattered on the ground, full of resources, but his storage space was already full. If he went back to Building 3 to put his things away and then came back, other survivors would likely scavenge them. A thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze fell upon the 2 survivor corpses on the ground. Having just obtained 5 storage ring fragments from Wang Jiran, collecting from these 2 might just be enough for an upgrade. He moved the zombie corpses aside and collected from the tall, thin man first. You have recovered the remains of a survivor, gaining 3 storage ring fragments. He was so poor he only had the ring left. Then came the short, fat man. You've recovered a survivor's remains, storage ring fragment 2. Once the fragments were complete, the system immediately popped up a notification. Upgrade. Ding. You have consumed 10 storage ring fragments and 5 energy cores. Storage ring level, 1-2. Storage space, 12 slots, 24 slots. To upgrade to level 3, you need 0 out of 100 fragments, 50 energy cores, and unlock the vehicle storage. The space instantly doubled, leaving the previously crammed ring mostly empty. Without further hesitation, Zhang Chun collected all 22 zombie corpses in one go. Energy Crystal Core, 14. Keychain, 1. Access Card, 1. Mutant Fertilizer, 70. Clean Cloth, 30. Chain Lock, 1. Solar-Powered Flashlight, 1. Kitchen Knife, 2. Meat Potato Seeds, 5. After storing the items, there were 6 slots of space remaining. He looked at the meat potato seed, and a prompt immediately appeared. Meat potato seed. A crop unique to water blue star, similar to a potato, with a meaty texture, rich in protein, highly adaptable, and matures in 4 months. Zhang Chun glanced at his physical progress. 57 out of 100, just 43 more crystal cores needed to reach the human limit. He'd probably need to kill about 70 more zombies. He thought for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on the woman in the tree who was still trembling and whose screams could have stirred up the entire horde of corpses. At the same time, the woman also noticed Zhang Chun. Seeing him approach like a god of death, her face instantly filled with fear, and she pleaded in a trembling voice. "Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll serve you well, and I promise I'll never betray you." Zhang Chen immediately had an idea. He casually tossed a half-empty bottle of purified water that Wang Zhirun had finished drinking to the woman. He knew he wouldn't touch the water himself, and it would be a waste to throw it away. This was a good opportunity to do her a favor. "Drink this water first. I won't kill you," Zhang Chen said calmly. The woman thanked him quickly, then timidly pleaded, "Could you please put me down from the tree? I will definitely repay you. You can do whatever you want with me. I will let you go, but not now. You will stay in the tree all night, and I promise I will let you down tomorrow," Zhang Chen said. The woman was startled and repeated that she wanted to spend the night in the tree, but when she met Zhang Chen's sharp eyes, she swallowed her pleas and could only obediently agree. Zhang Chen ignored her and turned to search for supplies at the supermarket at the main entrance of the community, but it had already been completely ransacked. Wang Zhirun took all the valuable items, and what remained were either expired or corroded by the red mushrooms. The items at the cashier were scattered all over the floor, and the two tables were pushed together, which was where Wang Zhirun had spent the night. The table, less than 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide, was extremely narrow. One could easily fall off if they turned over. Wang Zhirun clearly had a very difficult night, far less comfortable than Zhang Chen sleeping on a soft mattress. He then searched several nearby shops, including a steamed bun shop, and found that all the non-vacuum packed food was contaminated with red mushrooms and was completely unusable. Back at the main gate of the residential area, there was a sturdy metal fence about 1.5 to 1.6 meters high. Zhang Chen shook it vigorously, but the fence only trembled slightly. The only way in and out was through the access control door. At this moment, the electromagnetic lock was malfunctioning, and the door kept opening automatically. So he took out the chain lock and locked the door to the door frame. In this way, the main gate becomes a defensive line, blocking out zombies from the outside. Zhang Chen plans to use the woman in the tree as natural bait. At night, zombies will gather near the wall following the scent, and he can safely and efficiently clear them out the next day. With the sun setting and only about 2 hours left until nightfall, Zhang Chen didn't want to waste any time. He looked at the design blueprints for the sharpened Tang sword in his storage space. Forging it would require 10 metal weapons and 10 energy crystals. He can obtain crystal cores by killing zombies, but he currently only has 4 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, and 1 fire axe. He is still missing 4 metal weapons. At this moment, he noticed the set of keys he had just received. All 5 keys were exactly the same. A system notification appeared, informing him that these were the keys to the entire Building 8. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. With this set of keys, he could clear the entire building directly. He immediately headed towards Building 8. This building is quite unique. It stands alone on a small island surrounded by water, with an area comparable to a football field. It is connected to the outside world by only 1 stone bridge, and there is a garden next to the building. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it very suitable as a stronghold. The system prompted again that there were no zombies here, but there was a cute little one who was starving. Zhang Chen was a little puzzled, but the prompt didn't say much. He thought there shouldn't be any threat, so he swiped his card and entered the building. The air here is fresh, without the smell of blood or decay, and the ground is very clean. Building 8 consists of large apartments, with only 1 unit per floor, and is equipped with an elevator and stairs. Zhang Chen opened and searched each apartment according to the key number. All the apartments had the same layout and were brand new and unoccupied. The refrigerators were empty, without any food or water, but the kitchen utensils were complete. He searched from the 1st floor to the 5th floor and found a total of 10 kitchen knives and 5 fruit knives, thus completing the metal weapons needed to forge a Tang sword. Zhang Chen looked around and found the place to be very safe. No one had been there before, and he didn't see the so-called little cutie. He stopped thinking about it and decided to stay on the 5th floor. Not only is this location the highest and offers a wide view, but it also provides direct access to the rooftop, where there's a small garden. It's perfect for trying out sweet potato cultivation, and living on the 5th floor makes it convenient to take care of the crops. Before it got dark, Zhang Chun immediately returned to Building 3 and moved all the supplies to Building 8, which officially became his new base. Once everything was settled, the last rays of the sun sank below the horizon, and the night, once again filled with the restlessness of zombies, arrived. Zhang Chun pressed the switch for the electric curtains, and the blackout curtains in all the rooms slowly closed, plunging the rooms into darkness. He then switched to wakefulness mode, and the lights instantly turned on, illuminating the rooms. The blackout curtains completely blocked out the light, making it difficult for anyone downstairs to notice that the lights were on inside. Zhang Chun sat on the soft leather sofa, picked up a bottle of water, and gulped down half of it, feeling incredibly refreshed. In the apocalypse, being able to drink water so freely is an extreme luxury. Many people have to be very frugal and only dare to take a small sip when they are extremely thirsty. He then opened the auction trading channel, and a series of sales notifications immediately popped up. All 60-odd rolls of toilet paper he had listed were sold out. He had exchanged less than one roll for a large amount of supplies. After taking inventory, he obtained a total of 22 keys, 15 access cards, 7 fruit knives, as well as several safe keys and car keys, making quite a haul. These fruit knives can still be listed for sale, and even if their value has dropped, there is still a market for them, so Zhang Chun can make a fortune. At this point, many people in the channel had followed suit and started selling toilet paper, even auctioning it off by the roll. Most of the paper was used to exchange for food, water, and crystal cores, but toilet paper was not yet so precious that it needed to be exchanged for crystal cores. The channel is still mostly filled with bizarre and miscellaneous items. Food and water are still scarce, and only occasionally does someone put up an item for exchange to obtain crystal cores. In the chat channel, the survivors were still wailing about hunger and thirst, asking Wang Zhirun why he was no longer selling supplies, and even speculating that he had found a female companion. No one knew that he had already died. Food and water prices skyrocketed at the auction house, yet no one was interested. The reason was simple. Those who could kill zombies to obtain crystal cores had their own ways of finding supplies, and naturally kept the crystal cores for themselves. Those unable to kill zombies couldn't afford to buy crystal cores, leading to a situation where resources were scarce and expensive. Zhang Chun wouldn't exchange crystal cores for resources at high prices, nor would he put supplies up for sale in exchange for crystal cores to avoid revealing his wealth. Until he had sufficient strength, keeping a low profile was the best strategy. At this moment, Zheng Hao made his presence known in the channel, saying that there were now 15 people in the camp. Their combat strength had greatly improved, and they planned to take over a nearby large supermarket. He also reminded everyone that a group of 4 men and 2 women were robbing lone survivors. Zhang Chun stared at the message in silence. Although the team had an advantage, in a post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, the dark side of human nature would be exposed. He continued browsing the channels, and a message suddenly caught his attention. Survivors reported that a massive horde of zombies had appeared on Ingbin Road, stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them were bizarre-looking zombies crawling on the ground, and even giant zombies taller than buses. They warned nearby residents to stay away as soon as possible. These words caused an uproar in the chat channel. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Some wondered why a giant zombie appeared when the system had not lifted its suppression. Others hurriedly withdrew their traded crystal cores, and many others urgently sought refuge in the channel. Zhang Chun was quite surprised to see this message. If the zombies suppressed by the system were so powerful, the situation in 30 days would only be more terrifying. He immediately decided to synthesize the sharpened tang sword ahead of time. After all, no matter how strong the physical body is, it is not as good as a handy weapon. Zhang Chun consumed 10 metal weapons and 10 energy crystal cores to successfully synthesize a sharpened alloy tang sword. The blade gleamed with a cold light and was engraved with patterns. With a light swing of the blade, he neatly cut off the corner of a wooden coffee table. Its sharpness far surpassed that of a fire axe, which made him very satisfied. Just then, Zhao Xie, who had previously traded a map and a key for water, sent a private message saying that she had blueprints for a basic water purifier and wanted to trade some water to save lives. After checking, Zhang Chun found that the purifier could only produce non-drinking water and was of no use to others. However, Zhang Chun needed water to irrigate the sweet potatoes on the roof, and using drinking water was too extravagant. The blueprints were exactly what he needed, so he agreed to the deal. At the same time, he asked the other party to reveal the source of the blueprints, and he wondered why others could obtain them so easily. After hesitating, Zhao Xie told the truth that there were a lot of supply boxes on the university campus, and the blueprints came from level 1 wooden boxes. There were also many in the teaching buildings and playground, and even some gold level 3 supply boxes. However, there were too many zombies around, so she only dared to take a look from afar. After verifying her description, Zhang Chun believed her and even reminded her not to trust others easily, as girls like her are easily coveted in the apocalypse. Zhao Xie, however, felt that he was concerned about her and felt a warmth in her heart. Zhao Xie also showed off 3 energy crystal cores, saying that she obtained a military dagger from the supply box and successfully killed a zombie by sneak attack. However, such opportunities are rare. She then enthusiastically shared her experience of killing enemies with Zhang Chun. Zhao Xie's willingness to actively kill zombies greatly changed Zhang Chun's opinion of this seemingly weak and beautiful girl. Many women in the chat channel would rather sell themselves than go out and face zombies, waiting for handouts, but she personally dealt with at least 5 or 6 zombies. Seeing that Zhang Chun hadn't replied for a long time, Zhao Xie sent him several messages to inquire, worried that he might be in danger. Zhang Chun came to his senses and admitted that he was very surprised, not expecting her to be so capable. Zhao Xie proudly revealed that she was a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and that it would not be difficult to deal with zombies one-on-one as long as she could sneak up on them. She also said that she had found a locked diary, and, knowing that Zhang Chun liked such items, asked him if it was useful. After checking it, Zhang Chun discovered that the diary could help him understand the information about the mutated monsters, which would be of great help in dealing with the monsters after the suppression was lifted. So he asked her what she wanted to exchange it for. Zhao Xie simply gave him her diary, but Zhang Chun, unwilling to take it for free, traded it for a pink bear-shaped quilt from Building 3. Zhao Xie happened to be short of something to keep warm and also happened to like pink, so she was very happy to receive it, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhang Chun told her to contact him directly if she had any good items in the future, and he would offer a higher price than the auction house. After that, Zhao Xie logged off to rest and save her energy and resources. Ordinary survivors, lacking food and water, could only go to bed early to conserve energy. Zhang Chun, however, was practically a post-apocalyptic tycoon with ample food and water reserves. At dinner time, he simply lit the gas stove to fry meat, complaining with a sigh that eating meat every meal was too monotonous. If other survivors saw this, they would probably be furious. Most people would have to save a can of food for 2 days, but he could enjoy fresh meat to his heart's content. As the slices of meat fried until golden brown, a rich aroma instantly filled the entire house. Just as Zhang Chun was about to start eating, he suddenly noticed someone watching him from the corner. He immediately rolled away to dodge, drawing his riot shield and sharpened Tang's sword in preparation, but all he heard was a soft, childish growl. Looking closer, he saw a small, fluffy white dog, about 20 centimeters long, standing in the corner of the kitchen. The system notification indicated that this was a mutated energy beast with S-level combat talent, the Howling Moon Wolf King Cub, which could be tamed and was the adorable creature mentioned in the previous notification. Zhang Chun put away his weapon, cut off a small piece of meat, and held it out to tempt the little guy, but the little guy was very wary. He simply ate the meat himself, deliberately making noise, which made the puppy drool. Zhang Chun put the meat on the ground, and the puppy finally couldn't resist. It carefully went forward, picked up the meat, and quickly swallowed it. Then it immediately retreated to the corner, still watching him warily. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Erpang's favorability was 20. Once it reached 100, it could be permanently bound to the user, and the notification also stated that its combat power was comparable to that of a heavily armed man. Zhang Chun was immediately surprised. Such a small dog was actually comparable to him. After silently complaining, he decided to tame it first. Eating meat increases favorability. That's easy. Zhang Chun cut another piece of meat and threw it over. Erpang wolfed it down without any politeness, and even licked his lips after finishing. His favorability level immediately rose to 40. He really is a glutton. Zhang Chen simply cut a slice of beef into small pieces and put them on a plate. Pang's wariness obviously decreased, and he wagged his tail and came over to eat it heartily. His favorability rating soared, reaching 100 when he finished the last piece, and his whole body even emitted a faint glow. The system notified Zhang Chen that the pet had been successfully tamed and asked him to name it. The snow-white puppy's greedy appearance was exactly the same as his old Labrador, so he casually named it Pang, meaning second fatty. The little guy immediately wagged its tail and rubbed against his trouser leg, clearly understanding. Zhang Chen opened the pet interface and learned that Pang was a cub of the Howling Moon Wolf King, possessing the ability to multiply in combat and loved to eat meat and mutated foods. He had a sudden inspiration and took out the mutated fertilizer he had collected from the zombies. To his surprise, Pang ate it with great relish. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. There were still over 200 pieces of mutated fertilizer in his storage space, so he wouldn't have to waste food feeding Pang. After Pang finished a pound of beef and a large chunk of mutated fertilizer, his little belly was round and chubby. He swayed over and lay down next to Zhang Chen and soon fell asleep. After finishing the remaining beef, Zhang Chen fried the whole piece of frozen meat and stored it in his storage ring. Time was frozen here, and food was always piping hot, so he could have a hot meal anytime without having to come back to cook. He then used a water purifier and 5 energy crystal cores to synthesize a basic water purifier, which he installed on the showerhead. The originally reddish-brown polluted water instantly became clear. Although it was not drinkable, it was more than enough for bathing. Zhang Chen took a comfortable bath and went to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Chen was woken up by Pang licking him. The fluffy little guy rubbed against his face and even jumped and twirled on the bed when he saw that he was awake. Opening the blackout curtains, the morning light filled the room, giving him the illusion of returning to a peaceful era. Zhang Chen noticed that Pang had grown a little longer than yesterday, but still looked like a cub. Knowing it was hungry again, he took out some mutated fertilizer and put it in the iron basin. Pang sat obediently and waited, only eating heartily after being signaled, looking exceptionally well-behaved. Zhang Chen climbed the stairs to the rooftop, first pulling out all the miscellaneous plants from the flower pots, then placing 5 sweet potato seeds into large flower pots and watering them with purified water. The system notification indicated that the sweet potatoes would take 120 days to mature, which immediately put him in a bind. 4 months was too long, and the post-apocalyptic situation could change in an instant. Zhang Chen immediately thought of mutated fertilizer. However, the system indicated that it could only be used once a day and could only shorten the maturation period by 10 days, which was far less effective than he had expected. He immediately decided to synthesize an accelerating fertilizer, using 10 mutated fertilizers to create one, which could directly shorten the maturation period by 60 days. Although the total time reduction was not as good as using it alone, it was more efficient. Zhang Chen immediately used half of it, and the sweet potatoes visibly sprouted roots and sprouted, with only 60 days left to mature. After a quick breakfast, Zhang Chen left Building 8 with Pang. The little guy followed obediently at his feet, occasionally looking around and sniffing, but always keeping up quickly. The two of them soon arrived at the main gate of the community. But what Zhang Chen saw enraged him. 4 or 5 survivors were killing the zombies he had deliberately lured there yesterday, while the woman in the tree had been rescued and was tied to a lamppost, being manipulated like a prisoner. These people, armed with baseball bats, fruit knives, and watermelon knives, easily cleared out the zombies using the railing for protection, clearly looting his spoils. Zhang Chen immediately roared angrily, brandishing his sharpened tang sword and riot shield. Pang, sensing his master's rage, bared his teeth and growled a warning. The men turned around and saw that it was just Zhang Chen and his dog, and instantly relaxed their guard. The bearded leader glanced at the bound woman, assuming that Zhang Chen had come to kidnap her, and chuckled as he offered her food in exchange, even eyeing his tang sword and Pang. Women? I'm talking about zombies. Zhang Chen said coldly. Those zombies are mine. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. Either get out of here and I won't kill you, or I'll kill you all and take my spoils. Choose for yourself. As he finished speaking, a chilling killing intent swept over us. Seeing this, the group mocked Zhang Chun, thinking he was overestimating himself and insisting that they had discovered the zombies and that the women were theirs. The bearded man's expression changed drastically. He declared he would take everything from Zhang Chun and slowly surrounded him with his henchmen. Zhang Chun coldly sized up the group, 4 men and 1 woman, their weapons scattered about, including a modified cutting board and a frying pan used as armor. The dried bloodstains on their shields indicated they had been in many fights. He suddenly remembered that the robbery gang mentioned in the chat channel consisted of 4 men and 2 women, and couldn't help but suspect that there was another woman lurking in the shadows. The bearded man stretched his shoulders, stating that he wanted to eliminate the threat completely to prevent Zhang Chen's retaliation. The tattooed woman beside him suggested that her underlings attack head-on while she went to grab her Pang, intending to harm the little guy in front of Zhang Chun and seize the opportunity to strike. This group made their fortune by robbing survivors. They didn't kill the kidnapped woman, intending to keep her alive to seduce other survivors later. As the bearded man roared and charged forward with 3 henchmen, Zhang Chen's expression hardened, keenly sensing something was amiss. The best way to win a fight is to catch someone off guard, and these seasoned robbers couldn't possibly be unaware of this principle. They deliberately threatened to kill Zhang Chun to lure him into a trap, which was already a scheme in itself. Zhang Chun also noticed that when the bearded man spoke, his gaze quickly glanced diagonally upwards and behind him. In actual combat, one should keep a close eye on their opponent. The bearded man's unusual behavior made Zhang Chun instantly realize that there was an ambush. The other party was talking to distract him, and the real killing move was hidden behind him. He immediately rolled on the spot and raised his riot shield to block to the side. With a loud clang, an arrow slammed into the riot shield and bounced high into the air. Damn, there really was an ambush. There's also a woman hiding in the shadows, using a bow and arrow. Zhang Chun thought to himself. This group of robbers was ruthless and cunning, fully capable of surviving in the apocalypse. Ordinary survivors would have been no match for them. If they hadn't met Zhang Chun, this group would have definitely become local tyrants in the future. It's just a pity that they chose the wrong opponent. How is this possible? He found out about this. This guy is more troublesome than any opponent. Then we can't leave him alive. Brothers, charge. Kill. The bearded man roared and charged forward first, while the tattooed woman flashed and went straight for the fat man. Instead of retreating, Zhang Chun advanced, wanting to test the power of his sharpened Tang sword. He didn't fire, firstly because there were too many people to be dealt with one shot, and secondly because zombies are extremely sensitive to sound, and gunshots would attract the horde of zombies to break through the fence and destroy his carefully arranged layout. With a sharpened Tang sword in hand, taking on 4 opponents was no problem at all, not to mention Pang was by his side. Pang, go! Zhang Chun roared, raising his sword and slashing down at the bearded man's head. Seeing Zhang Chun launch a counterattack instead of defending, the bearded man secretly sneered at his youth. The riot shield was extremely strong. If Zhang Chun were to defend with the shield, they wouldn't be able to hurt him with their rudimentary weapons. But launching an attack was a completely different story. The bearded man cursed, idiot, raised his thick wooden cutting board to block, thinking he could easily deflect the Tang sword, even embedding the blade in the board. But the next second, half of his arm, along with the cutting board, was cleanly severed, and blood gushed out instantly. Zhang Chun gave them no chance to react, immediately severing the bearded man's head with a single stroke, spraying blood all over the faces of the other 3. The remaining robbers roared for revenge, but Zhang Chun swung his blade 3 times in quick succession, severing their weapons before striking their bodies, each blow fatal. Kitchen knives and baseball bats were like tofu before the sharpened Tang sword. In an instant, all 4 men facing off were lying in pools of blood. The tattooed woman, having just reached Pang's side, immediately tried to grab him as a hostage to blackmail Zhang Chun. She reached out to grab Pang by the back of the neck, but the next second, the little wolf, which was only about 20 centimeters long, instantly transformed into a giant werewolf with a body length of nearly 2 meters, revealing sharp fangs and exuding a dangerous aura. Before the tattooed woman could react, Pang bit off half of her arm. tossed, and dragged her around, and after several bites, she was left barely alive. Zhang Chun picked up the arrows and let Erpang smell them, then ordered the capture of the hidden archers. Erpang let out a long howl and charged towards the building. The tattooed woman, her body a bloody mess, was on the verge of death, begging Zhang Chun to kill her, saying she didn't want to become a zombie. Zhang Chun stood expressionless to the side, silently counting. When he reached 25 seconds, the tattooed woman opened her eyes and turned into a zombie, her face covered in purple veins. Zhang Chun immediately plunged the Tang sword into the zombie's head, memorizing the key information. It takes 25 seconds for a human to transform into a zombie after death. Even if there are slight differences due to different physical conditions, the time difference is not significant. He had grasped another important survival rule in the apocalypse. A short while later, Erpang returned carrying a woman in his mouth. The woman had turned into a zombie, flailing her arms wildly and opening her mouth to try and bite Erpang. But Erpang held her tightly by the neck, and she couldn't even touch her fur. Good, Erpang, finish it off. Zhang Chun gave Erpang an encouraging look, and the next second they heard a crunch as Erpang bit into the zombie's head with a little force. The battle was completely over, and Erpang transformed back into its cub form, wagging its tail and approaching Zhang Chun to curry favor. Good boy. Zhang Chun smiled and took out a lump of mutated fertilizer from his storage space, tossing it over. The little guy had a great appetite and ate it in big mouthfuls. Only then did Zhang Chun realize that the woman in the low-cut dress had vanished. It seemed the apocalypse had taught her a lesson. Instead of foolishly waiting for rescue, she had taken the opportunity to escape. Never mind her. Let's see what loot she has. Zhang Chun inspected each of the deceased bodies to collect supplies. System notifications rang out one after another, with various crystal cores, canned goods, medicines, blueprints, and skills appearing in an endless stream. There were 83 energy crystal cores alone, and 97 storage ring fragments. So many good things. Zhang Chun was overjoyed. This group must have done a lot of evil. Otherwise, where would they get so many fragments? Just after he finished collecting them, the system notified him that his storage ring could be upgraded, and Zhang Chun immediately chose to upgrade. After deducting 100 fragments and 50 crystal cores, the storage ring upgraded from level 2 to level 3, doubling its storage space to 48 slots. It also unlocked a vehicle storage slot, which can store vehicles of any size, much to Zhang Chun's delight. What he was even more excited about was that the level 5 ring would unlock the building warehouse, and then he could take his shelter with him and make a home wherever he went. He then quickly learned 3 skills: Clothing Master, Expert Rock Climbing, and Wood Gathering. Looking at the energy crystal core, Zhang Chun saw that the upgrade progress was already 87 out of 100. He then turned his gaze to the main gate of the community, where there were 40 or 50 zombies, enough for him to upgrade to the limit of human physique. Half an hour later, all the zombies at the main gate were dead. Killing them through the wall was exceptionally easy. The zombies could only peek out with their heads, completely helpless lambs to the slaughter. After counting, Zhang Chun had gained another 28 crystal cores and a considerable amount of supplies, even sanitary napkins and cigarettes. The upgrade progress was now 115 out of 100, and the system prompted him to upgrade again. Zhang Chun immediately confirmed. A powerful surge of energy instantly flowed into his body, and he felt his muscles fill with strength, and his senses became incredibly sharp. After reaching the limits of human physique, Zhang Chun tried to support himself against a wall that was chest-high, and easily flipped over it with a light leap, without even touching the fence with his clothes. He then took a running start and jumped, and actually slid down the smooth wall to the height of a 5-story building. As he fell, he instinctively used the soles of his shoes to scrape against the wall to slow down, finally landing lightly without any injury or even the slightest impact. Zhang Chun was utterly shocked. This was the limit of human physical strength. It was simply unbelievable. Zhang Chun was extremely satisfied with his physical limits. He then checked the upgrade panel. Advancing to the awakened level required 200 energy cores, and he currently only had 15. He was still 185 points short, which meant he would have to kill at least 300 more zombies. He gasped. The zombies around the neighborhood had been mostly cleared out. To collect enough crystal cores, he would have to explore unfamiliar and unknown areas. But the dangers outside were far greater than those inside the neighborhood. The neighborhood is enclosed, and the zombies are not very mobile, so killing one means one less. However, the streets outside are interconnected, and a slight mistake could attract zombies from multiple neighborhoods. In that case, we would be attacked from both sides, and it would be difficult to even escape, let alone kill the zombies. We must think of a safe way. Zhang Chun took out the car keys he had just seized and examined them one by one. The power of ordinary sedans and SUVs was not enough, until he saw the key to a heavy truck 600 horsepower. His eyes lit up instantly. He would use it to kill zombies. Holding a riot shield and a Tang sword, he slowly made his way towards the main road. The scent of the low-cut woman from last night had lured away most of the zombies, leaving the nearby streets clean with only a few wandering zombies, which Zhang Chun easily dealt with in a few moves. He climbed onto the roof of the SUV and quickly spotted a heavy truck carrying a blue shipping container. After dealing with 2 zombies around the truck, he noticed the container it wasn't full of zombies, but instead contained 5,000 intact cans of beef. Overjoyed, Zhang Chun easily cut the lock on the container with a swift stroke of his Tang sword, pulled open the iron door, and found it filled with neatly arranged cans of beef. He opened one box to check. Each box contained 6 cans, each weighing 500 grams. 5,000 boxes would weigh 30,000 jin, 15,000 caddies. Even if he ate 2 cans a day, it would last him for 40 years. This was like a windfall. He quickly put all the cans into his storage space. To his surprise, so many cans only took up one compartment. Zhang Chun felt incredibly satisfied. Once everything was ready, Zhang Chun placed Erpang in the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat himself. Fortunately, the 2 worlds had similar cultural development, and he quickly became familiar with the operation of the heavy truck, ready to start slaying zombies. He first shifted into reverse, and the heavy truck engine roared deafeningly. The birds in the trees were frightened and flew away in panic, and a few zombies attracted by the sound also wandered out of the shops on the street. This is just the beginning. Zhang Chun sneered, slammed on the gas without looking in the rearview mirror, and the heavy truck reversed with a roar, smashing the parked car on the side of the road and causing it to overturn to the ground. The surrounding zombies were instantly activated, surging towards the heavy truck like a tidal wave. Zhang Chun smiled slightly, ignoring the zombies, immediately shifted into drive, and drove the heavy truck left, rushing into a narrow alley he had scouted beforehand. The alley was mostly empty of vehicles, with only 7 or 8 zombies roaming around, making it perfect for a speed chase. Zhang Chun slowed down, maintaining a safe distance from the horde of zombies behind him, neither letting them catch up nor shaking them off. Beep beep, the heavy horn of the truck sounded, attracting zombies from half a block away. The surrounding area was filled with the low growls and dense footsteps of zombies, creating a truly astonishing scene. Immediately afterwards, the windows of the 2nd and 3rd floors on both sides of the alley shattered, and dozens of zombies jumped out of the windows. A dense horde of zombies also poured in through the side gate of the adjacent residential area. Because the entrance was narrow, they began to climb the iron gate in a human pyramid shape, not caring at all when they fell down. Some zombies had broken their ankles, bones exposed, yet they still charged madly at the heavy truck. Seeing this, Erpang's fur stood on end, and he let out a low growl, clearly about to enter battle mode. Don't worry, Erpang, we're safe. These ordinary zombies can't hurt us. Zhang Chun reassured Erpang confidently while honking the horn frantically to attract more zombies. It looked like the entire alley was about to be filled with zombies. At this moment, the area chat channel exploded. Was that a car horn? Who's so stupid as to not know zombies are attracted to sound? It was a truck horn. It probably attracted all the zombies from the surrounding blocks. I saw it from the rooftop. Hundreds of zombies have already surrounded him. What is he trying to do? There are another 200 or 300 zombies on their way. If he doesn't drive away soon, he's definitely going to die. Don't die downstairs from my house. With so many zombies, I can't even leave the house. Everyone thought Zhang Chun was doomed this time. But just as the zombies were about to completely surround the heavy truck, the heavy truck suddenly started moving slowly. This guy only remembered to drive now? He must have fallen asleep earlier. Driving now is useless. The zombies have blocked the road. He's doomed. The chat channel was full of doubts, and someone took the opportunity to remind him. The truck has drawn away all the zombies. The rest of the place is safe. Quickly change your hiding place. As everyone was discussing this, a survivor from the rooftop sent a video. A heavy truck suddenly accelerated, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, instantly crushing the zombies blocking the way under its wheels. The force was so great that it knocked several zombies flying in the distance. How is that possible? He actually charged out. The zombie horde is like paper in front of a heavy truck. That's so awesome. Someone explained. The heavy truck has at least 400 horsepower. Hundreds of zombies can't stop it at all. Others said sarcastically, just showing off, he's a lunatic. As they spoke, the heavy truck had already carved a bloody path through the enemy lines, leaving a long trail of crimson tire tracks behind it. Most of the zombies that were hit were lying on the ground with broken bones, while a few were still crawling and chasing after the truck, a sight that thrilled the onlookers. I wish I had this heavy truck. I wouldn't be afraid to go anywhere. It's not that easy. The probability of matching the car key with the car is comparable to winning the lottery. The chat instantly changed, with some people asking to team up and some girls shouting for help. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! How did he drive back? Zhang Chun turned around at the intersection and accelerated back into the alley, even faster than before, with a series of crashes and the sound of bones breaking. The heavy truck was tall, and the zombies could only crash into the front of it, not even touching the windshield. The splattered blood was easily wiped away by Zhang Chun with the windshield wipers. After crushing them, the ground was covered with zombies, with only a few still wriggling. Zhang Chun turned around again, going back and forth several times. Finally, when there were only a dozen or so zombies left that he couldn't run over, he simply stopped the car, got out, and chopped off their heads with a few strokes. Then he finished off the dying zombies one by one. Then the chat channel users suddenly realized. So he wasn't going to his death. He was spawning zombies. We're all hiding, but he's actively killing them. The difference is too big. Hey pro, please carry me. I'm on my own. I just want a little something. Zhang Chun didn't pay attention to the channels at all. Daytime was the golden time for killing zombies and leveling up, and he wouldn't waste it on idle chatter. After finishing off the zombies, he began collecting the corpses from the entire street, with system notifications constantly ringing out. This time, they harvested 236 energy cores, along with a large amount of mutated fertilizer and clean cloth. However, most of the other supplies were damaged by the heavy truck. Zhang Chun didn't care, discarding the damaged items and casually storing the heavy truck in his storage space. The next second, a system notification popped up. Ding. Upgrade requirements have been met. Energy cores, 251/200. Upgrade now. Upgrade, of course. Zhang Chun didn't hesitate at all and immediately chose yes. A powerful energy instantly coursed through his body, filling him with boundless power. His skin turned red, and his body temperature soared. Erpang cried out in worry beside him. Zhang Chun knew that this was the energy crystal core transforming his body. His original physique had already reached the limits of human potential. To become stronger, he had to undergo physical modification. After a few minutes, the burning sensation gradually subsided, and his skin returned to normal. A system notification then sounded. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to the first stage of Awakener. Talent system activated. A dense, tree-like talent tree immediately appeared before Zhang Chun's eyes, with fewer talents at the bottom and more types at the top. The system prompted him to choose one of two options, gene modification or energy modification. Once selected, the choice could not be changed, and the characteristics of the two directions were explained in detail. Zhang Chun instantly understood that gene modification was the warrior/assassin path, focusing on physique. Energy modification was the mage path, focusing on energy field. Just as he was hesitating, the system suddenly popped up a hidden reward notification. Because he had leveled up twice within 2 hours, he could retain both talents simultaneously, greatly increasing his combat power, but the need for upgrading crystal cores would also double. Immediately afterward, a prompt suggested selecting dual talents. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and decisively chose yes. A dazzling white light flashed, and the dual talent trees lit up simultaneously. He gained the gene talent, strengthening body, and the energy talent, enlightenment, each with its own beneficial effects, and both were already at max level. Zhang Chen checked the upgrade requirements and found that advancing to the first stage 2 of the Awakener realm required 51/1600, twice as many as for a single talent. He felt that the effort was proportional to the reward, but the upgrade difficulty had increased significantly, and he needed to find additional ways to obtain crystal cores. He looked around at the surrounding buildings and walked into a clean little restaurant. It was empty of supplies, but suitable for resting and eating. Zhang Chen fed her paying a lump of mutated fertilizer, while he took out a cooked steak and ate it heartily, examining the supplies all the while. Although food was plentiful, it couldn't be used to exchange for crystal cores until renewable food was found, especially since most survivors didn't have many crystal cores to spare. While pondering, his gaze fell on the precise longbow blueprint, and he decided to sell the longbow for crystal cores. The Tang sword was too lethal. It could easily become a liability. After finishing lunch, Zhang Chen went to the alleyway. The zombie corpses he had collected from had all disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the ground. Every 5 or 6 meters in the alley, there was a small tree about the size of a bowl. He decided to use these trees to practice his wood-gathering skills. As he approached the small tree, the word collect appeared. Zhang Chen's mind raced, and the system notified him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining wood 3. He discovered that the wood did not need to be cut down. It could be collected directly, which was very convenient. He then walked to a thicker tree and collected 5 units of wood. Zhang Chen quickly figured out the pattern. The amount of wood obtained from harvesting trees depended entirely on the thickness of the trees. The thicker the tree, the more wood he could harvest. He immediately continued harvesting, with system notifications constantly ringing out, and occasionally, he could even harvest sprouting branches. After collecting all the trees along the alley, Zhang Chen harvested a total of 240 units of wood and 65 sprouting branches. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, saying that after the system suppression was lifted in the next stage, unmutated trees would become rare resources, which made him abandon the idea of throwing away the branches. It turns out that the plants might mutate and eat people in 30 days. At that time, it will be impossible to make tools and walls without unmutated wood. After figuring out the key, Zhang Chen immediately started making precision longbows. According to the blueprints, each longbow requires 10 pieces of wood and 1 crystal core, while 1 piece of wood can make 20 arrows. He simply used 200 pieces of wood and 20 crystal cores to make 20 precision longbows. Then he checked the auction channel, where all sorts of items were on display. Anything of value was being priced exorbitantly, with half a bottle of water being offered for 10 crystal cores. Most survivors wanted to exchange a small number of crystal cores for a large amount of supplies, making the market extremely irrational. Instead of listing his item on the auction channel, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel and announced, selling a precision longbow, with 10 arrows included. DM me if interested, name your price, limited quantity. At this moment, the survivors were still engrossed in the video of the heavy truck crushing the zombies. They all wanted to kill the zombies but were afraid of getting hurt in close combat. When they saw the accurate longbow from a distance, the chat room exploded instantly, and a large number of people immediately flooded into the private chat interface. Some wanted to borrow the bow for free, some wanted to trade half a sausage, and some even tried to flirt by asking for videos. Zhang Chen ignored them all. How could he give away the weapon he made with wood and crystal cores for free? There were many survivors, and there were bound to be people who could afford to pay the price. Soon, a man in military uniform named Dong Taijun messaged him privately, offering 5 energy cores in exchange for the bow. Zhang Chen immediately agreed. What he valued wasn't the price, but Dong Taijun's impressive combat skills, which would allow him to kill more zombies, and he could buy more arrows from him later. This was the long-term way to earn energy cores. Immediately afterwards, someone messaged him privately, wanting to trade the basic Eye of Insight for a bow. This skill can see the opponent's strength, and although it is useful, It is far less practical than a bow and arrow in the early stages of the apocalypse. Zhang Chun decisively agreed to the trade and successfully learned this skill. Not long after, another person named Li Xiefeng messaged him privately, saying he would trade 10 bottles of water for the bow. Zhang Chun immediately knew that the other party definitely had more than one bottle of water, so he immediately asked for 10 bottles. Li Xiefeng panicked instantly and cried out in desperation, "Boss, you're being too greedy. 10 barrels won't do, 2 at most. That's all I have. I can't survive if I give you all of it." He was actually trapped at the water station, with 15 barrels of water that he couldn't sell, and he desperately needed weapons to rob supplies from the supermarket across the street. Zhang Chun replied calmly, 10 barrels, not a single one less. You think about it first. Others have made offers. We'll talk later. He knew this was a game of strategy, and Li Xiefeng desperately needed weapons, so he would most likely compromise. No, boss, don't contact anyone else. I didn't say no. Li Xiefeng panicked instantly. He was afraid that other survivors would buy the bow and arrows and rush into the supermarket across the street, and he would really suffer a huge loss for trying to get a bargain. He hurriedly said, 10 barrels. Just 10 barrels. Trade now. Ding. Transaction successful. The system notification sounded, but Li Xiefeng was stunned. Boss, you gave me 50 arrows? Didn't you say you'd only give me 10? That's right. Seeing how decisive you are in the trades, I'll give you 40 more. Don't tell anyone. Zhang Chun said with a smile. He understood the principle of giving a slap and then a sweet treat all too well. Just help me promote it in the chat channel later. Li Xiefeng was instantly moved. His initial distress over the 10 buckets of water vanished, and he excitedly promised, Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely promote it. There are so few honest sellers like you. Thank you. No one expected that Zhang Qingang's cheating of 10 buckets of water would ultimately leave him feeling grateful, all for such a small favor. As soon as the private chat ended, Li Xiefeng immediately started bragging in the chat channel. Holy crap, this precision longbow is amazing. 1 arrow, 1 zombie. Every shot hits its mark. It's definitely a monster-slaying artifact. I feel like I'm about to reach the pinnacle of life. A few minutes later, Li Xiefeng posted a first-person perspective video showing an arrow piercing a zombie's head, a bloody scene with maximum impact. This immediately roused the previously hesitant survivors, who began discussing the benefits of bows and arrows, flooding Zhang Chun's chat with private messages. Among them were many messages from girls, all asking to date or be taken care of. However, they had neither the resources nor the courage to kill zombies. In the apocalypse, no one wanted to take such a burden, so Zhang Chun simply ignored them. Just then, a message caught Zhang Chun's attention. It was from Zheng Hao. Brother, I need 10 precision longbows. Name your price. You want 10? Zhang Chun was slightly surprised. If he needed so many bows, either Zheng Hao's team had grown to at least 10 people, or he had a lot of resources. Zhang Chun couldn't help but wonder if Zheng Hao had already succeeded in attacking the large supermarket he mentioned yesterday. That's right, you name the price. If you need materials, we can provide them if we have them, and we'll also give you a labor fee. Zheng Hao said. His calculations were very shrewd. He wanted to find out the cost of the bow by checking the materials so that he could negotiate a better price. Zhang Chun naturally wouldn't give him a chance, replying calmly, Name your price. What do you want to exchange it for? 10 bows. I'll offer 80 energy cores. Food and water are too scarce, and with so many of us, our expenses are huge. We don't even have enough for ourselves. Zheng Hao countered. 100 energy cores, no less. Zhang Chun stuck to his bottom line. If there's no food or water, you can use other things as payment. We'll trade if it's reasonable. After all, this is the only ranged weapon on the market, and its production cost is very high. Actually, he could accept 80 energy cores, making a net profit of 70 energy cores, which wouldn't be a loss. He could continue to earn money by selling arrows later. But when it comes to bargaining, he had to be firm so that the other party would feel like they were getting a good deal. We only have 90 energy cores. Zheng Hao conceded, then sent a list of supplies. These are all the supplies I have. See if you can use anything, and take what you can get. I really don't have any extra resources. Brother, do me a favor, and if you come work for us in the future, I'll give you an official position. Zhang Chen completely ignored the official's words. In the apocalypse, strength was the only measure of status. He said calmly, "I want everything except the rugby helmet." Zhang Chen wasn't worried about not having enough space. There were plenty of storage compartments. Besides, the generator, diesel, and gasoline would definitely come in handy in the future. The fact that the city had electricity now didn't mean it would always have it. This might just be a perk for newbies. Normally, generators would stop working after 6 months in the apocalypse, but the current situation was abnormal, so it was always good to be prepared. Okay, thanks bro. You're welcome to come to our camp sometime. Zheng Hao seized the opportunity to promote. We're in the gymnasium, with clean beds and a safe area. Our team has 20 people, half of them are girls, and there are even celebrities. I understand, that's all. Zhang Chun said calmly, and then completed the transaction. Just after the transaction ended, Zhao Xie sent a message. Are you there? Yes, what's up? Zhang Chen was a little curious. This girl usually only contacted him at night, but today she contacted him in broad daylight. Did she also want the longbow? Zhao Xie didn't explain much and directly sent a trade invitation, including mutated fertilizer, a bloodstained key, a high-powered flashlight, and other supplies. She locked the trade in before Zhang Chun could even ask. Little brother, I know you're a good person. These are all for you. Give it all to me? What about you then? Zhang Chen's heart sank, and he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. I don't need them anymore. There's suddenly a large group of zombies in the campus, and there's also a monster that crawls incredibly fast with sharp claws. A team of survivors was eaten by it. A kitchen knife can't hurt it at all. I can't escape. Zhao Xie also posted a photo of herself smiling, her cheeks thin but still radiant, with a touch of pitiful beauty. This photo is for you. I hope you can remember me. You are the first friend I met in the apocalypse. A crawling zombie. Zhang Chen frowned. He had only ever seen ordinary zombies. Although there were rumors about them in the chat channel, he had never seen one in person. Yes, it was terrifying. I took a picture when it wasn't looking. I saw it tear a 1.9-meter-tall strong man in half. You must stay far away from it if you see one in the future. Zhang Chen looked at the photo. It was a muscular monster with a head that grew backwards, its limbs twisted and crawling, and its fingernails were incredibly sharp. Soon, a system notification popped up. This is a Type 2 mutant zombie crawler. It moves swiftly, and killing it yields a large number of crystal cores. Its chances of winning a one-on-one fight in an open area are extremely high. With a large number of crystal cores and a high chance of winning, Zhang Chun was instantly tempted. As long as it wasn't an opponent who could crush him, he was willing to give it a try. He took out a 10L bottle of water from his storage space, poured 500 milliliters from the empty bottle Zhao Xie had given him, added a sausage, sent a trade invitation, and locked the deal. Zhao Xie sent a series of question marks. You don't need to give me these. I can't escape, and I have nothing to exchange for them. Besides, I need food and water every day, which you can't afford to feed. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. This girl was really naive. Who said I was giving them to you for free? Of course, there's a price to pay for giving you things. But I really don't have anything valuable left. Zhao Xie's pretty face flushed red, and she tentatively asked, You don't actually want those kinds of photos and videos, do you? What are you thinking? Am I that disgusting? I'm sorry. I was just saying it casually. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. Let's get down to business. Zhang Chen's tone became serious. I'm giving you 2 tasks. First, keep an eye on that monster's movements while ensuring your safety. Second, help me sell the remaining precision longbows. He understood the situation perfectly. Knowing the monster's movements was crucial to launching the first attack and avoiding ambushes. Selling weapons was too time-consuming, so having Zhao Xie help was the most suitable option. Chapter 31 Using the same trick again. With so many people sending messages at once, Zhang Chun needed to distinguish between those who were genuinely interested in buying and those who were just asking for prices for fun. We also need to block those players who are just trying to get freebies. Among the remaining inquiries, there's still room for negotiation. Sometimes the other party will back out and not buy, making all the talking pointless. In total, if Zheng Hao hadn't stepped in and bought 10 longbows in one go, it would have been a huge loss. I'm afraid Zhang Chun hasn't sold even 10 of them by now. Fortunately, Zhao Xie was free of any problems. She was trapped in the security room and had plenty of time. Instead of being idle, I might as well sell weapons for myself. Once the price is agreed upon, Zhang Chun can proceed directly with the transaction with the buyer. Kill zombies to earn crystal cores, and sell weapons to earn crystal cores. Both can be done simultaneously without interfering with each other. Now that's called efficiency. Keeping an eye on that monster's movements isn't really a mission. I'll definitely keep an eye on it. Selling things is fine too. I love bargaining with people. Thank you for taking care of me. Zhao Xie said, moved. In her opinion, what kind of mission is it to observe the monster's movements? Checking it every now and then? Is that really a task? As for selling things, this is a huge test of trust. What if Zhao Xie deliberately negotiated a low price and took a kickback? Zhang Chen's willingness to entrust this job to me shows that he has complete trust in me. To meet a man like this in the apocalypse. Very nice. I absolutely cannot let Zhang Chen down. Zhao Xie had already given up hope of surviving, but Zhang Chun ignited her passion. I'm not trying to take care of you. This is mutually beneficial. Understand? Zhang Chen corrected him. Okay, sure, it's mutually beneficial. Anyway, thank you. It's so good to have met you, hee. Zhao Xie replied with a smile. Where will it be all right? What a stupid woman. Zhang Chun explained the cost of the precision longbow to Zhao Xie. I then discussed several recently completed transactions and made a comparison. This gave Zhao Xie a rough estimate of the price of the longbow. Then the afternoon's battle continued. Zhang Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2 p.m. There are about 4 hours left until it gets dark. I wonder if I can make it to Tianyang University in such a short time. The residential area where Zhang Chun was hiding was only 500 meters away from Tianyang University. However, the alleyway is now in the opposite direction from Tianyang University. So no matter how many zombies are killed here, it won't have much of an impact on the other side. Moreover, all the zombies in this area have been killed, so we need to find another place to continue. Zhang Chun returned the way he came, passed through the residential area, and arrived at the other gate. This is a small door that pedestrians usually use. There was a large iron gate, 4 or 5 meters high, blocking the way. There is a small iron gate on the side that requires a card swipe. Zhang Chun took out his access card for Building 8 and swiped it. Drop. It really works. The small iron gate automatically popped open. However, Zhang Chun did not rush out, but stood inside the door. Because he heard the small iron gate making a rhythmic beeping sound. The frequency of the sound is getting higher and higher. This indicates that the small iron gate is about to close. Well, 2 zombies slowly emerged from the part of the building that was obscured by the structure. Upon seeing Zhang Chun, they suddenly went berserk and charged at a speed equivalent to 100 sprints. In the past, this speed would have been terrifyingly fast in Zhang Chen's eyes. But Zhang Chun has now been promoted 2 levels. They have reached the initial stage 1 of the awakened realm. Moreover, it possesses a dual evolutionary talent in both genes and energy. The speed at which the zombies rushed towards them was, in Zhang Chen's eyes, like slow motion. The zombies were about to pounce on them. Pang let out a low growl. His body instantly swelled. Woof! It leaped up and bit the first zombie's neck, then began to swing it wildly. In just a few moments, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The zombie's neck was snapped. Another zombie pounced on Pang and bit him. However, Pang's entire body was covered in thick, tough fur. One bite, and not even a hair was bitten off. Pang turned around and took a big bite. The long canine teeth pierced the zombie's eye sockets and went straight into its brain. The second zombie has been dealt with. He took down 2 zombies in one go. Pang wagged its tail at Zhang Chun as if to show off its accomplishment. Pang is such a good boy. Zhang Chun smiled and patted Pang's fluffy head. This guy looks like he's really enjoying it. Collection. Let's keep going. Following the markings on the map, Zhang Chun headed towards Tianyang University. 500 meters, with a whole block in between. The roads here are much more congested than they were just over there. The road was lined with cars parked one after another. Heavy trucks simply can't get going on roads like this. It seems I'll have to fight my way through step by step on my own. Pang also sensed the danger on this road. They maintained their multiplied form without ever letting their guard down. According to the map, there are two noteworthy places along this road. One is a gas station 200 meters away. Gasoline and diesel are always the best energy sources, so it's never a bad idea to stock up on them. Additionally, there is a large shopping mall near the intersection close to Tianyang University. Shopping malls typically have restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, and so on. There must be a lot of resources inside. In fact, Zhang Chun could have ignored these resources and rushed over directly to Tianyang University to deal with the crawlers first. However, Zhang Chun, being cautious by nature, did not want to be so reckless. If the zombies on the way are not cleared out, once they rush into the school, they'll cause a commotion. Zhang Chun will then face a predicament of being attacked from both sides. A wise person would never put themselves in such a dangerous situation. Therefore, the zombies in this neighborhood must be cleared out before we can safely move forward. The person and the dog walked along the road for several dozen meters. All that could be seen on the road were the shadowy figures of zombies. Occasionally, zombies would wander to the windows of the shops on both sides, and then wander aimlessly away. The old method remains the same, a head-on confrontation. It's a good time to test my strength after leveling up twice. Zhang Chun glanced at the layout of the vehicles on the road. A large bus overturned on the road, and several other vehicles crashed into it. Most of the street was blocked, forming a natural wall of cars. A gap 7 or 8 meters wide was revealed on the right. Zhang Chun glanced at the car parked in the middle of the road and pushed it away forcefully with both hands. The car slowly began to move. He pushed 3 or 4 cars in succession to block the right side. Then gripped the bottom edge of the car with both hands and exert force suddenly. With a creak, Zhang Chun easily flipped a small car weighing over a ton onto its side. Well, a zombie in the shop was attracted by the sound and just peeked out. His neck was bitten off by Erpang, who had been lying in ambush nearby. Zhang Chun gave Erpang an approving look and then pushed another car under the overturned vehicle as a cover, to prevent the car from being overturned when zombies swarm in. And just like that, a wall made of cars was completed. Chapter 32 Mutant Zombie Crawler. Zhang Chun pulled out a riot shield and a sharpened tang sword. With a light leap, he landed on the roof of a car parked on the side of the road. Cars parked on the side of the road are different from cars parked haphazardly in the middle of the road. Many cars in the middle of the road had their keys inside. When the disaster struck, no one had time to put out the fire. So all the gasoline and battery power in those cars were used up. It's just a piece of scrap metal that can't be started at all. But the cars parked on the side of the road are different. Because they are already in a parked, engine-off state, their batteries still have some charge. When Zhang Chun stepped on the roof of the car's alarm immediately went off. Wah wah, beep beep wah. Ouch. Giggle. The surrounding zombies were startled by the piercing sound and charged towards Zhang Chun's position from all directions with strange cries. Zhang Chun didn't linger in the car for long, but instead ran a few steps on the roof. With a running start and a light leap, he landed directly on the roof of a bus. Erpang was also very agile and jumped up right after him. It bared its teeth at the surrounding zombies, drool dripping onto the roof of the car. Let me test my fighting prowess. A smile appeared on Zhang Chun's lips. The fact that he had just lifted the car with both hands gave him a huge boost in confidence. The zombie density in this world is far higher than that in American TV shows like The Walking Dead. The latter consisted of only a few scattered zombies. But here, there are often a dozen or even dozens of them. Just the little noise Zhang Chun made just now easily attracted more than 100 zombies. A dark, blood-soaked mass charged forward, baring its fangs and claws. Zombies don't climb during the day. The first wave of zombies rushed to the bottom of the car defenses, only able to stretch out their arms and howl. The zombies that came later frantically trampled the zombies in front of them under their feet and continued to scream. And so, wave after wave of zombies came, like ocean waves. It struck the steel city wall again and again. With each wave that passes, the zombies grow taller. After 4 or 5 waves, the first zombie to board the bus appeared. Let me do it, you guard my back. Zhang Chun said to Erpang. It's strange, really. Although the time the person and the pet spent together was not long, but they worked together seamlessly. Pang seemed to understand Zhang Chen's words perfectly. She stood behind Zhang Chun quite consciously, to prevent zombies from climbing up from the side and launching a sneak attack. Die! Zhang Chun swung his Tang sword in his right hand and chopped down at the zombie's head. Whoosh! He cleaved the zombie's head vertically with his blade. In the past, at most, we could only split open the zombie's head. But this time, the Tang sword sliced through the watermelon like it was cutting through a watermelon. He easily cleaved the zombie in two. Holy crap, that's some serious power. Zhang Chun was greatly surprised by the improvement in his strength. At this moment, 3 more zombies rushed up. Zhang Chun slashed horizontally. Uffed. The heads of the 3 zombies fell straight to the ground. The headless bodies staggered forward a few steps before kneeling down and collapsing to the ground. The zombies are way too easy. Zhang Chun got carried away and charged forward. Block it with a riot shield. Slightly exert force with your left arm. He easily pushed the 2 zombies 2 or 3 meters away. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. He slashed wildly with his right hand using the Tang sword. Wherever it went, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The zombies were like watermelons. They had no resistance whatsoever against Zhang Chun. What surprised Zhang Chun even more was, my reaction speed has also improved significantly. Although he charged into the horde of zombies, he was facing zombies attacking from 4 or 5 directions at the same time. I was able to easily and calmly dodge it, then deliver the fatal blow to the zombie. In Zhang Chun's view, it was slow motion. But from an outsider's perspective, Zhang Chun seemed to be playing a cheat code. A person, like a ghost, suddenly darted into the horde of zombies. Thrust to the left, then attacked to the right. This seemingly suicidal act, however, made it impossible for the zombies to track Zhang Chun's movements. Moreover, wherever Zhang Chun went, the zombies were either decapitated or tossed high into the air, completely powerless to fight back. Seeing Zhang Chun charge into the zombie horde, Pang yelled and followed suit. Some zombies were split in 2 by Zhang Chun. He's not completely dead yet. Pang, go up and finish it off. The person and their pet worked together perfectly. A dozen minutes later, all that remained on the road were zombie corpses and pieces of limbs. Zhang Chun didn't even blush or pant. It feels like we haven't had enough fun yet. Blood flowed into a stream, dripping down the blade of the Tang sword onto the ground. Woof! Howl! Woof! All the zombies in front of us have been dealt with. But Pang started barking wildly at a restaurant in the distance. Something's up? Zhang Chun followed Pang's gaze. Behind the glass door of the restaurant, there was a dense swarm of zombies. Just like people rushing to work during the morning rush hour. They were packed together, one next to the other. Countless hands and faces were pressed against the glass door. The scene was absolutely horrifying. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed quickly through the restaurant window. Immediately afterwards, the glass door shattered. A large group of zombies, entangled together, fell to the ground. A 4-legged monster stepped on the zombie horde, letting out a shrill scream. Ah-hee-ah! It's like a woman screaming in pain under extreme torture. Sharp and piercing. This is a crawler? Zhang Chun narrowed his eyes. I was originally planning to go to Tianyang University to meet this guy. I never expected to run into you here. It seems there are quite a few of these things, far more than just one. Pang sensed the danger and bared his teeth, standing in front of Zhang Chun. Leave this guy to me. You go and hold off those ordinary zombies that are in the way. Zhang Chun commanded. Wolf roar. Pang reluctantly took 2 steps to the side. This guy is a warmonger. The more numerous the zombies or the stronger the enemy, the better. The more excited it becomes, the more it wants to join the battle. Giggle giggle. The crawling men also saw Zhang Chun. The flipped head revealed an expression that was hard to tell whether it was a smile or a cry. Chapter 33 Different Weaknesses. Whoosh. The crawling creature was very fast, rushing towards Zhang Chun at top speed. The immense strength of its limbs ripped a large gash open in the chest of the zombie beneath its feet. So fast, as Zhang Chun raised his shield, the crawling men had already rushed up to them. A muffled thud. The enormous impact forced Zhang Chun back 2 steps. The crawling creature experiences the same recoil force, but it feels no pain. Upon landing, it immediately unleashed 3 or 4 consecutive claw attacks. Sharp fingernails swept past Zhang Chen's eyes. The strong wind stung Zhang Chen's face. Indeed, a formidable opponent. No wonder an entire survivor squad perished at the hands of this monster. Zhang Chen took 2 or 3 more steps back. The crawling man saw that his attacks were repeatedly and easily blocked and dodged by Zhang Chen. I couldn't help but feel a little agitated. Its hands suddenly gripped Zhang Chen's shield tightly, and its neck stretched out from above the shield. A terrifying, grotesque face was placed right in front of Zhang Chen. Giggle. Oh. It suddenly let out a shriek. The sound's frequency pierced Zhang Chen's eardrums, causing him to feel slightly dizzy and loosen his grip on his left hand. The shield was snatched away by the crawlers. Seeing that Zhang Chen had lost his ability to defend himself, it quickly stretched out its long claws again and grabbed at Zhang Chen's neck. Fingernails that are more than 10 centimeters long, let alone grabbing his neck. Even a light slit can easily cut open a person's throat. Just when the crawling men thought they were about to succeed, Zhang Chen simply raised his left hand slightly, and his attack, though delayed, was already overtaken. He gripped the crawling man's wrist tightly. The fingernail was only a few centimeters away from Zhang Chen's neck, but no matter how hard the crawler tried, it was too close. My finger just won't move forward an inch. Is this all you've got? No wonder you said I could easily defeat you in open terrain. It's probably because your sound waves tend to echo in confined spaces. Indeed, if that attack had happened inside a building instead of in an open area, the echo will cause multiple types of damage, rendering survivors incapacitated for an extended period. Even the strongest survivor wouldn't be a match for you. It's a pity you don't have human intelligence, Zhang Chen said calmly. He didn't attack immediately, but instead adopted a defensive stance. I just want to figure out the true strength of the crawlers. Only by understanding its attack methods and combat characteristics can we prevent future encounters in confined areas. This can also increase your chances of winning. Giggle giggle. The crawling men, of course, couldn't understand what Zhang Chen was saying. It felt as if its wrist was embedded in a stone, unable to move at all. It could only let out a sharp cry again. But this time, Zhang Chen didn't give it a chance at all. The call had just begun. Zhang Chen swung his Tang sword in his right hand and severed the head of the crawling man. It's so noisy. Whoosh. His head was severed, but the crawling man wasn't quite dead. It used its legs to push off Zhang Chen's chest. This move can easily disembowel a zombie, and the damage is not to be underestimated. Not dead yet. The central nervous system of a crawling person is not in the brain, but in the spine. Only by destroying the spine can it be truly eliminated. Just as Zhang Chen was wondering, the prompt reappeared. Got it. Zhang Chen dodged the attack. The Tang sword was swung once more. Uffed. The crawling person's body was surprisingly tough. The Tang sword only cut halfway into its body before getting stuck. Squeak, squeak. The crawling man's head was severed, but it's unclear what part of his body could still make a sound. It struggled erratically in mid-air. This guy is pretty sturdy. Zhang Chen kicked the crawling man hard, knocking him to the ground. He drew his Tang sword without hesitation. The headless crawler was not dead, but he also lost his sight. They scurried around on the ground like headless flies. Its sharp claws swung wildly. Bang! They ripped 3 half-meter-long gashes into the door of a car parked on the side of the road. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity. Having learned from experience this time, he held the knife with both hands and chopped downwards with all his might. Right along the point where it was just cut in, the crawling creature is split in two. Gurgle. The crawling man let out a strange cry. That's when he's truly dead. Destroying the crawling creature's spine will kill it completely. This guy's weakness is actually different from other zombies. Zhang Chen wiped the reddish-brown slime off the knife. At this moment, Erpang's battle was also over. There were quite a few zombies in the restaurant, about a dozen. However, most of them were tangled up on the ground and could not form an effective fighting force. Therefore, it was very easy for Erpang to attack. Furthermore, Erpang himself grew up eating zombie flesh, so he is not afraid of the zombie virus. One person can easily take on more than a dozen zombies. Battle over, start gathering. Zhang Chen first collected samples from the crawling individuals. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Energy Crystal Core, 50 plus 10, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Acceleration Fertilizer, 5, Evolver Blood, 1, Tough Leather, 3, Sharp Claws, 2. So many materials I've never seen before. Zhang Chen focused his attention on them one by one, and a prompt immediately appeared. Evolver Blood is a valuable ingredient for potions. It is recommended to collect as much as possible. Tough Leather is an essential material for crafting energy armor, so it's recommended to collect as much as possible. Sharp Claws are an important raw material for crafting energy weapons, so it's recommended to collect as many as possible. A precious medicine, energy armor, and energy weapons? Although Zhang Chen does not yet have the design blueprints for these things. However, it feels like their power is far greater than that of current weapons such as Tang swords and longbows. Next, collect the other zombies. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Energy Crystal Core, 90 plus 18. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutant Fertilizer, 530. Bunny Girl Outfit. 1. White Crane Brand Cigarettes, 62. Cash, 1245. Spoiled Food, 1. Clean Notebook, 2. Clean Briefcase, 1. Polish Pen, 6. Universal Charger, 3. Zhang Chen's backpack still had enough space, so he put all of these things in as well. By chance, he discovered a vending machine on the roadside outside the restaurant. Chapter 34 Looting. 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 Zhang Chen walked over curiously. A vending machine with security levels comparable to an ATM. You can't expect to get anything without cash. Protection level comparable to an ATM? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Chen raised his fist, wanting to test the sturdiness of the machine. At this point, the prompt appears again. The vending machine not only has its own siren alarm system, but it's also connected to the nearby police station and public address system. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Upon seeing this notification, Zhang Chen lowered his raised fist. We've just fought a fierce battle. It's not the right time to face another horde of zombies. Moreover, no one knows exactly how many of these crawling monsters there are in the vicinity. It's better to be cautious. Zhang Chen glanced at the goods in the vending machine. There are drinks, self-heating rice, and even a complimentary bottle of purified water. Boxed instant noodles and ready-to-eat cold noodles. There are quite a few styles. And the price isn't expensive either. Instant noodles only cost 50 cents. The drink costs 10 cents. The most expensive self-heating rice with meat is only 1.5 yuan. It seems that prices in this world were originally very low. Zhang Chen currently has over 5,000 yuan in cash on hand. This should be considered a considerable sum in this world. Select self-heating rice. Then Zhang Chen flattened out a crumpled 5 yuan note and stuffed it in. Bite. Soon, the self-heating rice, along with purified water, fell out of the machine. Zhang Chen took out the self-heating rice and looked at it. The production date was June 15, 2012. Shelf life, 20 years. Really? All food products in this world have an extremely long shelf life. It's easily at least 10 or 20 years. Zhang Chen put the self-heating rice into the storage space. I bought another bottle of orange-flavored carbonated drink, opened it, and started drinking it in big gulps. It tastes almost the same as fauna on Earth. It's sweet and delicious. Woof! Erpang has returned to being a fluffy little ball of fur. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the drink in Zhang Chen's hand, and she called out impatiently. That seems to mean, is it delicious? I'd like to try it too. Zhang Chen poured the leftover drink into a plastic bag and placed it in front of Erpang. The little guy trusted Zhang Chen completely, not even bothering to sniff him. He started licking right away. He took a lick, then his eyes lit up, and he started licking it quickly with gusto. Buy it all. Zhang Chen bought all the goods in the vending machine in one go, and soon the machine was empty. It only cost about 100 yuan. I received a total of 20 bottles of carbonated drinks, 30 bottles of bottled water, 10 boxes of braised beef rice, 10 boxes of shredded pork with garlic sauce rice, 10 boxes of vegetarian rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of instant mixed noodles, and 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot. It's probably because these vending machines are all located on the side of the road. The area was teeming with zombies, so it was hardly looted. Zhang Chen also went into several of the surrounding shops to browse around. All the freezers and vending machines were looted. It must have been consumed by the native inhabitants of this world. They wiped out the zombies on the street. Zhang Chun led Pang to the gas station. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a heavy truck suddenly appeared next to them. Zhang Chun opened the fuel tank, inserted the fuel nozzle into the tank opening, and let it refuel automatically. He then went into the small supermarket at the gas station and browsed around. There was nothing left, only a few bottles of windshield washer fluid and engine oil scattered haphazardly on the shelves and the floor. Zhang Chun found 4 empty oil drums behind the gas station convenience store and took them over. They also filled 4 full barrels with oil, 2 barrels of gasoline, and 2 barrels of diesel. Although there was still a considerable amount of gasoline and diesel in the gas station. However, the containers are limited, and there's simply not enough room for it all. Zhang Chun drew a circle on the map to mark the location of the gas station. Only then did we move on to the next goal. Department store. Zhang Chun scanned all the shops along the way with his eyes. There were no supply crates, only a few scattered zombies inside. But after all that noise, they didn't rush out. This means they are trapped and can't break free. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Zhang Chun then turned his gaze to the brightly lit shopping mall. Immediately, the notification popped up again. There are several mutated Type 2 zombies here. Be careful. There's a level 2 supply crate in the gym on the 3rd floor. Multiple mutated Type 2 zombies? Zhang Chun noticed that the prompt did not refer to multiple crawlers. Instead, they were multiple mutated Type 2 zombies. This shows that there are many types of mutant Type 2 zombies, and the crawler is just one of them. And there's a level 2 supply crate inside? It's worth a try just for this level 2 supply crate. Zhang Chun once again took out his shield and Tang sword, and slowly walked inside. As soon as Pang arrived at the mall entrance, he could still smell danger. Its size instantly increased, and it slowly followed Zhang Chun inside. The automatic glass doors of the mall were covered in bloody handprints. There were also bloody drag marks on the ground. But there were no zombies in the lobby on the 1st floor. It's very quiet. Besides the melodious music that the mall kept playing on repeat. All that remained were Zhang Chun's light footsteps and the pattering sound of Pang's fat paws hitting the ground. Where have all the zombies gone? Zhang Chun felt a little puzzled. Imagine opening the door and dozens, or even hundreds, of zombies rushing out. Zhang Chun, on the contrary, felt very at ease. This is the normal phenomenon. But there aren't any zombies left. This, on the contrary, made Zhang Chun even more vigilant. Hey! Zhang Chun suddenly shouted. Then he slammed the shield hard against the cosmetics counter on the 1st floor. A snap. Because the force was not controlled properly. The entire cosmetics counter collapsed instantly. Broken glass was scattered all over the floor. With such a loud commotion, zombies should have rushed out. But there were still no zombies. Are there any zombies? Zhang Chun shouted again. Roar, roar. Pang also roared. Quiet. I don't know if it was because the music in the mall was too loud, which masked the sound of the zombies. Even though Zhang Chun tried his best to expand his senses. But still, no unusual sounds were heard. There's no way there wouldn't be zombies here. But where did all the zombies go? Zhang Chun led Pang on a tour of the 1st floor. This is the cosmetics counter. In the apocalypse, probably no one would still be thinking about wearing makeup. However, there should still be a market demand for skincare products and perfumes, so they can be kept for trading. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining. Foundation 75, skincare products 120, perfume 40, lipsticks of various shades 1255, makeup remover 112, cash 5345, department store salesperson uniform 3. After searching around, Zhang Chun took the elevator directly to the 2nd floor. Well, as soon as I got to the 2nd floor, I heard a terrifying, dense chorus of zombie roars. A dense mass of zombies had piled up right at the entrance of a children's education unit on the 2nd floor. Golden light shone from inside the room. Under the light, the zombies turned into dense black shadows, with countless hands dancing on the glass. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 35: The Poisonous Insect Breeder. So that's where all the zombies went. They were hiding here. Zhang Chun suddenly realized. It's possible that there were survivors inside who attracted the zombies' attention. In addition, there was the noise interference from the mall's music. That's why they weren't attracted by the noise from downstairs. Then, let's get ready to start. Zhang Chun, carrying a Tang sword, rushed forward swiftly. Pang, on the other side of the road, also rushed forward. A level 1 awakener with dual talents, cutting through ordinary zombies is like cutting vegetables. The zombies didn't even have a chance to get close. In terms of strength, they are completely overwhelming. With Pang's assistance from the side, dozens of zombies were quickly wiped out. Collection. Congratulations on winning. Energy Crystal Core, 24 plus 5. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutated Fertilizer, 140. Clean Cloth, 60. Cash, 827. Mall Guide Map, 1. Storage Ring Fragment, 12. Broken Baseball Bat, 1. Blunted Kitchen Knife, 1. It's still some strange and unusual stuff. The broken items were unusable, so Zhang Chun threw them on the ground. Then I took out the shopping guide image and looked at it. The mall has 5 floors. The basement is a food court. The first floor has cosmetics and baby products. The second floor has clothing, shoes and hats and children's education. The third floor has fitness furniture and bedding, and the fourth floor has restaurants. Clothing and shoes can be stored away. After all, you have to change clothes almost every day when you kill zombies. The blood from the zombies couldn't be washed off your clothes. Furniture and bedding are also needed. So let's go on a shopping spree. Zhang Chun did not open the door to children's education in front of him. He knew there were survivors inside. But meeting strangers can be very awkward. What if they shamelessly beg me to take them in? You can't just kill them all because they want to team up and you don't want to. Zhang Chun isn't a serial killer. It's best not to see them. Zhang Chun possesses the skill of Clothing Master. It can be used to create any clothing that has been collected. So he went directly to the clothing store and recycled all the clothes into clean fabric, storing them away. Is there another lingerie store? Received. Underwear uses less fabric, so there is less material that can be recycled. However, quite a few strange styles have appeared. A mid-range luxury suit shop? Recycle. When the system recycles clothes, almost all of them are calculated based on their area. Regardless of whether the price is usually high or low, everything has become as cheap as cabbage at this time. Outdoor gear store? Curious, Zhang Chun went inside. Inside there are tents, sleeping bags, portable tables and chairs. There are also searchlights for nighttime use in the wild, and a 5-piece outdoor dining set. These things are useful. Zhang Chun collected a children's tent and tried it out. You have obtained 50 clean cloth. Fabric can also be harvested from tents. However, children's tents were not an option in Zhang Chun's production list. In other words, you can collect resources in the tent, but you can't craft the item after collecting them. Then let's just throw them all into the storage space. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the following items: 30 windproof and moisture-proof outdoor tents, 50 moisture-proof picnic mats, 25 sleeping bags, 10 outdoor lighting devices, 10 outdoor barbecue equipment, 20 outdoor barbecue 5-piece sets, 5 night vision goggles, 5 100x zoom binoculars, and 20 fishing rods. 48 storage compartments are awesome. With all these items inside, plus what we collected earlier, it only takes up 3/4 of the space. Even with only 1/4 of the space remaining, there are still 12 compartments. This is equivalent to a storage ring for a regular survivor. After thoroughly searching the second floor, Zhang Chun took the elevator to the 3rd floor. According to the instructions, there is a level 2 supply crate in the gym on the 3rd floor. Moreover, there are several mutated Type 2 zombies in the mall. We didn't encounter anything on the 1st or 2nd floor. They're probably all hiding on the 3rd floor. As the elevator slowly ascended, the nauseating smell of blood grew stronger and stronger. Giggle giggle. The familiar voice belongs to the crawling ones. Zhang Chun had just stepped onto the 3rd floor when he suddenly turned around and swung his knife. Whoosh! With a single, all-out strike, he cleaved the crawling figure who was leaping through the air in two. Its ugly head also revealed a terrifying expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. With its mouth wide open, it died before it could even unleash a sonic attack. Giggle! Another crawler? Is this the lair of the crawlers? Zhang Chun raised his shield to protect his entire body, cautiously surveying his surroundings. On the opposite side of the corridor, on the floor, on the walls, and on the ceiling, lay 3 crawling figures. Fortunately, Zhang Chen fought very decisively and efficiently. It made almost no sound. It's practically masked by the mall's music. The 3 crawling creatures did not spot Zhang Chen. They were crawling aimlessly on it. Sometimes they would frantically dig into the ceiling, scattering debris all over the floor. Behind him stood a disheveled female zombie with her hair turned to the side. This zombie is clearly different from the other ordinary zombies. She was nearly 2 meters tall, with bluish-green skin and a high, protruding belly. I could vaguely see something rolling around under my belly. Mutant Type 2 Zombie, a venomous insect breeder, capable of spitting highly corrosive venom and crawling monsters covered in corrosive liquid. If I were you, I would definitely stay far away from this kind of creature. Hiss! Zhang Chen gasped. This was something he hadn't expected. Not only were there 4 mutated Type 2 zombies, but we also encountered a new species. And he doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. Adventure and combat are not Zhang Chen's style. He crouched down at the elevator entrance and carefully observed his surroundings. Fortunately, there's a gym not far from the entrance to the sky ladder. That is, the place where level 2 supply crates are hidden. Zhang Chen knew very well that he hadn't come to the mall to fight mutated zombies or seek thrills. His goal from beginning to end has always been to become stronger and collect resources. If we can obtain the supply crate discreetly and escape unscathed, that would be the most perfect thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen gently patted Erpang's muscular body. The latter was also very intelligent and instantly transformed into a wolf cub. The smaller you are, the less likely you are to be spotted by zombies when you move around. Zhang Chen held his breath and quietly entered the gym. Just as he was about to close the glass door, the notification appeared again. See the wind chimes above the door? Do you think zombies would like the pleasant sound of wind chimes? Chapter 36 Talent Crystal. Zhang Chen looked up at the glass door. There is indeed a wind chime on it. This is a common tactic used by most shops. It makes a sound every time someone comes in or leaves or opens the door. Remind the front desk staff that they need to greet or see off guests. The sound of these wind chimes is particularly crisp and melodious. The sound has strong penetrating power. If you accidentally trigger it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thank goodness there was a warning. Zhang Chen's heart pounded wildly with nervousness. He slowly stood up and with a little force snapped the wind chime string. Then I wrapped it in my clothes, took it down, and gently placed it on the table. The door was closed gently. Through the glass door, it was clear that the mutated zombies did not notice anything amiss. Zhang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The music in the mall, combined with the soundproofing of the glass doors. Even if there are zombies here, Zhang Chen can make some noise and still not be discovered. Zhang Chen bypassed the front desk and went directly to the equipment area. These fitness machines are currently the most useless things. It can be used to quickly improve physical fitness. Who would still spend a lot of energy on fitness? There are no supply boxes in the equipment area. There are no supply boxes in the treadmill area. Zhang Chen walked straight into the bathing area. Finally, a level 2 supply box was found in the women's bathroom. This is a large box with a jet black exterior and mysterious lines and patterns on it. The moment my hand touched the supply crate, a notification popped up. Open now? Yes/no. Yes. The box moved immediately. It opened by itself. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Resilient Beginner Energy Armor Blueprint 1, and Advanced Pet Food 1. Talent Crystal adds 1 talent point when used. In the case of dual talents, each talent adds 1 point. Durable Basic Energy Armor Blueprint requires 200 energy cores, 20 durable leather, and 500 clean cloth. Resilient Basic Energy Armor automatically covers the entire body when danger is sensed. Before shattering, it provides immunity to fall damage up to 50 meters and impact damage of equal magnitude. Reduces other damage by 20%. Premium Pet Food. This product will accelerate your pet's growth. It is only effective for pets before adulthood, excluding adulthood. Holy crap, is this a level 2 supply crate? The contents inside are worlds apart from those in a level 1 supply crate. Erpang's mouth watered just from the smell of the premium pet food Zhang Chen was holding. It put its two front legs on Zhang Chen's legs and stretched its neck just to get closer to the food. Its tail wagged like an electric fan. Okay, I'll give it to you right now. Zhang Chen opened the food ration box and placed it on the ground. Pang was so excited that he rushed over instantly, wishing he could shove his whole head into the box. Without even looking up, he started eating. Zhang Chen picked up the talent crystal, a small red crystal. With a little pressure from your fingers, the red crystal shattered immediately. A surge of energy instantly flowed through his fingers and into his body. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained +1 talent point in the gene evolution direction. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 1 talent point in the energy evolution direction. Then, Zhang Chen took a look at the talents in the second row. You need to unlock the first row of the talent tree before the second row will be unlocked. In the second row, there are 2 talent options for each of these 2 directions. The 2 talents in the gene evolution direction are Cat Reflexes 0/3. Increases evasion, speed, and reaction speed by 33%. Skill, Fury 0/1. Greatly increases all attributes for a short time and reduces damage taken by 30%. The duration and the attribute boost increase as the survivor's level increases. The 2 talents in the energy evolution direction are Skill, Focus Strike 0/1. Unleash a powerful energy ray from your hand to destroy the enemy. Damage depends on the maximum number of energy cores a survivor needs to upgrade. The higher the damage cap, the stronger the damage dealt. Wealthy and Powerful 0/3. Increases the production of non-special item resources obtained through gathering by 20%, and the initial 20% bonus also applies to other resources. Zhang Chen now has 1 talent point in each of these 2 evolutionary directions. There are absolutely no other options in this situation. Wouldn't it be better to just unlock 2 skills directly? Upgrade talent. Skill, Focus Strike. Upgrade talent. Skill, Fury. In an instant, 2 streams of energy, one red and one blue, rushed into Zhang Chen's body. When Zhang Chen opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashed in them. At this moment, a small red and blue intertwined line appeared on the inside of the left wrist. It is only 1 centimeter long. This small line is the talent line. The survivors of the genetic evolution direction have red lines on their wrists. The survivors of the energy evolution direction have blue lines on their wrists. Zhang Chen's wrist features interwoven red and blue lines. The more talents you unlock, the longer the line will become, and the more complex the interwoven pattern will be. At this moment, Pang also finished eating the premium pet food. It was originally just a small, fluffy little creature. At this moment, its size had actually increased several degrees. Its body is at least 30 to 40 centimeters long. The tail swished back and forth, hitting Zhang Chen's calf with considerable force. The pet information changed immediately. Pet name, Pang. Battle pet type, Mutated Energy Beast Howling Moon Wolf King. Developmental stages, Adolescence Stage 1. Preferred foods, meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects. Skill, Multiplied Battle. After entering battle, your size, strength, speed, and mass will all increase exponentially. Call of the Wild. This summons 2 Howling Moon Wolf cubs to join the battle. The Howling Moon Wolf cubs disappear after the battle ends. It can also summon companions? Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Surprisingly, this guy is actually quite reliable. This makes it 4 against 4. At least in terms of numbers, the 2 sides are evenly matched. Let's go. Let's see how strong we are after we get stronger. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Pang shook his fur, and suddenly, his size increased dozens of times. Previously, its size after multiplication was roughly equivalent to that of a large hunting dog like a golden retriever or an Alaskan Malamute. But after this multiplication, it became as big as half a small car. Its size is comparable to that of a strong male lion. Roar! Pang lowered his head and rubbed against Zhang Chen's shoulder, indicating his submission. The person and their pet arrived at the entrance of the gym. At this moment, 3 crawling creatures appeared out of nowhere. One is on the ceiling outside the door, and the other is on the ground. There was another one at the top of the stairs, chewing greedily over the corpse of the crawling creature that Zhang Chun had killed. The music in the mall got louder, becoming quite noisy. This made the mutated zombies somewhat agitated. Chapter 37: The Origin of Poisonous Insects. Being loud is a good thing. Although Zhang Chun has now gained 2 additional skills, his confidence in dealing with these mutated zombies has increased. But lewdness reigns supreme. The fewer mutated zombies you face, the lower your injury rate will be. The higher the safety factor. Even as an awakened, Zhang Chun still lacked the ability to be immune to the zombie virus. This forced him to be extra careful. Erpang, you can handle the one on the ground. I'll go take care of the one on the roof. Zhang Chun gently patted Erpang's thick back and said, "Woof." Erpang flicked its tail. In its multiplied state, Erpang's tail deals considerable damage. He casually swung the knife a few times, hitting Zhang Chun's arm, and it stung painfully. "Set off." Zhang Chun gave the order. Erpang rushed out first, much faster than before. Its enormous body smashed through the glass door, and its claws, as big as casserole dishes, slammed heavily onto the back of the crawling man. Giggle giggle. The crawling figures on the roof noticed Erpang and were preparing to attack. Zhang Chun immediately activated his skill, Fury. Then, I felt like I had been given a stimulant. His pupils dilated, his pores opened, and a surge of frenzied rage rose from the depths of his heart. Ah! Zhang Chun jumped suddenly, covering a distance of 4 or 5 meters. A slash with the Tang sword. It cleaved the person crawling on the roof in 2. 1 strike, 1 kill. At this moment, the crawling figures at the elevator entrance also noticed Zhang Chun's presence and rushed over with a strange cry. At the same time, the long-haired monster insect breeder slowly turned its face around. It was a face that was about to melt away. My skin is so loose it's almost dripping. A large mouth stretched incongruously to the roots of its ears. It's so damn ugly. Clap. Although the venomous insect breeder moves slowly, it can attack from a distance. It opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of sticky liquid, which flew towards Zhang Chun. You've come at the perfect time. Zhang Chun sidestepped, dodging the crawling attacker's attack. He then grabbed the crawling man's legs with both hands. Pull hard backward. It directly positioned the crawling creature between itself and the venomous insect breeder. Splat. The thick, green corrosive liquid splattered directly onto the crawling man's body. Squeak squeak. The crawling creature let out a strange squeaking sound. Wisps of blue smoke rose from his back. It seems that this blob of corrosive substance is very damaging. If it gets on your skin, the consequences could be dire. If you think it's just spewing corrosive liquid, you're wrong. This mass contains poisonous insects. The name, Poisonous Insect Breeder, isn't given lightly. The notification popped up again. Poisonous insects. Zhang Chun raised his foot and kicked hard, sending the crawling man flying more than 10 meters away. The effect of fury is so satisfying. Zhang Chun felt his combat power had increased by a whole level. These crawling people were nothing more than toys in his eyes. Just as the crawling man was kicked away, a strange 4-legged insect crawled out from its back. It was originally intended to launch a surprise attack on Zhang Chun. As a result, he was forcefully pressed to the ground by the crawling person and dragged more than 10 meters away. A trail of dark green slime was left on the ground. The poisonous insect is dead. This little thing is not only very fast, but it is also covered in corrosive liquid. Even a tiny bit of it is no joke. Fortunately, its body is extremely fragile, and it can be killed easily. Goa goa. The venomous insect breeder spat out 2 mouthfuls of green, sticky liquid. Without the crawling figures as shields, Zhang Chun quickly lunged forward. Suddenly, it was another 5 or 6 meters away. Easily dodged the slime attack. Zhang Chun did not choose to use a riot shield to defend himself. It's because I feel it's not worth it. What if even the riot shield can't withstand corrosion? Wouldn't that be like intentionally ruining your protective gear? Facing this kind of monster that attacks from a distance. If you can avoid it, then try to. A shield is only used as a last resort to save your life. One of the 2 blobs of slime hit the wall, and the other landed on the ground. Soon, the marble on the walls and floor began to smoke and bubble. It will corrode a large pit in no time. Immediately afterwards, 2 4-legged, palm-sized, spider-like green worms crawled out. It quickly crawled towards Zhang Chun. Their bodies were covered in corrosive liquid. Wherever it went, it left corrosive footprints on the ground. These guys are really troublesome. Zhang Chun quickly approached the crawling man who had just gotten up. He swung the knife down suddenly. Before the other party could react, their body had already been split in two. Although venomous insects move quickly, they are small in size. They couldn't catch up with Zhang Chun for a while. Goa, another blob of slime. This time, the photo was taken on the glass wall of the gym. It corroded a hole in an instant. A poisonous insect fell into the gym. In no time, it corroded through the glass and crawled out. We must finish this quickly. The number of these insects is increasing. The longer you drag it out, the worse it will be for you. Use skill. Focus strike. Zhang Chun's mind raced. A burst of intense blue light immediately erupted from his left palm. Then, a shockwave, like the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, shot out from his hand. It struck directly into the stomach of the venomous insect's offspring. Sizzle. Bang. Uft. The venomous insect breeder is like a bursting water balloon. It exploded instantly. The corrosive liquid splashed everywhere. The entire mall was filled with a pungent, irritating smell. With the death of the venomous insect breeder, the poisonous insects following behind Zhang Chun also let out a strange squeaking sound. They all fell backward onto the ground, dead. It turns out that as long as the mother is destroyed, all these little things will die. Thank goodness. Zhang Chun was still worried. If they encounter multiple venomous insect breeders, they don't need to do anything else. If it spits out dozens of poisonous insects that are impossible to touch, it would be enough to kill a person. Zhang Chun's battle is over. The battle on Erpang's side is also nearing its end. It was accompanied by 2 multiplied howling moon wolf cubs, and the 3 wolves surrounded the crawling creature. The latter's 2 arms were bitten off, and one of its legs was missing. His entire body was covered in scars. 3 howling wolves fought and tore at the body of the crawling creature. After a fierce competition, with a squeak, the crawling man was brutally torn into 3 small pieces. The spine is broken into several pieces. This wasn't a fight at all. It's more like Fatty Air is hunting with his 2 underlings. It's like they're dividing up their prey. Seeing how the crawling creature died, Zhang Chun suddenly felt a little sorry for it. Chapter 38, A Ghostly Encounter. Battle over. In this fierce battle, Zhang Chun and Erpang eliminated a total of 4 crawlers, including the one they eliminated at the elevator entrance at the beginning, and 1 poisonous insect breeder. Collection. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal Core, 260 plus 52, Acceleration Fertilizer, 25, Evolver Blood, 5, Tough Leather, 12, Sharp Claws, 8, Corrosion Resistant Leather, 2, Corrosion Liquid, 1. Make a fortune. A guaranteed huge profit. The crystal cores obtained from killing just a few mutated Type 2 zombies are equivalent to killing 5 or 600 zombies. That's incredibly efficient. Zhang Chun checked his upgrade status, 522/802. The current energy cores have only accumulated 1/3 of the amount needed for the upgrade. But this is already pretty good. We just got promoted 2 levels today. If I keep getting a large number of mutated Type 2 zombies to kill, I believe I'll be able to upgrade to the early stage 2 of the Awakener class soon. Zhang Chun took Erpang to the 4th floor for another look. No prompts are needed. Just by observing Erpang's behavior, you can tell if there are zombies nearby. Erpang's size has now returned to that of a small yellow dog. Excitedly, they sniffed here and there. They look like they're here for tourism. Judging from this, there are no zombies nearby. Sure enough, there wasn't a single zombie on the 4th floor. Many shops had their doors marked with spray paint, and the kitchens were completely empty. A patch of red mushrooms grew from the spoiled rice and flour, covering the walls and the floor. These bulk foods, as long as they are exposed to air, it will be overrun by these poisonous mushrooms. After searching the mall, Zhang Chun took Erpang and leisurely began to descend the escalator. Shopping malls can actually serve as a refuge, since they offer a large space. It can accommodate many people. The only downside is that there are no beds. Sleeping on the cold ground must be a very difficult thing. The elevator slowly descended to the 2nd floor. He stumbled upon a group of survivors holding all sorts of weapons, their faces filled with terror. Some people even collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. It was like seeing a ghost. The elevator slowly descended. Zhang Chen then saw that there were several other survivors in the distance. Even outside the educational institution where they were hiding, several girls were clinging to the door frame. Like a frightened deer, it will run into the house at the slightest disturbance. Am I that scary? Zhang Chen glanced at everyone, puzzled. Then, slowly, we took the elevator down to the first floor. Are you a human or a zombie? The man in the lead turned pale and mustered his courage to ask. Zhang Chen didn't answer, slowly went down to the first floor, and then silently left. Judging from the looks of it, it should be a person. A person? Impossible. He came down from the third floor. We know better than anyone what's on the third floor. Yeah, there were originally more than 20 of us, and we weren't afraid of the ordinary zombies on the fourth floor. As a result, on the third floor, a monster killed more than a dozen of us. There were at least 3 or 4 monsters up there. There was even a long-haired one. Just thinking about it now gives me the creeps. This man actually managed to get down unharmed? That's impossible. Could it be that he killed all the monsters up there? The moment those words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This is absolutely impossible. Brother Su had already reached the limit of human potential, but he couldn't even last a minute before being torn to shreds. You mean, this man's strength has surpassed the limits of humanity? It was only through the combined efforts of several of us, working together to kill zombies and collecting all the crystal cores we obtained, that we were able to help Brother Su reach the limits of human potential. How could an ordinary survivor level up so quickly when they're all alone? While the group was talking, someone had already secretly run up to the third floor and then came down with a livid face. It's true. The third floor is covered in signs of a battle, and there are even bits of green flesh. The person who came down said with a solemn expression, "Green bits of meat? Could it be that green monsters?" Everyone gasped in surprise. The man nodded with difficulty and said, "That's right. Only the monster's skin is green. If it's not its minced flesh, whose is it? Besides, the entire mall is enclosed. These monsters couldn't possibly just disappear into thin air." The only conclusion is that the man just now used powerful methods to kill all the monsters. They even blasted that green monster into a bloody pulp. Blasted into mincemeat? Does he already have superpowers? It's simply unimaginable how he did it. I think we should follow this big shot and make him our leader. That's right. With his protection, we'll be much safer. The girls started discussing it amongst themselves. They unanimously decided to seek refuge with Zhang Chen. The others were also somewhat at a loss. Since the death of their leader, Brother Su, the team has been in a state of disarray. People are filled with fear. Everyone desperately wants a strong leader to guide them. Quick, go and bring the master back. Someone shouted urgently. The quick-footed survivor immediately chased after them down the elevator. He returned shortly afterward. He said with a sullen expression, "The expert has already disappeared. And what's even more terrifying is, all the zombies on the entire street outside have been cleared out." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned into silence. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed. How come we didn't seize the opportunity with such a big shot? They even asked if someone was a human or a monster. This thought process is absolutely mind-blowing. Sigh, it's too late to say anything now. After leaving the mall, Zhang Chen stood on the roof of a bus and looked towards Tianyang University. At this time, Tianyang University is only separated from here by a road. However, to Zhang Chen's surprise, a terrifyingly large number of zombies had gathered at Tianyang University. These zombies were swarming around the campus, one after another. Because it's so densely packed, there's simply not much space to move around. At first glance, it looks like a black tide. Chapter 39, The Great Blackout. Among the densely packed ordinary zombies, there were also crawling figures and those who bred poisonous insects. Occasionally, you can also see a huge figure that is more than 3 meters tall. However, this guy kept loitering behind the teaching building, only showing half of his arm at most. Those are human arms. However, it is much larger in size. The veins on his upper body were bulging, and it looked like his muscles were about to explode. Just by looking at those arms, Zhang Chen knew. This guy's strength is definitely far superior to that of the crawlers and the insect breeders. If other survivors had seen this scene, they would probably have been so frightened that their legs would have gone weak. But Zhang Chen's lips curled into a greedy smile. In his view, these were all energy crystal cores. Resources are everywhere that can make you stronger. It's not easy to get so many resources all at once, so we must make good use of them. Zhang Chen subconsciously glanced at the entrance of Tianyang University. Suddenly, his gaze froze. The security booth at the entrance had been destroyed, leaving only ruins. The steel bars are still exposed to the air. A crawling creature scurried along the edge of the broken wall. Could it be that Zhao Xie is dead? Zhang Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhao Xie. Are you there, Brother Chen? Zhao Xie isn't dead. Zhang Chun was overjoyed. Then it dawned on me. Tianyang University is such a large school, it must have more than one entrance and exit. Therefore, there must be more than one security room. Zhao Xie must be hiding in one of the other security rooms. 2. Zhang Chun took another careful look at the destroyed security room in front of him. The exposed steel bars were already rusted. It looks like it was destroyed a long time ago. Moreover, given the strength of the crawling ones, although its claws are very sharp, they are not sharp enough to demolish reinforced concrete buildings. What's wrong? Zhang Chen replied. Several people just wanted to buy bows and arrows, and the bow you gave me has already been pre-ordered. I don't know if you have any extra bows. If you do, I can reply to them. In addition, those who made reservations have already sent out the transactions. These include 10 energy crystal cores, 5 ice condensation flowers, 5 bucket instant noodles, 10 bloodstained keys, 5 carbonated hardeners, a skill, basic mechanical repair, a skill, advanced electrician, 1 basic constitution potion, and 100 steel. When you make the transaction, compare it with the information I sent you, so that no one tries to be clever and cut corners. I was afraid you were busy, so I didn't ask. Your bows and arrows are incredibly popular right now. We're getting so many inquiries. I have too many backlogged orders. That's why I had to contact you. I hope I didn't delay your plans. Zhao Xie is very organized and methodical in her work. Moreover, she is exceptionally understanding. Okay, I understand. I'll deal with it when I get back home. Zhang Chen replied. Oh, you're still outside. Then don't say anything, and be careful. You don't need to reply to this message. Just let me know when you get to your accommodation. Zhao Xie said nervously. I'm fine. All the zombies around here have been cleared out. How are things on your end? Is that crawling man still wandering around nearby? Zhang Chen asked. I'm fine, I'm safe. I've been keeping an eye on that crawler for you. It's been circling around there. I just saw it heading towards teaching building number 1. Zhao Xie answered with a serious expression. Yes, I'm glad you're all right. Zhang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had never met this girl before, the two had only known each other for a few days. But for some reason, Zhang Chun didn't want her to be eaten by zombies. Oh, you care about me? Zhao Xie blushed. No, I was just asking where the monster is. Remember, in the apocalypse, no one is reliable. No matter what I say now, it's all an act. In the end times, women, especially beautiful women, who blindly trust others are practically committing suicide. Do you understand? Zhang Chen said sternly. Hee, you're complimenting me on my looks, right? Zhao Xie smiled sweetly. I mean you need to protect yourself and not trust others too easily. Can't you grasp the main point of what others are saying? Zhang Chun was speechless. Okay, I know, don't worry. I know how to protect myself. Actually, a lot of people pursued me when I was in school, but I can tell that none of them are truly looking out for me. But you're different from them. You are special. Zhao Xie answered somewhat shyly. All right, I'll talk to you later when I get back to my place. Zhang Chun turned off the chat channel. The sun had already begun to set in the west. There's only 1 hour left before the actual sunset. There's definitely not enough time to clear out the sea of zombies at Tianyang University. Let's collect more wood. Make more bows and arrows tonight. With that in mind, Zhang Chen focused his gaze on the rows of trees along the roadside. Start collecting. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 7 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of sprouting branches. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 pieces of wood and one sprouting branch. They continued collecting samples until sunset before returning to their neighborhood. Zhang Chun obtained a total of 356 wood and 177 sprouting branches. The first thing I do when I get home. Zhang Chun first took off the clothes stained with zombie blood and recycled them directly. You have obtained 5 pieces of clean cloth. Then, using the skill Clothing Master, he directly created another set of sportswear. Back in the bathroom, I took a long, refreshing shower. I washed off the sweat stains. He took out a bottle of carbonated beverage, took a few ice cubes from the refrigerator, and poured them into a glass. Zhang Chun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor, looking at the desolate city outside. I took a small sip of the chilled drink. That feels so good. I stretched. Killing zombies has become like going to work, a 9-to-5 job. Erpeng had been fighting all day and was exhausted. Although it becomes extremely powerful in battle after being multiplied, but in reality, it is still a puppy. It was now lying at Zhang Chun's feet, fast asleep. Even in his sleep, he was smacking his lips, as if he was dreaming of eating something delicious. Zhang Chun checked the time. There were still a dozen seconds until the streetlights would turn on. He thoroughly enjoyed watching the city light up. This gave Zhang Chun the illusion that civilization had not completely disappeared. But time passed second by second. The streetlights didn't turn on time. As the sky grew darker, the whole world was plunged into darkness. Tonight is the waning crescent moon. The moon wasn't bright enough to begin with. In addition, there was a sudden power outage. The entire city was plunged into complete darkness. Chapter 40. He actually has electricity? Looking at the pitch-black city. Only then did Zhang Chun realize that the phrase pitch black was not an exaggeration, but a true description. In the past, even when all the lights in a residential area were turned off, the city would still be safe. However, when streetlights shine on the ground, some of the light is reflected into the sky. It gives people the illusion that the night isn't actually that dark. Even walking on a dark alley, you can still vaguely see the path. All the lights have now been completely turned off. Zhang Chun realized that the darkness was truly a terrifying thing. Your hand is about half a meter away from your eyes. But I can't see anything at all. The electric curtains and refrigerator are all malfunctioning. The water pump also stopped working due to the power outage. Not a single drop of water can be drawn from the faucet. Ugh. The zombie's screams sounded exceptionally loud and piercing in the darkness. Zhang Chun took out a high-powered flashlight from his storage space, stand it on the table, and shine a bright light on the roof. The whole room then became bright. This method of operation is a little trick that Zhang Chun figured out while playing around with things when he was a kid. A flashlight will indeed be very bright if it shines only on one spot, but the other unlit areas will be very dark. This method ensures that the rain and dew are evenly distributed, and the light is also softer. Fortunately, Zhang Chun had already cooked all the frozen beef beforehand. Now you don't need to cook. You can just take it out and enjoy a hot meal. After finishing his fried beef, Zhang Chun opened the chat channel. At this moment, the channel was filled with discussions among survivors about the power outage. Because of the power outage, everyone's sense of insecurity became even stronger. Therefore, it is urgent to relieve this tension through chatting. The chat channel is busier than ever today. Holy crap, my power's out. Are you guys experiencing a power outage? We're all in the same regional chat channel, not far apart. So it's no wonder we're all experiencing a power outage. I was on the roof, and what I saw was that the whole city was without power, and everything as far as the eye could see was pitch black. Holy crap, I live on the 45th floor. I cleared out the zombies in the elevator these past 2 days, and specifically lured all the zombies in the corridor to the emergency exit. Now I'm completely doomed. I'm in an even worse situation. I'm in a shopping mall, and there are no windows on any side. We're only relying on indoor lighting. Now that the power is out, it's pitch black here even during the day. This is outrageous. I just exchanged 2 bowls of instant noodles in the auction channel, hoping to have a hot meal. Now I can only eat dry noodles. I envy you for still having food to eat. I've been starving for 2 days. I was in the bookstore, trying to distract myself from the hunger by reading novels. But now I'm practically blind, and my hearing is even better. I can hear my stomach growling. It's so dark, I'm so scared. Can you guys stay up all night and chat with me? I'm too scared to sleep. That's great. Even if zombies rush at me, I won't know where they are. At least I won't be afraid when I die. Hey, stop scaring me. I locked my door. The zombies shouldn't be able to get in. Guanxian, where are you? Message me if you see this. Zheng Hao. Welcome everyone to the survivor camp. Our stadium is equipped with emergency lighting, fully armed combat teams, and food and water supplies. Zheng Hao is also seizing the opportunity to promote his campsite. Emergency lighting equipment? Upon seeing this word, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he still had a diesel generator in his storage space. This stuff, along with many barrels of gasoline and diesel, were all replaced by Zheng Hao for himself at noon today. In the event of a power outage, the value of a diesel generator is second only to food and water. Zhang Chen so easily obtained 2 units. Zheng Hao must be regretting it to the core right now. Today, the survivors' pursuit of light is second only to their pursuit of food and water. The prices of generators and other energy sources have naturally risen accordingly. Zhang Chen made a fortune from this deal. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen opened the trading channel and successfully completed the transactions for each client order that Zhao Xie had introduced during the day. These people are not cunning. The items traded were the same as those provided by Zhao Xie. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Energy Crystal Core, 10, Ice Flour, 5, Bucket Instant Noodles, 5, Bloodstained Key, 10, Carbonated Hard Material, 5, Skill, Basic Mechanical Repair, Skill, Advanced Electrician, Basic Constitution Potion 1, Steel, 100. Zhang Chen used both skill books. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about mechanical repair, as well as electrical circuit knowledge related to strong and weak currents, flooded into my mind. This made Zhang Chen feel that his thinking had become much more flexible. Looking at the world again, it feels clearer and clearer. Zhang Chen went to the basement with a powerful flashlight and connected the generator, which was filled with diesel fuel, to the power grid. Start up. Rumble. As the diesel generator started, the lights in the corridor of building number 8 flickered a few times. Then suddenly it became bright. Done. The entire building number 8 was brightly lit, as dazzling as a beacon in the darkness. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Guess what I saw? It's pitch black. What can you possibly see? No. I saw a room with lights on not far away, brightly lit. Holy crap! Wasn't there a major power outage? How come some people still have power? I saw it too, but it was too dark all around. I couldn't tell where it was at all. The survivors living there must be so lucky. Can you see where it is? Are you kidding me? It's pitch black everywhere. I can't even tell which way is which. I can only see light. There are no landmarks. I have no idea where I am. Before, when there was electricity, I didn't dare turn on the lights for fear of being exposed. Now that it's pitch black, I don't have to worry about being exposed by turning on the lights. It's a pity I don't have electricity. I took a look through the binoculars. There's a plate on this big shot's table. Looks like he just ate meat. And there's a bottle of soda next to it. And a super soft bed. Holy crap, I'm so jealous. To be able to eat meat, drink beverages, and sleep in a big bed in the apocalypse? This is practically the life of a god. It seems we're here to survive, while they're here to enjoy themselves. I don't crave a big bed or drinks, nor do I crave meat. I'll be content as long as I have a full meal. Hey everyone, does anyone have bedding? I don't even want a mattress. It's too cold at night. I just can't stand sleeping on the concrete floor. To be honest, I've started drinking NIO, and the color is the same as the boss's carbonated drink. If any powerful person sees this private message from the girl, there's a surprise waiting for you. The people upstairs are too naive. We have electricity, food, and a bed now. It's like having 100 billion in peacetime. Do you think we're lacking women? Hey bro, if you like men. Well, I'm okay with that too. Holy crap, the person upstairs disgusted me. Can't people have any backbone in life? It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. Try going hungry for 3 days, thirsting for 3 days, and sleeping on concrete for 3 days before you come and talk to me about backbone. +1. +10,086. Chapter 41, The Bloodstained Diary. Zhang Chun was completely unaware that the chat channel had exploded because of his casual action. He connected the generator, then, wearing slippers, leisurely returned to his bedroom. Zhang Chun was unaware of his current situation in the room he was in. It has become the focus of attention for the entire channel. He walked to the wardrobe and opened the door. Inside were more than a dozen identical sets of sportswear that they had made themselves. There are also a few sets of silk pajamas. Zhang Chun changed into a set of pajamas and then leisurely reappeared by the window. Holy crap, I saw the big shot himself, but he's too far away to see his face clearly. Am I seeing things? I remember the boss was wearing a tracksuit just now, but now he's in a silk pajama set. So extravagant. You even have special pajamas to wear to sleep? I've been wearing this outfit for 3 days straight, and it smells awful. I can't even stand the stench anymore. I've worn this kind of silk dress before. It's so soft and comfortable against the skin, like you're not wearing anything at all. I really want to wear it again. What time is it now? We should be thinking about what to eat tomorrow. The group was discussing it. Then Zhang Chun, still in his pajamas, disappeared again by the window. I just set up a diesel generator, and now I smell like diesel. Zhang Chun took another shower in the bathroom before coming out. Because Building 8 is the most luxurious building in this upscale community. Therefore, it is equipped with a separate water pump. Furthermore, the water pumps of the Water Authority have backup power systems to ensure that water is delivered to each community. However, a water pump is needed to reach the upper floors. Zhang Chun happens to have both, which is why he can use water. Zhang Chun dried his wet hair and walked to the window again. Upon seeing this, the chat channel exploded once again. I have a really strong MP to say, but I don't know if I should. This genius actually took a shower. Damn, there's water even when the power's out? But what's even more outrageous is that tap water is usually contaminated, isn't it? Can you even wash with this? Yes, I washed my face with tap water before, and it caused folliculitis. My face swelled up like a pig's head. You upstairs are really brave. Can't you see that the water is reddish-brown? You dare to wash it like that. I've seen people drinking in IO before. What's this? What won't they do when pushed to the limit? But this guy seems perfectly fine after taking a shower. Otherwise his skin would have been red by now. Could it be that this great deity is taking a bath with pure water? This is unacceptable. I can't even get water to drink, and he's using purified water to take a bath. It's blown up. It's completely blown up. It's just that it's dark and he can't see his surroundings. Otherwise this guy would probably be robbed by a bunch of people tomorrow. Still trying to rob us? There are so many zombies on the road. You need to get out of here first. And with so many people and so much food and water, are you sure you can rob them? This expert's profile looks a lot like the profile of that truck driver I saw during the day. Could they be the same person? It's very possible. A powerhouse of this strength has probably already reached the limit of human potential. That's terrifying. Rich and powerful. How are we supposed to survive? I'm so envious I'm turning purple. I'm so envious I could explode. Zhang Chun dried his hair by the window. That's when I realized the curtains weren't drawn. He gently pressed a switch and closed the curtains. Those jealous people's live streams were shut down. Only then did she begin searching the items in her storage ring. Small, miscellaneous items that aren't needed urgently can simply be stored in the room. Resources that are more important and take up more space, such as wood, gasoline, diesel, and energy crystals, will continue to be stored in the storage ring. During the cleaning process, Zhang Chun noticed two things. One is the bloodstained diary, which Xiao Xie obtained when they first exchanged supplies. This diary helps me better understand this world and the monsters here. Zhang Chun took out the diary and placed it on the table. It's only a little past 7 o'clock now. There's still some time before I go to sleep. You can take a look before bed. The other item is a basic constitution potion. This is the potion I found in the level 1 supply box when I first entered this world. At the time, he had an ordinary physique, but thanks to this medicine, his combat power increased significantly. The apocalypse has now passed for many days. Most survivors who were capable of going out to explore had basically upgraded to the rank of exceptionally strong survivor. Those survivors who couldn't even kill zombies didn't have the resources to exchange for this potion. This caused the potion to be an excellent item at the beginning of the game, but its price has been steadily depreciating over time. It's practically useless now. High-ranking survivors can't use it, and low-ranking survivors can't afford it. This thing, it won't fetch much of a price. It's better to. Zhang Chen clicked on Zhao Siye's chat messages. Are you there? The message received a reply in less than a second. Yes, I'm here. You're just getting home. Zhao Siye replied almost instantly. It seemed like he had been waiting by the chat channel, hoping Zhang Chen would send him a message. I was so worried. The power's out outside. It's pitch black everywhere. I was scared just now. It would be dangerous if you were delayed on the way. Thank goodness you're finally home. I've been home for a while. Sorry for the late message. Seeing Zhao Siye's enthusiastic response, Zhang Chen felt somewhat ashamed. It's nothing. I'm just glad you got home safely. The world's environment is getting worse and worse. I'm a little better off staying home. You go out often, so please be careful. Otherwise, I should be worried. Zhao Siye looked at the last sentence and felt it was a bit too blunt. They quickly canceled it. Resent. Otherwise, if something happens to you and others ask me for bows and arrows, what am I supposed to give them? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and suddenly felt that Zhao Siye was a little silly, but very cute. Oh, right, these things are for you. Zhang Chen initiated a transaction with Zhao Siye. Then, I placed 1 basic constitution potion, 1 canned beef, 1 purified water, 10 sanitary napkins, and 1 women's sports suit in the trade window and locked them. Chapter 42 Sales Commission. Zhao Siye. Why? Why are you giving me so much stuff? Oh, you want me to help you sell them, right? Zhang Chen shook his head and said, No, these things are for you. Give them to me? These things are quite valuable. Why are you giving them to me? Zhao Siye was somewhat moved. She has been trapped in the security room for the past few days and has survived entirely thanks to the food and water provided by Zhang Chen. She had already given up all hope of living today. It was Zhang Chen who gave him hope and courage to survive at the critical moment. At this moment, Zhao Siye was curled up in the pink bear-shaped quilt that Zhang Chen had given her. I was so moved. Don't get me wrong. These things aren't given to you for free. Consider this your sales commission. Zhang Chen said. Sales commission? Yes, that's right. You help me sell bows and arrows, and I'll give you a sales commission. It's fair. Thank you, you're so kind. Zhao Siye was moved and also extremely happy. With meat to eat, water to drink, and clean new clothes, how could I not be happy? When I transmigrated, I was wearing a flight attendant's uniform. Short skirt, black, high heels. It's very inconvenient to fight. She stored all of these in her storage space and then changed into the new tracksuit. This feels so good. Zhao Siye smiled sweetly. By the way, Brother Chen, I've also contacted a lot of buyers. The conditions they offered were quite good, but I don't know if you still have any weapons to sell. Also, some buyers who purchased bows and arrows want to buy some arrows, but they don't know the price range. Zhao Siye asked. I can make as many longbows as you want, and I can also make arrows. As for the price, you decide. The weapons you sold today were very well priced. Zhang Chen praised sincerely. Zhao Siye certainly has a talent for sales. Moreover, girls naturally have an advantage when bargaining with men. Sometimes men feel that it's very ungentlemanly to haggle over small things with a delicate young woman. So Zhao Siye took advantage of this. The bows and arrows they sell are much more expensive than those Zhang Chen sells. And it's still a continuous stream of visitors. Zhang Chen knew very well that weapons were obsolete products. It's like I received the blueprints for the energy armor today. As survivors become stronger, more and more weapon and armor blueprints will appear. As a result, bows and arrows are becoming increasingly less popular. So now, while everyone's strength is mediocre, it's always a good idea to make a killing while you can. Okay, then I'll make the decision myself. Also, do you have anything else? I can help you sell it. Anyway, I'm stuck here and there, so I don't have anything to do. Zhao Siye volunteered. Let me see. Zhang Chen checked the storage space and then opened the transaction interface. You can help me sell these things too. White Egret brand cigarettes, skincare products, perfume, tent, sleeping bag, fishing rod, outdoor tables and chairs, clean sportswear, can luncheon meat, purified water, containers required. That's about it. But for food and water, we'll only exchange them for energy cores and blueprints. nothing else. The luncheon meat provided by Zhang Chun was not the beef-canned food he obtained from the truck. This, canned luncheon meat, is the initial food provided to each survivor by the system. There are 12 boxes in total. To be honest, the taste of this canned luncheon meat is nowhere near as good as beef. Moreover, this thing is rare. And unlike instant noodles, which can be collected simply by going to the supermarket, they can be stacked without limit. The supply of this item will decrease over time. It takes up space in the storage room. Why not just sell it? That way we can free up some storage space. Okay, Brother Chen, leave it to me. I'm sure I'll sell them for a good price. Zhao Xie said excitedly. She felt that she could share some of Zhang Chen's burdens in any way she could, and that made her proud. At least I wasn't freeloading. In Zhao Xie's mindset, there is no concept of being kept or freeloading. Most women probably hope to find a reliable and capable man. She can simply be beautiful and do nothing else. All you need to do is make a vase. Zhao Xie didn't think so. She believes that a woman's image and figure must be maintained. But she also has to be able to share the burden with her man. Otherwise, it will become a burden. Especially in the apocalypse. No matter how good-looking you are, if you lack ability and value, that doesn't change the fact that I'm a burden. Survival in the apocalypse is tough enough as it is. Who wants to bring a burden along? Therefore, Zhao Xie hopes to become valuable. Even if I can only share a tiny bit of Zhang Chen's workload, I still have value. Okay, keep it up. Okay, I'll do my best. Qinji, take care of yourself and get some rest. Okay, I understand. Zhang Chun turned off the chat channel. He stretched and focused his attention on the blood-stained diary on the table. The cover of this diary was stained red with blood in one corner. The blood had long since dried up and turned dark brown. It didn't seep into the diary and doesn't affect reading. Zhang Chun turned to the first page of the diary. May 17, 2012. The Federal Medical Board told everyone that it was just the common flu, and there was no need to worry. Prevention and treatment can be achieved through herd infection and the acquisition of immunity. Moreover, this virus will not harm people's health in the future, and will become a part of people's lives like the common cold. Although I'm not a medical professional, I feel that this illness is different from others. Some people may even experience symptoms similar to rabies, such as photophobia and hydrophobia. A common cold shouldn't cause so many strange symptoms, right? I've decided to wear a mask, no matter what others do. I have to be responsible for myself and the people around me. May 20th, 2012. The Dragon Kingdom has started building high walls around its key cities. I really don't know what they're thinking. Major media outlets scoffed at it. More and more students around here are getting sick, and recently internet cafes have had some spare computers, which is quite rare. This is the first time I've ever had an internet cafe without having to wait in line, which is really great. For the next period of time, I wrote about some trivial things in life. Zhang Chun had no interest in this person's personal privacy and simply skipped over it. Chapter 43 Cataclysmic Diary. July 25, 2012. The high walls of the Dragon Kingdom are now complete. It's hard to believe that it only took 2 months. The media continues to ridicule Teng Xianghua's nonsensical behavior, but I have a bad feeling about it. Because too many students were sick, the school was forced to cancel the final exams. This is probably the only good news lately. August 3rd, 2012. All the students went home for summer vacation. I decided to stay at school and take advantage of the holidays to work part-time and earn some money. Moreover, there have been frequent violent incidents recently. I don't want to go to crowded places like train stations. However, I saw that troops have been stationed here today, and they said they are going to conduct exercises. I'm curious, why would the military conduct exercises at a school? August 12, 2012. The virus mutated, and all those infected turned into zombies. The military has already dispatched troops to clean up the infected cities. The city is under a 24-hour curfew. Anyone appearing on the street will be shot dead immediately. It seems my premonition came true. At this time, Tingxiang Kingdom became a model for countries around the world. The media outlets that had previously mocked them have fallen silent. But it's too late to say anything now. Screw herd immunity. The group has now turned into a zombie horde. August 25th, 2012. Maybe it was the 26th? I can't remember. it doesn't matter anymore. Now the university is the last refuge, and I'm grateful for my wise decision that made me one of the first residents of this refuge. I never imagined there was such a large air raid shelter under the playground. Every day, thousands of residents outside the walls try to get in. I feel sorry for them, but there's nothing I can do. In fact, I don't want the military to let them in. If there are infected people, our shelter will be completely useless. September 29, 2012. Viruses cause plants to mutate rapidly and accelerate their growth. Zombies are nothing compared to mutated insects and plants, which are humanity's real nightmare. Many monsters that could be killed but would resurrect emerged from underground. The main force was completely wiped out. All of humanity's proudest weapons are utterly ineffective against mutated creatures. Thanks to the influx of refugees into the shelters, food supplies have drastically decreased, and the water cycle has also become problematic. Even if the monsters on the ground can't find us for the time being, I reckon it won't be long before we're trapped here to die. October 12, 2012. Today, another soldier shot himself in the head. Crime rates in the shelter have skyrocketed, and the cries of women can be heard every day. I've had enough of this place. We've heard there are 3 fully armed mechs in the armory, and we've decided to steal them and fight our way back to land. Wish me luck. November 7th, 2012. The mutated burrowing worms have taken over the shelter, and I've successfully stolen an armed mech. But this is no longer the world we know. This is the last page of the diary. Only this one page and the cover of the entire diary were stained with blood. It's not hard to deduce that the owner of the diary died after leaving this entry. He didn't say what he saw. However, according to his diary entries, the armored vehicles must have been quite powerful equipment. However, it was instantly killed the moment it appeared on the ground. This shows that the monsters in this world are far more powerful than armored vehicles. Zhang Chun finished flipping through the diary with a solemn expression. Indeed, zombies are at the very bottom of the food chain. I need to get stronger as soon as possible. If we can't even deal with these mutated zombies, then, 30 days later, what awaits them is utter annihilation. The walls that enclose the city? Where is Tengxiang Kingdom? Perhaps that place will become a sanctuary where one can live for a long time. Armed armor? Is there an air raid shelter under the playground of Tianyang University? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The diary just mentioned that the food in the air raid shelter was being consumed very quickly, and that soldiers were guarding it. In other words, there is not only food there, but also a large amount of military weapons. If we can get these things, our efficiency in killing zombies will definitely increase significantly. Perhaps these weapons are not very effective against mutated creatures. But right now, the key is to kill zombies and improve your own strength. The only problem now is, Zhang Chun couldn't determine where the entrance to the air raid shelter was. Moreover, the campus of Tianyang University is teeming with zombies. There are even more terrifying beings than the mutated Type 2 zombies. Rushing in to investigate is definitely not a wise choice. If only there were something that would allow Zhang Chun to safely survey the situation on the playground. I'm thinking about it. Suddenly, Zhao Siye sent another message. Are you asleep, Brother Chen? Not yet. Is there something you need? Here's the thing. Someone just wanted to trade a drone with a high-definition camera and a remote control for the longbow. I don't know if this will be useful to you, but I've never seen this in the exchange before. It's quite rare. I don't dare to make decisions on my own, so I came to ask you. Zhao Siye said obediently. Drones? This is a great product. It's like my wish came true. With this, Zhang Chun could see the distribution of zombies across the entire playground and make the most correct battle plan. Yes, I can use this. Zhang Chun replied. Okay, then I'll go and try to negotiate the price with him again. Zhao Siye sent an okay gesture. A short while later, she sent another message. We haggled with her for a long time, and it's clear this is her bottom line. I doubt she has many resources. Drone with HD camera 1, drone control console 1, energy core 3. Zhang Chun looked at the conditions and nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Siye's sales skills are indeed very strong. Energy cores are just as important to survivors as food and water. They managed to produce 3 of these. It seems they really went all out. Sure, I'll give you the precision longbow. Go and trade with her directly. Zhang Chun made 20 precision longbows in one go, and then took out 10 and gave them to Zhao Siya. This girl has a lot of energy. I don't go out during the day, so I can rest any time. But I can't do it myself. Every day's battles put a great strain on the body. You must get enough sleep to maintain good fighting ability. Just trade these 10 longbows directly with the buyer, and then come back to me after you've sold them. Zhang Chun said, You want me to deal directly with the buyer? Aren't you afraid I'll take your weapons for myself? Zhao Siya asked with a smile. Can you do it? Zhang Chun didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Of course I won't. Don't underestimate me. Zhao Siya said angrily. Yes, I believe you won't. You're so cunning. Okay, that's all for now. I'm going to rest now. Good night. Okay, sweet dreams, bye-bye. Zhang Chun found it slightly strange. Logically speaking, if I say good night to Zhao Siya, shouldn't she also say good night to me? It seems like she always says goodbye every night. What a strange woman. Chapter 44, A Bumper Harvest of Meat and Potatoes. The next day, Zhang Chun got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. After everything was settled, I opened the chat channel. At this moment, Zhao Siya had already sent him several trade invitations. The table was filled with various items. 10 bottles of purified water, 10 cup noodles, 25 energy cores, 1 skill. Sharpshooter, 1 skill. General driving skill, 1 skill. Steel mining, 1 skill. Basic mechanical enhancement. Skill, sharpshooter. After use, shooting accuracy is greatly increased. Skill, general driving technique. After using it, you can drive any moving vehicle after a little practice. This includes cars, motorcycles, airplanes, helicopters, ships, horseback riding, etc. Skill, steel extraction. Allows you to directly extract raw steel from metal buildings or materials. Skill, basic mechanical enhancement. This skill allows you to enhance and modify mechanical equipment by consuming steel. Hiss. I never expected to gain so much from just one night's sleep. Makes a fortune. Zhang Chun glanced at the time Zhao Siya initiated the transaction. The time varies from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. This indicates that she had been busy selling weapons to Zhang Chun during this period. Absolutely dedicated. Zhang Chun stored the skill, sharpshooter, in his storage space. I used all the other skills one by one. The marksman skill is currently of little use to Zhang Chun. The bow and arrow are automatically aimed. Guns are too loud and will easily attract zombies. Moreover, given Zhang Chun's current strength, his lethality is in no way inferior to that of a gun. Especially when dealing with crawling creatures, you have to destroy their spines to kill them completely. It's difficult to achieve the desired effect using only firearms and other weapons. Woof! Erpang is awake too. This little guy can really sleep. I've been sleeping since I got home yesterday. I slept for more than 10 hours. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Based on Zhang Chun's previous experience raising dogs, puppies are naturally sleepy and spend most of their days sleeping. Zhang Chun took out 2 mutated fertilizers and put them into the iron basin. Back when Erpang was a cub, he could easily eat a whole serving of mutated fertilizer. Now that you're older, you should eat more. Zhang Chun then went to the rooftop. The 5 sweet potatoes have grown lush and verdant. The display shows 59 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes until maturity. I poured the leftover accelerator fertilizer from yesterday onto these plants. In an instant, these sweet potatoes grew more than 20 centimeters taller. Yellow flowers bloomed in an instant, then withered just as quickly, and that was the end of it. Thick roots swelled up from the soil in chunks. The information next to it reads, Meat potato is cooked. Zhang Chun pulled up all 5 sweet potato plants and knocked the soil off their roots. Each sweet potato plant has 5-7 edible tubers. Each piece weighs more than 2 kilograms. This gave us nearly 30 pounds of food. The output is still very high. The plant called meat floss is quite unique. It's different from potatoes. It is not grown by sprouting from the rhizome, but by the seeds that form after flowering. One sweet potato can produce about 10 seeds. By planting them back and forth, Zhang Chun went from planting 5 sweet potatoes to planting 50 sweet potato plants. Production has increased tenfold. This is so awesome. If this continues, We'll never have to worry about food again. Only, the rooftop space is limited, with only a dozen or so flower pots. There's simply not enough space to grow that many sweet potatoes. Zhang Chun stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Building number 8 is located on a small island. There are plenty of lawns and open spaces around. Just plant it outside. Zhang Chun stored the sweet potatoes and seeds in his storage space and quickly ran downstairs. Erpang had finished eating by then. It wagged its tail and followed Zhang Chun around happily. Build a basic fence. This is the skill Zhang Chun acquired. Before long, rows of chest-high wooden walls appeared on the ground. They quickly circled the island. Then a large door was opened directly opposite Building 8. This door is so simple it couldn't be simpler. It's just an ordinary wooden door. There isn't even a rain shelter on it. Well, for a basic fence, it's already pretty good that it's done this well. The main purpose is not to defend against survivors or zombie invasions. It was to let the other survivors know that this place belongs to someone. Don't mess with what you've planted. The fence is up and done, but now we need someone to protect these crops. Otherwise, if Zhang Chun leaves, these sweet potatoes will be dug up by other survivors, which would be a loss. There is currently only one person and one pet. Zhang Chun definitely won't stay here to guard. So all that's left is... Zhang Chun looked at Erpang and smiled slightly. Wolves have a strong sense of territory. It's perfect for guarding the house. Anyway, Zhang Chun's main task today is reconnaissance, not combat. It's not too late to set off for battle with Erpang after these potatoes have ripened by tomorrow. Erpang, I'm giving you a task, Zhang Chun said. Erpang tilted his head and looked at Zhang Chun, his face full of confusion. That expression seemed to say, shouldn't you be taking me out to play? You're in charge of keeping an eye on these meat fries. Don't let anyone else get close. Did you understand? Zhang Chun gestured at the meat floss for a while, then patted Erpang on the shoulder. Woof! Erpang looked completely bewildered. It can understand simple combat orders. As for protecting things, it's too complicated to explain. You stay home. I go out, understand? Zhang Chun tried to express himself again. Now Erpang seemed to understand a little. It lay on the ground, sticking out its tongue, looking at Zhang Chun with a silly expression. Very good, then that's settled. Zhang Chun applied accelerator fertilizer to all 50 sweet potato seedlings that had been planted. The demand for fertilizer is relatively large this time. We used 3 large bags of fertilizer. Finally, Zhang Chun took Erpang's food bowl down and stuffed it with 4 portions of mutated fertilizer. This is the little guy's food for a day. Everything is settled. Only then did Zhang Chun feel relieved and walk out. After walking more than 10 meters, he looked back once more. Erpang sat obediently at the doorway, looking at Zhang Chun with some reluctance. However, it was well aware of its duty and simply watched Zhang Chun leave without following him. They remained silent the entire way. Zhang Chun once again arrived near Tianyang University. With a light leap, he climbed back onto the roof of the bus. From this position, even if a few stray zombies managed to get past, they wouldn't pose an immediate threat to Zhang Chun. This allows Zhang Chun to focus entirely on using drones for reconnaissance. Start the drone. Chapter 45 Truck Rampage. Buzz buzz. The drone's propellers began to spin rapidly, making a sound similar to the flapping of wings of a flying insect. Buzz buzz. Zhang Chun quickly familiarized himself with the drone's reaction speed and operation. The drone flew haphazardly in the air for a while. Suddenly, it steadied itself and flew quickly toward Tianyang University. Zhang Chun was clearly observing the situation below on the console screen. The zombies here are just as numerous as yesterday, showing no signs of decreasing. Moreover, the zombies were all concentrated in open areas such as passageways, playgrounds, and small parks. On the contrary, places like teaching buildings and dormitories are almost devoid of zombies. It seems the diary entries are authentic. The zombie virus outbreak occurred during summer vacation, so there weren't many people in the building. Most of the zombies on the ground are civilians who broke through the defenses and soldiers who were on the front lines. Along the way, countless zombies were attracted by the sound of the drone flying. He tilted his head back, raised his pale hands, and screamed. Even through the screen, Zhang Chun could almost feel the stench emanating from the horde of corpses. Giggle giggle. A crawler leaped lightly, and landed above the throng of corpses. The limbs stomped on the zombie's shoulders and head. He stared at the drone in midair with a strange expression. What a disgusting guy. Zhang Chen gently pushed the control stick, and the drone quickly flew forward. It circled above the playground for a while, and soon found the entrance to the air raid shelter. It was right below the flagpole. The gate there was kicked open. A 4-meter-tall armored vehicle leaned precariously against the edge of the drill platform. The tempered glass in the control room was completely shattered. There was still a lot of blood on the ground. This is armored vehicle? Zhang Chen controlled the drone to slowly move closer to the armored vehicle. The armor has 4 arms. The 2 mechanical arms on top firmly gripped a 2-meter-long thermal weapon. Below are 2 mechanical arms. One of them has been modified into an alloy battle sword. On his other arm was a heavy shield. The armored shoulder area also has miniature missile launchers. It has rocket boosters on its back, so it looks like it can fly short distances. Such a behemoth is simply a weapon of war. Perhaps it is too vulnerable to be defeated by those unsuppressed mutated creatures. But at least against these zombies, they are absolutely overwhelming. If we could get our hands on this big guy, we wouldn't be afraid of any zombie horde. Zhang Chen squinted as he spoke. Mecha is a man's romance. Although this is armor, it is far from reaching the level of a mecha. However, this kind of thing is far beyond the reach of Earth's technology. Who wouldn't want to wield such a behemoth and crush a horde of zombies with abandon? Just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly excited. Zhang Chen controlled the drone to fly in another direction on campus for a while. Soon, he was drawn to a glittering golden supply box. Level 3 supply crate. The supply box was as big as a minivan. There were dozens of crawling creatures and venomous insect breeders around. It seems that the higher the level of the resource box, the more attractive it is to these mutated zombies. It's like a meeting of mutated zombies. Roar, huh? Zhang Chen felt a strong gust of air rushing towards him, causing the drone to vibrate involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, a giant zombie more than 4 meters tall appeared in the drone's view. This guy is the monster Zhang Chen saw before. Previously, judging height from a distance was not accurate enough. Only when you get closer do you realize that it is actually taller and stronger than you expected. It retains a human appearance, with dark gray skin all over its body. It had no hair, and its entire body was covered in bulging muscles and veins. The most fatal thing is, because this monster is so huge, so there were no clothes that could fit into it. He's completely letting loose right now, especially the lower body. Zhang Chen was so embarrassed he almost got cancer. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Just one glance is enough to inflict 10,000 points of mental damage. Mutant Type 3 Zombie, Giant Tank, possesses immense strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience. Roar. The giant tank roared, its massive body leaping high into the air and slamming its 5 fingers together. The drone was instantly shattered by the camera. Parts were scattered all over the ground. The camera also fell down. In the instant the signal was lost, a scene of a security room was captured. Then, countless snowflakes appeared on the console screen. Sure enough, there's a security guard room on the other side of the school. Based on what Zhao Xie said, she could see the crawlers and the status of the level 3 supply crates, so we can deduce. She's very likely in that security room. Zhang Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Xie's location. The most urgent task now is to obtain an armed mech, then eliminate the zombie horde and mutated monsters, and successfully get the level 3 supply crate. He took out the Tianyang University campus map, and then reconstructed the distribution of zombies based on the drone's previous reconnaissance. There are at least several thousand zombies here, and possibly more. If we were to lure them out and kill them one by one using sound, it would probably take several days. It's been too long. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. The level 3 resource box was clearly visible and gleaming gold. I wonder how many survivors are eyeing it. We must finish this quickly. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I've got an idea. Zhang Chen jumped off the bus and then pushed all the cars on the road aside one by one. With his current strength, pushing a car weighing over a ton is like an ordinary person lifting a water dispenser bucket. It's a little tiring, but not difficult. After clearing this road, Zhang Chun continued clearing the road that he had turned onto. A width sufficient for 2 rows of cars to pass through is left in the middle of the road. Everything is ready. Zhang Chun retrieved a heavy truck from the storage space. Get on the bus. Boom. In the past, when driving heavy trucks, Zhang Chun would simply rush straight ahead, then clumsily turn around and rush back. Having mastered driving, Zhang Chun grasped the steering wheel the moment he did so. A sense of confidence welled up within me. It's as if I've been driving this car for many years. Start. Charge. With the roar of the engine, the heavy truck accelerated to 60 miles per hour in an instant. Then, turned directly at this high speed. The rear compartment traced an arc like a pendulum. It left a long trail on the ground. Cool. Chapter 46. Fighting his way out, shocking the entire audience. Everyone else is racing sports cars. What's so difficult about that? Driving a heavy truck is what makes a real man. At this moment, Zhang Chun's crazy actions were once again captured by the other survivors. This heavy truck left a very deep impression on the survivors. Holy crap, everyone look. The zombie meat grinder is back. Wow, the heavy truck is here to harvest zombies again. The upgrade speed is amazing. It's so satisfying to watch. Huh? Why have all the cars on the road moved to the sides? Could someone be moving cars? Move a car? Huh, are you serious? A regular car weighs around 1.6 tons. If you can lift that, you're good to win an Olympic gold medal. Excuse me, the Olympic record is 183 kilograms. Even if it were 200 kilograms, it would still be much lighter than a car. By the way, where is the boss going to kill zombies this time? I saw that all the zombies around him have been wiped out. Holy crap, they've turned zombies into rare animals? That's ruthless. There are still more than a dozen zombies downstairs in my building. Please help me clear them out. Stop joking, your dozen or so zombies are no match for the experts. They kill zombies in the hundreds. Wow, I think this heavy truck is heading towards Tianyang University. The genius is going to Tianyang University. In an instant, the comment section exploded again. What's wrong? What's going on? Is there a problem with Tianyang University? Some survivors who were farther away and unaware of the truth asked. I'll take a picture, and you can see for yourselves. Soon, photos of crowded scenes were sent over. There are also various mutated zombies on it. It was utter chaos. Holy crap, is this some kind of zombie festival? There are way too many of them. It gave me goosebumps all over. After seeing all the zombies here, I suddenly feel that the dozen or so zombies downstairs are nothing at all. Am I getting cocky? With such a dense concentration of zombies, even a heavy truck probably couldn't handle it. I think this guy's really messed up this time. If the heavy truck gets stuck in the horde of zombies, he's definitely going to die. Exactly. Can't we just drive somewhere else? There are zombies everywhere. Why do we have to go to Tianyang University? What a waste of all these resources. If he dies in the zombie horde, I won't even have a chance to collect them. The survivors near Tianyang University immediately turned on the live video stream and watched as the heavy truck sped faster and faster, rushing towards the south gate of Tianyang University like lightning. It's going to crash. It's going to crash. At this moment, the survivors in the chat channel also became increasingly nervous as the heavy truck got closer and closer to Tianyang University. Boom! A loud bang. The iron railing wall was crushed under the wheels of the car like a rag doll. Then came thousands of zombies. The heavy truck, battered and bruised, carved a bloody path through the horde of zombies. Holy crap, that's what you'd expect from a heavy truck. The impact force is incredible. This is practically a blockbuster movie with amazing special effects. It's so exciting. It looks like a game I used to play where you drive and crash into zombies. But today's situation is clearly different from yesterday's. This person reminded me. Only then did everyone notice. Yesterday, when the heavy truck was crushing the zombies, it drove off in one go, turned around, and then drove back. Because the heavy truck was fast, the zombies couldn't catch up. Therefore, heavy trucks have time to turn around and adjust. But this time it's clearly different. The heavy truck had just smashed through the zombies, carving a bloody path. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by the horde of zombies sweeping in from all directions. Faced with an overwhelming numerical advantage, the damage from knocking away dozens of zombies is negligible. Boom rumble. A plume of black smoke was billowing from the exhaust pipe of the heavy truck. Then, its massive body unleashed an unstoppable momentum. Stubbornly, he rushed into the campus. Aren't you going to turn around? There are already nearly 1,000 zombies at the school gate. Isn't that enough? It seems to be heading towards the playground. Holy crap, the playground? There aren't just ordinary zombies there. There are monsters too. I told you the heavy truck was going to commit suicide. Now everyone agrees. Everyone fell silent, wondering what the truck driver was thinking, watching the heavy truck get more and more surrounded by zombies. However, the heavy truck showed no sign of slowing down and continued to operate at full power, roaring as they charged forward. Zhang Chen sat there, watching the zombies being knocked away from the car windows one by one. He slid the windshield wipers without any expression. They wiped away all the bits of flesh and blood stuck to the windshield. We're here. We're almost here. The heavy truck rammed into the side of the armed mech, and then suddenly drifted. The drifting of a heavy truck has an extraordinary force. If Zhang Chen hadn't mastered driving skills, taking such a step rashly will inevitably cause the car to tip over. Squeak. A sudden screech of brakes. Then, the truck bed suddenly spun half a circle around the cab. Uft. Bang. Dozens of zombies had their skulls shattered instantly by the enormous impact. They were all sent flying high into the air, then collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp. At the same time, a temporary zombie vacuum zone was created near the car door. Now, Zhang Chen suddenly pushed open the car door and quickly reached out to touch the armored mech. In an instant, the massive armed mech just vanished into thin air. Really, Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Armored mechs have also been classified as vehicles. Previously, the only vehicle in the storage space was a heavy truck. Now that heavy trucks are available, the vehicle slots are empty. It's just the right size to fit all the armored vehicles. Mission accomplished, retreat. Zhang Chen collected the armed mechs in the blink of an eye. Only then does the body begin to fall due to gravity. The moment his left foot touched the ground, he suddenly exerted force again. Zhang Chen suddenly sprang back into the driver's seat. I just closed the car door. Countless pale, cold hands immediately slammed onto the body of the heavy truck. Retreat. Zhang Chen floored the accelerator, and the heavy truck traced an arc across the playground. Then they drove off in a whirlwind. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire chat channel was silent for a full 3 or 4 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. What just happened? Am I seeing things? I saw an energy wave shoot out from that man's hand, piercing right through the mutated zombie. Holy crap, a Kamehameha? This thing actually exists in this world. That's outrageous. One slash, and he's a mutated zombie, and his hand can even emit energy waves. We could only run away when we saw mutated zombies, but they took them out like they were vegetables. What level is this guy at? Has he already become an awakened one? Damn it. It's only been 4 days. Everyone started on the same footing. This guy jumped the gun. Without a doubt, this man is absolutely the strongest survivor in the world, bar none. I suddenly realized this guy is so cool in battle. Hey, I need a powerful patron. Are you building a camp? I want to sign up. Chapter 47: The Crawler's Sneak Attack. The survivors in the chat channel couldn't see the location of the armed mechs because of the angle. They only saw Zhang Chen drive his car into the playground, and then their view was blocked by the buildings. When the heavy truck reappeared, it was covered in bloodstains. One of the car tires also blew out. 2 crawlers seized the opportunity to climb onto the heavy truck and frantically clawed at the top of the cargo bed. It emitted a series of metallic scraping sounds. Holy crap, they managed to fight their way out of this situation. That's amazing. But the situation is not optimistic. See those 2 monsters on the carriage? Our team encountered them before, and they almost wiped us out. Indeed, this monster is called the Crawler, and its claws are sharper than metal. It's definitely not to be trifled with. One was already difficult to handle, and now there are 2. Even if the heavy truck manages to break through the zombie horde, it's all for nothing if it can't shake off these 2 monsters. Even the most skilled human can't handle these monsters. This driver is doomed. What? Someone has already reached the limit of human potential? That's leveling up way too fast. Eating energy cores like food every day. It is estimated that there are no more than 10 survivors in our area who have reached the limits of human endurance. Holy crap! Why am I a weak survivor? What the hell is this? I think I'm already very strong by reaching the level of exceptional strength. After all, it's only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Amidst the various opinions, the heavy truck has already broken out of Tianyang University. Thousands of zombies followed behind him. The heavy truck accelerated, made several turns, and shook off the ordinary zombies behind it. But the crawler's claws dug deep into the metal of the cargo box. No matter how much the heavy truck swings, they won't fall off. The heavy truck sped along the road that Zhang Chun had previously cleared. But soon, the road came to an end. Further ahead, the road was blocked by wrecked cars. A few dozen zombies were still wandering around in the distance. I'll settle things with you right here. Zhang Chun gently applied the brakes, bringing the heavy truck to a slow stop. The heavy truck has stopped? It's probably in dire straits. The survivors in the channel continued their discussion. Some of the more timid girls began to cover their eyes, afraid of seeing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Survivors at the limits of human physical strength cannot last a minute in a fight against crawling individuals. Besides, we're facing two at the same time now. The truck driver is doomed. Many survivors felt sorry for Zhang Chun. Another group of people were just watching the spectacle, and also wanted to use Zhang Chun's battle to test how strong the crawlers were. That way, we'll have a comparison to make when we fight in the future. Even worse, some have started secretly recording the locations of shops and road signs where heavy trucks are located. Once Zhang Chun dies, he can secretly go and retrieve the body. At least one heavy truck is doomed, plus a considerable number of energy crystals. This is a huge fortune. Everyone watched the live stream with their own ulterior motives. Immediately afterwards, the door of the heavy truck opened. A tall, handsome man lightly jumped from the car to the ground. Because of the distance, only the outline of the face could be seen. You can only get a general idea of a person's facial features. But that confidence and composure could be felt from a great distance. Does this guy not know there are two monsters on the train carriage? It's possible. He was in the driver's seat and might not have noticed. Otherwise, most people would have gotten out and run away long ago. Why would he be so leisurely? My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of my chest. Seeing this scene felt a little cruel. The main problem is that I can't see his face clearly, so I don't know who he is. I can't even send him a private message to remind him. Hopefully, he gave us some insight into the crawler's fighting style before he died. That would be a great contribution of his. To these survivors, Zhang Chun was already a dead man. Giggle giggle. The crawling creature slowly walked to the edge of the cargo container, looked down at Zhang Chun with a strange smile. At the same time, another crawler jumped off the other side of the truck. He crawled under the car, prepared to launch a sneak attack on Zhang Chun from below. Holy crap, these guys even know tactics? These aren't ordinary zombies. You've already seen the mutated zombies. Why aren't you running? Are you so scared that your legs are too weak to run? Watch out down there. Ugh, he won't hear me even if I tell him. He's definitely going to die this time. Zhang Chun looked at the person crawling on the roof of the car and smiled slightly. Just as the other person was about to jump down, Zhang Chun was even faster, and suddenly he was in front of the crawling man. A flash of cold light appeared on the Tang's sword. This all-out strike landed squarely on the back of the crawling man. The crawling man didn't even understand what was happening before his body was cut in two. It fell to the ground, dripping with blood. At this moment, another crawling creature launched an attack on Zhang Chun from behind, sliding down the ground. Boom. Bang. A flash of blue light. The crawling person below had a large hole punched through their body. His spine was pierced by the focused energy attack. At this moment, Zhang Chun used the force of the recoil too. It gently floated down onto the top of the cargo container. Not a single drop of blood was on his clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Zhang Chun gently raised his right hand, collecting two crawling creatures and obtaining Energy Crystal Core, 100 plus 20, Acceleration Fertilizer, 10, Sharp Claws, 4, Tough Leather, 5, Evolver's Blood, 2. Upgrade Progress, 642/802. Ding. The crafting materials for the tough basic energy armor are complete. Do you wish to craft it immediately? Make it now. You have lost 200 energy crystal cores, 20 tough leather, and 500 clean cloth. Congratulations on obtaining the resilient basic energy armor. Suddenly, a bracelet appeared on Zhang Chen's left wrist. Mysterious symbols appeared on it. This is the energy armor. Zhang Chen raised his hand and looked at the bracelet. Does that mean it will be triggered when there is danger? Give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen turned his head and looked at a tall building with more than 10 floors next to him. According to the instructions on the armor, it can provide immunity to fall damage within a height range of 50 meters. If we calculate based on a total of 3 meters, 50 meters is equivalent to the height of a 17-story building. The building next door is 15 stories high, which is right within the immunization zone. And Zhang Chun had also prepared for the worst. Based on my current strength, even if you jump from the 15th floor, you won't die? At most, it'll just be a sprained ankle or something. After all, my physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, so dealing with this kind of injury shouldn't be a problem. In addition, with its powerful self-healing ability, it can recover very quickly. We arrived at the rooftop very quickly. Chapter 48 Survivors in Japan. Having made up his mind, Zhang Chun immediately darted to the building next door. I stepped onto the second-floor awning in no time. Then, gripped the balcony railing with both hands and gently exert force. My whole body floated up 2 or 3 meters. This time, there was no running start. It was all achieved through skill, the effect of expert-level climbing. Zhang Chun is like a gecko. They climbed and walked on the stairs with ease. It's time to test the power of the energy armor. Without a second thought, Zhang Chun walked straight to the edge of the rooftop and leaned forward. He fell straight down. Bang! Falling from the height of a 15-story building takes only 2 or 3 seconds. The instant Zhang Chun's feet touched the ground, the bracelet emitted a faint glow. At the same time, Zhang Chun was completely enveloped in brown armor. Zhang Chun felt that there should have been a strong recoil force where he landed. They all disappeared, although it still felt heavy when I landed. But I felt incredibly relaxed all over, completely unharmed. So it really does trigger the moment danger is encountered. This armor's reaction speed is even faster than a human's. Zhang Chun looked at the heavily armed armor and nodded in satisfaction. A few more minutes passed. The armor then slowly disappeared. It's back to being a bracelet on my left wrist. All of this took place at the back of the building. This conveniently avoided the sight of the other survivors. Then, Zhang Chun took the armed mech out of the storage space. The slightly damaged armored mechs can be repaired by consuming steel. The notification popped up again. Zhang Chun has just acquired the basic mechanical enhancement and modification ability. It can repair minor mechanical faults and strengthen machinery. Let's practice with the armed mechs first. I acquired a lot of steel from my previous transaction with Zheng Hao, and now it's finally put to good use. Ding! You have lost 20 steel, and the armored mech has been repaired. Ding! Armed mech cannot be upgraded at the moment. You need a higher level of mechanical enhancement and modification skill. Zhang Chun scratched his head. 2. Armored mechs are such high-tech devices that they can't be modified casually. The overall balance, combat capabilities, and mobility of the mech have been rigorously designed. Try it out for yourself. Zhang Chun couldn't wait. They boarded the armored vehicle. This is a cockpit similar to that of a car. There are 3 pedals under your foot: accelerator, brake, and jump pedal. The right foot is responsible for the accelerator and brake, while the left foot is responsible for jumping. It feels similar to a manual transmission car. The difference is that the mechs don't have steering wheels. There is a control lever that can be rotated flexibly at the position of the arms. By simply twisting the body, the armor can turn around and change its direction of travel. It has the added advantage of being a skilled driver. Although it was Zhang Chen's first time piloting a mecha, but she quickly became proficient at it. The mech sped across the ground, leaping 5 or 6 meters high with a single bound. Press the thruster switch in midair. The mech can hover directly in midair and can even perform operations such as stopping, turning, and accelerating in midair. Zhang Chun piloted the mecha at high speed for a while. He easily trampled the zombies that had been attracted by the sound into a pulp. The zombie's teeth and claws were like scratching an itch through a boot in front of this steel giant. Zhang Chen kicked out casually. He kicked a zombie several meters away like a football. My body folded in half when I landed. Creak. My spine is broken, and I can't even crawl. Awesome. So awesome. But just being able to move and jump isn't enough. You also need to know how to operate weapons and understand the various data on the control panel. It took Zhang Chen an entire afternoon to figure out all the data charts and how the weapons and equipment were used. Moreover, the control of the armored vehicle allows for free switching between close-range and long-range combat. Call. Although it's just a simple operation, the amount of exercise involved is incredible. It felt like I had been fighting all afternoon. As dusk approached, Zhang Chen put the armed mech into his storage space. He wiped his sweat and walked around the building from the side. We arrived next to the heavy truck. Suddenly, he heard voices coming from the other side of the truck. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed exceptionally clear on this quiet street. Is this neon language? Although Zhang Chen didn't understand Japanese, the language had certain distinctive pronunciation characteristics. I can't understand the words, but I can still tell what they mean. Zhang Chen quietly went around behind the heavy truck and peeked out. 3 thin men and 1 woman were pointing at the heavy truck. There were even people who stepped on the tires of the heavy truck and tried to pull the driver's side door open. The truck keys were in Zhang Chen's hands. How could they possibly separate? After several unsuccessful attempts, they started discussing it amongst themselves again. They're definitely up to no good. At this point, one of the men pointed out the car window and spoke for a while. Then he picked up a large rock from the roadside. Judging from the looks of it, it seems like they're going to break the car window and get inside. Hey, this is my car, get out of here. Zhang Chen gently patted the cargo box and stepped out from behind the vehicle. He had just used the Eye of Insight skill to determine the strength level of these individuals. All 3 men were exceptionally strong, while the woman was of average strength. In front of Zhang Chen, this level of ability is simply like an ant. A Thanawa system? Southern region with Deska. One of the men shouted at Zhang Chen. At the same time, several people drew long samurai swords from their waists. I don't understand. Speak like a human. Zhang Chen said impatiently. European continent dry ball lonely ban, Sydney 1 Tarashimi da. A Japanese man roared and charged forward, brandishing a katana. Now there's no need to understand what the other person is saying. This action clearly shows that he's coming to get himself killed. Zhang Chen sneered. Although you don't need to use weapons to deal with enemies of this level. But in the apocalypse, survival is paramount. Being utterly cowardly is the best policy. Every battle must be fought with utmost care, because if you are careless even once, you will surely lose your life. He immediately drew his riot shield and sharpened Tang's sword, and flashed away. Whoosh. Swish. Zhang Chen passed by the 3 of them in an instant, like a ghost. Shikishio, he's so depressed and repressed. After squeezing out the last sound from their throats, the 3 Japanese men instantly coughed up blood. His body was neatly cut in 2. They watched in horror as their upper and lower bodies slowly separated and fell to the ground. He died with that terrified expression on his face. Chapter 49. A plan to turn the tide. Even a creature with a hard shell like a crawler could be split in 2 by Zhang Chen. Let alone these ordinary people. Even with extraordinary strength, they are still only at the human level. Please, please don't kill me. The only remaining woman, a baby-faced neon woman, turned pale with fright at the sight before her. He pleaded in Mandarin, his voice trembling slightly. You can speak Mandarin? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes, I'm a Japanese exchange student. My name is Minako. My Chinese name is Li Shui. Actually, I'm not familiar with these 3 people. I just met them on the way. They said they couldn't understand the chat channel content in this area, so they asked me to translate. Actually, I really like China, and I like the people of China. They tried to forcibly take me to the Japanese area, but I didn't want to go. Please believe me. I am not on the same side as those 3. Minako pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. A region in Japan? What does that mean? Zhang Chen keenly gleaned important information from Minako's words. That's right. The chat in this area is currently dominated by people from China, which means that the surrounding area is also full of people from China. But according to those three men, they came from the other side of the river. The people over there speak Japanese, so they assume this area is the same. I didn't expect there to be a language barrier. Minako remained silent, answering Zhang Chen's questions without reservation. Why did they come from the other side of the river? Zhang Chen asked again. They didn't tell me. But I overheard their conversation. It seems like the other side of the river is all residential area, and there aren't many supplies available for hiding. Some of them looked at a map of Tianyang City and discovered that the commercial center is on this side of the river. They thought there would be more food and hiding places here, so they came to scout ahead. I'm telling the truth. Please let me go, Minako said with pleading eyes. I can let you go, but hand over your valuables, and you can leave. Zhang Chen said calmly. I really don't have anything. Minako looked completely innocent. It's all right. I can still get the things in your storage ring even if I kill you. I'll find out whether you're telling the truth or not then, Zhang Chen said with a cold face. No. Upon hearing that Zhang Chen was going to kill her, Minako immediately panicked. He hurriedly took things out of his storage ring. While taking out his hands, he said, Please don't kill me. You can have everything I have. This is all I have, please accept it. Zhang Chen looked down at the items on the ground. Sailor Suit 1, Cute Cat Ear Girl Cosplay Outfit 1, Frying Pan 1, Unknown Vibrating Ball 1, Unknown Columnar Object 1, Instant Noodles, Cup 3, Carbonated Drink 5, Energy Crystal Core 1, Mutant Fertilizer 5. That's it. Zhang Chen's face was full of black lines. This woman must be mentally challenged. Why would you collect a bunch of clothes when it's the apocalypse? Who am I wearing this for? In addition, this system is so unintelligent. There are still unidentified items. What unknown vibrating spheres, and what unknown cylindrical objects? It can't even recognize this. I noticed it all, okay. Zhang Chen reached out and put away 3 cups of instant noodles, 5 carbonated drinks, and 1 energy crystal. I'll take these 3 items. You can take the rest. You can leave now. Minako looked troubled. Without food and water, how are we supposed to survive? But seeing the Tang sword still dripping blood in Zhang Chen's hand, she dared not utter a word. After storing the remaining items in her storage space, she quickly bowed to Zhang Chen a few more times before running away without looking back. Zhang Chen turned around and placed his hands on the 3 Japanese corpses on the ground. Collection. Ding. Congratulations. You have won. Energy Crystal Core, 125 plus 25. Mutated Fertilizer, 890. Clean Cloth, 432. Sharp Samurai Sword, 3. Unknown Vibrating Object, 3. Red Candle, 35. Sturdy Rope, 7. Bucket Instant Noodles, 35. Bottled Sake, 24. Indecent Video, 32. Storage Ring Fragment, 73. After collecting the resources, Zhang Chen did not immediately drive away. Instead, they quietly chased after Minako in the direction she had fled. The reason Zhang Chen let her go before was not because he was soft-hearted. Instead, they deliberately let her go to see if she was telling the truth. Humans are capable of lying. Liars are everywhere in peacetime. Moreover, this is the end times when everyone is in danger. To easily believe what others say is to be mentally challenged. No matter how sincere Minako seemed, Zhang Chen didn't believe her at all. Zhang Chen had, after all, already entered the stage of an awakened one. Compared to Minako, who is just an ordinary person, their strength is not even in the same league. Zhang Chen could easily sense Minako's heavy breathing and light footsteps. But Minako had no idea that Zhang Chen was following her just a few dozen meters away. Minako ran 300 or 400 meters in one breath, then looked back. After confirming that Zhang Chen was not chasing after them, they rested for a while under a lamppost by the roadside. A moment later, her expression suddenly froze. There was a pause of about 10 seconds. Zhang Chen knew that during the time she had been expressionless, she was contacting people through a chat interface. Because the system interface appears out of thin air on the retina. Therefore, when a person focuses their attention on the interface on their retina, they appear to be dazed or blank from the perspective of others. Minako rested for a while longer. His entire expression changed instantly. Minako was previously filled with fear and anxiety, like a frightened fawn. His expression changed instantly, becoming calm and composed. His eyes were full of cunning and arrogance. This woman is definitely suspicious. That was all an act. Minako waited by the roadside for a while. 10 minutes later, an SUV sped up. There was a zombie lying on the hood of the car. Because the car was going too fast, the inertia pressed the zombie firmly against the hood of the car. Squeak. The SUV had just stopped. The zombie flew away. At the same time, 2 Japanese men got out of the car, dressed very similarly to the 3 men from before. One of them picked Minako up and put her in the car. Another person got out of the car and cleanly pierced the zombie's head with a samurai sword. Then he reached out his hand. The zombie's body vanished instantly. Zhang Chen knew that it had been collected and recycled. Chapter 50: The Japanese Conspiracy. 3 people got in the car and turned around. We drove all the way north. Their stronghold is in the north. Zhang Chen unleashed his full potential, sprinting at top speed, and kept up far behind. In terms of explosive power, Zhang Chen is definitely a little faster than the off-road vehicle at the start. However, when it comes to endurance, off-road vehicles are definitely stronger. Fortunately, there were many zombie remains on the road, as well as scattered cars blocking the way. The routes accessible to cars are winding and difficult to navigate. Therefore, the speed of the off-road vehicle is not fast. We traveled approximately 2 kilometers. The SUV was parked beside a small road. There was a lot of blood on the ground nearby, but no zombies. This means it has already been cleaned up. 2 Japanese men led Minako out of the car. 4 neon-lit youths, 2 men and 2 women, immediately emerged from the alley. They were all short. The women were about 1.5 meters tall. The man was only a little over 1.6 meters tall. The group started chatting away as soon as they met. Zhang Chen couldn't understand a word, so he could only hide in the shadows and observe silently. Minako, you're back. Where are Ono and the others? The man with the mustache asked. We encountered the Chinese, and Ono and the others were all killed in battle. Luckily, I was quick-witted and escaped a disaster. Minako said with a serious expression. What? Ono and the other 2 are all dead. How many people are on the other side? With Ono and his men's strength, even if they can't win, they should be able to break through. The man with the mustache looked utterly astonished. There's only 1 person on the other end. Moreover, Ono and the others were killed in an instant. Minako's face was so dark it looked like it was about to burst into tears. What? 3 people were killed by 1 person? Or just a fleeting moment? How is this possible? Even mutated zombies couldn't do that. The man with the mustache was somewhat skeptical. Believe it or not, I saw it with my own eyes. If I hadn't given an Oscar-worthy performance, I probably would have died there. Minako said, word by word. An Oscar-worthy performance? When the man with the mustache heard this, he gave Minako a meaningful look from head to toe. What are you thinking, you idiot? It's not what you think. Never mind. Anyway, now that we've avoided that horrible guy, let's move on with our plan. Minako also got used to the mustache's attitude. These men can't live without women. All I can think about every day is that same thing. The group walked deeper into the alley. There were also 2 neon-speaking men inside. Armed with riot forks, they pinned 2 zombies firmly against the wall. The 2 zombies let out low growls. He desperately tried to grab the person in front of him with both hands. However, the steel fork got stuck at their waist, making it impossible for them to move. Are you ready? The man with the mustache asked Minako. Okay, just a moment. Minako reached out and messed up her hair a little. He unbuttoned a few more buttons on his shirt. It creates a sense of desperation and panic. Then I took out a frying pan and weighed it in my hand. Then he said, ready. Then, you run 20 meters first, and we'll release the zombies. Remember, run fast. And whatever you do, don't look back. Turn right after you exit the alley, and be sure to speak Mandarin. The man with the mustache repeatedly gave instructions. Okay, this isn't the first time this has happened. He's so nagging. He always puts people in danger. Don't you understand the meaning of cherishing a beautiful woman? Minako impatiently interrupted the man with the mustache. There's nothing I can do. You're so beautiful. No man can refuse a vulnerable woman's plea for help. The man with the mustache laughed and slapped Minako hard on the lower back. Let's go. Minako chuckled, then composed herself and quickly ran out. Help! Is anyone there? Help me. After running about 20 or 30 meters, he suddenly shouted for help in Longman language. Her voice was high-pitched and very penetrating. It immediately drew the attention of the two zombies. Seeing that the time was right, the Japanese man wielding a riot fork quickly and slowly used the fork to drive the zombie away from the wall. Then he quickly ran to the side and hid. Two zombies, attracted by Minako, charged towards her with strange cries. However, they are not fast. It looks like there are injuries on their feet. This was a pre-arranged trap. Although Zhang Chen couldn't understand what these Japanese people were saying. However, it can be seen clearly from the building next door. I understand the general idea. Isn't this just a honey trap? You can tell just by listening to the Mandarin spoken by Minako. These Japanese are up to no good again, plotting to take advantage of the Chinese. He continued to look in the direction Minako had fled. There's a large supermarket over there. There were 7 or 8 survivors at the entrance of the supermarket, 4 of whom were on guard with longbows. The others were counting the supplies they had brought out of the supermarket. The person in the lead was Zheng Hao. He had previously mentioned in the chat channel that he wanted to attack a large supermarket. So this is what they were talking about. Help! Help! Someone please save me. Minako stumbled and ran towards Zheng Hao. I must say, her acting skills are truly excellent. When Zhang Chen followed her during the 400-meter race, she was at the level of a professional athlete. Running this many meters feels like I'm about to die. Well. 2 zombies chased after him, howling strangely. Help! Zheng Hao shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 arrows struck the foreheads of the 2 zombies with pinpoint accuracy. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Thank you for saving me. Minako looked like a frightened deer, curled up on the ground and trembling. Zhang Chen had witnessed this scene just half an hour earlier. This is fucking. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Are you alright? Zheng Hao asked with concern. His group of survivors consisted of far more men than women. He was very eager to increase the number of female survivors. Only with such a balanced number of men and women can major problems be avoided. I'm fine. But, please, kind person. My 2 younger sisters are still trapped in that alley. We just saw you coming and wanted to ask for your help. As a result, I accidentally startled the zombies in the alley on the way. We don't have suitable weapons. We can't defeat them. Please save my 2 younger sisters. Minako said, her face streaked with tears. You have 2 younger sisters? Zheng Hao's eyes lit up. Chapter 51 Hunter's Camp. Yes, they are only 16 years old, and like me, they are all studying dance. Please help save them. They're so young. Minako grabbed Zheng Hao's sleeve and deliberately rubbed her body against his leg. 16 years old? And she studies dance? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other male survivors also lit up. There are girls surviving together in the same camp. Maybe some sparks will fly. That would be such a pleasant thing. They now have a safe haven. After taking over this supermarket, we won't have to worry about food and drink for the time being. Now all we need is a woman. If there are women to liven up life, then this apocalypse isn't so scary. Several men simultaneously cast questioning glances at Zheng Hao. Several young people were even itching to try and rescue the people. Then, how many zombies are in the alley? Zheng Hao asked cautiously. Recruiting beautiful female members is certainly important. However, one should not risk one's life to save others. If there are too many zombies, he would rather watch them die than save them. They wouldn't risk their own lives to save strangers. He remained calm and collected on this point. Besides the 2 chasing me, there should be 4 or 5 other zombies inside. Minako said nervously. 4 or 5 zombies. A piece of cake, boss. Yeah, the 3 of us can easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. That's right. Let's leave a few people behind to continue counting the supplies. Once we've finished rescuing people and checked the supplies, it won't delay our return to camp. It's a win-win situation. Several young survivors began to strongly persuade Zheng Hao. After all, these people are in their adolescence. I have absolutely no resistance to the opposite sex, especially those who are somewhat attractive. Okay then. Zheng Hao comprehensively assessed the risk level. I don't think it's a big problem. Lu Feng, Ding Daqiang, you two come with me. The rest of you continue to inventory the supplies and remain on alert. Not only do we have to watch out for zombies, but also for other survivors who might come and plunder. Zheng Hao gave instructions. Don't worry, boss. The survivors we've met are all eager to join us. Besides, there are more of us who would dare to rob us. That would be insane. A young man said with a smile. Better safe than sorry. Don't let your guard down. It's the apocalypse now. Some people can't even get enough to eat, so they'll do anything. Zheng Hao warned in a serious tone. Okay, got it, boss. Don't worry. I guarantee the supplies will be intact when you come back. The young man smiled and nodded. Zheng Hao gave repeated instructions before leading the two survivors and carefully following Minako into the alley. They had no idea that what awaited them in the alley was a group of Japanese people wielding steel knives. Zhang Chun could see everything clearly from his vantage point. Although he had a so-so impression of Zheng Hao, he felt no obligation to help him. But for these Japanese people, I hate Zhang Chun to the core. The actions of these Japanese people have given Zhang Chun a reason to kill them all. Thinking about this, Zhang Chun quietly jumped off the roof. It landed without making a sound. Then he quickly rushed into the alley. On the other side, Minako nervously grabbed Zheng Hao's sleeve, just like a frightened little girl. She has a shapely figure. Although she's a bit short, she has everything she needs, especially those who walk with a swaying gait. The two young men behind him seemed a little distracted. We're almost there. They'll turn right at the intersection ahead of the alley. Big brother, please, you must save my sister. Minako said pitifully. Don't worry, if it's really as you say, with only 4 or 5 zombies, we can definitely rescue your sisters. Zheng Hao said. His eyes, however, were constantly and intently watching the surrounding movements. He felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. And this alley is a bit too quiet. It's eerily quiet. Thank you, big brother. I like you. After Minako finished speaking, she reached out and grasped Zheng Hao's cheeks with both hands. He stamped it with deep affection. This completely baffled Zheng Hao. Where had he ever seen such a proactive girl? And she was quite pretty too, with light makeup, a real beauty. The two young men behind them looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. I really wish I were Zheng Hao's character. At the same time, they also had some expectations, hoping that the two little girls would treat them the same way. I'm already dreaming about it. Suddenly, 7 Japanese people appeared from both the front and back. Everyone was holding a samurai sword. 3 people in front, 4 people behind. Sack, oral administration of Kujuku Kukin. The man with the mustache shouted. Huh? What's going on? Before Zheng Hao could react, a cold dagger was already pressed against his throat. Give up the resistance, or I'll slit your leader's throat. Minako produced a dagger from who knows where. He looked at the remaining 2 young men with a smug expression. What should we do? The 2 young men are quite capable fighters. However, their ability to adapt to changing circumstances is almost zero. There are 7 people on the other side, and 3 people on our side. Zheng Hao has been taken hostage. How can we fight him now? The 2 men were bewildered, unsure whether to raise their bows and arrows or put them down. I stood there blankly. Now that we're in combat, is it okay to chat? The system chat interface can only be accessed from a safe location. This is why some people suddenly go silent while chatting. Most of them have entered combat mode. Who are you people, and what do you want? Zheng Hao questioned him sharply. My name is Minako, and I'm Japanese. These are all Japanese people. We, like you, have also formed a camp organization. What you've assembled is a laughable survivor camp. And we have formed a hunter's camp. There's a saying in China. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, while a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat excrement. We have the spirit of wolves and a strong sense of teamwork, so naturally we're going to eat meat. And you are our prey, Minako said with a smile. You just want food and water, right? I can give you those. As long as you let us go back, I will keep my word and never go back on it. Zheng Hao said. Never break your promise? Do you think I'd believe that? I understand the principle of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Now, one of your younger brothers will come with me, and you and the other one will stay behind. If this young man doesn't cooperate, Then I will kill your heads and your companions. Minako said to one of the younger-looking survivors. Don't listen to her. If the three of us die here, the others can still live. If you listen to her and bring others in, we'll be wiped out. They will take all our food and water too. Zheng Hao said with great distress. However, in your current situation, it seems you don't have much leverage in negotiations. Even if we kill the three of you, I can still use the same trick to lure the rest in. In fact, we have 8 people, and you only have 4 left. Even with our numerical advantage, the rest of you are no match for us. But I can guarantee that if you behave and listen to me, I can let you have one good time before you die. And you won't suffer when you die. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll watch as zombies devour your own flesh. Minako's tone was sometimes gentle, sometimes vicious. The three of them felt their hair stand on end. Chapter 52, I do not accept moral blackmail. Am I considered a third option? Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from overhead. Nanny? Teasing the back of Gakaska. The man with the mustache looked up in alarm. There stood an incredibly handsome man, looking down at him from the rooftop. A living person appeared above his head. But with so many Japanese samurai present, not a single one noticed. You are? Zhang Chun. Zheng Hao had made a deal with Zhang Chun, buying 10 bows and arrows from him. They were ripped off completely. Therefore, I have a particularly deep impression of Zhang Chun. However, it was thanks to these 10 bows and arrows that they were able to capture the supermarket almost unscathed. If they were to fight the zombies head-on with only melee weapons, the camp's combat personnel would likely suffer significant losses. Zheng Hao was initially delighted to see Zhang Chun, but then he was shocked. The good news is that reinforcements have arrived. The shocking thing is, there was only one person. Isn't that just asking to get themselves killed? Don't say you're a hostage now, even if you're free to move around. With Zhang Chun included, there are 4 people. It's 4 against 8. Anyone with eyes can see the huge difference in strength. Hey Zhang Chun, hurry up and go to the supermarket entrance. Call all my brothers over. We are evenly matched in numbers. Perhaps we can still put up a fight. Zheng Hao shouted loudly. Wait a minute, I wanted to ask, if I save you, will there be any benefits? Zhang Chun suddenly said. What? What? Zhang Chun's move completely baffled Minako and Zheng Hao. Brother, at a time like this, you're still making demands? Don't you have any moral bottom line? Zheng Hao was almost in tears. Who are these people who came here? Stop trying to morally blackmail me. I put in the effort to save you, so it's only natural that I get paid. I could have waited for these Japanese to kill you, and then I would have killed the Japanese. This way I get everything, and I make an even bigger profit. So the fact that I didn't choose that approach and instead negotiated with you is already quite ethical, isn't it? Zhang Chun said in a very serious tone. After hearing Zhang Chun's words, Zheng Hao was speechless for a moment. Wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. It's completely irrefutable. Yeah, why would anyone save you for free? If you return a lost wallet to its owner, you should give them a small thank you fee. Does he want to get a life for free? That's a bit too much. Well, how about this? I'll give you 20 bags of frozen dumplings. Zheng Hao said. You're really good at doing the math. Now that the power's out, frozen food can't be put in the refrigerator. It can only be put in the storage space. You have nowhere to dispose of this, and you want to give it to me? Fine. I'm not going to haggle with you anymore. One price at a time. Give me half of the supplies you get from the supermarket. If you try to be clever, I'll take it all. Do you understand? Zhang Chun said coldly. Okay, it's settled then, deal? Zheng Hao said through gritted teeth. With so many of them, they were scouting the terrain, dividing the battlefield, and killing zombies. I've been busy for several days. As a result, Zhang Chun would have to share half of the spoils. That's absolutely awful. But is there any other choice but to do this? What's the point of supermarket food if you're already dead? Zheng Hao had no choice but to compromise. Damn it, do you guys think I'm invisible? I will kill you all. The man with the mustache saw Zhang Chun and Zheng Hao haggling over the price as if no one else was around. He got so angry that he started yelling and screaming. Be careful, don't underestimate him. This is the one who killed Ono and the others. Minako said nervously. That idiot Ono must have underestimated me. I would never make such a mistake. We've all just entered this world, and we're working as a team. Even if this kid levels up very quickly, he'll only be on par with our top players at best. Let's all attack together. Don't let this Chinese man get away. The man with the mustache shouted loudly. However, Zhang Chun never intended to run. He landed lightly in the alley. He drew his Tang sword. Damn it, Zhang Chun. Didn't you say you were coming to rescue us? I told you to go and deliver the message. Who told you to come and fight them one-on-one? Aren't you just courting death? Zheng Hao shouted anxiously. However, he had barely finished speaking. Then Zhang Chun used some unknown means. The figure flashed left and right. The man with the mustache and the two Japanese men beside him were instantly cut in half. The two young men behind Zheng Hao also took the opportunity to fight with the Japanese people behind him. Zheng Hao's skill level is exceptionally high. Those four Japanese guys were all exceptionally strong. However, they have a numerical advantage and are dominating two opponents. They were forced to retreat step by step. Whoosh! The two of them only felt a flash of cold light. Immediately afterwards, the four people in front of him fell straight to the ground, dead. Holy crap! What's going on? This Zhang Chun killed 4 Japanese people in one go. Holy crap, this Japanese guy is on par with me. So that makes sense. The two of us wouldn't even be enough for one chop. That's fucking terrifying. The two young men weren't afraid at all, even when facing 4 opponents. But when he saw Zhang Chun, he was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. The difference in strength is too great. It's chilling. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill their leader. Then you won't get a single penny of the supplies he promised you. Minako had anticipated this outcome. They had Zheng Hao taken hostage beforehand. She leaned against the wall to ensure that no one could launch a surprise attack from her blind spot. This woman is quite cunning. Before even taking action, they had already prepared for the possibility of defeat in the battle. He had prepared a backup plan for himself. Sorry, I don't accept threats. I've already recorded what Zheng Hao just promised me. If their people don't believe me and insist on not sharing half of the supplies with me, I'll just kill them all. It won't take much time anyway, and we can take the supplies as we please. But you must die? Because I gave you a chance. But you lied to me, Zhang Chun said indifferently. At the same time, he walked step by step towards Minako. You stay away. Aye. Minako felt a powerful pressure. This aura was something she had never experienced before. It was as if the other party was a god of death, and the surrounding air was filled with the aura of death. This man probably really does what he says. Compared to the entire supermarket, which is a better deal, half the supermarket supplies or the whole supermarket supplies. Everyone knows which is more cost-effective. If it were Minako herself, she would definitely find an excuse to kill everyone and then take all the supplies for herself. So, she imagined Zhang Chun to be that kind of person too. Although I have hostages, I feel completely unsafe. Seeing that Minako's right hand was trembling slightly, Zheng Hao took the opportunity to grab her hand and lower his body. He rolled around on the ground a few times and ran out in a sorry state. At the same time, Zhang Chun walked up to Minako. One cut. Minako was split in two from top to bottom. Chapter 53. The storage ring has been upgraded again. Brother Zhang Chun, impressive skills. Did you already predict that this woman wouldn't dare kill me? Zheng Hao said with admiration. Don't flatter yourself. My goal is to kill her. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Zhang Chun said calmly. Hiss. Zheng Hao gave an awkward laugh and said, You're really heartless. But, anyway, thank you for saving us. I'll keep my promise regarding the supplies I promised you. Zheng Hao had just finished speaking. Just then, footsteps came from the alley entrance. It turned out that the survivors who stayed behind had finished counting the supplies. Seeing that Zheng Hao and the others hadn't returned, they were worried and came to look for them. As soon as you enter the alley, you'll find corpses all over the ground. And their deaths were gruesome and unbearable to look at. The stench of blood lingered in the alley for a long time. Some people couldn't help but vomit while watching. Boss, what happened? Is this a zombie? I can't wait to ask, Qian Jinyu, who was in charge of the safekeeping of the supplies, asked. These are Japanese, and that woman from earlier was also Japanese. They tricked us into coming here so they could kill us and steal our supplies. Thanks to Boss Zhang Chun for saving us. Otherwise we would be 3 corpses by now. Oh right, Quickly take out half of the supplies we collected from the supermarket and hand them over to boss Zhang Chun. Zheng Hao gave the order. What? Half? That much? Qian Jinyu said with some surprise. Just give it to me. This killer can kill 4 with one strike. They've already said, either give us half, or kill us all and take it all. You studied accounting, so you should calculate the cost yourself and see what's reasonable. The 2 young men beside him were still gripped by fear of being dominated by Zhang Chun. He said, his hands trembling slightly as he supported Qian Jinyu. What's going on? Qian Jinyu was increasingly surprised. He knew Zheng Hao's personality. He was very protective of the camp's interests. He actually managed to offer half of the supplies. The other 2 young men were reckless and fearless. He's the kind of guy who'd risk his life to fight 3 or 4 zombies head-on. Why are you so scared today? What on earth happened? Give it up quickly when we tell you to, and be honest, and give us half of the supplies. Absolutely no secrets allowed. Can you understand me? Execute immediately. That's my order. Zheng Hao noticed a hint of impatience on Zhang Chen's face. He hurriedly urged from the side. Okay. I'll start working on it now. Qian Jinyu began taking out supplies one by one. He was in charge of storing supplies, so all the storage ring fragments obtained from killing zombies in the camp were gathered together. I upgraded Qian Jinyu's storage ring. Therefore, his ring is of a very high level and can hold a lot of things. It's essentially a walking, human-shaped warehouse and a key protected object in the camp. Boxes of instant noodles, frozen food, snacks, seasonings, clothing, cigarettes, alcohol, candy, tea, beverages. Various supplies were piled up like a small mountain, almost filling half of the alley. Half. The number of instant noodles was odd, so we took an extra bag. We also gave Mr. Zhang an extra bag of vermicelli. The number of drinks was also odd, so we took an extra bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and gave Mr. Zhang an extra bottle of red wine. That's basically it, Mr. Zhang. Please take a look. Qian Jinyu pouted and said unhappily. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured. Qian Jinyu was previously a mid-level accountant with 10 years of experience. You don't need to worry about their professional ethics at all. Our camp's internal principle is to treat everyone with sincerity. Besides, you know the location of our camp. I would never lie to you. Zheng Hao said seriously. All right, I'll trust you for now. Zhang Chen nodded, waved his hand, and put all the supplies into his storage space. Then they started collecting Japanese corpses again. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal Core, 350 plus 70, Mutated Fertilizer, 3265, Clean Cloth, 1233, Canned Luncheon Meat, 12, Self-Heating Hot Pot Noodles, 33, Sake 43, Unknown Vibrating Object, 12, Professional Attire, 3, Nurse Uniform, 1, Handcuffs, 3, Whip, 3, Waterbed 3, Strange Wooden Horse 1, Sharp Samurai Sword, 7, Dagger 1, Sharp Samurai Sword Blueprint, 1, Special Ability Enhancement Potion Blueprint, 1, Special Ability Enhancement Potion, 15, Reconnaissance Drone 3, Off-Road Vehicle Key, 1, Universal Access Card for Couples Hotel, 1, Storage Ring Fragment, 275. Another Bumper Harvest. Upgrade Progress, 1212/802. Storage Ring Upgrade Progress, Storage Ring Fragments, 275 200ths, Energy Cores, 1,212 100ths. The storage ring meets the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade it? Whether? Yes. Ding. You have lost 200 storage ring fragments and 100 energy cores. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 3 to level 4. Storage space expanded from 48 to 72 cells. The vehicle's storage space has been expanded from 1 slot to 2 slots. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, you need 500 storage ring fragments and 1,000 energy crystal cores. Tip: Level 5 of the storage ring unlocks the building warehouse, which can be used to store buildings. Can it now store 2 vehicles? Zhang Chun turned around, walked to the end of the alley, got into the SUV driven by the Japanese man, and sped away. Watching Zhang Chen's departing figure, Qian Jinyu frowned and asked Zheng Hao, "Boss, are we just going to let this kid go like this? There are 8 of us. That kid took half of the supplies we collected after sacrificing one of our brothers. I always feel somewhat resentful. Shut up, Zheng Hao suddenly said in a stern voice. It startled everyone. Zheng Hao always gave people a gentle and refined image at the camp. I've never seen him lose his temper like this before. Qian Jinyu was startled by the roar and wondered why Zheng Hao was so angry. After a short while, Zheng Hao sighed and said earnestly, You can say that only if a few of my close brothers are present. You must never say such things again. If these words reach the ears of Boss Zhang Chen, our camp might be razed to the ground. Zheng Hao said this calmly, but the shock it gave to everyone was like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake. Everyone knows Zheng Hao's personality. This person is a man of his word, never boasts, and never exaggerates. He can say such things. This proves that Zhang Chen truly possesses such strength. Moreover, it's an indisputable fact that they saved us. Zheng Hao said slowly. Qian Jinyu glanced at the two fearless young men who had come with Zheng Hao earlier. His face was deathly pale, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of the scene just now. What exactly happened? Who exactly is Zhang Chen, that he is so terrifying? Chapter 54, The Appearance of Foreigners. Zhang Chen drove his jeep back to the side of the heavy truck. I reached out and gently touched the heavy truck. The heavy truck was immediately recycled into the storage ring. The vehicle slot for storing rings is now full. One is a heavy truck, and the other is an armed mech. Then, Zhang Chen drove his SUV, humming a little tune, back to Building 8 in the community. When Erpang saw Zhang Chen return, he couldn't contain his excitement. Its tail wagged like a fan, and it charged forward with its tongue out. She immediately threw herself into Zhang Chen's arms. A passionate, intense licking. Missed me, didn't you? Did anyone else come over today? Zhang Chen asked. Of course, Erpang can't speak, nor can he understand such complicated questions. She was still excitedly snuggling against Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen walked into the yard and found that the food bowls in the yard had been emptied. The courtyard wall is intact, and the crops planted there are still there. However, there were a few dark lumps in the corner. Zhang Chen went over to take a look, and a notification immediately popped up. Mutant beast excrement can be used as fertilizer, but its effectiveness is slightly lower than that of mutated fertilizer. Hiss. This isn't necessary. Zhang Chen covered it with some soil. The courtyard was intact, and there were no signs of anyone climbing over the wall. This shows that only a minority of survivors dare to go out and forage for food. Moreover, even when searching, people instinctively tend to search in commercial areas. Very few people come to the residential area. After all, the commercial area has many restaurants, supermarkets, and other similar establishments, making it well stocked. Residential areas all have unit doors and security doors, making it difficult to enter, and the corridors are also very narrow. It would be quite troublesome if we encountered zombies. Therefore, residential areas will not be the first choice for survivors. It was getting dark. Zhang Chen led Erpang back into the building and locked the unit door. He first went downstairs to check the condition of the diesel generator. Because we don't use electricity much during the day and only use it for a short time before going to bed at night, so not much diesel fuel was consumed. Judging by this, 1 barrel of oil will last a long time. Zhang Chen then returned to his room. Erpang was very happy to enter the house and ran around on the floor. She kept staring at Zhang Chen, as if afraid he would run away. Zhang Chen then closed the electric curtains and turned on the lights. Then I brought up the chat channel to check today's trading activity and chat messages. Zhao Xia. Brother Chen, today was a great day. I sold several tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and tables, all sold separately. We're not selling many bows and arrows either. Just like you said, the demand for arrows has surged, and I've sold out of them all. Brother Chen, how's it going on your end? Did your day go smoothly? I just heard the sound of car brakes. It was very loud, and it sounded like someone entered the school playground. I saw zombies rushing past like a tidal wave. Thanks to this person, there are far fewer zombies around me now. I killed more than a dozen zombies this afternoon. Hee, I'm awesome, aren't I? Brother Chen, you haven't said a word all day. Are you alright over there? It's afternoon now, and I actually saw a few black people on campus heading towards the dorms. I thought the world was full of Chinese people, but there are foreigners too. However, These people had ulterior motives. They even went to lift the skirt of a dead zombie. That's a pervert. Brother Chen, are you alright? You haven't replied to my messages all day. Pa. I'm such a jinx. Brother Chen will definitely be fine. Brother Chen, please reply to this message. Zhang Chun read such a long message. Almost from morning to afternoon at various times. The last message was sent 20 minutes ago. I'm here, I just got home. Zhang Chun sent a message. Brother Zhang Chun, you're back. Another instant reply. Zhao Xie is probably always glued to the trading channel and private chat channel. I replied to Zhang Chun's message immediately. Is it safe over there? Zhang Chun asked. That's good. Nobody knows I'm in the security room, and there are far fewer zombies around. If the number of zombies continues to decrease in the next few days, I can sneak into the convenience store across the street. That way I can support myself and won't have to keep sharing food with you. Food is so scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. I feel like I owe you so much. Zhao Xie said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh, by the way, I'll trade you the resources I traded today. After saying that, Zhao Xie sent a trade box. They sent over today's trading results. Most of them are food, water, and energy crystals. There are a total of 122 energy crystal cores. This is the largest and most valuable resource in this transaction. A cheap longbow with one crystal core, plus arrows made from readily available materials like wood. They could easily sell them for goods worth several times their original value. It's like picking up money off the ground. However, Zhang Chun now has a better way to collect crystal cores. Therefore, to ordinary people, these 122 crystal cores are like a windfall of wealth. In Zhang Chun's opinion, it was nothing special. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Here's your reward for today's hard work. Zhang Chun traded a sausage, a box of instant noodles soaked in hot water, and a bottle of carbonated beverage over the item. Huh? It's instant noodles that have been soaked? It's still piping hot. It smells so good. Zhao Xie's mouth watered as she looked at the steaming bowl of instant noodles. Yeah, I also ate instant noodles for dinner. One pot of boiling water is just enough to make 2 bowls of instant noodles. It would be a waste to let the remaining hot water cool down, especially since there's a major power outage. Hot water is a resource, and we can't let it go to waste. So, I just made you a bowl of soup. Consider it my sales commission for today. Zhang Chun said calmly. You're so kind. Zhao Xie replied. Her face flushed as she sipped her hot soup. While the little girl was eating instant noodles, Zhang Chun turned his attention back to the regional chat channel. Logically speaking, I met a Japanese person today. Zhao Xie met a black man. This situation is certainly not an isolated case. This indicates that after a few days in the apocalypse, the survivors gradually adapted to survival in the post-apocalyptic world. They've started searching for supplies and resources everywhere. Foreigners have even begun to migrate to areas of China. Someone in the chat channel will definitely react. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Chun opened the regional chat channel, he saw a war of words. Chapter 55 is all about licking. Sigh, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are so heartless. I wanted some food and water, but no one gave me any. It's so frustrating. A friend just contacted me, saying he's in the Japanese area, and even invited me to come over. They say the Japanese are very hospitable. Once you arrive there, you'll find free food, water, and comfortable beds. There's no need to risk facing zombies at all. They have dedicated teams to collect food. Today I also saw a group of Japanese people working together at the entrance of a large supermarket, with some responsible for guarding and others for taking inventory. They even saved a woman along the way. This is the spirit of the Japanese people, so admirable. A man named Wu Jingri said with an air of superiority. This statement immediately drew another round of ridicule. Someone immediately posted a set of photos. The picture above shows the scene that Wu Jingri just described. Take a look and see if these are the people. Yes, it's these Japanese people. Did you see them too? Look everyone, this is the evidence. You don't have to disbelieve it. The people of China are simply not united. There's no denying that. Wu Jingri said smugly. At this moment, Zheng Hao stepped forward and said, Excuse me, the person in this photo is me. I am a native Chinese. And I've never had a good impression of Japanese people since I was a child. What happened today has only strengthened my belief. Because the avatars of people speaking in the chat channel are their own 3D images. So everyone immediately recognized that the person in the photo was Zheng Hao. The person in question has already come out to refute the rumors. Let's see how Wu Jingri will step down. They all started mocking. Haha, what a massive disaster for pro-Japanese elements. The situation is utterly appalling. This is such a quick slap in the face. Ha ha ha. The person in the photo is speaking for himself. Just from his name, Wu Jingri doesn't sound like a decent person. He's a shameless sucker for the Japanese. They actually used photos of our Chinese survivor camp's division of labor to prove the unity of the Japanese. These guys should be allies. Ha ha, I laughed so hard I cried. Is this a stand-up comedy routine? Wu Jingri blushed and continued. Maybe I made a mistake with this photo, but Japanese people are very polite and courteous. Joining the Japanese camp will definitely not be a problem. The Japanese don't have any racial prejudices at all, and they treat us as warmly as if we were their own people. My friend is doing very well there, and I'm going there in a few days. Let's teach you sour grapes to be jealous of what you can't have. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoran's face darkened, and he said, Japanese politeness is like a flower without fragrance. It's all just superficial politeness. I reckon if you went there, you'd just be another easy target. Can you get food, water, and shelter without doing anything? Even a fool could figure it out. Such a good thing has never existed in peacetime. With resources so scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, would the Japanese support idle people? Let me tell you what happened to me today. The woman I saved was Japanese, and my entire team was almost killed by her. Zheng Hao's words immediately caused an uproar. What? Boss Zheng Hao was almost killed. As expected, none of the Japanese are good people. No way. Boss Zheng Hao's army is incredibly strong. There are 7 burly men in the photo, all equipped with longbows and daggers. This is practically an elite force, decked out in top-tier gear. How could they almost get wiped out? Do the Japanese level up that fast? Looks like I need to work harder too. Zheng Hao continued with a wry smile. I also thought we were very strong, that we could even wipe out hundreds of zombies in a large supermarket. But what I didn't expect was that the most vicious thing in the world is not zombies, but the human heart. The Japanese are about as strong as we are, but their cunning is far beyond our imagination. He briefly recounted the whole story, and then continued. In short, these Japanese people used a honey trap to frame us, and then resorted to such despicable tactics as taking hostages. They want to kill us all, and then plunder our supplies. Is this what they call friendliness and hospitality? If it weren't for that amazing player who single-handedly took down 8 Japanese samurai, I probably wouldn't be able to speak in this channel anymore. Also, please don't call me Big Boss anymore. I'm just an ordinary person. I am nothing in front of that great master. These words caused a huge stir. The Japanese have actually attacked us Chinese? Damn it. We should unite and take them down. Didn't they say there are still black people around here? And maybe even some Westerners. They're all no good. We need to be careful. Yes, Zheng Hao, where's your camp? We'll join you and strengthen our forces. A mysterious big shot single-handedly killed 8 Japanese samurai. That's incredible. Does someone who can inspire such admiration in Zheng Hao truly exist? Our Dragon Kingdom is full of talented people. How could such trashy people understand us? This is the real situation. Wu Jingri, that freeloader, disliked that Boss Zheng Hao's camp required work to get food, and actually went to lick the mud off the feet of Japanese people? This is absolutely mind-blowing. Holy crap, the comment above is so spot on. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. Seeing that Zheng Hao hadn't revealed his name, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that Zheng Hao has some insight into how he can lead a survivor camp. I know I can't say things without your permission. I can't believe that even now that it's the end of the world, there are still people blindly praising foreign countries and saying that the moon is brighter in other countries than in China. They can even believe that there are free lunches in the world. What a weirdo. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun remembered the black people Zhao Xie had mentioned. Zhao Xie was alone in the security room, and Zhang Chun suddenly felt a little uneasy. Anyway, we'll be clearing out zombies and opening level 3 supply crates tomorrow. While we're at it, Let's also take care of those perverts and interrogate them about the situation around us. Who knows whether these black people belong to the Gray State tribe or a branch of Westerners? We must thoroughly investigate the surrounding situation before proceeding with any further action. Survival is absolutely the top priority in the apocalypse. Zhang Chun didn't want to actively rob, burn, kill, and loot. However, we won't passively wait for potential enemies to harm us. The threat must be nipped in the bud. Zhang Chun looked at the chat messages for a while longer, but there was nothing useful in them. The rest are either advertisements for buying and selling or the continuation of the previous verbal battle. Absolutely no nutritional value whatsoever. Nothing more was said that night. Chapter 56 The Nightmare is established. The next day, Zhang Chun had just gotten up. The system immediately popped up a message. The camp system unlocks on the 5th day of the game. Then, a point of light flashed on the interface. There was nothing there before, but now there's a camp option. Zhang Chun clicked on the camp. Ding. You have not yet joined any camps. Ding. This feature has just been activated and no valid campsite information has been found yet. Do you need to create your own camp? Zhang Chun clicked yes. Please select the type of campsite to establish. 1. Shelter. It has at least one safe room, with a maximum of 10 survivors. Building it requires a week's worth of food and drinking water for 10 people. It can be upgraded and transformed into a camp later. 2. Survivor camp. A safe area with at least 20 rooms or the same area. The maximum number of survivors is 100. As the camp level increases, the population increases, various positions will appear, and corresponding bonuses can be obtained. Establishing this facility requires the food and drinking water of 100 people for 1 month, and 100 energy cores. Upgrade options include production camp, raiding camp, gathering camp, and all-round camp. 3. Mysterious organization. The creator must be among the top 1,000 in combat power in the current game, and members must have a minimum combat power of being among the top 1 million in the world. The above conditions change proportionally to the total number of survivors. Members of the organization will always be loyal to the leader and will never betray him unless they are expelled from the organization. Members can join any camp and conceal their organization identity. The leader of the organization can teleport to any member's side, with a cooldown period. The leader of the organization holds an extremely high position and can have his own servants, who will never betray him and will obey his every command. Building requires 1,000 energy cores. The number of cores increases over time. Zhang Chun glanced at it and realized there was practically no need to choose. The result is obvious. Compared to establishing a bloated camp with survivors of varying skill levels, it would be better to just take the elite route. Build a powerful organization that can turn the world upside down with a flick of its wrist. Choose to form an organization. This feature and its effects are undoubtedly the most powerful. Moreover, the consumption of energy crystal cores will increase over time. In other words, if it is established now, the consumption of energy crystal cores will be minimal. Anyway, Zhang Chun will be fighting in an armed mech in a little while. There's no need for me to take action personally for the time being. There's still time to upgrade my strength after we wipe out the zombie horde. Click to create an organization. Ding. Your strength has been detected to be among the top 1,000 in the world. You meet the requirements for an organization founder. Ding. Sufficient founder energy cores detected. Organization can be established. Ding. You have lost 1,000 energy cores. A new organization has been formed. Please give your organization a name. Zhang Chun thought for a moment and typed. Nightmare. The reason why a dot separates a dream from a nightmare is that it's because dreams represent those who obey and support us. Together with myself, we can achieve the dream goal of becoming the strongest in the apocalypse and surviving with ease. As for his enemies, or those who provoke him, they were met with only endless nightmares. It demonstrates a strong sense of love and hate. Ding. Please select the emblem of the Nightmare organization. Below is a list of hundreds of different emblems. Because only the top 100 strongest people in the world can form an organization. Therefore, there are exactly 100 emblems. Whoever is established first gets to vote first. If it's established later, then we can only accept whichever one remains. Zhang Chen glanced at it briefly. These emblems actually have very obvious male and female characteristics, as well as totem emblems of mythical beasts from various mythologies in the East and West. Zhang Chen chose the dragon totem of the Dragon Kingdom as his emblem without hesitation. In the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon is the most revered mythical beast and the emblem of kings. Since I'm allowed to choose first, I certainly won't be polite. Ding. Organization emblem selection complete. Bang. Congratulations. The Nightmare Organization has been established. You are both the founder and the first leader of the organization. Please recruit your own members as soon as possible. Zhang Chen glanced at the organization's interface. It's similar to the guild interface in a game. It includes the requirements for recruiting members, the organization's mission, and the organization's uniform. Organizational battle attire can be a cape, ordinary clothing, or armor. It features a prominent organizational emblem. This section is currently blank. Organizations cannot be upgraded, but they can provide bonuses to members by collecting special crystal cores from mutated creatures. There are 7 slots in the crystal core sacrifice option. In other words, at any given time, this place can hold a maximum of special crystal cores. Special crystal nuclei? Zhang Chen scratched his head. I still haven't seen what a special crystal core is. He tried it with the energy crystal core. It just wouldn't fit. Hiss. It probably requires defeating a more powerful monster to have a chance of appearing. An even more powerful monster? Zhang Chen immediately thought of the mutated Type 3 zombie, giant tank, on the Tianyang University playground. Let's go? Zhang Chen used acceleration fertilizer to speed up the growth of all the meat and sweet potatoes in the yard. I harvested another 380 pieces of meat fries in one go. Each meat fries weighs over a pound and is very springy. This thing not only tastes like meat, but it also feels like meat to the touch. Similarly, each sweet potato plant will produce 10 seeds. In this way, Zhang Chen harvested another 500 sweet potato seeds. This is incredible. Farming can not only support a family, but it can even make you rich. Because the space in the yard is limited, Zhang Chen planted another 50 sweet potato plants. Let Erpang continue to guard the house. After a day of training, Erpang seems to be starting to like this kind of job. Perhaps wolves and dogs share a similar ancestor, both enjoying guarding their territory. Woof! Erpang barked at Zhang Chen and wagged its tail. It was as if it meant, Master, go in peace. I will take care of the house. What an easy little guy. Zhang Chen synthesized 2 large basins of acceleration fertilizer and put them into Erpang's food bowl. I only put in the mutant fertilizer yesterday, but when I came back, I found that the food bowl was already empty. It seemed that Erpang had even licked it again very carefully. He licked the entire rice bowl until it shone. The little guy must be hungry. So Zhang Chen increased the dosage. Attracted by the smell of the accelerating fertilizer, Erpang watched Zhang Chen get into the off-road vehicle and disappear behind the buildings. Only then did it happily stick its face into the food bowl and start eating heartily. The accelerator fertilizer was quickly consumed, bite by bite. Erpang's physique seems to have become even more muscular. Chapter 57 Hellish God of Slaughter. Are you there? Zhang Chen took the initiative to send a message to Zhao Siye. Hey there, Hehe. Good morning, Brother Chen. Why did you contact me during the day today? Don't you need to go out and collect supplies? Zhao Siye set a notification for Zhang Chen's messages. Because of her work selling goods, she went to bed later than Zhang Chen. I was startled awake from my sleep by the notification sound. Upon seeing that the message was from Zhang Chen, she immediately mustered her energy to reply. Yes, I'm going to Tianyang University today to collect supplies, and I'll also go and question those black guys. So, it might be noisier where you are during the day. No matter what noise you hear, do not leave the security room, understand? If it's urgent, you can message me privately. I'll turn on your private message notifications in a bit. Zhang Chen said. Okay, I understand. I'll be a good girl and listen to you. I will absolutely not cause trouble for Brother Chen. Brother Chen is planning to open the level 3 supply crate, right? Be very careful, there are tall zombies over there. If you need help distracting them, Brother Chen, you can call me. I can help draw their fire. Zhao Siye reminded him with a serious expression. Okay, I understand. Zhang Chun replied with a single sentence, without saying anything more. If it were just ordinary zombies that needed to be lured away, Zhao Xie would definitely be able to handle it. But now that area is inhabited by mutant type 2 and mutant type 3 zombies. Even survivors who have reached the limits of human physical strength would find it difficult to survive in the face of these monsters, let alone Zhao Xie. Moreover, when Zhao Xie first saw the mutated type 2 zombie, she was in a state of giving up on life. The idea was good, but this matter was far beyond Zhao Xie's capabilities. Zhang Chun didn't want to dampen the girl's enthusiasm, so I just gave a perfunctory reply and closed the chat window. The SUV followed yesterday's route and soon arrived at the street directly opposite Tianyang University. Zhang Chun had cleared out all the zombies from this street. Now they're everywhere again, densely packed. The crowd density was similar to that of a commercial street during a holiday. In the distance, you could still see a few crawling zombies scurrying about among the horde. A large number of zombies have gathered at the entrance of the mall, where the level 2 supply crates were previously hidden. They were packed together, one next to the other, piled up as high as a small mountain. I have no idea what happened. Come on, let's get started. Let's warm up first. Zhang Chun parked the SUV on the side of the road. I went downstairs to stretch my body. Then he took the Tang sword in his hand. Since acquiring the Focus Strike skill, the Riot Shield has seen fewer opportunities to be used. Because the skill requires the palm to activate, carrying a shield will greatly reduce your strength. Moreover, now that I have the basic energy armor, the Riot Shield can be retired. Zhang Chun leaped lightly. He jumped back onto the roof of the bus where he had previously stood while killing the horde of zombies. Armed mechs have limited ammunition, so using it here would be a waste. Moreover, the road here is narrow, and at the end of the road is Tianyang University, the zombies' lair. Therefore, it is not suitable to use heavy trucks to repeatedly crush it. Let's do some manual cleaning first, just to warm up. Thinking of this, he pulled out his pistol and fired a shot at the crawling man in the distance. Giggle giggle. The bullet struck the crawling man squarely in the thigh. But for such a tough-skinned guy, this damage is completely useless. Conversely, loud gunshots echoed repeatedly through the buildings of the street. It alerted the entire horde of zombies. A woo roar. Almost simultaneously, all the zombies turned their heads toward Zhang Chun. Occasionally, zombies in the distance would turn their heads toward the direction from which the echo came. Then came a terrifying howl. The zombies surged toward Zhang Chun like a tidal wave. The zombies in the distance strangely ran towards the direction of the echo for a while. Then I realized something seemed off. Then, following the main group, it charged over with strange cries. No wonder a zombie horde could form. It turns out zombies also have a herd mentality. Zhang Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly, then swung his knife and cleanly sliced open the heads of the first wave of zombies that charged forward. It was effortless. Zombies crashed onto the bus like waves, relentlessly. The piled-up zombies even created a human ramp around the bus. The later zombies simply climbed the slope and charged up. Zhang Chun casually and woodenly wielded his Tang sword. He easily sliced the charging zombies in half one by one. The bodies piled up on both sides of the bus, getting higher and higher. The zombies also surrounded Zhang Chun from all directions. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked the sky above Zhang Chun's head. A crawling creature tilted its head, revealing a strange smile as it looked at Zhang Chun. Its sharp claws swiftly swiped down. A sneak attack? That's it. Zhang Chun launched a counterattack instead of defending. With a burst of strength from his legs, he instantly leaped into the air. He grabbed the crawling man's left hand with his left hand and slashed horizontally with his right hand using a Tang sword. The spine is cut directly in half. At the same time, the crawler's right sharp claws touched Zhang Chun's chest. However, at the very moment the claws touched the fabric on the chest, the energy armor instantly enveloped Zhang Chun's entire body. The claws rubbed against the armor, leaving only a white mark. Then, the crawling man fell to his death. Zhang Chun raised his left hand as he fell. The crawling men who were lying in wait below were blasted into a bloody mess. Then he stomped hard on the top of the zombie's head with his toe. That one kick broke his cervical spine. After that, Zhang Chen acted like a martial arts master with superb lightness skills from a wuxia movie. He suddenly leaped high into the air, then delivered a powerful downward chop. The third crawling man was pinned to the ground. With the 3 crawlers dealt with, the rest are just ordinary zombies. Although these zombies are numerous, their only weapons are fingernails and teeth. An attack of this magnitude could not cause the slightest damage to the energy armor. If he could disregard the risk of injury, Zhang Chen would find fighting much easier. And this was absolutely a crushing battle. Zhang Chen charged into the horde of zombies, smashing their skulls with a single punch. Incidentally, it also knocked the zombies 3 or 4 meters away. With a kick of his right foot, several zombies were sent flying high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen rushed forward and immediately delivered several more blows. Zhang Chen was playing Dynasty Warriors like a pro. Countless zombies were knocked away, shredded, and killed like toys. Wherever they went, rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground. Zhang Chen seemed to be a killing god from hell. Chapter 58 Full Power. After more than an hour of hard work, Zhang Chen then cleared the street of zombies. The blood stained the energy armor crimson. However, the energy armor seems to be able to absorb blood. Before long, the blood on it slowly seeped into the armor. After disengaging from the battle, the energy armor returned to its original bracelet shape. Collection. Congratulations. You have obtained the following. Energy Core, 450 plus 90. Speed Up Fertilizer, 3. Mutated Fertilizer, 2112. Clean Cloth, 943. Storage Ring Fragment, 17. Assault Rifle, 11. Fragmentation Grenade, 33. Rifle Bullets, 3217. Military Dagger, 8. Bloodstained Key, 63. Car Key, 22. Walkie-talkie, 15. Leather Notebook, 1. Medicine First Aid, 3. Antibiotics, 30. Tough Leather, 3. Evolver Blood, 3. Sharp Claws, 6. Sanctuary Map, 1. Strangely Shaped Key, 1. All other items are clearly visible. But what on earth is this strangely shaped key? Zhang Chen took it in his hand and looked at it. It's actually no different from a regular key. That's strange, isn't it? At this moment, the prompt reappeared. Congratulations. This key can unlock the armory of Tianyang University's shelter. Welcome to the age of firearms. What key can open the Tianyang University armory? This is awesome. Firearms are completely overwhelming for these ordinary zombies. Although Zhang Chen can now easily defeat ordinary zombies. But guns require less effort. He didn't dare to use a gun casually when he wasn't strong enough. After all, the gunfire was too loud. It could easily attract a large number of zombies. Without viral immunity drugs and protection, facing numerous zombies at the same time, a slight mistake could result in being scratched. Then it's all over. But things are different now. Ordinary zombies cannot harm him at all. In this situation, guns become a godsend. Not only can it kill hordes of zombies from a distance, but it also saves energy. What was originally a disadvantage of gunfire attracting zombies has now become an advantage. Automatically attracts and eliminates zombies. What could be more awesome than this? Zhang Chen took out the skill, Sharpshooter, from his storage space and used it. In an instant, a stream of knowledge flowed into my brain and muscles. Zhang Chen took out his assault rifle. He skillfully changed the magazine, pulled the safety, and fired a shot into the distance. Bite. A hole has been punched through the center of a donut graphic on a billboard 100 meters away. He fired the shot purely on instinct. Shooting at static targets doesn't even require aiming. This feels so good. Zhang Chen stored all the collected items into his storage ring. What follows is a fierce battle. Zhang Chenhua opened a bottle of carbonated beverage and drank it all in one big gulp. Awesome. Let's get started. He slowly walked to the entrance of Tianyang University and casually summoned his armed mech. Board your mechs and begin the battle. Let's launch a rocket to set the mood. Looking at the horde of zombies surging in the distance, Zhang Chen gently pressed the fire button. Whoosh. A rocket, trailing a wisp of white smoke, shot straight into the horde of zombies. Boom. Rumble. A sound like thunder rang out from not far away. A wake-up call. Even the glass windows on the teaching building trembled slightly from the loud noise. Then, a huge flame, along with the remains and pieces of zombie flesh, rose into the air. It shot up 2 or 3 stories high. The ground, which was originally densely packed with zombies, was immediately blasted into a crater about 5 meters in diameter. Holy crap, this rocket's power is more than I expected. That's incredibly powerful. With this thing around, all those zombies in front of us are just appetizers. But Zhang Chen suddenly felt a little worried. With such destructive power, even the zombies were blown to smithereens. How can we still collect energy cores? The moment his thought crossed his mind, the prompt reappeared. The energy core cannot be destroyed. It can be obtained by collecting zombie corpses. The mutated fertilizer will be destroyed under high temperatures, but the minced meat can still be made into mutated fertilizer. Most of a zombie's belongings will be destroyed during intense combat. Please be aware. Zhang Chen nodded as he looked at the prompt. As long as the energy crystal core is still there, it's fine. This is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Especially the last one. Zhang Chen already knew this principle when he was driving his heavy truck and crushing zombies. Large trucks can crush a zombie's belongings into dust. Forget about zombies under artillery fire. Giggle, goo, roar. The rocket just fired successfully attracted the attention of all the zombies. Zhang Chen is the only living person in the entire Tianyang University. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's criticism. The giant tank, the crawler, and the breeder of venomous insects all took notice of Zhang Chen. They all charged forward with strange screams. The giant tank is huge and imposing, even comparable to an armed mech. Each step it takes covers a distance of 2 or 3 meters. You can either kick away the zombies blocking your way or step on them. They have an unstoppable momentum. The crawling creatures looked like insects, and there were more than a dozen of them. They were all drawn to the teaching building, the rooftop, and the small garden. Gua, the venomous insect breeder, was the first to strike. A pool of corrosive liquid, coated with poisonous insects, flew over. Zhang Chen slightly shifted his body to the side. You dodged the spray perfectly. I need to deal with you first, you long-haired monster. Zhang Chen controlled the armed mech to retreat while simultaneously activating the 12.7mm high rate of fire heavy machine gun. The 2 arms below hold an alloy sword and a shield. The 2 arms above automatically aim and fire. Heavy weapons are mounted on slots on the back of the mech. Try firing a rocket. Whoosh. Another rocket. With a loud bang, it struck the venomous insect breeder perfectly. The splattering corrosive liquid instantly turned all the zombies within a radius of several meters into rotten flesh. It lay sprawled on the ground, hissing and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Holy crap, this is practically a mobile biological bomb. Da-da-da-da. The heavy machine gun spewed fire, automatically identifying zombie heads and launching precise attacks. One by one, zombies were blown to the head, and their blood splattered everywhere. Crimson flowers bloomed across the playground. These zombies don't know fear, nor do they know how to hide. Despite seeing wave after wave of zombies being smashed and shattered, they still charged forward madly. Chapter 59, The Armored Mech, is in trouble. Although Zhang Chen's armed mech has incredibly powerful firepower, but they couldn't withstand the surging tide of zombies. As the explosion rang out, the zombies that had been hiding in the teaching building poured out. In an instant, the number of zombies on the playground not only did not decrease, but actually increased. 2 heavy machine guns are simply not enough to defend against such a large horde of zombies. As soon as one zombie fell, 3 or 4 more zombies rushed up, stepping over its corpse. The horde of zombies was getting closer and closer. Zhang Chen leaped backward and activated the rocket thrusters in midair. It flew backward for more than 100 meters before slowly landing. At the same time, several more rockets were launched. One shot blew up a crawling zombie and more than 20 other zombies around it. Another one hit the giant tank. 2 loud booms. The crawling man was blown into the air and lost an arm. Ordinary zombies were completely overwhelmed. Ordinary flesh and blood could not withstand the power of rockets. It was instantly blown to smithereens. However, on the other hand, the rocket that hit the giant tank only left a charred patch on its chest. After the thick smoke cleared, The giant tank's charge was only slightly hampered. It quickly charged forward again with a strange cry. It seems that this giant tank is far stronger than the crawlers. They couldn't even take it down with a single rocket. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. This monster is incredibly difficult to kill. You need to destroy over 30% of its tissue to completely destroy it. Eliminate 30% of the organization. Zhang Chen gasped. This thing is practically an unkillable cockroach. Just fight with your own armed mech. Currently considering battle strategies. The horde of zombies advanced another few dozen meters. At this point, the faster crawlers had already surged ahead. Then came the giant tanks, followed by a tidal wave of ordinary zombies. The armored mech was like a reef, waiting for the waves of the zombie horde to crash upon it. In the regional chat channel, everyone was startled by the loud bang of the rocket and started popping up in the chat. Holy crap, did you guys hear that? I think I just heard an explosion. I heard it too. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of Tianyang University. Tianyang University again? Which guy is so stupid as to go looking for trouble with a zombie horde? Isn't that just suicide? Holy crap, I saw it. You guys will never believe what I saw. What? Another heavy truck? But even heavy trucks can explode. Soon, the live stream was displayed in the regional chat channel. A heavily armed mech nimbly dodged a glob of corrosive liquid and then began firing its machine gun. The zombies fell one after another, like rice being harvested. Wave after wave surged up. This is like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. It's so awesome. What the hell is this? A Gundam? This world actually has war machines like this. This is armed armor. You can see the description by clicking on the image. Could this guy be the one who drives the heavy truck? He can even drive an armored vehicle. Wow. But it seems that one armored vehicle won't be of much use, since there are just too many zombies. Holy crap, look at that huge monster. And that long-haired female ghost? Wow, with all these zombies on top of that, this is a hellish start. Judging by appearances, there must be at least several thousand, if not 10,000, zombies, and you have to shoot them in the head with every shot to kill them. I doubt that a single armed mech would have enough ammunition. What's there to be afraid of? Their mechs can fly, and if we can't beat them, we can run away. So many energy cores. We're making a killing. I'm so envious. They have heavy trucks and armed mechs. How come all the good things happen to this one person? By the way, I remember this big shot's hands could glow. This guy is much more powerful than the one Zheng Hao mentioned yesterday, who killed 8 Japanese samurai in a row. Humans are still humans. They can't fight against mechs. Seriously, this world has developed armed mechs, yet it can still be wiped out by zombies. That doesn't seem very scientific. This is the weakened version. Some of the suppression will be lifted in 30 days. You haven't forgotten, have you? This is terrifying to think about. If it's this scary now, what will it be like in 30 days? Wolf Fong Camp is recruiting. Everyone is welcome to apply. Zhang Chen was unaware that his entire battle was being broadcast live. It doesn't matter whether it's live streamed or not. Zhang Chen is now completely focused on dealing with the giant tank and the horde of zombies in front of him. Enough talk, full power. Zhang Chen quickly operated the mecha. Immediately afterwards. Then the mech put away its heavy machine gun and pulled out a weapon that looked like a cannon, more than 2 meters long, from its back. The rocket launchers on their shoulders slowly rose up. Emission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rockets began to bombard the zombies in front of them. The explosion was so spectacular it left people mesmerized. Indeed, if it were just a regular zombie virus outbreak, modern military firepower can absolutely wipe out zombies. However, the zombies in front of us are weakened versions of ourselves. Otherwise, the humans in this world wouldn't be hiding in bunkers and barely surviving. Waves of heat, mixed with bits of blood and flesh, swept through. The continuous explosions shattered all the windows on both sides of the street. Some zombies jumped out of the street windows and crashed to the ground. The billowing smoke obscured my vision. Holy crap, that's incredible. This kind of firepower is absolutely amazing. Now I guess everything's taken care of. If we clear out the zombies at Tianyang University, we can move in. There are dorm rooms and beds there, which is much more comfortable than sleeping on a concrete floor. Yes, there's a cafeteria there. and they should have gas cylinders. Finally, we can eat something hot. This is all thanks to this amazing person. Awesome, truly amazing. I wonder if that big guy can be blown up. It must have been blown up. Carbon-based life forms are completely powerless against artillery fire. The voice in the chat channel had just finished speaking. Then a huge shadow slowly emerged from the smoke. It's a giant tank. It was blasted in many places, but its combat effectiveness did not seem to be diminished at all. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? How is it still alive? Is this really a world weakened by the system? How are we supposed to fight monsters like this? Let alone monsters like that. Even those squealing creatures crawling on the ground. We'd have no choice but to run away. The armored mechs are in trouble now. Everyone was holding their breath for Zhang Chun. Chapter 60: The Final Battle with the Giants. Zhang Chun wasn't surprised by the appearance of the giant tank. After all, he had already tested the other party's strength before. This barrage of fire was solely for clearing out ordinary zombies and crawlers. This way you can focus on fighting the giant tanks. Giggle. A strange scream came from the left. Puff. Zhang Chun's reaction was far beyond that of ordinary people. Just as the crawler lunged forward, the alloy steel blade on his right forearm pierced out, striking the crawler squarely in the chest. Then he pulled with both hands. Whoosh. Internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The crawling man was torn in two. As expected of an armed mech, its power is astonishing. Zhang Chun shook off the sticky, rotten flesh that was wrapped around the robotic arm. Then, holding the cannon, he coldly pressed the fire switch on the giant tank. Sizzle. The sound of electromagnetic charging rang out. The charging sound got higher and higher. The sound grew increasingly shrill. A burst of blue light, crackling with electricity, began to gather at the muzzle of the cannon. Sizzle. A powerful bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. The streetscape, the zombie limbs, everything was distorted into a ghastly white. The lightning snaked and stretched across the sky. It seemed to come alive, striking the giant tank squarely in the body. Countless sparks and currents exploded in an instant. At the same time, using the giant tank's body as a conductor, it began to spread to the surrounding ordinary zombies, creating a chain reaction. Boom. The powerful voltage sent the giant tank bomb flying a great distance, its massive body embedded in the school building. Gravel and shards of glass clattered all over the ground. The surrounding zombies were instantly incinerated by the powerful voltage. Even if you're lucky and the brain tissue isn't burned because it's far away, the powerful electric current is enough to destroy all brain tissue. The zombies collapsed all over the ground. At this moment, the mech displays, the electromagnetic cannon has run out of energy and cannot be used again. It seems this weapon has been used many times. The shot Zhang Chun just used was his last one. Zhang Chun casually tossed the electromagnetic cannon onto the ground. The two lower robotic arms held melee weapons, while the two upper robotic arms pulled out heavy machine guns. At this point, the heavy machine gun had only 20% of its ammunition remaining. Not many left. Strike while the iron is hot, and take your life. Before the giant tank could react, Zhang Chun pushed off with both legs. At the same time, the rocket boosters activated. The armed mech was launched instantly. The sharp, cold alloy steel blade plunged deep into the giant tank's body. Boom. Two enormous bodies simultaneously crashed into the same spot on the teaching building. Reinforced concrete structures simply cannot withstand this level of impact. Splash. One side of the building's exterior wall peeled off, and then most of the building collapsed. The giant tank was crushed under a pile of rubble and debris. The armed mech hovered above the rubble, brown liquid slowly dripping from the blade of its alloy steel sword. Nailed it. Zhang Chun stared intently at every movement within the rubble. With the electromagnetic cannon and my recent frenzied hacking and slashing, it should have taken away 30% of its body tissue. Suddenly, the rubble below moved. A piece of gravel fell and rolled a long way on the ground. Roar. With a roar, debris and fragments flew everywhere. Countless debris rained down on the armor, like hail. It made a ping-pong sound. They're still alive. Zhang Chun instinctively dodged to the left. It takes time for a mech to accelerate from a standstill to high speed in mid-air. Just as the mech veered to the left, a section of wall with reinforced steel bars flew out. Zhang Chun dodged this fatal attack. However, the steel bars still scratched the mech's left upper arm. A series of sparks crackled and popped. The people in the chat channel gasped in surprise at the sight of this dangerous scene. Holy crap, that was dangerous. The guy piloting the mech had amazing foresight. He actually dodged to the left in advance. That scared me. I thought the monster was dead. If I were piloting a mecha, I'd probably get smeared in the face by a wall. That prediction was amazing, 666. But seriously, this monster is terrifying. It's been bombarded with rockets and electromagnetic cannons, yet it's still alive. Now I understand how humanity in this world went extinct, and this was only the initial stage. I remember there was something about the suppression gradually being lifted. So, the zombies we're facing now are the weakest and most pathetic ones. My God, this is the weakest I've ever been. If the suppression is lifted, what's the point of playing anymore? The chat room was filled with lamentations. Zhang Chun, standing before them, became their savior. A pillar of support. After all, human players are still far from being able to acquire armed mechs. If Zhang Chun falls, then they will be completely hopeless. Roar. The giant tank slowly rose from the ruins. His chest was pierced with several bloody holes. He was covered in cement dust from head to toe, looking extremely disheveled. But he's not dead. What a sturdy guy. Zhang Chun cursed under his breath. Giant tank's body tissue damage level is 25%. The prompt popped up at just the right time. So it's just a spent force. You think I can't settle this with you? Zhang Chun snorted coldly. The armed mechs flew upwards for several dozen meters in midair. Then the target was the giant tank. The missiles are all used up, and bullets are ineffective against this behemoth. Then we'll have to fight hand-to-hand. Zhang Chun held the steel knife in his right hand in front of him. The entire mecha body fell over in midair. Full steam ahead. It swooped straight down toward the giant tank. In fact, such attacks are unlikely to be effective against any living organism. After all, the long attack range gives the opponent ample time to escape or dodge. The hit rate is terrible. However, Zhang Chun was not facing a living being, but a giant zombie that knew nothing of fear. Really, just as Zhang Chun unleashed his thunderous attack, swooping down from his high position, the giant tank not only didn't dodge at all, but instead roared wildly in Zhang Chun's direction. Prepare to stand still and fight Zhang Chun to the death. Giant tanks are indeed difficult to deal with, but unfortunately they lack intelligence, which is a fatal flaw. A smile appeared on Zhang Chun's lips. Then, the rocket thrusters were turned up to full power. It utilizes the acceleration of free fall. The armed mech's descent speed quickly exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The speed is still increasing rapidly. Bang! The armed mechs collided violently with the giant tank. It once again sent the rubble and debris on the ground flying in all directions. The enormous impact sent dust flying high into the air. It blocked all view. How's it going? Holy crap, I didn't see it clearly. What just happened? An armored mech and a giant tank collided? This is too dangerous. I wonder how the driver is doing. I hope the driver is alright. Shouldn't zombies be beheaded? Why didn't he go and behead the giant zombie? This guy clearly doesn't know anything. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upstairs, why don't you eat meat porridge? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? What are you blabbering about? Opinions vary. A huge figure appeared in the billowing smoke. It is slowly moving outwards. Before long, the giant tank's distinctive gray-brown skin appeared in the sunlight. Chapter 61 Dragon Kingdom Squad. No way. It's a giant tank. Such a powerful attack, and he's still alive? He's too difficult to deal with. I knew killing zombies meant beheading them. The pilot of this armored mech is clearly inexperienced. What a waste of such a good mech. If it were me, I would have won in no time. Shut up. Dare to show your strength level? You're bragging just because you've killed a few zombies? Mech pilot, I've personally witnessed you kill tens of thousands of zombies. What contributions have you made? Are you just bragging? The chat channel is almost filled with arguments. Many people were filled with despair. It's over. A giant zombie that even armed mechs couldn't defeat. Is there any chance for the others to survive? In the video, A gentle breeze blew by. The dust that filled the playground gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone see clearly. That's definitely the body of the giant tank at the very front. But it didn't come out by walking. Instead, it was lifted into the air by armed mechs. However, the two are roughly the same size. The giant tank blocked almost all the armed mechs in front. The forearms of the armed mech were firmly gripping the giant tank's corpse. Then he casually tossed it aside. The giant zombie landed heavily to the side. We won. We won. The viewers in the chat channel erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They cheered and jumped for joy. The giant tank is almost the strongest at this stage. It's only been less than a week since the apocalypse began. Someone has conquered the most powerful zombie. This shocked people, but it also rekindled their hope for survival. The person who just said to cut off the head of a zombie should come out and get scolded. Look at this giant zombie. Its head is intact, but it still died, didn't it? The fact that the armed mech pilots dared to fight the giant tank head-on shows that they had analyzed the monster's weaknesses. What can you do besides make sarcastic remarks? You're just a bystander. I reckon he'll just feed the enemy. Let him go up there and hack away at the giant tank's head. But it's not even a weak point. He won't even know how he died. Ha ha. Mech Warrior is awesome. Zhang Chun swung the mechanical arm of the armed mecha. At this moment, sparks were constantly emanating from the joints of his arm. The giant tank is indeed a tough opponent. Just a fleeting moment, as it hurtled down. The giant tank was able to precisely grab the two upper arms of the armored mech. That requires an incredibly fast reaction time. Fortunately, this attack completely destroyed the giant tank. Otherwise, relying on armed mechs to engage in melee combat with giant tanks. The outcome of this battle is still uncertain. The armored mech had some of its internal wiring burned out due to excessive load. It emitted a pungent, burnt smell. The control room also displayed a warning. Energy is running out and will be shut down in 20 minutes. Zhang Chun pressed the exit button. The tempered glass cover slowly opened. He immediately jumped out of it. He was panting heavily on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. The smell of burning rubber in the cockpit was too pungent. At this moment, the live stream on the chat channel suddenly stopped. The person broadcasting the live stream hurriedly said, "Holy crap, hold on a second. I think I hear zombies nearby. We'll go live again when it's safe." On the other side of the live stream channel, several black people were hiding in the corner of the dormitory building. They were also observing everything happening on the playground through the area's chat channel. The battle is over. I think the armored mechs have malfunctioned. The cockpit is full of smoke. That's right, and the driver also seemed exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was probably completely drained. Ha ha ha, you foolish Chinese. Thank you for clearing the zombies off the playground for us. Now, all these energy cores and other spoils are ours. Several black men chuckled and then slowly emerged from the shadows. As they walked, they began to collect the zombie corpses around them. Finish off any remaining zombies that are barely clinging to life. A bearded black man walked at the front, holding a dagger in his hand. His goal was very clear. Kill Zhang Chun, and then retrieve the giant tank's corpse before anyone else. What's so special about the corpses of ordinary zombies? They're just some ordinary energy crystals. The giant tank, a powerful zombie, must yield the most abundant resources. Who gave you permission to touch my things? Zhang Chun also noticed these black people. He slowly stood up, releasing a chilling aura of killing intent. The air temperature on the playground dropped several degrees instantly. Your things. Kill you, and all the supplies on you will be ours. You can pilot armed mechs and kill monsters like that. You must have quite a few spoils of war on you. I'm rather looking forward to it. The black man at the head of the group grinned. She's showing off her big, white teeth. The others saw that Zhang Chun was still able to stand up. They all cautiously gathered around. Act recklessly. Zhang Chun stretched out his right hand, and a gleaming tang sword appeared out of thin air. Of the black people in front of me, only one is at his physical limit. The rest are all strong ranks. At this level, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from himself. Go easy on them, leave one alive, and we'll have to interrogate them to find out where they're hiding. Zhang Chun thought to himself. Bang! Before Zhang Chun could even make a move. Suddenly, A bullet shot out from who knows where. It was aimed precisely at the temple of the leading black man. Blood splattered out. The large body of the leading black man was thrown to the side by the impact of the bullet and fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! Then 2 more shots were fired. This man's marksmanship is incredibly accurate. 2 more people immediately fell to the ground. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining 2 black men turned and ran away. Moreover, they are very clever and know how to escape in a serpentine pattern. However, this route posed absolutely no challenge for the archer. Bang! Gunshots rang out again. The short black man running in front fell to the ground. There is 1 black man left. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to run. He knelt down and covered his head with his hands. Bang! The final shot rang out. The shooter had no intention of leaving any survivors. Clang! Zhang Chun appeared next to the last black man without anyone noticing. He blocked the bullet with his tang sword. The black man was pinned to the ground by Zhang Chen's feet, unable to move an inch. Battle over. Then a dozen or so soldiers in camouflage uniforms slowly walked over from the side. Their clothing was uniform and their weapons were sophisticated. The woman who shot the black man from a distance was a long-legged girl with short, shoulder-length hair and light makeup, which is rare among soldiers. She leaned out of the window on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. He leaped gently downwards. She landed lightly on the ground. Not a sound was made. Her strength has reached the limits of human potential. Chapter 62. This is too much of a coincidence. Zhang Chun used his eye of insight to examine the group of more than a dozen people. To his great surprise, these people include both men and women, but they have all advanced to the level of the human body's physical limits. Some are even on the verge of breaking through to the awakened stage. Don't be nervous, we're not the enemy. The man in the lead was about 1.85 meters tall and had dark skin. He had a buzz cut. It gives people a sense of masculinity and integrity. My name is Zhao Longchuan, and I am the leader of the Dragon Kingdom Special Operations Team. These are all members of our action team. We were fortunate that we all brought our weapons and equipment with us when we traveled here. We are soldiers, and it is our duty to protect civilians from harm by foreign enemies. Even though it's the apocalypse, I don't think we should give up on our beliefs. Since you have the ability to control the situation, then we can rest assured. We were just being nosy. Sorry. Zhao Longchuan looked at the black man who was easily trampled under Zhang Chen's feet and said with a smile. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked by Zhang Chen's strength. They were able to catch up with the fleeing black man despite being behind. They were even able to rescue the black man from the hands of Jiang Chenchen, a sniper who never misses a shot. With such physique and reaction ability, they have probably already broken through the limits of human physique and entered the awakened stage. It's hard to imagine for an ordinary person. At the start, there were no guns or ammunition, no teamwork, and no professional combat training. Their upgrade speed is even faster than our elite special forces team. This is simply unbelievable. It wasn't really meddling. I just wanted to grab a black man and ask him what was going on. You helped me deal with the other people, which saved me some trouble, Zhang Chen said slowly. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the zombie corpses scattered all over the ground. This is definitely a huge asset for players in post-apocalyptic games. There were nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies on the entire playground, along with more than a dozen mutated Type 2 zombies. In addition to this giant tank, there's also a level 3 supply crate. This is practically equivalent to gold bricks scattered all over the ground in peacetime. How could these people in front of you not be tempted? Zhao Longchuan seemed to sense Zhang Chen's worry, grinned, and said, "We are capable of killing zombies ourselves. We won't steal other people's loot. Especially since we are all compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. We should unite as one in times of crisis. Let's unite to resist foreign enemies and these monsters. So don't worry, apart from these 3 black men who were killed by us and are our spoils of war, everything else is yours. We won't take a single thing from you." The other team members nodded in agreement. They expressed agreement with Zhao Longchuan's viewpoint. Zhang Chen stared at Zhao Longchuan for a long time. I noticed that his eyes were very clear, without the slightest hint of scheming or trickery. Only then did I feel a little relieved. At the same time, It also surprised Zhang Chen somewhat. It's unbelievable that these soldiers could maintain such noble sentiments in a post-apocalyptic world without a government or superiors. You should know that this small team is well-equipped, well-trained, and has excellent combat capabilities. They can easily sweep through any survivor camp. If they want to act arrogantly and domineeringly, there are very few people who are currently capable of resisting them. You are an admirable team. However, even among the people of China, there are scoundrels. You all need to be careful too. Zhang Chen reminded him. I understand. Zhao Longquan sighed softly and nodded in agreement. He did encounter some problems along the way. It briefly made him waver in his belief in protecting the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this belief was quickly reaffirmed. Just then, a soldier came running up. He stopped beside Zhao Longquan, saluted, and then reported. Report, Captain. A survivor has been found. Okay, bring it over. Zhao Longquan said. All the survivors he rescued along the way were on a bus. They always parked the bus in a safe location. Send some soldiers to guard the area. Then the main armed squads came out to take action. They were under the protection of 2 female soldiers. A beautiful girl slowly walked out. Upon seeing the girl, all the members of the Special Forces team, regardless of gender, were immediately captivated. This is so beautiful. Although she was just wearing loose sportswear, but it still couldn't hide her exquisite and graceful figure. Her jet black, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Fair skin and delicate features. It's like they stepped right out of an animated film. It's Zhao Xia. Zhang Chen was taken aback. She's so much prettier than the characters in the chat channel. She exudes a delicate and lovely charm. At the same time, Zhao Xia also noticed Zhang Chen. Brother Chen. Zhao Xia exclaimed excitedly. Then suddenly her face stiffened, and she touched her hair with some embarrassment. I haven't washed my hair for several days, and it's a bit oily. Am I still pretty like this? Meeting Zhang Chen in this situation was incredibly awkward. So she ran a few steps toward Zhang Chen, then slowly stopped. Brother Chen, I'm so glad you're all right. Never do that again. How dangerous. I was watching the live stream in the chat channel just now, and my heart was in my throat. Especially that last one, it scared me to death. As Zhao Xia spoke, she raised her head. Her eyes were red. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, Xiyu, you're here. That's wonderful. Thank God. I thought I'd never see you again. Upon seeing Zhao Xia, Zhao Longquan quickly walked over. Elder brother? Zhao Xia heard that familiar voice. I looked at it carefully. He immediately recognized the soldier in front of him as his own brother, Zhao Longquan. When Zhao Xia was 12 years old, Zhao Longquan joined the army. 7 years later, the brother and sister unexpectedly met again in the apocalypse. Zhao Xia ran up to Zhao Longquan. The brother and sister, who had been separated for a long time, seemed to have a lot to say to each other. But Zhao Xia paused and turned her head away. She looked at Zhang Chen with some reluctance. One of them is his biological brother, who shares the same father and mother and is bound by blood. One was Zhang Chen, whom Zhao Xia had only known for a few days, yet who had stirred her heart. The 2 men were standing there, and it was really difficult to choose between them. Chapter 63 The Real Zombie Horde is Coming. Zhao Longquan seemed to have seen through his sister's thoughts and took the initiative to say, Young man, I see you're quite skilled. How can someone survive in the apocalypse for so long and still possess such strength? It really wasn't easy. How about this? You join our Wolf Fong survivors camp. Come with us. Zhao Longquan extended a warm invitation. Before Zhang Chen could answer, he continued to explain. Intelligence indicates that a large wave of zombies is rapidly approaching from the north. We expect to arrive here in 3 days. This wave of zombies is far more numerous than the ones on this playground. According to the drone reconnaissance, there are more than a dozen of these giant zombies. There are hundreds, even thousands, of crawlers and venomous insect breeders. The initial estimate for ordinary zombies should be over 100,000. Such a massive horde of zombies is something no individual or camp can withstand. At that time, all the survivors here will probably be trapped and die here. We've gathered together all the survivors who are willing to leave with us along the way. I suggest you evacuate south with us. There's a military base over there. We can use that place as a base to defend against the zombie horde, Zhao Longchuan said with a serious expression. Thank you for the invitation, but I prefer to stay here. Without even thinking, Zhang Chun politely declined. A zombie horde? I was just worried about not being able to find any zombies to fight. In the apocalypse, if you don't actively strive to become stronger, you will eventually be eliminated. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. Anyway, with my own strength, even if I can't defeat the zombie horde, escaping won't be difficult. If I leave now, wouldn't I be missing out on a golden opportunity to improve my skills? Zhao Longchuan looked at Zhao Xie, whose face was full of worry. This man is very strong. He might survive. But Zhao Xie definitely doesn't have that kind of strength. I absolutely cannot let my sister go on this adventure with this man. Now that our parents are gone, I must protect my younger sister's safety. Zhao Longchuan gently shook his head and continued to persuade him. Young man, I know you're very skilled. But it's still too dangerous for one person to survive in this apocalypse. They have our military protection there, as well as ample food, water, and an ecological cycle system. Only by sticking together and keeping warm can we ensure our survival in this harsh apocalypse. And as you know, the Real test begins in 24 days. Zhao Chuanlong reminded him. Indeed, it's just as Captain Zhao said. In this harsh apocalypse, escape is not the best solution. Only by constantly becoming stronger and adapting to harsh environments can we survive. If a mere horde of zombies can drive me away, how am I supposed to face the even more severe test that will come in 24 days? Zhang Qin's words were all-powerful and resounding. This deeply shocked Zhao Longchuan. Really? If they can't even withstand a horde of 100,000 zombies, how will we face the earth-shattering changes that will occur in 24 days? However, if such words came from an ordinary person, Zhao Longchuan would just smile dismissively. Anyone can brag. But coming from Zhang Qin's mouth, Zhao Longchuan had a vague feeling. What Zhang Qin said is true. He did intend to intercept the zombie horde, and he even had the ability to stop it. Zhao Longchuan was startled by his own sudden thought. One person can stop a horde of zombies? This is simply unthinkable. Everyone has their own ambitions. Captain Zhao, let's part ways here. Zhang Qin cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhao Lingchuan. The latter knew that this was a gesture to ask them to leave. In that case, farewell, young man. Let's go, Xie. Zhao Longchuan said to Zhao Xie. Brother Chun. Zhao Xie looked at Zhang Qin pitifully, her eyes full of reluctance. Zhang Qin turned his head to the side, faced with a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even with his best efforts, Zhang Qin couldn't say he was absolutely certain of victory. How could they possibly have the spare capacity to protect Zhao Xie and keep her by their side? It would be safer for her to go to the military base with her brother. With Zhao Longchuan's special forces team around, safety is definitely not a problem. All right, Xie, let's go. With brother Zhang Qin's strength, surviving in the apocalypse will definitely not be a problem. I believe we will meet again. Zhao Longchuan comforted her gently. Brother Chun, you absolutely must survive. Zhao Xie was pulled a few steps by Zhao Longchuan when she suddenly turned around and shouted at Zhang Qin. The sky was filled with starlight. She hoped Zhang Qin would change his mind and leave with her, or it would be good to stay here and fight alongside him. But Zhang Qin simply waved his hand silently, then slowly turned his body around. All right, Xie, let's go. We've often heard your brother mention you, but we never imagined you were so beautiful. Zhang Qinshan linked arms with Zhao Xie and said with a smile. At the same time, she also secretly glanced at Zhang Qin, following Zhao Xie's gaze. I just felt that this man seemed a little different from the others. The image that kept replaying in my mind was Zhang Qin's heroic figure as he blocked the bullet with his Tang sword. This man actually managed to block his own bullet? This bothered her somewhat. All right, let's get going. Move into the military base as soon as possible and prepare defensive fortifications as soon as possible. There's another big battle in 24 days. Zhao Longchuan said solemnly. Yes. The team members responded in unison. Then, they automatically formed a line and marched in unison out of the campus. The energy cores were readily available to the zombie corpses displayed all over the playground. Do not commit the slightest offense. They didn't even glance at it. Zhang Chun stood silently in place, watching the group walk further and further away, until the team completely disappeared from sight. Only then did they refocus their attention on the playground, which was littered with zombie corpses. It's time to reap the rewards. Zhang Chun tied the captured black man to a tree and then began collecting the materials. There were probably not many survivors near the school. Perhaps it was Zhang Chun's skill in blocking bullets that shocked the surrounding survivors. For whatever reason, no other survivors appeared. The playground was littered with zombie corpses. It took Zhang Chun more than an hour to collect the samples by himself. Ding! Data collection successful. Congratulations on winning. Energy Crystal Core, 5,320 plus 1064. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutant Fertilizer, 13725. Acceleration Fertilizer, 120. Evolver Blood, 22. Tough Leather, 66. Sharp Claws, 36. Corrosion Liquid, 5. Corrosion-resistant leather, 10. After collecting the ordinary zombies and the Type 2 infected zombies, the crawlers, Zhang Chun turned his attention to the giant tank beside him. Zombie blind boxes are now open. Chapter 64, A Surge in Strength. The higher the level of the zombie, the rarer the materials you can collect. For example, the resources from Type 2 infected individuals can be used to create rare armor and weapons. Zhang Chun was filled with anticipation about what resources the giant tank might drop. Collect the giant tank corpse. Ding! Collected the giant tank corpse successfully. Congratulations on winning. Energy Crystal Core, 500 plus 100. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Rapid Fertilizer, 5. Berserker Blood, 5. Tough Leather, 5. Submission Potion 1. Hiss. As expected of a mutated Type 3 zombie. A single mutated Type 2 zombie only provides 50 energy cores. The mutated Type 3 zombie provided 500 energy cores from a single one. It's 10 times that of Variant 2. They even revealed the existence of a Submission Potion. Submission Potion, used on players of lower rank than yourself. After use, the player is brainwashed into becoming the user's loyal servant and can be commanded at will. This thing, it looks a bit evil. They can be ordered around at will. Zhang Chun put the Submission Potion into his storage space. This thing definitely has a chance to be effective. But not now. Zhang Chun examined his own condition. Current upgrade progress, 7736/802. The player has been detected as meeting the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the first stage 2 of the Awakened Realm. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy surrounding your body has become even more powerful, because Zhang Chun has 2 talents. Therefore, with each upgrade, the base attributes of both talents will increase. Gene Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Ding. Current upgrade progress, 6136/1502. The player has been detected as meeting the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the initial stage 3 of the Awakened Realm. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy surrounding your body has become even more powerful. Gene Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Next Level Awakener, Mid-Stage 1. Current upgrade progress, 3136/2502. 2 consecutive upgrades. Zhang Chun didn't rush to allocate talent points. Instead, they walked up to a level 3 gold supply crate, about the size of a minivan. There's also a level 3 supply crate. Talent points are inevitable. You can allocate them slowly later. The important thing is to open the treasure chest quickly. Zhang Chun gently raised his hand. The golden treasure chest seemed to be able to sense something. It immediately emitted a faint golden light. Level 3 supply crate detected. Should we open it immediately? Yes. The box moved immediately. It opened by itself. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint 1, Advanced Pet Food 2, Submission Potion Blueprint 1, World Unique, and Special Crystal Core. Gathering Enhancement. The Talent Crystal goes without saying. It's a rare item that directly increases talent points by 1. Powerful Corrosion Bomb Blueprint. Requires 1 corrosion solution, 2 corrosion-resistant leather, and 10 steel to craft the powerful corrosion bomb. Powerful Corrosive Bomb. Upon impact, the bomb inflicts severe corrosive damage on objects and creatures within a 2-meter radius of the impact point. The damage is doubled against metals and living creatures. Zhang Chun was reading the instruction manual for this powerful corrosive bomb. At this moment, a prompt appeared. The corrosive liquid can deal massive damage to enemies with high physical damage resistance, such as giant tanks. Is the powerful corrosive bomb the bane of giant tanks? You must keep this safe. Submission Potion Blueprint. Globally unique, requires 10 ice condensation flour, 1000 energy crystal core, and 5 berserker blood to craft this submission potion. The only one in the world? In other words, among all the players, only Zhang Chun has the ability to create submission potions? Opening this level 3 supply crate was such a great deal. Having this blueprint is like having an extra special ability. Don't be fooled by the fact that 1000 energy cores seem a bit pricey at this stage. However, as the suppression of zombies and monsters gradually eases, the production of crystal cores on their bodies will inevitably increase significantly. The later the game goes, the cheaper the resources required for this blueprint will become. Enhanced Collection. Special crystal cores used to be embedded in the crystal core sacrifices of the Nightmare Organization. Once embedded, all members of the organization will gain the ability to collect resources with a single click. It can automatically collect the corpses of zombies and mutated creatures as they are killed, without requiring any additional collection operations. This is undoubtedly a particularly useful skill. The number of crystal cores required for future upgrades will increase. The number of zombies that need to be killed will also increase exponentially. Collecting data one by one would be a waste of time. They are also vulnerable to being taken advantage of by other survivors who might steal a few zombie corpses. With this skill, Zhang Chun can fight and gather resources at the same time. It greatly improves the efficiency of combat and resource gathering. Next up is this red crystal. Zhang Chun gently crushed the talent crystal. I have gained 1 point of talent in each of the 2 talents again. In addition, there are 2 talent points from the dual talent ability gained from just leveling up twice. At this point, he had already gained 3 points in each of the 2 talents. Zhang Chun checked the talent tree. At this point, only the first 2 tiers of the talent tree are lit up. The third layer is still locked. Only unlockable upon advancing to the mid-stage 1 of the Awakened. Zhang Chun is currently in the early stage 3 of the Awakened realm. 1 more level to go? The first tier of the talent tree, Strengthening Body, and Enlightenment, has been maxed out. The Rage and Focus Strike skills in the second tier of the talent tree have also been maxed out. The talents, Cat's Reflexes, and Wealthy, are both 0/3. I need exactly 3 points of genetic talent. Distribute them all. Bite. Talent allocation successful. Cat Reflexes, 3/3. Increases evasion, speed, and reaction speed by 100%. Wealthy and Powerful, 3/3. Increases the production of non-special item resources by 60%. This effect can be stacked with the 20% increase in energy core collection from Enlightenment. Chapter 65. You're lying to me? Give me a break. The bonus for collecting energy cores has now been greatly increased. The original energy evolution direction was given a 20% pickup bonus from the start. In addition, there's a 60% bonus from being extremely wealthy. The total bonus is 80%. The profitability has been greatly improved. The only downside is that the zombie corpses didn't get to enjoy the bonus effects. Some crystal nuclei were lost. Some readers have mentioned this issue. I'm aware of it too, but it's difficult to change and would require recalculation, so I'll skip it. You won't see it, you won't see it. But it's okay. Zhang Chen's next target was the horde of zombies that was scheduled to arrive in 3 days to the north. That's the key thing he needs to seize. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. Those were practically energy crystals everywhere. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. However, Zhang Chun could not be careless. We need to make thorough preparations in advance. Upgraded talents. Zhang Chun approached the black man who was tied to the tree. By this time, the black man was so frightened that his lips had turned white and he was unable to speak. I am, after all, an exceptionally strong player. Zhang Chun was able to easily catch up with him after he had run a certain distance. Can you really block a sniper rifle bullet with a knife? This strength has probably already surpassed the limits of the human body. Even more terrifying is, Zhang Chun, who was already abnormally strong, had just plundered the entire playground of energy crystal cores. There's also a level 3 supply crate. Our strength will definitely increase significantly. Faced with such a killing god, he had absolutely no power to fight back. If the other party wants to kill me, it's as easy as crushing a soybean weevil. Next, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. Understand? Zhang Chun asked in a sinister tone. Yes. I can understand Mandarin. I am an exchange student from the United States and China. My name is Nebu, and I speak Mandarin. I'll answer whatever you ask. I definitely won't lie to you. I just hope you won't kill me. Nebu said nervously. Where did you come from? Zhang Chun asked. We are exchange students, and we were originally in the area where the survivors from China were located. We've been hiding in the cafeteria for the past few days, occasionally going out to scout around. We saw you clearing out the zombie horde on the regional channel today. That's why we came out. That big guy is our leader. He said we can take advantage of your weakness and steal the spoils. However, I am firmly against it. You must believe me. Neru didn't forget to offer a final explanation for himself. Where is all the food in the cafeteria? Zhang Chun continued to ask. There's not much food in the cafeteria to begin with. The kitchen only has a little bit of semi-finished food. But many of them were rotten and covered with red mushrooms. We saw a room that was locked. It looked like a storage room in the cafeteria. There should be food in there. We originally planned to break down the door and go in, but we were afraid of alerting the zombies, so we didn't dare to do it. There should be plenty of food inside. I can take you there. I know the way. Neru quickly pledged his loyalty. They were afraid that if they couldn't demonstrate their value, Zhang Chun would easily kill them. Okay, take me there. Don't try anything funny. Zhang Chun nodded and reached out to pull on Nebu's rope. With a loud bang, the hemp rope, as thick as a little finger, was snapped in two. Its power is clearly extraordinary. Nebu nodded like a quail in fright. Then she obediently led the way. The zombies on campus were mostly drawn away by the loud explosions. At this point, there were almost no zombies to be seen in the passageway. Occasionally, a few weak zombies would be blocked by the classroom's glass windows. Pale hands were frantically pounding on the glass window. It made a series of popping sounds. Zhang Chun glanced around. A notification popped up immediately. There are 23 weak zombies in Building 7. They pose no threat to you. There are 15 weak zombies in the library. They pose no threat to you whatsoever. There are 8 naked male zombies in the bathhouse. If you have a particular interest, you can go in and take a look. These zombies aren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Given Zhang Chun's previous strength, ordinary zombies could no longer harm him. Type 2 infected individuals, such as those who crawl, can also be easily eliminated. Zhang Chun has now been promoted 2 ranks. Their strength is on a completely different level. As long as no zombies as powerful and abnormally strong as the giant tank appear, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, the two arrived at the back door of the cafeteria. This is it. Go through here, and you'll find the kitchen's cold storage and storeroom. With this major power outage, it's hard to say what will happen to the contents of the cold storage, but the food in the storeroom will definitely still be there. I've done what I was supposed to do as agreed. Can I leave now? Neru asked with a forced smile. Is it safe in here? Zhang Chun asked. Safe, of course it's safe. We're hiding right here. We've cleared out all the zombies. There isn't a single zombie inside. How could it not be safe? Neru quickly explained. However, the prompt in front of Zhang Chun was displaying something else. Behind the door are 30 hungry zombies, but they pose no threat to you whatsoever. Huh, this guy is a complete liar. Since it's safe, you can go in first. Huh, I don't. Zhang Chun had no intention of giving Nebu a chance to explain. One hand grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground like a chick. Then, he opened the back door of the cafeteria with his other hand. They threw Neru directly in. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was just joking with you. Neru hadn't finished speaking. His throat was bitten off. Immediately following was the sound of muscles being torn apart. There were also sounds of zombies chewing raw meat. Until there was absolutely no sound inside. Zhang Chun waited another 25 seconds before opening the door. At this moment, the number of zombies in the cafeteria has increased to 31. Hee. A group of zombies roared and charged towards Zhang Chun. Perfect timing to test my upgraded physical strength. Zhang Chun smiled slightly. This time, instead of drawing his Tang sword, he threw a punch straight at the zombie in front of him. Bang! Plop! As Zhang Chun threw his punch, an energy armor instantly covered his entire body. Zhang Chun did not use his full strength in that punch. But the zombie's head in front of them looked like it was made of cardboard. His jaw was dislocated from the impact, and a large chunk of his skull was dented. His entire body flew straight backward like a kite with a broken string. He smashed 5 or 6 zombies that rushed up from behind under his body. Ding! Zombie killed. Special crystal core. Harvesting enhancement triggered. Automatically collect 5+4 energy crystal cores with energy evolution talent bonus, 3 mutant fertilizers, and 1 cold storage key. 1 strike, 1 kill. Chapter 66, Air Raid Shelter. The upgraded physical strength is indeed extraordinary. Facing these zombies, Zhang Chun was like a tiger among sheep. With overwhelming force, they easily dealt with the 31 zombies. With the enhancement of data collection, items obtained from killing zombies go directly into your storage ring. It will only fall outside if there is not enough space in the storage ring. Zhang Chun still has quite a few storage compartments left. Moreover, the zombies only drop a few items. Energy cores, mutated fertilizer, clean cloth, and some similar personal items. Zhang Chun kept the cold storage key and threw away all the useless things like business cards, meal cards, and student IDs. Save storage space. Not far after entering the back door of the cafeteria, you'll see a heavy iron gate. Water continued to flow out from the gaps under the iron gate. This must be the cold storage. Zhang Chun focused his gaze on the cold storage door, and soon, the notification appeared again. The frozen meat in the cold storage has just thawed and has not yet spoiled. It's safe to eat. This is great. Zhang Chun was overjoyed. In the post-apocalyptic world, processed foods such as instant noodles and self-heating hot pot make up the largest proportion of food. These foods do taste quite good when eaten occasionally. However, eating it every day, at every meal, is really too much to handle. If there were other survivors who had difficulty even getting food, they certainly wouldn't be picky. They would be grateful to have anything to eat at all. But Zhang Chun is different. He now has a large quantity of meat and potatoes, canned beef, and a huge pile of food from the supermarket. There are many kinds of food, and there is never any worry about not having enough to eat. Therefore, Zhang Chun pays more attention to the quality of the food. Without a doubt, freshly pan-fried or stewed meat is several levels above fast food in terms of both texture and taste. While others are still struggling to survive in the apocalypse, Zhang Chun has already started planning to live a higher quality of life. Open the cold storage. Inside, for whole pigs, headless and already processed, were hanging upside down. There is also a cow and 2 sheep. Boxes of semi-finished food products were piled up in the corner. Store them all in the storage space. Zhang Chun gently touched the boxes of food with his hand. Ding! Data collection successful. Congratulations. You have received 72 bags of French fries, 48 bags of squid rings, 96 shrimp crackers, 72 chicken wings, 3,500 G cheese, 106 pack sausages, 24 1,000 G ribbon fish, 82 1,000 G sole fillets, 48 300 G steak, 2,300 G popcorn chicken, and 66 2-pack Orleans chicken drumsticks. Good heavens, what a huge harvest. Zhang Chun then arrived at the storage room. When Zhao Xie made a deal with him before, she gave him a set of keys. The key to the canteen storeroom is on it. So Zhang Chun opened the warehouse very easily. This small room is about 50 square meters. The shelves were packed tightly together. There are 4 floors in total, from top to bottom. The bottom shelf is filled with foods like rice and flour. Without exception, the rice and wheat flour here have also been contaminated by red mushrooms. Only unopened items with exceptionally good sealing were preserved. Collection. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations. You have received 10x5L cooking oil, 5x oyster sauce, 6x soy sauce, 10x ketchup, 6x cooking wine, 6x aged vinegar, 4x white vinegar, 30x salt, 30x sugar, 10x broad bean paste, and 20x hot pot base. There are too many kinds of seasonings. Zhang Chen only picked out some things he could use for cooking. There are also categories that were already present in the storage space before. Stacking them like this can save a lot of space. Another round of looting. Before leaving the cafeteria, Zhang Chen also took a gas cylinder from it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 6 gas canisters. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhang Chen returned to the playground. I remember writing about it in my old diary. The owner of the diary stole one of the 3 armed mech stored in the shelter below the school playground and fought his way out. The armed mech that had attacked was right at the entrance of the shelter. He was basically killed the moment he charged out. This shows just how terrifying the outside world is. This also suggests that 2 more armed mechs should still be safely stored in the shelter. This weapon of war must be seized. Zhang Chen arrived at the gate of the shelter. The shelter was converted from an air raid shelter. The entrance to the air raid shelter is located below the flagpole on the playground. The large iron gate was severely damaged. It was pitch black inside. Standing at the door, you can still feel the chilly air blowing out from inside. It's terrifyingly dark here, but the good news is there's no threat. Oh, Zhang Chen was slightly disappointed. I thought I could get some more crystals here. There aren't any zombies. On second thought, it makes sense. The shelter was breached by undead monsters that burst forth from the ground. These monsters likely ate everyone inside, so there are no zombies left. The world is currently suppressing monsters. It's not their turn to appear yet. Therefore, there are naturally no monsters more terrifying than zombies here. It's just black. Zhang Chen slowly descended the stairs, which were covered in thick dust and rubble. Each step produced a series of creaking sounds. The sound echoed softly in the silent air raid shelter. It was eerily quiet. They had only walked 3 or 4 meters. The world before my eyes was plunged into complete darkness. The light filtering through the opening had weakened to the point of being negligible. Zhang Chen took out the night vision goggles and put them on his head. Sizzle. Night vision activated. The dark air raid shelter in front of them immediately became bright. However, the scenery in front of us was completely covered in green, making it look somewhat eerie. In this situation, although Zhang Chenming knew there was no threat, his body still reacted instinctively. Every hair on my body stood on end. My nerves were on edge. Even the energy armor quickly covered his entire body as his adrenaline surged. Zhang Chen walked forward step by step. The walls along the way were covered with graffiti. I couldn't see the color clearly, but it looked like blood smeared with my palm. It read, "Help. This is hell. I curse you to die." There are also many graffiti patterns that are incomprehensible. Chapter 67. The armory was raided. Along the way, there were many small rooms separated by small iron gates. Most of the small iron gates were open. It was filled with leftover garbage from various food packaging bags. The ground was covered with a layer of red mushrooms. It spread all the way up to the wall. Some of the small iron gates were deformed from the inside after being smashed. A huge bulge protruded outwards. Zhang Chen glanced at the small iron gate. The solid cast-in-place door is about 5 centimeters thick and very heavy. Zhang Chen punched an open iron gate with all his might. Thump! A muffled thud echoed in the air raid shelter. Zhang Chen felt a slight pain in his fist. Under such force, the iron gate was only bent slightly to create such an exaggeratedly curved bulge. The opponent, in terms of both size and strength, is far beyond what I can currently contend with. I'm not strong enough yet. I must become stronger. Zhang Chen continued to explore. Soon we arrived at the end of the passageway. There is a laboratory here. The deformed iron gate lay on the ground. The lonely door frame reads, Raven T 325 Laboratory. Step into the laboratory. The space here is very large, and it is divided into several small laboratories. There were more than a dozen transparent glass jars, each about the height of a person, standing against the wall. The liquid inside was extremely murky. In some of the jars, parts of the experimental subjects' bodies were pressed tightly against the edge of the container. It revealed something resembling internal organs, which looked extremely disgusting. However, they have long since lost their vital signs. There is a glass wall on the other side. The situation behind the glass wall can be clearly observed from the outside. A mummified corpse was sitting in the chair. Its head was tilted back, it was already dead, and its face was not visible. The walls and glass were covered in bloody scratches. He must have experienced unimaginable misery and suffering before he died. Zhang Chen glanced around casually, but didn't find anything particularly interesting. However, while looking at a computer screen, a notification popped up next to me. This computer contains experimental logs, which will be very helpful in understanding the enemies in this world. This computer operates much the same way as in the real world, so there's no need to worry about using it. Experiment log? This is great. This is official research on monsters, so it's naturally more authoritative. Collection. Zhang Chen reached out and gently touched the computer. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations on receiving the laboratory laptop, including power supply. There was nothing else in the experiment worth remembering. Much of the liquid in the test tube broke and spilled everywhere. Leaving the lab, Zhang Chen headed to the left and walked a short distance. They discovered a large pit in the ground. This crater is big enough to swallow a car that is driving normally. Look down through night vision goggles. It's bottomless. All that could be seen were the excavated soil on both sides of the hole, as well as the exposed steel and concrete. This hole is 53 meters deep. With your current strength, if you jump down, there's a 90% chance of spraining your ankle, a 35% chance of fracturing your bone, and a 100% chance of not being able to climb up. Goodness. You might as well just tell me not to jump. How simple and clear is that? Zhang Chen silently complained to himself. This hole was most likely dug when the monsters attacked. Is the real enemy underground? This is quite difficult to guard against. Zhang Chen turned around and walked to the other side. At the end of this area is a large iron gate with a sign that reads, Military Restricted Area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Zhang Chen took out the oddly shaped key to the armory and opened the door directly. Then, a vast space came into view. Boxes of military-grade wooden crates were laid out on the ground. From some scattered wooden crates, you can see rows of brand-new assault rifles. On the other shelf, tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, and spare camouflage uniforms were neatly stacked. 2 armed mechs stood on the innermost wall. It matches the diary perfectly. We made a fortune. We made a killing this time. Zhang Chen first returned to the location of the deep pit cave and directly took the heavy truck out of the storage space. The heavy truck plunged nose first into the deep pit. Soon, a muffled thud was heard. There were also sounds of parts falling off. After crushing so many zombies, the heavy truck was at its limit. Although it's still drivable, the bumper is broken and the tires are damaged to varying degrees. Moreover, Zhang Chen no longer needs to use heavy trucks to kill zombies. Its historical mission is complete. Zhang Chen then returned to the armory. The 2 armed mechs were stored in the storage space. Exactly 2 vehicles. Then, they reached out and began collecting the other items one by one. Ding! Data collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the following items. M16 Assault Rifle 100, AMR Sniper Rifle 5, Anti-Armor Handheld Cannon 1, Exoskeleton Assist Device 20, Tactical Helmet 100, Bulletproof Vest 100, Camouflage Uniform 100, Fragmentation Grenade 200, Throwing Thermite 80, Laser Tripwire Mine 120, C4 Adhesive Explosive 80, Flashbang 50, Tear Gas 50, Smoke Grenade 50, Assault Rifle Ammo 100000, Sniper Rifle Armor Piercing Rounds 1200, Anti-Armor Shells 200, T-20 Armored Mech Energy Core 4, Armored Mech Ammo. Supply Box 20. Good heavens! Zhang Chen exclaimed, wow, these things could be used to form an army. Various explosives, plus armed mechs that can replenish energy and ammunition. This gave Zhang Chen even more confidence in dealing with the approaching zombie horde. This is absolutely awesome. Thank goodness I upgraded the ring. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to take all of these things with me at once. Even so, 72 storage compartments still seem a bit cramped. There are only 2 empty slots left. I need to find a way to get some storage ring fragments to upgrade my storage ring. Zhang Chun walked out of the armory and took off his night vision goggles. The outside world was so bright, it was almost blinding. The light was so bright that Zhang Chun couldn't help but rub his eyes, and it took him a while to readjust to the outside light. It's a little past 2 p.m. now. There are still more than 4 hours until sunset. There should be enough time. Zhang Chun walked out of the campus. I got back into the SUV parked by the roadside. Set off. Following the map, the off-road vehicle headed north along the main road. About 10 minutes later, the SUV stopped on the south side of the bridge, in front of a convenience store. Zhang Chun had just gotten out of the car. The surrounding zombies were attracted by the sound of the car and swarmed around it. These guys are really getting in the way, wasting our time. Zhang Chun pulled out his Tang sword and quickly cleared away the nearby zombies. He turned and went into the convenience store. There were no zombies in the convenience store, and the food and daily necessities on the shelves had been looted. On the wall, someone had scribbled out several words in zombie blood. We're in Jiangbei, and we have food here. Chapter 68, Wu Jingri's Temptation. Jiangbei is the territory of the Japanese. Zhang Chun already knew this. What puzzled him was that the words on the wall were written in simplified Chinese characters. It's clearly meant for the people of China, who live just across the river. Free food too. LOL. Now that it's the apocalypse, surely no one would still believe such a low-level scam. Searching for convenience stores was just a side thing, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any usable resources. Zhang Chun walked out of the convenience store and turned his gaze to the Starry Sky building next door. This building was just built. There are no zombies, but there are also no resources. Great, this is it. Zhang Chun walked to the entrance of the Starry Sky building. The main entrance was locked with a chain lock. Looking inside through the window, the floor was clean marble, and some building materials were piled up next to it. It was indeed recently completed. Zhang Chun pulled out his Tang sword and slashed fiercely at the chain lock. With a whoosh, the chains fell with a snap. Pushing open the door, a pungent smell of renovation immediately wafted out. There's a citywide power outage right now, so the elevators definitely won't work. He could only enter the emergency exit and run uphill as fast as he could. It has 45 floors in total, with a fireproof layer in the middle. Zhang Chun didn't even need to rest. When I reached the top floor, I was only slightly out of breath. He came to the edge of the rooftop, looking down from above. Almost half of Jiangbei District can be seen. There are 4 bridges connecting Jiangbei District to Jiangnan District. 2 of the bridges have been destroyed. There are 2 left. One is the Magnificent Bridge, located about 2 kilometers from the Starry Sky building. One side of the bridge has collapsed, but the main structure remains intact. The road was jammed with cars. The streets were teeming with zombies. You can also see 2 or 3 crawlers quickly jumping from one rooftop to another. From a distance, they look like a few strangely shaped monkeys wreaking havoc. Occasionally, zombies would wander aimlessly, only to accidentally slip and fall into the water from a collapsed section. About 100 meters away on the other side, there is another bridge called Yongyu Bridge. Judging from its design, it should be an early bridge with a very old style. Because the bridge was very narrow, it was converted into a one-way street. There were almost no cars blocking the road, and no zombies. Zhang Chun pulled out the AMR sniper rifle and used the scope on it. There were many pools of blood on the road. There should have been zombies here. However, they had already been killed by passing survivors. The body had been removed, so all that was left was a pool of blood on the ground. In other words, Japanese people entered Jiangnan through this bridge. Zhang Chun followed the bridge and the bloodstains on the road, tracing his path. Soon, the Japanese were spotted at a hot spring hotel. On the second-floor awning of the hotel, 2 Japanese men sat on lookout duty. They all had samurai swords at their waists. Next to the hot spring hotel is a couple's hotel. Zhang Chun remembers it very clearly. Back when they were killing Minako and the other Japanese, they had their hotel room key cards taken from them. It seems they really were hiding here. Ah, I found you. A smile appeared on Zhang Chun's lips. Storage ring fragment, here I come. 1 hour ago. Regional chat channels. Wu Jingri is live streaming himself eating Japanese ramen, which has a few slices of meat and shiitake mushrooms on top. He ate the noodles in large mouthfuls while boasting incoherently. I told you there's free food in Jiangbei, but you didn't believe me. Back then, some people called me a Japanophile and a bootlicker, but now I'm live streaming ramen from north of the Yangtze River to south. We want to prove to you with facts that the Japanese are very hospitable, and that there is plenty of food and water, as well as safe shelters. After we finish eating, I'll send you the video I recorded of the shelter in Jiangbei. Jiangnan and Jiangbei belong to two different regions. Regional chat channels are only valid within the same region. Once you arrive in Jiangbei, you can only chat in the Jiangbei regional channel. Therefore, Wu Jingri could only conduct his live broadcast by bringing ramen to Jiangnan. Otherwise, the only option is to transport the videos to Jiangnan via video recording. Oh my god, there really is ramen, and it's hot. I haven't had anything hot for days. Eating cookies every day is so painful. You can be secretly happy if you're eating cookies, but I eat dog food every day, and I've said anything. I envy those who get to eat dog food. At least it contains some meat. So, once you get to Jiangbei, will you really be guaranteed a hot meal? Or will you not have to pay anything in return? Seeing that someone was interested, Wu Jingri waved his hand and said, "The Japanese value unity. There's strength in numbers. Of course, you have to make some sacrifices, but you don't have to kill zombies. You just help out by sweeping the floor and washing the dishes every day. Do what you can. After all, people give you food, and it would be a bit impolite of you to do nothing." As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel became even more lively. What? Just sweeping the floor and washing the dishes? That's way too easy. These are things I do at home all the time, so they're hardly work. Yes, I've joined one of our own people's camp, and the workload is just too much. I have to practice beheading dummies for 5 hours every day, and then I'll have to go and gather food. If I hoard food, I'll get beaten up. Ugh, it's so tough. I also need to go out and fight zombies. Yesterday, a classmate who joined the camp with me had half his face bitten off by a zombie right in front of me. They give you food if you don't kill zombies. It feels a bit unreal. In the past, that was possible, but would the Japanese consider us one of their own? After all, we're not from the same country. Yes, it's too risky to go there rashly. We don't know anyone there. When Wu Jingri saw this content, he knew that many people were already interested. He quickly added, "Don't worry, everyone. The Japanese have said that it's already the end of the world, so what does it matter what country it is? All that remains is for us, the survivors of all humanity, to unite and overcome this challenge together. If you don't even have this much awareness, how can you possibly grow big? How can you possibly survive in the apocalypse? We are no longer in the world we used to live in. Let's put aside our prejudices and unite as one." Anyone who wants to join the Jiangbei camp can message me privately. Those who are able to do so can meet at Yongyu Bridge. If you don't have the option, you can message me your location, and someone from Japan will come to pick you up. I'm currently at a restaurant near the Yongyu Bridgehead. This area is very safe. Many people in the chat channel remained rational in the face of this statement. Some people even advised others not to be fooled. However, some people still couldn't resist the temptation and started messaging Wu Jingri privately. Some people have even started to leave their original camp and secretly head towards Yongyu Bridge. Chapter 69, Zheng Hao's Dilemma. The stadium, the revival camp established by Zheng Hao. Inside the VIP box, Zheng Hao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the survivors inside the stadium, his face full of exhaustion. Recently, more and more survivors have sought refuge with Zheng Hao, especially after Wu Jingri's sycophancy towards the Japanese was exposed by Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao's personal prestige and the reputation of the revival camp are growing. The stadium is almost full. Some people set up tents, while others simply sat on the ground. Others chose to lie down and rest in the audience. At first glance, it looks like a refugee camp. As the number of survivors increases, management becomes increasingly difficult. When there were only a dozen or so people at the beginning, everyone knew each other. We gathered supplies together, fought together, and ate together. The number of people has increased more than tenfold. Among them were many frail girls and elderly people. These people have virtually no fighting ability, but they have an extra mouth to feed. Fights, injuries, and even violent crimes such as rape frequently occur within the camp. Zheng Hao is not a police officer. He has neither the ability nor the energy to find the murderer. Fighting off zombies, reinforcing the camp, and searching for supplies are enough to give anyone a headache. The camp is now in complete disarray, and that would not be an exaggeration. None of the above are the most troublesome things for Zheng Hao. The most troublesome thing is that I don't know when it started. A negative mood was spreading through the camp. Nobody wants to fight zombies. They would rather eat less and lie on the ground each day. They were unwilling to participate in combat training, and even less willing to step out of the camp. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Zheng Hao adjusted his emotions, making his face look full of confidence. As the leader of the camp, if he himself is filled with despair, the members below must have been even more panicked. So even if you're faking it, you have to pretend to be relaxed. The door opened, and Qian Jinyu walked in carrying the account book. There are 2 things I need to report to you, Qian Jinyu said with a bitter face. Is it good news or bad news? Zheng Hao asked with a smile. It's all bad news. Qian Jinyu was clearly not in the mood for jokes and went straight to the point. The first thing is, our supplies are running low. Huh? Didn't we just take over the supermarket a few days ago? How come we're out of stock so quickly? Zheng Hao was startled. He knew that with more people, supplies would be consumed faster. But I didn't expect it to be consumed so quickly. It far exceeded his expectations. The supermarket didn't have many supplies to begin with, and then they gave half of them to Zhang Chun. Under our existing system, those who go on missions can get priority for meat, and they can get multiple portions. Those who don't participate in missions will only receive welfare. But there are too many people not going on missions right now. There are at least 150 people waiting for their meals. After distributing the supplies to the mission team, the remaining amount could have supported the camp for at least a month. But you know how many more people there are now, and the number of new survivors is increasing by double digits every day. At this rate, the supplies can only last for another 5 days at most. And that's not the worst part. The second thing I'm about to tell you is the worst part. Qian Jinyu didn't care whether Zheng Hao's heart could handle it, and just reported everything out in one go. There are many survivors who have joined, but the number of people participating in the search teams is not large. Most people in the entire camp are just waiting to freeload. We've searched for all the nearby convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants we could find. To get more food, we have to go further afield. The farther the journey, the more difficult it will be for us to provide support, and the more unexpected events will occur. The squad's losses have now exceeded the number of new additions. The search team members have a lot of complaints. They feel that they are the ones who support the entire camp, and some have even started to disobey orders. At this point, Qian Jinyu sighed softly and continued. That bastard Wu Jingri just now was urging the survivors to go to Jiangbei again in the chat channel. Zheng Hao nodded and said, I saw this content, and it is indeed very inflammatory. But this is clearly sending the survivors to deliver food to the Japanese. No one would be stupid enough to believe that. After all, we were just robbed by the Japanese a few days ago. Qian Jinyu gave a wry smile and said, You really overestimate some people's intelligence. Some people are indeed not intelligent enough, while others simply cannot resist temptation. Don't even mention that some people on the regional channels actually believed it. I just passed through the campground and overheard people secretly discussing it. They complained that we forced them to fight, saying it was corporal punishment and inhumane. People who are close to me eat meat like crazy, while they can only eat snacks like potato chips, and their stomachs are aching from it. I'm so angry. All the people we're close to are from the gathering team. They risk their lives to get food to feed us all, so why can't we eat well? These people just laze around all day. They're lucky to get potato chips, and they still have the nerve to complain? Don't you think these people have no conscience? Qian Jinyu was so angry that his face turned bright red. Zheng Hao quickly handed him a glass of flat cola and tried to calm him down. Beverages, which can replenish both energy and water, are definitely a luxury. I didn't dare drink it all at once after opening it. I had to drink it slowly in several portions. The gas had long since dissipated. Even so, Qian Jinyu took a sip of cola, and his mood improved significantly. He paused for a moment, then continued. The most outrageous things are yet to come. I heard them say that they decided to meet up and escape along the Riverside Road at dawn. I just checked the map, and we're only 2 kilometers away from Yongyu Bridge. If you walk, it only takes half an hour to get there, which makes many people quite interested. Should we prepare in advance to prevent them from escaping? Zheng Hao was both amused and exasperated by Qian Jinyu's words. No way. Is it really possible for someone to be so naive as to think that the Japanese are in paradise? So, despite opening his heart to these people and even squeezing out food for them, he ended up playing the role of a cruel lord. Those Japanese people who didn't know the truth became saviors. No, everyone except the scouts who are there to warn of zombies should be evacuated this morning. Also, use the walkie-talkie to notify the team searching to the north to make sure they clear all the zombies from the roads. I want to make sure these people get to Yongyu Bridge smoothly. As Zheng Hao said this, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 70. The survivors of the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Huh? Not only did they not stop them, they even helped clear obstacles for them. What? What kind of logic is this? These are, after all, Chinese citizens, and they even stayed in our camp. Instead of trying to persuade them to stay, we're letting them leave? Qian Jinyu looked bewildered and puzzled as he stared at Zheng Hao. As you just said, our camp is already overloaded. We cannot support so many survivors if this continues. There are only 2 possible outcomes for our camp. Either we starve to death due to food shortages. Either the gathering team betrayed them and they turned on each other. I believe that neither of these endings is what you wanted to see. Zheng Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu on the shoulder and said earnestly, This is true. But we knew perfectly well that their trip wouldn't end well. If we let them get away with this, aren't we just becoming accomplices to the Japanese? Qian Jinyu frowned and asked in return, although he didn't like these people either. But he couldn't bear to push these people into the fire. I didn't want to do this either, but as you can see, people aren't united. I want to grow together with everyone. If there is enough time, I can select some eloquent people. Let them brainwash everyone, unify their thinking, and strengthen their confidence. But we only have 3 days' worth of food left. The time was too short. It wasn't enough for me to operate at all. And as you know, once the 3-day deadline is up, these people's hearts aren't with us anyway. If we lose food again, I'll instantly lose control of the camp. As the guardian of the supplies, you will inevitably become their target. So I'm doing this not only to maintain the camp, but also for your safety. Zheng Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu's storage ring. The latter reflexively withdrew his hand. Indeed, Zheng Hao used all the storage ring fragments he obtained to upgrade Qian Jinyu's ring. This ring contains almost all the supplies for the entire camp. Once food supplies run out, ordinary survivors will not know these secrets. But the members of the earliest collection teams who followed him knew this. They are formidable fighters. Who knows what they might do? Qian Jinyu was terrified by Zheng Hao's words and broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, there are many benefits for us in doing this. Zheng Hao smiled slightly, seeing that his words had successfully frightened Qian Jinyu, and continued. The departure of these people has reduced our material burden. Secondly, the fate of these people serves as a warning to those who are unwilling to train or kill zombies. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If they want to survive in the camp, they have to learn to fight. This way, we can easily get everyone involved in the collection of supplies. A win-win situation. What do you think? Seeing Zheng Hao's sharp gaze, Qian Jinyu's lips moved, but he finally nodded. Although he did not approve of this approach. However, it must be said that this is currently the only feasible solution. We are now in the end times, and we have no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Let's do it your way. Zheng Hao smiled at Qian Jinyu with satisfaction and said, Then go and inform the collection team. I'll handle the guard arrangements. On the other side, inside a restaurant near Yongyu Bridge. After Wu Jingri finished his vivid boasting about the Japanese camp and eating ramen, he uploaded another video. The images above are all from couples' hotels. Inside, I also inadvertently captured some scantily clad Japanese beauties walking around in the corridor. After the video finished playing, Wu Jingri wiped his mouth, obediently stood up, and proactively extended his hands. Click. Immediately afterwards, a Japanese man with messy, unruly hair handcuffed Wu Jingri's hands tightly. He said in Japanese with a look of disgust, "I really don't know what the congressman was thinking. They actually made this pig eat ramen. With supplies so scarce right now, he actually ate a whole bowl. It's an absolute waste of food." Another blonde-haired Japanese man chimed in from the side. Okay, there's nothing to complain about. This guy is very helpful to the counselor's plans, and the people of China trust him a lot. Besides, he's only eaten half of his ramen. Would you be willing to continue eating it?" The man with the messy grass spat fiercely directly onto Wu Jingri's shoe. The latter, who didn't understand Japanese, said with a forced smile, it's all right. I know you didn't mean it. Besides, if I keep doing this, I can have ramen, right? The congressman even promised to assign me a beautiful woman. I wonder when he'll keep his promise. But don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to rush him. I was just asking casually. The man with the messy grass gave Wu Jingri a disdainful look and said to his companion with a sneer, I simply can't understand why such undignified people exist in the world. If it were me, I'd rather die than live like a dog. The blond man smiled and squeezed the man with messy hair's shoulder hard, signaling him to calm down. The latter left, grumbling and cursing. The blond man then spoke in heavily accented Mandarin. Mr. Wu, please don't take it to heart. That's just how Shangdao is. He absolutely didn't mean any disrespect to you. If we have done anything wrong that made you uncomfortable, I apologize. As Huang Fa spoke, he immediately bowed deeply to Wu Jingri at a 90-degree angle. No, everything's fine. Koike-kun, you don't need to be so polite. Wu Jingri quickly reached out to help Xiao Qi. However, with his hands handcuffed, he couldn't move freely at all. Upon seeing the handcuffs, Wu Jingri couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Actually, these handcuffs are for your protection. You understand that, right? Koike tentatively said. Actually, he was quite unsure of himself when he said those words. Is handcuffing someone a way to protect them? This explanation is too far-fetched. I really don't know how the congressman managed to convince Wu Jingri. I understand. I completely understand the congressman's good intentions. Once there are more survivors in the Dragon Kingdom, I will prove my loyalty and ability to him. Wu Jingri said with a smile. That's good, Mr. Wu. The counselor has high hopes for you. You must work hard. The blond man suppressed his inner mockery and said with an encouraging expression, Survivors from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Just then, the man with the messy grass returned, his face beaming with excitement. Chapter 71 Yusuji's Experiment. Then, what about me? Wu Jingri raised his hand, revealing the gleaming handcuffs. Let me help you untie it, Mr. Wu. Now it's up to you. Koike personally took the key, unlocked Wu Jingri's handcuffs, and said with a smile. A total of 5 men and 3 women came this time. They were originally survivors from the surrounding area. Fortunately, the Japanese had already cleared out most of the zombies here. I rushed over to join them as soon as I saw the message in the regional chat channel. Welcome to the Jiangbei Survivors Camp family. Wu Jingri greeted the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom with a smile. This guy may not have any other skills, but he's excellent at chatting with people. In just a few minutes, he had the several wary survivors from the Dragon Kingdom laughing heartily. My guard has been downplayed considerably. The man with the messy grass stood next to the pond and whispered. The tall man has reached the limits of human strength, and the skinny dark-skinned man next to him is exceptionally strong. That fat woman is at the strong level. The rest are just ordinary people. He also possesses the ability to see clearly. After all, these abilities are not like those that submit to potion blueprints. They are unique to the entire world. It's not even a rare ability. It's just that fewer people obtained it in the early stages of the apocalypse. Over time, this fundamental ability will become more and more widespread. There are actually experts with such physical limits. Looks like we really hit the jackpot this time. Koike nodded in satisfaction. After another 10 minutes or so, 3 or 4 more survivors joined in. Koike ordered his men to drive a van and take the survivors to the camp. He, along with Luan Xiaotu and Wu Jingri, continued to wait here for new survivors to take the bait. Sigh, I really envy them for being able to stay in such nice rooms and live such a happy life. As Wu Jingri watched the van drive away, he couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. Once your work is finished, they will definitely enjoy a much better living environment than them. Moreover, the congressman will arrange an important position for you, making you the manager of these people. Second only to the emperor, above all others, even I'm envious of such a lofty position. Koike chimed in with a smile. In the swimming pool behind the Hot Spring Hotel. This pool is designed for divers and experienced swimmers. It is a full 4 meters deep. The water inside had long since dried up. The pool is surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall, covered by a huge iron mesh. At the bottom of the pool stood 7 survivors from the Dragon Kingdom, holding various weapons they had picked up from the pool floor, including axes, kitchen knives, and samurai swords. He stared nervously at an iron fence on the wall. Some people just started swearing. Wu Jingri, you son of a bitch. How dare you lie to me? When I get out of here, I'll cut off your third leg. Damn it. I knew these Japanese were up to something, but I never expected them to scheme against us. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why didn't I understand this back then? Hey, you must have made a mistake. We have no hostility towards you. We've come to join you. We'll let you fight and gather food for us. Just let us go. Given the situation, please stop being naive. If begging them would be of any use, we wouldn't be stuck here. The pool floor was covered in bloodstains, and occasionally you could see a sticky mass. The air reeked of decay. Although I don't know what's behind the iron gate, it certainly won't be a clean-up Japanese girl. On the platform, Representative Yusuji stared expressionlessly at the Chinese man in the iron cage. 2 people stood beside him. The burly security captain, Takashi Nakaho, and his female secretary, Yoko Akaya. Yusuji was transported here on his way to a meeting. Along with him came his secretary and a heavily armed bodyguard team. Under the cunning and treacherous leadership of Yusuji, this bodyguard under Nakaho Takashi possessed formidable fighting prowess. They quickly devoured many of the surrounding Japanese camps. Those who obey are brought under one's control. Those who disobeyed were thrown to the bottom of the swimming pool to test the zombies' weaknesses. The habits of ordinary zombies have now been thoroughly understood. Even breaking a zombie's neck can be used to kill it. After a person dies, the time it takes to turn into a zombie is fixed at 25 seconds. After being scratched by a zombie, a living person will die within 24 hours, depending on their physical condition. Turn into a zombie 25 seconds after death. These data were not obtained through testing on 1 or 2 living people. In pursuit of accuracy, the data is built upon the lives of survivors. Like other survivor camps, Yusuji's camp also needs food, although he currently has plenty of food. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Just like in peacetime, no one would complain about having too much money. Where has the experiment progressed to? Yusuji asked. Research on ordinary zombies is complete, and research on the venomous insect breeder is complete. We are currently studying the weaknesses of the crawlers. Currently, it appears that the head, limbs, abdomen, and cervical spine are not the weaknesses of the crawling person. Based on our speculation, the weak point is most likely in the crawler's strongest part, its back. The secretary, holding a folder, gave a detailed report. Okay, then let's give these guys a hint. Attack the crawlers' backs. Yusuji said slowly. All right, following the usual experimental procedures, shall we release the new crawler combat? The secretary asked again. There are now several crippled crawlers in the Hot Spring Hotel. Trapping these guys is simple. All a survivor has to do is shout loudly, and they'll be drawn into the trap. Then they were lured step by step into a hole that had been dug in advance next to the pool. But killing him won't be easy, especially its powerful strength, tough keratin layer, and sharp claws. Even a slight scratch or graze would be fatal. Yes, for the accuracy of the experiment, healthy crawlers must be released. Yusuji gave the order. Understood, let's get started. The secretary gave a few instructions over the walkie-talkie. Soon, the bolts on the iron gate of the swimming pool were released by the person above pulling hard with a rope. A strong stench of blood slowly wafted out from inside the iron gate. Then, a terrifying, spine-chilling sound echoed repeatedly in the pool. Giggle, giggle. Chapter 72 Zhang Chen's building number 8 has been discovered. Immediately afterwards, a hand with long fingernails reached out. Then came a face with a chilling, unsettling smile. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Watch out, everyone. There are crawlers. Huh? What kind of monster is this? These Japanese devils are inhuman. If they want to kill us, why don't they just do it quickly and decisively? My previous captain was killed by this monster. There were no way the few of us could beat it. Upon seeing the crawling figures, the remaining survivors in the arena immediately lost their momentum. The gap in strength between the two sides is simply too great. I used to avoid this guy like the plague and run for my life whenever I saw him. Now, in such a small space, are we supposed to confront it head-on? Isn't this just suicide? Hey, listen up, you men down there. The weakness of the crawlers is their backs. If you can kill it and prove your worth, I'll let you go. I will absolutely keep my word. Yusuji shouted from the diving platform. The secretary standing nearby quickly translated his words into Mandarin. Is your weakness your back? Can you really trust what those little Japanese devils say? Whether we believe it or not, we'll find out by trying. I don't think they simply want us dead. Then let's give it a try. The stronger individuals exchanged glances and then stood in 3 different directions. Once the crawlers jump into the area, they can be surrounded and attacked at any time. The other survivors had absolutely no combat experience. They came seeking refuge because of the free food, the lack of fighting, and the comfortable shelter. It's all about enjoyment. I've never killed a regular zombie. Seeing such a bizarre-looking crawling figure now, I'm terrified. Some people's legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. A pool of yellow liquid leaked from under his pants. Some people couldn't even hold their weapons steady, trembling uncontrollably with fear. It's like turning on vibration mode. Giggle. Crawlers seem to prefer attacking weaker targets first. He suddenly jumped down from above. Upon landing, the long fingernails pierced directly through the chest of a survivor. The claw gently slashed downwards. Skin torn and flesh ripped open. Internal organs were scattered all over the floor. 2 survivors finally mustered the courage to prepare for a fight. Seeing such a scene was both disgusting and frightening. That little bit of courage vanished instantly. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The crawler moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of another survivor. With a soft puff, the claws sliced off his head. A bloody mess rolled several meters on the ground. Another pool of blood appeared on the pool floor. Now, the crawler's attack exposed its back to a survivor whose physical strength had reached its limit. He swung the axe in both hands and slammed it down on the back of the crawling man. With a clang, the axe only cut in about an inch before stopping. This powerful strike felt like hitting a rock. The enormous recoil made his hands go numb. Is this a zombie? Wasn't it supposed to be that the monsters in the world are being suppressed? How can such an outrageous existence exist? The crawling creature suddenly turned around and swung its claws out horizontally. The survivor of the ambush was immediately sent flying more than 2 meters sideways by the enormous impact. Then he fell heavily to the ground. The axe slipped from his hand and fell to the side. When Zhang Chun killed the crawler, he had already advanced to the level of an awakened. Moreover, it was thanks to the sharp Tang sword. The first attack didn't kill it either. Instead, he stabbed the same spot again, barely managing to kill him. The strongest of these survivors is only at the physical limit level. Although they are only 1 level apart from the awakened, their strength is vastly different. Furthermore, the sharpness of an axe is nowhere near that of a sharp Tang sword. The weapons are inadequate, and so is the strength. Killing a crawler is virtually impossible. Cut off its limbs. Incapacitate it. Another survivor shouted. Clear. A strong survivor raised his katana and slashed directly at the crawling man's hind leg. Puff. Similarly, the samurai sword slashed hard at the crawling man's hind leg. However, it still only cut into a depth of about an inch. Leg defense is indeed not as robust as back defense. However, this survivor was not as strong as the previous one. So all things considered, he's still a half-baked player. Ew. The crawling creature suddenly opened its mouth wide, releasing high-frequency, ear-piercing sound waves. The sound echoed repeatedly in the pool. The echoes and sound waves of the same frequency resonated with each other. The walls were shaking violently. Cement chips fell in a rustling sound. Although Yusuji and the others were quite far away, and their voices were not primarily directed upwards, but they still couldn't help but cover their ears. Just based on this sound, Yusuji knew that the outcome of the battle in the pool had already been decided. All that's left is one-sided slaughter by the crawling ones. Lure the crawler back quickly, but don't let it devour all the corpses. We still need to collect the crystal cores and the ring. Yusuji said calmly. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Nakaho Takashi responded and hurriedly ran downstairs. Counselor, news has come from the northern defenses that another wave of zombies is coming. We don't have many live bait left. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for more than a few days. The female secretary said to the congressman with a worried expression. The so-called live bait is to put living people in cages or place them on high platforms to attract zombies. Zombies are far more interested in living things than in sounds. Some people scream in terror, which helps attract zombies. Let them hold on as long as they can. If we can't find a way to kill the crawlers, we'll be like stray dogs forever. No matter where you go, you can't settle down. You're always being chased by hordes of zombies. This is just the beginning. A terrifying catastrophe awaits us in 24 days. To survive, you must endure what ordinary people cannot endure and suffer what ordinary people cannot suffer. The more experience the soldiers on the defensive line gain, the stronger they become, and the greater their survivability will be. Do you understand? Yusuji said sternly. Yes, I understand. I will never make such a foolish suggestion again. The secretary quickly bowed and admitted her mistake. Also, any news about the team we sent out to explore the Jiangnan region? Yusuji walked back to the lobby of the Hot Spring Hotel, sat down on the sofa, and asked. After reporting that they had encountered a powerful Chinese man, Minako's team has been out of contact ever since. They must have met with some misfortune. In addition, Sakata Squad just reported that they discovered an island in a lake in a residential area. The island has buildings, fences, and crops, making it perfect as our base. The secretary reported truthfully. Chapter 73 dinner is served. An island in the middle of a lake. That's certainly a good location. There are fences and crops, so there must be guards. How many are on the other side? Yusuji asked. He was just asking casually. After all 6 members of Sakata's team had already reached the physical limits of their level. Moreover, Sakata also had a pistol in his hand. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary survivor camps. In his view, the stronghold had already been captured. They're unguarded. It seems everyone's gone out to gather supplies. There's only one little dog guarding the farmland. The secretary answered truthfully. These Chinese people are so lacking in a sense of crisis. Are you really going to expose your base to others so easily? Is there no one guarding them? Notify Sakata's squad that after they take care of the puppies, they can lie in ambush nearby. Wait until the people in the camp return, then ambush them and wipe them all out. Remember, leave no survivors. Yusuji is meticulous. They knew that Jiangnan was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The chat system cannot be used during combat. However, if someone escapes, they can call for help in the area chat channel. At that time, Sakata's squad will likely face the wrath of dozens or even hundreds of Chinese people. That would be difficult. Understood, I'll contact Sakata's squad right away. After the secretary finished speaking, she quickly brought up the chat interface. The system's chat interface is divided into 2 types, regional chat and private chat. Regional chat is only effective within the same region, and everyone within that region can see it. There are 2 ways to chat privately. One is for both parties to add each other as friends, so that they can chat and communicate no matter where they are. If you don't add them as friends, you need to see their name in the regional chat channel before you can chat with them privately. Furthermore, the private chat window will disappear if the 2 parties stop communicating for more than an hour. All of the above chat functions are unavailable during combat. After a while, the secretary, looking completely bewildered, said to Yusuji, Counselor, I can't get in touch with Sakata's squad. It seems they're in the middle of a battle. But I don't remember him saying there were survivors nearby. Yusuji waved his hand dismissively and said, It's all right. Even if there are some survivors lying in ambush, They won't be a match for Sakata and his men. They will contact us when their battle is over. No sooner had he finished speaking than Takashi Nakaho ran over, pistol in hand, looking extremely wary, and said nervously, "Counselor, quick, get in the car. We need to get out of here immediately." The iron fence holding the crawlers has been vandalized. Now all 3 crawlers have emerged and are hunting down living people everywhere. Our current strength is simply insufficient to stop them. Counselor, please leave with me immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark shadow flashed past the window. Then came the screams of 2 Japanese samurai. Both of them were bodyguards by training and had reached their physical limits. However, he was killed by the crawling creature in just 1 round. Nakaho Takashi is already a strong individual at the early stage 1 of the awakened realm. This rank places them among the top survivors. This is not because of how many zombies he killed. Rather, it was because he collected a large number of crystal cores from the dead survivors. The stronger the survivor, the more crystal cores they can collect after death. Collecting the corpse of a survivor at their physical limit yields more crystal cores than killing 100 zombies. If you include the supplies in his ring and the fragments of his storage ring, its value is immeasurable. It was for this reason that Yusuji began to frantically test zombies on living people. It can collect valuable experimental data. They can also obtain a large number of crystal cores and resources without bloodshed. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, the zombie horde is coming soon, and we can't hold this place any longer. We have to switch areas and start all over again. That island in the middle of the lake looks pretty nice. Drive to the location of Sakata's squad. There's a place there that's suitable for us to stay, Yusuji said. The female secretary, Yoko Akaya, immediately told Takashi Nakaho where Sakata had been when he last contacted her. The car has a GPS tracking system for navigation. It's about a 20-minute drive from here. Let's set off now. Then, should we notify the others? Nakaho Takashi looked at the messy hot spring hotel. Screams could be heard coming from inside from time to time. His expression was solemn. This place is beyond saving. All the supplies are with me, so don't worry about them. Also, notify the people on the northern defense line, as well as Koike and the others at the bridgehead, to all assemble in the direction I marked. Yusuji said expressionlessly. Clear. Nakaho Takashi nodded and ordered the bodyguard next to him to drive. He then brought up the chat interface and started contacting them. Meanwhile, Gangnam District, Lake Island, Building 8. Erpang lay on the ground, basking in the sun, feeling utterly bored. Although it was supposed to be a guard post, no one ever came. There wasn't even a passerby. These meat potatoes won't move. Erpang was so bored he was about to explode. What frustrated it the most was, it has been growing very fast recently. His physique has become even more robust than when he was a teenager. However, Zhang Chen still served the same amount of food as before every day when he left. That little bit of fertilizer wasn't enough for them to eat. It's only afternoon now. The food bowl was spotless. Even the fertilizer residue around the edge had been carefully licked clean by Erpangzi. The entire basin looks brand new. Awoo. Erpang called out of boredom. At the same time, I feel like I'm hungry again. Suddenly, he smelled an unfamiliar scent in the air. Someone's coming. Erpang quickly and excitedly stood up. Just then, Sakata and 5 team members stood outside the wall with smiles on their faces. The wall only reached chest height. However, Japanese people are slightly shorter than Chinese people. Only the heads of the 6 people were visible. Looking from the courtyard, it felt extremely strange. There are many crops here that I've never seen before, but since the owner of this house grows them, it means they must be edible. If we could grow this crop on a large scale, we wouldn't have to worry about food. Several Japanese people were talking amongst themselves. But before that, we can have a little something to eat. Have you ever eaten dog meat? Especially puppy meat. It's so tender and tastes amazing. Sakata rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at Erpang, who was also drooling and staring at him. The man and the wolf were thinking the same thing. Dinner's ready. Chapter 74, A Feast for the Senses. Generally speaking, Erpang reacts differently whenever he sees a stranger or someone who is hostile. The first thing they'll do is bare their teeth as a warning. But today is different. It was afraid that showing its teeth would scare the other party away. That means we'll have to go hungry until Zhang Chun comes back. It's not often that food comes to your door like this, so you have to cherish it. Erpang wagged its tail excitedly and stood still. Its dark eyes watched intently as Sakata and the others nimbly scaled the wall and entered. See that? This puppy doesn't have a strong sense of territory. It's very friendly to people. Look, it's even wagging its tail at us. What a poor little thing. It has no idea what we're going to do to it in a moment, Sakata said with a smile. The Japanese people around him also laughed loudly and unrestrainedly. I feel that Erpang is really stupid. He has absolutely no sense of danger. Come here, little puppy. Come to me. I have something delicious to eat. Sakata squatted down with a smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the ground. In reality, he had nothing in his hands. I just wanted to tease the puppy a bit before it died. He could even picture the puppy struggling and howling in his hands. Ooh. Erpang's saliva fell to the ground with a splat. It was truly craving it. He slowly walked toward Sakata. Look how stupid this little dog is. It actually thought I had something in my hand. They're drooling with envy. Haha. They're so easy to fool. Just like those Chinese people, a member of parliament just posts some videos, and people actually believe them. Hara. Ah. Sakata laughed a few times, then suddenly let out a scream. At the same time, Erpang's size also increased rapidly. It is 3 meters long and nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. That's a size that rivals a brown bear. Its gaping maw was biting down hard on Sakata's forearm. It's just that the upper and lower teeth are casually brought together. Then I heard a creaking sound. Its powerful bite force easily severed Sakata's forearm. The bones in his arm were broken into 3 pieces. But it's not over yet. Erpang habitually shook his head a few times. The immense force tore off half of Sakata's arm. Blood splattered everywhere. The others were instantly terrified. Is that a puppy? What the hell is that monster? It's way too big. Attack! Attack! Open fire! Kill him! Seeing Sakata faint from the pain, the other team members screamed desperately. This was both to reassure his companions and to bolster his own courage. Ah, die! One of the team members raised his katana high and slashed it down hard on Erpang's back. A muffled thud. Erpang's fur was incredibly tough. Even a single hair is as sharp as a steel needle. Based on her physical limits and the strength of her body, coupled with a common weapon like a katana, cutting into that thick fur is utterly futile. After all, Erpang was already able to take on the crawlers one-on-one a few days ago. Now he's gotten even stronger. These Japanese samurai couldn't even beat the crawlers, let alone the much stronger fatty. This is practically suicide. Whoosh. Erpang swept his tail across the room. It slammed heavily onto a samurai's thigh. The force was like someone hitting you hard with an iron rod. A snap. A fractured femur. He fell straight to the ground, his face slamming hard against the earth. The pain was so intense that he didn't even have time to let out a cry. Erpang leaped up and tackled a Japanese samurai who was about to drag Sakata away. Just one bite. It bit off the whole head. White brain matter splattered out and spilled all over the ground. Ah, you monster! Another Japanese samurai pulled out a pistol and started firing wildly at the fat man. Unfortunately, the bullets for this pistol were still a bit too weak. The bullet hit Erpang's body, blasting a small scorch mark on the surrounding fur. Although it couldn't cause any real damage to Erpang, the bullets still hurt a bit when they hit him. Erpang roared angrily, then looked up to the sky and howled. A whoa! Immediately afterwards, 2 wolf cubs, each the size of a lion, slowly emerged from the shadows. There was an ambush. Retreat. Retreat immediately. But what about Captain Sakata? What time is it? If we don't run now, we'll all be dead. I'm sure Captain Sakata will understand. As soon as Erpang made his move, he seriously injured Sakata and another team member. One person was bitten to death. Moreover, this guy is impervious to knives and bullets. How are we supposed to fight like this? The remaining 3 people, seeing that things were not going well, turned around and ran. Erpang took a big bite and bit the Japanese man who fired the shot into his mouth. It originally intended to swallow it whole, but after thinking about it, I spat it out. One foot stepped on his head, opened its mouth, and began to feast. It had to leave Zhang Chun a corpse to curry favor. At least this is my spoils of war. If you eat all 6 people in one go, how can you prove that someone was here? Moreover, it had seen Zhang Chun collect corpses, knowing this might be useful to Zhang Chun. So it only eats the meat, leaving most of the carcass behind. The other 2 Japanese people had just climbed over the wall and were preparing to jump down. I felt a sudden lightness in my body. 2 little howling wolves, one on each side, carried the 2 of them back. The enormous canines bit into the Japanese man's body. It was clear that he was going to die anyway. A woo. Erpang excitedly wagged his tail. Now we have something to eat. It feels so good to have a full meal. On the other side, Jiangbei, Hot Spring Hotel. Those crawling people were released by Zhang Chun. He came here specifically to cause trouble for the Japanese. Birds of a feather flocked together. Having witnessed Minako's ruthlessness, it's no surprise that any Japanese person who associates with her is no better. However, after investigation, Zhang Chun discovered that there were more than 100 Japanese people in the entire Hot Spring Hotel. Zhang Chun wasn't afraid of a large crowd, but rather of someone slipping through the net. However, humans and zombies have different attributes. When zombies see living people, they will swarm at them without fear until you kill them all. But humans are fearful. They will hide and run away. Especially the camp leader who controls all the camp supplies. If he escapes, not to mention the potential future troubles. They took away almost all the supplies in the camp. Zhang Chun's attack thus became completely meaningless. Releasing the crawlers is to exploit their heightened senses to kill the survivors. Force out the camp leader. Zhang Chun stood on the rooftop of the Hot Spring Hotel, silently observing everything around him. Sure enough, a black SUV drove out of the underground parking lot and headed straight towards Yongyu Bridge. Finally found you. Zhang Chun smiled slightly. Chapter 75. Your value comes from your death. In the post-apocalyptic world, cars are considered a luxury. Zhang Chun gave a hint. As long as you get the car key, you can find the corresponding car. However, the other survivors did not have this ability. Finding the exact car key that drops from a zombie is no easy task. Moreover, this is the apocalypse, with zombies roaming freely. It's impossible to just wander around like you're shopping and try on every single item. Therefore, cars must be given priority to important people. Zhang Chun jumped from the top of the 5-story Hot Spring Hotel. He landed steadily on the ground. When my physical condition was at its limit, I was already able to withstand such an impact. I am now at the 3rd stage of the Beginner Awakener, which is 3 levels higher. Their strength is now on a completely different level. After landing, Zhang Chun didn't chase after the car, but instead found a good angle. He pulled out an assault rifle. With the help of sharpshooter skills, a shot rang out. The tires of the black SUV were blown out. Squeak. The SUV made a sharp noise. The car then swerved, barely managing to maintain its direction, and continued to desperately drive forward. Zhang Chun took a deep breath and picked up his assault rifle again. Bang! Another shot. The shot hit the right front wheel directly. A wisp of blue smoke rose up. The SUV was completely out of control. The tire tracks left a crooked, serpentine trail on the road. With a loud crash, the front of the car slammed heavily into a stone pillar at the bridgehead. There's no escaping it now. Zhang Chun slowly walked towards the off-road vehicle, carrying an assault rifle. Armored mechs are used to deal with zombie hordes. Using it here would be a waste. Zhang Chun could handle these Japanese people whose combat levels were impossible to discern on his own. Where did this reckless guy come from? You want to die, but you're dragging us down with you. The senator touched the bruise on his forehead and said coldly, Counselor, let's go first and meet up with Koike and the others. Leave this to Mr. Nakaho. His abilities are beyond question. Yoko Akaya used all her strength to pull the congressman out of the deformed car door. Miss Yangzi is right. I can handle this Chinese man. You guys go first, I won't stay long. After Nakaho Takashi finished speaking, he grinned widely. He then kicked the car door hard. With a bang. The entire car door was kicked so hard that it was dented and flew straight out. It slid for 3 or 4 meters after landing before coming to a stop. The massacre of unruly Japanese people had awakened the beast within Takashi Nakaho. The people of the Dragon Kingdom became experimental subjects and could not be tortured or killed at will. This made him very depressed. Today he was finally able to show off his skills again, and his eyes were shining with excitement. It's been several days since I've killed anyone. Hey, stop messing around. Just kill him already. Yusuji gave a somewhat uneasy instruction. Nakaho Takashi is a strong individual at the first stage of the initial awakening realm. Yusuji had complete faith in his abilities. However, this Nakaho Takashi is a bit abnormal. Every time he kills someone, it's like a cat playing with a mouse. They will only kill someone after torturing them to the point of being unrecognizable as human. It doesn't matter normally, since I have plenty of time. Moreover, such a way of dying can also serve as a deterrent to others. But now things are different. The crawlers have wiped out the survivors in the Hot Spring Hotel. They'll catch up soon. We must act swiftly and decisively. Understood. Don't worry, Congressman. This Chinese guy is interesting. Killing him should allow me to level up again. I will finish this quickly. Nakaho Takashi stepped out of the SUV, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at Zhang Chun. An awakened one. In the direction of genetic evolution? This is the first time I've encountered an opponent like an awakened one. Zhang Chun was slightly surprised. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes immediately. Zhao Lingchuan's squad consisted of heavily armed and well-trained soldiers. This was merely the limit of their physical capabilities. How could Nakaho Takashi rise through the ranks faster than a soldier? Considering Minako's actions and their experimentation on Chinese people, the only explanation is that he killed a lot of people. It must be admitted that the rules of this world are cruel. Leveling up by killing survivors is definitely much faster than leveling up by killing zombies. If someone really is specifically targeting survivor camps to carry out massacres, this person's leveling speed is definitely no slower than Zhang Chen's. It might even be faster. Go to hell, kid. Without wasting words, Nakaho Takashi roared. Suddenly, it charged towards Zhang Chun. Killing Nakaho Takashi isn't difficult, but we need to ensure he serves his purpose to the fullest before he dies. Zhang Chun raised his gun, aimed at Nakaho Takashi's head, and fired a shot. Whoosh! Nakaho Takashi reacted extremely quickly, actually anticipating Zhang Chun's move the instant he fired. The bullet grazed his cheek. They successfully dodged the attack. So, even a level 1 awakened can dodge bullets. Try this one. This time, Zhang Chun didn't fire in bursts, but instead switched to continuous fire mode. When an average person starts firing in burst mode, the powerful recoil of the assault rifle will cause the muzzle to rise, reducing shooting accuracy. However, Zhang Chun's current physical strength does not meet this requirement. In addition, there's the added advantage of a sharpshooter's skills. The bullets were almost always aimed at Takashi Nakaho's body. While firing, Zhang Chun even predicted the route that Nakaho Takashi might take. It can be said that this burst of bullets almost covered the entire area around Takashi Nakaho. That wretched Chinese brat. Watch me. Nakaho Takashi roared. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His expression was terrifyingly angry. Takashi Nakaho's speed has increased dramatically again. He dodged most of the bullets. However, a few bullets still hit his thigh and chest. However, Nakaho Takashi remained unfazed, continuing his charge at the same speed. The distance of over 200 meters was quickly covered, and they rushed to Zhang Chun's front. Stunned now? Bullets are ineffective against me. Die! Nakaho Takashi roared, his body moving without the slightest pause. He swung his fist and smashed it down on Zhang Chun's head. Nakaho Takashi was not fighting empty-handed. He was wearing brass knuckles. It's one of those metal weapons that you wear on your fingertips, with spikes on them. Use this to smash zombies, one punch each. Bang! Boom! In just a moment, Nakaho Takashi's massive body was slammed heavily onto the road. The impact caused several tiny cracks to appear on the asphalt road surface. Zhang Chun stood there expressionless, his entire body covered in energy armor. One strike, one kill. Chapter 76. We've caught a fat sheep. It seems that Zhang Chun is at the early stage of awakening, while Nakaho Takashi is at the early stage of awakening, with only a 2-level difference between them. In fact, Zhang Chun has 2 talents. This is equivalent to upgrading the genetic evolution path by 3 levels and the energy evolution path by 3 levels. At the same time, all talent points were maxed out. The difference in strength between the two has long exceeded the range of 2 levels. So, one move to defeat the enemy. Ding. Target has been eliminated. Congratulations. You have obtained 255 plus 204 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 2 knuckle dusters, 1 alloy knuckle duster blueprint, 2 Yoko Akaya underwear, 107 storage ring fragments, 15 sake, 25 clean cloth, 20 cruel videos, and 1 couple hotel room key. After the collection, Nakaho Takashi's body immediately disappeared. Nakaho Takashi was originally a bodyguard, only responsible for protecting Yusuji. All the resources in the entire camp are in Yusuji's hands. So Zhang Chen wasn't surprised at all that only this much information was revealed. Unfortunately, I only have 2 squares left. Zhang Chen only accepted the energy crystal core, the storage ring fragment, and the alloy knuckle dumpling design blueprint. There is 1 last space left. Other uncollected items were dropped as survivor supply boxes at the location where Nakaho Takashi's body had been. Yusuji and Akaya Yoko were running quickly across the bridge. When Akaya Yoko transmigrated, she was wearing this business attire, a pencil skirt and high heels. Yusuji also really liked her dress like that. In addition, the Hot Spring Hotel is heavily guarded, so there is no need to fear zombie attacks. So Yoko Akaya simply wore it like that. Who would have thought that an accident would happen today? This outfit greatly restricted Akaya Yoko's movement speed. After running only a dozen meters, he was left behind by Yusuji. Mr. Yusuji, please wait for me. Yoko Akaya gasped for breath. Yangzi, you have to work hard on yourself. You can't always rely on others. Yusuji turned around and said. However, he only got halfway through his sentence when he felt a gust of wind blow by. Then, Zhang Chen, like a god of death, exuded a chilling, killing intent. They blocked Yusuji's path. How did you get here? Where is Nakaho Takashi? Yusuji didn't speak Mandarin, so he shouted in Japanese. Actually, what he was shouting was all nonsense. Zhang Chen's presence here indicates that Nakaho Takashi is dead. Yusuji only panicked for a moment before quickly employing the emotional intelligence he displayed in social interactions as a member of parliament. I quickly composed myself. Make your expression look relaxed and natural. He spread his hands out, palms facing Zhang Chen, indicating that he had no hostility towards him. Let's talk this out. You attacked our camp for nothing more than supplies. I can give you all the supplies, including the woman behind me. You can do whatever you want. Just let me go. After all, we have no grudges against each other, and I will remember your kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, I will do everything in my power to repay you. Yusuji's face was full of sincerity. When speaking earnestly, they put their hands together in a gesture of respect, which gives people a sense of reliability. People who become members of parliament are gifted at using language to persuade others. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fool Wu Jingri into working so devotedly for him. Yusuji was very satisfied with his performance. Based on this acting alone, it definitely deserves a high score. As for what happens next, we'll have to wait and see how Zhang Chen performs. Regardless, Yusuji was very confident that as long as Zhang Chen opened his mouth to communicate, I am absolutely capable of making Zhang Chen make concessions for me. Bang! Zhang Chen threw a punch without any expression on his face. It sent Yusuji flying. Then it fell heavily to the ground. Even in his dying moments, Yusuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why this person would attack him without warning, even though he was willing to give up all his resources. What are you yelling about? I can't understand a word you're saying. Zhang Chen said with a frown. When Nakaho Takashi charged at him earlier, he was screaming like a ghost. This guy is the same now. Don't you all know about the language barrier? Ding. Target is dead. Congratulations. You have obtained the following. Energy Crystal Core, 30 plus 24, 80% talent bonus. Storage Ring Fragment, 773, 6-pack of instant ramen, 290, 500g frozen shrimp, 100, 500g frozen sea cucumber, 80, 500g frozen scallop, 120, 1 kilogram fresh Wagyu beef, 300. Soy sauce, 70, 1 kilogram frozen beef, 800. Frozen chicken, 300. 6-pack of instant noodles, 150. 5L bottle of purified water, 500. 500g unspoiled eggs, 70. Luxury yacht 1. Level 1 protected hot spring villa 1. Zombie research notes 1. Sealed unknown potion 1. Carefully preserved map 1. Automatic guard tower design blueprint 1. Full technology blueprint 4-1. In an instant, a dazzling array of supplies filled my vision. There are so many varieties that it's impossible to see them all at a glance. Yusuji held a level 5 storage ring that could hold 96 slots of items, 2 vehicles, and a building. He has so many good qualities. There were so many that Zhang Chun was almost overwhelmed. Upgrade your ring. Ding. Your current storage ring is level 4. To upgrade it to level 5, you need to. Storage ring fragments 1157/500. Energy cores 1000. Upgrade requirements have been met. Should we upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 500 storage ring fragments and 1000 energy crystal cores. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 4 to level 5. Storage space expanded from 72 to 96 cells. Open the building warehouse. Buildings with a total indoor area not exceeding 500 square meters, with existing decorations, furniture, and appliances retained. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6, you need 657/800 storage ring fragments and 2136/2000 energy crystal cores. After the upgrade, the number of grids increased from 96 to 120. Tip: a level 6 storage ring allows you to store resources inside buildings within a warehouse. Can materials be stored inside a building warehouse? If that's the case, then it's equivalent to having an extra warehouse, which can save a lot of space. Only 143 ring fragments are needed. The crawlers then slaughtered the Japanese camp. I'm sure I'll be able to find a lot of fragments when I get back. It seems like leveling up my storage ring twice today will be a piece of cake. Zhang Chun smiled slightly and turned to look in the direction of the hot spring hotel. But then 2 crawling figures came running towards them. A cat suddenly pounced on Akaya Yoko and began to tear at her with its teeth. The other one charged straight at Zhang Chun, letting out a chilling scream. Giggle giggle. Chapter 77. This man is not human. Inside the restaurant near the bridge, Wu Jingri was brainwashing the 3 newly arrived survivors, telling them how safe the hot spring hotel was. The Japanese are so friendly. Then they heard a burst of gunfire coming from the direction of the bridge, followed by a sharp screech of brakes. Several people looked in the direction of the sound. Then, from the direction of the hot spring hotel, came a chaotic sound of fighting and crying. In the apocalypse, everyone tries to remain quiet to avoid attracting zombies. Therefore, the noise from the hot spring hotel seemed particularly jarring. The sound could be faintly heard even across a bridge. Wu Jingri, could something have gone wrong over there? One of the survivors said warily. Although they do really want to get something for nothing. However, they wouldn't completely trust a stranger they'd only met once. Of course not. You know, the Japanese have more than 100 people stationed in their camp over there. And there's also a powerful elite squad defending against zombies to the north. They've done a much more professional job than our makeshift camp here. Wu Jingri said confidently. Bang. Wu Jingri had just finished speaking. Gunshots rang out again. People then noticed the other end of Yongyu Bridge. A man and a woman ran over. There seems to be a person standing in the distance. Because of the distance, only a small figure could be seen. Something must have happened, otherwise why would they run away? The survivors were more vigilant. I'm sorry, we're just here to take a look. We don't actually intend to move in. Thank you for your help, let's go. The leader of the survivors gave a perfunctory reply. Then, he turned and left with a few members. No, don't go? There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Jingri wanted to persuade him to stay a little longer. However, these people had already drawn their weapons and were slowly retreating with wary expressions. In this situation, forcibly trying to keep them would require resorting to violence. Wu Jingri always felt that the camp of the Japanese was indeed paradise. There was no need to make such a fuss, so he swallowed and remained silent. Xiaoqi and Luanketa stood silently by the window without saying a word. Something did happen at the hot spring hotel. Otherwise, people like Yusuji and Akaya Yoko, who live a life of luxury, would always be treated like superior beings. It's impossible for him to have run away in such a sorry state. Should we go and provide support? The Tangled Weeds asked. Given Yusuji's character, and seeing him in such a disheveled state, do you think he would be grateful to us? Koike sneered and retorted. Then kill him. His ring contains all our supplies in Jiangbei. With these things, we can start our own business. The man with messy hair grinned. It seems someone beat them to it. A look of horror flashed in Koike's eyes. Just now, while the two were chatting, suddenly, a figure rushed towards Yusuji at an extremely fast speed, arriving before him. With a single punch, Yusuji was sent flying. Even while flying in midair, this person didn't reach out to touch Yusuji. But then Yusuji's corpse turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished into thin air. Only collected corpses will have this effect. This guy not only has great strength, but also special abilities. Then, a survivor supply crate fell to the ground. Let's see what this guy's strength is like, Koike said. I'm already looking at it, but the tangled hair seemed to have witnessed something incredible. His eyes widened, and he stammered for a long time. What exactly is going on? Can't you see the opponent's strength? Koike exclaimed in surprise. The strength of the tangled grass head is the limit of his physique. His elementary eye of insight can see the situation of opponents 3 levels above and below him in strength. The man in front of me is definitely no less powerful than Luan Xiaotu. If we go back 3 stages, that's the 3rd stage of a beginner awakener. Only those beings who have surpassed the 3rd stage of the initial awakening stage are unrecognizable to the tangled grass head. Could there really be such powerful survivors? This upgrade is like a rocket launch. No, I can tell his strength. He should be at the early stage of Awakener 3. But his initial awakening is a little different from others. Takashi Nakaho represents the genetic evolutionary path, which is shown in red on the chart. Nomura on the northern defense line represents the energy evolution route, indicated by the blue indicator. And this guy, he actually has 2 colors, blue and red, and both are at the 3rd stage of the initial awakening level. The woman with messy hair looked at the man in front of her. His strength was beyond Luan Xiaotu's comprehension. Having already reached the level of awakened, they were already among the top survivors. I never expected there would be someone with 2 talents. Moreover, both talents are at level 3. What? How many people must this guy have killed? Xiaoqi said, her face deathly pale. In his view, the idea that killing zombies makes you stronger is completely unreliable. Killing 100 zombies will yield 60 crystal cores, which is considered good. It's nowhere near as profitable as slaughtering survivors. Zhang Qin's rapid level up must be due to his rampage of survivors. The massacre of their own hot spring hotel camp must have been the work of this murderer. The hot spring hotel is gone, so what do we do next? The Tangled Weeds asked. Let's get out of here before this killer finds us. We definitely won't be able to get any supplies from Yusuji. Survival is our top priority now. When we get to this point, suddenly, another scream was heard outside. Yoko Akaya was pinned down by the crawling man, who was tearing at her muscles. She was not dead, she was wailing in agony. Given this man's strength, the crawlers won't be able to hold him off for long. Let's retreat quickly. Also, bring Wu Jingri along. This is Chinese territory, and we need a Chinese person to speak here. Koike gave the instructions. Okay, I'll get right on it. The haphazardly dressed man, along with the other Japanese samurai and Wu Jingri, dared not enter through the main gate. I'm afraid of running into Zhang Chun on the main street. He slunk away through the back door of the restaurant and fled down the alley. As for where they were going, they themselves didn't know. In short, let's get away from this man who's even more terrifying than the crawling men first. As she turned out of the alley, Xiaoqi couldn't help but glance in the direction of Yongyu Bridge. The person who had been crawling had half of their body hanging on the bridge railing before turning into a wisp of white smoke and disappearing. The other one was pinned under Zhang Chen's foot, struggling in pain. A moment later, it too turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. The Japanese, who considered him an invincible subservient, couldn't even last a minute against Zhang Chun. Is this even human? Chapter 78 Continuous Upgrades of the Storage Ring. On the other side, on Yongyu Bridge, Zhang Chun killed the two crawling creatures almost effortlessly. Judging from Zhang Chen's current strength, the crawler is just a zombie that runs faster. In terms of combat ability, they are not much different from ordinary zombies. Especially after knowing their weaknesses, it's practically a one-hit kill. It's incredibly easy. After taking down the two monsters, Zhang Chun turned his attention back to the supply crate that Yusuji had dropped. There are so many great things here, let's buy them all. Food, design blueprints, and various supplies were all collected, with the most important items chosen. After glancing at items like the zombie research notes, meeting minutes, camp personnel roster, and room keys, Zhang Chun tossed them back into the supply box. Many of the remaining supplies that were taken could be categorized into one type. Moreover, Zhang Chun already had things like soy sauce, instant noodles, and beef. So, all the miscellaneous items added up, it was barely enough. There were 96 squares, and now only 2 squares are left. What a tragedy. Having too many supplies can also be a problem. It was full even though I didn't put anything in it. Ugh, annoying. Zhang Chun sighed helplessly. He reached out and touched Akaya Yoko's corpse. He took the energy crystal core and storage ring fragment from her body. The supplies were pitifully scarce, but there were quite a few strange, vibrating props. These survivor supply crates cannot be moved. They can only remain in place. They'll stay there unless someone takes the contents out. Zhang Chun walked straight toward the Hot Spring Hotel. The Hot Spring Hotel was now in complete disarray. Flames were still shooting out of a room on the second floor. The ground was littered with mutilated corpses, bitten and mangled by the crawling creatures. Some had already turned into zombies, crawling laboriously on the ground. Some didn't even have the chance to become zombies. It was a bloody corpse. The entire Hot Spring Hotel was filled with the smell of blood. As Zhang Chun walked, he finished off the survivors while also collecting their corpses. These Japanese people didn't have anything valuable on them. Only the energy crystal core and storage ring fragment are worth collecting for Zhang Chun. Wherever they went, they left behind a trail of survivor supply boxes on the ground. Some survivors had very little on them, so they didn't even need the supply crates, and their items simply fell to the ground. After searching the Hot Spring Hotel, I obtained a total of 218 storage ring fragments. Finally, I can upgrade. Upgrade your ring. Ding. Your current storage ring is level 5. To upgrade it to level 6, you need to. Storage ring fragments. 875/800. Energy cores. 2000/2136. Upgrade requirements have been met. Should we upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 800 storage ring fragments and 2000 energy cores. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 5 to level 6. Storage space expanded from 96 to 120 cells. The enhanced building warehouse is now open. Buildings with a total indoor area not exceeding 1,000 square meters, with existing decorations, furniture, and appliances retained. It can also store supplies inside the building. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 requires 75 out of 1,500 storage ring fragments and 136 5,000 energy crystal cores. After the upgrade, the number of grids increased from 120 to 144. Open the third vehicle storage slot. Good grief, it takes 5,000 energy cores to level up. It only takes 5,000 energy cores to advance one's dual talents to the next level. This is absolutely terrible. The current building can now store items, saving a lot of space. There shouldn't be any need for space for the time being. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun walked to an open space. They directly retrieved the level 1 protective hot spring villa. In an instant, a villa suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chun. The entire villa consists of 2 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. Each floor is a full 150 square meters, which is very spacious. The villa is surrounded by reinforced iron plates. With a simple operation, all the doors and windows will be blocked by sturdy iron plates. Once the danger has passed, the villa can be restored to its original state. All the glass is bulletproof and impact resistant. This level of strength should be enough to withstand a sneak attack from a crawler. However, defending against giant tanks was still somewhat difficult. Zhang Chun pushed open the door and walked into the villa. Upon entering, there is an entryway. Beyond the entryway lies a spacious living room with a long, L-shaped leather sofa. A thick carpet covered the tiles, and there was a fireplace against the wall in the living room. Next to it is an open kitchen, a bedroom, and a gym. The basement can be used as a warehouse, to house a generator, or as a workshop. The second floor has one bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a home theater. It must be said that this villa is indeed more luxurious and comfortable than Building 8. Yusuji certainly knows how to enjoy life. Zhang Chun went to the basement and began to take stock of his storage space. Meat, seafood, and fruit all have a very short shelf life. It's more cost-effective to store it in the space. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot base, and similar items can be stored at room temperature. Zhang Chun first went to the kitchen and storeroom of the Hot Spring Hotel and brought in the shelves. Then they went back to the villa and put it in the basement. They began to arrange the food by category. Soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, and soybean oil are all you need to keep a few bottles in the kitchen. The rest were placed at the very bottom of the shelf. Anyway, I don't take it very often. Then there are instant noodles, ramen, dried noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, and the like. Above that are snacks like potato chips and cookies. Alcoholic beverages are placed on a separate shelf. This place has the most variety, including large bottles of drinking water. I worked for more than an hour. The storage space has been largely emptied. Now there's plenty of space. Zhang Chun nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the villa, I casually put it into the storage space. The sun had already begun to gradually set in the west. The building cast long shadows in the golden red sunlight. Before it got completely dark, Zhang Chun had one more thing to do. He roughly determined the direction. Then he jogged northwards. According to Zhao Longquan, a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies would arrive from the north in 3 days. Then, a small number of zombies should have arrived gradually. Zhang Chun ran a distance of about 3 kilometers. A defensive line has been built up on the road, here using cars. You can get directly onto the defensive line from the building next to it. Some food scraps remained on the ground. This indicates that there were still people on this defensive line not long ago. They just withdrew for some unknown reason. Zhang Chun unloaded the cars from the defense line one by one. A narrow gap was left, large enough for one person to pass through. The laser trip mine was then placed 1.6 meters above the ground. Once everything was ready, he ran back to Jiangnan. I drove back to Building 8. Chapter 79. Are you sure you're not on vacation? Zhang Chun did this to test whether the automatic data collection function had any distance limitations. In previous battles, the enemies were eliminated directly, and the collected items naturally entered the storage space. This time the distance was about 10 kilometers. Is it even possible to continue collecting data at such a great distance? Zhang Chun drove the SUV to the outside of the fence of building number 8. As soon as I got off the bus, I realized something was wrong. There was a bloody smell in the air. A battle may have taken place here. Pang! Zhang Chun shouted. Wolf! Wolves do indeed bark, but they only howl when they bark. Pang responded excitedly from the yard. It had heard the car a long time ago and knew that Zhang Chun had returned. It wagged its tail excitedly. Now, hearing Zhang Chun call it, it gets even more excited. I tried jumping twice, but I still couldn't get over such a high wall. The moment Zhang Chun pushed open the wooden door, a huge black shadow suddenly pounced. Eager to see Zhang Chun, Pang immediately transformed into battle form, preparing to jump over the wall. As a result, when Zhang Chun pushed open the door, he bumped right into a man and a wolf. If Zhang Chun hadn't been physically strong enough, he would have been seriously injured in that fall. Okay, I'm back. As Zhang Chun spoke, he dodged Pang's lisp. It's one thing for them to lick when they're small, but this big one. Licking it is like washing your face. That's too deadly. After licking for a while, Pang returned to its wolf form. It excitedly rubbed against Zhang Chun's feet. Then it suddenly barked, ran to a corpse, and wagged its tail excitedly. Zhang Chun then noticed the 6 corpses lying in the courtyard. They've been bitten beyond recognition. However, the body is still there, and the ring on her hand is still there, so it can be recycled. Zhang Chun collected them one by one, and gathered 420 plus 336 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, and 23 storage ring fragments. The loot bonus from the wealthy beyond compare skill is absolutely amazing. At this rate of acquisition, upgrading to Intermediate Awakener is incredibly easy. Come on, let's go upstairs. Zhang Chun patted her Pang's fluffy head and walked into Building 8. The first thing I do when I get home is take a shower and change into clean clothes. By this time, the sun had completely set. Night fell. It was still pitch black all around. Zhang Chun hung up the curtains and turned on the lights. Start making dinner. Today was so fulfilling. In the morning, we cleared out the zombie horde. In the afternoon, we wiped out the Japanese camp. I was so busy that I forgot to eat lunch. That won't do. Irregular eating habits can easily lead to stomach problems. Remember to remind yourself regularly. Zhang Chun took out the electronic wristwatch he had collected from the Japanese people that day and set up a reminder function. I turned off the sound and switched to vibration mode. I need to treat myself to something good tonight. Zhang Chun took out the Wagyu beef and cut 2 slices. I put some butter in the pan and started frying it with a sizzling sound. Then I took out some shrimp. It must be said that Yusuji had a good eye for talent. These shrimp are all about 20 centimeters long, and they would definitely sell for a lot of money in peacetime. Boiled shrimp. Another serving of self-heating rice, please. Perfect. Soon, all the food was ready. Zhang Chun happily ate his food and didn't forget to put some of the advanced pet food he had gotten from the level 3 supply box that morning into her Pang's bowl. They're eating right now. Suddenly, a message popped up on the system interface. It was sent by Zhao Xie. The other party wants to video call you. Do you want to answer? No. The other party is not in your area. Connected. Zhang Chun thought to himself. Then, the scene before my eyes changed. Zhao Xie, dressed in military green camouflage, looked at him with a smile. The background is a large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, you can see rows of buildings and twinkling stars. The whole environment was somewhat dim. Brother Chen, do you think my outfit looks good? Zhao Xie asked with a smile. She was already beautiful, but she looked even more beautiful and dashing in her military uniform. It's very beautiful. Zhang Chen nodded and said, Where are you now? Have you arrived at the military base? Zhang Chen asked. No, we need to gather survivors, clear out zombies, and collect supplies along the way. The march was very slow. We only left Jiangnan district at dusk today and are now in Taiping district. Zhao Xie explained with a serious expression. Yes, it's better to proceed cautiously and steadily. Rash actions can be dangerous. Why is it so dark over there? Zhang Chun asked curiously. There's a major power outage right now, so we're spending the night in an office building. To prevent unscrupulous survivors from causing trouble, the use of lighting tools is prohibited. Besides, we really don't have any lighting equipment here. There are only 2 or 3 high-powered lights, and they're only for the collection team, since resources are limited. Zhao Xie paused here, then suddenly changed the subject and said, I'm joining the supply collection team tomorrow. I'm going to kill zombies too. I want to work hard to level up and try to keep up with you. I know you didn't bring me today because you think I'm a burden. I will work hard to become stronger so that I can fight alongside you in the future. As she said this, Zhao Xie's eyes sparkled. It's as if I can already see the future where I'll be fighting alongside Zhang Chun. Yeah, keep it up. I believe in you. Zhang Chun said with a smile. Ding dong. Zhao Longchuan requested to join the video chat. Connected. Zhang Chun agreed immediately. Then, the screen split in 2. On the left is Zhao Xie, and on the right is Zhao Longchuan. Hey bro, I was chatting with Brother Chun. What are you doing here? Zhao Xie pouted and said somewhat angrily. Oh, you're chatting with Zhang Chun? Never mind then. I thought some bastard dared to harass my sister. Zhao Longchuan smiled awkwardly and waved to Zhang Chun. He was about to exit the video when suddenly his expression froze. His gaze was fixed on the table in front of Zhang Chun. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Chun looked down at the table, but there was nothing unusual about it. After a long pause, Zhao Longchuan swallowed hard and asked, That plate of pan-fried beef and boiled shrimp in front of you. My goodness, these prawns are so hard to find. All the freezers in the supermarkets along the way have melted into water. The seafood was all spoiled, and you still managed to eat prawns. Good heavens, we're all struggling to survive, and you've come here on vacation. Zhang Chun slowly peeled the shrimp, took a big bite, and said, It's delicious. Would you like to try some? Chapter 80, The Mystery of the World's Truth. Is it okay? Zhao Longchuan hesitated for a moment. This is definitely not acceptable. We must not take even a needle or thread from the people. This is a matter of discipline. However, from another perspective, her younger sister liked Zhang Chun, and she had even met Zhang Chun once before. We'd call each other friends, I guess. Is it considered a violation of rules to give each other gifts among friends? Can't. Before Zhang Chun could speak, Zhao Xie directly refused. Brother Chun has already helped me a lot. I haven't even repaid the favor I owe him yet. How could you have the nerve to take his things? Brother Chun, I'll turn off the video for a moment and go settle the score with this guy. And he calls himself the captain of a special operations team? He doesn't act like a captain at all. Zhao Xie saw that Zhang Chun had agreed. She then turned off the video and angrily went to confront her brother. Zhang Chun couldn't help but smile. We finished eating. Zhang Chun began to take stock of the supplies he had received that day. When we killed Yusuji in the afternoon, time was rather rushed. There wasn't enough time to properly inventory the supplies. He had seen many strange things before, and now he needed to study them seriously. Zhang Chun opened the storage space and took out all those items. First, they found the experimental research computer in the air raid shelter. Then there's the following items in Yusuji's storage space. Sealed unknown potion, 1. Carefully preserved map, 1. Automatic warning tower design blueprint, 1. And full technology blueprint 4, 1. What are all these things? There's no explanation on the system. Zhang Chun looked at the well-sealed, unidentified potion, which was a potion in a silver metal package about the size of a thermos. You can see red liquid inside. Just as Zhang Chun was staring at it, a prompt slowly appeared. Awakening potion, used to awaken creatures dormant under the influence of sleeping potion. Zhang Chun carefully read the prompt for a while. For the first time, he realized that this prompt was practically meaningless. What awakens dormant creatures? What sleeping potion? I've never heard of any of them. Is this explanation really meant for me? Let's put this away for now and study it later. Zhang Chun then turned his attention to the carefully preserved map. This map has no name and is covered with a bunch of numbers, which are probably latitude and longitude coordinates. There are no city names or country names listed. It's like a map of the wilderness. A dot was drawn in the middle of a dense forest. There was no explanation as to what was inside. Zhang Chun examined the map again. The prompt reappeared. This map shows the exact location of the meteorite that fell on May 11, 2012. Located in the National Forest Park south of Heisei City. May 2012? Zhang Chun vaguely remembered that this seemed to be the date when the virus began to spread in this world. He quickly took the bloodstained diary from the bookshelf and flipped through it. Sure enough, the first entry in this diary containing the word virus was written on May 17, 2012. Is it a coincidence? Or is there an inherent connection between the two? Since this map was carefully preserved, this shows that it is very important. Should we take advantage of the monster's suppressed strength and head to Heisei City National Forest Park to find out what's going on? Zhang Chun stored both the carefully preserved map and the bloodstained diary in his storage space. His intuition told him so. There must be countless connections between these things. The indigenous people's emphasis on this meteorite impact site is certainly not without reason. They must be kept safe. Perhaps one day when the chain of evidence is complete, the truth will be revealed to the world. Next, Zhang Chun looked at the automatic guard tower design blueprint. It consumes 500 kilograms of steel and 500 energy cores and can build an automatic guard tower at a designated location. Automatic guard tower automatically attacks mutated creatures within a 200-meter radius. Attacking requires consuming energy crystals. It can be installed anywhere on the exterior wall of a building, the ground, the roof, etc. Note: killing a sentry tower is equivalent to directly killing the host. Automatic resource gathering will also take effect. Yes, this is very useful when fighting zombie hordes. The last one is Full Technology Blueprint 4, which is also not described in the system. This is something like a small chip. There are 27 complete technology blueprints scattered among key technical personnel. Once pieced together, they will grant access to all of Earth's most advanced technologies and activate the lighthouse. The lighthouse is a large, man-made space station orbiting near Earth, capable of providing a self-sufficient ecosystem for 1 million people. These things were so ahead of their time. Lighthouses, in particular, are practically the hope for the survival of indigenous peoples. The 4 chips are now in Zhang Chen's hands. Does that mean the indigenous immigration program failed? Or is this the last hope for survival that the indigenous people left for Zhang Chun and other outsiders? In short, these things did not help Zhang Chun see the world more clearly. On the contrary, it has added many more mysteries. Zhang Chun stared at these things for a while, then stored them back into his storage space. The experimental laptop is charging and cannot be turned on at this time. Thump! Just as Zhang Chun was getting ready to go to bed. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from the north. The explosions were already quite loud. In the stillness of the night, sound travels farther. The tripwire mine must have activated. No notification. This indicates that automatic data collection has distance limitations. Once you exceed a certain distance, there will be no reward for killing the enemy. Zhang Chun nodded. It seemed his plan to collect crystal cores from home was doomed. We still have to fight a big battle with the zombies. He stretched and glanced at the sleeping Erpang. He climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. Outside the window, the zombies on the street were startled by the explosion. It emitted a series of terrifying low growls. The zombies are unusually restless tonight. On the other side, inside the stadium and the revival camp, Zheng Hao was wide awake. He always remembered what Qian Jinyu had told him. Some people would sneak away from the camp at dawn. These people must leave. Only when they leave can the revival camp breathe a sigh of relief. Only then could Zheng Hao free up his hands to carry out some reforms. Therefore, the actions taken this morning are extremely important. He was so nervous that he didn't sleep a wink all night. It wasn't until around 5 a.m. The sun finally rose above the horizon. The restless zombies then calmed down and returned to their wandering state. A moment later, one of the tents in the stadium shook. A male survivor emerged warily. Chapter 81 Zheng Hao's Choice. The man first looked around, then immediately looked up alertly at the large glass window of the VIP box. That was where Zheng Hao worked and lived. After confirming that no one had noticed him, he waved towards the inside of the tent. Neither woman had her hair in a mess, and they even had their makeup done, clearly having prepared in advance, before hurrying out. Subsequently, these people began to contact other survivors one after another. In no time at all, a survivor team of about 50 people was organized. The entire process was conducted without making much noise. Some survivors were awakened by these people, but after only glancing at them, they closed their eyes and went back to sleep. People with different principles cannot work together. However, there's no need to risk offending these people by informing on them. Many people adhere to the principle of it's better to avoid trouble. Zheng Hao could see all of this clearly through the gap behind the curtains. The man leading the group was Zhou Jiqiang, one of the few survivors in the camp whose physical abilities were at their limit. Zheng Hao originally intended to train him to become the captain of the 6th gathering team. We always take good care of him when it comes to food. Knowing full well that this person was a lecher, Zheng Hao suppressed several reports of indecent assault. The purpose was to try and win him over. Who would have thought that Zhou Jiqiang, on the surface, obeyed Zheng Hao's every word and even vowed to be loyal to the camp? How should I carry out my work as the squad leader of the 6th team, etc.? They talked a good game, but they were actually secretly organizing the escape of other survivors. The people following him closest to him were also survivors of exceptionally strong caliber. They were originally intended by Zheng Hao to be seed members for forming the 6th resource collection team. Unexpectedly, they were all in cahoots with Zhou Jiqiang. Zheng Hao was deeply affected by this sense of betrayal. He remained outwardly calm, but his fists were clenched tightly. If it weren't for the fact that the Japanese know how to deal with these guys, Zheng Hao really wanted to arrest Zhou Jiqiang and question him face to face. Why betray yourself? These people slowly left the stadium through the safety exit. About 5 minutes later, the walkie-talkie in Zheng Hao's room rang. It's Qian Jinyu. These people have successfully escaped and are heading towards Yongyu Bridge. But I noticed that the person in charge is Zhou Jiqiang. He even gave me a handwritten list of team members last night. How come today is this? Before Qian Jinyu could finish speaking, Zheng Hao's cold voice came through the walkie-talkie. It wasn't me who arranged this. This guy is a traitor. Upon hearing this, Qian Jinyu remained silent. He could understand how Zheng Hao felt about being betrayed by someone he valued. It must have felt really bad. Only when Zheng Hao was the camp leader was he entitled to eat a can of luncheon meat by himself. Seeing that Zhou Jiqiang was pitiful, Zheng Hao specially gave him half of the meat. Who would have thought that Zhou Jiqiang would lead the defection today? You really can't see into someone's heart. Qian Jinyu couldn't help but sigh softly. At that moment, Zheng Hao's other walkie-talkie rang again. This message came from Tan Sibo, the squad leader of the 4th Squad. 2 different walkie-talkies operate on different frequencies to prevent crosstalk. Zheng Hao's room contained 6 walkie-talkies, one for each of the 5 reconnaissance teams and the other for the camp guard team. The walkie-talkies for the camp's guard team are currently in Qian Jinyu's possession. Brother Zheng, I want to file a complaint. Those guys from the 5th Squad are inhuman. Yesterday we were attacked by a horde of zombies at the location of the vegetable market. They happen to be collecting materials upstairs next door, so we'd like to ask them for archery support. But these people actually said the arrows were too expensive and told us to find our own way. We lost 2 brothers to escape. Damn it. Qi Hongda is a real bastard. How dare someone who doesn't even care about his brothers be a squad leader? Tan Sibo roared indignantly. I understand. Preserve the team's strength for now. Find a safe route and get back to camp quickly. Regarding Qi Hongda, I will definitely give you an explanation, Zheng Hao said calmly. But when he heard the name Qi Hongda, his heart skipped a beat. That was close. I almost forgot about this guy. Zhou Jiqiang was introduced by Qi Hongda. Before they traveled through time, the 2 of them were college roommates and had a very good relationship. Now that Zhou Jiqiang has led his men to defect, how could Qi Hongda not know? Furthermore, Qian Jinyu previously mentioned that some squads were unwilling to follow orders. That's actually referring to Qi Hongda. Furthermore, considering his unwillingness to help his brothers in the 4th Squad fight the zombies, it's obvious this guy is going to rebel. Grass. Zheng Hao angrily slammed the paper cup on the table onto the carpet. He'd take the bow and arrows he bought at a high price from Zhang Chun and then go to join the Japanese. Do you think you're a sucker? How could I possibly swallow this insult? However, Qi Hongda is a strong person at the physical limit level. Zheng Hao is just at the exceptionally strong level. If a fight breaks out, I might not come out on top. Zheng Hao grew angrier the more he thought about it, and couldn't think of a good way to get revenge for the time being. However, he was somewhat indignant if he allowed these people to go to Jiangbei. He paced anxiously back and forth in the room. I felt an indescribable sense of frustration, anger, and helplessness. The resentment in his heart had no outlet. This is driving him crazy. Zheng Hao walked around a few times, then suddenly pulled a pistol out of his ring. This was taken from the body of a police officer. He didn't tell anyone about this, so that in critical moments, it can save lives. Now, maybe it will come in handy. However, in Qi Hongda's 5th Squad, besides Qi Hongda, there are 2 other individuals with physical limits. Can one gun really take down 3 physically powerful individuals? Zheng Hao wasn't sure either. Hey Zheng Hao, are you there? There's a new development. The walkie-talkie suddenly rang again. It was Qian Jinyu's voice. What's the new situation? Has the 5th Squad arrived? Zheng Hao asked nervously. Of the 4 gathering teams, only the 4th team, led by Tan Sibo, is closest to the camp. The other team spent the night in an area 3 kilometers away from the camp and couldn't get back in a short time. If Qi Hongda were to launch a surprise attack at this moment, the situation at the Fuxing camp might change drastically. No, it's not the 5th Squad. It's Zhou Jiqiang and his group. I saw them go into a restaurant at the end of the bridge through my binoculars, but soon after, they all started turning back. The specific reason is unclear. What will we do if they come back? Are you going to act like nothing happened? Qian Jinyu asked. What? You're back. Could there be a problem with the Japanese camp? Or did they discover something? Hiss. No matter what, separate Zhou Jiqiang from the others. Have Zhou Jiqiang come to my office. As for the rest of you, put them on that bus parked by the roadside. I'll handle the rest. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Hao's mind. Chapter 82: A Meal of Harmony. 20 minutes later. Zhou Jiqiang knocked on the door with a smile and then walked into Zheng Hao's office. Zheng Hao had just finished making breakfast. I made instant noodles and sausages. There are exactly 2 portions. One portion is placed in front of you, and the other is placed opposite you. It was clearly reserved for Zhou Jiqiang. How was your morning exercise? Did it go smoothly? Have you encountered any zombies? Zheng Hao asked with a smile. After saying that, he took a big bite of the sausage and chewed it slowly. His face was full of enjoyment. Hey, I was just about to tell you about this. Yesterday, many people said that staying in the camp for too long was making them feel exhausted. I just realized that you were planning to form the 6th resource gathering team. I'll take this opportunity to get them out there and get some exercise, pick out some good prospects, and then the team will be ready, right? I gave Lao Chen a project plan last night. I don't know if he told you. Zhou Jiqiang looked at the sausage in front of him and smelled the aroma emanating from the instant noodles. I couldn't help but swallow. But I didn't eat it. He certainly wasn't taking these people out for a morning run. It's all for the sake of joining the Japanese. However, upon arriving at the designated restaurant at the bridgehead, they discovered this place is now deserted. Someone even wrote the words, "The camp has fallen," in large characters on the wall. The camp north of the river has fallen. Zhou Jiqiang's first thought was that it was done by zombies. Now, the south and north banks of the Yangtze River are separated by only one bridge. Going there rashly would be suicide. It would be better to return to camp and make plans more slowly. Anyway, there's no shortage of food and drink at the camp, so we can just stay for as long as we can. Once Qi Hongda had collected enough supplies, they planned to take a few pretty girls and go out to work on their own. Anyone can build a campsite, so why should we listen to Zheng Hao? Just because his camp was established earlier? Zhou Jiqiang had his own little scheme. I felt guilty, so I didn't dare to eat. Zheng Hao pretended not to notice Zhou Jiqiang's little scheme, and while eating his instant noodles, he mumbled something. Old Xin told me, and it's good. I agree with your suggestion. There are too few strong individuals like you in the camp right now. With you here, I can rest assured. I also plan to organize squads 4, 5, and 6 into a company, under the command of Qi Hongda. You'll be the deputy squadron leader, so all the supplies will be kept here. Zheng Hao swallowed the instant noodles and continued with a smile. As you know, we separate management authority from material control here, precisely to maintain a balance of power. You and Qi Hongda are good friends. I think he won't have any objections if you become the vice captain. What do you think? After Zheng Hao finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Jiqiang with a kind gaze. I can definitely complete the task you assigned me. I will never forget that you helped me when I was in my most difficult time and gave me a safe place to live. I will definitely do a good job as the deputy company commander, serving the camp and you. Zhou Jiqiang couldn't help but smile. Isn't Zheng Hao being too naive? He was so focused on promoting himself. Once I become the deputy squadron leader, and with Qi Hongda as the squadron leader, wouldn't it be even easier to break away in the future? Zheng Hao is such an idiot. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiqiang finally lowered his guard and took a bite of instant noodles. It smells so good. You keep eating, I still have half a bottle of Coke. I'll pour you some. Zheng Hao smiled and stood up, walking behind Zhou Jiqiang. I unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle. There's also Coke. Zhou Jiqiang felt like he was dying of happiness. What's wrong with Zheng Hao today? There's already a major power outage, so getting some hot water isn't easy. Today I had instant noodles soaked in hot water, sausage, and even drank Coke. This is practically equivalent to the treatment at a Michelin-starred restaurant in peacetime. That's so awesome. But, no, something's definitely fishy when things are out of the ordinary. Zhou Jiqiang's smile suddenly froze. I hope Zheng Hao won't do anything underhanded behind my back. He turned his head away in alarm. But Zheng Hao was holding a large vase in his left hand and a gun in his right. Before Zhou Jiqiang could react, the vase slipped from my hand, fell to the ground, and shattered. At the same time, the bullet left the barrel. At such a short distance, Zheng Hao launched a sneak attack from behind. Even with Zhou Jiqiang's physical strength reaching its limit, he still couldn't dodge it. Moreover, there is ultimately a difference between physical limits and those of awakened beings. Even at its most extreme, it is still just a mortal body. It couldn't stop the bullets at all. Bang! The gunshot and the vase shattering happened almost simultaneously. Then, Zhou Jiqiang opened his eyes in disbelief and fell into a pool of blood. Collection. Zheng Hao reached out and touched Zhou Jiqiang, immediately taking all the supplies and energy cores from his body. In an instant, Zheng Hao seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. His muscles were more defined, and he seemed to have grown a little taller. He has successfully advanced to the physical limit level. But only one's own physical limits, plus a gun. They seem to be slightly lacking in ability to deal with Qi Hongda's squad. What's wrong? What happened? A few minutes later, Qian Jinyu rushed in with several members of the city defense team, their faces filled with tension. It's nothing, don't make a fuss. It's just a broken vase, Zheng Hao said with a smile. By this time, Zhou Jiqiang's body had already been removed, and nothing remained. The sausages and instant noodles he had left over were also put into Zheng Hao's storage space. No evidence was left at the scene. Oh, then I'm relieved. I just settled those people in the bus and then brought my men over. I'm glad you're all right. That Zhou Jiqiang must have really upset you, Qian Jinyu asked with concern. Never mind, he's still determined to leave. There's nothing I can do about it. However, it was wrong of me to lose my temper and smash things. I apologize. Sigh. I'll go and try to persuade the others. Hopefully they'll be willing to change their lazy ways, Zheng Hao said with a helpless expression. Then, I'll take the city defense squad with me. They have more people, so they'll be there to help if there's any trouble, Qian Jinyu suggested. No need. I can go by myself. After all, it's about doing ideological work, so building trust with everyone is the most important thing. If you bring people with you, isn't that obviously asking for a fight? How can they still trust us? Give me a watermelon knife. That'll be enough for self-defense, Zheng Hao said with a relaxed expression. That's fine. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, just call us on the walkie-talkie, and we'll come to your aid. Qian Jinyu was still a little worried and gave him repeated instructions. Got it this time. It's perfectly safe. A confident smile curved Zheng Hao's lips. Chapter 83 The Road of Slaughter. A dozen minutes later, on the bus at the corner. This is a tour bus with only one front door. When it was discovered, there was no one inside, nor were there any car keys. It was just an empty bus. At this moment, more than 50 survivors sat inside, looking impatient. I heard Zheng Hao is going to give us a lesson? Oh my god, the thing I hate most about work is training, and now that it's the apocalypse, I still have to listen to lectures. Exactly. Can we get more food during class? Can we get the same treatment as the Japanese? No doubt about it. They're definitely trying to brainwash us, to send us out to fight, to make us cannon fodder. Aren't they treating us like idiots? Zhou Jiqiang is already at his physical limit and doesn't even need to fight. But why should we ordinary people risk our lives against zombies? For a bag of potato chips? For a bag of instant noodles? All right, let's all be quiet. We can't go to Japan now, so we still have to hide here. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Oh dear, I'd say you're all overthinking it. Zheng Hao is probably afraid that if we go back, he'll incite even more people to leave, so he's come to beg us. Yes, I think that's possible too. We can talk to him about terms later and improve our food treatment. We can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime negotiation opportunity. Everyone, let's all be of one mind and demand better food treatment in unison. No one can back down now, or don't blame us for not treating you like brothers. Don't worry, this is a good thing. We will definitely all request it. Yes, Zheng Hao is easily swayed. He'll give in after a little persuasion. Everyone was chatting animatedly when suddenly someone knocked on the glass and said, Shoo, everyone stop talking. Zheng Hao is coming this way. Everyone quickly fell silent. He pondered for a moment how to negotiate with Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao walked quickly, almost like the wind, to the bus. He slowly walked into the car and then forcefully closed the car door with his hand. The car door is electric. It takes a lot of effort to push it open with brute force. However, the people in the car didn't notice this detail at all. I thought Zheng Hao was afraid that the sound of everyone asking for benefits would get out. They didn't take it seriously. Zheng Hao stood in front of the car, looking at the survivors inside who had disdainful, even mocking, expressions on their faces. Thinking back to the food she had painstakingly collected, she still had to share it with them. In the end, Not only did he not receive a word of thanks, he even became the bad guy. My heart felt like a jumble of emotions. He only wanted to unite everyone's strength in the apocalypse so that they could survive together. I never imagined that people's hearts could be so chaotic. Now that there are no outsiders here, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. Zheng Hao said with a weary expression. I established this camp not to satisfy my own selfish desires. You've been in the camp for the past few days. You should know what kind of person I am. I never hoarded food, and I never let anyone go hungry. Sometimes when I encounter survivors in distress, if I can lend a hand, I'll do it even if it means going without food or water. What is my purpose in doing this? At this point, Zheng Hao suddenly felt a little wronged. His eyes reddened, and his voice choked as he said, This is the apocalypse. We are all survivors. My purpose in establishing this camp is to unite everyone in the fight against zombies and the even more terrifying monsters that are about to emerge. To survive in such a cruel world, you must improve your own strength. These are terrifying monsters that even the natives couldn't fight off. What makes you think you can survive by doing nothing? Isn't this a ridiculous and laughable thing? I sent you all to train and fight zombies, not so you could go and die. If I wanted you all dead, I would have just refused to accept you in the first place. Why should we feed and treat you well, just so you can eat your fill and then die? What I need is a united survivor camp where the entire group is capable of fighting. Only when everyone is united can we stick together, support each other, and survive the difficult situation. Do you understand? Zheng Hao roared in anguish. However, the survivors inside the car still had no expression on their faces, unmoved in the slightest. Zheng Hao, what's the point of all that you've said? The treatment we get isn't even as good as what the Japanese give us. If you let us eat meat every day, I might consider going to kill zombies. But look at what we eat every day. Potato chips, cookies, bread, and even water is shared by 2 or 3 people. Is this how you treat us? You want us to risk our lives for you? Do you think we're fools? A man shouted at the top of his lungs. His shout immediately garnered support from the others, who all echoed it loudly. That's right. Why should those who are close to you get to eat meat, while we newcomers have to eat this garbage? Let's stop wasting our breath on him. Improve our treatment, and we might consider not inciting others to leave the camp. Otherwise, let's go back now and incite them to leave. Why should all the food be in your and Qian Jinyu's hands? There's no transparency at all. Who knows how much you're keeping for yourselves? Isn't it all for your own selfish desires? If it weren't for your selfish desires, why would you be staying in the VIP box and sleeping on the floor with us? Looking at these people's faces, Zheng Hao really wanted to explain. Only those who join the gathering teams can eat meat. Since there isn't much meat to begin with, it's impossible to distribute it evenly. Naturally, the teams that fight the zombies get priority. Qian Jinyu kept records of all the supplies he collected and the supplies that were released from the warehouse. He even once accidentally spilled his instant noodles. Having been hungry all night, he didn't even bother to retrieve the supplies from the ring. Zheng Hao stayed in the VIP room because he had the resources. He discovered and built the venue and the team. Shouldn't he be given even the slightest bit of preferential treatment? However, Zheng Hao suddenly didn't want to say it anymore. He was tired. Even if you talk yourself hoarse, it won't help. Some people are simply not worth the effort. Ha ha. Ha ha. Amidst the heated debate and criticism from the crowd, Zheng Hao suddenly burst into laughter. It's as if I've heard something incredibly unbelievable. Zheng Hao laughed so hard, he almost fell over, and it lasted for quite a while. He barely managed to stop laughing and took out a watermelon knife from his ring. Thank you all. At first, I was still a little hesitant. Thank you for helping me make up my mind. I've made up my mind now. After saying that, a flash of cold light appeared. The man who had started the fight, sitting in the front row, fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 84 Strength is Power. What? Zheng Hao, are you crazy? You actually dared to kill someone. A woman nearby screamed. She had barely finished speaking when Zheng Hao slashed her to death. Although Zheng Hao is currently at the physical limit of his strength. However, there were more than 50 people in the car, including a few survivors who were exceptionally strong. If everyone rushes in, people will definitely die, but we can definitely stop Zheng Hao. He even managed to kill Zheng Hao. It's a pity that these people only know how to eat and be lazy. They usually get together to gossip and complain about this and that. The so-called unity is nothing but a superficial phenomenon. They are all selfish, short-sighted, and greedy. At this moment, everyone was thinking about how to save their own lives, and no one thought of joining forces with those around them to fight back. The design of the part-time carriage also makes it difficult for more people to launch an attack on Zheng Hao. Those who panicked and fled in the front row blocked those who were determined to fight in the back. People are packed together, so even if you have the ability, you can't use it. And so, relying on his superior physical abilities, Zheng Hao fought his way through from beginning to end. Occasionally, someone would resist with a knife, but they would be immediately knocked to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out from the gaps in the car door like a small stream. The car seats and windows were covered in splattered blood. The scene was extremely bloody. A dozen minutes later, the bus doors opened. Zheng Hao slowly got out of the car. He was covered in blood. The blood of those survivors. At this moment, his entire demeanor underwent another transformation. A short talent mark has appeared on his wrist. There are 2 talent lines, one red and one blue. Zheng Hao removed the bus's handbrake as soon as he got off the bus. He forcefully pushed the bus into the river. Then I took out some purified water from the storage space, drank some myself, and used the rest to wash my skin. I took off my blood-stained clothes and changed into clean ones. This radical transformation has once again inflated his ambition. It feels so good to become stronger. Zheng Hao did not return to the camp immediately, but instead walked towards the restaurant at the Yongyu Bridge. He knew that Qi Hongda, unable to contact Zhou Jiqiang, would definitely go there to wait for him. What I need to do is arrive before Qi Hongda does. It just so happens. When Zheng Hao arrived at the restaurant, Qi Hongda happened to be there with his team. The 2 sides met. Captain Qi, weren't you supposed to be collecting supplies? What are you doing here? Zheng Hao asked the question knowingly. From this moment on, I am no longer a member of the camp. We can go wherever we want without reporting to you. Qi Hongda snorted coldly and said disdainfully. At the same time, he looked around warily. Upon discovering there was no ambush, Zheng Hao was alone. You deserted the camp? When did that happen? And, you probably don't know yet, something happened at the Japanese camp. Zheng Hao said with a smile. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I'd like to ask you something. Zheng Hao, where did you hide Zhou Jiqiang? If anything happens to him, I'll raze your camp to the ground. As Qi Hongda spoke, he drew his large, ring-bladed sword. The 2 survivors who were at their physical limits quickly took out their bows and arrows and aimed them at Zheng Hao. The remaining 3 survivors were also armed and looked very wary. Surely not, right? Against me alone, and a weakling at an exceptionally strong level at that. Is it really necessary for so many of you to make such a fuss? Since you've made up your mind to go and join the Japanese, there's no point in me stopping you. However, I really don't know anything about Zhou Jiqiang. The guard told me that he left with more than 50 people early this morning. I was worried, so I came along to check. What? Hasn't he arrived yet? Zheng Hao spread his hands, looking completely harmless, and said. Qi Hongda squinted at Zheng Hao for a long while. He doesn't seem to be lying. Then he muttered to himself. Could it be that we encountered zombies on the road? After a short pause, he turned to his team members and said, Xiaoqiang, you and the thug go into the restaurant and check the situation. Everyone else, stay alert. Be careful, there might be mutated type 2 infected individuals in the vicinity. Zheng Hao, I won't kill you. You can leave now, and we'll call it even. Hearing Qi Hongda say that, the 2 team members, whose physical limits were at their peak, slowly lowered their bows and arrows and began to look for open areas to keep watch. You're not going to kill me? Is this how you repay my kindness? This is so ironic. It reminds me of the story of the farmer and the snake. Zheng Hao looked at Qi Hongda with a smile, without the slightest fear. Zheng Hao, you'd better understand your current situation. Don't you know your own level? Any one of our team members could easily beat you. I advise you not to piss me off, otherwise, hiccup. Qi Hongda was halfway through his sentence when suddenly his vision blurred. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Hao grabbed him by the throat and lifted him high into the air. He could no longer utter a single word. Or what? Speak up. I can't hear you. Zheng Hao said with a mocking expression. Put down the captain, or we'll shoot you full of holes." The other two individuals with the strongest physiques shouted loudly. But from their gaze, Zheng Hao sensed fear. It turns out that the feeling of being feared by others is actually quite nice. Creak. With a forceful twist of his right hand, Zheng Hao snapped Qi Hongda's neck. The gap between physical limits and awakened beings can be described as a chasm. No matter how strong one's physical limits are, one is still just a mortal body. However, once one reaches the awakened state, all muscles and tissues undergo a complete transformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two arrows were also shot towards Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao calmly used Qi Hongda's corpse as a shield to block the two arrows. Then, he suddenly lunged forward and slit the throats of the two men with the watermelon knife. The three strongest members of the team were wiped out by Zheng Hao in almost an instant. Everyone else knows how formidable Zheng Hao is. Some people turned to run away, while others knelt on the ground and begged Zheng Hao for forgiveness. However, Zheng Hao remained completely unmoved by these matters. In no time at all, they killed everyone on the spot. The body was then put back into the ring. Cool. Zheng Hao looked at his fist and felt his whole body brimming with power. Absolute strength is 100 times more powerful than any so-called leadership or management ability. As long as you have a strong fist, no one will dare to underestimate you. Ha ha ha. Zheng Hao looked up at the sky and roared. I'm probably one of the best among all the survivors now. Just then, a white SUV sped over from a distance. The car even slowed down when passing by here. The car owner rolled down the window and glanced in this direction. It's Zhang Chen. Zheng Hao's pupils contracted. He still can't forget Zhang Chen's ruthless methods from a few days ago. Although he had been humiliated, he dared not do anything to Zhang Chen. However, I am quite strong now. I wonder if I could fight Zhang Chen. Chapter 85 Reconnoitering the Zombie Horde. A fierce battle is imminent. Hey, I know you. Your name is Zheng Hao, right? Zhang Chen greeted him with a smile. Zheng Hao nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. My mind was on high alert. He knew that Zhang Chen must have already reached his current strength a few days ago. After so many days, who knows if he's gotten even stronger? What if Zhang Chen tries to kill me and take the crystal core? Zheng Hao had killed too many people, so he naturally assumed that Zhang Chen might also kill him. The two grown men exchanged a glance. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Nothing else, I'll be going now. Zhang Chen didn't know what to say. He greeted Zheng Hao earlier because Zheng Hao was one of the few people he could talk to in this apocalyptic world. Yeah, you're busy. As the SUV sped onto Yongyu Bridge and quickly disappeared from sight, I watched as it drove up the bridge. Zheng Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised by Zheng Hao's growth. When I met Zheng Hao a few days ago, his strength was only at the level of exceptionally strong. When I saw him today, I was surprised to find that he had already reached the first stage of the beginner awakener, and he even had 2 talents. Having dual talents means that he obtained a large number of crystal cores in a short period of time, thereby increasing his strength. Even the most ruthless and vicious Japanese warriors are only awakened once with a single talent. How did Zheng Hao grow up so quickly? Zhang Chen drew a question mark in his mind. However, these things are not something to consider in advance. Becoming stronger quickly is the key. Zhang Chen almost used up all his crystal core reserves to upgrade his ring. Fortunately, Erpang had left himself a big surprise. Zhang Chen currently has 892 energy cores. We're still more than 80% away from reaching the 5,000-point energy core required for the upgrade. However, Zhang Chen was not worried, because he was facing a super horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies. The one thing we have in abundance is crystal cores. What Zhang Chen needs now is to scout out these zombie hordes, and then determine an efficient battle plan. This morning's task was clear: to determine the effective range within which explosives could be automatically collected when used to kill zombies. Zhang Chen drove back to the location of the Jiangbei Automobile City Wall. The laser trip mines here have already been detonated. The collapsed car just happened to block the gap that Zhang Chen had left earlier. The bodies of 3 zombies lay here. The head was blown to pieces, and the ground was a mess. Laser trip mines are indeed powerful. He actually killed 3 zombies in one go. Zhang Chen reached out and gently touched the 3 zombie corpses, then retrieved them. He peered through the gap between the cars to the other side. The once empty streets were now deserted. The place is now overrun with zombies, at least several hundred of them. They were all attracted by the sound of the explosion. At this moment, they were wandering aimlessly in the same spot. Zhang Chun cheered himself up and then lightly jumped onto the top of the car city wall. Spotting a thin zombie, he suddenly jumped down and grabbed the zombie by the hair. The moment he came into contact with the zombie, the energy armor enveloped his entire body once again. Oh! The zombie spotted Zhang Chun and suddenly yelled. However, at this moment, Zhang Chun had already taken 2 running starts while carrying the zombie and jumped back outside the car city wall. The other zombies were oblivious and didn't notice what was happening. These hundreds of zombies were constantly making strange noises. Zombies are almost immune to the sounds of their own kind. Zhang Chun's movements were incredibly fast and completely silent. Naturally, it did not attract the attention of the zombies. Back on the other side of the car city wall, Zhang Chun threw the zombie into a dead end and then quickly jumped to the other side of the wall. At this moment, the zombies, unable to see Zhang Chun, lost their external attraction and once again drifted away. Zhang Chun quickly returned to the alley entrance and placed a laser tripwire mine. They also set an alarm clock to 10 minutes and placed it on the street opposite the entrance of the alley. Ensure it is not accidentally hit by a trip mine. Then he jogged all the way to the designated location. This place is 3 kilometers away from where the zombies are. Soon, the scheduled time arrived. The alarm clock rang. Ouch! Drawn by the sound of the alarm clock, the zombies rushed frantically towards the alley entrance. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. Zhang Chun did not receive any notification. It's still too far. Continue. They resorted to the same old trick. Zhang Chun grabbed another zombie and threw it into the alley. This time he stood at the 2.5-kilometer mark. Bang! Another explosion was heard. Still no notification. One more time. This time it's 2 kilometers. Bang! Ding! You have killed a zombie. Automatically collected 1 energy crystal core. If the 80% bonus is less than 1 point, it will be carried over to the next collection. 2 mutated fertilizers and 1 broken key. It's working. Zhang Chun then adjusted the distance to 2.1 kilometers. Bang! There is still no notification. This indicates that the maximum range of automatic data collection is between 2 and 2.1 kilometers. There's no need to test anything more precise down to tens of meters. It's a waste of time and not very meaningful. 2 kilometers. Therefore, Zhang Chun needs to design a defense line with a radius of 2 kilometers. This will maximize the benefits of collecting crystal cores and resources. Zhang Chun returned to the location of the car city wall. They took out the reconnaissance drone, launched it, and flew north. Zhang Chun wore VR glasses and watched the scene in front of the camera from a first-person perspective. At first, everything was normal. Besides the hundreds of zombies blocking the car wall, there were only a few scattered zombies on the streets in the distance, not very densely packed. Moreover, there were many pools of blood on the ground, as well as car wreckage and charred houses left after the explosion. Zhang Chun knew that the whole world had been restored. Therefore, these remains could only have been created by survivors who traveled through time. The survivors in Jiangbei also fought a desperate battle with the zombies. But now, the regional channels throughout Jiangbei were completely silent. There are probably no survivors left. The drone continued flying north for more than 10 kilometers. Finally, traces of the zombie horde were discovered. From a distance, the zombies looked like they were packed together, one after another. It was densely packed, a dark mass. It was like a black tide that filled all the streets. Looking into the distance, dust filled the sky. The sky and the horde of zombies seemed to merge into one, with no end in sight. Zhang Chun knew that the smoke was dust kicked up by a large number of zombies passing by. Because the zombies were constantly moving, the dust was constantly being stirred up. This is why this phenomenon occurred. Judging from this scene, I'm afraid even 100,000 zombies is a conservative estimate. Zombies move swiftly at night and slowly during the day. Last night's explosions seem to have greatly accelerated the southward advance of the zombie horde. At this rate, the zombies are expected to reach the car city wall by the middle of tomorrow at the latest. The time I have left to prepare is running out. Chapter 86 Death Zone. It's possible to contain a small number of zombies at the Car City wall. However, this level of defense is completely negligible against an overwhelming horde of zombies. It can only delay the zombie horde for a maximum of 10 seconds. Zhang Chen looked at the map. Jiangbei District is an old urban area with a complex network of interconnected roads. Although the roads are narrower than those in Jiangnan, the buildings are also shorter and older. However, there are a lot of alleys and streets, and they are very densely packed. It is difficult to completely stop the zombie horde at a single point. The abundance of side paths meant that even when key intersections were blocked, zombies could still find their way around the defensive line via other routes. Zhang Chen examined the map of Jiangbei several times. There was simply no suitable location to defend it. Since Jiangbei cannot be defended, then we'll have no choice but to shift the battlefield to the Gangnam district. Originally, there were 4 bridges connecting the north and south banks of the river. 2 are broken now, leaving 2. Huiwang Bridge and Yongyu Bridge. The Huiwang Bridge is a new bridge with a wide bridge deck featuring 10 lanes in both directions. Below that is a dedicated railway line for trains. If we were to guard this spot, we would not only have to block off the bridge, but also the area beneath it. It's really too difficult. Relatively speaking, the narrow Yongyu Bridge is the best defensive location. Zombies are afraid of water and will only rush across the bridge. The narrow road surface ensures that the number of zombies rushing towards you is relatively small. Only a few automatic sentry towers are needed to provide excellent defense. Moreover, the north end of Yongyu Bridge is a scenic area with a wide view, making it suitable for mechs to fight here. Further north along the landscaped area, the streets connect to relatively narrow lanes. Placing traps here can achieve twice the result with half the effort. This is practically a perfect natural defensive position. All we need to do is blow up the magnificent bridge. Yongyu Bridge will become the only passage for zombies. Zhang Chen designated the scenic area as the main battleground. The mechs will then engage in direct combat with the zombies here. An automatic warning tower was installed at the other end of Yongyu Bridge to prevent zombies from rushing across the bridge while the mechs are trapped. The reason Zhang Chen didn't want to let any zombie go was because it wasn't about protecting the survivors in Jiangnan. He doesn't consider himself that great. Moreover, they neither have the ability nor the obligation. It's the apocalypse now. Even without a zombie horde, zombies roam everywhere. Every day, survivors die in the battle against zombies. Combat survivability is an essential skill for survivors. Those who lack ability and are unwilling to make progress are destined to be eliminated by the environment. It's just the law of the jungle. Zhang Chen did this because he wanted to devour this whole piece of fat meat all by himself. I don't want to waste even a tiny bit. If it really is true that several thousand zombies escaped, that's several thousand crystal cores. Just thinking about it makes my wallet ache. Start setting the traps. The scenic area is the main battlefield for the mechs, so no traps will be set up there for the time being. To prevent accidental injury, the traps were all set up in the crisscrossing alleyways. Oil drums, empty water jugs, large empty plastic bottles. He filled all the empty bottles he could find with gasoline at the gas station. Then they started checking the fuel tanks of each car one by one. With Zhang Chen's current abilities, he wouldn't even need to open the car door first to access the fuel tank. Just chop it down with your Tang sword, tear the metal sheet apart with your hands, and unscrew the fuel tank cap. Simple and straightforward, but highly effective. These cars filled with gasoline are like miniature incendiary bombs. Zhang Chen placed the cars in the middle of the road, one car every 20 meters. Then install the laser tripwire on the fuel tank. Place a bucket or large water bottle filled with gasoline between the two vehicles. Afterwards, they drove their SUV back to the gas station next to Tianyang University. Summon the armed mech and store the off-road vehicle in the ring. Then, the tanker truck filled with gasoline was taken to the north of Yongyu Bridge by armed mechs. The tanker truck was lowered onto the roof of a building diagonally opposite Yongyu Bridge. Next, Zhang Chen went to the rooftop of another building, far from the battlefield. The buildings near Yongyu Bridge are mostly around 10 stories high. It is about the same height as this building. This is perfect for an experiment and reference. Zhang Chen took out a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. The grenade exploded when the count reached the 5th second. The explosion created a large crater in the asphalt road, and nearby cars were hit by debris, emitting a series of piercing alarms. Attracted by the deafening sound, hordes of zombies rushed over frantically. There were more than 20 of them. They were frantically banging on the car window. Zhang Chun took out another fragmentation grenade and activated his energy armor at the same time. Pull the safety pin. 1, 2, 3. Let go. The grenade began to fall, just as they were about to reach the top of the zombie's head. With a loud bang, it exploded again. It blew the heads off 2 nearby zombies. Countless sharp metal fragments shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 5 more zombies nearby were hit in the head by shards and instantly fell to the ground. They all turned into a cloud of white mist and dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations on automatically recycling 4+3 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, and 22 mutated fertilizer. Yes, throw the grenade down just after the 3rd second. The timing of the explosion was perfect. Buzz, buzz. Zhang Chen's watch vibrated. It's lunchtime. Zhang Chen simply sat down on the rooftop. His legs were dangling outside the building. Feeling the breeze and gazing at the river view, I felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The view here is really expansive. No wonder many people like to buy river view properties in peacetime. Now it's great. There are houses everywhere, but unfortunately not many people live there. Zhang Chun sighed to himself. He took out a box of self-heating rice from his spatial ring. He then took out 2 more steaming hot slices of fried beef and began to eat them in large bites. It smells so good. In the past, during peacetime, people often enjoyed watching dramas, reading short videos or novels, or playing games while eating. But this is the end times, and there's really no such condition. So Zhang Chun developed the habit of browsing the regional chat channel. Watching a group of people chatting idly up there, Zhang Chun didn't feel lonely. It doesn't feel like the end of the world is so hopeless. Open the chat channel. There was no message above. It was deathly silent. It was eerily quiet. Zhang Chun then realized that he was in Jiangbei. Still, let's eat it when we get back to Jiangnan. Zhang Chun put away the self-heating rice and fried meat that he had only eaten halfway through. I wiped my mouth with a tissue. The trash was carelessly thrown on the rooftop. He walked towards the alley behind the building where there were no zombies and jumped down. The height of 10 stories is still manageable for Zhang Chun now. Base. It landed smoothly. The huge blast wave whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground. It floated in midair for a while before slowly falling down. Afterwards, I drove back to Gangnam District via Yongyu Bridge. Chapter 87 Lunch Break. New Business Opportunities. Back to Gangnam District. Zhang Chun took out the Level 1 protective hot spring villa directly from the leisure square near the river. I had completely forgotten about this. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Chun moved a chair to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. I enjoyed the river view for a while. Then he opened the chat channel and started eating while watching. The regional chat channel in Jiangnan has become much more active recently. The interface has just been opened. All sorts of information burst forth instantly. Many people joined the survivor camp, and without any worries, they became more talkative. Brothers, our camp has moved to the student apartments at Tianyang University. It's so comfortable here, we finally have beds to sleep in. Speaking of which, I have to thank that zombie clearing expert. He's awesome. Voice cracks. This was followed by a photo of the dormitory. Below is a desk, and above is a bed. There were also many stickers of male celebrities I didn't recognize on the wall. Wow, bro, you've moved into the girls' dorm. That's awesome. Weren't there 6 girls in the dorm building before? Didn't you see them? Is there really no zombie left at Tianyang University? I'm just across the street from there. I want to go there tomorrow too. Good grief, you've exposed your camp's location. How dare you be so reckless? Does your boss even know? Guanxian, where are you? If you see this, please message me privately. That guy upstairs is so persistent. If people from all over the world had traveled here, there must be countless regions. Searching for him like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd marry him immediately. Calm down, bro. You're a guy? Why are you looking for a boyfriend? Looking to buy a lot of powerful weapons with energy cores. List them if you have any, or message me directly. Ranged weapons are preferred. Bows and arrows are not needed. Thanks. Looking to acquire powerful long-range weapons? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Yes, there are 100 assault rifles in my own storage space. This weapon was indeed very powerful in the early stages of the apocalypse. Except against awakened ones, assault rifles can almost wipe out all survivors. Moreover, assault rifles are better suited for fighting hordes of zombies than bows and arrows. The only downside is that it's loud and easily attracts zombies. However, those who dare to carry assault rifles are certainly not people who want to occasionally ambush 1 or 2 zombies and live a life of comfort and security. This weapon definitely has a huge market right now. Moreover, Zhang Chen also realized a problem. The survivor's strength is increasing, while the damage of assault rifles is fixed. As weapons are continuously updated and iterated, increasingly powerful weapon design blueprints are being discovered. The longer these guns are kept, the faster they will depreciate. Now is the best time to sell them. Zhang Chen opened the auction interface. The survivors acclimatized for 7 days. In addition, Zhang Chen had previously released a large number of weapons and arrows into the market. The overall combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. With increased strength, the scope of exploration expands. At the same time, the variety of items available at auction houses has also increased. Food and water that were previously scarce and expensive are now being traded. Exchange 500 milliliters of purified water for 5 energy crystals. Exchange 1 packet of instant noodles for 2 energy cores. Exchange 500 milliliters of orange juice for 8 energy crystals. Exchange a storage ring fragment for 20 energy cores. Hanging blade. Exchange for 15 energy cores. Prices at the auction house are much higher than before. The survivors are stronger and have more crystal cores. An assault rifle can fetch a good price. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen put up an assault rifle, priced at 60 crystal cores, or he could exchange it for a design blueprint/skill blueprint. DM me. The chat channel exploded the moment someone posted an assault rifle. No way. Zhang Chen used to sell bows and arrows, and now he's selling assault rifles. He's definitely a major arms dealer, but isn't 60 crystal cores a bit pricey? With an assault rifle, not only can we fight zombies, but we'll also be a deterrent to invading survivors. It's absolutely worth it. I have the blueprint for a sharp dagger. Can I exchange this for it? Stop messing around. What would we need your sharp dagger blueprint for if we have an assault rifle? A group of survivors who couldn't afford it were making sarcastic remarks in the chat channel. It's as if this assault rifle belongs to them. Of course, some people with ulterior motives started sending private messages to Zhang Chen. Hey bro, I have a case of instant noodles, 24 packets. How about trading it for an assault rifle? Hey bro, I have a lifelike doll. How about I trade it for an assault rifle with 5 bottles of purified water? Lend me the gun first, and I'll give you 100 crystal cores tomorrow. I promise. Hey bro, there are bad guys trying to hurt me. Lend me your gun to scare them, and I'll give it back to you. I'll even give you 5 loaves of bread. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Well, the first 2 weren't a good deal, but at least they showed some sincerity. What followed was purely a group trying to get something for nothing. Is there still a market for freeloaders these days? Zhang Chen simply chose to ignore it. Haggling with these guys is a waste of time. Zhang Chen calculated the price based on the auction price, and then hung the assault rifle back up. Assault rifle plus 500 rounds of ammunition equals 60 crystal cores / 12 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water / 8 bottles of sugary drinks / 4 cans of meat. DM me if you have the blueprint / ice flour, otherwise I won't reply. 500 bullets equals 20 crystal cores. 2,000 bullets equals 70 crystal cores. Whether the assault rifle is worth the price is easy to calculate. If fired from a safe position, 500 bullets can easily take down 150 zombies. With better skills, it's possible to take down even more zombies. You can collect 70-80 energy cores from 150 zombies. You can also earn 10-20 crystal cores. Moreover, once you have an assault rifle, all you need to do is buy bullets. This is an absolutely powerful tool for quickly acquiring crystal cores and upgrading your strength. Zhang Chen didn't need to elaborate on this point. The instant the assault rifle was attached, 3 were sold immediately. I obtained 60 crystal cores, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water, and 4 cans of luncheon meat. Zhang Chen quickly contacted Zhao Xie again. She is in another area. Chatting and auctions are separate from the area where Zhang Chen is located. It's time to fleece the survivors over there. Are you there? I have some assault rifles here. Help me sell some. I'll get a commission. Zhang Chen quickly sent a message. Reply almost instantly. Yes, I'm here. I'm having lunch and taking a nap right now. I don't need any commission or anything. I've already taken advantage of you enough. Wait a minute, Brother Chun. My brother was complaining the other day that he didn't have enough ammo. Let me ask him if he needs any. Chapter 88 Zhao the Rich. You're the one. A few minutes later, Zhao Xie sent another message. My brother asked how many guns and ammunition we had. Zhang Chun held Zhao Longchuan and Zhao Xie in high regard and spoke frankly without reservation. About 100 assault rifles, 53 laser tripwire mines, and over 90,000 rounds of ammunition. After sending this message, the other side remained silent for a few seconds. Zhao Longchuan sent the video link directly. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Longchuan's excited voice burst out. How many? About 100 assault rifles? More than 90,000 rounds of ammunition? And laser tripwires? Little no? Zhang Chun, did you rob an armory? That's incredibly wealthy. Zhao Longchuan's second sentence was something like small. But as soon as he uttered the word little, Zhao Xie pinched him hard from the side. He then quickly changed his tune. What small? Kid. But it doesn't matter anymore. Zhao Longchuan was older than Zhang Chun, so it wasn't wrong for him to call himself kid. Zhang Chen didn't care about these trivial matters. It's all right, Zhang Chen said calmly. If Zhao Longchuan knew that he had 2 more armed mechs, he would definitely climb out of the video. However, this stuff is quite scarce, and I don't even have enough for myself. It's impossible for this to be easily leaked. Then, what's the price range? I want them all. Zhao Longchuan suppressed his excitement and spoke slowly and deliberately. You want them all? Now it was Zhang Chen's turn to be surprised. An assault rifle is listed on the auction house for 60 crystal cores, plus 500 rounds of ammunition. The price for the laser tripwire hasn't been decided yet. I have a total of 108 assault rifles in my inventory. I collected 11 when I first took them to the armored mech. Are you sure you want them all? Zhang Chen confirmed again. This is no small sum. Yes, I'm sure. The number of survivors on my side has now expanded to 500. The special operations team originally only had 15 people, which is far from enough, and the ammunition they brought is about to run out. Now I've developed 10 more combat squads, and 5 more in reserves. If they have guns, they can grow the fastest with minimal casualties. So to be precise, I need 150 guns, but you only have 108, so I can only accept that. As for the price, don't worry about it. Zhao Longchuan chuckled and continued. We might not have that many crystal cores, but if everyone pools their resources, we should be able to get 600. I'll trade you the rest in the form of supplies. We've cleared out quite a few large supermarkets along the way, so our resources are still quite plentiful. Do you think this will work? Zhao Longchuan was afraid that Zhang Chun would be unwilling to exchange supplies for it. They were so nervous that they even started using honorifics. He had originally intended to say, for Xie's sake, brother-in-law, give me some face. But when he turned around, he saw Zhao Xie with a look that said, watch your mouth. I'm watching you. He swallowed those words back. That's fine, no problem. But how do you plan to change it? Zhang Chen could understand. More than 100 guns require more than 6,000 crystal cores, and there are also more than 90,000 bullets, which require more than 3,000 crystal cores. To pull out 10,000 crystal cores in one go, that's simply impossible. Even if they were listed at an auction house, they might not sell out in 10 days or half a month. Moreover, food and water are also essential supplies. Weapons will gradually depreciate in value. But food is a limited resource. You eat a little and it's gone. As survivors live longer, they accumulate more and more crystal cores, but their food supplies dwindle. One rises as the other falls. Stockpile food now, and you'll easily make a fortune in crystal cores in the near future. An absolutely great deal. Here, A bottle of water costs 2 crystal cores, 1 kilogram of meat costs 4 crystal cores, and high-carbohydrate foods cost about 1 crystal core each. While Zhao Lingchuan was bidding on the prices displayed at the auction house, he called out to Zhao Xie next to him to help with the calculations. Their team had just recently looted a large area of logistics warehouses. There are also several food processing plants and beverage bottling plants. They lacked everything except food and water. The survivors living here also have relatively abundant resources. Therefore, food and water cannot fetch a good price here. Prices are nowhere near as high as in Gangnam District. Zhao Xie lowered her head and quickly pressed some keys on the computer for a while. Then he said, "The firearms and ammunition are worth a total of 10,420 crystal cores. If we calculate based on a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio of meat, carbohydrates, and purified water, it will cost 1489 bottles of purified water, 1,489 kilograms of meat, and 1,489 units of carbohydrates." Zhao Lingchuan gave Zhang Chen a fawning smile, then turned to look at the calculator in Zhao Xie's hand. "Is my calculation correct? Based on a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio, we'll need to spend nearly 1.5 tons of meat. You can't side with outsiders, you're not married yet. With such a large quantity, even a small error can lead to disastrous consequences. Haven't you heard of that? Give it to me, so I can calculate it." Zhao Lingchuan took the calculator and pressed the keys for a while. The final number displayed on the monitor was 1,488.5732. The number rounded up is indeed 1489. "Well, are you done calculating?" Zhang Chen asked. "Okay, that's all. How much for the laser trip mine?" Zhao Longchuan asked nervously. He really wanted this. For a lone wolf like Zhang Chen, no matter what difficulties he encounters, as long as he can get out of trouble, everything will be fine. But it doesn't work on my side. They brought their families with them. Civilian speed of action and mental fortitude are simply no match for those of soldiers. Sometimes when attacked by hordes of zombies, you need something to stop them from chasing you. Moreover, the loud explosion can attract zombies to other places. It's an absolute evacuation miracle. It's of little use to Zhang Chen, but it's incredibly useful to me. Name your price." Zhang Chen didn't answer, but instead asked a question. "Well, I'll tell you then. Because this thing is disposable, and..." Zhao Lingchuan rattled off a whole bunch of shortcomings. Finally, we get to the point. "So, I think 30 crystal cores per crystal core is fairer. 50 crystal cores. Make a deal." Zhao Longchuan and Zhang Chen both smiled with relief. Zhao Longchuan quoted a price of 30 crystal cores, leaving room for negotiation, with his expected price being around 50 crystal cores. For Zhang Chen, it seemed impolite not to counter the other party's offer. To everyone's surprise, the other party agreed. Is there really such a good thing? Just by saying one more word, I earned over 1,000 more crystal cores. I made a profit. Chapter 89 is here, they're here. As if afraid that Zhang Chen would change his mind, Zhao Longchuan quickly shouted deal. Then a transaction request was sent immediately. 53, laser trip mine, 50 crystal cores, which adds up to 2,650 crystal cores. After deducting 600 to gather enough crystal cores, the remaining amount was converted into 300 units of resources. Although Zhao Longchuan is now a major consumer of resources, he is also a major consumer of people. They didn't dare to be too extravagant. 1,789 units of water, meat, and carbohydrates were directly traded to Zhang Chen. They didn't even add one to make it a round number. Zhao Longchuan gave an awkward smile, his expression seeming to say, "There's nothing we can do. Even the landlord's family doesn't have surplus grain. The supplies have all been put up." Zhang Chen also put the guns, ammunition, and laser trip mines on the trading interface. Zhao Longchuan quickly clicked to confirm the transaction. However, Zhang Chen did not respond for a long time. This made Zhao Longchuan's heart, which had just settled down, jump again. He asked cautiously, Zhang Chen, what's wrong? Did something happen? Do you have any steel over there? If you don't need it, you can give me some." Zhang Chen suddenly said. "Wait a moment while I take a look." Zhao Longchuan glanced at the team member in charge of supplies next to him. The latter nodded, leaned close to Zhao Longchuan's ear, and whispered, We collected 200 tons of steel from the steel mill before. Zhao Longchuan nodded and said, we still have 100 tons of steel, and we don't need it for the time being, so we'll give it all to you. We're all family. No need to be so polite. After saying that, he added 100 tons of steel to the transaction interface and clicked Confirm again. Now we can make the trade. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, do you have ice condensation flour? Zhao Longchuan looked completely bewildered. What flour? What is an ice condensation flour? Oh, never mind then. Zhang Chen meant that if it wasn't available, then it shouldn't be. Zhao Longchuan was so concerned that he lost his composure and assumed that Zhang Chen wouldn't make the deal without the ice condensation flour. He quickly said, No, I'll definitely give it to you if I find it. How about that? Then, turning to his teammates behind him, he said, tell all squads that any ice condensation flours found must be turned in. They are classified as food. No hiding anything is allowed. Do you all understand? The soldiers who were eating and chatting behind them heard Zhao Longchuan's shout. They all immediately stood up and snapped to attention. They answered loudly and in unison. Yes, Captain. All right, let's eat. Zhao Longchuan gave some instructions before turning to Zhang Chen with a smile. 108 assault rifles. 10 fully armed squads. With this, you won't be afraid of encountering hordes of zombies anymore, and you can even put up a fight against small-scale zombie waves. The thought of such a thrilling battle filled Zhao Longchuan with longing. All right then. Thanks, Captain Zhao. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, then clicked on the transaction. Both parties got what they wanted and closed the video link. Awesome. We have guns now. After turning off the video, Zhao Longchuan jumped up excitedly. I paid a hefty price for this, so be careful with it. Tomorrow, take down that gate with nearly 10,000 zombies coming out of the city. Once we leave the city, we won't be far from our destination. But remember, don't fire unless you're absolutely sure. Every bullet you fire is a crystal core. Zhang Chen received 600 energy crystal cores, in addition to the zombies cleared out while setting traps. The total number of crystal cores currently possessed is 1687. Begin manufacturing the automatic guard tower. Ding! You have lost 500 energy crystal cores and 500 kilograms of steel. Ding! You have lost 500 energy crystal cores and 500 kilograms of steel. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 automatic guard towers, which have been stored in your inventory. Zhang Chen clicked on the powerful corrosion bomb design blueprint again and began production. Ding! You have lost 10 units of corrosion solution, 20 units of corrosion-resistant leather, and 100 kilograms of steel. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 powerful corrosive bombs, which have been stored in your storage space. Zhang Chen walked out of the villa and put it into his storage space. Then, automatic warning towers were installed on both sides of the bridgehead. Squeak! The watchtower automatically generates a metal bracket and fixes it to the large pillar at the bridgehead. 2 fist-sized, dark gun muzzles extended from the front of the watchtower. The cannon barrel swayed slowly from side to side. Alert mode has been activated. It will blast any mutants it scans into dust. Zhang Chen placed a sufficient amount of C4 explosives on the Huiwang Bridge. After running to a safe distance, there was a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The road surface of the entire Huiwang Bridge was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole more than 10 meters long. Even a crawler skilled in jumping couldn't cross such a distance. We're all waiting for tomorrow's big battle. Zhang Chen was afraid the zombie horde would arrive ahead of schedule, so he dared not be negligent. When I got home, I put the ripe potatoes into the storage space. Then he brought Erpang to the new home, a first-class protected villa blocking the bridge. Woof! Erpang was clearly very satisfied with his new home. After entering the villa, it stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, its tail held high, looking at the river view with great interest. During the day, it usually faces the plants all over the yard. Now that it can see the river, it is very curious. There's going to be a fierce battle tomorrow. Eat more today, eat your fill, we're going to the battlefield. Remember, don't bite that green thing, it's corrosive. Even your fur can't withstand it. Zhang Chen stroked Erpang's fluffy little head and said with a smile, regardless of whether Erpang could understand or not. Woof! Erpang seemed to have seen something, and his tail suddenly wagged faster. A zombie slowly emerged from the river and approached the villa step by step. Zhang Chen only paused for a moment before understanding. It's true that zombies are afraid of water. Previously, building number 8 was located in the middle of the water system, thus avoiding many zombie attacks. Zombies generally don't go into the water on their own, but that doesn't mean water can kill them. This zombie fell from the brilliant bridge. Zombies can't swim or float. It will move slowly along the riverbed until it leaves the water. Judging from Erpang's expression, the little guy has seen the food and is drooling. Call out. Pop. Suddenly, a ball of light flew over and hit the zombie's head. It exploded into a flower. Then, as the zombie's body fell backward, its body gradually turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. At the same time, Zhang Chen also received a notification that data was being automatically collected. While Erpang's tail drooped down, his face full of disappointment. Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want tomorrow. Zhang Chen smiled as he stroked Erpang's fur. Nothing was said that night. The next day, as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the gaps between the buildings and streamed into the floor-to-ceiling windows, an explosion could be heard coming from the direction of Jianbei. They're here. They're here. Chapter 90. This is the real zombie horde. The zombie horde was moving faster than Zhang Chen had anticipated. I thought we would arrive at noon, but we arrived early in the morning. Zhang Chen placed a laser trip mine 1 kilometer from the edge of the trap. It is meant to serve as a warning. Luckily, I stayed here last night. Otherwise, you'll miss the most exciting part. Zhang Chen roused himself, opened a bottle of coffee, and drank it all in one gulp. Start. Erpang had no idea what had happened. But seeing Zhang Chen's high spirits, he also became excited. Woof! Erpang called out in response. The man and the wolf walked out of the villa. Without a word, Zhang Chen put the villa into his ring. Don't let it get damaged during the battle. If the zombies were to travel a kilometer normally, it would take them 7-8 minutes. But the explosion just now must have excited them. If they go at full speed, they would probably reach the edge of the trap in 3 minutes. Zhang Chen placed Erpang at the north end of Yongyu Bridge. Erpang, you stay here and guard. Erpang wagged its tail excitedly at Zhang Chen. Perhaps they understood. Zhang Chen summoned an armed mech. With a light leap, he entered the driver's cab. The combat pod slowly closed. Set off. Zhang Chen piloted the armed mech and jumped with force. Then the rocket boosters were activated. Call. A burst of blue flame shot out. The armed mech suddenly shot into the sky. The powerful inertia pressed Zhang Chen directly against the back of the chair. Wow, that pushback feeling. The new armed mechs are truly different. Full of power. Soon, the armed mech flew to the front of the trap and landed on the rooftop. Just got my footing. Zhang Chen felt an unusual vibration. Not only were the mechs vibrating, but the entire building and the whole street were too. Even the cars parked on the street were trembling slightly. It was as if they were trembling in fear of the approaching storm. Crack! A flower pot on the balcony of an old-fashioned house fell to the ground. It was smashed to pieces. Then came countless zombies. The zombies were as numerous as a tide. Shoulder to shoulder. They cried out and scrambled to break free from the cover of the buildings. The terrifying growls of countless zombies rose and fell in a continuous chorus. The cars that were originally stopped on the road were like rocks in the tide. However, the tide is not an ordinary tide, and the car is not a real reef. A zombie was blocked by the car in front of it. Before it could react, it was pushed down by the surging zombies behind it. One by one, they climbed onto the roof of the car. It plunged off the back of the car again. 1, 2, 3. Countless zombies trampled over the car. Before long, the car was crushed so badly that it was almost pressed against the ground. They were completely erased from Zhang Chen's sight. Countless zombies surged wildly through dozens of streets, sometimes merging into a torrent, sometimes dispersing into numerous alleyways as tributaries. It swept wildly across everything on the road. The crawlers were as numerous as fleas, leaping around in the horde of zombies. The slow-moving venomous insect breeder was practically being pushed along by ordinary zombies. The numerous, enormous tanks didn't stand out so much in this surging horde of zombies. It's time. Just as the vanguard of the zombie horde reached the edge of the trap, Zhang Chun immediately pulled out the electromagnetic cannon from the armed mech. With ammunition and energy supplies, why am I wasting my breath on you? A royal flush right from the start. Sizzle. The sound of electromagnetic charging rang out. The charging sound got higher and higher. The sound grew increasingly shrill. A burst of blue light, crackling with electricity, began to gather at the muzzle of the cannon. Sizzle. A powerful bolt of lightning shot out from high to low. It was as if a divine punishment had suddenly descended upon them. Boom. Sizzle. A massive current meandered and stretched. It struck the giant tank directly in the body. Countless electric currents emanated from his body and began to spread to the surrounding horde of corpses. Sizzle whoosh. Ordinary zombies simply cannot withstand such an electric current. Moreover, they are so densely packed, one next to the other. In an instant, hundreds of zombies twitched a few times before collapsing stiffly. Before the body even hit the ground, it turned into wisps of white mist and disappeared from the spot. Just one shot. It blasted a vacuum zone around the giant tank. The horde of zombies paused for a moment, then quickly filled the empty space with their groans again. Roar. Giant tank spotted Zhang Chun on the rooftop and roared angrily. Its chest was charred in large areas, but it was still alive. 20% of the giant tank's body tissue has already been destroyed. Another 10% needs to be destroyed to completely kill it. Don't be afraid. Let's try again. Zhang Chun, holding the electromagnetic cannon, began charging up his weapon once more. Sizzle. Boom. Another bolt of lightning. It pierced right through the giant tank's body. Kill. The giant tank's body, along with hundreds of ordinary zombies around it, turned into mist and dissipated into the air. Cool. This was the most satisfying time I've ever killed a giant tank. However, such bombardment is devastating to a horde of zombies. It's like throwing a large rock into the ocean. Although it briefly created a ripple, but it was quickly submerged. It was as if nothing had just happened. The zombie vacuum on the road was filled again, and it surged forward. The electromagnetic cannon fired twice in succession, and the muzzle turned red. The mech system also indicated that the weapon was overheating and could not be used again temporarily. Boom. Boom. A series of deafening explosions came from behind Zhang Chun. He knew that the horde of zombies had bypassed the main road and rushed into the trap area. Zhang Chun casually sliced open the body of a crawler who had climbed onto the rooftop in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. He then jumped upwards and hovered in midair. Squeak click. The rocket launcher on his shoulder popped out. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of rockets slammed down on the horde of zombies beneath them. Rocket bombardment. The entire street was gripped by fear of the powerful explosive force of the rocket. Boom. Rumble. The loud noise echoed continuously through the buildings. Countless windows shattered in an instant. Waves of heat lifted ordinary zombies near the blast radius high into the air. Then it crashed heavily to the ground. Some zombies are just unlucky. It landed headfirst. It instantly turned into a cloud of white mist. The street beneath my feet was a chaotic mess. It was impossible to tell whether the smoke and dust were from rockets or from the white mist formed by the deaths of countless zombies. But before the smoke cleared up, countless zombies were drawn to the explosion at the street corner and rushed in. It's another densely packed area. Chapter 91 Retreat to the Trap Zone. Cool. This is the first time Zhang Chun has ever had such a satisfying fight. It's completely damage-free against zombies. Moreover, the crystal cores on their side are accumulating at an extremely fast rate. Zhang Chun knew he had to coordinate with the operation in the trap zone. He couldn't even stop the zombies on one road, let alone now that zombies on more than a dozen roads were frantically advancing towards Yongyu Bridge. We need to ease the pressure on the bridgehead. Zhang Chunfei returned to the center of the trap zone. At this moment, the horde of zombies had already broken through the front-line defenses. The surrounding area was engulfed in flames. Zhang Chun installed laser tripwires on the car's fuel tank. The goal was not to make the explosion more violent. For ordinary zombies, as long as their heads aren't blown off, even if their bodies are maimed, it's useless. For crawling people with thick skin, such injuries are unlikely to be fatal. Needless to say, for giant tanks, such an explosion is nothing more than a drizzle. Zhang Qin's intention was to use a laser tripwire to blow open the fuel tank. Spray the incompletely burned gasoline onto the nearby zombies. The flames from the explosion could instantly ignite a large number of zombies. Burn them to death, that's the core purpose of a trap. It's definitely a weapon of mass destruction. The zombies were on fire, but it did not affect their speed at all. A swarm of fiery zombies continued their charge forward, howling as they went. Cars were detonated one after another. Not just on zombies. The ground and the surfaces of the buildings were all on fire. At this moment, the zombies that charged at the front were finally burned to death. It fell to the ground and turned into a cloud of mist. The gasoline that was originally attached to their bodies naturally fell to the ground. Now, all the streets leading to Wingyu Bridge were engulfed in flames. Countless zombies still charged into the sea of fire without hesitation. Then, one after another, plumes of mist rose up. It is constantly enriching Zhang Qin's strength. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosion came from Pingan Road. The laser trip mines over there were being detonated one after another, almost without a pause. It's impossible for an ordinary zombie to maintain such a high speed for so long after being exploded and burned. Zhang Qin quickly flew over. There were 7 or 8 people crawling on the ground, their bodies covered in gasoline. Like a creature that crawled out of hell, its entire body was covered in flames. In the distance, several other creatures, their bodies burned and curled up, struggled on the ground. It turned into white mist and disappeared in no time. These crawlers had climbed down from the building and had less gasoline on them, so they weren't seriously injured. They would sometimes fall from the upper floors and sometimes leap up, charging forward like madmen. Occasionally, laser trip mines are detonated prematurely, and the impact blows those who are crawling over them. But they quickly got up again and continued on their way. If they continue like this, the deadly traps on this street will be greatly reduced. They must be stopped. Tap, tap, tap. Zhang Qin began firing a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun at the crawling men from the rooftop. Because of the sharpshooter's expertise, this kind of shooting is basically 100% accurate. It's like playing a shooting game, only it's more dangerous and more realistic here. Giggle, hiccup. A crawling creature was the first to spot Zhang Qin. Before it could finish its strange cry, dozens of bullets shattered its head, body, and limbs. The spine is not damaged, and it is still alive, but it is no longer able to move. The flames instantly engulfed its internal organs and spine. Soon, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Attracted by the gunshots, the other crawlers all climbed up to the roof. Attacking from a superior position is incredibly easy. If you shoot at crawling creatures on flat ground, they will jump around wildly. Moreover, it's difficult to hit the weak points in the back. But climbing stairs is different. His limbs were hooked around the wall, just enough to expose his back. They're practically sitting ducks. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy machine gun spat fire. They turned the 3 crawling creatures on the opposite building into a mangled mess. At this moment, 2 crawling figures rushed up from below. He leaped towards the cockpit of the armed mech. Zhang Qin took a step back without panicking. He held the shield with his left forearm and pushed it outward forcefully. It knocked the crawling person on the left into the air. The machine gun on the upper left arm fired a burst of fire. Countless pieces of meat fell down with a clatter. During the descent, it all dispersed into a cloud of mist, which was then completely dissipated by the wind. The crawler on the other side seized the opportunity to grab the lower right arm of the armed mech. The alloy steel knife and the right arm are integrated into one piece. If the knife is wrapped around the right arm, it can't cut it. Giggle, giggle. The crawler seized the opportunity and pounced on the cockpit. Attacks launched at such close range leave no chance of evasion. The cockpit is made of bulletproof glass, which will not shatter upon impact from a crawling person. However, it will leave scratches and affect vision. The battle had only just begun, and Zhang Qin didn't want to damage the cockpit canopy so quickly. He sneered and flicked open the protective glass of the cockpit. Quickly open your right hand. Then, a wave of energy suddenly shot out. They cut the crawling man's body in 2. At this moment, the third crawler also rushed up. Taking advantage of Zhang Qin's energy-gathering attack, they rushed straight for Zhang Qin's face. The fiery claws were about to grab Zhang Qin. However, a strong hand held it in mid-air, preventing it from moving forward even an inch. With a creak, with a sudden burst of force, the large hand crushed the bones of the crawling man. At the same time, the lower right arm of the armed mech suddenly swung. The third crawler was also eliminated. Zhang Chen dusted off his hands and closed the cockpit door again. Protected by his energy armor, Zhang Chen was completely unharmed by the burning sensation. Against monsters like the crawlers, Zhang Chen could easily crush them whether he used a mecha or not. Still trying to launch a sneak attack? That's a complete waste of your time. Having dealt with the crawling creatures, Zhang Chen returned to the center of the trap area. At this moment, the battlefield presented a completely different scene. Dozens of buildings were engulfed in flames, with flames shooting into the sky. Zombies continued to die on the ground. But even more zombies continued to charge forward. The speed at which flames kill zombies is clearly not as fast as the speed at which zombies charge. The horde of zombies is slowly advancing. The number of available traps is decreasing little by little, although countless ordinary zombies died or were injured. However, this level of damage is nothing to crawlers and megadanks. The most outrageous are those who breed poisonous insects. The slime on this guy's body can actually extinguish gasoline fires. Moreover, this mucus seems to be secreted continuously. Wherever a venomous insect breeder passes, it leaves a trail of slime behind it, much like a snail crawling across a path. The zombies following behind it can completely avoid the damage from the flames. Even more deadly is, the flames did indeed clear out thousands of ordinary zombies. Similarly, all the mutated Type 2 zombies and giant tanks in the zombie horde were left behind. Ordinary zombies are still dying in droves, like moths to a flame. But emerging from the sea of fire was an elite zombie force consisting of dozens of crawlers and venomous insect breeders, and 5 giant tanks. If we don't address them now, these guys will destroy more traps and head straight for the bridgehead. Just then, a pleasant voice reached Zhang Chen's ears. Ding! You have met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade now? Chapter 92 Beware, a new Type 3 infected person appears. Ding! Current upgrade progress. 5736/2502. The player has been detected as meeting the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the first stage of the mid-stage awakener. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy field surrounding your body has become much stronger. A new talent tree has been unlocked. Gene Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Next level Awakener, Mid-Stage 2. Current upgrade progress, 1023/8002. Gene Evolution Direction, Talent. Berserk Strike, 0/1. Instantly heals wounds, removes negative statuses such as poison and infection, increases attack damage by 300%, increases self-healing ability by 300%, and grants immunity to toxins and viral infections for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, a 30-minute vulnerable status will be applied, damage taken increased by 30%. Transformation 03. With each upgrade, the body's reaction speed, strength, speed, and resilience will receive an additional 33%/66%/100% boost. Regardless of when you upgrade, the benefits will be based on starting from Awakened Level 1. Only effective for upgrades during the Awakened stage. Energy Evolution Direction, Talent. Crystal Core Resonance, 0/1. Consumes 10 crystal cores to resonate with the crystal cores in the target's body, thereby causing a large amount of damage to the target. The resonance effect will simultaneously affect other targets within a 5-meter radius of the target, and up to 100 resonant targets can be connected multiple times. Damage increases with level. Energy Barrier, 0/3. When activated, all attacks that would damage the main body will be reduced by 60%/75%/90%. Each successful defense will consume crystal cores. The stronger the attack, the more crystal cores will be consumed. When the remaining crystal cores in the main body are exhausted, the barrier will automatically dissipate. Zhang Chen glanced at it briefly. There's not much to say about the Energy Evolution Direction talent. Energy Barrier is a melee self-defense skill, but it consumes crystal cores. More than half of my traps haven't been activated yet. Once all of these are running, I guess I should upgrade myself too. Choose an area of effect skill first. Farming crystal cores is the top priority right now. Upgrade to Crystal Core Resonance. Ding. Crystal Core Resonance has been learned. Gene Evolution Direction, these two skills. The first skill is definitely a god-tier melee combat skill. However, the 30-minute vulnerability state is not easy to manage, especially the hordes of giant tanks. Zhang Chen wasn't confident he could fight the giant tank with his bare hands. If you are in a vulnerable state, you will definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle. Let's upgrade to Transformation first. Each upgrade grants an additional 33% boost to all attributes. Moreover, this upgrade is calculated starting from the first stage of the Beginner Awakener. That is to say, there are 3 levels, from the first stage of the Beginner Awakener to the first stage of the Intermediate Awakener. You can get an additional 33% upgrade attribute bonus 3 times. With dual talents, that's 6 times. All things considered, this attribute bonus will be incredibly powerful. Upgrade to a completely new level. Ding. Transformation, 1/3 upgrade successful. The notification tone ended. Zhang Chen felt a surge of power coursing through his body. It then slowly merged into my limbs and bones. I'm brimming with power. Ah! Zhang Chen roared. The sound didn't travel very far through the cockpit glass. Their strength has increased. However, it's not yet time for Zhang Chen to have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With armed mechs around, we can stay hidden as long as we can. Don't be reckless. As the 5 giant tanks, dozens of crawlers, and a few elite zombie groups composed of poisonous insect breeders approached step by step, the situation became increasingly dire. Zhang Chen activated the electromagnetic cannon, which had finished cooling down, and fired a shot at the giant tank. Sizzle crack. The powerful electrical charge crackled in the dusty air. The cables on the nearby utility poles also caught fire. Hit the target. The 2 giant tanks were connected by an electric current. 18% of the giant tank's organization has already been destroyed. Destroying another 12% will completely wipe it out. 17% of the giant tank's organization has already been destroyed. Destroying another 13% will completely wipe it out. The 3 crawling creatures at their feet were the most unfortunate, suffering a completely undeserved misfortune. It instantly turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Upon seeing the notification, Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes, the giant tanks were connected by the electromagnetic cannon's current, yet they suffered almost the same amount of damage. In that case, previously it took 2 electromagnetic cannon shots to destroy a single giant tank. Now, as long as you put the giant tanks together, you can achieve a group kill effect. Zhang Chen did the calculations carefully. The first giant tank to be hit by the electromagnetic cannon took 18% damage, while the giant tank next to it only took 17% damage. This indicates that the current is attenuated by 1% after passing through the giant tank's body. Calculate based on this attenuation. 2 electromagnetic cannon shots can destroy 4 giant tanks clustered together. To be conservative, it's possible to eliminate all 3 at once. Okay, let me test whether this theory holds true. Zhang Chen jumped down from the building, and during his descent, the heavy machine gun also eliminated 2 crawlers who were lying on the outer wall of the building. Upon seeing the armed mech, the giant tank roared in anger. 5 giant tanks charged forward at once. One of the crawlers was running too slowly. They were directly trampled underfoot by the giant tank. It turned into a meat patty. It's a pity I didn't kill it myself, so I can't collect the resources remotely. The 5 giant tanks were spaced a certain distance apart, and were not densely packed. We have to help them. Zhang Chen took a lunge stance, holding the shield in front of him. Suddenly, the rocket thrusters were activated. Whoosh! Thump! The armed mech crashed directly into the giant tank that was charging at the front. The momentum didn't diminish, and it sent it flying backward. It wasn't until he collided with the second giant tank that Zhang Chen controlled the armed mech to turn off the thrusters and slammed his legs into the ground to brake. The armored mech's legs tore 2 long gashes in the asphalt road, even churning up the dirt. Then, he suddenly leaped backward, activating the thrusters. Whoosh! It flew into the air again. At this moment, the giant tanks behind also charged forward. All 5 giant tanks were crammed together. Now, sizzle, sizzle, boom. Divine punishment descends from the heavens. A pale white light illuminated the entire street. The first thing struck by the lightning was a crawling creature that had jumped up, oblivious to its own mortality. A powerful electric current passes directly through the body. It was blasted into mist. Then the first giant tank was hit, then the second, the third. You have successfully activated Lightning Chain, each element taking 13% 17% damage. At the same time, the extent of the injury was indicated next to each giant tank's body. The 2 giant tanks, which had previously been severely damaged by electromagnetic cannons, collapsed to their knees in despair. Then, watching helplessly as his massive body gradually turned into mist. Warning: a new variant of the Type 3 infection has been discovered, the one who weeps. Careful? This was the first time Zhang Chun had seen the prompt use this word to describe an infected person. Could this guy be even more troublesome than a giant tank? Chapter 93. Guess where I am. Zhang Chun subconsciously retreated more than 10 meters. Raise the shield in front of you and activate the rocket. We are ready for battle. His gaze swept quickly across the battlefield. There are 3 giant tanks left. 7 or 8 crawling creatures were jumping around on the wall. In the distance, a venomous insect breeder is slowly making its way to the battlefield. At its speed, by the time it arrives, the battle here will probably already be over. Wah, wah. Amidst the roars and wails of countless zombies. Suddenly, a high-frequency, sharp sound pierced through the noise of the zombie horde. The plaintive words reached Zhang Chen's ears. The sound insulation in the mech's cockpit was originally very good. However, this sound seems to be able to penetrate all soundproofing media. It was as if she was standing next to Zhang Chun and crying softly. The sound immediately reminded Zhang Chun of a female ghost in a movie. For a moment, I felt a chill run down my spine, and the hair on my body stood on end. Where is he? Where is this guy? Zhang Chun searched carefully, but still nothing was found. At this moment, the crawlers and the giant tanks launched another attack, interrupting Zhang Chen's search. Forget it. Let's deal with these guys first. Whoosh whoosh. A dozen or so rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, blasted towards the zombies once more. The crawling man was blown to the ground. After a cloud of dust cleared, 3 enormous creatures burst out of the smoke and dust. It's a giant tank. At this moment, the electromagnetic cannon was in a cooling-off state after firing twice in succession. However, Zhang Chun had already made plans. They activated their rocket thrusters and flew straight over the giant tank. He dodged a green, slimy substance containing poisonous insects by sidestepping in midair. It landed directly behind the venomous insect breeder. However, upon landing, the armed mech tilted its shoulders slightly. It seemed like I almost lost my balance. Then, Zhang Chun controlled the mech to grab the green monster with both hands and hurled it forcefully toward the giant tank. Clap! The venomous insect breeder spat out a mouthful of mucus the instant it took off. However, it missed its mark and sprayed onto the ground. Soon, a strange green 4-legged insect crawled out. Squeak! Zhang Chun stomped on it forcefully with a blank expression. The armored vehicle, relying on its own weight, easily crushed the insect into a pulp. Meanwhile, as the venomous breeder flew above the giant tank, Zhang Chun decisively started the heavy machine gun. Tap tap tap. Uft! The venomous insect's pregnant belly exploded instantly. Green venom sprayed all over the giant tank. The corpse of the venomous insect breeder vanished in a cloud of mist. However, the venom that splashed onto the giant tank did not disappear. Immediately afterwards, a series of notifications popped up next to each giant tank. The giant tank has suffered corrosion damage, resulting in 5% tissue loss. The giant tank has suffered corrosion damage, resulting in 7% tissue loss. The giant tank has suffered corrosion damage, resulting in 3% tissue loss. The giant tank is dead. The damage from corrosive liquids is continuous. It burned right through the giant tank's skin and muscles, and continued to penetrate and corrode inside. In no time, the 3 giant tanks turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared one after another. Wah, wah. The cries of the mourners still linger in my ears. What's going on? Zhang Chun had clearly cleared all the zombies from the streets. Apart from the corpse of the crawler who had been trampled to death by the giant tank lying on the ground, there were no strange creatures present. Where exactly is it? Just then, the prompt appeared again. Are you sure you searched all locations? Including yourself? Myself. Zhang Chun was taken aback. He slowly walked to the window of a clothing store. The glass in the door is shattered. This shop window is made of tempered glass and is still in very good condition. Zhang Chun stood in front of the shop window, piloting his mecha. The faint shadow of a mecha could be seen reflected in the glass. A female zombie was perched on the left shoulder of the mech. Beneath her dry, messy hair, her pale skin was faintly visible. The fingernails, disproportionately long to the arm, pierced through the outer armor of the armored mech. Since the circuit was not damaged, there was no damage warning on the system interface. Good heavens, she actually cried while riding on her own shoulders. No wonder I couldn't find it. Soon, a notification appeared beside the wailing person. The Lamenter possesses extremely fast movement speed and sharp claws capable of slicing through metal. Its behavior is bizarre. When encountering humans, it is sometimes non-aggressive and at other times launches a frenzied attack. Note, its screams not only attract nearby zombies, but also power them up, driving them into a frenzy. This guy's behavior is really weird. This was the first time Zhang Chun had encountered a zombie that was obediently perched on his shoulder. However, its design is creepy. There's nothing to be proud of about having something like this stuck to your body, no matter how bizarre your behavior is. Since you're not attacking me now, I'll strike first. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun raised the alloy battle blade on his right arm and slashed it down towards the head of the wailing man. Whoosh! The wailing person dodged to the side with lightning speed and rolled to the ground. Her slender figure was remarkably agile. They moved much faster than the crawling ones. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy machine guns began firing, spitting fire. The wailing man nimbly climbed the surface of the building. It skillfully dodged almost all of the attacks. Occasionally, a bullet might hit it, but it would only leave a white dot. It was nowhere near as exaggerated as the crawling soldiers being beaten until their skin was torn and bleeding. Its defense is comparable to that of a giant tank. Its movement speed is faster, and it's a smaller target. What a troublesome guy. After the grieving person climbed to the roof, they did not run away. Instead, he stood there silently, covering his face with his hands, his hunched figure trembling. Then came a series of chilling cries. Wah, wah. Just then, the horde of corpses surged out of the sea of fire once again from not far away. However, these zombies did not go berserk. They remained in their previous state. This indicates that the crying sound was not the screaming sound mentioned in the warning. The person wailing simply continued weeping on the rooftop. They seemed to have no hostility towards Zhang Chun whatsoever. However, Zhang Chun dared not let his guard down in the slightest. This is a Type 3 infected mutant, a being with strength comparable to a giant tank. Zhang Chun still remembered the last time he fought the giant tank hand-to-hand. If he hadn't had a clear advantage, the armed mech probably wouldn't have gotten any advantage either. Let's get out of here first and repel the second wave of zombies. Whoa! Zhang Chun was preparing to continue intercepting the zombie horde. Suddenly, Erpang's wolf howl came from the direction of the bridgehead. This is the wolf howl it makes when summoning its companions. The battle at the bridgehead has begun. Chapter 94: The Survivor's Choice. An hour ago, Gangnam District Stadium, Fuxing Survivors Camp. Zheng Hao sat up in bed, feeling refreshed. He's been in an exceptionally good mood these past 2 days. So I get up very early. I do some light exercise every morning. Since Zhou Jiqiang and more than 50 survivors mysteriously disappeared last time, the atmosphere in the camp suddenly became much more harmonious. Those people were probably the source of the negative comments. With these people gone, the atmosphere in the camp gradually improved. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Brother Zheng. Survivors who encountered Zheng Hao all took the initiative to greet him. They now know that the Japanese camp has been completely wiped out. With nowhere else to go, they made the resolute decision to stay at the revival camp. With a change in mindset, She became more enthusiastic towards Zheng Hao. After all, he is the highest-ranking leader here. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Everyone was taken aback at first, but then resumed their daily routines and went about their business. They've gotten used to the sound of explosions these past few days. I don't know who it is, but they keep causing a big commotion in Jiangbei. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. If it doesn't concern me, I'll just stay out of it. Old Zheng. Old Zheng. Qian Jinyu rushed over from the corridor, his face full of tension. What's wrong, Lao Qian? What's the matter that makes you so nervous? Zheng Hao asked with a smile. Quick, let's go inside and talk. Qian Jinyu said mysteriously. The two returned to the VIP room and closed the door. Zheng Hao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and asked with a relaxed expression. Tell me, what else is making you so nervous? Qian Jinyu said with a serious expression. Quickly check the chat channel. The explosions today sound a little different from usual. Zheng Hao opened the chat channel. At that moment, the entire channel was filled with discussions about the sound of the explosion. Who's setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? Can't a person get any sleep? Your firecrackers are so loud. You'd be more believable as a gas cylinder exploding than firecrackers. Yesterday, the magnificent bridge connecting Jiangbei and Jiangnan was blown up, and today there were more explosions. It feels like something big is about to happen. Can you see the north side of the river? It's sunny now, but it looks like dark clouds are coming up over there. The sky is all dark and gloomy. It's not dark clouds, it's smoke and dust. It must be swirling smoke and dust. There's no wind at all. How can there be so much smoke and dust? The crowd offered conflicting opinions, each offering their own perspective. Zheng Hao looked at the chat history, then looked at Qian Jinyu with a strange expression. His expression seemed to say, that's it? What's the big deal? Qian Jinyu saw what Zheng Hao was thinking and gestured for him to watch it patiently for a while longer. A few more minutes passed. Suddenly someone said, all right, I've connected the video feed and the drone's camera. I'll take everyone to Jiangbei to find out what's going on. Subsequently, a live video stream from a drone's perspective appeared in the chat channel. The drone took off from the rooftop of a residential building in Jiangnan. It flew slowly across the river and continued its journey north of the river. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the drone hovered above the Jiangbei building complex. As you can see, there's a cloud of smoke in the distance. It looks like something's coming. Based on my experience, it's very likely a sandstorm. Everyone should probably stay home and avoid going out unless necessary. Next, let's try 100x zoom and see if we can see anything else in the smoke. The camera shook slightly. Then, the image began to zoom in rapidly, zooming in. Suddenly, a pale face covered in purple veins and with a ferocious expression appeared in the camera's view. It's zombies. And there's more than one. The zombie vanished in a flash. Then came one zombie after another flashing across the screen. The image shrank a little more. Now we can see the whole picture. This dust wasn't a sandstorm at all, but rather dust kicked up by countless zombies running around. The zombies surged in like a tidal wave. Pale and terrifying faces flashed by rapidly in the lens. Suddenly, a crawler jumped onto a car and happened to be looking in the direction of the drone. That distorted face, that eerie, half-smiling expression, coupled with its chilling fighting prowess. The survivors in the chat channel were startled almost simultaneously. Holy crap, I just opened the chat channel. What the hell is this? I'm instantly wide awake now. Thank you for waking me up. Thank you, and your whole family. The zombie horde is coming. A soldier surnamed Zhao once said that a zombie horde was coming and that he would take me away, but I didn't believe him. Isn't Jiangbei Japanese territory? How could they not know about a zombie horde? What? The zombie horde is right north of the river, just across from us. What? What are we going to do? What are you going to do? Just let it go and run for your lives. If you're too slow, you're dead. Then, that 3 or 4 meter tall one is a Type 3 infected. I thought the Type 2 variant was the end. I think we should unite and fight off the zombie horde together. Can you even beat a crawler? Resist? You're just asking to be sent to your death. Judging by appearances, the zombie horde is only about 5 kilometers from the river. At this crazy speed of the zombies, they should reach the river in 30 minutes at most. 30 minutes? That's so fast. What do we do? What do we do? Aren't zombies afraid of water? If we blow up Yonyu Bridge, won't they be trapped on the north bank of the river? It's no use. I've done this experiment before. If you leave a path for the zombies on the water, they'll walk on the path. If you cut off the path, they can walk directly across the water. They're afraid of water, but it's not absolute. In that case, we should thank the people who blew up the bridge for leaving the narrowest possible section, which greatly slows down the zombies' advance. What are we waiting for? Let's retreat. People kept joining the channel, asking what had happened. The regional chat channel was in complete chaos. Zhenghao, what do we do? Fight or retreat? Qian Jinyu asked. Is that even a question? It's definitely a retreat. Not to mention the sheer size of the zombie horde, numbering in the tens of thousands. We are powerless against monsters like the crawlers and giant tanks alone. Preserve your strength and make a retreat. Zhenghao gave a wry smile and said. Although he was also reluctant to leave the stadium camp he had painstakingly built. But if we don't leave, and we get surrounded by zombies in the future, then it will be worse than death. Perhaps evacuation offers a glimmer of hope. Boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, their sounds incessant. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the sky north of the river, and bursts of firelight rose faintly. Huh? Someone's actually fighting a horde of zombies. Zhenghao's expression froze, his heart filled with a mixture of shock, admiration, and fear. Chapter 95 The Final Trap. Rumble. The explosions continued in one continuous sound. The ground trembled throughout Gangnam District. Look, smoke is rising, and it's not just from one spot. Could it be that there's an army fighting off the zombies? Don't be naive, okay? This is the apocalypse. Where would we find an army? Even if there were an army, wouldn't they be risking their lives? That's a horde of zombies. No matter what, someone is helping to fight off the zombie horde. Shouldn't we be doing something instead? Yes, we shouldn't stand idly by. We should run as far as we can before he dies. We can't let him die in vain. Enough said. We'd better run now, or it'll be too late. What a madman. Someone actually dares to go head-to-head with a horde of zombies. Let's retreat south as quickly as possible. The farther away the better. Hopefully, the zombie horde will dissipate on its own in a few days. Yes, everyone should retreat south. We can look out for each other along the way. The soldier said he would build a shelter in the south. If we go and seek refuge with him, maybe we can still be saved. Looking at the chat channel, everyone made a surprisingly unanimous decision. Zhenghao suddenly had an idea and quickly gave the order. Old Qian, have everyone pack their bags and retreat westward immediately. Qian Jinyu was taken aback and asked, Retreat west? We have no idea whether there are zombies over there, or what the situation is. Isn't it too risky to rush forward? Zhenghao smiled and shook his head, saying, First, those soldiers who left a few days ago have already retreated south, 2 or 3 days earlier than us. They must have looted almost all the supplies along the way. We are now retreating south, and together with the other survivors traveling with us, our numbers are enormous. Supplies along the way will definitely be a major problem. And I'm betting. Gambling? Qian Jinyu asked. That's right. I bet the zombie horde will continue its southward advance. The zombie horde moved south from Jiangbei, attracting no survivors whatsoever, yet it never changed its course. This is entirely their own behavior, although we don't know why they do it. But I don't think there's any reason for them to suddenly change their direction. Moreover, the survivors are all heading south, and those who are slow will definitely attract the attention of the zombie horde. These survivors essentially lured the zombie horde away for us. We can just focus on heading west. No matter how many zombies there are, can there be more zombies than a zombie horde? Zhenghao patted Qian Jinyu on the shoulder and said with a smile. That's true. Qian Jinyu hesitated before nodding. All right, time is precious. It's settled then. Immediately issue the order. Everyone must fight the zombies. Those who run away, cower in fear, or scream loudly, execute him directly for the crime of concealing contraband. If anyone wants to leave now, they can leave at any time. 3 minutes to pack, then we're off in 5 minutes. Zhenghao said firmly. Yes. Qian Jinyu replied. He felt that Zhenghao had changed somewhat since the Zhou Jiqiang incident. As for what was different, he couldn't say. Jiangbei District, Quoto area. Zhang Chun and Erpang had just repelled a wave of zombie hordes. We are considering how to withstand the next wave of impact. He had no idea that it wouldn't matter even if zombies invaded Gangnam District, because people over there have already started to evacuate one after another. No one will ever kill zombies. The current situation is that Zhang Chun has already eliminated more than 10,000 zombies. 10 giant tanks, nearly 100 crawling creatures, and a dozen or so venomous insect breeders. Most of the car bombs have been used. The armed mechs have just been fitted with their second ammunition supply crates. The wiring on the left shoulder was charred, and the shield and the lower left mechanical arm were corroded away, leaving only half of the metal arm. Erpang was so tired that he stuck out his tongue. The fur on his body was stained red with the blood of zombies. But he was in great spirits, looking ready for another big battle. Given the current situation, Zhang Chun can withstand at least 2 more waves of zombie hordes. The only thing that makes Zhang Chun uneasy right now is the first weeping creature followed him at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. He is now standing on the roof of a building, covering his face, facing in his own direction. I have no idea what this guy is up to. Are they waiting for the right moment to make their move? What troubled Zhang Chun the most was not just it. There were 3 other mourners who gathered around it. She was also covering her face, occasionally letting out a mournful cry. From 1 to 4. If these guys keep increasing in number, things might get complicated. Zhang Chun tried using electromagnetic cannons to bombard them. But there was nothing they could do. They were just too fast. It is easy to dodge the bombardment, and even jump out of the electric field's killing range. In short, keep an eye on them and be careful. A woo roar. Another wave of zombies has begun. This wave of zombies is even more turbulent and larger in number than the previous ones. Moreover, the previous hordes of zombies charged forward through dozens of small paths, so a single horde didn't seem like many. But now, the zombies from dozens of paths have all converged on the bridgehead square. The scale is expanding geometrically. Erpang, you go and guard the north end of the bridge. I'll take care of this side. Zhang Chun patted Erpang's head and said, "Roar." The enormous Erpang wagged its tail, then turned and ran towards the north end of the bridge with its large paws. It's time to use the final trap. Zhang Chunfei flew to the rooftop. The tanker truck's oil tank was directly slashed open with an alloy steel knife. Tens of tons of gasoline poured down from the rooftop in an instant. Then, Zhang Chun fired a few shots randomly into the horde of zombies. Da-da-da. Ah. Hee. Ugh. Thousands upon thousands of zombies were drawn by the sound of gunfire. They started by stacking one on top of another, stepping on one after another, just like building blocks. They frantically rushed up to the roof. Previously, the number of zombies in the alley was small, unlike in the square where there were so many zombies. In just a few minutes, the horde of zombies had piled up to the height of a 5- or 6-story building. Moreover, not far away, a continuous stream of zombies were joining the build high game with strange cries. Zhang Chun opened the cockpit, took out a cigarette from his ring, and put it in his mouth. Then he lit it with a lighter. Hiss, huff, cough, cough. He doesn't smoke at all, and he didn't expect to fail at trying to look cool. That settled then. Zhang Chun threw the cigarette he had just lit and the lighter, still smoldering, onto the ground. Snap. Call. The gasoline ignited instantly upon contact with an open flame. The faint blue flames quickly began to spread outwards, searching for anything flammable, and completely engulf it. In an instant, the horde of corpses downstairs turned into a sea of fire. Countless burning hands stretched upwards desperately, and terrifying. Pale faces were swallowed by the flames. Like a hellish inferno. Just then, the person wailing upstairs on the other side suddenly moved. Chapter 96 Trapped in a Horde of Zombies. These mourners floated down from the rooftop. They are like fallen leaves. The large clothes wrapped around her thin body swayed with the dance. Then, just as his body was about to hit the ground, he stomped hard on the exterior wall of the building. His entire body instantly changed direction by 90 degrees. Then, it was as if they were riding the waves. Stepping on the burning zombies, he leaped 10 meters or so, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the horde of zombies. Where did you go? Zhang Chun dared not be negligent. These guys suddenly moving around is definitely not an escape, and it can't possibly be anything good. We must be extremely careful. Zhang Chen simultaneously pulled the pins on 5 grenades. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. 5 grenades were released from his hand and flew downwards in free fall. Just as he was about to fall into the horde of zombies. Boom. It shattered into countless sharp metal fragments, launching an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding zombies. Whoosh. It looks like it's raining. The horde of zombies turned into a cloud of white mist. The gasoline on his body spilled onto the ground. There was still no sign of the person wailing. Let's have another wave. Zhang Chen went to the other side of the building and pulled the pin on the grenade again. 1, 2, 3. Just as they counted to 3, 7 or 8 gaunt figures suddenly flew up from in front of us. They are the ones who weep. Zhang Chen knew, of course, that they couldn't fly. But the speed at which they climbed and the height they jumped were truly like flying. Launch a surprise attack. Zhang Chen casually tossed the grenade away. At the same time, the armed mech retreated several steps and activated its rocket boosters. The entire mech flew backward into the air. However, none of these mourners were left out. They had just landed on the rooftop when they suddenly exerted force. It felt like my whole body was launched out. They actually caught up with the armed mechs after starting later. Thump, thump, thud. Then, Zhang Chen heard a dull thud. All 7 wailing creatures climbed onto the armed mechs without exception. The long fingernails dug deep into the metal shell of the mecha. Warning, warning. Multiple parts of the armed mechs have been damaged. Rocket launcher failed to eject. Connections to the lower left, and upper right robotic arms have been lost. Rocket jet fuel tank is leaking. Fuel is rapidly decreasing. Be aware that low fuel will immediately disengage flight mode. A series of system notifications indicated that the whaler was serious. This time, they did more than just crawl on my body. Instead, they intend to dismember the armed mechs alive. Zhang Chen could even see metal fragments constantly falling off his body and onto his feet from the cockpit. Once the armed mech is dismantled, Zhang Chen could only rely on his body to face the 7 wailing figures, as well as the endless, densely packed horde of corpses struggling in the sea of fire beneath his feet. These guys are even more troublesome than I imagined. Zhang Chen checked the upgrade progress. Current upgrade progress, 15321/8002. This number is still growing slowly. This indicates that zombies are constantly being burned to death in the sea of fire. The only drawback of automatic harvesting is that it directly vaporizes and disappears the killed target. If these zombie corpses remain, they can continue to be used as new fuel. This would lead to a continuous stream of large fires. But now, the gasoline is running out and no new fuel is being added. The fire is gradually subsiding. At this rate, I'll need to kill at least another 700 zombies to level up. If that's the case, Zhang Chen suddenly turned the rocket booster to full power. The armed mech tilted and flew towards the direction from which the horde of zombies was surging. Wherever it passed, the leaked fuel left a long wall of fire on the ground. The reason he rushed in this direction was because Zhang Chen, from his vantage point, saw 2 clumsy insect breeders blocking the intersection. Behind him, there was a dense mass of zombies. Every now and then, zombies would slip across their slippery skin. Thump! The armed mech crashed straight into and destroyed the 2 venom bombs. Thick, green corrosive liquid splattered everywhere. In an instant, it blasted more than 200 zombies around it into mist. Even after the armed mech crashed, its momentum did not diminish. They forcefully carved a path through the horde of zombies. However, this passage was quickly filled in by the surrounding zombies. Countless zombies surged toward the armed mech. Their teeth and nails could certainly not cause any damage to the armored mechs, but they were piled up one on top of the other. Soon, a small mountain was piled up on the wreckage of the armed mechs. The metal shell, already fragile from corrosion, creaked and groaned under the weight of the zombie. It looks like it could break at any moment. Zhang Chen's position in the cockpit was even more awkward. 2 people were lying face down, wailing, right in front of the cockpit. If the hatch opens now, the weeping ones will immediately launch an attack on Zhang Chen in the confined space. Zhang Chen sat in the chair with no way to avoid the fight. He was in a very passive position. But if you don't eject from the cockpit and escape the mech, the number of zombies outside is increasing, and the oxygen content inside the cockpit is gradually decreasing. Zhang Chen clearly felt a bit suffocated. He glanced at the upgrade progress, 15932/8002. Just a little bit more until the upgrade. Please be patient a little longer. We shouldn't rush out like this unless absolutely necessary. Those ordinary zombies are not worth mentioning. But faced with 7 weeping figures, even if we compare them to the strength of the giant tanks, Zhang Chen is not confident that he can take down 7 giant tanks without taking any damage. Moreover, these mourners acted swiftly. Even if you want to run away, you might not be able to escape easily. Let's wait and see. It would be best if we could upgrade, but we'll deal with it if that doesn't work. Creak. A steel plate on the back of the mech was corroded thin and collapsed under the weight. However, the zombies on his body kept piling up higher and higher. A woo. Faintly, Zhang Chen heard a wolf howl. This is Erpang's summoning companion skill. This indicates that zombies have crossed Yongyu Bridge and are heading towards the Gangnam area. Great opportunity. Although the zombies that Erpang bites to death will not be automatically collected by Zhang Chen. However, the guard towers on both sides of the bridge can. Their attacks are automatically assumed to be attacks personally launched by Zhang Chen and can be collected automatically. Sure enough, the upgrade numbers, which had previously stagnated, suddenly began to grow rapidly. Ding. Upgrade requirements have been met. Upgrade now. Isn't that obvious? Upgrade now. Ding. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to Intermediate Awakener Stage 2. The next upgrade to Intermediate Awakener Stage 3 will cost 156/12,002. Chapter 97 Mass Slaughter starts with me. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the second stage of the Awakened Realm. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy field surrounding your body has become much stronger. Ding. Transformation 1/3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been enhanced by 1.33 times. Ding. Transformation 1/3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been enhanced by 1.33 times. Because it has 2 talents, it's equivalent to leveling up twice. Therefore, the transformation effect was achieved twice consecutively. It's important to understand that consecutive effects are not simply a matter of adding up strength. For example, a person's average attribute is 10 points. It takes effect once at version 13.3. The fact that it took effect twice does not mean it is 1.66. Instead, 10 multiplied by 1.33 and then multiplied by 1.33 is approximately 17.7 times. It's a power relationship. Starting from Awakener level 1, Zhang Chen has leveled up 8 times, which is 1.33 to the power of 8, or 9.8 times. The survivor with a single talent level has upgraded their strength 4 times, which is 1.33 to the power of 4, or 3.1 times. The two have 3 times the upgrade attribute bonus. If you max out the bonus to 100%, the difference in strength will be even greater. Of course, the transformation only applies to the awakened stage. Even so, it can make a dual talent user one-dimensionally stronger than a single talent user. Gene Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Next level Awakener, mid-stage 3. Current upgrade progress, 156/12,002. Great, at the crucial moment, it finally upgraded. There's absolutely no need to hesitate about upgrading your talents this time. Gene Evolution Direction, upgrade to Berserk Slaughter. Ding. Berserk Slaughter has been successfully upgraded. Berserk /1/1 activates instant wound healing, removes negative status effects such as poison and infection, and increases attack damage by 300%, increases self-healing ability by 300%, and grants immunity to toxins and viral infections for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, a 30-minute vulnerable status will be applied, damage taken increased by 30%. Energy Evolution Direction, upgrade, Energy Barrier. Energy Barrier, 1/3. When activated, all attacks that would damage the main body will be reduced by 60%. Each successful defense will consume crystal cores. The stronger the attack, the more crystal cores will be consumed. When the remaining crystal cores in the body are exhausted, the barrier will automatically dissipate. This energy barrier not only negates 30% of the extra damage taken under the vulnerable state, but also increases defense by 30%. That makes me much happier. Let's fight. With a thought, Zhang Chun activated the energy barrier first. A faint golden halo, like an eggshell, immediately appeared around him. It can adjust its shape and size at any time according to Zhang Chun's movements. As long as you don't get hurt, you won't consume energy crystals. Let's test the strength of these mourners first. Also, test your combat power as a mid-level awakener at stage 2. To be honest, ever since we wiped out the zombie horde on the Tianyang University playground, compared to this, that place is nothing more than a horde of zombies. It rose twice in a row last time. After that, he only fought against the crawlers. This thing is too weak. It can't even test how much stronger you've become. They've been promoted 2 ranks since then. I should be able to fight the mutant type 3 infected with my bare hands. However, just to be on the safe side, Zhang Chun entered combat mode beforehand, and his body was immediately enveloped in energy armor. Then, the cockpit door opened. Crystal nucleus resonance. The interface in the upper left corner shows 10 crystal cores. I used to think 10 energy cores was a lot. Now, I don't take them seriously at all. Buzz. As the skill is activated, Zhang Chun felt his hands tremble slightly. Subsequently, this invisible tremor energy began to spread rapidly outward. The first to be hit by this energy were the 2 wailing individuals outside the cockpit. They were directly blasted away by this force. The zombies surrounding the mecha were stunned and stood there for a moment. Then his eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and then he turned into a cloud of mist from his head and dissipated into the air. This volume is like an invisible virus. It directly shattered the surrounding zombies, one by one, in groups of 3 or 5, causing them to be utterly terrified. Zhang Chun subconsciously checked the upgrade progress. Fine. Crystal core resonance will not destroy the energy crystal core inside the zombie body. It simply uses the energy within their bodies to kill them from the inside. That attack just now consumed 10 crystal cores. However, it killed 94 ordinary zombies. A total of 51 plus 41 is equal to 92 energy crystals were collected. I even made a net profit of 82 crystal cores. This skill is incredibly useful against hordes of zombies. If Zhang Chun were to take turns using his Tang sword to blow the zombies' heads off one by one, tens of thousands of zombies, even if they stand still and let Zhang Chun chop them down. It's been a long time since I've been chopping it. As the resonance effect gradually disappeared, a notification suddenly popped up. The crystal core resonance skill has no cooldown. It can be used again once the resonance effect wears off. However, using this skill too frequently and intensively will increase your fatigue. Zhang Chun gradually grasped the function of this prompt. It will automatically appear as long as you gaze at or pay special attention to a certain point. Otherwise, it will only emerge on its own when faced with a critical moment or a problem that it truly cannot solve. Of course, it's not entirely absolute. In short, this hint is a bit capricious. Sure enough, after the resonance effect disappeared, Zhang Chun felt his body brimming with energy again, ready to unleash another wave at any moment. Crystal nucleus resonance. Buzz. Bang. This time, he aimed directly at the pile of zombies above the mech. The powerful force sent the pile of zombies flying into the air. Then, as the zombies fell, they turned into a cloud of white mist one by one. This time, we killed 100 zombies. Cool. Wah! Suddenly, a crying sound rang in my ears. Then, Zhang Chun felt a chill on the back of his head. They knew that the Weeping One had launched a sneak attack from behind. He quickly ducked and turned around, instantly drawing his Tang sword. In a flash of cold light. It happened so fast it only took a split second. Zhang Chun was surprised that he had such speed. The Weeping Person seemed to share Zhang Chun's thoughts. Its attacking claws were still in mid-air, leaving no time to dodge. He took the full force of the Tang sword's blow. Clang! The Tang sword struck as if it had hit a hard rock. Sparks flew from the point where the blade touched the weeping man's skin. Only a white mark was left on the skin of the grieving person, although the mourners were not injured. However, Zhang Chen's strike was incredibly powerful, sending the wailing man flying. It crashed into more than a dozen ordinary zombies before finally stopping. This guy is incredibly sturdy. Chapter 98: The Call of the Lamenters, a horde of high-level infected zombies. Good heavens, even a Tang sword can't cut it. Zhang Chen thought about it again. That makes sense. The Tang sword was just an ordinary weapon in the early stages. After all, the energy armor is powered by an energy crystal core. Compared to energy equipment, the Tang sword is still far inferior. If it weren't for its indestructible property, it would probably have shattered into several pieces just now. At this moment, next to each of the grieving individuals, a marker indicating the extent of organizational damage appeared. These guys, like the giant tanks, require more than 30% of the organization to be destroyed before they can be completely eliminated. The two weeping ones who were initially damaged by Zhang Chen's crystal core resonance suffered 7% and 9% damage respectively. The notification boxes next to them each displayed 23% remaining, 21% remaining. The wailing man who was sent flying by Zhang Chen's sword only suffered minor scratches. 30% remaining. Woohoo! Suddenly, a person standing on the rooftop, who had been wailing, began to scream. The sharp, piercing sound made the windows of the entire street tremble incessantly. Some of the bottles in the room resonated with the frequency of the sound and burst instantly. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the ordinary zombies around them turned blood red. They surged towards Zhang Chen in a frenzy. Is this the enhancement skill? It's a pity that strengthening a bunch of trash zombies is useless. Zhang Chen snorted coldly and activated Crystal Core Resonance again. Bang! Even the 100 enhanced ordinary zombies around them couldn't withstand this powerful attack. It vanished into thin air in an instant. A vacuum zone with a radius of 5 meters was left around Zhang Chen. Wah! Whoosh whoosh! The three weeping creatures attacked Zhang Chen simultaneously. At the same time, the three weeping ones that had been previously repelled, along with the weeping one on the rooftop, all joined the battle. The situation immediately turned into 1 against 7. The ordinary zombies around them were negligible and posed no threat to Zhang Chen anyway. Wah! Whoosh! The two wailing creatures launched an attack on Zhang Chen from the front. So fast. But it doesn't seem like it'll be that fast. This is a dazzling attack. Now, Zhang Chen could see it all clearly. It can even predict attacks from those who are wailing. That's it. Zhang Chen kicked 2 of the wailing figures away and threw another one into a nearby building. With a backhand kick, he struck the wailing man squarely in the chest, sending him flying into the air. Dealt 2% damage to enemy tissues, eliminating 28% of remaining enemies. The notification next to it changed immediately. Wow, I'm already this strong. A full-force frontal kick could actually cause tissue damage to the wailing person? 3 mourners remain. Zhang Chen leaped up and landing squarely on the feet of a weeping one that was about to attack his lower body. Then he pressed his hands down on the heads of the other 2 wailing victims. Focus strike. Zhang Chen had already prepared for the outcome of having a good right hand, but an awkward left hand. After all, from the beginning of the battle until now, he has only used his right hand to unleash the focus strike. I have never used both hands simultaneously. Sizzle. Bang. Uft. The heads of the 2 wailing figures were charred in large patches, and the enormous impact sent them flying. Damaged 12% of the target's health, eliminating the remaining 18%. Damaged 12% of the target's health, remaining 9% defeated. It's really sturdy. Even before the upgrade, Zhang Chen's energy focus strike could easily slice through the bodies of those crawling. Now, hitting the head of a wailing person at point-blank range only results in charring. Fortunately, the figure of the weeping one is much smaller than that of the giant tank. Therefore, achieving this 30% tissue damage is relatively easy. If it were that big, the same amount of damage would probably only cause around 5% damage to the target's organization. After all, tissue damage is inversely proportional to body size. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. The other wailing creatures stood up and suddenly cried out to the sky at the same time. At the same time, it wasn't just the mourners on this street who joined in the response. From afar, one could faintly hear responses from other mourners. Zhang Chun remembered that the prompt described these guys as being able to attract nearby zombies. But these weeping ones are now resonating with the weeping ones throughout the entire horde of zombies. Is this a move to lure the entire horde of zombies to deal with them? Hiss. This is definitely a monster-slaying godsend. Zhang Chun suddenly felt that if conditions allowed in the future, he should catch one and raise it to help attract zombies. This is much more efficient than that woman in the low-cut dress I encountered before. The sound had barely stopped. Zhang Chun felt the earth tremble again. This tremor is different from the massive tremor caused by tens of thousands of zombies. The amplitude is larger, and you can hear a rumbling sound like a train passing by. It looks like something big is coming. It should be a giant tank. And there's more than one. Let's finish this quickly and deal with you guys first. Crystal Nucleus Resonance. Zhang Chun activated his skill again. An invisible resonant energy was impacting the bodies of the 100 zombies around them. Rustling. More than 90 zombies returned to their hometowns. One of the mourners also let out a wail, watching unwillingly as its body gradually vaporized until it disappeared. Ding. First collection of a mutant type 3 infected weeping one. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Core 600 plus 480, 80% talent bonus, Rapid Fertilizer 2, Berserker Blood 2, Tough Bones 2, Sharp Claws 2, Supply Box Sensor 1. Supply Crate Sensor. Displays the location and level of all supply crates in a random area near the user on the minimap. Disappears after use. That's a good idea. Although the prompts can indicate where the supply boxes are, you still have to check each building one by one. An area can have hundreds of streets and thousands of buildings. It would take forever to see them all. It's nowhere near as efficient as this indicator. Furthermore, some of the supply boxes were in open areas, not even inside the building. There is still a possibility of missing something. After the display, Zhang Chun went straight to the location of the supply box and opened it. It's like giving away a treasure like a map for free. This is a steal. As expected, the infected with the mutated type 3 virus have all sorts of good stuff on them. Crystal Core Resonance. Focused Energy Strike. Zhang Chun quickly killed 5 more weeping ones, to be summarized after the final battle. Now only one mourner remains standing on the rooftop, staring blankly at you with a deathly pale face. His face was full of resentment. Roar! Just then, the tremors beneath Zhang Chun's feet grew stronger and stronger. The familiar roars of the giant tank echoed from the depths of the street. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chun witnessed the most shocking scene in this battle against the zombie horde. 15 or 16 giant tanks, plus 5 or 6 weeping ones, and 30 or 40 poisonous insect breeders. There were also hundreds of people crawling on the ground, walls, and rooftops. They came rushing over in a massive, overwhelming attack. Is this an elite zombie horde? The worst part is, all of these guys have red eyes. Chapter 99 The Final Battle. Based on the number of these giant tanks and other variant Type 2 infected individuals, it can be inferred that it is estimated that all the high-level infected in the entire zombie horde have been summoned by the Weeping Ones. Moreover, they are all in an enhanced state. In other words, those who weep cannot strengthen themselves. Otherwise, it would be a series of nested dolls. That would be a completely different story. Giggle giggle. Roar. Wah. The scene was absolutely chaotic. Both the sound and the visuals are terrifying. That's fine. This saves me the trouble of visiting each of you individually. Zhang Chun was initially worried that Erpang might have some difficulty dealing with the giant tank. Now that they've come all this way, Erpang can now safely guard the south side of the bridge. Activate Rage. In an instant, Zhang Chun's skin was slowly covered in red. The pupil constricts. A large amount of adrenaline was secreted. His muscles suddenly swelled up, and his veins bulged. He entered a state of high excitement. Activate Berserk Slaughter. Zhang Chun did not stop there, but instead unleashed another powerful move. Fury increases attributes and reduces damage. Berserk Slash increases attack and self-healing by 3 times, and also removes poison damage. When you combine the two, the effect is multiplied. Facing these monsters, and enhanced ones at that, it's definitely not an option to not give it my all. A swift and decisive victory. Whoosh. TSK. A powerful gust of air swept out from Zhang Chen's body. A powerful energy field instantly covered the entire street. If any survivors are in the vicinity, they would probably be so overwhelmed by this powerful energy field that they would be forced to their knees, struggling to even breathe. Focus strike. Zhang Chen suddenly raised his right hand. Whoosh. Boom. The energy wave transformed into a massive lightning bolt, as thick as an electromagnetic cannon, emitting a faint golden glow. It pierced straight through the giant tank's body with unstoppable force, and a violent explosion occurred behind it. Countless crawling people were blown to pieces. Minced meat and entrails transformed into a rain of blood that poured down from mid-air. However, the rain didn't even reach the ground. They all turned into wisps of white smoke and drifted away. The giant tank that was hit also knelt down slowly, looking at the hole in its chest. Starting from the hole, the surrounding tissue slowly turns white, then evaporates, and eventually disappears completely. One move, and it's a giant tank is gone. That damage was absolutely incredible. Wah! A wailing creature suddenly attacked Zhang Chen from his side. Zhang Chen leaned slightly backward. He easily dodged the attack, and then gently patted the wailing man on the back. The Weeping One had already used all his strength to ambush Zhang Chen, and now Zhang Chen was helping him from behind. The speed of the wailing creature exceeded its own control. In a flash, they broke through the wall and entered. They rushed into a car repair shop. Zhang Chen ignored the monster. There was still a large group of zombies waiting for him in front of him. He suddenly lunged forward. His figure swept quickly past the giant tank and the crawling creatures, so fast that the monsters didn't even have time to react. Zhang Chen rushed to the back row and stopped beside 7 or 8 venomous insect breeders. If Zhang Chen were facing an intelligent being at this moment, they will surely see through his intentions. This is an obvious trap. But these zombies only know how to kill in a frenzy, annihilating all living people. The giant tanks, the weeping men, and the crawling men all charged madly toward Zhang Chen's position. The venomous insect breeder was also spraying large amounts of venom at Zhang Chen. Unfortunately, the venom had no effect whatsoever on the body. It evaporates instantly from the heat on the skin's surface. The four-legged monster's claws and teeth couldn't even bite through Zhang Chen's defenses. All he could do was frantically crawl all over Zhang Chen. Closer, a little closer. Several giant tanks simultaneously raised their enormous fists at Zhang Chen. The wailing man's claws were about to scratch Zhang Chen's cheek. This density is sufficient. Crystal nucleus resonance. A powerful force burst forth from Zhang Chen's body in an instant. The first to suffer are those who breed these poisonous insects around them. Their bodies are inherently fragile. In the instant of being impacted by energy, his whole body immediately exploded. Countless streams of venom drenched all the surrounding zombies. It was as if a terrifying acid rain had fallen. The energy field continues to expand. Those who crawl simply cannot withstand this level of damage. It shattered directly into small white pieces, slowly turning into dust. A nearby old building swayed for a while before finally giving way. It crashed down. The dust that billowed up filled the sky. It shrouded everything in gray. Zhang Chen's plan was to use these green bombs to eliminate the surrounding zombies. Combining it with crystal core resonance can produce damage many times over. The giant tank and the Lamenter would not normally be instantly killed by crystal core resonance. However, after suffering severe damage, coupled with the intense corrosive effects of the liquid on his body, some unfortunate Type 3 infected individuals died directly in the explosion. Ding! We have detected that you meet the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade now? Wow, this means we can upgrade. That's right. With the talent bonus, a crawler can collect 200 plus 160 is equal to 360 energy cores. 50 of them will give you 18,000 points. One giant tank can provide 900 energy cores. In addition, there are those who weep, those who breed poisonous insects, and so on. This attack instantly leveled me up. What could be more awesome than this? In truth, This is all thanks to those who weep. If you were to kill ordinary zombies, you would have to kill 30,000 to 40,000 to collect this many crystal cores. Upgrade now. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the third stage of the Mid-Stage Awakener. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy field surrounding your body has become much stronger. Gene Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Next level, Advanced Awakener Stage 1. Current upgrade progress, 57/20,002. Genetic Evolution Direction, upgraded to A. Complete transformation. Ding. Transformation, upgrade successful February 3rd. With each upgrade, your body's reaction, strength, speed, and resistance to blows will receive an additional 66% boost. Upgrade compensation is now in effect. Your attributes have been significantly boosted once again. Energy Evolution Direction, upgrade, Energy Barrier. Ding. Energy Barrier, upgrade successful. February 3rd. After activation, all attacks that will damage the main body will be reduced by 75%. Each successful defense will consume a crystal core. An even more powerful force erupted from Zhang Chen's body. The energy shield around me seemed to glow even brighter. It feels so good to have improved my skills. Continue. Base. Zhang Chen's figure instantly swelled, bursting out of the smoke and dust. At this point, there were still a dozen or so venomous insect breeders remaining in the back row. They had lost their sight and didn't know how to attack. Now, seeing Zhang Chen, they all started spitting out vomit. Plop, plop, plop. Clumps of green slime rained down from all directions. At the same time, the giant tanks and crawlers also launched an attack on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and slowly took a few steps back. His figure disappeared into the smoke and dust once again. Chapter 100 The Last Strength. Uft, thump, boom. Countless corrosive liquids launched an indiscriminate, all-encompassing attack on the smoke and dust. Green slime fell from the sky like rain. Zhang Chen knew how to dodge. But these infected people don't have that kind of wisdom. In an instant, large numbers of infected people were poisoned and died by attacks from their own rear. Taking advantage of the chaos and the cover of smoke and dust, Zhang Chen quickly located the giant tank and swiftly killed it. It would occasionally unleash bursts of energy-focused strike beams. The powerful beam of light continued unabated after piercing through the giant tank's body. They blasted a hole in a building before they were done. If you look down at the battlefield, you can see countless high-level zombies rushing into the smoke and dust in the streets and alleys. Then they were all blasted away, pierced through, and turned into a cloud of mist. Every now and then, laser-like beams of light would shoot out. After a period of chaotic fighting, the smoke and dust gradually subsided and calm returned. Suddenly, a figure shot out of the smoke as fast as a bullet. It quickly passed by the venomous insect breeder. Then, one by one, they burst open like clusters of green flowers. 10 minutes are up. The redness on Zhang Chen's body gradually faded, and his face turned pale due to excessive physical exertion. My clothes were completely soaked with sweat. The hands that were continuously activating crystal core resonance were trembling slightly. This is a sign of exhaustion. A gust of wind blew by. The dust and smoke that had filled the streets were blown away. A thin figure stood silently in the middle of the street, which was full of rubble and debris. A gentle breeze ruffled its long hair, revealing a patch of pale skin. Is there another weeping one? Zhang Chen rallied his spirits. Although I am now at my limit, I still have the vulnerable state debuff on me. But it has already been upgraded. They were never afraid of those who wept bitterly. Now that they are stronger, it is much harder for a single lamenter to pose a threat to them. Wah, wah. The person weeping raised their hands and slowly covered their face. He turned around and slowly walked a few steps into the distance. Suddenly, his figure flashed. They quickly climbed to the top of a building. Then he continued to stand there, silently facing Zhang Chen's direction. This guy is mentally ill? But hiss. Zhang Chen suddenly noticed a detail. A red string was tied around the left wrist of the person who was wailing. Most of the color has faded, and only a faint trace of red can be seen. when Zhang Chen first saw the weeping one in the mirror while riding in his armored vehicle. The grieving person also had something similar on their left wrist. I originally thought this was standard practice for those who were grieving. However, while the other mourners were dressed similarly, they did not have this red rope in detail. This weeping creature is the same one that was the first one lying on the armored mech. It probably didn't join the battle, because the notification next to it reads, 30% remaining. They were completely unharmed. If it had just joined the battle, then it can't escape the indiscriminate group attack like Crystal Core Resonance. Regardless of whether this guy truly meant me no harm, they're still holding back this big move. Zhang Chen didn't care. The horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had its most elite infected wiped out in one fell swoop. Even if it does it again, Zhang Chen isn't afraid. I need to go check on how Erpang is doing. Zhang Chen took out the last armed mech from his spatial storage. Board the mech. I just sat down in the chair. Comfortable. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he feels tired even when he's standing. It's clear that the body has truly reached its limit. Launch, take off. The armed mech leaped into the air and activated its rocket boosters mid-air. Armored mechs swept straight across the entire battlefield from the sky. There are almost no high-level infected individuals to be seen on the ground anymore. However, ordinary zombies, densely packed together, continued to surge endlessly from the north towards the bridgehead. The fire started by the gasoline has been gradually extinguished. Only a few buildings in the distance, charred black by the fire, still emitted thick smoke. The automatic defense watchtower south of the bridge is also trying its best to attack the horde of zombies. When facing a single zombie, the watchtower fires energy blasts. However, when dealing with hordes of zombies, it fires energy rays. A beam of energy, like a laser, was shot out directly. In an instant, about a dozen zombies turned into mist. This level of lethality is actually quite good. Unfortunately, the number of zombies replenishes much faster than they can be killed. The two guard towers on the bridgehead were attacking helplessly. They remained completely unfazed by the overwhelming tide of zombies. At the T-junction behind the watchtower, the corpses were piled up to the height of a small mountain. It's as tall as a 5-story building. Erpang, with 2 wolf cubs, stood atop the pile of corpses, still fighting valiantly. Soon, the 2 wolf cubs suddenly howled and then disappeared from sight. Erpang howled like a wolf. However, it can only produce extremely hoarse sounds. Behind Erpang, thousands of zombies had already crossed the defense line and rushed into the Jiangnan district. Unfortunately, it's simply too difficult for one man and one wolf to hold off a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies. However, since almost all the high-level infected were killed, this battle can be considered a victory. You've worked hard, Erpang. The armed mech slowly landed on the mountain of corpses, and 2 arms on it lifted Erpang up. It flew straight to the rooftop of the nearby Starry Sky building. This building is over 40 stories high. From the zombies' perspective, they can't see what's happening on the rooftop at all. Naturally, it won't attract zombies. Zhang Chen directly pulled out the level 1 protective villa. When the villa was originally on the ground floor, the first floor was at the same height as the ground, and the basement was on the lower level. The villa is now located on top of other buildings. Therefore, the basement, which has a reinforced concrete structure on all 4 sides, became a single floor. The original 1-story building has been expanded to the height of a 2-story building. The design is a bit strange, but as long as it doesn't hinder its use, it's fine. Zhang Chen stepped off the armed mech and put it back into his ring. Then he gently patted Erpang to indicate that it was safe. The latter then licked Zhang Chen's wrist and then shrunk to a smaller size. The zombie blood on his body flowed down the roof drain. Well done. Zhang Chen patted Erpang's head encouragingly. Then I took out a bucket of purified water and gave Erpang a quick rinse. He then took out 2 more lumps of rapid-acting fertilizer and placed them on the ground. Eat more. Erpang was actually eating while fighting, and he didn't stop at all. However, zombie meat provides too little energy, far from enough to keep up with the physical exertion. Now, smelling the aroma of the rapid fertilizer, I couldn't help but munch and started eating it again. After finishing eating, Zhang Chen picked up Erpang and lightly jumped into the house. It's time to take stock of our spoils. Chapter 101 Equipment Fully Upgraded. Zhang Chun took out a plate of pan-fried Wagyu beef and placed it on the table. I originally wanted to add some other things. Suddenly, I realized that my space is filled with nothing but meat and staple foods, and vegetables have become a scarce resource. Well, I'll just have to eat a few more slices of Wagyu beef as a reward for my hard-fought battle today. While eating, Zhang Chun began to count his spoils. Needless to say, the energy cores and fertilizers we obtained were plentiful, to an abundance. The current upgrade progress is 33520/20,002. Moreover, this number is still growing slowly. It must be because those 2 automatic warning towers at the bridgehead are working tirelessly. This is great. You can collect crystal cores while lying at home. Leveling up while AFK. Zhang Chun inspected the spoils of war. The focus was placed on the useful items that were acquired and required identification. Supply box sensor, 1. Researcher ID card, 1. Unidentified strange key, 1. Full technology blueprint 23, 1. Talent crystal 3. Powerful energy 1000 bone blade blueprint, 1. Consumes 1000 energy crystals, sharp claws, 100, sharp claws, 10, evolver's blood, 50, tough leather, 10. It can create a powerful energy weapon, the 1000 bone blade. Crispy fruit seeds 10. You can grow crispy fruit that has a delicious taste and is rich in various nutrients and vitamins needed by the human body. Sand coconut seeds 20. These seeds can be used to grow sand coconuts that are rich in sap and sweet. The sap is refreshing and the flesh is edible and has a certain detoxifying effect. Premium Pet Nutritional Solution 5. Provides all the energy and nutrients your pet needs for growth, accelerating your pet's growth process. Zombie Virus Antibody 13. After injection, it can provide permanent immunity to the zombie virus. Infected survivors can extend their life by 30 days after using it. This medicine is ineffective against zombies. Rare Skill, Blueprint Optimization, 1. After learning this skill, you can consume a certain amount of energy cores to increase the attribute of a certain item you created by 1 level. Rare Skill, All-Round Chef 1. After learning, you will immediately become a master chef, automatically gaining the recipes for all cuisines and developing muscle memory for them. Rare Gene Enhancement, Rod Cell Modification, 1. This can enhance and modify rod cells, improving visual acuity and enabling the recognition of camouflage, mimicry, and invisibility, while also granting night vision. Gene Enhancement, Balance, 1. Can improve the user's balance, but there is a certain probability that a tail will grow behind them. Goodness, the last item might grow a tail. Is that even possible? This thing might even change your species after you use it. Gene Enhancement, Balance, is absolutely unusable. Zhang Chun subconsciously opened the chat channel. The chat channels in the entire Jiangnan region suddenly became unusually quiet. There was no one to speak. Open the auction house again. All the supplies on it have disappeared. These people, that's fast. I should have known better than to try so hard to intercept them. What a waste of time. Zhang Chun certainly didn't believe that they had been completely wiped out. After all, those who escaped were just ordinary zombies. Many survivors can now easily crush zombies of this level. Even if you're stuck in a room, you can still chat. The fact that they haven't said anything yet can only mean that everyone has already been evacuated. Zhang Chun used every single drawing. Ding. Congratulations on learning the rare skill, Blueprint Optimization. Ding. Congratulations on learning the rare skill, All-Round Chef. Ding. Congratulations. Your genes have been improved, and you have obtained Rod Cell Modification. Ding. Congratulations on injecting the zombie virus antibody. You are now immune to the zombie virus. Zhang Chun poured 5 bottles of Advanced Pet Nutritional Solution into Erpang's food bowl. Erpang was about to go to sleep when he heard the noise, so he quickly got up. It looked down at the food bowl, then looked up at Zhang Chun. That expression seemed to say, "You just fed me, have you forgotten? Good heavens, you're not trying to stuff me to death, are you?" Zhang Chun was too tired to pay attention to Erpang's psychological changes and continued to examine his spoils. Craft the 1000 bone blade. Ding. You have lost the following items: 1000 energy cores, 100 sharp claws, 10 grit claws, 50 Evolver's blood, 10 tough leather, consuming 1,000 energy cores. The energy weapon, 1,000 bone blade, has been successfully crafted. A broadsword, as tall as a person, appeared before them. The cross-section is made of clearly textured claws pressed together. The blade is made up of countless sharp claw tips densely arranged in a straight line. It's somewhat similar to a serrated blade, sharp and suitable for cutting highly tough materials. Drawing optimization. Ding. Optimizing the 1,000 bone blade requires 1,000 energy cores. TSK 1,000 points? What Zhang Chun has in abundance right now is crystal cores. While other survivors might still be fighting over a dozen crystal cores, Zhang Chun no longer takes crystal cores, which are numbered in the thousands, seriously. Activate the skill. A flash of bright light. The name of the 1,000 bone blade has been changed to Rare 1,000 bone blade. The overall aura of the sword feels even more powerful. Upon closer inspection, one can also see a faint golden sheen on the blade. Rare 1,000 bone blade. During battle, it can absorb 10% of the opponent's all attributes and add them to the user, lasting until the end of the battle. This additional attribute is quite good. Directly weaken the opponent and strengthen yourself. Even if there is an opponent of equal strength, Zhang Chun can also gain the upper hand with this weapon, an unparalleled artifact of its kind. Of course, as things stand, it's completely impossible for such a person to exist. Zhang Chun then set his sights on the energy armor. This one was also made by myself, so I should be able to optimize it too. Sure enough, a message popped up immediately. Ding. Optimizing the energy armor requires 500 energy cores. Optimize immediately. Ding. The energy armor has been optimized and upgraded to Rare Energy Gathering Armor. Rare Energy Armor. When attacked by energy, it can automatically convert a portion of the energy into crystal cores, while reducing the corresponding energy damage. Hiss. If you had 100 awakened ones unleash their energy-focused strike on you. Does this mean we'll save time grinding monsters from now on? Zhang Chun was lost in thought. After sorting through his spoils, Zhang Chun was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. And so, I lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Chapter 102 The Strongest Warriors Go to War. The next day, the 10th day, at 10 a.m. Ding. System notification. The Universal Language Module has been loaded, and survivors from different countries can now communicate freely. Jinyu District, located west of Gangnam District. At a crossroads, the corpses of several Chinese and Westerners lay scattered on the ground. Each person had a cut made to their head to prevent them from turning into zombies. Qian Jinyu is collecting samples from the body. Zheng Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the notification that he could communicate freely. He looked down at the Westerner whose face he had stepped on and said, "Now I can understand what you're saying. Tell me, why did you ambush us? How did you know we would be passing by here at this time?" The Westerner burst into curses. "You yellow-skinned monkeys all deserve to die. You have no idea who you've offended. Ren will raise your camp to the ground. Kill all the men, lock up all the women, and let us do whatever we want with them. Ha. Zheng Hao frowned and slowly said, "I think you'd be better off speaking gibberish. That way I won't understand, and I won't get so angry." After saying that, he raised his knife and beheaded the Westerner. Qian Jinyu walked over from the side, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "The Westerners on Tan Sibo's side have confessed. They're from the Eagle Claw country. The entire prison has been transported here. Originally, the prison was divided into two factions, the Rain faction and the Arthur faction. Not long ago, they joined forces and wiped out the camp that was originally made up of prison guards. Right now, these two gangs are the biggest in the entire Jinyu district. These guys don't like killing zombies. They think they're demons, and going against demons is suicide. But they like to plunder passing survivors, and the two factions often clash. They're all ruthless, cold-blooded bastards. But they're armed, so they might not be easy to deal with. Today we killed all of Ren's men, but one escaped during the battle. This will likely be very disadvantageous for us. We need to be extra careful from now on." Qian Jinyu paused here and asked, "Should we continue westward, or turn south?" Zheng Hao remained non-committal, thought for a moment, and then said, "They don't like killing zombies, which means there are plenty of crystal cores to collect. Getting stronger quickly is the only way, especially the crawlers. Only by dealing with this guy can we explore a wider area. Otherwise, if we keep being held back by this guy, we'll never become strong. Also, tell everyone that showing up in the area chat channel is not allowed. Zheng Hao also wanted to say that these people killed a lot of survivors, so they must have a lot of crystal cores on them. However, Zheng Hao did not want to reveal his secret of committing murder. Qian Jinyu nodded and said with a serious expression, "Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Also, what about this person?" He pointed to the thin Westerner who had just confessed. "What's the point of keeping this thing?" As Zheng Hao spoke, he casually slit the Westerner's neck with a watermelon knife. The technique was clean and efficient. 11 a.m. The border between Jinyu District and Gangnam District. A handsome young man rode slowly down the street, riding on the back of a giant wolf. The giant wolf's enormous paws slammed into the ground, immediately kicking up a small cloud of dust. The tail accidentally slapped against a car next to it, immediately denting a large section of the van's side. Bang! The loud noise echoed through the street. Instead of attracting zombies, the zombies that were previously growling and howling all fell silent. The entire street was deathly silent. The zombies on the street saw them from afar and all retreated on their own. Even the zombies trapped inside the car, struggling and pounding on the windows, suddenly fell silent. It was as if they were terrified of some horrible being. I didn't want to make any unnecessary noise or movement, for fear of attracting the attention of that terrifying being. Although Erpang ate a lot yesterday, but in the middle of the night, she couldn't resist the temptation of the nutrient solution and drank it all in big gulps. At this time, Erpang was already the size of a Tibetan Mastiff even in its small form. When multiplied, it's bigger than an SUV. Pet name, Erpang. Battle pet type, mutated energy beast howling moon wolf king. Developmental stages, 3 stages of adolescence. Preferred foods, meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects. Skill, multiplied battle. After entering battle, your size, strength, speed, and mass will all increase exponentially. Call of the Wild. This summons 4 Howling Moon Wolf cubs to join the battle. The Howling Moon Wolf cubs disappear after the battle ends. Healing Devour. Completely devour the target to heal yourself and remove all negative status effects. The healing effect increases with the number of energy cores in the target's body that are devoured. The Majesty of the Wolf King. Monsters that can be instantly killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King will actively stay away from the Wolf King due to the influence of the energy field. When Zhang Chun woke up in the morning, the zombie horde had already ended. The horde of zombies suddenly stopped moving. Then they slowly scattered to different places. Within a 200-meter radius of the watchtower, there was no one there. The zombies on the other streets were also scattered here and there. After the zombie horde receded, they began to wander randomly, and it's uncertain where they all ended up. Encountering a large horde of zombies like yesterday is purely a matter of luck. Zhang Chun collected the mountain of corpses that Erpang had looted yesterday. The current upgrade progress is 36527/20002. We still need over 3,000 energy cores to upgrade. If you want to kill ordinary zombies, you need to kill another 4 or 5,000. Now that the zombie horde is gone, go chase after the zombies and kill them. Killing 5 or 6,000 would be quite time-consuming and laborious. So Zhang Chun decided, whatever happens, happens. While searching for supply crates, they also took the opportunity to clear out high-level zombies. There are many ordinary zombies, but they are not densely packed. You can encounter them anywhere. Then it followed me, howling and screaming. It was driving Zhang Chun crazy. Kill him. You'll just get your clothes dirty and have to change them. Let's not kill him. A bunch of zombies baring their teeth and claws. It's really ruining my mood. So Zhang Chun decided to ride Erpang. Enjoy the peace and tranquility of the apocalypse. Zhang Chun checked the minimap. There is a level 2 supply crate 2 kilometers away from here. Further along, there's a level 3 supply crate on the commercial street. It seems that before the world suppression is lifted, level 3 supply crates are the highest level available. It's on my way. I'll go get the level 2 supply crate first, then the level 3 supply crate. Then, Going around back, there are 2 more level 2 supply crates. As for those level 1 supply crates, if it's on your way, then take a drive. If it's not, there's no need to make a special detour. After all, the items inside are only helpful to low-level survivors. At Zhang Chen's current stage, it's completely unnecessary. It's just something to drive around with and see what's inside. Chapter 103. You call this a death sentence? According to the map, the nearest level 2 supply crate is located in a middle school building 2 kilometers away. Zhang Chen gently stroked Erpang's fluffy ears and said, "Speed up, run. I've already enjoyed the peace of the apocalypse. Now we need to hurry on our way. Open the treasure chest as soon as possible and get some rest. Maybe you'll find something delicious in this supply crate too." Erpang turned his head and looked at Zhang Chen riding on his back. In fact, Zhang Chen said a lot of things. It's mostly incomprehensible to most of them. Although Erpang is intelligent, he has not yet reached the level of being able to engage in such complex language communication with humans. From Erpang's perspective, my owner touched my ear. Something must be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't touch me for no reason. Sure enough, the master spoke. "I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Run. I don't understand. 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 Eat." So, if we put it all together, it means running will get you delicious food. Erpang's spirits lifted. Putting everything else aside, we absolutely cannot be lax when it comes to food. So it shook off its paws and ran off quickly. They traveled smoothly without hindrance, and the zombies all retreated. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the middle school. "We're going into the teaching building soon. You're too big. You should go back to your normal size." Zhang Chen jumped off Erpang, raised his hand, gently patted its back, and said, "Wah." In an instant, Erpang returned to the size of an adult Tibetan Mastiff. Even survivors would feel intimidated by such a size. The two, a man and a wolf, walked brazenly through the main gate of the middle school. Upon entering, you'll find a spacious playground with a synthetic running track. In front of the teaching building, there is also a platform for leading exercises and a flagpole. I really miss it. It's a bit like the middle school I used to go to. Maybe in a little while, I can sit in a classroom and see what textbooks look like in this world. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Erpang looked up at Zhang Chen and licked the latter's pants. "It means, where's the food you promised? Hey, come quick. Watch out, danger." Suddenly, a voice, strained and high-pitched, came from the corner. Zhang Chen turned his head and saw Zheng Hao. He was accompanied by 7 or 8 fully armed men, who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It's worth noting that each of them was holding a metal shield. When Zhang Chen noticed the metal shield, the prompt reappeared next to it. A sturdy protective shield, capable of withstanding bullets and attacks from sharp weapons. The shield currently has 100% durability. Once durability reaches 0, the shield will break. It seems they've also obtained some new blueprints. What's wrong? Zhang Chen felt somewhat surprised. Then he glanced at the teaching building again. A notification popped up immediately. There's a level 2 supply crate on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, and 6 creepers engrossed in scraping the wall plaster. They pose no threat to you. This sounds familiar. It seems that after clearing the zombie horde at Tianyang University, this is the prompt you get when you see a regular zombie. Have crawlers now fallen to the same status as ordinary zombies? We've set a trap. Get out of there right now. It's about to go off. Zheng Hao said hurriedly. He acknowledged Zhang Chen's abilities. They even planned to recruit Zhang Chen into their camp. With Zhang Chen's strength, his status is definitely on par with Qin Zhenyu. With such strong support, the Fuxing camp will surely be even more powerful. This will be of great benefit in the upcoming fight against the criminal gangs of the 2 Westerners, Ryan and Arthur. He didn't want Zhang Chen to die here. That would be such a pity. After all, the opponent had 6 crawlers. Even if I joined forces with all my gathering teams, we might not be able to win, let alone Zhang Chen alone. Trap. Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and looked around. That's when I realized it. There are 2 small alarm clocks on the ground not far away. 2 fishing lines were tied to the alarm clock. It extends outwards, reaching beyond the school gates. Seeing this simple layout, Zhang Chen already understood Zhang Hao's intention. He planned to use the alarm clock to lure all the crawlers out of the teaching building. Then, through one or two people, or some kind of mechanism, the fishing line is pulled, which triggers the alarm clock, luring the crawling students out of the school with loud noise. Finally, while the crawlers were leaving, Zhang Hao led his men to open the level 2 supply crates. I must say, this method is very clever. And it really does require teamwork to do. Hurry, we're going to be too late. Zhang Hao didn't dare to shout. If the noise is too loud, you won't need an alarm clock. It will simply lure the crawling creature out. But then I felt it would be such a waste not to warn Zhang Chun and let such a talented person die. However, at this crucial moment, time is up. Ring ring. The 2 alarm clocks started vibrating wildly, emitting a sharp noise. Oh no, I'm doomed. Sigh. I'm too late. Zhang Hao sighed dejectedly. Giggle, giggle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Several terrifying, chilling sounds emanated from the teaching building in succession. Immediately afterwards, 6 crawling men emerged one after another from the broken window. Its long claws gripped the wall, and it stared menacingly at the source of the noise. They quickly spotted Zhang Chun. Giggle. Ow. The 6 crawling creatures vanished in a flash. He jumped from the 3rd floor at an extremely fast speed. They headed straight for Zhang Chun. Run, run, Zhang Hao said hurriedly in a low voice. He's probably scared out of his wits. That's understandable. I was also terrified when I first encountered this monster. Not to mention there are 6 now. Even a god couldn't save him. Tan Sibo, the squad leader of the 4th squad, spoke in a tone as if he had just arrived. The team members behind him also looked solemn. They had all witnessed the terrifying power of the crawlers. And even now, they still haven't figured out how to completely kill this monster. Sigh, everyone has their own fate. Zhang Hao nodded. In everyone's eyes, Zhang Chun was already a dead man. Crystal nucleus resonance. Zhang Chun stood still, his arms trembling slightly. An invisible energy burst forth instantly. The entire teaching building's windows were shattered into pieces, falling like rain. The 6 crawling creatures had just leaped up before they even landed. It turned into wisps of mist in mid-air and dissipated with the wind. Then, Zhang Chun gently pushed off with his legs, propelling himself forward more than 10 meters, before giving another gentle push. She floated into the classroom on the 3rd floor as if she were floating. Only Zhang Hao and the others remained, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 1 for the first member of Nightmare. What just happened? Zhang Hao asked, looking completely bewildered. It seems all those crawlers are dead. And it was a one-hit kill, leaving not even ashes behind. Tan Sibo was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. They had fought against crawlers before, knowing how formidable the other party is. At that time, my team needed to cooperate, and we also needed Zhang Hao, a powerful awakened one, to join us. Only then can they barely manage a draw against those who crawl on the ground. In the end, it ended with a complete retreat. Later, they were able to retreat safely after being ambushed by crawlers without suffering any casualties. Tan Sibo even made a point of boasting about it at the camp. It feels like such an awesome thing. As it turned out, Zhang Chun, facing 6 crawling creatures, casually waved his hand. Oh no, he didn't even wave his hand. These monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. This is not scientific. Of course I know those guys are dead. Not even a speck of dust remains. I'm asking if you saw how he eliminated these crawlers. At the very least, we need to know where the crawlers' weaknesses lie, right? It's simply not worth risking your life to test things out every time. Zhang Hao asked anxiously. Didn't see clearly? You're an awakened one, and you still didn't see clearly. I'm only at my physical limit. How am I supposed to see clearly? Tan Sibo muttered softly. Zhang Hao glared at Tan Sibo, but what Tan Sibo said also made sense. There's really nothing to blame myself for. This guy's growth rate is just too fast. It would be great if he could join our camp. Zhang Hao muttered a couple of sentences to himself. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she ran towards Zhang Chun. Tan Sibo and his team members quickly followed from behind. He was afraid that Zhang Chun would misunderstand that he had malicious intent. He even specifically ordered everyone to put all their weapons and armor into their storage rings. Against such a powerful opponent, All armor is meaningless. It's better to be more honest and show a friendly attitude as much as possible. Anyway, if someone really wants to kill you, you can't escape. It would be better to be more sincere and increase goodwill. However, Tan Sibo and the others did not dare to go upstairs, but waited downstairs. In the classroom, Zheng Hao adjusted his emotions, trying to appear less nervous. Moreover, full of confidence, he pretended to be relaxed and said to Zhang Chun, "Brother Zhang, I never expected to see you again." Zhang Chun hummed in agreement, but didn't say anything. Zheng Hao awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand and said, "Here's the thing, Brother Zhang. On behalf of the revival camp, I sincerely invite you to join us. I can make you the second in command of the camp, and you can manage the camp with me. What do you think?" The moment those words were spoken, Tan Sibo downstairs felt a little embarrassed, his face turning as red as if it were burning. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, Zheng Hao, your skin is really thick. The combined strength of our entire camp is no match for even a single finger of theirs. You invited them, fine, but you even made them your second in command. If I were to go up there, I would definitely kowtow first and kneel down to pay my respects to my elder brother. Even just getting some soup from a powerful figure like that would be 100 times better than what we're doing now. Don't you think about it? Why would someone bring a bunch of burdens along and then have them take orders from you? Zheng Hao, you've really gotten too cocky." Sure enough, Zhang Chun chuckled twice and said, "Thank you for the invitation, but let's pass on the second-in-command position. However, your talent is quite good, and he's a decent person. At least he knew to remind me, instead of trying to kill me. I need a team to help me grow some crops. If you'd like to join my organization, I can get your team involved." After hearing this, Zheng Hao's first reaction was a chill down his spine, and he secretly felt lucky. Luckily, I reminded him. Otherwise, once the trap is activated, if you know someone is in a trap and don't warn them, doesn't that imply you have murderous intent towards them? With a mere flick of his finger, Zhang Chun could wipe out the entire fighting force of the revival camp from the world in an instant. His act of kindness actually saved the lives of everyone in the camp. That was close. The key point that Tan Sibo, downstairs, heard was that Zhang Chun had established an organization. It's important to know that in addition to strict requirements on strength, establishing an organization also requires 1,000 crystal cores. Of course, these were prices a few days ago. The cost of setting up an organization increases over time. The price has now skyrocketed to the point where you need 10,000 crystal cores to even form an organization. Even now, Tan Sibo has never earned 500 crystal cores in total. He still felt that 1,000 crystal cores was simply an unbelievable number. How could anyone have so many crystal cores? Besides, that was just a few days ago. I never expected to run into you today. Where did this guy get so many crystal cores? How can we establish an organization without delaying its development and also upgrade it? This is just too incredible. I need to think about it. We need to discuss this with the core members of the camp. Zheng Hao hesitated before speaking. Faced with a powerful figure like Zhang Chun, he felt genuine awe and admiration. He will surely learn a lot from being around such a strong person. Even if you find some outdated equipment that other people don't use, it will definitely greatly improve your combat power. However, Zheng Hao was ambitious, and he felt somewhat unwilling to submit to Zhang Chun like this. The two conflicting thoughts made it difficult for him to make a decision. Holy crap, Lao Zhong, what the hell are you dawdling about for? Aren't you going to join in on something this good? It's just that they didn't like me. If they invited me, I would definitely accept immediately. I still have to kowtow to them a few times. Tan Sibo couldn't take it anymore and angrily climbed up from downstairs. I need to discuss it with Lao Qian and the other 3 team leaders. After all, I'm in charge of the revival camp, so I have to be responsible for everyone, don't I? Zheng Hao said hesitantly. What's there to discuss? I've already told Lao Qian and the other team leaders about this. Just look at their private messages. Tan Sibo said with a look of disappointment. After hearing this, Zheng Hao quickly checked the chat messages. Sure enough, the other 3 team leaders sent messages to express their agreement. They fought far and wide, and knew all too well what a strong person meant to a camp. So he had the same idea as Tan Sibo, he was just short of coming over and kowtowing. Qian Jinyu, being the most meticulous and understanding of Zheng Hao, said, "If such a powerful person truly exists, I think I should join. You are both a member of the organization and the person in charge of the camp. You can do both without any problems. In fact, it has almost no negative impact on you or the camp. In today's world, strength is power. To actively join the organization and complete its tasks is an honor. If we are forced to do things by the powerful, then we are slaves. The situation will be completely different." These words reminded Zheng Hao of the first time he met Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun immediately asked for half of the supermarket supplies. But I really couldn't bring myself to say a single word of dissent. What if it had been an even more terrifying and ruthless opponent instead of Zhang Chun? Kill everyone and take all the supplies. I'm afraid I wouldn't have this day today. Moreover, to be able to dominate a region alongside such a powerful figure, isn't that fulfilling one's grand ambition? Having thought this through, Zheng Hao resolved his confusion, knelt on one knee, and said loudly, "I am willing to join your organization and acknowledge you as my leader. I will never betray you for life." Chapter 105 The Crawler. Please stop playing around. Zhang Chun reached out and gently tapped Zheng Hao's forehead. A surge of energy emanated from Zhang Chun's fingertips. The focus slowly shifted to Zheng Hao's forehead. At this moment, a message popped up on Zheng Hao's screen. "You are joining the Nightmare Organization. Once you join, your actions will be subject to its strict rules, and you are not allowed to betray the organization." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Zheng Hao said silently to himself. In an instant, it was as if Zheng Hao had absorbed the energy. A dragon pattern formed on his forehead and then slowly disappeared. When Tan Sibo saw that Zheng Hao had agreed, he was so happy he almost jumped for joy. He quickly followed suit, kneeling on one knee and saying, "I am also willing to follow you and swear never to betray you." Zhang Chun glanced at Tan Sibo and said with a smile, "Just help Zheng Hao complete the task I assigned you." Zhang Chun wanted an elite organization composed of strong individuals, not a ragtag army that relied on sheer numbers. Tan Sibo is simply at the limit of his physical abilities. A few days ago, this level of strength would have been considered quite rare. By now, I'd say my physical limits are just passable. The awakened ones are considered excellent. Only someone with dual talents like Zheng Hao, who is also the camp leader, is a talent worth trying to recruit. Understood, I will follow the leader's instructions. Tan Sibo is a bit of a Chinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur, directly projecting himself into a TV series or anime. They even used words like instruction and teachings. "Zheng Hao, I have a task for you to do." Zhang Chun helped Zheng Hao up and said with a smile, "What are your orders?" Zheng Hao bowed respectfully and said. Zhang Chun took out the sand coconut seed, crispy fruit seed, and meat potato directly from the ring. "Find an open area in your camp and plant these things. 20 days later, the world will be partially relieved of its suppression, monsters will become stronger, and plants will mutate. As for whether these things will be affected, nobody knows. In short, your task is to plant as many of them as possible within these 20 days, and use fertilizer to speed it up." When they saw the seeds Zhang Chun had taken out, along with their descriptions, Tan Sibo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Meat like potato? A food that tastes like meat? You know, meat products are the hardest thing to get these days. If meat could be grown, how much food would that solve? Moreover, the taste experience has been elevated to a whole new level. This crispy fruit can be eaten as a fruit or vegetable. It is far rarer than meat products and can also prevent scurvy caused by a long-term monotonous diet. Needless to say, the sand coconut is a great thing. It detoxifies and quenches thirst. He truly deserves to be the leader of the organization. Just a few random items could be considered priceless treasures. They both time-traveled here 10 days ago, but the difference between them is just too great. Understood, leader. I will have the non-combatants in the camp engage in agricultural activities. Make sure to maximize the production of these foods. Zheng Hao accepted the seeds with both hands and stored them in his storage ring. This Tang sword is my old weapon. You can have it now. Zhang Chun took the Tang sword out of his spatial storage and handed it to Zheng Hao. Never wears out. Upon seeing this attribute, Zheng Hao's eyes lit up. This weapon is absolutely the best of the best. In the previous battles against the crawlers, the disadvantage was that the weapons were inadequate. It took only a few strikes for ordinary weapons to be broken by the crawling creature's tough body. Without weapons, can they kill the crawling men with their bare fists? With Zheng Hao's current strength, it's completely impossible. With this weapon, he felt much more confident when fighting the crawlers. Can I ask you about the weaknesses of the crawlers? Why doesn't it die even after I cut off its head? Zheng Hao asked. The weakness of a crawling person is their spine. Beheading them is useless. Zhang Chen said calmly. Indeed, for myself. With the hints, everything seemed to fall into place so naturally. However, for Zheng Hao and his group, dealing with the crawlers was essentially like killing a monster of a higher level. If you don't know their weaknesses, you're no match for them. The spine? It's actually the spine. Zheng Hao slapped his forehead. The most secure part of a crawling person is their back. I originally thought that, like other creatures, its back was for defense, and its chest was its weak point. Unexpectedly, its strongest point was also its weakest point. This is equivalent to saying that the turtle's shell is its weak point. This design is truly unexpected. Okay, let me demonstrate for you. Zhang Chen looked around. The surrounding buildings immediately displayed notifications. There are 325 zombies in this building, but they pose no threat to you. There are 122 zombies in this building, but they pose no threat to you. There are 56 zombies and 1 crawler in this building, but they pose no threat to you. Found it. Zhang Chen's body suddenly swelled up. He shot off in a flash. They rushed into a building in no time. A few minutes later, then Zhang Chen ran back quickly again. He was also carrying a person in his hand. No, not human. As the distance drew closer, Zheng Hao was able to see clearly. This isn't a human, nor is it a zombie. It's a living crawler. Zhang Chen grabbed it like he was catching a chick. The crawling creature's sharp claws desperately reached for Zhang Chen. However, it does not cause any harm at all. Zhang Chen's skin didn't even have a single white mark. This is terrifying power. Tan Sibo immediately knelt down in admiration. Is there really someone in the world who can grab and play with a crawling person? At this moment, Qian Jinyu led his teams 1, 2, and 3 to arrive quickly. Everyone wanted to meet this legendary strongman who had taken down 6 crawling creatures in one go. Some team members were initially skeptical. How could anyone in the world possibly kill 6 crawlers, and in an instant at that? The captains must be seeing things. However, when they arrived at the scene, when they saw Zhang Chen standing on the 3rd floor with a smile, carrying the crawler, the entire audience was immediately stunned into complete silence. Only the crawling figures struggled helplessly in Zhang Chen's hands, desperately screaming. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Sounds that used to send chills down my spine. Now listening to it, I suddenly feel quite sorry for it. Chapter 106. This is a miracle. Actually, eliminating the crawling creature is very simple. Just cut its spine. Zhang Chen pointed to the spine of the crawling man and explained in a serious tone. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone present felt a mix of emotions, a feeling that was completely indescribable. Goodness, this is really simple. Listen to what a human being says. So this guy's weakness is his spine. Now I understand. Actually, for those of us who aren't strong enough, even if we understand it, it's useless. We simply can't cut through the enemy's defenses. I'm stunned. We saw people crawling around them, but they were being held up and pointed at. Is this absolute power? I suddenly feel my legs trembling a little. Qian Jinyu and the other squad leaders were also filled with shock. Can you really teach on sight like this? How little respect do you have for those who crawl on the ground? This thing is like a grandfather to us, but it's not even a grandson to you. You can just hold it in your hand and do whatever you want with it. Come on, Zheng Hao, you give it a try. Zhang Chen stepped on the upper body of the crawling man with 1 foot. I didn't dare to use too much force. I'm afraid I might accidentally step on it and kill it. Good. Zheng Hao swung his Tang sword in a wide arc and slashed down at the back of the crawling man. Uffed. The Tang sword was embedded halfway into the crawling man's back, just a hair's breadth away from cutting into his spine. Very good. Just one more time. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he stomped down hard. It directly broke the spine of the person crawling. Then, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. A crawler, empowered by energy talent, possesses 360 energy cores. We can't let this go to waste. Zheng Hao is now a member of the organization and also possesses the ability to automatically collect data provided by this special crystal core. Therefore, if Zheng Hao killed the person, the crystal core would be automatically collected by him. Teaching is teaching, but even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Alright, that's enough for today. I have other things to do. You guys go ahead and get on with your work. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone else to react. He jumped straight off the building. Just before landing, Pang, who jumped down earlier, ended up in his multiplied state. He caught Zhang Chen steadily on his back. The man and the wolf raced off into the distance. The zombies on the road, sensing Pang's imposing presence from afar, all consciously made way for him. After Zhang Chen and Pang passed the test, it slowly closed up again. Zhang Chen was indeed in a hurry. If I hadn't arrived at this level 2 resource box in time, I'm afraid Zheng Hao and his group have already opened it up. The next target is the level 3 supply crate. We absolutely cannot let anyone get there first. Until Zhang Chen's figure disappeared behind the buildings. The crowd hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Zhang Chen's formidable strength. The crawler, just like that, died? Or was he trampled to death? Zheng Hao is an awakened one after all. Even with his full force strike, he only managed to cut it in half, and that was only with a divine weapon. And Zhang Chen just casually stomped him to death? Is this still human? It's probably far beyond the realm of human capabilities. What's even more terrifying is, the zombies on the road are actually making way for me. This is simply the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. The group exchanged glances, each with their own inner monologue, but no one spoke. After a long while, Li Bingyu, the captain of the third squad, suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed repeatedly to Zhang Chen's back. He shouted loudly, "The true God, this is the true God who guides us. God has appeared. We will surely survive to the end in this world. What are you all standing there for? Quickly kneel down and worship the true God with me." Li Bingyu was a woman who was quite superstitious about ghosts and gods even in peacetime, and she often liked to read books of this kind. I also enjoy listening to others share bizarre stories. Before I time traveled, it was fine. I just treated these things as amusing anecdotes, something to hear and forget. But now it is the end times, and many of the events happening around us are far beyond what common sense can comprehend. This includes a collective journey by people from all over the world. And this game interface is so weird, it even allows for remote trading. In addition, killing zombies yields crystal cores, which can genuinely enhance a person's strength. Li Bingyu gradually came to believe that all of this was God's arrangement. Since God can build a human world according to his will, there will naturally be another God who, following the game's pattern, will construct a new world. During her time in the post-apocalyptic world, she became increasingly convinced of the existence of God. Moreover, we came here with a mission. Now we see Zhang Chen. She immediately became certain that God truly exists. Zhang Chen is proof of God's existence. Otherwise, why would he be able to easily kill the crawlers whom everyone else couldn't do anything about? How could so many plantable food seeds be found? And they even know the weaknesses of these monsters inside and out. All of this points to one thing. That is, Zhang Chen is the incarnation of a god. He designed all of this. Only then will he truly know everything. God has come here to guide everyone on the path to survival. Therefore, everyone, including myself and Zheng Hao, belongs to the chosen ones. They will surely accomplish something extraordinary in the end times. Perhaps we are the light of humanity's future survival, the hope for the continuation of civilization. Li Bingyu genuinely believes this. Her ideas had a profound influence on the third squad she led. Upon seeing her bow like this, the other members of the team quickly followed suit and bowed down. Tan Sibo had actually witnessed Zhang Chen eliminate 6 crawling creatures without even lifting a finger, although reason told him that Zhang Chen was just a survivor with greater strength. However, given this explosive power, calling him a god is not an exaggeration. So he followed suit and began to bow as well. Seeing their captain doing this, The team members all followed suit and knelt down. Nearly half of the people on the scene immediately knelt down in worship. After a moment's thought, Zheng Hao quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. Seeing Zheng Hao in this state, the first and second squads. What if it really is a god, and can truly help me out of this predicament? It's better to believe it exists than not to believe it doesn't. There's no harm in bowing, so just do it. They also joined in the worship. Only Qian Jinyu remained. He absolutely did not believe in ghosts, gods, or supernatural forces. He simply squatted down without kneeling. And so, the true god cult was inexplicably established. Zhang Chun thus became the sole, true god worshipped by the entire sect. Chapter 107 The Power of Faith. Back at the camp, Li Yubing immediately contacted Tan Sibo to begin producing propaganda materials for the true god cult. They also found several survivors with drawing skills to help with the design. Zheng Hao stood on the third-floor terrace, silently watching everything below without saying a word. Qian Jinyu had been holding something in his heart all the way, and now he finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Old Zheng, there is no such thing as a god in this world. Although Zhang Chun is very powerful, he's just a stronger survivor. I think you should know that, right?" Zheng Hao nodded and said, "I know, I acknowledge Zhang Chun, and I also know that he is one of the stronger survivors. Didn't we lose to him a few days ago?" Qian Jinyu asked with a puzzled look. "Since you also know that Zhang Chun is just a survivor with slightly stronger abilities, why do you still allow them to promote those feudal superstitious beliefs? Isn't this ridiculous? Where did this god come from? Perhaps some unknown and powerful forces exist in this world. But this absolutely cannot be explained by ghosts or gods. Are you just going to let them run wild?" Zheng Hao smiled slightly and said, "Now that I've joined the Nightmare Organization, I'm naturally a member. From my perspective, I hope Zhang Chun is deified, so that I can also become a divine messenger or something like that." Qian Jinyu frowned and said, "These are just empty titles. What's the use?" Zheng Hao waved his hand and said mysteriously, "Old Qian, you just don't understand. These days, every night before I fall asleep, I think about, why did Zhou Jiqiang and Qi Hongyu betray me? Why would those survivors believe that there are such good things as free lunches in the world? I still haven't figured it out. Until one day, I had a dream that I became a caveman. He's leading a group of men, chasing bison with wooden sticks. I suddenly had an epiphany." Qian Jinyu was even more confused after hearing Zheng Hao's words. What did you suddenly realize? What does chasing the bison have to do with the disunity within the camp?" Zheng Hao smiled and continued, "Isn't our current living environment equivalent to that of humans in primitive society? Back then, tools and technology were not advanced. Tigers and lions were like crawling creatures in a post-apocalyptic world almost impossible to defeat. Moreover, primitive people couldn't level up through combat like we do. Their strength was basically fixed once they reached adulthood. If we can't beat them, we can't beat them, and our descendants will never be able to. But how did humans survive by sticking together for warmth back then? It's all thanks to religious faith. Each tribe has its own gods and its own totem culture. Faith has brought together people who were originally scattered, making them a kind of people. Many people are even willing to die for this belief. This is humanity's greatest power. This is precisely what we lack most." Qian Jinyu then realized what was happening. Indeed, things are better in peacetime. But then came the difficult moment. Humanity without faith is like a pile of loose sand. They had no idea why they were fighting or what the meaning of living was. But faith can point the way and even provide people with a beautiful blueprint. And the deity of this faith must be a powerful being. Zhang Chun perfectly fits this persona. I think I understand. Actually, in fact, those religions that have had a profound impact on human history all originated from people. Buddhist Shakyamuni was originally a prince of a country. Taoist Laozi, Zhao Gongming, and a series of other deities were all human beings who were later given divinity. Jesus was also a human being, and he was crucified after being betrayed by Judas. In reality, humans have always worshipped themselves, only they've deliberately given them different stories. With this religious belief, we can unite everyone. Then, by virtue of the will of the gods, We can command everyone. That's a brilliant method. Qian Jinyu clapped his hands in praise. However, he quickly frowned again and hesitantly suggested. However, this religion also needs to be properly monitored to prevent it from going to extremes. After all, our goal is to survive in the apocalypse, not to form some kind of cult. Zheng Hao smiled and patted Qian Jinyu on the shoulder, saying, "Of course, I will personally oversee the specifics. From now on, you will be in charge of managing the survivors administratively, while Li Bingyu will be in charge of their ideology. As an apostle of God, I will lead everyone to become the strongest survivor camp in the apocalypse." Having said that, Zheng Hao felt a sense of satisfaction and let out a sigh of relief. Joining this organization seems like a wise choice. Zheng Hao seemed to have already envisioned himself leading hundreds of thousands of survivors to expand their territory in a post-apocalyptic world overrun by monsters. A new dynasty has been established. On the other side, Zhang Chun and Pang ran towards the level 3 supply crate. The level 2 supply crate I just opened yielded the following. Delicious pet food 3. Tastes great, pets love it, and randomly increases pet attributes. Danger detector 1. After use, it can display the activity of zombies within a radius of 2 kilometers in real time for 24 hours. After the time is up, the item will disappear. Energy crystal 10. When crushed, has a certain probability of yielding a random number of energy cores between 0 and 999. Delicious fish canned food 30. Supremely delicious, rich in nutrients. Each can replenish a day's worth of energy and water. The food was just so-so. This energy crystal is quite interesting. It's all about looks. I can knead it and play with it when I have some free time in the evening. Buzz buzz. My watch beeped again. It was lunchtime. Zhang Qin sat on Pang's back and took out a can of delicious fish. Sigh. I really want to find a place to rest and quietly enjoy some delicious food. But there was no other way. Time was tight, and the level 3 supply crates were full of good stuff. It would be a loss if someone else took it. We can only eat on Pang's back. Sigh. This life of sleeping in the open and eating outdoors. As soon as the can of fish is opened, an extremely fresh aroma wafted out. Zhang Qin took a bite. Delicious. Pang was so tempted that he ran around drooling. Here you go. There are 3 servings of delicious pet food. You can eat them all. Zhang Chun tossed the food forward, and Pang immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Soon, all 3 portions of pet food were finished. Before long, Zhang Qin finished his meal. At this moment, the man and the wolf finally arrived near the level 3 supply crate. There was still some distance between them, but Pang suddenly stopped, raised his head, and smelled something in the air. Then, he made a teeth-baring gesture. Roar! They must have sensed danger. Zhang Qin glanced at the mini-map. Turn the corner from here, and you'll find a commercial street. The marked level 3 supply crate is inside a shopping mall building on the commercial street. Come on, let's see what you're smelling. In a flash, a long sword appeared in his hand, and at the same time, energy armor covered his entire body. I hope it's something amazing. Please don't let me down. Chapter 108 poses no threat whatsoever. Zhang Qin walked in front, with Pang's large body slowly following behind. The man and the wolf slowly turned the corner. There was a simple defensive line made of cabinets, wooden boards, and the like. Outside the defensive line, there was a group of zombies fighting over and eating several corpses. No, it's not a corpse. They were living survivors. Some people were bitten so badly their faces were unrecognizable, but they didn't die. After feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Pang, the horde of zombies reluctantly gave up the food in front of them. They slowly dispersed to both sides. Some zombies were carrying a sticky lump of flesh and blood in their hands, gnawing on it as they walked. The air was filled with a fishy, nauseating stench. Walk closer. Zhang Qinkai then discovered that the mouths of these survivors had been sewn shut, preventing them from making much noise. Some people have already begun to turn into zombies, slowly crawling away to the side. Some were still gasping for breath in pain. But what flowed from his mouth was fresh blood. The scene was extremely cruel. Killing someone is one thing, but torturing someone is another. Only someone with a deep-seated hatred or an extremely dark heart would torture others like this. The reason Erpang is baring his teeth is not because he has encountered a powerful enemy. Instead, they smelled the blood odor emanating from the living person. That's why I was alert. What's going on? It's so quiet. Have all the zombies left? Could they have finished eating? No way, they finished eating so quickly. I'll go up and check it out, and then I'll catch another unlucky guy. The boss said we need enough zombies here to prevent Arthur's people from sneaking up from here. Zhang Chun heard voices coming from the other side of the wall. Now that all languages are commonly used, it is impossible to determine the nationality of the person on the other end of the line by their voice. But look at these corpses outside the wall. There were men and women, white people, Asian people, and people with slightly darker skin, somewhat like the Nile people. A moment later, a Westerner appeared on top of the cabinet wall, holding a shotgun in his hand. He saw that all the zombies had hidden to the side. Standing below were Zhang Chun and the enormous Erpang. He screamed in fright. "There's a monster. You son of a bitch, die, you damn monster." Bang! Bang! As he spoke, he fired 2 shots at Erpang. Unfortunately, such damage was completely ineffective against Erpang's thick and tough fur. Roar! Erpang jumped up. A huge black shadow loomed over the defensive line. Immediately afterwards, Erpang's massive body crushed the wall. With a loud bang, the other person behind the wall didn't even have a chance to show their face. It was immediately crushed into a meat patty. Erpang bit the Westerner. There's no need to shake your head at all. It directly crushed all the bones in the latter's body. Zhang Chun collected data from the 2 Westerners. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 60 plus 48 energy crystal cores, 1 shotgun, 20 shotgun bullets, 1 pistol, 50 pistol bullets, and 5 storage ring fragments. There's nothing good there. It's been 10 days since the apocalypse, and 2 grown men together only have 60 crystal cores. That's incredibly weak. It seems they didn't participate in any battles. Zhang Chun turned around and collected samples from the survivors who had just died. There are also very few crystal nuclei. As expected, those who can be captured by these guys must not be particularly powerful. Someone is hacked. Someone is hacked. Someone come quick. On the roof of a 2-story building not far from the defensive line, there was also a hidden sentry. He discovered that Zhang Chun and Erpang had broken through the defenses and hurriedly shouted while sending a private message to the boss. This kind of thing can't be said in the regional chat channel. After all, even their arch-rivals, the Arthur faction, can see the information in the regional chat channel. What if he finds out that his side has been attacked and that they've been kicked while they're down? Therefore, apart from the occasional verbal battles between the 2 sides, the entire chat channel is mostly quiet. A monster is coming. Kill this monster. Fire! Fire! A group of Westerners wearing vests and covered in tattoos on their arms, chests, and necks rushed out, carrying all sorts of weapons. Their reactions were almost all remarkably consistent. They focused all their attention on Erpang. On the contrary, Zhang Chun, who was standing next to him, was ignored. Da-da-da-da. Bang. Bang. Bullets came flying in from all directions. When the blow hit Erpang's fur, it was just a soft poof, and the impact caused the fur to fray slightly. Then the bullets clattered and fell to the ground. Occasionally, stray bullets would hit Zhang Chun, with even more dramatic results. The bullet stopped before it even touched the body, and then inexplicably fell to the ground. It was as if I had hit an invisible wall. Since the bullets wouldn't harm Zhang Chun to begin with, the energy barrier didn't consume any crystal cores. Attracted by the gunfire, Erpang shouted, and then suddenly lunged at the person who had called out first on the second-floor rooftop. A short while later, a corpse with its skull shattered was thrown down. With a thud, it stuck to the ground. Erpang pounced on them one by one. One by one, these Westerners died amidst their wails. This scene looks just like something out of a monster movie. The only difference is that Erpang became a super villainous monster in the movie, while those Westerners became reckless adventurers. Screams echoed all around. Zhang Chun acted as if he couldn't see anything and walked to the front of a shopping mall whose main entrance was firmly sealed with wooden boards. This is it. Zhang Chun stared at the building for a moment, and soon, a notification appeared. There's a level 3 supply crate here, and a megatank next to it, but it poses no threat to you. Good grief. Even giant tanks don't pose any threat anymore? Zhang Chen slowly walked to the entrance of the mall and gently pulled it open. The nailed wooden planks were ripped off as easily as if they were dry leaves. Bang! A bullet hit the gate. Don't open this door unless you want to die here. A burly Western man holding an assault rifle roared. Gurgle. He had barely finished speaking. Pang swallowed him whole. Then he turned around and gestured with his chin towards Zhang Chen. It's as if it's saying, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Then he dashed a few steps to the side and attacked the other survivors. What a thoughtful little guy. Zhang Chen pushed open the mall door and slowly walked in. Ah! A furious roar rang out. Then, the giant tank's enormous body jumped down directly from the third-floor corridor. Zhang Chen pulled out the 1,000-bone blade and leaped forward with all his might. A human and a corpse meet in midair. In a flash, the giant tank was easily split in two by the 1,000-bone blade. Zhang Chen then jumped from the crack in the middle of the giant tank's body onto the third floor. One-hit kill. Chapter 109. They were wiped out just like that? Logically speaking, Zhang Chen's strength should be far superior to that of the giant tank. However, it didn't reach the point of instantly killing a giant tank. But now, Zhang Chen has cleaved the thick-skinned giant tank in two with just a 1,000-bone blade. This only proves the immense power of the 1,000-bone blade. Moreover, the instant he faced the giant tank, Zhang Chen clearly felt a force emanating from his blade. That must be the absorption ability of the 1,000-bone blade. With one side gaining and the other losing, the gap in strength between the two sides naturally widened. Ding! Automatically collected 500 plus 400 energy cores, 80% talent bonus, 5 rapid fertilizers, 5 berserker blood, and 5 tough leather. Zhang Chen arrived at the level 3 supply crate on the third floor. Open the supply crate. In an instant, it was dazzling with golden light. Ding! Congratulations on opening the level 3 supply crate. You have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Vitality Potion 5, Rare Vitality Potion Blueprint, All Technology Blueprint 7, and Core Energy Converter 1. Vitality Potion immediately eliminates all fatigue and restores the body to a normal state upon use. Can be taken up to once a week and can be used in battle. Rare Vitality Potion Blueprint, consuming Invigorating Fruit, Energy Crystal Core 100, and Berserker Blood 2. You can craft a Vitality Potion. Complete Technology Blueprint 7. Currently, we have 27 fragments, 4, 7, and 23. Collecting them all will allow us to master all the technologies of the Blue Planet and activate the Lighthouse. Core Energy Converter. High power, noiseless, it can convert energy crystal cores into electricity to power cities or buildings. Wow, these are all good stuff. I obtained 2 talent crystals during the previous zombie horde battle. Zhang Chen used one of his talents to max out all the talents of a mid-stage awakener. With this one, I still have 2 spare talent crystals. The Vitality Potion is even more amazing. According to the rules of this world, the number of times a skill can be activated is determined by the level of fatigue. The more times you do it, the more tired your body will become. Until the very end, not only will you be unable to activate your skills, but even combat will become very difficult. However, the Vitality Potion is equivalent to instantly reviving you with full health. We can do it again. This played an immeasurable role in turning the tide of the battle. Taking it once a week is fine. But where do we get the invigorating fruit needed for this recipe? This is pretty bizarre. Even the ice condensation flower needed to make the submission potion doesn't know where it came from. Zhang Chen once exchanged 5 ice condensation flowers at the auction house. But I didn't know what it was for, and I didn't care who the seller was. Now when I want to use it, I can't find it. What a pity. Zhang Chen stored all these items in his storage ring. The storage ring now has plenty of space. All the odds and ends were put into the villa. Only items frequently dropped by zombies, or those in particularly large quantities, are placed in the ring. Great. Time to head to the next level 2 supply crate. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and jumped from the 3rd floor. Then he slowly walked out of the mall. At this point, the gunfire outside had stopped. Pang was excitedly carrying a corpse in his mouth as he walked past Zhang Chen. It worked for quite a while before stopping. The enormous body sat to one side, sticking out its tongue as it stared at Zhang Chun. Huh? What do you mean? Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment. The plaza in front of the mall was littered with corpses. It turned out that Erpang was worried that Zhang Chun would waste time searching for the bodies one by one and collecting samples. So, in a thoughtful manner, they gathered all the corpses together. It's like the mountain of corpses that formed during the previous battle against the zombie horde. Erpang, be good. Zhang Chun walked over to Erpang and reached out to pat Erpang's fluffy head. All the bodies were then collected. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 3,600 plus 2880 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 540 storage ring fragments, 20 assault rifles, 9,000 rifle bullets, for shotguns, 300 shotgun bullets, and 1 kilogram canned beef. 700. Whiskey, 200. Ham sausage 500 g. 870. Cheese 500 g. 120. Skill. Basic peeping I1. It was basically just a lot of food and drinks, nothing particularly special. This group's fighting ability was ridiculously low, resulting in the defeat of over 100 tattooed men with guns. It looks so powerful, but it only has so few crystal cores. Zhang Chun stored the food, drinks, and weapons in his storage ring. Other miscellaneous trash was simply thrown away. Only this skill remains. Basic peeping eye. It can distinguish the level of storage rings of level 6 and below, and can see the items inside storage rings of level 3 and below. Use it now. Ding. Congratulations on learning the skill, Basic peeping eye. This thing seems quite interesting. Next time, we can try it on a living person and see if it works. Let's go. Let's set off for the next level 2 supply crate. Zhang Chun waved to Erpang. The latter immediately jogged over. Zhang Chun lightly leaped onto Erpang's back and headed west. But in a dark corner around the corner, a pair of eyes were watching the man and the wolf's movements warily, until Zhang Chun and Erpang gradually disappeared from sight. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a refined-looking man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, whose body was covered in blood. The hand holding the scalpel was still trembling slightly. He was preparing to leave. Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound came from inside. Wah, wah. The sound was like a soft sob whispering in someone's ear. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but shiver. He slowly turned around. He saw a female zombie, her hands covering her face, slowly walking towards him. Mutant. Type 3 infected? The man's pupils contracted. He gripped the scalpel tightly and muttered to himself. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. I can't let them die in vain. I must live. The wailing man drew closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach the man, he suddenly dodged away. It quickly darted forward a considerable distance. Then came a few more jumps. His movements were as fast as lightning. They continued walking in the direction where Zhang Chun had disappeared. Chapter 110. The Man with the Scalpel. 1 hour ago, inside the temporary detention center at the rain camp. This detention center is actually the restroom of one of the restaurants on the commercial street. The space was small and had no windows, so there was no worry that the person locked inside would escape. Among the detainees was a refined-looking man wearing black-rimmed glasses. His name is Bai Hamlin, and he is a doctor. They were having a family dinner when they suddenly found themselves transported to a hospital full of zombies. With his mastery of human anatomy and precise techniques, Bai Hamlin used a scalpel to fight his way out for his family. And luckily, they found a bus with the car keys and escaped. During this period of the apocalypse, Bai Hamlin and his family gradually mastered the survival skills required for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. And he narrowly escaped from the horde of zombies several times. A couple of days ago, I heard by chance that there were soldiers stationed at the military base in the south who would provide assistance to the civilians of the Dragon Kingdom. After discussing it with his family, Bai Hamlin decided to drive to the military base. After all, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are very reliable. With more people, the defense is stronger. But what I didn't expect was, they were ambushed while passing through the Jinyu district. The bus was wrecked, and the whole family was kidnapped and brought here. Some Westerners can even see the contents inside the ring. He forced everyone to remove their rings before locking them in the toilet. The nightmare began from there. It's okay. We thought we'd reached a dead end so many times before. but they managed to escape in the end, so we can definitely do it this time too. By Hanlon gently comforted his wife. The elderly parents sat in the darkness, saying nothing. However, they knew very well that the probability of escaping under these circumstances was almost zero. There were at least several dozen armed Westerners outside. Regardless of their strength, with just the guns in their hands, no one has the ability to fight them. By Hanlon is the strongest in the family, possessing the ultimate physical strength. His parents and wife are all exceptionally strong. No one can withstand the damage from bullets. The wife nodded and quietly agreed, still huddled in the corner. A moment later, footsteps were heard at the door. Then, the toilet door was opened. The two powerful flashlights shone so brightly that the people inside could barely open their eyes. This Nile girl is pretty good. Let's poop her out and have some fun, the bearded Westerner said loudly. This Asian woman is fine too. Let's try her in a bit. Another bald man with dark skin leered at by Hanlon's wife and said with a grin, "All right, enough nonsense. Hurry up and help me hold this Nile woman down. She's a crazy woman. Be careful not to kill her, or it won't be fun later." The bearded man smashed the back of the head of two men who were fighting back with the butt of his gun. "This is my sister. I won't allow you to touch her." The Nile man suddenly stood up and rushed towards the bearded man. Bang! The bearded man fired a shot without hesitation. The Nile man's head was blown open with a large gash. The blood stained the wall behind them red. He fell straight down to the ground. "Don't waste them. Feed the corpses to the zombies and reinforce the defenses." The bearded man waved towards the door. There were also 4 heavily armed, tattooed men at the entrance. A man entered, grabbed the Nile man by the foot, and dragged him out. Blood was everywhere. "Brother, my brother, you bunch of lunatics, you killed my brother. God will surely punish you." The Nile woman went mad and started scratching the bearded man with her fingernails. She was too weak. Her punches and kicks were useless. Only fingernails can cause harm to the other party. Snap! Thump! The bald man next to her slapped the Nile woman hard across the face. He's at an exceptionally strong level. They used all their strength at once. The Nile woman was knocked unconscious. Half of her face immediately swelled up. "Hey, what are you doing? You're fighting like this. What are we going to do later?" The bearded man spread his hands, looking displeased. "Didn't you ask me to help subdue this crazy woman? I've done it now." The bald man replied indifferently. "What an idiot." The bearded man hoisted the Nile woman onto his shoulder and muttered as he walked away. "We've agreed that you'll go first with this woman. When it's this Asian woman's turn, I'll have to go first. I also put in a lot of effort when they were being arrested, so I can't let you always get to go first," the bald man warned. Okay, there aren't enough women this time, so we probably won't even get a turn. Whoever goes first will have the advantage." The bearded man tossed the Nile woman aside as he spoke. The bald man forced the remaining foreigners out at gunpoint. Then he slammed the door shut. The mouths of these foreigners who were taken away were sewn shut, and they could only make indistinct shouts through their throats. The stitches were accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Soon, the bald man said with a laugh, "That's good. They won't be too noisy, so they can feed the zombies without attracting too many of them. I'm such a genius. Even the boss would praise me if he knew." A moment later, another series of sounds came from outside. It's obvious without even looking what these Westerners are doing to the Nile women. The sound made by Hanlon and the others in the restroom's hearts pound. Everyone knew that the bearded man had made his move on the Nile woman. The wife will be the next. I was violated by this group of beasts. The thought of this made by Hanlon's eyes widen in fury. But there was nothing we could do. "Husband." His wife nervously reached out and tightly grasped by Hanlon's hand. It was very cold, chilling to the bone. "You'll be all right. I won't let anything happen to you." "It's all right. Nothing will happen. We will definitely get through this." "It definitely can. When we get to the military base, I'd like to eat a meal cooked by you. We will definitely survive the apocalypse." By Hanlon held his wife, repeatedly murmuring the same words. "Now, only this one shattered belief is still sustaining me." The Nile woman awoke and let out a scream. However, she will soon endure even more painful torment. No matter how much she cursed and swore, it was all in vain. The Westerners' laughter grew even more manic. It constantly pounded on the fragile hearts of Bai Hamlin's family. I don't want to become like her. His wife sobbed softly. At worst, if they come back in, we'll fight them to the death. Even if I die, I won't let them lay a finger on you, Bai Hamlin said through gritted teeth. However, this statement was not very convincing. The Nile man just now met his end. There were at least 6 men outside the door carrying guns. There are still dozens of people in the camp. There was absolutely no way they could escape alive. Not to mention who to protect. This is nothing but self-deception. Sai, now that things have come to this, I have a plan that might save us from all dying here. Bai Hamlin's father, Bai Jianjun, suddenly sighed, and then said quietly. Chapter 111, The Lonely Man. What method? Bai Hamlin's wife hurriedly asked. This method has one drawback. Only one of you and Hamlin can survive. You might think I'm selfish, but to be honest, your chances of surviving are far less than Hamlin's. After all, he was the main fighter along the way, so in terms of survival skills, he's stronger. Bai Jianjun said. This is indeed a difficult sentence to say. One is her own son, and the other is her daughter-in-law. They are both very sensible and filial, and he doesn't want to choose between them. But what can be done now? There's really nothing we can do. Can only one survive? His wife looked at Bai Hamlin with a hint of reluctance. In the dim light of the darkness, she could only make out a rough outline. But Bai Hamlin's image was already deeply imprinted in her mind. Time is limited. Make your decision quickly, Bai Jianjun urged in a low voice. Outside the door, the Nile woman's cries were growing weaker and weaker. It seems like it's about to die. Once the Nile woman died, these people will rush in and take Bai Hamlin's wife away immediately. By then, it will be too late to make any choices. I agree, let Hamlin live on in my place. My greatest wish is for you to live a good life. Tell me what method? The wife asked. Kill us, Bai Jianjun said with a cold face. The moment those words were spoken, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Do you remember that infected survivor we killed before who was about to mutate? You didn't agree to me collecting the bodies, but I did it secretly. I obtained a portion of the crystal core from his body, but I can't measure the exact percentage. But one thing is certain, it's definitely not as much as the amount he consumed during his upgrade, so it's only a portion of the crystal cores. Bai Jiangwo said calmly and quickly, I remember you said, Hamlin, that we were still 90 crystal cores away from becoming an awakened. If you kill the 3 of us, you'll definitely be able to collect 90 crystal cores. Then upgrade to an awakened one and help us get revenge. Live for us. Bai Jianjun wasn't actually sure if the 3 of them could collect 90 crystal cores. But he must say it for sure. Only in this way could Bai Hamlin make up his mind. Only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope. The whole family shouldn't have died here. Bai Hamlin's mother smiled and nodded, reaching out to stroke her son's face one last time. She remembered what Bai Hamlin looked like at every age and every stage of his life, from birth to adulthood. When I'm happy, when I'm being affectionate, when I'm angry, when I'm crying, all the way up to now, when I've started a family and built a career. Bai Hamlin was the pride of her life. Son, promise your mother you will live. You are my eternal pride. His wife also reached out and grasped Bai Hamlin's hand, forcing a smile, and said, I know Dad didn't want me to be sad. That's why he let me make my own choice. Even if I had all those crystal cores, it wouldn't matter. Only you can do it. I really wish I could cook you a meal before I die. I've been secretly practicing that braised pork recipe at home for weeks. Once the pot burned, I didn't dare tell you. I secretly bought a new one. I really want to hear you compliment me. Say the food is delicious. As his wife spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was afraid of dying, but she was even more afraid of losing Bai Hamlin. Since you're living in the apocalypse, you must take good care of yourself, the wife said with a smile. At this moment, outside the door, the Nile woman's voice had completely disappeared. All that remained was the constant clanging of the table. There was also the vulgar and offensive language of Westerners. These Westerners, having acquired special abilities, assumed that all survivors would store their belongings in their rings, so they didn't conduct thorough searches. Here, I hid it in my trouser leg, just in case. I never thought I'd actually need it today. Bai Jianjun pulled a scalpel wrapped with several layers of toilet paper from his pants. Remember, survive. From this moment on, You are not alone, but the hope of our whole family. Bai Jianjun placed the scalpel into Bai Hanlin's hand, then said with deep remorse, I'm sorry, your dad was useless. He didn't have the courage to kill himself quickly. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Bai Hanlin didn't say a word from beginning to end. It's not that he doesn't want to talk about it. Rather, reason told him that he didn't have that much time to confide and say goodbye. Every second wasted could ruin the entire plan. Those beasts outside the door wouldn't even spare a corpse. Bai Hanlin must ensure that no family members' corpses are left here to be dishonored. He must get his revenge. If he wanted to achieve this, he could only become the loneliest and most tormented survivor. In comparison, death is the easiest option. The voices of Westerners could be heard again from outside the door. This woman is too fragile. She couldn't even handle the 10th one. Gag this woman and, while she's still breathing, quickly send her to feed the zombies. I'll go and drag that Asian woman out. You guys come with me. If that man dares to resist, just kill him and feed him to the zombies. That's what the bearded man said. Actually, that old woman is quite attractive. Another Westerner chuckled lewdly. A series of rustling footsteps approached the toilet door. Open the door. The bearded man gave the order. Someone immediately came over and opened the bathroom door with a key. Here you are, little girl. It's your turn. The bearded man walked in with a smile. Suddenly I was startled, because he discovered that the room was completely empty. Fuck, what's going on? Where did everyone go? He turned around in a panic and shouted at the guards outside the door. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of fear appeared in the eyes of the two guards, because they saw one of the bearded man's eyes suddenly burst open. Tears of blood streamed down his face. Within those shriveled eyeballs, a silver scalpel seemed to be peeking out. They actually stabbed it directly into the back of the head, puncturing the eyeball. How much force does that require? Fire. Tap, tap, tap. The bullet suddenly shot out. They punched bloody holes all over the bearded man's body. The figure flashed again. The two guards clutched their necks in pain and slowly knelt down. Fresh blood flowed from between his fingers like a fountain. Something's wrong. Someone's trying to escape. A tattooed man at the door of the room yelled and rushed out. Then, a series of chaotic footsteps were heard outside the door. There need to be at least a dozen people. I can't die here. Bai Hanlin had only one thought in his mind. I absolutely cannot let my parents and wife die in vain. He carried the two corpses and threw them at the doorway. He hid in a corner, waiting for his chance to strike. However, before these people could rush in through the door, then a burst of gunfire was heard in the distance. Then chaos broke out outside. Shouts and gunshots rang out in succession. At that moment, the two guards whose throats had been slit slowly stood up. Chapter 112. The Man at the Top. Bai Hanlin nervously watched every move at the doorway. I was so tense that I felt every hair on my body was standing on end. Two ordinary zombies are nothing to fear, but there's still a group of armed men outside. I need revenge, but I also need to save my life. I used to be willing to die for my family. Now, he carries the hopes of his family. The word death must never be spoken lightly. Alive. This is Bai Hanlin's only belief now. Roar. Well. Two zombies, attracted by the gunshots outside the door, rushed out with strange cries. Bai Hanlin followed closely behind. Having zombies scout ahead and take bullets is the best thing ever. However, the moment he rushed to the door, then a huge figure suddenly jumped out. It bit off the heads of both zombies. It's a brown bear. Oh no. It's considerably larger than a brown bear, and it has a long tail. Is this a wolf? A giant wolf, much bigger than a bear. What kind of monster is this? Bai Hanlin gripped the scalpel tightly in his hand. We're ready for battle. Tap, tap, tap. Gunshots rang out from the other side. Countless bullets struck the giant wolf, yet it remained completely unharmed. Bai Hanlin quickly took a few steps back and swiftly dodged into a corner. They watched as the Westerners outside were chewed up and killed by the giant wolves. He felt both relieved and terrified. As Zhang Chun emerged from the mall, the man and the wolf gradually disappeared into the distance. Is this human able to tame monsters and possesses such formidable combat power? Bai Hanlin was deeply shocked by Zhang Chen's back view. If Zhang Chen can do that, does that mean that I can definitely achieve it through hard work? I must become as strong as this person. Only in this way can we avoid being bullied in the apocalypse and survive better. Only in this way can I live up to my family's expectations. Bai Hanlin stared at the blood-stained scalpel and silently swore. On the other side, after Zhang Chun collected all the corpses from the mountain of corpses, he immediately met the upgrade requirements. Ding! Congratulations. You have met the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade now? Upgrade now. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to the first stage of Advanced Awakener. Your physical attributes have improved significantly. The energy field surrounding your body has become much stronger. Ding! Transformation 3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been enhanced by 2 times once again. Ding! Transformation 3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been enhanced by 2 times once again. Gene Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction gained 1 talent point. Next level, Advanced Awakener Stage 2. Current upgrade progress, 0/202. 200? Zhang Chun thought he was seeing things. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed 200. But the content changed later. That was 20,002 energy crystal cores. Zhang Chun now needs 202 energy concentration crystal cores to upgrade. In the corner of the interface, it is marked Energy Cores, remaining 3,007. Energy Core. Advanced Awakened ones have a certain chance of obtaining Energy Core when killing advanced infected ones. The higher the level of the infected one, the greater the probability of obtaining Energy Core. Ding! A new talent tree has been unlocked. Direction of Gene Evolution. Pioneer 0/3 increases the drop rate of Energy Core and rare items by 33%, /66%, /100% for infected/monsters, /mutated creatures. Increases on the original basis, not increases to. Death Storm 0/1 swings the weapon in hand, melee weapon required, creating a powerful energy storm around the user. After the storm ends, the user leaps high into the air and delivers a powerful blow to the strongest or designated target, dealing 500% damage. Weakness Detection 0/1. Any normal attack and skill has a chance to deal a critical hit, resulting in an additional 100% damage. Direction of Energy Evolution. Energy Extraction 0/3. 1. Energy Core can be synthesized by consuming 1,000 energy cores. Success rate is 20%, /35%, /50%. If it fails, 0% /25%, /50% of the energy cores will be returned. Soul Burning 0/1 absorbs one's own energy crystal core or a higher level crystal core, thereby exponentially increasing one's combat power. The greater the energy absorbed, the stronger the boost. Instant Flash 0/1 instantly arrive at the location within sight. The maximum distance increases with strength. If Instant Flash cannot reach the target location, it will automatically choose to arrive at the nearest safe location, if available. Zhang Chun took a look. I currently have 2 talent crystals. In addition, there are 1 talent point each in both directions given by the recent upgrade. This means you have 3 talent points available for each route. There's not much to say about the energy evolution path. Add 1 point each to Energy Extraction, Soul Burn, and Blink. You will directly gain 3 additional skills. While Energy Extraction seems to be very helpful for upgrading, its help is ultimately limited. Even if you reach the maximum level, there's a 50% chance that 1,000 energy cores can be synthesized into a focused energy core, even if it's a 100% probability. To collect 400 energy cores, you need 400 by 1,000 energy cores, a whopping 400,000 energy crystal cores. Even if Zhang Chun killed several more waves of zombies, he still wouldn't be able to get this many crystal cores. So the purpose of this skill is simply to turn excess energy cores into valuable resources. Speaking of the fastest upgrade speed, at this stage, it's no longer the energy evolutionary path, but the genetic evolutionary path. The previous pickup bonus from the energy evolution path will definitely allow survivors who choose this path to level up faster. But now, we'll have to wait and see how the genetic evolutionary path performs. The drop rate of energy core and rare items has been doubled. This means that eliminating the same number of monsters will yield double the number of energy cores for the gene evolution path. The upgrade speed is naturally twice that of the energy evolution path. It's true what they say, fortunes really do change. However you switch, for dual talents, it's just a matter of switching your left hand for your right. Zhang Chen glanced at the Death Storm and Weakness Perception in the gene evolution route. These are all skills that increase lethality. Now there is the existence of Soul Burning. It's okay to upgrade these two skills a little later. Upgrade the Pioneer. Ding. Upgrade successful. Pioneers, March 3rd. Increases the drop rate of energy cores and rare items from infected/monsters/mutated creatures by 100%. Chapter 113 Experimental Diary. Zhang Chen spent an entire afternoon opening all the supply boxes in the Jinyu district. 2 level 2 supply crates were opened, and 3 level 1 supply crates remain. I received a total of 5 pet food, 3 basic constitution potions, 1 intermediate constitution potion, 10 beautiful simple fireworks, 1 electronic map overview of Jingzhou, and 10 a box of 50 well-preserved eggs. Intermediate physique potion. After use, it can directly raise your strength to the first stage of beginner awakener. It can only be used at the limit of physique level. Beautiful and simple fireworks. You can design your own fireworks patterns that explode in the air. Be careful. The loud explosions may attract zombies. As for the Jingzhou map overview, electronic version, and the box of 50 well-preserved eggs, there's not much to explain. It means exactly what it says. Jinyu District, Jiangnan District, and Jiangbei District all belong to Tianyang City. The military base where Zhao Lanchuan is located is also in the suburbs of Tianyang City. Tianyang City is one of the cities in Jingzhou. This mini-map expands the entire map of Jingzhou. It makes it easier to explore more distant places. After a busy afternoon, it was already dusk. Zhang Chen sat on the rooftop, staring blankly at the distant sunset. Downstairs on the street, there were scattered zombies everywhere. The regional chat channel remained as quiet as ever. Erpang has grown to the size of a Tibetan Mastiff and is grinding its teeth on the rooftop. Huge teeth were gnawing at the security door leading to the roof. The iron door, which was originally made entirely of metal, was now creaking and rattling from being chewed on. There were rows of clear teeth marks on it. At this stage, Zhang Chen's strength is already at the top level. Whether among survivors or facing the infected, Zhang Chen basically possesses overwhelming strength. However, it was at this very moment that a strong sense of emptiness inexplicably rose from the bottom of my heart. In the past, we fought for survival, for the sake of living. Having acquired the means to survive, Zhang Chen continued to strive to become strong enough to be neither threatened nor defeated. Now he has achieved all his goals. Instead, I felt a bit lonely at the top. Perhaps, I can take advantage of the fact that the infected people pose no threat to me right now. Explore more key areas to find the source of the disaster? Oh, and that laptop we got from the lab. It should contain a lot of information about the world's disasters, as well as experimental records. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the level 1 protective villa out of his spatial storage again. It stood prominently on the rooftop. Erpang, it's time to go home. Zhang Chen called out to Erpang. Woof! Erpang shouted happily. Then I heard a creaking sound. The sound of metal tearing. Then, Erpang excitedly ran towards the villa, carrying the entire metal door panel in his mouth. You've gone too far. This thing can't be put in the room, it'll scratch the floor. Zhang Chen reached out to stop him. Erpang looked disappointed. He opened his mouth and threw the door panel away. However, it soon spotted the metal protective panel outside the villa's gate, and its eyes lit up. Woof! Pick up the door panel, and don't bite it while you're sleeping tonight, understand? Zhang Chen said helplessly. Woof woof. Erpang picked up the door panel again and excitedly rushed into the villa. Fortunately, it's not stupid. It knows to tilt its head and prop the door up to enter the house. Otherwise, I wonder if there's a recipe for wolf meat soup on the show The Ultimate Chef. Back in his room, Zhang Chen immediately checked his laptop. When the villa is stored in the ring, it is treated the same as other items. They are all in a static state. Therefore, it's impossible to charge the computer during the day. Only when Zhang Chun took the villa out at night. It needs to be charged to continue. After several nights of charging, the computer's battery was fully charged. Zhang Chun turned on his computer. The Raven logo immediately appeared above, with a symbolic large bird in the background, surrounded by a circle. There also seemed to be elements of a pentagram in the symbol. Please enter researcher identification code. There really is a password. Zhang Chun stared at the password input area. After a moment, a notification popped up from the side. Researcher identification code, TB736185-3AC. Zhang Chun quickly entered the identification code into the computer. Press enter. Sizzle. The hard drive started spinning rapidly. Soon, a black background interface popped up. Zhang Chun searched through the list and quickly found an option called Experiment Log. Open the experiment log. The above is a video that is paused. The video features a beautiful female researcher with long, flowing hair and a clean-cut appearance. There is an intellectual beauty to it. The background and description of the image are bright, and you can see the lush green grass outside through the window. This is definitely not a scene from an air raid shelter. The first video was probably filmed in another laboratory. The earliest diary entry is dated May 15, 2012. The meteorite fell on May 11th. The previous bloody diary recorded the date of the pandemic as May 17th. See what you find in the video. Zhang Chun clicked play. Soon a sweet voice appeared. Ahem. My name is Su Ruina, and I am the chief researcher at Raven T325 Laboratory. I am tasked with studying the meteorite fragments. Today is the first day of the experiment. According to our tests, we found that the meteorite fragments contain a large amount of energy. How should I put it? This kind of energy is not the kind of energy we generally understand, such as oil, natural gas, or nuclear energy. The energy I just mentioned can be utilized by humans through equipment. It has nothing to do with humans themselves. But the energy in this meteorite fragment is energy that can be absorbed by living organisms. This is also the only type of energy that humans have discovered so far, besides carbohydrates, that can be directly utilized by living organisms. Take a look at my first test subject, Little White. I injected a nanogram of meteorite dust into its body. That's only 1/billionth of a gram of meteorite dust. After all, this kind of bioenergy is the first time that humans have discovered it. So we must be careful to prevent it from turning into a giant monster and killing us all. Su Ruina was clearly joking when she said her last sentence. Her tone and expression were relaxed, completely unaware of the terrible things that were about to happen. Su Ruina sat in the chair and casually operated the controls a few times. The scene quickly switched to the cage where Experiment 1 was located. But the camera lens was completely black, and nothing could be seen. Is it broken? Hey lab team, go check out cage number 1 and see what happened. Su Ruina said. Okay, got it. Not long after the other party finished speaking. Suddenly, a gasp came from the communicator. Chapter 114, The Origin of Energy Crystal Cores. What's wrong? What happened? Su Ruina quickly asked. But no reply was received. Immediately afterwards, alarms went off throughout the entire laboratory. Alarm. A biological leak has occurred in the first observation room. Emergency response is underway. Please wait inside the room. In 30 seconds, any life appearing in the corridor will be considered a threat and will be completely eliminated. The machine's warning sound repeated 3 times. Then the room's doors and windows began to slowly close. A metal plate blocked all the entrances and exits. The video feed immediately went completely black. Zhang Chun fast-forwarded through the video. The video resumed displaying after about a minute. Su Ruina sat in her seat, her face pale. The scene then switched to the observation area of Laboratory 1. There used to be experimental cages for 20 white mice here. Now all the cages have been destroyed. It was as if something had used tremendous force to completely destroy the iron mesh from the outside. Some flesh and blood still remained on the net. On the floor of the observation room lay a gigantic creature, as tall as a person. Judging from its detailed features, it appears to be a mutated rat. That's right, this is subject number 1. The energy contained in a single nanogram of meteorite has turned a small mouse into this grotesque creature. If we let it continue to impact the ecology of Planet Blue, no one knows what the final outcome will be. I need to dissect the giant rat's carcass, hoping to find out from its internal structure how meteorite energy affects living organisms. That concludes the first video. The doubling state of this mouse is almost identical to that of her pang. However, the doubling rate of the mice was many times greater than that of the 2P. Furthermore, the mice also exhibited cannibalistic behavior. The root cause of this catastrophic disaster must be that meteorite. Perhaps destroying the meteorite will allow the world to gradually return to its original state. But these are all Zhang Chen's guesses. He's not entirely sure himself. Let's not even talk about whether meteorites can be destroyed. After so long, it's uncertain whether the meteorite will still be in the same location. Zhang Chen then played the next video. This video was filmed on the second day. Su Ruina looked haggard, as if she hadn't slept all night. His forehead was covered in sweat, with a few strands of hair clinging to it. All physiological functions are normal. Muscle and bone density have increased significantly. Incisors and molars have fallen out, and sharp canines have grown in. They are highly aggressive, especially towards their own kind. So far, none of their kind have survived being bitten, and the long-term impact cannot be assessed. Blood and hair contain a large amount of bioenergy. It seems the meteorite's energy combined with the living organism itself and created even more energy bodies. But this violates the law of conservation of energy. I can't explain why either. But during the autopsy, I found a green crystal inside the giant rat. I believe the secret lies within this crystal core. I've already had the equipment analyze the composition of the crystals. It will take 6 hours to get the results. I need to go to sleep for a while. I'm so sleepy. After Su Ruina finished speaking, she turned off the video. Energy Crystal Core. The moment Zhang Chen saw the green crystal, he called out its name. This thing is exactly the same as the Energy Crystal Core, extracted from zombies. Sure enough, creatures infected by meteorite energy will develop energy crystal cores within their bodies. All the clues point to a meteorite. And luckily, Zhang Chen obtained a map of the meteorite's impact point from Yasuji, a meticulously preserved map. Zhang Chen checked the latitude and longitude coordinates on the map. I also checked the latitude and longitude coordinates of the entire Jingzhou region that are currently available for preview. Unfortunately, it is not within the territory of Jingzhou. However, by observing the changing trends of latitude and longitude within Jingzhou, one can roughly deduce the location of the meteorite impact marked on the map. It should be in the northwest direction of Shannon City, a city in western Jingzhou. Based on the map scale, the distance is estimated to be approximately 50-80 kilometers. We should go there before the 30th day arrives. Perhaps we'll make some new discoveries. Zhang Chen continued playing the third video. This video explains the composition of the energy crystal nucleus from a chemical and biological perspective. The complex names and ridiculously long molecular formulas contained purely theoretical content gave Zhang Chen a headache. People who have studied biochemistry or organic chemistry may understand some of these things. I flipped through 4 or 5 more videos. All of them are research and analysis on energy crystal nuclei. It wasn't until the 6th video, when Su Ruina gave a preliminary summary of the research results, that things started to get interesting. Zhang Chen finally understood some of what was being said. Based on my research, I speculate. Note, it's just speculation. All the evidence points to this, but I don't have any direct experiments to prove my point. Meteorite energy can resonate with living organisms, thus enabling rapid energy replication. I've named this green crystal the energy crystal core. This thing can form within a living organism and gradually grow, from a simple change in energy content to a qualitative leap. As for where its energy comes from and how it grows, I have no way of knowing. Its existence has broken the constraints of the law of conservation of energy and shattered the rules of existing physics. Since it exists, that means it's very likely that all our theorems and laws are wrong. At this point, Su Ruina rested her hands on the table in frustration. To negate the law of conservation of energy, the most fundamental, basic, and pillar-like principle in physics, based on a single example. Suruina felt that her words were somewhat exaggerated. Because once this law is broken, then all the physical rules of reality will be reshaped. That's the scariest part. This is tantamount to directly negating the vast majority of achievements in the field of physics. Enough of that. I need to get started on the second phase of the experiments. Currently, some laboratories have surpassed us in research progress. They have discovered that meteorite energy can even attach to viruses and bacteria, and have even found virus samples naturally attached to meteorite energy. This is probably not good news for humanity, which also means I need to take countermeasures in advance. The pace of animal testing must be accelerated significantly. Chapter 115, Suruina's Entrustment. The following videos are all experimental records. The video includes a summary of the experimental results. The label shows the experimental subject number, the reagent number, and the experimental results. Almost all of the videos had a failed label on them. Zhang Chun randomly picked a few videos to watch. Suruina did not provide any explanation throughout the entire process. It's just a cold, impersonal recording of experimental footage and data. The video shows mice dying in various ways. It exploded and died, bleeding from all 7 orifices, eventually turning into a withered, shriveled skin that grew into a deformed monster. The most outrageous one was someone eating their own food. In short, there are all sorts of ways to die. Some of the scenes were truly disgusting. Zhang Chun quickly skimmed through the videos, flipping through a few pages. On June 15th, the experiment made new progress. In just 1 month, Suruina looked much thinner than when she first filmed the video, and her eyes had gradually dimmed. The look of excitement in their eyes, like when they first encountered this amazing energy, was gone. The virus infected by the meteorite's energy has begun to rapidly evolve. Viruses have a shorter lifespan than animals, which means they can iterate several times in a short period of time. With each division and iteration, new mutations are generated. The faster the mutations occur, the faster the evolutionary species that adapt to the environment emerge. In short, they are evolving at an extremely rapid pace, and the health authorities must find a way to stop the spread of the virus. Otherwise, they will integrate more genes in the human body, which will have irreversible effects on humans and other organisms. A laboratory has already successfully revived a dead mouse using a virus that carries bioenergy. But mice aren't humans. We can't tell if it's truly alive or just an empty shell. June 20th. Tengxiang Kingdom is building a high wall, and it will be completed soon. I'm afraid they've already sensed something ominous. Furthermore, Tengxiang country's virus prevention and control work is also the best. The most shocking news I heard today is that leaders of many countries have decided to pursue herd immunity. How stupid. I know they're trying to use this to get rid of the poor who can't pay taxes and the elderly who are living on pensions and health insurance. But the virus will obtain enough human genetic information from these people and thus evolve rapidly in a direction that humans cannot resist. These politicians, for the sake of their political achievements and to protect the interests of big capital, are actually gambling with the future of humanity. They're absolutely insane. And I heard, the lab where the bioenergy-attached virus was first discovered was blown up. The official reason given is that the fire was caused by improper operation by the experimenter, which ultimately led to the explosion. A laboratory like ours could catch fire? That's just fooling the ignorant masses. I have a feeling they're hiding something. July 10th. The worst fears have come true. One country actually launched a nuclear strike against the meteorite. Don't they have any scientists in their country? Can't anyone explain to him that nuclear strikes aren't a panacea? Using energy to eliminate energy? That's like starting a fire to cool down hot water. No one of sound mind would do such a thing. Now, countries around the world are shifting blame, and war has broken out. Those are secondary. The meteorite debris has already entered the stratosphere, and it's a large amount of dust and debris. I'm afraid the ecosystem of planet water will undergo drastic changes. But my research still hasn't made any progress. August 12th. As expected, the resurrected mice were just shells. Humans who were infected and died were also resurrected and turned into man-eating monsters. The military has stated that these monsters will be suppressed soon. But Su Ruina then changed the scene. The camera focuses on an observation room. It has thick tempered glass on the outside. There was a mutated rat the size of a puppy inside. It has long claws and a small body. It can easily climb and jump on smooth glass surfaces. And it's extremely fast. A short while later, a piece of raw meat was put in. Upon seeing the raw meat, the mutated rat excitedly rushed over and began to chew it voraciously. Just then, a dark gun barrel appeared in the observation port on the other side. Bang! The bullet struck the mutated rat hard. The enormous impact knocked it to the ground. But it shook itself, immediately stood up again, and pounced towards the gun barrel with lightning speed. The observation port is now closed. The surface was covered with claw marks of varying depths. See that? The mutated rats aren't afraid of bullets at all. If the infected animals were ferocious beasts like tigers, lions, or brown bears, I'm afraid even artillery shells might not be able to kill them easily. Therefore, I have doubts about what the military is saying. Similarly, I am also conducting a private, secret experiment. Su Ruina suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, I have a feeling that human technological weapons will soon lose their advantage against these creatures imbued with energy. A new era of reshuffling of the biosphere has begun, and the gunpowder age is declining. The only ones who can truly defeat mutated creatures are ourselves. As long as we can induce mutations within ourselves and consciously utilize this bioenergy. Only in this new environment will humans be able to re-establish their dominance at the top of the food chain. As Su Ruina finished speaking, she took out a tube of blue reagent. This is a symbiotic potion I designed that allows people to retain a portion of their consciousness even when infected by the bioenergy of meteorites. I hope I'll never need it. September 3rd. Su Ruina is thinner than before, but a light appeared in his eyes. In the background of the video, a muffled sound, like thunder, can be faintly heard. The equipment in the laboratory was also shaking constantly. We need to evacuate. The lab is surrounded by zombies. We must evacuate in 5 minutes. Tianyang City hasn't fallen yet. They've established a defensive line there. Our lab will be there to carry out follow-up work. I hope I still have the chance to change the fate of humanity. If anything happens to me, whoever discovers my video, please be sure to return to my lab and activate the experimental subject in Module 7. She may very well be humanity's last hope. Then, Su Ruina turned the camera around. A tank resembling an escape pod from a science fiction movie was photographed, with a large 7 written on the metal part. Next to the metal can, there is a silver vessel with a glass section through which a red liquid is visible. This thing looks familiar. The end of Chapter 116 video. This familiar-looking thing seems to be an unidentified, sealed potion. When Zhang Chun killed Yusuji, the well-sealed, unknown potion that dropped looked just like this. Zhang Chun quickly took the potion out of his ring. I compared it with the medicine in the video. It has a silver exterior, is about the size of a thermos, and displays a red liquid on one side of the glass. They are exactly the same. The previous prompt also showed awakening potion, used to awaken creatures dormant under the influence of sleeping potion. I used to think that statement was nonsense. It still seems like nonsense. But now we know where this medicine is used. But what exactly is inside this hibernation pod number 7? Judging from the size, the contents inside probably aren't very large. It's just the right size for an adult to lie down in. Could it be a person? Did Su Ruina conduct experiments on living people? And it achieved excellent results? But, according to the video, the zombie horde has already besieged the laboratory. If the experiment has been successful, why not release them immediately to deal with the zombie horde? Putting everything else aside, with Zhang Chen's current strength, eliminating a wave of zombies is still within his capabilities. Is such an important experimental product not as powerful as Zhang Chen? Some doubts have just been cleared up. Now there are even more problems. Zhang Chun continued scrolling through the videos, hoping to find the answers to these questions. Zhang Chun recognized the background of the next video. There are no windows on any of the 4 sides, and there is also a large glass observation room. It is obvious that Su Ruina's laboratory has been moved to the air raid shelter below Tianyang University. There were some staff members busy behind them. Because of limited laboratory space, it was impossible to provide Su Ruina with a separate office. In this situation, Su Ruina became noticeably more cautious in her speech, and her tone became more formal. The experimental equipment here is very rudimentary, but we are still conducting experiments on bioenergy control. The bad news is, bioenergy has now spread globally, affecting not only zombies but also many plants and insects. The good news is that the infectivity of the bioenergy infection virus has decreased, and it can only be transmitted through bodily fluids, which has given the survivors a temporary sigh of relief. We have developed 3 drugs that allow the human body to readily absorb bioenergy. After the injection, your physical strength will be greatly enhanced. We've named them Basic Constitution Potion, Intermediate Constitution Potion, and Advanced Constitution Potion. Currently, the Basic Constitution Medication and Intermediate Constitution Medication have completed clinical trials. The soldiers' combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced, and the balance of war seems to be tilting in humanity's favor. The Advanced Constitution Potion is currently unstable, but our research and development progress has fallen far behind the rate of biological mutation. The further we go in the research, the more energy meteorites we will need. If I could obtain the meteorite core, I might be able to create a god-like being. I believe, at most, a nuclear bomb will destroy the mutated creatures near the meteorite, but it will definitely not destroy the meteorite's core. It's a pity that we can't even leave the air raid shelter now, let alone go to the meteorite impact site to search for the meteorite core. Some of the later video files are corrupted and cannot be played. Zhang Chun could only barely watch the videos that were still playable, and through his own analysis, he pieced together the logic of these videos. The subsequent content mainly revolves around Su Ruina's research and development of an advanced constitution potion, and her continuous experimentation. Later on, they even used survivors for experiments. Su Ruina's expression went from hopeful to desperate, and finally to somewhat manic. She wants to save all of humanity and restore them to their dominant position at the top of the food chain in a new ecosystem. But the more anxious she became, the slower her progress became. In addition, the laboratory in the air raid shelter was poorly equipped and lacked supplies. The experiment had to be interrupted in the end. The last video is intact. The date is November 7th. Su Ruina's eyes were red, as if she had been staying up for several nights. Her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even have time to comb it. The urgent alarm sounded again in the background of the video. The lights in the lab were flickering, making it feel like they might go out at any moment. She calmly tucked her hair back a few times, then took out her few cosmetics and did a simple face makeup to make herself look a little better. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, "Today is probably our end, but hopefully not the end of all humanity. The mutated burrowing worms have breached the underground concrete defenses and could emerge from anywhere at any time. The entire world has transformed into a new ecosystem. If humanity doesn't evolve, it truly has no chance of survival. This is a newly formulated advanced constitution potion. I hope it will be effective." As Su Ruina spoke, she slowly injected a tube of blue liquid into her body. Then, she took out a red string and tied it around her wrist. "I hope my experiment will be successful. This is my last effort to serve humanity." At this point, she slowly turned around. He bowed deeply to the researchers behind him. Then he said, "Thank you all for your continued support and cooperation. Our experiment ends here. It is the honor of my life to work with you all." Su Ruina had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a purple vein bulged out on my arm. The purple blood vessels extended upwards along the arm, eventually reaching the carotid artery. Then came half a face. Su Ruina turned her head with difficulty to glance at the video. Then the screen went black. "This is the last video. Red string? Could it be the one who was wailing?" Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. I felt that the person who was wailing was a bit strange. Surprisingly, it didn't attack me at all. It seems they even followed me there later. It was actually Su Ruina? Does she still retain a part of her human consciousness? Just then, suddenly, a mournful cry, plaintive and plaintive, came from outside the window. "Wah, wah." Erpang immediately stood up alertly and shook his head. He looked out the window with a wary expression. Following Erpang's gaze, Zhang Chun saw, under the moonlight, a long-haired person weeps, covering their face with their hands. I stood silently on the edge of the rooftop. A faded red string was tied around her wrist. Chapter 117 Departure. In search of the truth of the world. This zombie no? This person is actually Su Ruina? Zhang Chun could hardly believe it. If it weren't for the red string tied around her left wrist in the video. Moreover, this red rope is in the same spot on the left wrist of the person wailing before us. It's likely that Zhang Chun is already preparing to go out and fight monsters. Perhaps Su Ruina was worried that her medicine would fail and not achieve the desired effect. That's why a red string was tied on beforehand. In this way, if someone sees the video, they will at least know that the person wailing in front of them not only has no malicious intent, but may even possess some human consciousness. However, her soul was sealed inside this terrifying body. It's just that I can't express it. Erpang seemed to sense that the wailing person opposite him meant no harm. He didn't bare his teeth, he just stared at her curiously. Zhang Chun opened the villa door and let Erpang out. Even if what's in front of you is just an ordinary person wailing, it poses no threat to Zhang Chun. Moreover, if there really is a threat, just look at the iron plates and tempered glass of the villa. It was also no match for the attacks of those who were wailing. Don't damage the villa anymore. I've seen the videos on your laptop. I know your name is Su Ruina. You followed me all the way from Jiangbei to here. Is it because you have something to tell me? Zhang Chun tried his best to make his voice soft and slow, to make it easier for the other party to understand. Wah. Su Ruina covered her face, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. It looked just like she was really crying. Is there any way to turn you back into a human, or to make you speak? Zhang Chun continued to ask. Wah. Su Ruina slowly raised her right index finger. It's clear that this is an extremely simple action for ordinary people. For Su Ruina, it almost exhausted all her strength. But, even so, Zhang Chun really couldn't understand what she meant. Raise your index finger? This information is pitifully little. Is it indicating directions? Zhang Chun looked in the direction her index finger might be pointing. I didn't see any particularly interesting buildings. And even if there really is something important in this direction, given the vastness of the blue planet and the countless towns, finding this thing is like finding a needle in a haystack. I don't quite understand. Can you shake your head or nod? Zhang Chun turned his head as he spoke. Su Ruina took 2 steps back and then fell directly from the rooftop. Zhang Chun quickly leaned over to check. Just as Su Ruina was halfway down, she suddenly lifted her leg and stomped on the floor. Using the momentum of his fall, he quickly bounced sideways. It's like it can fly. Using the acceleration of the fall, he jumped and ran to a position more than 50 meters away from the building. She suddenly swung her sharp claws. In an instant, 2 zombies were cut into pieces, their flesh scattered all over the ground. Then, Su Ruina sprinted away again, gradually disappearing from sight. A few minutes later, a high-pitched shriek, unique to those who wail, echoed from afar. Zombies are most active at night and have more acute senses. The zombies surrounding the building seemed to have heard a summons. They rushed frantically toward the direction of the screams. It was another noisy night. Zhang Chun shook his head helplessly. Su Ruina couldn't control her body. They become completely unable to communicate with themselves. He himself was even less likely to understand what she was trying to express. Right now, the only option is to visit Su Ruina's old lab. That's where Su Ruina first developed the prototype of the constitution-enhancing drug. Perhaps she prepared a restoration potion. Also, find out what exactly is the hope for the humans lying in hibernation pod number 7. Zhang Chun beckoned Erpang back to the villa. I had a good, restful sleep. The next day, Zhang Chun and Erpang set off for their target city. In the video where Su Ruina explained the situation regarding the number 7 hibernation pod during her evacuation, she specifically provided the address. Shannon City, Cypress Street, the 7th basement level of Shannon Central Hospital. The entire Raven Lab is hidden beneath the hospital. Moreover, Shannon City is only a few dozen kilometers away from the meteorite impact site. After visiting Shannon City, we went directly to the meteorite impact site. Perhaps there will be some new discoveries. Zhang Chun remembered that Su Ruina mentioned the meteorite core in her video. It is said to be the key to the entire source of biological energy. Perhaps finding this thing will lead to finding a way to bring Su Ruina back to her senses. So maybe it's possible to end the apocalypse? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's spirits lifted. He opened the mini-map and studied the route. We are currently in Tianyang City, which is about 200 kilometers away from Shannon City. If you take the highway, it should take 2 or 3 hours if all goes well. Set off. For such a long journey, we need to find a sturdy car to drive. Armored mechs are definitely not an option. This thing is for high-burst combat and rapid movement. Flying 200 kilometers? It's estimated that there isn't enough fuel in the rocket's ejectors. Even if it's just enough to cover 200 kilometers, Zhang Chun can't bear to give it up. No matter how strong I am now, I haven't reached the point where I can fly. The armed mech was the only vehicle that allowed Zhang Chun to fly. We should cherish it. Su Ruina lured away all the zombies in the vicinity. Zhang Chun had no choice but to walk 2 blocks. Then they left her paying at the intersection. With this guy around, luring monsters is really inconvenient. No matter how much noise Zhang Chun makes, the zombies wouldn't even glance in our direction. Zhang Chun was getting further and further away from her pang. The surrounding zombies also became bolder. With a strange cry, it charged towards Zhang Chun, oblivious to its own mortality. However, when they were about 10 centimeters away from Zhang Chun, they were suddenly stopped by the impact. It was as if an invisible wall of air was blocking them out. These zombies, with their faces covered in purple veins and mouths smeared with filthy blood, swayed back and forth in front of Zhang Chun. It was somewhat disgusting to watch. However, we cannot deal with them yet. That's far too little. Zhang Chun took out his pistol and blew the head off a zombie. Bang! The zombie then turned into a cloud of mist. More and more zombies rushed out from the surrounding buildings. Awoo! In an instant, Zhang Chun was completely surrounded. Chapter 1:18 Bioenergy Rainstorm arrives. Bang! Zhang Chun fired another shot, taking down another zombie. 2 gunshots rang out. Hundreds of zombies had already gathered around Zhang Chun. Crystal nucleus resonance. Zhang Chun's arms trembled slightly. A powerful shockwave suddenly exploded outwards. A vacuum zone was instantly created around Zhang Chun. As the surrounding zombies surged forward, Zhang Chun activated Crystal Core Resonance. Once again. Repeat several times. The surrounding zombies have been completely cleared away. Ding. Automatic resource gathering yielded 140 plus 112 energy cores, 80% talent bonus, 435 mutated fertilizer, 230 clean cloth, 75 bloodstained key, 23 bloodstained car key, 3 damaged briefcase. Zhang Chun no longer has a high demand for the bloodstained key. Previously, due to weak combat capabilities, they could only collect food from residents' homes. Although food was scarce, there were also few zombies. Now Zhang Chun is running rampant in the apocalypse, casually sweeping through supermarkets and collecting supplies from hundreds or even thousands of households. Zhang Chun put away the stackable items such as crystal cores, fertilizer, and cloth. Then focus your attention on the bloodstained car keys. This is the key to a red convertible sports car. This is the key to a white minivan. This is a motorcycle key. This is the key to a red pickup truck. Pickup truck? Upon seeing this information, Zhang Chun's eyes lit up. Sports cars and motorcycles. It is completely unsuitable for the extremely poor road conditions of the post-apocalyptic world. On the contrary, pickup trucks, at least in terms of power and sturdiness, are not a big problem. Following the instructions, Zhang Chun searched along the roadside for a while. Sure enough, a red Raptor was spotted. This is it. Zhang Chun sat in the driver's seat, and Erpang sat in the passenger seat as they headed towards Shannon City. 2 fat men were sitting in the car, keeping watch. The zombies along the way once again activated their automatic evasion mode. And no matter how fast the car is going, these zombies all guarantee to clear a clean path in advance. Without zombies causing trouble, simply avoiding the haphazardly parked cars on the road is much simpler. Sometimes there are major traffic jams. Zhang Chun got out of the car and, together with Erpang, cleared the road. In the past, when we lacked the strength, We had to push the cars aside one by one with our bare hands. Zhang Chun has now mastered a little trick. He jumped directly to the 50-meter mark of the traffic jam and stopped, then called out to Erpang. This little guy will rush into the traffic and instantly multiply. The increased force sent the cars on both sides flying to one side. Then Erpang, wriggling his massive body, happily charged toward Zhang Chun. This is how they managed to clear a lane. This trick always works. And Erpang was very happy too. Following the directions on the mini-map, Zhang Chun quickly arrived at the highway entrance in Tianyang City. Here you can still see the remnants of the army's breached defenses. There were many suitcases, backpacks, and similar items left on the ground. This indicates that Tianyang City was already under martial law before the disaster occurred. The Raptor floored the accelerator and sped onto the highway. Sure enough, there were hardly any cars on the highway. Smooth and unobstructed journey. Zhang Chun was in a great mood. There were no zombies or vehicles on the road. Just look at the scenery around the speed of light. It's just as pleasant as driving around the world as you would in your own backyard. Erpang was sticking his head out of the car window, looking curiously at the outside world. Let's listen to a song. Zhang Chun pressed it casually. Soon, upbeat and energetic music filled the car. Although the two worlds have highly similar cultures and technological developments. However, it's extremely difficult for music to resemble someone else's voice. Therefore, the music played here is of a different style. The music was very different from the music Zhang Chun had heard from Earth. But it sounds great too. Zhang Chun tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel to the rhythm of the music. A 3-lane highway. Zhang Chun was driving along the line between the first and second lanes. Sometimes they would even drive onto the emergency lane, suddenly accelerate, and speed along. Suddenly, Erpang pulled his head back from the window and barked twice at the sky. Woof woof. Immediately afterwards, a muffled rumble of thunder came from afar. The car windows rattled from the impact. Rumble. Even the rockets fired by armed mechs have never made such a loud noise. Zhang Chun then noticed. A dark cloud appeared in the distance. Lightning flashed faintly through the clouds. Every now and then, lightning would suddenly strike down from the dark clouds. A tremendous thunderclap was heard. It's going to rain. Zhang Chun muttered to himself. At the same time, a notification popped up next to the dark cloud. A powerful bioenergy rain is approaching, and the bioenergy containing bacteria will cause corrosive damage to survivors, metal, and buildings. Rain is expected to begin in 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 18 seconds. Then, the countdown remained next to the dark clouds. Just look up and you'll see the countdown timer slowly ticking away. Looks like we need to find somewhere to take shelter from the rain. Zhang Chun muttered to himself. After this rain, cars on the streets of nearby cities will probably be unusable. Therefore, this Raptor is particularly valuable. We absolutely must find an underground parking lot. Moreover, villas cannot be summoned, so people can only seek shelter from the rain in some roadside buildings. Zhang Chun opened the mini-map. The city of Jianghe is 30 kilometers ahead. There must be underground parking lots in the city. Let's go here. The further away from Tianyang City you are, the more vehicles there are on the road. Zhang Chun had no choice but to reduce his speed to 80 kilometers per hour and continue driving. Upon entering Jianghe City, Zhang Chun drove directly into the underground parking lot of a furniture mall. Zhang Chun had already set his sights on this spot. Nobody knows how long this rain will last. The furniture store has beds where you can lie down and rest for a while. The Raptor slowly came to a stop in the underground parking lot. Before Zhang Chun could even get out of the car, then 3 or 4 tall Westerners walked over with wary expressions. They were all carrying axes, long knives, and similar weapons. Another Westerner? Zhang Chun used his eye of insight to examine the other party. The level is completely indistinguishable. That's right, I'm already at the Advanced Awaken 1 stage. Only intermediate awakeners at stage 1 can be identified by themselves. Just by looking at their weapons, you can tell they're not strong individuals and pose no threat to you. All I heard was a quiet voice from the other end. I just used my eye of insight, but I can't tell the level. This guy should be below the strong rank. He poses no threat to us. Chapter 119 Isaacson. Basic Eye of Insight allows you to intuitively see the strength level of your opponent. Effective range, 3 levels above and below your own strength level. It wasn't a rare skill to begin with, but now it's practically commonplace. I reckon we'll see more Intermediate Eye of Insight or Advanced Eye of Insight drops in the future. It's similar to the difference between a basic Constitution potion and an intermediate Constitution potion. Zhang Chen's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Although he couldn't see the other person's level, Zhang Chun could still sense it intuitively. The people present probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The person who just spoke is named Bazel, currently at the level 2 of a beginner awakener, specializing in energy evolution, and has just learned the focused energy strike technique. He watched as his palm unleashed powerful energy waves. This damage is even greater than the power of a gun. His mindset had already inflated to an unbelievable level. As of now, he had never seen anyone stronger than himself. This made him extremely arrogant about his abilities. Therefore, he made a judgment the moment he observed Zhang Chun with his Eye of Insight. Zhang Chun is either a mid-level awakener of level 2 or higher, or an exceptionally strong individual or below. Bazel didn't believe there could be a survivor who was more than 3 levels higher than him. He only discovered this after he became an awakened. The number of energy cores required for each upgrade is actually equivalent to the total number of energy cores consumed by all previous upgrades. The difficulty of upgrading increases dramatically. In other words, the higher the upgrade level, the more crystal cores are needed, and the greater the difficulty becomes. In fact, this mechanism ensures that most survivors will eventually remain at a certain level of strength. It won't cause a significant gap in combat power. Therefore, the probability that Zhang Chun is at least a mid-level awakened individual at stage 2. Even using logical analysis, the probability is negligible. After a moment's thought, Bazel confirmed that Zhang Chun was indeed a survivor from the stronger tier. It poses no threat to me whatsoever. The person next to Bazel is his older brother, Isaac, who is at the physical limit level. Isaac nodded in relief after hearing what Bazel said, and his wariness of Zhang Chun lessened considerably. He extended his hand to Zhang Chun and said, "We've cleared all the zombies from the mall, so you can check in without worry. Of course, no outsider can enjoy such a high level of security for free. You will need to pay an overnight fee of 1 crystal core. I can provide you with a bed so you can get some rest." Good heavens, there are still people doing business in the apocalypse. And they've turned the furniture store into a hotel? Before Zhang Chun could answer, Isaac pointed to the side and said excitedly, "Of course, if you have the funds, you can contribute 10 crystal cores. We can arrange a comfortable double bed for you, and there will be a beautiful woman to keep you company overnight, so you won't be bored all day." Following the direction Isaac was pointing, Zhang Chun saw a row of Western women with smoky eye makeup standing by the wall, wearing low-cut tops, short skirts, and fishnet stockings. They were smoking and chatting in 2s and 3s. It was shrouded in smoke. Occasionally, someone would glance at Zhang Chun and stick out their tongue to lick their lips. It seems like she's trying to seduce him. Eek! These women were completely out of Zhang Chun's liking. I am truly not worthy of enjoying it. Seeing that Zhang Chun didn't speak, Isaac assumed that he thought 10 crystal cores were a bit expensive, so he quickly tried to persuade him further. 10 crystal cores not only allow you to enjoy a luxurious bed and beautiful women accompanying you. See that guy next to me? His name is Bazel. He's my brother, and he's really strong. With him around, zombies would never dare to come near. Furthermore, we have very strict rules here to absolutely protect the safety and privacy of our guests. We are honest business people who make money through integrity, not by robbing and plundering. So you can feel completely at ease staying with us." Whoosh! Isaac had barely finished speaking. A torrential downpour began outside the building. Rumble! Another deafening clap of thunder followed. The countdown is over. The bioenergy storm is coming. Isaac immediately seized the opportunity and said, "I'm sorry, due to the weather, our accommodation fees have increased. It's now 2 crystal cores per night. However, the good news is that we have a special offer. The price of a deluxe king room remains unchanged at 10 crystal cores." Zhang Chun took out 10 crystal cores, handed them to Isaac, and said, "You said you would guarantee safety, and I hope you will keep your word. As for so-called beauties, we don't need them." Isaac happily put the 10 crystal cores into his ring. Then, with a knowing look on his face, whispered, "It's okay if you don't like women. We have men here too. If you think Bazel is good, you might want to add 10 more crystal cores." Zhang Chun took out 5 crystal cores and stuffed them into Isaac's hand, coldly saying, "Get lost, leave me alone." Isaac was the type to be excited about crystal cores. Even though Zhang Chun swore, he remained unangry. He said with a smile from the side, "I promise I won't bother you, don't worry. I'll have someone arrange the best king-size bed for you. If you change your mind, you can always find me. I'm on the 2nd basement level. Of course, someone will guide you upstairs." It wasn't until Zhang Chun entered the elevator. Isaac continued to watch Zhang Chun's retreating figure with a smile on his face. In the past, during peacetime, he was a pimp. This expression and obsequious way of speaking have become ingrained habits, and I can't change them now. The most surprising thing is, surprisingly, Isaac managed to have no shortage of supplies in the post-apocalyptic world by running his old business. She also trained her younger brother to become a strong cultivator at the 2nd stage of the initial awakening realm. It seems that loving what you do is really important. The elevator went directly to the 3rd floor. The staff led Zhang Chun to a separate display area by the window. This place sells bedding, sofas, and desks. The business owner used wooden planks to partition off a rectangular area in an open space, creating a room-like space. The outside is the living room, where sofas for sale are displayed. The room inside contained a desk and a double bed. At first glance, it has a pretty homey feel to it. Unfortunately, there was no door. On this floor, you can see patrolling guards maintaining order for the guests. This sofa is quite comfortable. Zhang Chun sat on the sofa, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, and muttered to himself. Erpeng jumped onto the sofa, lay down next to Zhang Chun, and looked out the window at the rainy scene. The rainwater appeared to have a faint red tinge. The car's paint quickly began to crack after being washed by the rain. The car windows looked like they were being rapidly gnawed away by something. From the initial sparse white spots to the later continuous cracks, it eventually shattered. Chapter 120. My name is Park Chong-lo. Zhang Chun stared at the torrential rain. The notification popped up on its own. 15 hours, 37 minutes, and 43 seconds until the torrential rain stops. The bacteria in rainwater contain bioenergy, which absorbs and corrodes the energy of everything they come into contact with. The zombie virus inside the zombies automatically consumes the energy bacteria in the rainwater, so the rainwater does not cause any harm to the infected. Cracks on the car's surface, rust on the metal. Wisps of white gas slowly rose from the building's surface. These are all oxidation reactions, and they are generally exothermic reactions. These bacteria, which contain bioenergy, probably absorb energy through this reaction. Zhang Chun made a wild guess. He is not a scientist and does not have that much theoretical knowledge. If Su Ruina were here, she would definitely be able to give a reasonable explanation. I wonder where Su Ruina is now. At the speed of a whaler, catching up with a car shouldn't be difficult. And if she really does retain human consciousness, they would definitely know that Zhang Chun had already watched the experimental video, and they would also know that Zhang Chun would definitely go to the Raven laboratory below the Shannon Central Hospital. Su Ruina might be waiting for me there beforehand. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly heard someone next to me burst into laughter, as if they were mocking something. Zhang Chun followed the gazes of these people. Then I saw a mother and daughter running across the street in the rain. The mother held a door panel above her head, barely managing to shield herself from the torrential rain. However, there were still many places on my pants and clothes that were soaked with rainwater. The clothes and trousers were slowly corroded and oxidized at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a clump of black powder. By the time they ran over, they were already barely clothed. Those men laughed loudly and uttered a lot of foul language. Zhang Chun frowned. I used to hear some self-media boast that Westerners are all highly civilized, polite, loving, and respectful of women, and so on. Now it seems that this is not entirely true. At least what's in front of us isn't very good. The group laughed for a while longer before settling down in a corner some distance away. Not far from them, a group of emaciated people were intently inhaling a powder. At this moment, the prompt reappeared. Rare dream mushroom spores. Inhalation produces an intense pleasure and creates satisfying hallucinations. Repeated inhalation can lead to addiction. Illusion? Addiction? Isn't this just like drugs in the apocalypse? Isaac is a shrewd businessman. These dream mushroom spores aren't expensive. They only cost 1 crystal core each time. The speaker was an Asian man with yellow skin and black hair. Hello, my name is Park Jang-rak. I'm from South Korea. But in this world now, countries don't matter anymore, do they? Park Chung-rak proactively extended his hand to shake hands. Hello, my name is Zhang Chun, and I'm from China. Zhang Chun reached out and shook hands with Park Chung-rak. You know Isaac well, and this place too? Zhang Chun asked. His biggest concern was whether Isaac was reliable or not. It's all right. I've been here for almost a week. Isaac is a very trustworthy person, but you need to have a crystal core first. As long as you can afford the crystal cores, you are the king here and enjoy the most luxurious treatment. If you don't have a crystal core, you'll have to work for Isaac and complete the tasks he assigns. It's safe and comfortable here, and everything is clearly priced, so I don't have to worry about someone slitting my throat in my sleep. See that, Bazel? That guy's ridiculously strong. I personally witnessed him blast a mutated Type 2 infected person away with the beam of light in his hand. Park Jang-rak explained with great enthusiasm. This guy seems to be a natural chatterbox. Once you bring up a topic, he can talk on and on. What is that dream mushroom spore used for? Zhang Chun asked the question knowingly. He knew what it was, of course, but he also wanted to use it to determine whether Park Chung-rak was telling the truth. In the apocalypse, it's best to be cautious. Oh, that thing? It's not a good thing. I suggest you stay away from it. The pleasure it gives you can make you temporarily forget the despair of living in the apocalypse. It's addictive, and moreover, the more of this stuff you ingest, the more resistance you develop in your body, and the shorter its effects last. You'll have to spend even more crystal cores to satisfy your desires. In time, you will become Isaac's slave, just like these people. If you run out of crystal cores, go out and kill zombies, complete Isaac's quest, and then use the crystal cores you earn to continue buying dream mushroom spores. Many beautiful girls here have also willingly fallen into prostitution and become escorts because of this. This is exactly the same tactic Isaac used to trap the white wolf, very sophisticated. When Park Chung-rak said this, a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the elevator doors on the 3rd floor opened. Isaac, accompanied by 2 burly men, escorted the mother and daughter who had just sought shelter from the rain upstairs. They all have the appearance of people from the East. The woman was in her 20s, and the little girl should be around 12 or 13 years old. This age difference doesn't seem like the age gap between mother and daughter. The woman was only wearing underwear and panties, her hands awkwardly covering her body. They draped all their coats over the little girl to cover the exposed parts of her body. Distinguished guests, excuse me, is there anyone kind enough to offer 4 crystal cores to help them pay for their overnight stay? This kind-hearted mother is willing to repay the kindness of those who helped her. When Isaac said, pay back properly, he emphasized the words. 4 crystal cores aren't expensive, but if this child can repay me well, I'm willing to offer 10 crystal cores. A bald Westerner shouted. No, she can't, but I can. I'll do anything you ask. She's just a child, absolutely not. The woman held the girl tightly behind her and said with a worried expression, Shaw, what's wrong with that? Girls this age are already eligible to get married in America. The bald Westerner said with a disappointed look. If we were somewhere outside right now, this bald guy would probably have already rushed up there. But this is Isaac's territory, and under the deterrent power of Bazel, order is maintained. I'll offer 4 crystal cores. I'm willing to help these poor people. Park Chung-rak suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Very well, this kind mother is yours. Isaac quickly ran over and took the crystal core, then pushed the mother and daughter onto the sofa behind Park Chung-lo. Chapter 121. You actually have a helicopter. What happened next is self-evident. Zhang Chun returned to his room. I heard a commotion next door, but no shouting. The little girl stood alone at the door. He stared blankly at her, pang, lost in thought. 5 minutes later, Park Chung-rak led the woman out of the room. Park Chung-lu sighed softly and said quietly, Sai, it's really not easy to survive in this apocalypse. My name is Park Chong-rak. What's your name? The woman held the girl, looking at Park Chong-lu with a wary expression. They were terrified that the man would harm the little girl, although he was quick. But that's absolutely not allowed. My name is Choi Ji-yun, the woman said in a low voice. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. We are all Koreans, and we should support each other. Judging from your age and the child's age, you two shouldn't be mother and daughter. Park Chong-rak asked softly. At the same time, he took out a piece of bread. With his back to the mother and daughter, he peeled off the moldy part. Then he turned around with a smile. Break the bread in half and give one piece to Choi Ji-yun and one to the girl. The little girl was clearly very hungry, and she began to chew heartily. They were afraid someone would steal the bread. Choi Ji-yun couldn't bear to eat it, so she put the remaining half of the bread back into the ring. Seeing that Park Chong-rak was a very gentle person, he even gave her food. My wariness of Park Chong-rak lessened considerably. She whispered, I'm a nurse, and this girl isn't my real daughter. She was one of my young patients. As a result, we were teleported to the apocalypse together, and we've been relying on each other ever since. Park Changle nodded, then took out a coat from his spatial storage and draped it over Choi Ji-yun's shoulders, saying softly, You are a kind woman. It's raining outside. It's going to be very cold. You'll easily catch a cold dressed like that. You'll live here from now on, and I can protect you. Although I don't have many supplies, it's enough for the three of us to last for a while. Choi Ji-yun nodded gratefully and said, Thank you for your kindness, but we'll leave once the rain stops, so we won't cause you any trouble. I heard that the military has set up a shelter at the Tianyang City military base. Although it's a bit far from here, I believe we'll be able to get there in time before the suppression is lifted. Min Su's gastrointestinal function is disordered and hasn't settled yet. I must take her to the military base to see a doctor as soon as possible. As you know, in a post-apocalyptic world, food is scarce, and having a weak digestive system can be extremely dangerous. Mr. Park, you can come with us. Park Chong-rak waved his hand gently and said, I won't go there. I'm doing just fine here. There are strong people here to protect me, so I feel very safe. And I suggest that you and your child stay here as well, because nobody knows what might happen along the way. As for the gastrointestinal problem, I'll try to get some medicine. Choi Ji-yun repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Park Chong-rak, but insisted on going to the military base. All right, since that's how it is, then I won't force you. You can rest here until the rain stops, and you can leave whenever you want. Park Chong-rak said helplessly. Thank you, Mr. Park. You're a good person. As she spoke, Choi Ji-yun gently kissed Park Chong-rak on the cheek. Before, it was forced. Now it's voluntary. The feeling is naturally different. That kiss made Park Chong-rak's heart flutter. Park Chong-rak was stunned for a moment. Then he took out 2 bottles of water from the ring and handed them to Choi Ji-yun and Su Min respectively. Drink some water. Your stomach isn't functioning well. Drink more fluids. Don't put these 2 bottles of water away. You must drink them today, or I'll get angry. Park Chong-rak said, pretending to have a straight face. This contains both bread and water. Choi Ji-yun was incredibly moved. She knew there was strict order here. No one would force her to do things she didn't like, and there would be no robbery. Even under such safe conditions, Park Chong-rak still treats himself this way. That must have been out of camaraderie between compatriots. This further solidified my belief that Park Chong-lu was a good person. Choi Ji-yun was indeed very thirsty, and she gulped down a whole bottle of water in no time. Xiumin only drank half a bottle. As requested by Park Chong-rak, the remaining half bottle of water was not stored in the ring. Instead, it was placed on the desktop. You two must be tired too. You still have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Just go to my bed and take a nap to regain your strength. Park Chong-rak said, holding Choi Ji-yun's hand. And what about you? I asked Choi Ji-yun. I can sit on the sofa for a while, and I'm not sleepy during the day, so I don't need to sleep. You all just rest. Don't worry about me. Park Chong-lu smiled slightly, turned around and walked out, slowly approaching the window. Zhang Chen happened to be here too. Park Chong-rak greeted him with a smile. Where were we in our conversation? I got held up by a few minor incidents. But that's all right. Let's continue. I'm here doing some small business. I have some trinkets and some cheap food and water. See if there's anything you like. Let's exchange some crystal cores for flowers. Park Chong-rak couldn't see Zhang Chen's strength. However, he knew that the bed he was staying in was only affordable for people with abundant crystal cores. Zhang Chen must be quite well off. Can. Zhang Chen nodded. Then, subconsciously, he used the basic eye of peeping to examine Park Chong-rak's ring. Soon, all the items inside were displayed in front of Zhang Chen. A level 3 storage ring, and there's a helicopter inside the vehicle warehouse. Wow, this thing is so convenient. Ignore the zombies and obstacles on the ground and head straight to your destination. Let's take a look at the items in the grid. Energy Crystal Cores, 88. Explicit Video, 7. Uniform, 3. Expired and Moldy Bread, 100. Contaminated Water, 50. Pure Water, 15. Well-packaged Kimchi, 150. Instant Noodles, 40. This guy's ring actually contains so much expired and moldy bread and contaminated water. Expired and moldy bread is somewhat understandable. After all, food is scarce in the apocalypse, and keeping it can barely make ends meet. But this, contaminated water. Zhang Chen was a little confused. This stuff cannot be used for cleaning, and it is definitely not for drinking. Did they even specially pack 50 bottles? Why is that? Chapter 122 Trust? A luxury. Park Chong-lu, of course, had no idea that Zhang Chen could see into his ring. With a smile, she took out 2 bags of crumbly bread and 2 bottles of boiled water from her spatial storage. The prompt is naturally displayed next to the bread and water. Expired and moldy bread. Contaminated water. This can only be seen with a prompt. Without any prompts, storing the items directly into the ring will only result in storing crumbled bread and open bottled water. It won't provide such detailed information at all. So these 2 things can be used to deceive people. Based on market prices, a loaf of bread now costs 2 crystal cores. The price of water is even higher. It's now up to 6 crystal cores per bottle. Logically, 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water should be worth 16 crystal cores on the market. But because my products don't look very appealing, so I can only sell it at a low price, 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread, for a total of 5 crystal cores. As he said this, Park Chong-rak showed a reluctant expression. It looks like they're really having a massive clearance sale. Goodness. This stuff can cause vomiting and diarrhea at best, and death at worst. They actually want 5 more crystal cores? This guy seems to be exceptionally bad. On the surface, they seem very familiar with you, but in reality, they harbor murderous intentions. Aren't you losing a lot of money selling it so cheaply? Zhang Chen said with a cold laugh. Sai, what can you do? Everyone likes to look at faces and appearances. My bread was crumbled, and my water was bottled from large containers of drinking water. So it doesn't look very appealing, and many people are unwilling to buy it. Precisely because of their appearance, they won't be stacked with the same items when stored in the ring. They'll each occupy a separate space. This will be difficult for many survivors with low-level rings to accept. I had no choice but to sell it at such a low price. In reality, whoever buys it will make a profit. Sell it in a different area, and you're guaranteed to make a fortune. Park Chong-rak further persuaded him. Before Zhang Chen could speak. Suddenly, a scream came from Park Chong-rak's room. It was posted by the little girl, Xiumin. What's wrong? Zhang Chen and Park Chong-lu rushed over upon hearing the sound. Xiumin was seen clutching her stomach and screaming loudly. It hurts terribly. There was a large puddle of vomit on the floor next to the bed. Choi Ji-yun, pale-faced and helpless, clung to Su-min. What's wrong? What happened? Park Chong-rak asked nervously. I don't know either. Xiumin was fine just now, but suddenly she vomited, and then she became like this. Choi Ji-yun said, completely bewildered. Did you eat something unclean? Park Chong-rak asked with a concerned expression. No, Xiumin has a very sensitive stomach, and I strictly control what she eats. And she only ate 1 piece of bread and drank some water just now. The bread was dry. Even if there was a problem, it wouldn't have caused such a serious result. As for water, I just drank a whole bottle, and I'm fine. I really can't figure out where the problem lies. Choi Ji-yun's voice was trembling with tears. She was extremely anxious. Don't worry, I know someone here has medicine and antibiotics. I'll buy some for you to use for now. I hope this will be helpful to Xiaomin. After finishing speaking, Park Chang-lu hurriedly walked towards the corner. There sat a Westerner whose ears were covered with iron rings. The two started chatting and bargaining. Choi Ji-yun looked at Park Chang-rak in the distance and felt that he really was a good person. Antibiotics are extremely precious in the post-apocalyptic world. The price must be exorbitant. This time, I really owe Park Chang-lu too much. Zhang Chen glanced at the half-empty bottle of water Xiaomin had left, and a notification popped up automatically. Contaminated water. Zhang Chen was startled. I originally thought Park Chang-rak was just a shrewd businessman. I never imagined he would be so heartless as to harm a little girl. A surge of anger instantly rose from the depths of Zhang Chen's heart. In fact, Park Chang-rak had his own reasons for doing this. He is indeed a cunning businessman, lecherous and ruthless. Park Chang-rak was attracted to Choi Ji-yun's face and figure. Here in Isaac, a girl wants 10 crystal cores. That's too expensive. If I can win over Choi Ji-yun, I can sleep with her for free every day. Give her some expired bread. Even with a bottle of water, it'll be cheaper than what Isaac got. Moreover, Choi Ji-yun's profession is a nurse. She's so much cleaner than those women with smoky eye makeup. At first, Park Chang-rak tried to appeal to people's emotions. However, it was discovered that Choi Ji-yun was very determined to leave. So he came up with a bad idea. He deliberately gave the contaminated water to Xiaomin. The water given to Choi Ji-yun was clean. Most people would find it hard to believe that there could be such a big difference between two bottles of water. Choi Ji-yun was fine after drinking the water, so she naturally didn't suspect that Park Chang-lu had tampered with the water. Therefore, everything Park Chang-rak did afterward was designed to win Choi Ji-yun's favor. He also kept a backup plan in case his actions failed to move Choi Ji-yun. Then Xiaomin will become his hostage to threaten Choi Ji-yun into submission. This bottle of water is contaminated and should not be drunk. I have a bottle of antibiotics here, obtained in Chapter 58. You can feed it to her first. Zhang Chen handed over the medicine. Choi Ji-yun was startled when she heard Zhang Chen say that. He regained his alertness, just like he was in the apocalypse. She carefully checked the antibiotic bottle. It was intact and unopened. Only then did he feel relieved enough to take out 2 pills and feed them to Xiaomin. Just then, Park Chang-rak returned. The medicine is here. The pain will stop soon, sweetie. He ran over excitedly, clutching a small medicine bottle with the words antibiotics written on it. The medicine bottle was exactly the same as the one in Choi Ji-yun's hand. Zhang Chen observed carefully for a moment, and a prompt immediately popped up. An antibiotic vial containing dream mushroom spores. This guy? They actually wanted to feed the little girl with dream mushroom spores? Using hallucinations to block out pain receptors, making her appear as if she's cured. This person is so vicious. Wait a minute, we haven't finished our business yet. Zhang Chen reached out and stopped Park Chang-lu. Doing business? Sure, but this medicine. Park Chang-rak hesitated. Xiaomin is feeling a bit better now. You go ahead and do your work. Antibiotics are quite expensive, so try to avoid using them if you don't have to. We already owe you enough. Choi Ji-yun said softly. As she spoke the last sentence, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhang Chen. That's fine. Let's do business first, Mr. Zhang. How much of these supplies do you want? Park Chang-lu pulled Zhang Chen back to the bedside and asked in a low voice. I'll take as many as you have, and I think your price is too low. You're such a kind person, yet you only sell at such a low price. I feel really bad about it. How about this? Everything will be at market price, and I'll add 20% to the price. This is the reward you deserve for being a good person, Zhang Chen said with a smile. He looks completely harmless. Chapter 123S13 Organization? Are you serious? Really? You're buying at market price. And they're going to add another 20%. Park Chang-lu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I can hardly contain my inner elation. Then, he frowned again and asked with some skepticism. Mr. Zhang, you're not joking with me, are you? I have 100 loaves of bread, 50 bottles of bottled water, and some kimchi and instant noodles. These together would cost 600 crystal cores on the market. This is no small sum. Can you really afford it? Reaching the physical limit to level 1 of the initial awakener requires 200 crystal cores. It takes 800 crystal cores for a beginner awakener to go from level 1 to level 2. Anyone who can afford 600 crystal cores must be at least a level 1 beginner awakener. Because if it's the limit of physical strength, the crystal core will be consumed directly to enhance strength. Who would hoard upgradable crystals and not upgrade them? What's the point? Of course, you forgot I said I'd add another 20%. There are a total of 720 crystal cores, right? Let's make a deal. Zhang Chun took the initiative to extend an invitation to Park Chong-rak. He then placed all 720 crystal cores on the trading interface without missing a single one and clicked confirm. Park Chong-rak is all smiles. He never imagined there could be such a fool in the world. They're actually willing to spend the astronomical price of 720 crystal cores to buy this food. Not to mention that most of these supplies are inedible, even if they were edible. You need to be alive to eat it. The transaction between the two parties is complete. Park Chong-rak immediately completed the transaction. Then, a golden energy circulated under his skin for a while. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Chun sensed that he was different from before. It has become a tiny bit more resilient. However, it is still within the range of instant sales. So this is what it looks like during an upgrade. This was the first time Zhang Chun had ever watched someone level up face to face, and he found it quite novel. Park Chong-lu didn't say anything, and stood there stunned for a few seconds. Zhang Chun knew that he had switched his attention to the game interface. It might be a chat interface, or it might be some kind of function interface. He seemed to be busy doing something. Zhang Chun pulled up a chair and sat down opposite him with an air of nonchalance. He crossed his legs and watched Park Chong-lu with great interest. Zhang Chun was eager to know what Park Chang-lu needed to do immediately after upgrading. A moment later, a fiery red cloak appeared on his shoulders. A badge was also added to his chest. This is a snake-shaped emblem. Park Chong-rak has joined the organization. Only those who rank among the top 1 million in global power can join the organization. 2 days ago, when Zheng Hao applied to join Nightmare, his ranking barely made it into the top 1 million. Now another day or two have passed. This ranking definitely requires a higher level of skill. Zhang Chun guessed that Park Chong-lu had probably advanced to the second stage of the initial awakening level. That's how he squeezed into the world's top million and became a member of the organization. Park Chong-lu turned his body to adjust to his new strength, his face full of joy. On the cape were several large characters. S13. The organization you joined is called S13? Zhang Chun could understand that the organization was probably named Super 13 in English when it was founded. It means Super 13 or 13 Supermen. But seeing it now feels strangely funny. People in South Korea might not know that Season 13 has a special significance in China. Yes, that's right. Thank you for contributing the Crystal Core. In return, I'll show you our organization's special capabilities. Park Chong-rak gave a mysterious smile as he said this. Zhang Chun recognized that smile. Many people have this expression when they are dying. A look of suicidal glee. Wanna die? This coincides perfectly with what Zhang Chun is going to do next. As soon as Park Chong-lu finished speaking, his entire body suddenly became transparent. The prompt popped up again. The S13 organization's special crystal core, a basic stealth technique, allows members to gain invisibility for a short period. Kill the organization leader to obtain a special crystal core. I see. Zhang Chun understood. Park Chong-rak planned to use his invisibility ability to kill himself without anyone noticing. Then collect the corpse. This way, the crime won't leave any trace. Moreover, he is currently at the second stage of the initial awakening realm. With the ability to become invisible, he could even kill Bazel, who is also a level 2 awakener, without anyone noticing. It must be said that this organization's special crystal cores would perform exceptionally well in assassinations. That's a pity. This ability is useless to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun had previously enhanced the gene, rod cells. This basic ability to become invisible is indeed difficult for the average person to detect. But in front of Zhang Chun, Park Chong-rak's body was only semi-transparent. Zhang Chun could see his every move, even his expression. Invisibility? That's it. Park Chong-lu carefully circled around behind Zhang Chun and pulled out a sharp dagger. Whoosh. just as he fiercely stabbed Zhang Chun with the dagger. The latter, somehow, not only dodged the attack. He turned his whole body around. He reached out and grabbed Park Chong-rak's neck tightly. With a little effort, Zhang Chun lifted Park Chong-lu up. "Where is your organization's leader, and what's his name?" Zhang Chun asked slowly. "Kill me. I absolutely will not tell. After I die, people from our organization will keep coming back to seek revenge on you," Park Chong-rak said through gritted teeth. His throat was being pinched, and he could only manage to squeeze out a tiny bit of sound. "Good," Zhang Chun nodded. With a snap, Park Chong-li's neck broke. Then, he turned into an invisible cloud of mist and disappeared into the air. Since the S-13 organization is taking the initiative to come to Zhang Chun seeking revenge, that saves a lot of trouble and saves me the trouble of going to each of them one by one. Ding. Automatic data collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 600 plus 480 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 15 500 milliliters pure water, 50 storage ring fragments, 7 explicit videos, 3500 G frozen beef, 1 dream mushroom spore, 1 helicopter. You only obtained 1080 energy crystal cores. Zhang Chun had already made a calculation before killing Park Chong-rak. Previously, Park Chong-lu was a level 1 beginner awakener with an additional 88 crystal cores. It takes 10 to upgrade from an ordinary person to a strong person, 50 to an exceptionally strong person, 100 to reach the physical limit, and 200 to become an awakened person. The total is 360 points plus 88 points from the ring equals 448 points. In the past, killing survivors only yielded energy cores that accounted for 50-60% of the energy consumed during upgrades and the ring's reserves. Theoretically, Zhang Chun can collect energy crystals of 224-270. With an additional 80% bonus of 170-216, the total is 394-486 energy cores. Zhang Chun has now obtained a total of 1,080 energy crystals. After deducting the 720 energy crystals he gave away earlier, he has 360 energy crystals left. So, when you calculate it this way, it seems we've lost 34 points. It seems that the method of killing people with crystal cores isn't very profitable. Chapter 124 The Sensible Isaac. Zhang Chun then looked at the dreamy mushroom spore on Park Chong-li's body. The word rare is not used. The rare dream mushroom spore is the parent organism of the dream mushroom spore. That thing can continuously produce dream mushroom spores. The generated dream mushroom spores can only be used once, after which they disappear and cannot be planted. It's a bit of a pity. Murder! Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, the entire third floor erupted in chaos. A group of drug addicts and guests were all fleeing in panic. From the direction of the emergency exit, one could faintly hear the sound of orderly footsteps. It seems that more reinforcements are on their way to the third floor. Sigh, another war is brewing. Zhang Chun shook his head helplessly. It's all Park Chong-rak's fault. I originally thought his invisibility would last until he died. Who knew that the invisibility effect would disappear when this guy was about to die? Therefore, someone on the third floor must have noticed the scene where Zhang Chun twisted Park Chong-li's neck by the window. The current situation is somewhat expected. Let's get out of here. This is Isaac's territory, and his buddy Bazel is a tough guy. Even the crawling ones are no match for him. Thank you for saving Xiuming. Here, I'll give you this as a gift, hoping it will bring you good luck. Choi Ji-yun witnessed Zhang Chun kill Park Chong-rak, and then use antibiotics to help Su Min. I felt a surge of gratitude. But having just experienced what happened with Park Chong-rak, she didn't dare to trust anyone so easily anymore. She could express her gratitude, but emotionally, she would never dare to commit easily. Humans are such good at disguising themselves. This is more than 100 times more dangerous than the cunning of zombies. As she spoke, Choi Ji-yun directly shoved a small card into Zhang Chun's hand. This is... Zhang Chun glanced down at it. This is a card made of a material similar to cardboard. A green 4-leaf clover was drawn on it. Basic lucky card. After use, any ongoing probabilistic event will definitely develop in a favorable direction. Ineffective against collecting zombie drops or opening supply boxes. Last for 10 minutes. This thing might not be very useful to the average person. After all, if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you simply can't win. That's not a probabilistic event at all. However, Zhang Chun has many items and skills that require probability and time. This was a godsend for him. After handing the card to Zhang Chun, Choi Ji-yun hurriedly ran back to Park Chong-rak's room. He hugged Xiumin tightly. There will definitely be a big battle soon. Regardless of who wins or loses, we absolutely cannot let Xiumin get hurt. This was her only family in the apocalypse. At this moment, the entire third-floor lobby was completely empty. Whether they were guests or addicts, they all escaped completely. No wonder they are survivors of the apocalypse. Their ability to escape has reached a level of unparalleled skill. Zhang Chun waved to Erpang and said casually, "Get ready for the warm-up battle." Erpang yawned lazily and quickly shook his head. He jumped off the sofa. She stood obediently beside Zhang Chun. He looked completely bewildered. There's nobody on this floor, so what's the point of fighting? 1 minute has passed. The support team that had just been in the emergency exit did not appear on the third floor. Even the sound of footsteps disappeared. Waiting to ambush. A group of people ambushing one person? Zhang Chun found it a bit strange. "Come on, Erpang, let's go down and take a look." Zhang Chun waved to Erpang. The man and the wolf took the elevator to the underground parking lot. The red raptor remained perched there quietly. The entire parking lot was deathly silent. Isaac and Bazel have both disappeared. Suddenly, Zhang Chun smelled a bloody odor. Erpang, with his keen nose, had already taken light steps toward the source of the smell. It turned out to be the location of the underground parking lot entrance. Dozens of emaciated corpses lay scattered haphazardly here. It must be those drug addicts upstairs. How did these guys die here? Woof! Erpang stood by the wall at the parking lot exit and called out to Zhang Chun. Only then did the latter notice. A piece of paper was pasted on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it reads, "Sir, we were blind and misjudged your abilities. We apologize. We have prepared some small gifts, and we hope you will accept them. Looking up to you, Isaac." Below the note was a supply box. Zhang Chun. These guys actually escaped? And there were a bunch of corpses and this supply box left behind? It turns out that 5 minutes ago, Zhang Chun was discovered by Bazel and the patrolling security guards the moment he killed Park Chong-lu, before the other guests noticed. The patrolling security guard's first reaction was not to rush towards Zhang Chun, but to look at Bazaar. They're not stupid. They know that the role of security guards is to eliminate controllable hazards. If the opponent is extremely powerful, wouldn't charging him be suicide? Bazel didn't even use the Eye of Insight this time. He couldn't see Zhang Chun's strength at all. However, he could see through Park Chong-rak's strength. Previously, Park Chong-rak was a level 1 awakener. Now, for some reason, I've quickly leveled up to the beginner awakener stage 2. Even so, Zhang Chun still held it in his hand like a little chick. They were completely powerless to fight back. With such a disparity in strength, what's the point of even fighting? He gave the patrolling security guard a wink. The latter understood and immediately lined up to evacuate through the emergency exit. The sounds Zhang Chun heard coming from the safety passage were not the sounds of reinforcements arriving. It was the sound of footsteps of a patrolling security guard fleeing. When Isaac left, he killed these useless drug addicts. Offering them to Zhang Chun as crystal cores would also buy him a little time. Then they took the woman and all the guests away. In his view, customers are king, and he absolutely cannot ruin his reputation. While I was running, the car didn't dare to pass by the window. She was afraid of being discovered by Zhang Chun. They braved the heavy rain and fled as quickly as possible. Even if they escape to a safe location, it's likely they'll be fine. The vehicles used in the escape were definitely totaled. Zhang Chun opened the supply box. Congratulations. You have received 15 energy crystals, 50 delicious canned fish, 120 canned fruit, 80 canned beef, 230 instant noodles, 50 liters of purified water, 500 g frozen pork, 3 ice flowers, 120 red wine, 200 sea salt, 120 black pepper, 20 butter, 95 cheese, and a large bread. 88. The first 15 crystals are the money I paid when I first arrived. Isaac has now returned it completely intact. They also gave us a bunch of supplies. This businessman is quite sensible. I think I just saw something very important. Chapter 125: The Whereabouts of the Ice Condensation Flower. Ice condensation flower. Zhang Qin's gaze froze. This is something you can only come across by chance. He opened so many level 3 and level 2 supply crates, and even killed tens of thousands of zombies. As a result, not a single ice flower bloomed. This is an essential ingredient for synthesizing the compliance potion. Including these 3, Zhang Qin only has 8 flowers in total. 2 more are needed to complete the process. Isaac actually possesses the ice flower. He might know the origin of this thing. Or you might know someone who has the ice condensation flower. Zhang Qin quickly opened the regional chat channel. Fine. Isaac isn't exactly known for his martial ethics. Just a few minutes ago, they were frantically occupying the chat channel, spamming ads for their own hotel. This situation may have lasted for too long. Few survivors chat on it anymore. The screen was filled with Isaac's promotional information. It also occasionally inserts seductive videos of beautiful women. To send a private message to someone, you need to add them as a friend or see their name in the chat channel or auction channel. Luckily, he refreshed the feed. Otherwise, once his information was gone, it would have been impossible to find him. Zhang Qin clicked on Isaac's name and sent a private message. Are you there? On the other side, Isaac, along with Bazel and the guests, hurriedly arrived at a 5-star hotel. The hotel had already been cleaned up long ago. But Isaac wanted to wait until the furniture mall's appeal faded before converting it into a hotel. This artificial, industrial upgrading enhances the product's continued appeal to customers. If the specifications are set too high all at once, it will be difficult to collect crystal nuclei later. Now, under pressure from Zhang Qin, he has no choice but to activate this location ahead of schedule. In the underground parking lot, Bazaar led a patrol security team to maintain order. A group of women with smoky eye makeup were responsible for guiding guests to their respective rooms. Isaac looked at the 5 rusty, corroded vans in the parking lot and sighed. These vehicles are definitely unusable. At most, they can be converted into convertibles for hauling goods. What a pity. But thankfully, I'm still alive, and that's the happiest thing. As it turned out, his happiness didn't last long. Suddenly, a message appeared on his panel. Isaac developed a habit of frequently checking the chat panel in order to receive private inquiries from clients. Zhang Qin. Who is that? When he saw the 3D live-action image on the chat channel, he broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not here. I'm not here. Please don't contact me. I've already given you the things. What more do you want? Isaac didn't dare reply to the message, and instead clasped his hands together and prayed softly. Ding dong. Zhang Qin sent another message. I know you're here. Now do me a favor, or I'll appear before you immediately. If I come, things won't be as simple as just doing one thing. Upon seeing this message, Isaac was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. No way. There's no way he could have known I was hiding in the hotel. Isaac consoled himself. But he then thought about it again. The skills and items in this world are incredibly diverse and bizarre. Who knows what kind of mysterious items a super big shot like Zhang Qin, whose strength surpasses that of a mid-stage awakened being, might possess. What if there really were an item that could teleport someone to your side simply by seeing their name? If that's the case, I'm afraid all of us will lose our lives there. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. I just made a bad bet, and I absolutely can't gamble again this time. Just admit defeat. Survival is the most important thing. You said you would obey any of your orders. Even if you wanted all the beautiful women here, I could send them to you right now for free. Isaac quickly replied. Ice condensation flower. Where did this come from? Zhang Qin went straight to the point and asked. This was used by a customer to offset their crystal core consumption. I knew this was precious, so I've kept it all this time, and I just gave it to you as a gift. In fact, Isaac was telling the truth in the first part, but lying in the second. He had absolutely no idea what the ice condensation flower was for. There was no explanation, and it takes up space in the room. Isaac had wanted to get rid of it for a long time. I left it to Zhang Qin today, and I didn't expect it to be the right person. I need a large quantity of ice condensation flower, or its seeds. You need to help me get them. I'll give you 3 days. Zhang Qin replied quickly. Huh? 3 days? Don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Isaac's heart skipped a beat. The guy who tried to pay his bill with ice flowers was kicked out because he couldn't afford the next day's room fee. Who knows if he's still alive? Fortunately, Isaac had a photographic memory and remembered what the guy looked like. I hope he's still alive. Isaac prayed in his heart. That's settled then. I'll contact you again in 3 days. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he immediately sent Isaac a friend request. Huh? You're adding me as a friend? Isaac jumped in fright, dropping the water bottle in his hand to the ground. Once they're friends, Zhang Chen, that killing god, can contact him anytime. Isn't that just clinging to yourself? But if we don't add it now, I'm afraid Zhang Chen will fly over any second now. And then this place will be a river of blood. Click to approve. Ding dong. Zhang Chen is now your friend. Isaac almost cried when he saw this message. This was the friend he had made since he came into this world, who caused him the most pain. On the other side, after threatening Isaac, Zhang Chen smiled slightly. He doesn't have any teleportation items that allow him to travel to a place simply by seeing a name. It was just to scare Isaac. After realizing his formidable strength, this guy immediately chose to flee, leaving behind supplies to cover his retreat. He is clearly a coward who values his life. Such a person can be easily intimidated and made to work wholeheartedly for you. Of course, the premise is that you are strong enough to make him afraid. Zhang Chen walked up to the pile of corpses of the drug addicts and began collecting them one by one. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 650 plus 520 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 66 storage ring fragments, and 20 bone of bewilderment. There were 20 drug addicts in total. Isaac kept their strength at an exceptionally high level. This level of strength is sufficient to kill zombies, but insufficient to challenge the authority of the patrol and security team. It must be said that Isaac is indeed a very shrewd person. But what is this bone of bewilderment for? The prompt quickly appeared. The bewitching bone is a unique entity found only in those addicted to consuming dream mushroom spores. It is a special material needed to craft certain items. Props made from the bones of drug addicts? This is way too insane. Chapter 126. The rain stopped. After collecting all the supplies, Zhang Chen returned to his room on the 3rd floor. I had a good, comfortable sleep in bed. It went on until after 3 a.m. Zhang Chen woke up naturally after getting enough sleep. The rain outside had stopped by then. A faint ray of moonlight shone into the room through the window. Erpang was playing by shaking the corner of the table. Most of the tables on the 3rd floor were chewed up. It was practically a house-destroying scene. It seems that Erpang has been holding back for a long time. I wouldn't dare eat it at home. Now I finally have the chance to go to other people's places. They're going to kill us right off the bat. All right, let's go. Erpang, we still have a long way to go. Zhang Chen changed into a new set of sportswear and said. Erpang excitedly ran to Zhang Chen's side, rubbing his huge body against Zhang Chen's legs. Big brother, are you leaving? But it's still dark. Mom said it's dangerous outside when it's dark. The little girl, Xiaomin, stood at the door of the room and asked with her big eyes wide open. She was actually awake? Brother, aren't you afraid of danger? Please be careful on your way to the military base. Also, thank you to your mother for the beginner lucky card. A bottle of antibiotics isn't worth that price. I don't like taking advantage of people. This is the price difference. Zhang Chen said with a beaming smile. He casually pulled out 3 large pieces of bread and 1 liter of purified water from his storage space. It was placed in front of Xiaomin. These were all gifts Isaac gave himself when he fled. They were just a drop in the ocean. This large loaf of bread is indeed quite big, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, and square in shape. The combined food intake of a woman and a girl would be enough for them to make it to the military base. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for saving my life. As Minxiu spoke, she bowed respectfully to Zhang Chen. You're different from those bad people. You may look fierce, but you're a good person, Xiaomin said in a serious tone. What do kids know? Besides, do I look that fierce? No matter what, always remember, don't easily trust others in the apocalypse. Zhang Chen squatted down in front of Xiaomin and said with a smile. No, I know who the good guys and the bad guys are. Those bad guys would bully Jion's mother while she was sleeping, and they would even hit her. Sometimes after they bullied Ji Yun's mother, they would force us to hand over our food and water. You were the first person who didn't bully her, saved my life, and gave us food and water. Xiaomin blinked her big eyes and said. These words left Zhang Chen speechless. It's clear that this mother and daughter have endured a lot of hardship in the apocalypse. Especially Choi Ji-yun, a woman raising a child with health problems. The fact that she's still alive shows how incredibly strong she is. There are definitely good people in the world, but there are also definitely bad people. Sometimes, the person who gives you food and water may not be a good person. Zhang Chen said slowly. Yeah, like the guy you killed. He was a bad guy who gave us food and water. But how do we distinguish between good people and bad people? Xiaomin asked. I can't tell who's a bad person and who's a good person. Furthermore, there are no absolutely bad or absolutely good people in the world. Under certain circumstances, good people can become bad, and bad people can become good. But one thing is absolutely true, and that is to strive to become stronger. Only when you become truly strong enough to bear the consequences of trusting the wrong people, only then are you qualified to trust others and help others. Otherwise, sometimes one wrong step can mean the end. Zhang Chen explained his survival philosophy to Xiaomin in the simplest possible way. Helping others is indeed a dangerous thing. Because helping others means you are telling them that you have supplies, and more than enough for yourself to eat, and enough to give away. This is equivalent to directly marking yourself as a fat sheep. If Zhang Chen's current strength is indeed at an exceptionally high level, Park Chong-rak knew that once Zhang Chen produced antibiotics, he would surely kill him without anyone noticing. They seized all the supplies. This is especially true when you mistakenly trust someone else. Park Chong-rak is a prime example of this. The apocalypse is just that realistic and brutal. If you lack strength, doing unnecessary things will only push you closer to death. Now, with Zhang Chen's strength, it doesn't matter what kind of person he chooses to be. No one has the right to offer any opinions. Only the strong have the power to choose. Before that, all we can do is be sneaky. Xiaomin blinked her big eyes, trying hard to understand Zhang Chen's words. After a long while, she nodded and said, I understand. Once I grow up and become strong enough, I can marry you, right? Zhang Chen, that's not what I meant. But improving your own strength is never a bad thing. Just then, Choi Ji-yun realized that Su Min, who was beside her, was gone. He quickly got up, gripping a dagger in his hand, and cautiously walked out. I saw Zhang Chen squatting in front of Xiaomin. She instinctively rushed over and pulled Xiaomin into her arms. He took 3 or 4 steps back, looking at Zhang Chen with a wary expression. Okay, that's all. I wish you a safe journey to the military base. Zhang Chen stood up and waved with a smile. Then he left through the emergency exit with Erpang, until Zhang Chen and Erpang's footsteps disappeared. Choi Ji-yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few minutes, she was so frightened that her back was soaked with sweat. His hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. She knew that she had absolutely no ability to resist a powerful figure like Zhang Chen. But protecting Xiaomin was her instinctive reaction. I don't think he's a bad person. He just told me not to trust him. Only bad people tell me they're good people, Xiaomin said in a serious and methodical manner. Xiaomin is still young. There are many things you don't understand yet. You'll understand when you grow up. Choi Ji-yun reached out and touched Su Min's hair, speaking softly. She hoped there were some things that Xiaomin would never understand. Soon, Choi Ji-yun discovered the bread and water left by Zhang Chen. This time she was smarter and checked it repeatedly. We are certain that none of them have been opened. Only then did he feel relieved enough to put it into the ring. She walked to the window and saw a helicopter slowly take off into the sky. Then it flew northwest. She stared blankly at the helicopter as it disappeared into the distance. On the helicopter, Zhang Chen looked excited. He possesses the general driving skill and can drive any vehicle. However, this was the first time I had actually flown a helicopter. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly had a good idea. Once there are more vehicle slots available, we can go to the airport and store a passenger plane or a fighter jet. It looks really cool. It's also more suitable for long-distance travel. Erpang lay on the door of the helicopter, watching the surging zombies below. Saliva dripped down, drop by drop. My owner forgot to feed me again. I hope he'll remember on his own. Don't be so ungrateful. Wow, this is so awesome. Flying a helicopter feels amazing. Zhang Chen sat in the cockpit and shouted with a loud laugh. The helicopter swayed from side to side in the sky. Erpang gripped the helicopter seat tightly with his claws, not daring to loosen his grip for a moment. Okay, I've changed my mind. I hope my master can safely get me to land. Thank you, master. I will always love you. Chapter 127: The Corpse Horde in the Hospital. With helicopters, the speed of travel is incredibly fast. As the first rays of sunlight rise above the horizon, following the markings on the small map, the helicopter successfully arrived at the rooftop of Shannon Central Hospital. There is no helipad here, but fortunately the space is relatively open. It can also land helicopters. After getting off the plane, Erpang sat obediently in front of Zhang Chun and stuck out his tongue to lick his pants. Oh, you're hungry, aren't you? Zhang Chun then realized that he hadn't fed Erpang for over 10 hours. This time, he directly brought out rapid fertilizer. 10 mutant fertilizers can be combined to create 1 acceleration fertilizer. 10 accelerating fertilizers can be combined into 1 rapid fertilizer. At the current stage, rapid fertilizer is the highest level available. Only after the suppression is lifted can higher-level fertilizers be synthesized. This was delicious for Erpang. Erpang buried his head in his food and began to eat heartily. Today is the 12th day of the apocalypse. Zhang Chun made a self-heating rice dish. They sat on the rooftop and ate bite by bite. Beneath their feet, the dark mass of ordinary zombies was slowly receding. Zhang Chun then remembered. According to the video, the laboratory beneath the hospital was evacuated because it was surrounded by zombies. These zombies surrounding the hospital building must be the zombie horde from back then. Zhang Chun glanced at it briefly. The hospital has a total of 5 buildings. 1 outpatient building, 1 emergency building, and the remaining 3 are inpatient buildings. I am currently on the roof of the outpatient building. The 5 buildings were completely surrounded by swarms of zombies. The hospital courtyard was also full of zombies. Let's look further ahead. Several blocks were also packed with people. This scene was no less impressive than the zombie horde they had encountered in Jiangbei. The ordinary zombies around the outpatient building felt the oppressive aura emanating from Erpang. They all receded in all directions, like the tide going out. One after another, countless zombies poured out of the entrance of the outpatient building. A full 20 minutes later. Only then did no more zombies escape. Soon, a vacuum zone of about 100 meters in radius was created around the outpatient building, free of ordinary zombies. Only a few crawlers were still tirelessly gripping the plaster on the exterior wall of the hospital building. A giant tank stood blankly at the entrance of the building. Next to it was a tank with its cannon barrel bent. Zhang Chen looked down at the hospital building. Soon, a notification appeared. There are 5 creepers and 1 venom breeder in this building, but they pose no threat to you. In fact, even a giant tank would not pose a threat to Zhang Chen. If no variant 4 infected individuals emerge in the current stage of the world, no monster can pose a threat to Zhang Chen anymore. I just don't know where the entrance to the laboratory on the 7th underground floor is. It's definitely not as simple as just taking the hospital's passenger elevator down. The previous furniture store had a backup power system. I hope this hospital can have one too. Zhang Chen's mind wandered. The prompt will only appear when you gaze at a certain spot. Therefore, it is impossible to answer questions such as, where is the entrance to the underground laboratory? Zhang Chen could only search little by little. This is really troublesome. But, before searching for the entrance, Zhang Chen glanced at the surrounding horde of corpses. We can't waste it. After finishing their meal, Zhang Chen and Erpang jumped off the roof. Upon landing, the force of the fall directly split the giant tank in 2. Then, the colossal tank's massive body turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Next up are these crawling creatures. Zhang Chen swung the 1,000-bone blade and sliced them into pieces with a few casual moves. Before the pieces of flesh could even hit the ground, they too turned into mist and dissipated into the air. Zhang Chen then grabbed the hair of the person who was breeding the poisonous insects. There's no way around it. This guy's body is covered in slime. It's too slippery, you can't grab onto it. He threw it forcefully into the horde of zombies. He then pulled out an assault rifle and fired 2 shots. Puffed. The venomous insect breeder's engorged belly exploded above the horde of corpses. Countless venom splattered onto the zombies' heads. It quickly corroded out small holes. Some zombies had their heads completely corroded off. Together with the venomous insect breeder, they turned into wisps of mist. Ordinary zombies, intimidated by her Pang's imposing presence, dared not take even half a step further in this direction, even after hearing the gunshots. Instead, the crawlers and giant tanks in the distance were drawn by the gunfire. They charged forward madly. The crawlers rushed down from above the zombies' heads. With its long claws, it can grab anything it will. The zombies below must be torn to shreds. Some even had their skulls completely ripped open. It fell straight to the ground. Needless to say, giant tanks are even more extreme. They trampled their way through the horde of zombies. It emitted a series of chilling sounds as bones cracked. The zombies blocking their way were all trampled to pieces, their bones broken and their flesh mangled. I've suffered an undeserved disaster. You've come at the perfect time. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. There are now more than 20 crawlers and 7 or 8 giant tanks rushing towards them. And judging from the looks of it, they are very likely to arrive at the same time. Zhang Chen, gripping the 1,000-bone blade, stood calmly before the horde of corpses. It's getting closer. Closer. Just as the crawling creatures leaped up and the giant tanks raised their fists, they smashed towards Zhang Chen. The latter suddenly clenched his arms. Crystal nucleus resonance. Buzz. Boom. One by one, the crawling figures around them exploded, turning into a cloud of white mist and disappearing. There were another 50 or 60 ordinary zombies nearby, which instantly vaporized. Giant tanks are more durable. Although it was shaken, it only lost about 20% of its organization and is still alive. Crystal nucleus resonance. Zhang Chen started it up again. Puffed. This time, the giant tanks slowly dissipated, and the ordinary zombies that had just rushed up around it were vaporized once again. However, they quickly filled the gap again. It was as if an invisible wall was blocking them from moving forward, preventing them from daring to cross the line. Let's stop exercising here for now. I have important business to attend to later, so I can't waste my energy here. Zhang Chen reached out and took out the automatic warning tower. One unit was installed at the front and back entrances of the outpatient building. As soon as they were installed, they started working diligently. Bang, 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 bang. Energy balls were launched one after another. It blew the heads off ordinary zombies. At the same time, the number of energy crystal cores on Zhang Chen's interface also began to slowly increase. Automatic farming tool. Wah, wah. Suddenly, a cry was heard. Zhang Chen raised his head. A weeping figure appeared on the rooftop at some unknown time. A faded red string was tied around her left wrist. Chapter 128 Hibernation Pod Number 7. The automatic guard tower can only attack a hemispherical area directly in front of it. However, the area directly above and below is a blind spot for attack. Su Ruina stood on the rooftop, in a position that the watchtower could not attack. At this moment, the watchtower had already begun its busy work. Attracted by the sounds of the attack, the surrounding horde of zombies surged toward the outpatient building. However, intimidated by Erpang's imposing presence, they could only stop outside a circle with a radius of 100 meters from the outpatient building. The watchtower's attack range is a radius of 200 meters. The scene looked like zombies lining up to rush to their deaths. And no matter how fast they rush, they will never cross the line. Zhang Chen looked up at Su Ruina and called out, "You know where the lab entrance is, right?" Su Ruina covered her face and remained silent. She lightly jumped off the roof. He stepped directly onto the cannon barrel of the watchtower and then jumped to the ground from the side. This route is completely outside the blind spot of the sentry tower. Zhang Chen absolutely refused to believe that the wailing person had no human consciousness whatsoever. After landing, Su Ruina turned around and slowly walked into the hospital. Zhang Chen quickly called her Pang to go together. Su Ruina's condition changed drastically after she entered the hospital. They no longer frequently engage in strange behavior. Instead, they move through it with practiced ease. Su Ruina walked along the corridor for a while, turned a corner, and stopped at the entrance of the pharmacy. Is this the entrance? Zhang Chen waited for a while, but Su Ruina still didn't move. Have they forgotten the way? It's okay, you think about it first. I'll recycle these medicines first. Zhang Chen walked into the pharmacy and began collecting large quantities of medicines. Many things were previously stored in the villa. The storage ring now has enough slots. In no time, the pharmacy was completely sold out. The main medications they received were antibiotics, immune-boosting drugs, vitamins, and medications for common illnesses. Zhang Chen didn't take some of the medications for treating cancer or other serious illnesses. Those severe cases require complex diagnostic and treatment methods. They cannot be cured simply by taking medicine. Taking it is useless and just takes up space. Zhang Chen walked out of the pharmacy. Su Ruina then turned around and walked into a small door to the side. Passing through the small door, you enter an extremely narrow corridor with no windows or lighting on either side. It is very dark. Zhang Chen has night vision, so he's not worried. Walk all the way to the very end of the corridor, where there is an elevator door. Su Ruina stopped here again. So we're going to go in from here. Zhang Chen took out the 1,000-bone blade and casually made a few cuts. The elevator door immediately shattered into several pieces and fell into the elevator shaft. A moment later, a crashing sound was heard. Wah, wah. Su Ruina couldn't help but burst into tears. In such a small space, a person was standing nearby, weeping bitterly. Still crying. Zhang Chen is definitely not afraid of a fight, but just crying. It sounds really creepy. Su Ruina cried for a while, then walked straight into the elevator shaft and jumped down. Zhang Chen and Erpang followed closely behind. Thump. The elevator ceiling beneath my feet had been stepped on and left with a large hole. Zhang Chen fell directly into the elevator car. At the entrance of the elevator, there is a headless corpse. When the world reset, the corpses were reset as well. After more than 10 days of fermentation, it has started to smell bad. Wah, wah. I wonder if Su Ruina was excited because she was back in her lab. Her cries became more piercing and more frequent. The surrounding chaotic and dilapidated laboratory. A sinister and terrifying feeling arose spontaneously. There's no danger here, but there's a strange, well-sealed metal hibernation pod. The timely reminder was given. Zhang Chen followed Su Ruina slowly. I passed by a room with its door open. The cages inside were filled with the shriveled, dead bodies of white mice. Zhang Chen knew that this was the place where the giant rat appeared in the video. The researchers left, but they didn't take the mice with them. They were trapped and died in the cage. Further ahead, there is a large metal door. Su Ruina stopped in front of the door. All right, looks like it's my turn to step in again. Zhang Chen wielded the 1,000-bone blade. With a loud bang, the door hinges and lock were cut off. The entire gate collapsed to the ground with a bang. The laboratory was quite messy, with many reagents scattered on the floor. Most of them were already damaged. Do you have any medicine here that can help you regain your human consciousness? Zhang Chen asked. Su Ruina did not answer, but walked straight to the hibernation pod with the word Big 7 written on it. In her view, the importance of this hibernation pod far outweighs her ability to restore human consciousness. Okay, I understand. I'll open it right away. Zhang Chen glanced at the awakening potion next to the hibernation pod. It was full in the video before, but now there's a hole in the glass on top. Almost all the liquid spilled out. Zhang Chen removed the damaged medicine and replaced it with the intact one. How do I operate this thing? Zhang Chen looked at the hibernation pod, feeling somewhat at a loss. Don't even mention that this is from Earth's technology. Even if it were from Earth's technology, Zhang Chen has never done this before, so it's impossible for him to understand how to operate it all at once. Su Ruina seemed to sense Zhang Chen's helplessness, and she slowly walked to a bookshelf. Using all its might to control its long claws, it took out a bound document. Wah, wah. With a tearing sound, she simply couldn't control her hands. The claws instantly tore the document open in several places. Su Ruina nervously took a step back. When she gets emotional, her claws become even more unruly. It swung rapidly, tearing the document into strips of paper. This. Zhang Chen rushed over and snatched the document away, although it was completely shattered. Fortunately, all the fragments are still there, and they can be pieced together to make a passable picture. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Chen finally managed to restore the file to its basic form. Only the last page remains, with a few pieces torn too badly to be pieced back together. Fortunately, the instructions on how to activate it and the precautions for operation have been explained in detail above. It's working now. Zhang Chun pushed the reviving agent into the 4-tubing according to the instructions. Then I pressed a few buttons on the hibernation pod and waited for the door indicator light to turn green. Click to start. Laugh. A plume of white steam rose out, and the hibernation pod slowly opened. Chapter 129 Humanity's Hope. As the moisture slowly dissipated, a girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old appeared in the hibernation pod. She has a pointed nose, pink lips, and an oval face. She's very pretty. The only strange thing is that her hair is white. The silvery white color gives people a very pure and innocent feeling. It's completely different from the pathological whiteness of albinism. The little girl's short, silver hair, just past her ears, made her look exceptionally well-behaved and adorable. This little girl is humanity's hope? Zhang Chun was taken aback for a moment. Erpang was also very interested in the little girl and leaned over to smell her. When Su Ruina saw the little girl, she trembled violently. It's possible that her human consciousness is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Perhaps he was too happy. What could make Su Ruina so excited? This little girl is definitely not simple. Zhang Chun stared at the little girl for a moment, and the prompt reappeared. Name, unnamed. Type 9 bioengineered human. An extreme and perfect fusion of the ultimate genetic technology of planet aquamarine and meteorite energy. Age, 14 years old. Skill, new generation, passive. Their strength will increase significantly with age. Through combat, learning, observation, practice, and other means, they can improve their adaptability to the environment. They can automatically optimize their genes without the need for gene enhancement blueprints. Seeing this introduction, Zhang Chun suddenly felt that all the skills were just flashy and unnecessary. This passive skill is the most powerful. Can doing anything strengthen genes and increase combat power? This is practically a bug. No wonder Su Ruina said that what's inside the number 7 hibernation pod will become the hope of all mankind. With such strength, they are indeed capable of surviving in the apocalypse. The hibernation pod is now open, but a series of procedures are still needed before the girl can truly wake up. Zhang Chun followed the instructions step by step. Every step of the operation was carried out with great care and caution. After everything was set up, the hibernation pod displayed that it would take another 15 minutes to wake up. Just wait 15 minutes. Zhang Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had finally succeeded. If the little girl were to die due to improper handling, I would definitely feel terrible about it. Su Ruina was so shocked, she almost went crazy on the spot. What to do with the rest of the time? Zhang Chun glanced at Erpang. This guy has an extremely strong interest in little girls. It crouched beside the hibernation pod, never leaving its side. His eyes were fixed on the little girl's face. Zhang Chun turned around and looked at Su Ruina again. This guy is the same. I stood there blankly next to the hibernation pod. Both hands were still tightly covering her face. However, only a small gap was visible between the ring and middle fingers of the left hand. Only one eye was visible. They were also looking at the little girl in the hibernation pod. But Zhang Chun knew that Su Ruina was doing her best to control her hands so that she could see what the little girl looked like. But this pose is terrifying. It's exactly like a horror movie from some island nation. Are you sure the little girl won't be scared to death when she wakes up? Zhang Chun sat down in the spot where Su Ruina had recorded her video. Waiting around is a bit boring. He casually began to look through the documents and materials on the table that hadn't been taken away in time. Many of them are experimental data reports. I can't understand what's written on it at all. Zhang Chun casually flipped through the pages for a while longer. A printed email was found. It was an email from Raven Labs, C056. Originally, this laboratory was designated T325, but now another one, C056, has appeared. How many labs does Raven have analyzing meteorite energy? If you only look at the numbers, there are probably thousands or even tens of thousands of laboratories. In that case, there would be hundreds of thousands or even millions of high-end researchers. To be able to organize so many scientists and have laboratories all over the world. This kind of organization is definitely not simple, not only in terms of financial resources, but also in terms of strength. It is an outstanding entity. Zhang Chun opened the email in C056 and checked it. This is a private email. The person who sent the message to Su Ruina was named Mo Lin. He was in charge of the experimental project combining bioenergy and microorganisms. Judging from the emails, the two were college classmates. Therefore, relationships within the Raven organization are closer than with other colleagues. We often share our insights and experiences with each other. Zhang Chun skipped over most of the casual conversations ahead. Soon after, substantive content emerged. Morin, I think it was a mistake to do experiments combining bioenergy and microorganisms. I feel like we're opening a terrifying Pandora's box, and we have no idea what's inside. These microorganisms have simple structures and a high probability of gene mutation. We've only just started experimenting, and at least 5,000 variants have already appeared. And as we're chatting, that number is increasing rapidly. Furthermore, we inadvertently discovered a fungus infected by bioenergy. The reason I used the term infection is because it wasn't something we fused together through technological means, but rather bioenergy actively attaching itself to it. I feel that bioenergy, like a living thing, can find a suitable host and coexist with it. Fungi that are actively attached by bioenergy do not exhibit random mutations, but instead steadily reproduce, divide, and replicate. I have never seen a genetically engineered organism that can regenerate stably for 20 or 30 generations. But this red guy likes to eat anything that contains sugar and traditional energy sources. Of course, the foods I'm referring to also include all organic foods. I've decided to destroy it completely. I absolutely cannot let it leak out. This email was followed by an obituary. To the most respected elite researchers of Raven Lab, a fire broke out during an experiment in Laboratory C056, which ultimately led to a serious explosion. The rescue team has launched an emergency search and rescue operation, but no survivors have been found yet. A salute to these pioneers who explored the mysteries of eternity. They are our heroes forever. An eternal mystery? Zhang Chun discovered a keyword. It doesn't say to sacrifice oneself for science, but to explore eternal mysteries. This word seems to have a suggestive meaning. Upon further examination of other materials, no further information regarding the phrase eternal mystery was found. This suggests that this is a term that all Raven researchers tacitly understand. Therefore, it doesn't need to exist in the form of a file, which everyone can understand. Woof! Pang suddenly shouted. Zhang Chun quickly turned around. They noticed that the girl lying in the hibernation pod twitched her finger. She's waking up. Chapter 130 Awakening. Hunting time. Zhang Chun hurriedly walked to the hibernation pod. He used to read novels frequently. In many novels, when a cyborg awakens or a pet is born, the cyborg basically identifies whoever it sees first as its master. Therefore, Zhang Chun must be the first person the little girl sees. It's not that I necessarily have to become her master. Of the three beings present, he was the most normal. Pang is a wolf, so you can't expect a little girl to learn from a wolf. Su Ruina, needless to say, is in a state of being half human and half infected. They can't even control their own bodies. I'm the most normal one here. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Zhang Chun silently recited it in his heart. Pang also stood up, staring anxiously at the little girl. At that moment, the little girl slowly opened her eyes a crack. Very good. Zhang Chun quickly squeezed forward another step, bringing his face close to the little girl's. Just open your eyes a little wider and look at me. The little girl's eyes widened for a moment. Then she suddenly turned her head towards Su Ruina. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Holy crap, this is completely unpredictable. I'm so close to you, and you actually turn your head. Zhang Chun was so angry he almost cursed. Whoosh. Bang. Thump. Before Zhang Chun could react, the little girl leaped into the air with incredible speed. He kicked Su Ruina directly. The kick was extremely powerful, slamming the latter's body heavily against the wall. The wall behind him had cracks in it. The little girl used the force of the rebound to leap backward and landed lightly on the ground. This. This unexpected turn of events greatly surprised Zhang Chun. It wasn't just the little girl's behavior that surprised people. The first thing he did after waking up wasn't to communicate with people, but to suddenly attack and hurt them. They were even more astonished by the little girl's terrifying fighting power. Zhang Chun clearly saw the little girl kick him just now. This directly caused Su Ruina 5% of her tissue damage. Judging from this, she could kill a mutant type 3 infected person with her bare hands? And she's only 14 years old. That's way too exaggerated. Oh whoa! Su Ruina screamed and removed her hands from her face. Long claws revealed sharp nails. A chilling murderous intent was revealed on his face, which was covered with purple veins. It's over. Su Ruina's rational side has been temporarily blocked. Now the infected have taken the initiative. Whoosh. Whoosh. Base. The little girl and Su Ruina suddenly leaped forward and exchanged 4 or 5 quick moves in midair. During the 6th move, the little girl seized the opening and delivered another elbow strike. He knocked Su Ruina away again. Tables and chairs were knocked over and scattered everywhere, remaining 19% defeated. A prompt appeared automatically. Good heavens, don't kill Su Ruina. This little girl is clearly not simple. It's not just that they are formidable in combat. All the combat movements are more like martial arts movements, with orderly offense and defense, and a very disciplined approach. Unlike Zhang Chun, who simply crushes opponents with sheer strength. Oh whoa! Su Ruina roared. This is summoning zombies. However, this place is deep underground, with a large building pressing down on it from above. In addition, Zhang Chun had already cleared out the high-level zombies before entering. Therefore, this sound was destined to have no effect. Whoosh! The little girl sprang up again and launched an attack on Su Ruina. Instant flash. Zhang Chun appeared between Su Ruina and the little girl in an instant. He raised his hand and forcefully blocked the little girl's fierce attack. That kick was really heavy. Zhang Chun's palms felt a slight, dull pain. The little girl's attack was blocked, but she used the momentum to leap into the air and then launched 7 or 8 more attacks in succession. Punches and kicks rained down on him. The speed increased with each strike, and the force became more and more intense. However, he was ultimately no match for Zhang Chun in terms of strength. Zhang Chun reached out and blocked them all, the enormous impact causing him to slowly take 2 steps back. At this moment, Su Ruina also seemed to be trying her best to restrain the infected person's behavior. Suddenly, she raised one hand and covered her face. With her other hand, she reluctantly and stiffly covered her face. Wah, wah! The mournful cries rang out again. Then, Su Ruina's body suddenly swelled up. They quickly disappeared into the elevator at the end of the corridor. Then he suddenly jumped up. Call. Su Ruina is saved. But what's up with this little girl? Indiscriminate attack? Is this humanity's hope? It would be strange if they didn't wipe out all of humanity. Oh whoa! When Erpang saw Zhang Chun being attacked, he instantly multiplied to the size of a small car. It occupies a quarter of the room's size. That wasn't all. This guy also summoned 4 howling moon wolves that were slightly smaller than him. Suddenly, the room became extremely crowded. Zhang Chun reached out and picked up the wake-up instructions document from the desktop. Then, in a flash, he was at the end of the corridor, near the elevator. Make sure the fighting over there doesn't affect you. This instruction manual is now the most crucial part. Zhang Chun felt that he must have made some mistakes during the operation. For example, a step might be missed, or the process might be slow due to unfamiliarity with the process. These are likely subject to strict requirements. Zhang Chun quickly flipped through the pages. There is a page here for emergency handling. If the bioengineered individual experiences vomiting and dizziness. If the bioengineered organism experiences swelling in its limbs. If the bioengineered organism bleeds from all 7 orifices. Goodness, these situations are really unusual. No, none of them. The bioengineered being is incredibly strong, but has a terrible temper. What can be done? Zhang Chun anxiously flipped through the pages. At this moment, the 4 wolf cubs in the laboratory were treated like toys. The little girl grabbed them by the tails and flung them away one after another. Then they disappeared into the air. Erpang seemed to realize that Zhang Chun didn't want to hurt the little girl. Therefore, it leaves room for maneuver when it makes a move. They did not give it their all. However, The little girl's fighting ability was already comparable to her Pang's. It might even be slightly better. In this situation, if her Pang still holds back, the battle will immediately become passive. The little girl was practically riding on her Pang's back while she was fighting. Her Pang was groaning in pain, but fortunately, he was thick-skinned and could hold on for a while longer. Her occasional glances at Zhang Chun were filled with sorrow. Almost there, almost there. Just hang in there a little longer. I'll find it soon. Zhang Chun nervously flipped through the pages quickly. This book is only this thick, and we haven't even seen the beginning yet. The key information is definitely coming up later. Keep turning to the last page. The label reads, if the bioengineered entity exhibits violent tendencies. Yes, yes, yes. Found it. This is the one. The solution is. That's it. The following content was torn to shreds by Sue Reina, to the point that it couldn't be pieced back together. This is outrageous. Chapter 131 Soul Burning. The original document actually stated, if the bioengineered organism exhibits violent tendencies, it must be destroyed immediately. The laboratory will initiate the destruction procedure to prevent contamination leakage. The entire laboratory has now been abandoned, making it impossible to initiate the destruction process. However, Zhang Chun saw the contents on it. He can only act according to his own way of thinking. Since the instruction manual doesn't say how to handle it, then I'll just have to improvise. Since they represent humanity's hope, we can't just kill them off. If that were the case, I would become the despair of humanity. But, fortunately, I still have a way. Zhang Chun quickly took out a small pink bottle of potion from his ring. Submission potion. In this situation, appealing to emotions and reasoning with people is useless. It's best to just give in first. Erpang, come here. Zhang Chun shouted at Erpang. As if relieved, Erpang took a big bite out of the little girl. Taking advantage of the little girl's backward movement, he immediately turned and ran out of the laboratory. In an instant, Zhang Chun immediately appeared at the laboratory door, blocking the little girl's way. Submission potion. Zhang Chun smashed the glass bottle of medicine. The pink potion inside instantly turned into a cloud of mist, and as if it were sentient, it floated towards the little girl. Whoosh. The little girl paused briefly before launching another attack on Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun used his left and right hands alternately to block the attacks, without retreating even a step. The little girl must not be allowed to leave the laboratory until the drug takes effect. 1 minute later, the little girl inhaled almost all of the pink mist. At this moment, she stood there blankly, then collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chun stared at the little girl for a moment, and a prompt immediately appeared on the game interface. Submission drug side effects. Temporarily unconscious, 5 hours, 37 minutes, 23 seconds. Due to the target's unique constitution, the submission drug can only temporarily suppress their violent tendencies and cannot completely subdue them. Please prepare a larger dose of the acquiescence medication and try again. Goodness, the description of this submission potion is that it is absolutely effective against any survivor whose strength is lower than one's own. But for the little girl, a higher dosage was needed, and the outcome is still unknown. It seems that the little girl is indeed somewhat special and different from normal humans. Let's carry it away first and talk about it later. Zhang Chun carried the little girl on his shoulder and held her Pang in his other arm. He leaped with all his might from the elevator shaft and landed directly on the elevator entrance on the first floor. Then he walked outside. As he passed by the emergency room, Zhang Chun casually took a hospital bed with him. That's when we arrived outside the building. The horde of zombies on the outskirts showed no signs of abating. The attack power of the 2 automatic sentry towers is still too limited. Looking at the surging horde of corpses around us, Zhang Chun's eyes lit up. These are practically free crystal cores. Why not take them? Zhang Chun placed the little girl on the hospital bed and asked Erpang to take care of her. Then Zhang Chun lit a firework on the rooftop. Puff. Bang. A bullet suddenly exploded in mid-air. It's a pity that you can't see the colors of the fireworks during the day. However, it lasted for quite a while, constantly changing its explosive patterns along the way. It should be a really fun fireworks display. Oh. Giggle giggle. Sure enough, the explosion was extremely loud. The sound of it exploding could be heard in almost half the city. Almost all the infected in the horde were drawn by the sound, and rushed frantically toward the outpatient building. Great, this is exactly the effect I wanted. Zhang Chun jumped down from the building and landed on the ground. Soul burning. Call. A pale blue flame instantly enveloped his entire body, while at the same time, the total amount of energy crystals in the lower right corner was constantly changing. In this most basic state, 1 energy crystal core is consumed per second. Fortunately, the attack frequency of the sentry towers is much faster than their consumption. Therefore, the total number of energy crystal cores is still increasing. This skill allows you to adjust the level of energy core consumption at any time. The basic principle is 1 crystal core per second, with additional crystal cores consumed when releasing skills. Based on this, double the amount. Level 2 consumes 2 crystal cores, doubling all costs and doubling strength. Level 3 consumes 4 crystal cores, quadrupling all costs while doubling strength. Level 4 consumes 8 crystal cores. All costs are increased 8 times, but strength is increased 3 times. And so on. The further you go, the more crystal cores you consume, but your strength can only increase by a factor of 2. So when you push yourself to the limit, your strength does increase significantly. But this state is likely to last only a short while before it disappears. This skill is very effective in saving your life or killing low-health high-level monsters in critical moments. Rumble. Rumble. A large number of giant tanks appeared all around, along with crawlers charging forward with frantic howls and wailing. The monsters were all attracted by the loud noise of the fireworks. They emerged from every corner of the zombie horde and all converged on the outpatient building. They launched an attack on Zhang Chun. Third gear. Zhang Chun said quietly. Whoosh. The blue flames on his body instantly surged to a great height. The flickering flames were accompanied by crackling electric sparks. These are the sparks emitted when the energy crystal core is burned and consumed. It's here. The mourner let out a wail. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of all the zombies in the horde turned red. Then came the crawlers and the giant tanks. More than 30 giant tanks, hundreds of crawling creatures, plus a dozen or so weeping creatures. They charged straight in from outside the boundary that ordinary zombies dared not cross. They swarmed towards Zhang Chun like a tidal wave. Crystal nucleus resonance. Zhang Chun's arms jerked. Buzz. Rumble. A dozen or so blue lightning bolts exploded from Zhang Chun's body, extending outwards in all directions. This lightning seemed to possess the power to penetrate everything. Anyone infected who is touched by lightning, regardless of whether they are level 2 or level 3. They all turned into mist in an instant. The invisible shockwave instantly blew the surrounding ordinary zombies into the sky. With Zhang Chun at the center, all ordinary zombies within a radius of 300 meters were blown away. Some unlucky ones hit their heads on buildings and instantly vaporized. Some zombies broke their bones and could only crawl on the ground with difficulty. Crystal nucleus resonance. Crystal nucleus resonance. Rumble. 2 more hits in quick succession. This time, the entire ground began to crack. Cracks radiated outwards in all directions. The surrounding ordinary zombies were repeatedly bombarded by shockwaves, and most of them died. A few were paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. The surrounding high-level zombies were instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining few dozen crawling creatures also became steam under Zhang Chun's blade and into Erpang's mouth. Chapter 132 Activating the Death Storm. Zhang Chun roughly counted them, including the high-level zombies he had just killed when he arrived at the outpatient building. In addition, there are the zombies killed by the automatic sentry towers during this period, as well as the high-level zombie horde that was just killed. A total of 28 giant tanks, 275 crawlers, 12 weepers, 16 venomous insect breeders, and thousands of ordinary zombies were killed. Ding! Congratulations! You have automatically collected a total of 52,000 plus 41,600 energy cores, 80% talent bonus, 899 acceleration fertilizer, 290 evolver blood, 758 tough leather, 550 sharp claws, 32 corrosion-resistant leather, 16 corrosion liquid, 125 rapid fertilizer. Talent crystal, 1. Advanced pet food, 15. Energy core, 4. Damaged radiation protection suit. 7. Advanced infected indicator. 1. Storage ring fragment. 33. Nanosuit 1.05. Exoskeleton simple armor. 10. Assault rifle. 35. Rifle bullets. 7,500. Advanced infected person indicator. Can be used 3 times to display the location, level, and distribution of advanced infected persons in the current city. Nanosuit 1.0. After use, a suit covering the entire body appears. It has extremely strong toughness and plasticity. When subjected to fierce attacks, it will instantly become strong and withstand damage. Note: can be used in conjunction with energy armor. Exoskeleton armor allows the user to exceed physical limits in terms of strength and speed, but offers no defensive capabilities. Damaged anti-radiation suit. It has holes and is unusable. The name tag reads Shannon City Epidemic Prevention Center. Zhang Chun was initially very happy to receive the protective suit, because the next step is to explore the northwest direction of Nanshan City. That's where the meteorite fell. But at the same time, it was also attacked by nuclear weapons. The surrounding area, spanning dozens of kilometers, has likely become heavily contaminated by nuclear radiation. The most terrifying aspect of nuclear radiation is that it directly causes DNA damage. This is a horrific injury that is completely irreversible. Although Zhang Chun is already a high-level awakened, and there are also prompts, but I don't want to fight a battle unprepared either. It would be best to get a few sets of anti-radiation clothing. At least one for Pang and the little girl, just in case. Shannon City Epidemic Prevention Center. I should try my luck there later. Zhang Chun took another look at the energy-gathering crystal core. It's finally been revealed. It's probably because advanced awakened beings don't need this item before, so it won't appear no matter how many you kill. Only when you have enough strength can you collect it from zombie corpses. However, the drop rate is quite appalling. Only infected individuals with the 3rd variant of this virus will drop this item. Zhang Chun killed 40 mutated type 3 infected this time, and only got 4 drops even with the double drop rate bonus from the Pioneer. In other words, the normal drop rate is only 2. Drop rate 5%. The drop rate is so low it's inhuman. To collect 400 energy cores, you need to kill 8,000 mutant type 3 infected. Good heavens. It'll take a while to find it. Zhang Chun used the newly acquired Talent Crystal. Then I added a little to both the Death Storm in the Gene Evolution route and the Energy Extraction in the Energy Evolution route. Death Storm, 1 out of 1, swings the weapon, melee weapon required, creating a powerful energy storm around the user. After the storm ends, the user leaps high into the air and delivers a powerful blow to the strongest or designated target, dealing 500% damage. Energy Extraction, 1/3. 1 energy core can be synthesized by consuming 1,000 energy cores. Success rate is 20%. Energy cores are not returned if the attempt fails. Zhang Chun glanced at the total number of energy crystal cores in the lower right corner. 100,119. There are already 100,000 crystal cores. The total number is still increasing. Zhang Chun retrieved the villa from the rooftop. They put the little girl on the sofa. Pang stayed in the room to keep watch. Suffering from the side effects of the medication, temporarily in a coma, 4 hours, 53 minutes, 33 seconds. I need to sleep for almost 5 more hours before I wake up. Zhang Chun set an alarm on his watch for 4 hours later. It's only about 10 kilometers from Shannon Central Hospital to Shannon Epidemic Prevention Center. I can definitely get back in 50 minutes. The Epidemic Prevention Center is located in the Old City area, which is full of old residential areas, so there is no place to land a helicopter. However, it's still possible to drive back after driving all the way there. It just so happens that we can also eliminate some high-level infected along the way. Zhang Chun went back downstairs. The surrounding horde of corpses remained unchanged. The thousands of zombies that had just been killed were as if they had never existed. As far as the eye could see, it was still a dark mass. The number of zombies was almost unaffected. The zombie horde here is different from the one we fought in Jiangbei before. The zombie horde from Jiangbei is charging southwards, so it needs to be intercepted. If even one spot is missed, a large number of zombies will rush over and cause damage. But the zombie horde here is different. All the zombies gathered here before the world reset. In addition, the loud noise from Zhang Chen's fireworks had just attracted attention. It essentially locked down the entire zombie horde. These zombies will definitely not leave unless there is another source of attraction. Even without taking action themselves, the attacks from the automatic sentry towers alone could grind away these zombie hordes. Wow, what a blessed place. Zhang Chen thought to himself with satisfaction. Try out the effects of Death Storm. Zhang Chen slowly walked up to the horde of zombies. Instant flash. He instantly appeared on the roof of a bus 30 meters away. Based on the current level of strength, the effective range of instant flash is about 30 meters. Zhang Chen's original target was a rooftop 500 meters away. Death Storm. Zhang Chen started spinning rapidly. The 1,000-bone blade in his hand instantly transformed into countless serrated wheels. It was like a meat grinder rampaging through a horde of zombies. Any zombie touched by the 1,000-bone blade was shattered into a mass of minced meat, which then turned into mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Although Zhang Chen was spinning, he was not dizzy at all. On the contrary, he was able to clearly control his path. After killing 700 or 800 zombies in one go, Zhang Chen suddenly leaped high into the air. He slammed his fist into a fat zombie in front of him. The immense impact shattered the poor zombie into dust, which then scattered through the air. The 1,000-bone blade, its force undiminished, smashed a large crater in the road upon landing. The powerful airflow blew all the surrounding zombies away. Cool. It feels so good to chop vegetables. Chapter 133 Survivors of the Epidemic Prevention Station. Zhang Chen fought his way out like this. It has to be said that the number of the zombie horde is truly astonishing. Zhang Chen fought his way out for 2 or 3 kilometers. The number of zombies around them gradually decreased. Ding. Automatic collection successful. You have collected a total of 2,400 plus 1920 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 11119, mutant fertilizer, 7834, clean cloth, and 7 storage ring fragments. Ordinary zombies don't drop anything good. What a waste of time. Zhang Chen put the 1,000-bone blade into his storage space. Releasing skills requires stamina. Having unleashed several Blink and Death Storm spells in succession, Zhang Chen felt somewhat exhausted. This is all we got so far. It's really not worth it. From now on, I'll avoid killing ordinary zombies if possible. It's a waste of time. Zhang Chen was moving quickly forward on the road. With his current ability, he can reach 30 kilometers per hour at a jog. This is a long-distance race, not a sprint, so you don't need a lot of explosive power. The key is endurance. This way, you can run too slowly and also loot the shops along the street, as well as high-level infected individuals. Zhang Chen did not intend to use the Advanced Infected Person indicator, because it displayed the current distribution of advanced infected persons in the city. He had just killed a large number of high-level infected from the zombie horde. There will definitely be some left over in the city, but the quantity will be greatly reduced. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it now? I'll use it when I get to a new city. In any case, given the general strength of the survivors now, being able to kill a crawler is already considered very strong. Giant tanks remain an insurmountable obstacle. Zhang Chen's targets were the giant tank and the Weeping One, those creatures with a chance to drop energy cores. Therefore, those in other cities with advanced infections are basically unaffected and waiting to be harvested. We passed several small supermarkets along the way. Zhang Chen stored all the remaining daily necessities and snacks in the ring. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chen arrived at the Shannon City Epidemic Prevention Center. At this moment, a large group of ordinary zombies were following behind him. These guys are like ghosts, always chasing after people at top speed whenever they see them. Unless there is an insurmountable obstacle to stop them. Or you could just drive at full speed and shake them off. Otherwise, you'll just be a tag-along. He followed behind Zhang Chen, making strange noises. I don't have time for you guys. Let's get 100 first. This few aren't even worth my effort. Zhang Chen said helplessly. He then leaped over the wall of a courtyard in Shannon City. The zombies behind them suddenly crashed into the wall, and then began to pile on top of each other, trying to climb the wall. He looked determined to devour Zhang Chen. Let's see if there are any surprises here. Zhang Chen stared at the epidemic prevention station building as if nothing had happened. There's a weeping creature and 7 crawling creatures in this building, along with 6 survivors. All on the same floor. Are there people weeping bitterly? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. But how come there are still 6 survivors? Zhang Chen glanced at him up and down. Soon, the survivors were spotted by a window on the 3rd floor. It's a girl. She was looking in Zhang Chen's direction, her eyes filled with despair. Judging from the girl's face and hair, she doesn't seem to have been trapped here from the beginning. If I hadn't eaten, drunk, or showered for 12 consecutive days, I definitely wouldn't be in this state now. Could they be working together to take down high-level infected? He wanted to deal with the crawling ones, but unexpectedly encountered the weeping ones, and thought he was doomed? If Zhang Chen hadn't come today, they would definitely be doomed. But now, I want them all, whether they are weeping or crawling. Sorry, even a small fly is still meat. I can't share it with you. You can only blame yourselves for being too slow. Just then, a zombie finally climbed to the edge of the wall and pounced straight at Zhang Chen. In the next instant, Zhang Chen vanished from the spot. Only a group of zombies, who had just fallen from the high wall, remained, looking completely bewildered. 30 minutes ago, a group of 6 girls, fully equipped with protective gear, are slowly making their way towards the Nanshan City Epidemic Prevention Center. They carried light short swords in their hands and crossbows on their backs. He wrapped a thick book with tape around his arms and calves as a form of protection. While these items can't stop swords and blades, they are very effective at resisting the bites of ordinary zombies. These girls look like seasoned veterans. They cooperated very well. Several people were focusing on different directions at the same time, with a clear division of labor, to prevent sudden zombie attacks. The leader was a strong girl named Wei Hongxia, who was originally a sports student and had a physical fitness that was much stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, she has a masculine personality and is very brave, never hesitating to kill zombies. It has now been upgraded to the level 1 of a primary awakener. Captain, didn't the 8th squad just come to this area yesterday to collect supplies? What's the point of us coming here today? A short girl said with some dissatisfaction. That's right, there weren't any zombies along the way at all. It's obvious that the area has been cleared out. They sent us here today. Are they just messing with us? Another girl chimed in from the side. Shoo, keep your voices down. Be careful when you're on a mission. Carelessness can kill you. Moreover, this is a special mission for us. The 4 horsemen need radiation suits to better defend against the radiating monsters that are constantly coming from the northwest. This is our time to fight for our idols, no? For the 4 horsemen, and it's also our time to prove our worth. This mission absolutely cannot fail. Wei Hongxia said with a serious expression. Yes. The 4 knights also said that if we complete this mission, Sister Hongxia will be eligible to attend the 4 knights banquet. I'm so envious. Another girl with a ponytail and quite pretty look said with a look of longing. Oh, what's there to be envious of? After I finish the banquet, the rest of the opportunities will be yours. Shoo, be quiet. We're going into the Epidemic Prevention Center. Everyone stays put, and we'll start with a thorough search of the 1st floor. Wei Hongxia quickly stopped smiling and focused her attention on the matter at hand. You two, guard the main gate and the stairwell. You two are responsible for scouting ahead, but don't attack. Guan Xian, you and I will search each room one by one. Wei Hongxia gave the orders methodically. Yes, Captain. The girl with the ponytail nodded and obediently followed behind Wei Hongxia. Chapter 134 The Disappearing Radiation Protection Suit. The girls divided the tasks and quickly searched the 1st floor. There were no supplies and no zombies. The 2nd floor was the same. There was nothing there. Finally, there's the 3rd floor. The entire Epidemic Prevention Center has only 3 floors. If you can't find it here either, then it means there really isn't any anti-radiation clothing available. Captain, I feel like something's not right. There are recently dried bloodstains here, but no zombies or supplies. It's obvious someone has already searched the area. Could it be that the 8th squad searched this place as well? He said with concern and anxiety. Having gotten used to killing zombies everywhere, I no longer find it scary. There wasn't a single zombie along the way, which instead gave people a strange sense of dread. This area is unnaturally clean. It's as if someone or some terrifying monster has deliberately set a trap for me, waiting for me to fall into it. What's even more terrifying is that I've already unknowingly stepped into it. I see. There's a radiation protection center here. They might have radiation protection suits inside. Let's go in and take a look. If there's nothing there, we'll retreat immediately. I also feel this place is a bit eerie and unsettling. Everyone, tighten your formation. Don't spread out in this situation. Wei Hongxia said in a low voice. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. The other girls quickly followed and arrived at the door of the room labeled Radiation Protection Center. Call. Wei Hongxia took a deep breath. She raised her right hand and extended 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Guan Xian suddenly twisted the doorknob, and Wei Hongxia instantly broke through and went inside. It's completely empty. There are 10 human-shaped mannequin clothes hangers in a glass cabinet on the side of the room. This should be the place where you put your radiation protection suit. Not a single protective suit was left. At the same time, a sharp shriek suddenly came from the roof. Awwa! The sudden sound startled the girls. The sound lasted for only a few seconds. Then, a series of mournful cries could be heard slowly drifting over. Wah, wah. The crying sounded so loud it was like it was right next to their ears, making the girls' hair stand on end. If they hadn't learned in the apocalypse that they must never scream under any circumstances. They're probably screaming right now. Whatever it is, close the door and don't make a sound. Wei Hongxia gave the instructions. The girl at the door immediately and quietly closed the door, her back pressed tightly against the wall, trembling with fear. That sound was truly terrifying, the kind that strikes right at your soul. It instantly evokes images of various horror movies. Captain, have we encountered a ghost? The short girl's hands were shaking so badly, she could barely hold the short sword. It's not a ghost. It must be some kind of new type of infected. And we've been ambushed. Wei Hongxia picked up a bouncy object that looked like a conch shell from behind the door. I've seen this before. I saw it when the captain of the 8th team was showing it off to someone. This is hers, called the Howl of the Lamenter, which can attract nearby high-level infected. At the time, she said she was planning to become strong enough to lead her team to use this thing to kill high-level zombies. I never expected they'd use that against us today. Wei Hongxia said in a low voice with a cold face. Now that you mention it, it must have been them. They just cleaned up this area yesterday, and only they had the opportunity to commit the crime. They even anticipated that we would come here looking for radiation protection clothing, so they tampered with the door. They might have already taken the radiation suits to claim credit. What a bunch of insidious scoundrels. Guan Xian said with a cold face. What do we do now? We're trapped here and we'll die. The girl in charge of observing at the door said in a mournful voice. There's a female zombie outside with her face covered. Her appearance is particularly bizarre, and she's a type 3 mutant. I also saw some crawling figures nearby. I couldn't see the number, but I estimate there were at least 4. Upon hearing these words, the girl's face turned deathly pale. Although they had not fought against the Wailing People, but I have fought with the crawlers. The 6 girls used traps and Molotov cocktails, and finally managed to kill the crawling creature by attacking it from above and severing its spine. If they met head-on, the 6 girls would be no match for them. Besides, there's more than one outside. Needless to say, the Weeping Ones are far superior to Mutants 3, making them an absolutely invincible force. Someone's coming. The girl standing by the window said softly. Someone's there? Could it be a nearby squad that heard the noise and came to provide backup? But even if they all come, it won't make a difference. Mutant type 3 zombies. I'm afraid only the 4 horsemen have the strength to fight them. Wei Hongxiao approached the window with a worried expression. Then I saw a man running wildly down the road. 30 or 40 menacing zombies followed behind him. The man rushed to the wall and nimbly leaped into the yard. The zombies were kept outside the wall. Sai, a survivor, but he doesn't seem very strong. How powerful can someone be, being chased by a horde of ordinary zombies and forced to flee? They probably can't even protect themselves. Guan Xian sighed and said, What's worse is that this man has blocked our escape route. From the height of the 3rd floor, as long as we jump out of the window without making a sound, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The yard is full of zombies now. If we jump down, it will definitely attract their attention. These zombies can share a line of sight within a certain range. If they attract the crawling and wailing people, we're doomed. The other girls complained with expressions of despair. Some girls even looked at Zhang Chun with resentment, hoping that the zombies behind the wall would eat him. A zombie had already appeared on the wall behind Zhang Chun. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chun vanished. Guan Xian, this person is gone? Wei Hongxiao was utterly shocked. She knew that if the speed was fast enough, people with slower reaction times wouldn't be able to see the movements clearly. But this man vanished almost out of thin air. Not even a fleeting image remained. This is not scientific. Then, a buzzing vibration was heard in the corridor. The window panes rattled and trembled. Then, hearing footsteps in the corridor, I strolled leisurely to the door. The next second, thud, creak. The metal door to the room was smashed and dented. Then, the entire door collapsed limply to the ground. A strikingly handsome man, just like the readers of this book, appeared at the door. Chapter 135 Fans and Idols. This guy is actually this strong. A look of surprise flashed in Guan Xian's eyes. Wei Hongxiao stepped forward and quickly shielded her teammates behind her. Fortunately, she was tall and strong enough to actually block two teammates. What do you want to do? Don't think that just because you saved us you can do whatever you want. Wei Hongxiao said with a wary look on her face. Do whatever you want. Zhang Chun glanced at Wei Hongxiao. You're dreaming. Guan Xian patted Wei Hongxiao on the shoulder, stepped forward, smiled, and extended her hand to Zhang Chun, saying, Hello, my name is Guan Xian, and this is our team leader, Wei Hongxiao. Thank you so much for saving us. Guan Xian, this name sounds familiar. Zhang Chun was slightly taken aback, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen it. Hello, my name is Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun reached out and shook hands with Guan Xian's soft, boneless hand. Huh? This thing of yours. As Zhang Chun looked down, he saw the Wail of the Lamenter that Guan Xian was holding in her other hand. Wail of the Lamenter attracts all high-level infected who are not in combat within a radius of 3 kilometers. This is a great product. From now on, I won't have to search for monsters everywhere. I can just use it anywhere, and the monsters will come to me on their own. Oh, this isn't ours. Someone framed us, trying to use the infected to get rid of us. Thank goodness you arrived in time, Brother Zhang. Any later, and we would all be dead. Guan Xian stared straight at Zhang Chun as she spoke. Oh, since it's not yours, can I have it? Zhang Chun asked with a smile. You want it? Here you go. You saved us, so we should be grateful to you. This little thing is nothing. Guan Xian quickly grabbed Zhang Chun's hand and stuffed the Wail of the Lamenter into his hand. Thank you. Zhang Chun immediately put it into his ring, as if it were a priceless treasure. He then looked at the 10 empty clothes racks beside him and continued. Do you have the anti-radiation suits? I want 3. Zhang Chun had originally thought that if the other party was too cold or even hostile towards him, just order them to hand over the items. The worst outcome is to kill them and then take them for yourself. But now Guan Xian seems quite warm and not hostile. There's no need for me to make such threats. If we can negotiate, we can negotiate. If not, we can still make a deal. Zhang Chun has plenty of supplies now, so he doesn't have to resort to robbery. We don't. Wei Hongxiao said. She has a loud voice to begin with. Furthermore, they are not good at interpersonal communication. Although she was telling the truth, her words were very unpleasant to hear. Seeing Zhang Chun's expression change slightly, Guan Xian quickly went over, gently grasped Zhang Chun's forearm, and said softly, That's right. Our purpose in coming here was also to look for radiation protection suits, but we didn't see them when we came in. And we even fell into a trap. I think it's very likely that the person who set the trap took the radiation protection suit. Actually, we only need 4 sets, not 10. Since you've helped us, we're willing to find a way to get those 3 sets and give them to you. The same words sounded much more pleasant when spoken by Guan Xian. I see. So you know who framed you. And you can also find anti-radiation suits, right? Zhang Chun reiterated the meaning of his earlier concern. That's right, Brother Zhang. If you trust us, come back to camp with us. You saved our lives, and we will definitely repay you. Guan Xian stared directly into Zhang Chun's eyes and said, Okay, but Be quick. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Chun looked down at his watch. There are still 2.5 hours until the scheduled return time. Okay, please come with us. As Guan Xian spoke, she led Wei Hongxia and the team ahead. Zhang Chun followed slowly behind. Are you really going to take this man back to our camp? I'm afraid the four horsemen won't be happy. Last time, because of Xiaoya's boyfriend, it caused quite a stir and even led to many couples breaking up. Wei Hongxia said with a slightly embarrassed expression. The four knights she mentioned were a group of four newly debuted idol male stars. They originally had other names, which were all very effeminate. However, after arriving in the apocalypse, they changed their persona and adopted the style of saviors. They were also renamed the Four Horsemen. Back then, Guan Xian, Wei Hongxia, and other girls were all sent over when they attended these four people's concerts. So, apart from the idol's manager and staff, the rest of the people in this area were almost all enthusiastic female fans. Occasionally, a boyfriend would accompany the girl. These female fans are protecting their idol. They even proactively organized themselves into resource-gathering teams, responsible for killing zombies and collecting resources every day. Every day, a certain percentage of the crystal cores and supplies are handed over to the agent, who is responsible for recording the fans' contribution points. When you reach 1,000 contribution points, you will have the opportunity to have a private dinner with your favorite idol. When things get really exciting, some unexpected things might even happen. Back then, Fan Xiaoya stayed out all night after having dinner with four idols. My boyfriend is arguing that he wants to break up with me. As a result, some girls were taken away from the area by their boyfriends, while others broke up with their boyfriends altogether. In short, it was a very unpleasant situation. From then on, the camp was filled with hostility toward men other than the Four Horsemen. Brother Zhang is different from those other men. His strength is probably comparable to the Four Horsemen. Besides, they're good-looking too. Even if we add one more, making it 5 knights wouldn't be a problem. Besides, our manager, Sister Jiao, is always complaining that there are more and more radiation monsters coming from the border lately, and the Four Horsemen are overwhelmed. With one more powerful ally, wouldn't our survival be more secure? Guan Xian said in a low voice. But Wei Hongxia is not good with words. She couldn't put it into words, but she felt that something was amiss. All right, don't worry, it won't interfere with your dinner with your idol. Guan Xian linked arms with Wei Hongxia and said with a smile. Wei Hongxia's contribution points have reached 1,000, which means she could have attended a separate dinner yesterday. However, she wanted to do another good deed so that she could have dinner with 2 celebrities at the same time. Unfortunately, this chance to make a difference almost led her and her entire squad to their deaths. That's great. I heard that I can kiss my idol at the banquet, and I feel so empowered. But I will absolutely not let those green tea bitches from the 8th squad get away with this. Wei Hongxia said angrily. Chapter 136 The Four Noble Knights. On the other side, in the VIP area of the Castle Hotel. A castle hotel, as the name suggests, is a hotel built in the style of a Western castle. However, it adopts a reinforced concrete structure, resulting in a larger interior space and a more modern feel. The VIP area is located on the upper level, and it features a large rooftop swimming pool. There's also a spacious lobby and comfortable beds. There are even assistants and staff to serve them. They were living the life of the aristocracy. Unfortunately, the view here is not visible to fans living on the lower levels. It's so nice to have a day off today and not have to go to the border. It's so relaxing to soak in the water for a while. Alan was soaking in the pool, looking completely relaxed. This is purely fictional. Please do not relate it to any real-life figures. The author is not a fan of any celebrities and does not know anyone. This water has been purified using a basic water purifier. It's okay to swim in, but don't drink it. Sister Jiao, dressed in a swimsuit, lay on a bench, sunbathing as she gave a reminder. Hey, Sister Jiao, we're not stupid. Even if this pool is full of pure water, people are swimming in it. How can we drink it? That would be disgusting. Xiaohao said with a smile, while holding a small duck-shaped lifebuoy. Pop. Arong reached out and unscrewed a can of peaches. Have a peach. Jian, do you want one? Jian shook his head and said with a smile. This energy crystal core is truly amazing. I didn't do anything. yet my strength has increased so much. That's Xiaya from last time. TSK. I really miss her. If she comes this time, we'll definitely make sure she can't walk. At this point, Arong's expression changed, and he said, "Oh no, I just remembered I have a fan named Wei something, who looks like a cow. She already has 1,000 points. I don't want to eat with her. Just looking at her face makes me lose my appetite." Jian seemed to recall that terrifying appearance as well. His expression changed involuntarily, and he said, "Yes, I heard she did a mission today, so she could have dinner with the two of us. Ugh, why am I so unlucky? Guan Xian from their team is quite good looking. It would be great if she came." Sister Jiao took a sip of her carbonated drink, turned her head, and instructed, "All right, stop complaining. It's just a meal. We're not asking you to do anything." Although Wei Hongxia isn't the most beautiful, she's one of the strongest members of the entire team, having already reached the level 1 of a beginner awakener. These fans are getting a bit lazy these days. Once they have enough food, they don't want to go out. You have to keep Wei Hongxia happy, so that more girls will be encouraged to go out and collect supplies. This way we can get more energy cores and more food and drinks. Dealing with fans is your job. I don't need to remind you of that. Arong pouted and said, "Ugh, this is so annoying. Why can't all the fans be prettier? Does someone like that even deserve to be my fan?" Alan swam in the water for a while, then climbed ashore, shook his hair, and said, "Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. This Wei Hongxia is very ambitious. I heard that after she finds the two of you, she'll come after me and Xiao Hao. I've made arrangements in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, they probably won't be coming back today." When Jian and Arong heard what Luan said, their eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, "Are you telling the truth?" Alan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Sister Jiao squinted at Alan. "All I know is that this thin boy looks like an angel on the outside, but is actually incredibly dark inside. Before he transmigrated, he raped a female celebrity who had just debuted. Afterwards, they used their connections to blacklist the person and falsely accused them of being mentally ill. The girl attempted suicide because of this and eventually developed depression. From then on, even if the girl called the police, her testimony was not easily accepted. Now he's harming the Ninth Squad. This guy seems to be helping others, but he's actually just eliminating people he doesn't like in advance. Thank goodness. I was even planning to go back to the border tonight to wipe out the invading monsters." Jian patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "Stop messing around, Jian. It's pitch black at night. What can you see? Fighting at the border at night? How could you possibly make up such a lie? Besides, even if you wanted to fight, they need to sleep at night. Who would come out so late?" Arong only got halfway through what he was saying. "We were just talking about where there were people." Suddenly, Sister Jiao interrupted me with a cough. She glanced at the staff and assistants beside her and said with a smile, "I need to discuss border defense plans with the 4 horsemen. You may leave now." The others nodded and slowly withdrew. Then the door was closed. Sister Jiao then sharpened her eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders. I used so many brain cells to trick these brainless fans into giving me crystal cores and resources. A large group of people are supporting the 4 of you so that you can become stronger. This is how you establish authority and ensure their continued admiration. That's why you can live such a good life. You can have women if you want, you can have food if you want, and you can increase your strength just by sitting here and doing nothing. And I don't ask much of you. Just shut up and don't talk nonsense. Is something this simple really that difficult to do? Have you considered how serious the consequences would be if this were exposed?" Alan said absent-mindedly. "What consequences could there be? We are stronger than their gathering team leader. If anyone dares to object, we'll just kill them. This is the apocalypse, Sister Jiao. Your peacetime ways are outdated. And to be honest, I don't really like your points redemption system either. Strength is power, and we can clearly make them our slaves. Why bother with banquets and currying favor with these weaker guys? Beautiful women are taken straight to bed, while ugly women either go to fight or die. We have enough food in our warehouse to feed the few of us for several years, so why do we need so many burdens?" Sister Jiao's face turned cold, and she said, "Alan, are you crazy? These are all your fans, and without them, would you be where you are today? You? She hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a hand reached out from her chest, clutching a beating heart in its palm. It's Alan. He smiled and said, Sister Jiao, you talk too much nonsense. I'm tired of hearing it. From this moment forward, the Four Horsemen call the shots here. Chapter 137 The Outsiders at the Castle Hotel. Zhang Chun followed Guan Xian and the others back to the Castle Hotel. The female fan guarding the gate immediately opened the gate when she saw that it was Wei Hongxia's team. However, when she saw Zhang Chun, a hint of malice appeared in her eyes. Zhang Chun also noticed that this place was indeed very strange. There wasn't a single man in the entire camp. Generally speaking, if there are men in the camp, men are indispensable in tasks such as guarding the gate and collecting supplies. After all, their initial physical strength is stronger than that of women, and they are also bolder. But this place, inside and out, is entirely populated by women. Moreover, they all looked unfriendly. It's as if she doesn't like men from outside the family. Stop right there. What are you doing here? A row of female bodyguards reached out and stopped Zhang Chun. They were originally the Four Horsemen's bodyguards. Because they were all female fans, the female bodyguards' actions would not cause unnecessary trouble. Now they have become the royal guard of the Four Horsemen, responsible for maintaining order in the camp. This is the fifth knight. His name is Zhang Chun, and he is very strong. I think he deserves the same glory as the Four Horsemen. Let our survivor camp flourish and thrive. Guan Xian puffed out her chest and said loudly, Hey, Guan Xian, keep your voice down. The fifth night matter needs Sister Jiao's approval. You're saying this so early. What if Sister Jiao doesn't agree? Besides, these are all die-hard fans around you. Aren't you afraid they'll eat you alive? Wei Hongxia said nervously from the side. She's not good with words, but she's not stupid. I know what the Four Horsemen mean to many female fans. Especially in the hearts of some die-hard fans, it is like a god worship. It even reached the point of going mad. You suddenly say you want to add a god? Isn't that just asking for trouble? It's nothing. I think Brother Zhang has the ability. He's good-looking and skilled too. Besides, this is the apocalypse. We should be united in fighting the infected. Don't forget the monsters will become even stronger in 18 days. If we don't bring in some powerful allies, how will we survive in the future? He spoke with righteous indignation. That makes sense, but Wei Hongxia was so anxious, she almost jumped up. Guan Xian, I think you've gone mad. You actually brought a random man back. You dare call yourself the fifth knight? I have to lock you up in the dark. The security captain said in a cold voice. Brother Zhang, save me. Guan Xian suddenly ran to Zhang Chen's side and tightly gripped his arm. This woman. There's a problem. Zhang Chun sensed that something was wrong with Guan Xian, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. You've only known a stranger for about 10 minutes, and you already trust him so much, even going so far as to idolize him as one of the five knights. Moreover, from the moment we met until now, her gaze and behavior have been excessively intimate. This is not something someone who has survived in the apocalypse for so long, and who has just been framed, would do. Anyone who has been hurt will naturally be wary of strangers. Wei Hongxia's reaction was correct. Guan Xian's reaction was completely out of character. Zhang Chun isn't narcissistic enough to say, in the apocalypse, any woman who sees him can fall in love with him. Moreover, Guan Xian knew that praising Zhang Chun as the fifth knight would be opposed by others, yet she still spoke out in public without hesitation. Hiss. Something unusual must be going wrong. I'm sorry, this is an internal matter for you. I won't interfere. Also, I'm here to borrow a radiation protection suit, whether it's a transaction or a gift. I have no interest in the fifth knight. Let me get what I'm entitled to, and I'll leave immediately. Zhang Chun said calmly. The radiation protection suits are for us Four Horsemen to fight the monsters on the border. You outsider, get out of here right now, or we'll deal with you on the spot. It's the security captain's way of speaking, he said imperiously. Brother Zhang, I know where they'll put the radiation protection suits. If you save me, I'll swear on my life that you'll get what you want. Guan Xian looked at Zhang Chun with the eyes of a frightened fawn, her expression pitiful. Zhang Chun glanced at Guan Xian. This woman is very beautiful, and her eyes are truly sincere. Zhang Chun just felt something was wrong. Wei Hongxia and the others had already moved to the side, having no intention of joining the battle at all. The security team would never allow them to enter. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Thank you, Brother Zhang, you're so kind. Guan Xian instantly flashed behind Zhang Chun. This level of speed is probably the limit of one's physical abilities. We've given you a warning. If you don't leave, don't blame us. Sisters, let's go. The security team drew their short swords and charged over, shouting. It's in the way. Zhang Chun flashed and quickly returned to his original position. No one could see clearly what happened. Then, more than a dozen female security guards were sent flying haphazardly. One by one, they coughed up blood and their faces turned deathly pale. The short swords in his hands were all broken in two. Zhang Chun was also slightly surprised. His original intention was to drive them away. So I didn't use much force, but who knew that I not only seriously injured them, but also broke their weapons. It's been a long time since I've fought such a weak survivor, and I'm having trouble controlling my strength. Who's causing trouble here? Suddenly, a rather shrill sound came from the sky. Then, a burst of frantic screams from the female fans around them could be heard. Some even waved their hands excitedly. Some even burst into tears. You cry after just one look? What kind of psychological qualities? For fair-skinned, thin boys descended from the sky. It landed steadily. Each person struck a pose upon landing. Oh, it's Alan. Look, it's Alan. Alan, I love you. Arong, my Arong looks handsome again. Ah, Jian, you're the best. Xiao Hao is such a good boy. The four horsemen are so handsome and strong. They all trained at the border. Let's see how arrogant this outsider can be now. He's definitely dead. A group of die-hard fans screamed wildly. It's like being at a concert. That's it. The four horsemen. Zhang Chen's lips twitched. I originally thought it would be some kind of tough, hard-boiled guy. Zhang Chen still felt a sense of camaraderie with this strong and forthright man. But seeing this, I just felt something churning in my stomach. This is supposed to be called the Four Horsemen? More like a four-woman canon. Sister Jiao was just murdered, and the murderer is this man. I thought he had escaped, but I didn't expect him to dare to come here and die. Alan roared hoarsely. His eyes were filled with anger. Good heavens, Zhang Chun was absolutely speechless. Is the thief crying stop thief? Chapter 138, Tearing Down the Idol's Mask. If you said someone else killed him, that would be fine. If you say I killed him, then I'll know immediately that you're the murderer. How could I possibly have killed someone when I was with them the whole time? Even if you're going to slander someone, shouldn't you at least do some research beforehand? You just make things up without thinking. Can someone with intellectual disabilities become an idol? Isn't that a bit too low a bar? Zhang Chun said with a helpless and sarcastic tone. You're with the 8th Squad? This. Jian's face suddenly turned very ugly. Although they acknowledged Alan's leadership, to outsiders, they were still perceived as a unified group. Alan was publicly humiliated for making false accusations without investigation, and he felt a burning pain on his face. Then, could it be that someone else did it? Xiao Hao also said in a silly way. His adaptability is also lacking. All four of these people came into the public eye thanks to Jiao Jie's public relations and image management. The reason they were allowed to stay in the VIP area was, one reason is to increase the sense of mystery for fans. On the other hand, it's also because they are actually just ordinary people, and their intelligence and quality are even lower than those of ordinary people. All the accolades and personas were pre-designed. It's all about increasing brand recognition and popularity. To put it bluntly, it's all an act. Now Sister Jiao is dead. The four of them, exposed to all their fans, look like four idiots. Normally, if one person lies, even the most clueless others should at least know how to cover it up. The result was that he was completely stunned on the spot. That expression practically says, oh no, Alan's lie has been exposed. What do we do? What do we do? Of the four, Alan was the most ruthless and also the smartest. His eyes flickered, and he quickly adapted, saying, the 8th Squad has betrayed us. They were afraid of being scolded by Sister Jiao and having points deducted because they couldn't complete the task of collecting radiation protection suits. So they conspired with outsiders to kill Sister Jiao, and they even helped outsiders create alibis. I have truly never seen such ungrateful people as the 8th Squad. These words completely shut Wei Hongxiao up. If she can prove that Zhang Chun was with her the whole time, then she will confirm that she murdered Sister Jiao. Because she genuinely couldn't produce a radiation protection suit, the mission was indeed a failure. Wei Hongxia has limited emotional intelligence. When she was teased like this, she became so nervous that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Guan Xian silently hid behind Zhang Chun, without saying a word. Enough with the nonsense. Kill these traitors and avenge Sister Jiao. Alan roared. He then gave Rong a look. Rong understood and instantly appeared in front of Wei Hongxia. Hongxia, I believe you are innocent. Of the four people, Wei Hongxia liked Rong the most. Upon hearing what Rong said, Wei Hongxia's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Rong, I knew you were different from them. Hiccup. Wei Hongxia only got halfway through her sentence, before her tears of emotion could even fall. I felt a chill in my heart. A dagger was plunged deep into his chest. Thanks to the support of their fans, the four knights have advanced to the second stage of the beginner awakener level. But they never actually fought. Afraid of making a mistake, Rong first used lies to lower Wei Hongxia's guard before delivering a fatal blow. Alan, look, I killed this ugly woman. Rong clapped his hands and laughed. Wei Hongxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. I thought I'd hear Rong apologize before I died, but instead I heard the words, ugly woman. This isn't real, I don't believe. Wei Hongxia knelt on the ground, her eyes wide open. She never believed, even in death, that the adorable boy she loved could be such a vicious being. The rest of the team members were so shocked by what they saw that they broke out in a cold sweat. They used to think that idols were perfect, godlike beings, but now, they're practically cold-blooded, ruthless killers. This stark contrast made them realize they were dreaming. Idols are nothing but a deception. Alan saw the expressions on the other girls' faces in the 8th squad, and then looked around at the fans who had just been cheering and waving flags. At this point, everyone calmed down. He stared at the scene before him in utter terror. If Rong had rushed over, he would have killed Wei Hongxia directly. This is called purging traitors, which is perfectly reasonable, and that's what everyone expected. However, Rong first deceived Wei Hongxia, showing his magnanimity, and then killed her the next moment. This made all the fans vaguely sense. The four horsemen are nothing but four hypocrites. Their previous actions were exactly the same as what's happening now. On the surface, it said that fans' boyfriends are allowed to live in the camp. However, not long after, these people were all forcibly evicted. These people claim to be good to their fans, but besides taking from them, they don't seem to give anything in return. Some fans have already realized what's going on. Another group of die-hard fans remained engrossed in it, even cheering loudly, saying things like Wei Hongxia should have died long ago. This level of madness is chilling. You all deserve to die. Zhang Chun, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. These four words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. At the same time, a powerful gust of air exploded out instantly. The wind made people's clothes rustle. Zhang Chun initially decided to spare their lives out of consideration for the fact that they were all Chinese. Who would have thought they would be such a disgusting bunch? Keeping them around will only cause more harm to more people. This terrifying strength. Xiao Hao was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Puff! Alan slit Xiao Hao's throat from behind, and, while everyone else's attention was on Zhang Chun, quickly disposed of his body. Rong, go! Alan shouted, slowly moving towards Jian. Go to hell. Let me show you the power of the 4 horsemen. Rong roared angrily. Puff! He had barely finished speaking. Then I saw my body gradually turn into a wisp of mist and disappear. What's going on? What kind of skill is this? He was too fast. I didn't even see him. Rong, sisters, let's fight him. A group of crazed female fans pulled the crossbow bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows shot in from all directions, leaving no blind spots. Instant flash. Zhang Chun appeared beside Alan in an instant and grabbed Alan's hand holding the dagger. It turns out that Alan could tell from Zhang Chun's aura that he was not strong enough. So he decided to kill 2 of his companions to level up. This would give them a better chance of escaping. Who knew that Zhang Chun would discover the murder of Jian? Chapter 139. All dead. Zhang Chun grabbed Alan's wrist with one hand and Aegean's neck with the other. He stood in the middle with a cold expression. Huh? Alan, you actually want to kill me? Are you insane? Aren't we good brothers? Zhang Chun was pinching Aegean's neck, not his throat. So Aegean's voice wasn't affected. In fact, it became much louder because of his anger. The other die-hard female fans' expressions changed drastically when they saw their idol being subdued by Zhang Chun in an instant. Holding the crossbow in his hand, he didn't know what to do. When they heard Aegean say that Aluin was actually going to kill him, everyone's eyes showed disbelief. These words completely shattered their worldview. In their memory, the four horsemen always had a very harmonious relationship, especially Alan, who had a particularly good temper. No matter how others criticize him, he just smiles slightly. It gives people a feeling of warmth and safety. And that's it. Is the gentle Alan going to kill his own best brother? All their carefully constructed personas have collapsed. The fans' worldview was instantly shattered. Some die-hard fans immediately knelt on the ground and burst into tears. They simply couldn't believe that their idol, whom they so deeply admired and for whom they were willing to give everything. He's a complete scumbag. Of course, there are also some die-hard fans who are still vehemently criticizing Zhang Chun. She felt that her idol was forced to take self-defense measures under the attack and coercion of Zhang Chun. In short, whatever my brother does is right. Alan felt as if his wrist was being gripped by a slowly tightening iron clamp, and his palm was no longer bleeding. The wrist bones were gradually deformed by the pinching, and then slowly exceeded the limits that the bones could withstand, eventually shattering. If this process continues, the bone fragments will eventually pierce into the flesh, tearing the arm to shreds from the inside. Alan, sweating profusely from the pain, managed to say, "Oh, Aegean, even if I don't kill you, you'll still die. If you die, I'll absorb your crystal core, level up again, and maybe I'll still have the strength to fight. Now I have no hope of leveling up. We're all doomed." Oh. Zhang Chun suddenly exerted force with his left hand, and there was a cracking sound. He decisively snapped Alan's wrist, but did not let go. The latter was too weak to speak anymore, and could only scream, "Brother, you saved me. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my boss. I will personally kill that beast Alan." And then, Aegean only said half of what he wanted to say. Then there was a creaking sound. Zhang Chun snapped his neck without any expression. Don't get it wrong. Zhang Chun wasn't there to save him at all. It's important to understand that if one person dies and another person collects the crystals, only 50–60% of the crystals can be obtained. Even if Zhang Chun kills Alan again, he will only be able to collect 50–60% of the crystal cores from Alan's body. This means that only 25–36% of the crystal nuclei on a Shun can be collected. There will be some losses. Zhang Chun stopped Alan simply to prevent the middleman from making a profit. Go to hell. Alan's wrist was in excruciating pain, but he has another hand. Since I can't escape, I might as well fight Zhang Chun to the death. He is a second-stage, early-stage awakener in the energy evolution direction. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot out from Zhang Chun's back with his left hand. Focus strike. Bang. Zhang Chun didn't even move, managing to withstand the attack head-on. Alan was overjoyed. Hit. The sneak attack was a success. Haha. Even the strongest person can't withstand this kind of damage if they're caught off guard. Even crawling is unacceptable, let alone human beings. If I harvest this guy, I'll definitely get rich quick, and I might even be able to run rampant in the apocalypse. Huh. However, the next second, Alan's face turned extremely ugly, because he discovered that Zhang Chun's entire body was instantly covered in armor the moment he was attacked. The spot on his back where he was hit didn't even have a trace of char. The armor perfectly blocked all the damage. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Zhang Chun. The focused armor absorbed part of the energy from the focused attack. Total number of crystal cores increased by 1. Okay, although the number of crystal cores given was a bit small. But in the end, it was all for nothing, wasn't it? This is impossible. If I hadn't almost upgraded, things would definitely not be like this now. Focus strike. Focus strike. Despite the pain, Alan mustered all his strength and unleashed 2 consecutive energy strike attacks. One attack targeted Zhang Chun's lower abdomen, and the other targeted his face. However, All the attacks were easily absorbed and disintegrated by the armor. Total energy cores +1. Total energy cores +1. That's it. Zhang Chen flicked his left hand upward slightly. Alan was flung into the air. Focus strike. Zhang Chen slowly spread his 5 fingers on his left hand and casually unleashed a move. Boom. A thick beam of light engulfed most of Alan's body, blasting a hole in the castle hotel behind him. The pool water cascaded down like a waterfall. Alan watched as his body, mostly blasted away in an instant, slowly vanished. He suddenly realized something. Even though he had just killed Ah Jian and successfully advanced to the 3rd stage of the initial awakening, such strength is still insignificant in front of Zhang Chen. Forget about fighting to the death. Even escaping is a pipe dream. From this perspective, I can say I have no regrets about dying. Before such a powerful figure, all schemes and tricks are nothing but a joke. Alan's body turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared into the air. Zhang Chen then unleashed a powerful movement with both arms. Crystal nucleus resonance. Buzz. Boom. An invisible shockwave swept in. It directly blew away the surrounding die-hard fans and fanatics into white mist. Crystal nucleus resonance. Another blow shattered the staff hiding inside the castle hotel and the fanatical fans plotting revenge for their idol into dust. Ding. Automatically collected the following items. Energy cores 9300 plus 7540. 80% talent bonus. Autograph photos of a certain group 230. Support items 520. Basic water filter 1. Repeating crossbow 196. Repeating crossbow blueprint 1. Sharp short sword 182. Sharp short sword blueprint 1. Heisei City map 1. Storage ring fragment 722. There was still plenty of food and drinks left. The entire camp had nearly 200 people, all of whom were survivors of the apocalypse, having been tempered by the trials of the thousands of fans at the concert. Most of them are at the exceptionally strong level, and a very few are at the physical limit level. The only strange thing is, I didn't find any anti-radiation clothing. Chapter 140 Guan Xian's Secret. Zhang Chen then remembered what Guan Xian had said to him. Only she knew where the radiation protection suit was. It seems this is not just empty talk, but a fact. If the radiation protection suit was really inside the camp, Zhang Chen wouldn't need Guan Xian at all. They slaughtered the entire camp, and it was easy to get the prize. Guan Xian must have anticipated this, which is why she deliberately reminded Zhang Chen before the battle. Moreover, she quickly fled the battlefield at the start of the battle to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zhang Chen had previously used the Eye of Peeping to examine Guan Xian's ring, and there was no anti-radiation suit inside. Now that everyone in the camp has been killed, the radiation suit still hasn't been found. This means that either Guan Xian is lying, or she has hidden the item. You are really strong. I didn't misjudge you. It's Guan Xian. She slowly walked out from the garden next to her. You used me. Whatever your purpose, you led me to the camp. And he publicly declared that I was the 5th knight, just to escalate the conflict between me and the others in the camp. You know very well that my ability to kill a Type 3 infected mutated individual means my strength is definitely above that of the 4 horsemen and these brainwashed fans. But he deliberately said that I was on par with 4 sissies in order to lower their guard. If a conflict breaks out between the 2 sides, I will wipe out the entire camp in my rage. From the moment we met until now, everything has been going according to your plan. I thought you would just run away, but I didn't expect you to have the guts to show up in front of us. I'm curious, what are you planning to do next? Zhang Chen squinted as he spoke. I feel that beneath this woman's innocent appearance lies a heart that is hard to fathom. You are indeed very clever. You saw through my intentions immediately. But since you already know I'm using someone else to do my dirty work, why are you still playing along? Guan Xian knew she had met a clever person. He decided to stop pretending and sat on a rock to ask the question. Because I really wanted to kill them. It's that simple. Zhang Chen said calmly. No matter what, you kept your promise and protected me, so I will definitely keep my promise in return. I'll take you to find anti-radiation clothing. Guan Xian jumped down from the rock, took a few steps first, then turned back and waved to Zhang Chen, saying, Come on, I'll take you to get it now. Zhang Chun followed slowly behind. The two headed north. We arrived at an abandoned video store. Guan Xian took out 10 sets of anti-radiation suits from the cabinet behind the front desk. It's all here. These crazy fans only like those 4 sissies and look down on the music of this world. So, they'll scavenge any position, but they'll never go into a record store. This is the safest place. Zhang Chun put the 10 sets of anti-radiation clothing into the ring. He was quite impressed with Guan Xian. This woman is more meticulous than I imagined. From the moment she put on the anti-radiation suit, it was all a scheme she set up. She even schemed against Wei Hongxia and the others in the team. Although she only possessed the mediocre strength of physical limits, she was able to annihilate the entire camp of sissies in an instant, a camp she was far from capable of fighting against. Why do this? Zhang Chun suddenly asked. Why hide the anti-radiation clothing? Guan Xian glanced at Zhang Chun, then gently shook her head and said, No, you're smart. You wouldn't ask such a simple question. What you want to ask is, why I destroyed the entire camp, right? At this point, Guan Xian's eyes suddenly reddened. The expression on his face was hard to decipher. Was it joy, sadness, or perhaps a combination of both? Come with me, and you'll find out. Guan Xian led Zhang Chun northward. I walked about 5 kilometers. The road here is blocked off with barbed wire. A prominent yellow warning sign was affixed to the barbed wire fence. Warning: nuclear contamination zone ahead. Do not enter. Over here. Guan Xian slowly walked towards a warehouse. With each step she took forward, large tears streamed down her face. In the end, she simply covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. What's in the warehouse? Zhang Chun stared at it for a moment. The prompt quickly appeared. An ordinary warehouse, empty of supplies, containing 12 ordinary zombies bound by chains. They pose no threat to you. A zombie chained up? No one would be so bored as to grab infected people with their bare hands, and then lock them up. Unless it is. These zombies were locked up while they were still alive. Guan Xian walked to the locked warehouse door, crying as she desperately tried to hack at the chain lock with her short sword. Sparks burst forth. However, the chain lock only had one more white mark. The short sword was already ruined. The blade of the short sword was full of nicks and chips, and it was unusable. Zhang Chun lightly swung the 1,000-bone blade. With a loud bang, not only the chain lock, but also half of the door was knocked open by the powerful impact. It slammed heavily against the wall. Attracted by the loud noise, the zombies in the warehouse screamed wildly and stretched their arms toward the door, rattling the chains. Guan Xian slowly walked to the far side, in front of a male zombie whose clothes had a large T printed on them. Where the zombie originally had its eyes, there were now 2 large holes, and it also had multiple wounds on its body. It seems he suffered inhuman torture before his death. A person and a corpse were facing each other, only 10 centimeters apart. The zombie's hideous and terrifying face hovered in front of Guan Xian. It felt like he was about to bite her neck at any moment. However, Guan Xian did not back down at all. Her eyes, as she looked at the zombies, were filled with pity and love. You know what? Actually, those female fans' boyfriends didn't leave the camp voluntarily. They just ended up like this. And what fourth sister said every day about going to the border to kill radiation monsters is completely fabricated. They came here to torture these poor people, then kill them and trap them here. This is my boyfriend. We're very much in love. But because our Rong has taken a liking to me, to put it bluntly, he just wants to sleep with me. So they sent someone to secretly arrest him and torture him like this. The person who arrested him was Wei Hongxia. Isn't it ironic? The captain I trusted most was an accomplice in the murder of my boyfriend. Now, do you know why I hate these people? These brainless fans have absolutely no reason. They all deserve to die. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I did lie to you. So, even if you kill me now, I will have no regrets. As Guan Xian spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 141. The little girl has awakened again. Looking at Guan Xian's expression of resignation to her fate, Zhang Chun asked curiously, I didn't say I was going to kill you. Now that I've obtained the anti-radiation suit, we're even. What are your plans next? Guan Xian sighed softly and said, I don't know what I should do. I've lived in this camp ever since I arrived in this apocalypse, and I've never left. There's no one there now, and I don't want to go back. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I know there's a military base south of Tianyang City. You can go there and take a look. After all, there are Chinese soldiers guarding that place, so safety and legitimacy can be guaranteed. I think with your intelligence, you'll find a place to use your skills there. A glimmer of light seemed to suddenly appear in Guan Xian's dim eyes. A military base, guarded by soldiers from China? Really? Then I'll head over right away. Although everyone is a soldier in the apocalypse, those without combat capabilities cannot survive. But from the bottom of my heart, most people desire peace, a stable interpersonal environment, and a safe and comfortable place to live. If there is a division of labor, one can give full play to their strengths in their own area. No more constantly fighting zombies in fear. This is the best thing. After all, not everyone is a born warrior. Guan Xian is the best example. Her skills were lacking, and her zombie-killing techniques were far inferior to Wei Hongxia's. But when it comes to brains, she's way ahead of everyone in the sissy camp. Wait a minute. Zhang Chen suddenly called out to Guan Xian. He took out a car key, 2 bottles of water, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. These car keys belong to the SUV parked at the entrance of your camp. You can use these things on the way. Zhang Chen had a hunch that he would definitely meet Guan Xian again in the future. Moreover, this woman's intellect will definitely be of help to me. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Guan Xian forced a smile at Zhang Chen and said, Yes, have a safe trip. Zhang Chen smiled and waved to Guan Xian. I've heard there are indeed monsters in the radiation zone. If you're going to venture deep into that area, you must be very careful. Zhang Chen wanted the anti-radiation suit, which meant he had to go deep into the radiation zone. So Guan Xian couldn't help but remind her. No. Zhang Chen nodded. Guan Xian disappeared from sight. Only then did he swing his knife and wipe out all the zombies in the warehouse. These zombies didn't have many items on them, only some energy cores and storage fragments. Zhang Chen glanced down at the time. It's about time to go back to the villa. Zhang Chen charged straight in from the horde of zombies. They have just entered the range of Erpang's evacuation. The zombie horde behind them immediately closed in again. The area was completely surrounded. At this time, the automatic warning tower also stopped working. That's not bad, actually. 2 automatic sentry towers, each powered by 500 energy crystals, were deployed, in addition to their performance during the last Jiangbei zombie horde. We have now been killing zombies for 48 consecutive hours. With the boost from his talent, he obtained more than 20,000 energy cores. This is definitely a huge profit. Getting more than 20 times the profit from 1,000 crystal cores is really great. Before the little girl woke up, Zhang Chen built 8 more automatic sentry towers. Consumes 4,000 energy cores and 4 tons of steel. Zhang Chen also installed these 8 sentry towers around the outpatient building. The 2 original sentry towers were recharged with 500 crystal cores each. Da-da-da-da. Sizzle. The watchtower was operational again. Countless energy orbs and beams of energy rained down on the horde of zombies. The energy core in the lower right corner of Zhang Chen's head surged again. In no time at all, it had already accumulated and surpassed the 150,000 mark. We're getting closer to 200,000. It's almost time. Zhang Chen then picked up the little girl and put her back on the emergency bed, then pushed her outside the villa. He then casually packed up the villa and the helicopter. In case, if the little girl wakes up, she'll be subjected to another frenzied attack. Don't break anything important. Erpang looked at the little girl with lingering fear. It was still shaken by the incident where the little girl had ridden on it and given it a good beating. At this moment, a notification appeared next to the little girl, indicating that the countdown was coming to an end. Side effect lasts for 10 seconds. Side effect lasts for 9 seconds. Side effect lasts for 8 seconds. Side effect lasts for 1 second. When the last number returns to 0, the notification has disappeared. At this moment, the little girl slowly opened her eyes again. Woof! Erpang took 2 steps back. I don't know if I should be on guard against becoming multiplied. We should still show kindness to the little girl and lick her. It's very complicated. Oops! The little girl stretched and slowly sat up from the bed. Then she blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Chen curiously. My name is Zhang Chun, and this is Erpang. What? What's your name? Zhang Chun asked. The little girl looked at Zhang Chun with a blank expression. It seems she couldn't understand what Zhang Chun was saying. Are you hungry? Zhang Chun took out a piece of chocolate and waved it in front of the little girl. Yeah. The little girl thought the colorful chocolate wrappers were very pretty. I wanted to reach out and grab it. However, she was a little slower than Zhang Chun. I missed my chance. Can't you speak? Zhang Chun asked in surprise. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Zhang Chun with a grin. I find this person very interesting. Perhaps it was the effect of the submission potion that made her naturally want to be close to this man. Hiss. Zhang Chun thought about it and roughly figured it out. Cyborgs are simply people whose genes have been modified and whose bodies have been enhanced. However, there is no brain-to-brain interface technology in this world. It's even less likely that a little girl would learn to speak or understand the world while in a hibernation pod. Even Zhang Chun suspected that this was the little girl's first real encounter with the world. Although her physical abilities are outrageously strong. However, the development of the brain's intelligence is almost zero. They were in a state of complete ignorance. Here, eat. Zhang Chun tore open the wrapper and handed the chocolate to the little girl. The latter looked at it curiously, then smelled it. Then I gently licked it. The little girl's pupils dilated dramatically, as if she had never eaten anything so delicious before. Suddenly, he started eating large mouthfuls. You don't have a name, so it's inconvenient to call you that. I need to give you a name. Your hair is white, so your name definitely has to include the character for white. Zhang Chun sat on the rooftop, gazing up at the sky. It was already afternoon, but the moon could still be seen in the sky, a pale white color. White moon. Chapter 142. Okay. I admit I'm terrible at naming things. Zhang Chun took a deep breath. He subconsciously glanced at Erpang. Erpang watched as the little girl devoured chocolate, drool dripping onto the ground, almost forming a river. Dogs can't eat chocolate, and I guess wolves are the same way. If you eat this, you'll die, Zhang Chun said in a very serious tone. To be honest, I'm not very good at naming things. Naming my pet Erpang is not a big deal. Anyway, a pet doesn't understand the meaning of a name. Just accept whatever your master calls you. Even if you choose a name that's incredibly cool and awesome. For wolves, it remains just a name. It's just a difference in length. But people are different. When the little girl grows up and understands the world, she will gradually come to know it better. I also figured out the meaning of each character. What should I do if I feel that the name I gave her doesn't sound good? With a responsible attitude, Zhang Chun ultimately decided. Let's call you Xiaobai for now. If you have a name you like later, then you can come up with your own. Yay! Little White quickly finished the chocolate. Melted chocolate got all over my hands and mouth. She was still waving at Zhang Chun, wanting another piece. Here's another one, but don't eat too many. Eating too many sweets is bad for your teeth. After saying this, Zhang Chun couldn't help but smile. Eating sweets without brushing your teeth can indeed damage them. But could it also harm cyborgs? Perhaps her genetic makeup means she's completely immune to diseases and bacteria? These were just guesses by Zhang Chun. Only Su Ruina probably knows the exact details. But speaking of which, where did this guy go again? The strongest survivors are now only at a level where they can contend with the crawlers. Dealing with the mutated Type 3 zombies is still quite difficult. However, the strength of the zombies remained relatively constant for the first 30 days. And the survivors are gradually becoming stronger. Who knows if, in a few days, or even 10 days, a survivor capable of killing the Type 3 mutant will appear. At that point, Su Ruina will truly be in danger. We hope to find Su Ruina and, at the same time, find a cure to restore her consciousness. Otherwise, Zhang Chun wouldn't be able to carry a time bomb with him. Zhang Chun was lost in thought for a while when he suddenly felt a slight itch on his cheek. It's a bit chilly when the wind blows. He turned his head and realized that Xiaobai had appeared beside him at some point. She was looking at me with a smile, her clear eyes wide open. Were you licking me just now? Zhang Chun looked on in astonishment. Yeah. Xiaobai pointed at Zhang Chun's empty palm, seemingly still wanting some chocolate. You don't have to lick it if you want it. This child. Slurp. Slurp. Zhang Chun suddenly heard the sound of Erpang licking something from the other side. It turns out that Erpang was craving something, and wanted to ask Zhang Chen for some food. She was diligently licking Zhang Chen's pants with her big tongue. Xiaobai learned this licking behavior from Pang. Good grief, you have a living, breathing human role model to follow, but you insist on learning from wolves. Can't you be serious for once? We're having instant noodles tonight. Zhang Chen took out a box of instant noodles and waved it in his hand. Yeah. Xiaobai was attracted by the colorful packaging of instant noodles and danced with joy. Haha, just like Pang, you're a total foodie. Zhang Chen saw that Xiaobai was indeed no longer aggressive. Only then did they take the villa out. He led Xiaobai and Pang into the villa. I boiled a pot of water and made 2 bowls of instant noodles. Xiaobai imitated Pang, sitting on the ground with his eyes fixed on the instant noodles. Hiss. This little guy seems to think of himself and Pang as being the same kind. If this continues, humanity's hope will be turned into wolf cubs. That won't do. We have to think of a solution. Zhang Chen began eating his noodles with a worried expression. They finished eating in no time. Belch. The little white dog next to him also finished eating and even let out a burp. Then, she actually laughed at her own hiccup. He burst into laughter. The little guy eats pretty fast. Zhang Chen was about to throw away the trash. Then I suddenly realized something. The soup in instant noodles is very hot, so you need to use chopsticks to eat it. How could a newborn baby possibly know how to use chopsticks? If you reach out and grab the noodles, won't you burn yourself? Zhang Chen hurriedly and anxiously checked Xiaobai's little hands. It was clean and white, without any redness, burns, or even any instant noodle soup. Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Xiaobai's bowl of instant noodles. The noodles were eaten completely. A pair of chopsticks were neatly placed horizontally on the paper bowl. There were still obvious bits of vegetable from the instant noodle seasoning packet stuck to the chopsticks. Xiaobai actually ate with chopsticks. In other words, she knew that eating with her hands would be hot. So you specifically observed Zhang Chen's eating habits and learned them in an instant. The only difference is that Xiaobai is holding the chopsticks upside down, using the end he's holding. Not only is Xiaobai physically strong, but he also has an exceptional learning ability. In that case, Xiaobai, you and Pang wait for me at home. Don't go out. I'll be back soon. Zhang Chen turned to Pang and said, keep an eye on Xiaobai. Don't let her run around. Woof. Pang looked at Zhang Chen, then turned around and pounced on Xiaobai, licking her face. Xiaobai seems to really like the fluffier Pang. She giggled. This can also attract attention. Zhang Chen went out and charged out again in one breath. An hour later, they returned to fight back. When I came back, I had a big bag of CDs in my hand. These were all taken from the video store. This is the only nostalgic photo shop in the entire city of Shannon. The world has long been dominated by the internet. The server stops working when the power goes out. All the networks have become useless. On the contrary, these photo shops are able to preserve and pass down some materials. Zhang Chen selected a lot of children's cartoons, as well as some educational films and movies. Cartoons are meant to enlighten and educate. Educational films can enhance basic knowledge reserves. The movie is obviously meant to help newbies understand interpersonal relationships and how to live like a normal person. It's not easy to meet a normal person in the apocalypse. These are the only things a beginner can learn. The villa has a private cinema. Zhang Chen, along with Xiaobai and Pang, sat comfortably in chairs and then played an animated cartoon. Big-headed dad and small-headed daughter. Chapter 143 Su Ruina is back. The plot of the entire animation is somewhat similar to the original Big Head Son and Small Head Dad series, which is also a family-oriented slice-of-life animation. It also contains many short stories that teach children how to be a good person. This is not bad. I don't need to lecture him every day anymore. I can just let him watch cartoons. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Only, the plot of the animated film is far too simple, and they were all trivial matters. Xiaobai and Pang watched with great interest. This was perhaps a very new concept for both of them. But Zhang Chen simply couldn't muster any interest. In addition, there were those who fought their way in and out of the zombie horde today. I'm really tired. I fell asleep without even realizing it. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. Zhang Chen was awakened by the sounds from the cartoon. It's still playing? Zhang Chen glanced at the screen, still half asleep. The video playing above shows Littlehead's daughter happily splashing around in puddles while wearing rain boots, looking very cheerful. This is from the third episode. Zhang Chun fell asleep while watching this scene. By now, all the episodes should have been played on a loop. Zhang Chun turned off the player and walked sleepily into the living room. Pang, Xiaobai, where are you? Xiaobai probably doesn't even know that his name is Xiaobai. But Pang definitely knows that his name is Pang. Therefore, Pang should definitely rush over as soon as Zhang Chun summons him. And usually, Pang is the one who licks Zhang Chun awake. Today, the entire living room was empty. There was no Pang's voice, nor Xiaobai's voice. Zhang Chun opened the door and walked out of the villa. I stood on the rooftop and looked around. At this point, all 10 automatic sentry towers had ceased operation. There was a dense pile of corpses, as high as a small mountain, surrounding the outpatient building. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The filthy blood of the zombies was everywhere. The attack on the automatic sentry tower was attributed to Zhang Chun himself. Automatic collection will directly collect the corpse without leaving any trace. The only explanation is, it was all done by Xiaobai and Pang. These two guys, they're actually using hordes of zombies as toys. Zhang Chun recalled Xiaobai's formidable fighting power when he first awakened, nearly killing the Weeping One. Dealing with these zombies is a piece of cake. Pang. No, Zhang Chun shouted. The nearby zombies have all been cleared away. There were no living people either. The entire city was deathly silent. Zhang Chun's powerful roar carried far and wide, slowly echoing through the buildings. Pang, Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Whoa. Pang responded quickly. The sound was coming from the direction of a shopping mall not far away. Over there. Zhang Chun hurriedly leaped down from the rooftop and rushed over. Turning the corner, he saw Pang sitting in the middle of the road, calling out to Zhang Chun. Then he turned around and ran to the entrance of the mall. If Pang didn't multiply, it means there's no danger. Zhang Chun quickly followed. Pang shouted and rushed in first. Is Little White inside? Zhang Chun walked straight in. There was no electricity, and the mall had no windows. The light from the entrance only illuminates a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Zhang Chun continued walking into the darkness. Soon, his eyes adjusted to the light, and he could see everything clearly. There it was, in front of a clothing store. Little White changed into a princess dress and was admiring herself in the mirror. She was also holding a plush bear toy that was about the same height as her. It turns out this little guy came to go shopping. The clothes that were originally worn in the laboratory were stained with blood when killing zombies. It was thrown aside. Daddy, you're here? Little White. Aren't you pretty? When Xiaobai saw Zhang Chun, she excitedly ran over. First, she gave Zhang Chun a big hug. She then twirled in front of him and struck a cute pose. You can talk. Zhang Chun's face was filled with shock. It takes at least 1 or 2 years for a normal child to learn to speak. And they said it word by word. Even if an adult goes abroad, without systematic learning, achieving fluent communication is not something that can be done overnight. Xiaobai can talk just by watching one cartoon, and she clearly knew the meaning behind what she said. This is way too strong. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful, Daddy? Xiaobai asked eagerly. The little expression seemed to say, praise me, praise me. Beautiful, of course it's beautiful. However, this dress is a little small for you. You could change into something more girly. This princess dress is definitely too small. The hem of the skirt was about 2 fists distance from the top of her knees, making it almost a mini skirt. Also, don't call me Dad. I'm not your dad. Just call me brother. Zhang Chun corrected him with a smile. Brother, what is that? Xiaobai tilted his head and asked. The cartoon only features the parents and a pet dog. There is no storyline involving the older brother. So this was the first time Xiaobai had ever heard this title. Brother is what you call a man who is a little older than you. Zhang Chun was stunned by Xiaobai's question. I've never actually answered a question like that before. Actually, my answer had flaws. Because the father is also older than the daughter. Xiaobai doesn't have a father, nor does he have an age reference. So explaining him is quite complicated. Brother, brother. Little White stroked Pang's head and exclaimed excitedly. Ah, it's a wolf, not a person. Just call it Pang. Zhang Chun said with a dark expression. Pang, brother? Xiaobai chuckled. finding the name quite pleasing to the ear. They immediately started running around Erpang. He ran while calling out to his older brother, Erpang. All right. Zhang Chen gently touched his forehead. It seems that educating children in the apocalypse is really not an easy task. Daddy, come here, Daddy. Suddenly, Xiaobai waved her little hand at Zhang Chen. Fine, call me whatever you like. We'll correct you gradually once your comprehension improves. Come here, Dad. Xiaobai walked to the door of the fitting room and said excitedly. They're here. They're here. Zhang Chen slowly walked over. The fitting room door was open. The person who had been weeping stood inside, staring blankly at their reflection in the mirror. When Zhang Chen saw the appearance of the wailing person, he was also stunned. It's Su Ruina. That's right, no problem. How did she get like this? Chapter 144 Departure, the Land of Radiation. The moment Zhang Chen saw Su Ruina, he felt as if he had traveled back in time again. Is this a nurse's uniform? However, this nurse's uniform is not a standard hospital nurse's uniform. Instead, it's the kind of clothing that's somewhat cosplay-like and very sexy. The top has an open neckline, and the bottom is a bodycon miniskirt. At first glance, she looks like a nurse from Silent Hill. She has a great figure, combined with her already pretty face. Hiss. For the first time, Zhang Chen found a zombie to be incredibly sexy. Su Ruina's originally messy hair seemed to have been carefully combed. Her hair was also cut short. Now I have a short, ear-length haircut similar to Xiaobai's. However, the haircutting skills were not very good, and the results were inconsistent. But it looks so much better than that terrifying and messy look before. There is no hair to cover it. Su Ruina's beautiful and delicate features were revealed. Her skin was delicate and fair. A purple vein, resembling a tree branch, spreads from the neck to the edge of the cheek. With that kind of beauty, she would be stunning even among humans, let alone among a horde of zombies. Is it pretty? Xiaobai proudly showed Zhang Chen her masterpiece. You did this. Zhang Chen was both surprised and somewhat amused. The surprise was that Xiaobai actually learned how to cut hair just by watching cartoons. They even changed Su Ruina's clothes. But, does the show Big Head Dad and Small Head Daughter include anything like that? Especially this nurse uniform. Does this feel a bit inappropriate for children? It seems we need to be careful when choosing animated films, because some might have hidden agendas that could corrupt children. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? Xiaobai held Zhang Chen's hand and shook it back and forth, asking a question. Beautiful, pretty. Zhang Chen nodded. Su Ruina seemed to be shocked by her new image as well. Silently looking at myself in the mirror, I didn't move at all. But we have to get going. Go to the area where the meteorite fell and find its core. This is the most important thing, Zhang Chen said. He certainly wasn't saying this to Xiaobai. She doesn't even know all the characters, and there are still many aspects of human civilization and culture that haven't been passed down. Their understanding of the world is also extremely limited. Of course, it's impossible to know what the meteorite core Zhang Chen was talking about is. Zhang Chen was speaking to Su Ruina. Would you like to come with us? Zhang Chen asked. Wah, wah. A chilling cry rang out again. Su Ruina slowly covered her cheeks. Its fingers were still sharp claws, sending chills down one's spine. Her condition is also a problem. All right, it's your decision. We'll head to the forest park in Heisei City now. If you're all right now, come find us there. I'm sure you know the way. Zhang Chen said. Su Ruina didn't react. She just kept crying to herself. The sound was mournful. Little White, second fatty, let's go. Zhang Chen said. Erpang, with his big paws, was the first to catch up. Xiaobai stood at the door of the fitting room for a while, looked at Su Ruina, then waved his hand and said, Goodbye, my good friend. Let's play together again next time. After saying that, she hugged her plush bear toy and hopped along behind. Zhang Chen collected all the zombie corpses. The attack power of 10 automatic sentry towers is still quite formidable. The horde of zombies was mostly wiped out in one night. In addition, there's the task of recycling these zombies. Zhang Chen's total number of energy crystals had reached 210,000 at this point. The number of energy-concentrating crystal nuclei is 4. Go ahead. Zhang Chen patted Erpang on the shoulder. The latter understood and immediately transformed into its battle form. Roar. Zhang Chen was the first to jump onto Erpang's back. Come here, little White. Xiaobai looked at Peng with wide, curious eyes. I really don't know why this guy can suddenly become so big. I immediately felt that the plush bear toy in my hand wasn't so appealing anymore. She threw away her toy, giggled, and lightly jumped into Zhang Chen's arms. Play. It's so much fun. Little Bai's tiny feet swung back and forth on Peng's body. Peng didn't mind, and started running quickly down the road. In the distance, a sexy woman in a nurse's uniform is sobbing uncontrollably. A ghostly figure followed far behind. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Chun arrived at the location where the road had been blocked off yesterday. This area is completely sealed off by barbed wire. Peng stopped and waited for Zhang Chen's instructions. I'll go check first, you guys wait here. Zhang Chen said. Okay, Daddy. Daddy. Xiaobai especially likes the word dad. I kept repeating it countless times along the way. Zhang Chun casually slashed with the 1,000-bone blade. The barbed wire was cut in two. A huge gap has been created. Zhang Chun took out the anti-radiation suit, put it on, and then walked over. The anti-radiation suit has a radiation indicator on the wrist. The display constantly indicates the level of radiation in the surrounding area. This is also very helpful in locating the exact location of the meteorite's core. Because that's where the nuclear bomb exploded, theoretically, it's the place with the most intense nuclear radiation. The current nuclear radiation level is 0, measured in TT. Zhang Chun remembered that the unit of nuclear radiation in the world used to be the sievert, or microsievert. Generally, levels exceeding 100 microsieverts can cause harm to the human body. However, the civilizations of the two worlds are similar, but their units of measurement are not the same. TT is used here. If it's 0, then there's definitely no problem. Zhang Chun continued walking forward for about 100 meters. The indicator needle moved slightly. It fluctuates between 0 and 0.1. This means that extremely slight radiation can already be felt here. Zhang Chun stared at the numbers on the indicator. Soon, the prompt popped up again. TT is the unit of nuclear radiation on Earth. The limit of radiation that an average person can tolerate is 200 TT. The maximum radiation tolerance for awakened ones, regardless of level, is 2,600 TT. However, they can use the energy barrier skill to temporarily offset the damage from radiation by consuming a large number of energy cores. Zhang Chun took out another anti-radiation suit and stared at it for a moment. Soon, the notification popped up again. Anti-radiation suits can block up to 5,000 TT of radiation. Once this limit is exceeded, the suit will lose all protective effect. Zhang Chun turned around and glanced at Peng. The mutated energy beast can absorb a portion of radiation to strengthen itself and resist 6,500 TT of nuclear radiation. Goodness, this guy comes with his own radiation protection suit. Zhang Chun was initially worried that the anti-radiation suits were all for humans and there wasn't a style for Peng. Now you don't have to worry. Zhang Chun then turned his attention to Xiaobai. Type 9 bioengineered human. Currently capable of withstanding 2,000 TT of nuclear radiation. Its resistance will gradually increase as the environment changes. Mutant type 3 infected individuals are unaffected by nuclear radiation in their corpses, but the zombie virus loses its activity when nuclear radiation exceeds 1,500 TT and begins to kill off when it exceeds 3,000 TT. The following line appeared next to a wailing person in a nurse's uniform. Chapter 145 Meteorite Crater. The current radiation levels are far below the level that could cause harm to the body. Zhang Chun quickly walked back and jumped back onto Peng's body. Let's go. Move forward quickly. Zhang Chun called out. Let's go. Move forward quickly. Xiaobai followed suit and said the same thing. Woof. Peng responded, unleashed its large claws, and charged forward quickly. Theoretically, the radiation intensity should decrease with distance from the explosion point. It is unlikely that there will be a sudden increase or decrease. However, just to be on the safe side, Zhang Chun kept his eyes glued to the radiation indicator. I ran forward for 20 or 30 kilometers. The buildings on both sides gradually began to decline and fall into disrepair. Although the cities outside have some damaged parts, most of them are well preserved. This area clearly looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. Wild grass squeezed out from the cracks in the road. The signs along the street were covered in dust. Some buildings have collapsed, and others have developed cracks in their walls. An unidentified vine covered the entire building, stretching its leaves towards the sunlight. The cars on both sides of the road have oxidized into rust, and their original color and style are no longer visible. This is what a true post-apocalyptic world looks like. At this point, the radiation level had risen to 230 TT. This position is beyond the limits of what ordinary humans can endure. In other words, if an unlucky soul were to transmigrate here from the start, they would definitely die before long. There were no zombies along the way, nor did we see any life other than plants. Everywhere was deathly still. If you leave the city and head northwest for about 30 kilometers, you'll reach the National Forest Park. That's where the meteorite impacted. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. What is a meteorite? Xiaobai turned his head and asked. Meteorites are rocks that fall from the sky. Zhang Chen gave a stiff explanation. Stones will fall from the sky? Little White looked up, staring blankly at the sky. It was as if they were trying to capture the instant a stone fell from the sky. It's gone now, that was a long time ago. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Oh. Xiaobai leaned against Zhang Chen's chest, feeling a little disappointed. Erpang continued his frantic run. The dilapidated characters for National Forest Park came into view. The main gate and ticket office have collapsed. Radiation indicator shows 1000 TT. Nuclear radiation increases exponentially. Once you get here and go further in, you can clearly see the increase in radiation levels with every step you take. Walk slowly and don't run. Zhang Chen gently stroked Erpang's ear and said, Roar. Erpang responded and then started walking slowly. As soon as we entered the forest park, it felt like being in a primeval forest. The trees here are much thicker than the trees outside. Each tree has a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, and its canopy soars into the clouds. You can vaguely see unfamiliar animals jumping around on the branches. A series of terrifying roars could be faintly heard from deep within the forest. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept over the heads of the crowd. Looking up, I was surprised to see a bird the size of a small airplane. It's fiery red all over and looks absolutely stunning. C-rank energy beast, crimson featherbird adult. Energy beast? Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he had been given a hint before. Energy beasts love places with radiation, and they can absorb radiation to grow. Erpang looked noticeably more refreshed after entering the park. Head held high, chest puffed out. He looked like a king returning home. But speaking of which, shouldn't the king of the forest be the tiger? What are you so smug about? However, as soon as Erpang appeared, the forest, which was originally filled with the roars of various energy beasts, became much quieter instantly. It seemed that they were all intimidated by Erpang's imposing presence. Keep going. The radiation intensity increased to 1500 TT. At this moment, Su Ruina suddenly caught up. Judging from her eyes, she seemed to have regained much of her rationality. She seemed to have found a way to regain her senses, and she ran forward quickly, somewhat impatiently. They moved forward a little further. The view ahead suddenly opened up. The entire green world comes to an abrupt end here. It was as if an invisible barrier was keeping them out. Ahead was a forest of dead trees. All the trees lean outwards. Further ahead lies a scorched earth, with the meteorite crater faintly visible. 2000 TT. At this point, Zhang Chen had to stop for a moment. This is already the limit of what Xiaobai can endure. Going any further would cause her irreversible damage. Xiaobai seemed to be feeling unwell, curling up lazily in Zhang Chen's arms. Erpang, you stay here and take care of her. I'll go take a look. Zhang Chen gave instructions. Woof! Erpang let out a soft roar, then obediently laid down on the ground. Zhang Chen continued forward, still wearing his radiation protection suit. 2100 TT. 2200 TT. 2300 TT. Almost every few steps, the radiation level increases rapidly by 100 units. Zhang Chen slowly walked to the earthen slope surrounding the meteorite crater and stopped. This shows that the nuclear radiation level has reached 4950 TT. We've reached the limit of what radiation protection clothing can do. Once this limit is exceeded, the anti-radiation suit becomes useless. Zhang Chun will be directly exposed to high-intensity radiation in the body of an awakened being. Call. Zhang Chun took a deep breath. The meteorite's core is very close. It is a small, silvery white sequin about the size of a palm. It's hard to imagine that the dust around such a tiny thing could change the entire world's ecology, easily destroy a civilization. Upon seeing it, Zhang Chun couldn't help but think of the mouse experiment that Su Ruina had conducted. Using only 1/1000th of a gram of energy from a meteorite fragment, a mouse was transformed into such a grotesque creature. Now he was facing the core of the meteorite's purest energy. Judging from its size, it must weigh at least 10 kilograms. The energy it contains is absolutely beyond imagination. Is it really safe to store something like this in a storage space? Zhang Chun stared at the core of the meteorite with a question in his mind. Soon, the notification popped up again. Meteorite core, eternal and unique, can be stored in storage space, containing violent bioenergy and possessing the power of eternal mysteries. A terrifying surge of energy will occur upon contact. Even with just 0.1 seconds of contact, under optimal conditions, it will take at least 10 days to fully absorb and digest the energy. At that time, your abilities will be further enhanced. Immune to all damage during the period of consuming the berserk energy. Even with the warning, I'm assured I won't die. But Zhang Chun couldn't help his heart pounding and his adrenaline surging. Get ready. Call. Zhang Chun took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Suddenly, a figure rushed past Zhang Chun. But just as he passed Zhang Chun, he suddenly fell forward. It landed heavily in the crater. This is Su Ruina. Chapter 146 Danger. The berserk power of the meteorite's core, Su Ruina, is on the verge of death. Su Ruina probably discovered that nuclear radiation can temporarily suppress the zombie virus's control over the body. Therefore, he planned to use this method to completely kill the zombie virus in his body. However, the problem is, Su Ruina's body was already a corpse. Otherwise, the vaccine would not be ineffective. She is conscious and can move freely. It's all thanks to the zombie virus. If the zombie virus is completely eradicated, wouldn't Su Ruina's consciousness also be destroyed along with it? This woman is absolutely insane. Energy barrier. A pale yellow halo appeared around Zhang Chun. Instant flash. Zhang Chun immediately went to Su Ruina's side. He lifted her onto his shoulder with force. Instant flash. Zhang Chun immediately teleported back to a distance of more than 10 meters from the meteorite crater. Then he ran wildly and rushed to Erpang's side. Su Ruina was placed on the ground. Zhang Chun checked the remaining energy crystals in the lower right corner. Just that one flashback. It consumed more than 8,000 energy crystals. This demonstrates the formidable lethality of nuclear radiation to living organisms. However, Erpang really liked radiation, so he stretched out his nose and sniffed around in the air. It seemed as if something was attracting it. I'm rooting for Xiaobai and Su Ruina. If I'm not back for a long time, you'll have to take good care of them. Zhang Chun spoke as if he were making his final arrangements. At this point, Zhang Chun suddenly remembered something. He pulled out 4 large boxes of canned beef, 25 bottles of purified water, and some snacks like chocolate and potato chips from his storage space. Then, Zhang Chun took out another 500 units of rapid fertilizer and piled it up under a tree some distance away. These things are enough for Erpang and Xiaobai to eat for a month. Even if Su Ruina turned into a human, though it doesn't seem theoretically plausible, there would still be enough to eat. Both Erpang and Xiaobai are children at heart. I never expected Zhang Chun to suddenly be so kind and bring out so much food. Erpang instantly shrunk to a small size, wagged its tail, buried its head in the fertilizer pile, and began to chew heartily. Xiaobai grabbed the chocolate, and imitating Zhang Chun, peeled off the packaging, smelled it first, and then took a big bite. Tasty. Then, a carefree smile appeared on his face. Zhang Chun took one last look at them. It was as if they wanted to imprint their faces deeply into their minds. Then he took off his protective suit, turned around, and slowly walked a few steps toward the crater. Soul burning. 5th gear. Boom. A blue flame, over 2 feet tall, enveloped his entire body. The rubble beneath his feet was swept away by this force, gradually turning into dust. Eventually, It turned into dust and dissipated into the air. Furious. Well, this was the first time Zhang Chun had unleashed his fury under the boost of soul burning. A surge of anger welled up from the bottom of my heart. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his skin turned red. His pupils shrank to a tiny black dot. That's all for now. Berserk Slash clears negative status effects and enhances self-healing and attack capabilities. There is no need to activate it now. All you need to do is activate the skill that greatly reduces damage. I'll keep Berserk Strike in case I encounter any trouble when I wake up. It'll be a lifesaver. Ready. Set off. Instant Flash. Instant Flash. Zhang Chun used 2 consecutive flashes to quickly appear next to the meteorite core. The instant the body appeared here, the blue aura enveloping his body was instantly blown away. All the energy is utterly insignificant compared to the meteorite's core. The energy barrier was also rapidly twisting and shattering. And all of this happened in an instant. Call out. Without a second thought, Zhang Chun reached out and touched the meteorite's core, successfully storing it in his storage space. At the same time, a surge of energy instantly flowed from my fingertips. Zhang Chun immediately lost the sensation of his fingers. Soon, the sensation spread upwards to the forearm and upper arm. The redness on the skin surface is also fading rapidly. With his dual talents, Advanced Awakened Stage 1, and the 14th power bonus to his physical attributes from the Rebirth ability. With all skills activated, it's utterly insignificant compared to the energy core of a meteorite. This energy instantly rushed up the arm to the heart and then to the brain. Buzz. In a daze, Zhang Chun felt as if he were in a vast universe, with endless pure energy flowing through his body. The body gradually began to dissipate, and the soul also fell into the endless void. These were all Zhang Chun's feelings during his final struggle before he collapsed. From an outsider's perspective, Zhang Chun instantly flashed to the meteorite's core, making contact with it the instant he touched it. All skills and energy vanished instantly. He fell straight to the ground, as if he had been electrocuted. That's it. On the other side, outside the meteorite crater, beside the boundary of the dense forest. It took Erpang quite a while to finish even a small portion of the rapid-acting fertilizer. This made Erpang feel deeply frustrated. I was planning to eat a few more bites, but I just couldn't eat anymore. Slightly disappointed, Erpang took small steps back to Xiaobai's side. At this moment, Xiaobai gently patted her slightly protruding belly, looking completely satisfied. She has eaten all the chocolate and a lot of snacks. She drank 1/5 of a 5L bucket of water. Now I'm lying lazily on the grass. He excitedly muttered to himself. Daddy, 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 hee. Erpang was getting a little bored waiting by the meteorite circle. He yawned and turned his head towards the direction of the meteorite crater. My eyelids started to droop. She fell into a deep sleep shortly afterward. Xiaobai stayed up all night watching Big Head Dad and Small Head Daughter. I'm feeling sleepy now. She fell asleep while holding Erpang. I don't know how much time passed. Erpang was the first to slowly wake up. The sun had begun to set, turning the woodland a golden red hue. Xiaobai is a restless sleeper. At first, he was hugging Erpang. Now he's rolling around and sleeping soundly, hugging Suruina. Erpang shook his fur to clear his head. The master still hasn't returned? Erpang had a vague feeling of unease. Could it be? Are there lots of delicious foods in the meteorite crater? How come we can't finish eating after all this time? The thought of delicious food made Erpang feel a little hungry again. It slowly walked to Suruina's side and sniffed her. The zombie smell is gone, but it seems to have an added smell of corpses. A corpse that is not yet decomposed. Erpang licked Suruina's cheek. The latter still did not respond. Go see what the owner is eating? But the master asked me to look after Little White and this corpse. Well, if we don't go far, we can just stand at the edge of the crater and take a look from a distance, right? Okay, it's settled then. With that in mind, Erpang tried to walk as quietly as possible. He walked step by step toward the crater. Chapter 147, A Frenzied Escape. The radiation intensity at the edge of the crater is 4,950 TT. Erpang felt very comfortable and shook its fur. Suddenly, it spotted Zhang Chun lying on the ground. His entire body was enveloped in energy-concentrating armor. There are 2 holes where the eyes are on the armor. From a distance, you couldn't even see the eyelids. It was pitch black. It's as if the entire energy-gathering armor is just an empty shell with nothing inside. While Erpang sensed something was wrong, it quickly ran towards Zhang Chen's body. But he stopped after running only a few steps. Erpang could feel the terrifying radiation power in front of him. Appropriate radiation can accelerate its growth. However, even it cannot withstand excessive radiation. It paced anxiously back and forth in the area where it could not bear the strain, making continuous whimpering sounds. Brother Erpang, what are you doing? Xiaobai was woken up by Erpang's voice. Sitting on the earthen slope around the meteorite crater, he looked at Erpang with curiosity. Woof! Erpang anxiously put his two hind legs on the ground and lifted his front legs. Make a pouncing motion. You want to go find your father, but you're too scared, aren't you? Xiaobai asked. Woof! Erpang charged towards Xiaobai with its claws outstretched. Then, grabbing her by the collar, he forcefully dragged her back into the dense forest. Although Erpang was worried about Zhang Chun, he still remembered his mission to take good care of Xiaobai and Su Ruina. What it didn't know was that after its recent drowsy period, Xiaobai had completely adapted to the radiation environment. It can even enter areas of high radiation in a short time and return safely. You mean Dad is sleeping and you want me not to wake him, right? I understand. I'll wake him up tomorrow then. Xiaobai clapped his hands and said. Erpang couldn't understand what Xiaobai was saying either. Anyway, I've decided to stay by Xiaobai's side and resolutely complete the task Zhang Chen assigned me. The next day, Xiaobai was awakened by the sound of thunder. The sky was covered with dark, heavy clouds, obscuring the sun. I don't know if it's morning or noon. A series of muffled claps of thunder echoed from the clouds. The sound was deafening. Is it going to rain? Oh, Daddy, Xiaobai has watched cartoons. I know I need to go home to avoid the rain and not get wet. She saw dark clouds gathering and heard thunder. Just like in the cartoons, it knew it was going to rain. Then it suddenly leaped up. He shot out a great distance in an instant, like an arrow released from a bow. Before Erpang could react, she had already jumped into the meteorite crater and rushed to Zhang Chen's side. Then he lifted Zhang Chen's body and exerted force suddenly. After a few leaps and bounds, they were back at the edge of the dense forest. Woof, woof! Erpang shouted twice in a panic. Okay, brother Erpang. I'm just worried that Dad will catch a cold. Let's take shelter from the rain. Xiaobai placed the unconscious Zhang Chun and the cold-bodied Su Ruina onto the enlarged Erpang. He jumped up himself. They ran off in another direction. Xiaobai didn't know the way and didn't have a small map. There was nothing there. It was all based on intuition. Anyway, whichever way the dark clouds came from, she would lead Erpang in the opposite direction. I ran wildly, not knowing how far I had gone. Xiaobai held Zhang Chun and Su Ruina tightly with both hands. They were afraid the two of them would fall. If it falls off along the way, finding it again would be harder than climbing to heaven. Because Xiaobai didn't bother to memorize the escape route at all. I have no recollection of any of the places I've been. They kept running like that until midday. The dark clouds changed direction and gradually disappeared into the distance with a rumbling sound. At this moment, Erpang's stomach rumbled. Xiaobai patted his own empty belly, feeling a bit hungry too. But I was in such a rush when I ran that I forgot to take the food with me. I'm so hungry, Xiaobai said with a worried look on his face. Woof! Erpang tilted his head back and sniffed the air. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly. What? Did you find something delicious? Xiaobai asked. Erpang certainly wouldn't answer, but the drops of saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth already gave the answer. Let's go eat, brother Erpang. Erpang jumped up and then ran deeper into the street. It is located at the intersection of Central Avenue and Dongyu Road in the west of the city. Dong Taijun led two teams of more than 20 survivors to ambush each other in corners along the roadside. They moved silently and slowly toward the three crawling figures in the center of the intersection. The tough leather dropped by crawlers is an important material for tough leather armor. Tough leather armor, lightweight, and can be transformed into ordinary clothing using the Clothing Master skill. It provides immunity to ordinary zombie damage and offers good resistance to slicing and penetrating attacks. The effect is especially pronounced when worn by awakened individuals. Dong Taijun is a former soldier and the leader of the Fox Hunt Survivor Camp. My current strength is at the Awakener Stage 2. The entire camp was filled with combat personnel. There were no non-combatants. His current goal is to equip everyone in the camp with thick leather armor. This will directly elevate the camp's combat capabilities to a new level. They will also have a stronger ability to survive in the apocalypse. 3 crawlers represent the maximum combat capacity their camp can withstand. I'll go first and keep the crawler near the car occupied. Old Wong, you take some men and distract the crawler at the street corner. Li, take this opportunity to ambush the last crawler from behind. Make sure it hits its mark on the first try, as this will greatly reduce the pressure on our other 2 sides. Clear. Receive. Dong Taijun issued combat orders directly in the regional chat channel. Anyway, we're not afraid of others seeing it, because it's impossible to analyze the squad's exact location from this command. Once you start fighting, you can't chat or talk in the channel anymore. At that point, all we'll have to do is shout. Previously, Zhang Chun was able to barely kill the crawlers at level 1 Awakener, partly because dual talents inherently provide a significant boost to all attributes compared to single talents. Furthermore, it is enhanced by the Tang sword. Dong Tiejuan's current strength is roughly equivalent to Zhang Qin's level 1 awakened being. Dealing with this monster requires extreme caution. Alright, let the battle begin. Dong Taijun issued the final order on the regional channel. Then he quickly rushed towards the crawling person in front of him. At the same time, Lao Wang and Li also began to take action. However, Old Wang had just turned the corner when his shoe stepped on broken glass. Creak. This sound startled the 3 crawling creatures. However, at this moment, Dong Taijun had already rushed forward silently. It was originally a sneak attack. The result was 1 against 3. Old Wang was unable to reach the designated location in time to attract the fish. Li was even less able to launch an attack from behind. As Dong Taijun was lifted into the air, his heart sank. He was doomed. Chapter 148, You'll Get So Stuffed. The crawling person reacted quickly. As they turned to look at Lao Wang, they discovered Dong Tiejuan's presence. But Dong Taijun couldn't stop himself. He raised his axe and leaped high into the air. The crawling man in front of him let out a strange cry and suddenly jumped up to face Dong Taijun. At this critical moment, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept past Dong Taijun at an even faster speed, like lightning. The powerful airflow blew Dong Taijun to the side, where he rolled several times before coming to a stop. Old Wang and the others rushed forward to protect Dong Taijun and asked anxiously, Old Dong, are you alright? Dong Taijun shook his head, patted his tough leather armor, and said, With it here, it won't be a problem. He sat up and stared intently in the direction he had just been looking. Then came a giant wolf, several sizes larger than a brown bear, its enormous paws firmly pinning the crawling creature to its ground. Saliva gushed down from the corners of his mouth like a waterfall. He exuded a terrifying and murderous aura. Roar! The giant wolf turned its fierce-looking profile toward Dong Taijun and let out a low growl. It seems to be saying, This is my prey, and no one can take it away from me. Although Dong Taijun is a soldier, the fear of giant beasts is ingrained in human genes. Seeing such a huge wolf still made my heart race and my hair stand on end. This is even more true for others. They all huddled together, holding bows and arrows and axes, staring nervously at the giant wolf, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Giggle, giggle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The other 2 crawling creatures let out a strange cry and pounced on us from both sides. Watch out. Dong Taijun couldn't help but shout. The giant wolf turned its head and bit down on the body of a crawling creature with a crunch. He chewed his bones, which were as solid as a fortress, into tiny pieces like potato chips. However, the spine was not damaged. The crawling man was still alive, but his bones were broken, and he was unable to move at all. His hands gripped the giant wolf's thick fur weakly. It cannot cause the slightest harm. It was more like grooming a giant wolf. Another crawler seized the opportunity to jump onto the giant wolf's back. Only then did everyone notice. A little girl with silver hair was sitting on the back of the giant wolf. A face as delicate as a porcelain doll, with fair and delicate skin. She'll definitely be an absolute beauty when she grows up. However, at that moment, the crawling man was not far behind her. A surprise attack could be launched at any moment. Roar! The giant wolf let out another loud roar, its body trembling violently. The hair behind him immediately became as sharp and pointed as steel needles. The crawling creature couldn't grasp the giant wolf's fur and fell off its body. The giant wolf devoured them one by one. It swallowed all 3 crawling creatures whole. Erpang actually wanted to leave a skeleton for Zhang Chun to collect. But then I suddenly remembered that Zhang Chun was currently unconscious. To prevent others from getting the benefit, it swallowed all 3 crawling creatures whole. My stomach felt so full instantly. Hee, Brother Erpang must be starving. Little White is hungry too. As the little girl spoke, she gently slid off the giant wolf's back. Then he slowly walked to the vending machine by the roadside. Is this little girl the giant wolf's owner? How did she tame such a behemoth? This is unbelievable. Dong Taijun was utterly shocked. This giant wolf could easily tear 3 crawling creatures apart. Their strength far surpasses mine. If all 20-odd people in the camp attacked together, they could barely kill the giant wolf. Of course, you'll eat yourself to death. Hey, wait, I have money here. Old Wang suddenly shouted in alarm. Dong Taijun followed Old Wang's gaze. Xiaobai stood in front of the vending machine and reached out to grab the food inside. However, it was blocked by tempered glass. She tried to catch it several times, but failed. So, she slowly raised her fist. Holy crap! Dong Taijun turned pale with fright. The vending machines in this world are particularly outrageous. The built-in battery can last a long time. There is still electricity. Moreover, it will make a deafening noise whenever it is pushed, shaken, or attacked. Everyone, prepare for battle. The horde of zombies is coming. Dong Taijun also shouted. In this situation, there's no point in worrying about keeping quiet. This prevents attracting zombies. Soon, zombies from the 3 nearby streets will be attracted here. I won't be any worse than letting out one more shout. The group immediately formed groups of 3 and took their positions. The archers jumped onto the roof of the bus, ready to provide support fire at any time. Thump! Xiaobai didn't use too much force in her punch, because she was afraid of ruining the food. Even so, a large hole was smashed in the tempered glass. Countless white cracks extended outwards from the point of stress. In an instant, the vending machine's alarm went off in a deafening roar. Wah wah. The sound was like an air raid siren. Ouch. The wails of zombies echoed from all directions. Click. Splash. A series of sounds of shattering glass. Zombies jumped directly from the building. After landing, he dragged his limping leg and desperately rushed towards the source of the sound. With his tough skin armor, Dong Taijun is naturally not afraid of ordinary zombies. But the other team members couldn't do it. No matter how strong you are, when facing a certain number of zombies, no one can guarantee that they won't get scratched or bitten. Anyone who gets hit will surely die. Therefore, everyone was extra careful. Encountering zombies in such an open area is definitely not a good place to fight them. However, due to time constraints, there was simply no time for so many people to leave. We have no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. The zombies were getting closer and closer. As far as the eye could see, there were zombies everywhere. They wailed and howled as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Everyone, including Dong Taijun, started sweating and their hearts were racing. The hand gripping the weapon turned deathly pale from excessive tension. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. Closer. Even closer. Archers, prepare. Prepare for close combat, and prepare for the impact. Dong Taijun forced a calm demeanor as he gave the instructions. 200 meters. 100 meters. In an instant, it was as if an invisible force field was shielding all the zombies from the outside. The zombie at the front immediately slammed on the brakes and came to a steady stop about 100 meters away. Some of the zombies behind couldn't stop and charged across the boundary. But once he got up, he immediately turned around and went back. Not a single zombie dared to cross the line. Dong Taijun and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. This is a ghost. Chapter 149: The Girl with Strange Powers. Erpang slowly lingered in the middle of the intersection. Dong Taijun quickly saw the crux of the problem. As long as the giant wolf moves east, the zombie horde to the east will automatically retreat. The horde of zombies to the west would then advance a few steps. Similarly, if the giant wolf moves in the opposite direction, the horde of corpses will react accordingly. So, does this mean zombies are afraid of giant wolves? This was the first time Dong Taijun had ever been afraid of zombies. This made him even more curious and admiring of the giant wolf and its owner. No matter how loudly the vending machine beeped, the zombies just wouldn't come over. Xiaobai acted as if nothing had happened. With both hands, I forcefully pried it open. The tempered glass shattered and scattered all over the ground. Then he looked at the brightly packaged food and drinks with great excitement. She first took a bottle of fruit juice. I unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Delicious. Little White's eyes lit up, and he gulped down more than half the bottle. Then he threw the rest on the ground. She doesn't understand the meaning of thrift yet. She acts entirely on impulse. Then she took a bag of cookies, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. This is delicious too. Xiaobai sat down on the ground and started eating heartily. She was absolutely starving. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. Then, a huge figure was seen rushing towards the intersection. It's a giant tank. It trampled the ordinary zombies, blocking its way under its feet. With each step his heavy body took, the earth trembled. Mutant Type 3 infected? Dong Tiejuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Oh no, the vending machine attracted this guy. Its strength and the number of its followers increased dramatically. Just like how the strength of the crawling zombies increases dramatically compared to ordinary zombies. That's outrageously powerful. Hopefully, the giant wolf can succeed in the one-on-one fight. Roar. Erpang sensed the threat from the giant tank, bared his teeth, and slowly stepped in front of Xiaobai. A woo. A giant tank was the first to break through the horde of zombies and pounce on Erpang. A woo. Second Fatty let out a long howl that shook the heavens. 4 smaller giant wolves slowly emerged. 5 wolves pounced, knocking the giant tank to the ground and tearing it apart. The 4 wolf cubs each bit one of the 4 limbs. Erpang frantically clawed at the giant tank's chest, while simultaneously trying to bite at its body. This giant wolf is too strong. Dong Taijun was so envious he was practically bursting with envy. Wah, wah. What's that sound? Everyone's hearts tightened. Then, a wailing figure covering its face appeared in front of Xiaobai. It crushed the vending machine when it landed. He covered his face with his hands and slowly walked towards Xiaobai. Another mutated Type 3 infected? Dong Tiejuan's hands were numb. He really didn't want the little girl to die at the hands of zombies. But, with my own strength, going up there would just be suicide. It will have absolutely no impact on the outcome. Despair filled everyone's eyes. The little girl is doomed. Little White paused for a moment, staring at the food that had been trampled. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at the weeping crowd. You ruined my delicious food. Little White suddenly darted forward. No one could see what happened. The wailing man flew straight backward. Wah! The wailing figure spread out his arms, landed, and then flashed around to Xiaobai's back. Such speed. Oh no, the little girl is doomed. However, Xiaobai suddenly dodged and grabbed the wailing man's hair. He casually and forcefully threw it onto the ground. Not satisfied with that, he swung his little arm and once again flung the wailing person to the other side, using their head as the center. Thump! Thump! The weeping man who instilled fear in the survivors. In Xiaobai's hands, it was tossed around like a doll. Absolutely no dignity whatsoever. Finally, Little White threw the wailing person to the ground and slowly lifted her little feet. Wah! The wailing man dodged with all his might, tearing a large bald patch off his hair, but managed to escape before Xiaobai's little feet touched the ground. However, the ground that had just been stepped on was now riddled with a large crater. Don't even think about running. Xiaobai's speed completely outclasses the crying one. He darted forward, grabbed the wailing man's arm, and delivered another flurry of kicks. After a series of operations, the wailing person fell to the ground and remained completely still. Still not satisfied, Xiaobai stomped on the wailing man's head, crushing it. On the other side, Erpang also finished his battle. The giant tank was almost completely eaten. If Erpang hadn't been so full, he would have swallowed even the bones. After eating his fill, Erpang slowly walked back to Xiaobai's side and lay down on the ground. Xiaobai angrily stomped on the corpse of the grieving person again and again. The person who was crying just now spilled all the drinks in the vending machine. The food was trampled to pieces and scattered all over the ground. It's completely inedible. I have some food here. Dong Taijun took out a sausage and tossed it to Xiaobai from a distance. He dared not get too close to such a terrifying being. If Xiaobai were to act like the person who was just wailing and crying, he could easily kill himself. Delicious. Xiaobai took a bite, and his mood instantly improved. Brother Erpang, let's go. Xiaobai jumped onto Erpang's back, bringing Zhang Chun and Su Ruina up with him. Are you leaving? Dong Taijun hurriedly went to the giant tank and the weeping man and collected some materials. In an instant, a golden light traveled around his body. He's leveled up, successfully advanced to the third stage of the Beginner Awakener. It only takes 1,500 energy cores to upgrade a single talent from level 2 to level 3. The Weeping One and the giant tank together give them 1,100 points, and that's without even taking energy bonuses into account. Upgrading couldn't be easier. Quick, keep up. Dong Taijun waved to his team members. The others had already followed long before he even spoke to them. Because Erpang started moving, the zombie horde in the distance also began to move. The surrounding area was teeming with zombies, at least 1,000 of them. If we don't keep up, are we just going to wait here and die? Dong Taijun and the others had no choice but to set off with Erpang and Xiaobai. Right now, all they're hoping is that Erpang won't run too fast. On the other side, at Isaacson, Isaac has been extremely irritable these past 2 days. The guy who provided him with the ice condensation flower is dead. He not only failed to find out the whereabouts of the ice condensation flower, but he also failed to obtain even its seeds. In the end, I only managed to get 3 ice condensation flowers. Today is the last day of the deadline given by Zhang Chun. If there isn't a reasonable explanation, I fear that this may be my own death anniversary. He glanced at Bazel, who had just advanced to the third stage of the initial awakened one, his eyes filled with resentment. Just then, someone appeared silently beside him, asking in a low, hoarse voice, "Do you know someone named Zhang Chun?" On the back of his cloak was a blood-red S13 emblem. Chapter 150 Guanxian. Where are you? Zhang Chun. Isaac really did get exactly what he feared. He was just wondering how to explain this to Zhang Chun. Then suddenly someone appeared and asked me about my name. Isaac was so startled that he jumped. Bazel immediately and subconsciously used his eye of insight to observe the newcomer. Intermediate Awakener Stage 1, Energy Evolution Direction. They are a whole level above me. He winked at Isaac. It means we can't afford to mess with them. In this world, unless you have a divine weapon, the gap between skill levels is an insurmountable chasm. A low-level person fighting a high-level person is tantamount to courting death. Upon receiving Bazel's signal, Isaac panicked even more. Could it be that this powerful guy in front of me is Zhang Chun's friend? Zhang Chun didn't have time to come to me himself, so he sent his men to cause me trouble? Well, actually, I'm not ready yet. Give me some more time. Maybe. Isaac stammered. Is he an idiot? The man said coldly. Then he whistled. Soon, a black Doberman Pinscher came running up from behind. Doberman Pinschers are already an exceptionally fierce breed, and now they are much larger than they were in their original world. Perked up ears, a wary nose, and fierce eyes. There was an aura of danger everywhere. Woof! The Doberman sniffed Isaac and barked. It says you've met Zhang Chun, and that you even had a deal with him. The hooded man said in a low voice. Yes, that's right, but I returned every single crystal core he gave me. I didn't take advantage of him, and I'm doing him a favor. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Isaac said nervously. Are you working for Zhang Chun? What do you need me for? As the hooded man spoke, his left hand slowly drooped down. A sharp ice pick appeared in his hand. Energy Weapon Extreme Cold Ice Cone. The sharp blade produces a cold effect upon hitting the target, greatly reducing the opponent's movement speed. He asked me to find ice condensation flowers, and I've already found several. I'm making progress. I hope he can give me more time. Isaac said, his voice trembling slightly. Ice condensation flower. The hooded man spread his hands. Isaac immediately and obediently placed the ice flower in his hand. The hooded man clenched his right hand and gently crushed it, causing snowflake-like petal fragments to slowly fall. Where did he go when you last saw him? The hooded man continued to ask. Seeing his performance, Isaac immediately understood. This person is not Zhang Chen's friend, but Zhang Chen's enemy. He headed northwest. I sent people to monitor him when he came, because I was afraid he would cause me trouble, so I could leave in advance. But I didn't expect him to head directly northwest, and he did it by helicopter. Isaac knew this man wasn't there to cause him trouble, and his tension immediately eased. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Regardless of whether the hooded man considers him a friend, he will definitely be proactive in providing the hooded man with information. Let this jinx cause trouble for Zhang Chen. It's not really about causing trouble. At this level, even if they found Zhang Chen, it would just be sending him to his death. However, look at this man's attire. He appears to be a member of an organization. Those who can form an organization are among the top 1,000 in the world. He is by no means a mediocre person. Ideally, this organization and Zhang Chen should fight to the death. That way, no one will bother you. You're honest. The hooded man turned and left. The Doberman sniffed everyone present. Only then did he strut arrogantly away in the direction the man had left. The hooded man walked to the side of the street and got into a white pickup truck. The Doberman jumped nimbly and landed directly in the truck bed. The hooded man sat in the car and immediately opened the chat interface. I messaged someone named Yunjun he privately. Chief, we haven't found Zhang Chen yet, but we have a lead. I'm heading northwest towards Shannon City now, and I feel I'm very close to it. Soon, Yunjun he sent a message. This person was able to instantly kill Park Chong-Lu while he was in stealth mode, which means his strength should be above that of a mid-level awakened. Don't face him alone. Just find him, and the rest. I'll take care of it. Hooded man. Yes, sir. Understood, Chief. At this point, he closed the chat channel. Step on the gas. The pickup truck sped off in a northwest direction. Isaac stared at the pickup truck with lingering fear. I breathed a sigh of relief as it disappeared from sight. There are more and more powerful people around these days. If I don't get stronger soon, I won't even be able to keep the inn running. Let's just watch more ads. Isaac opened the regional chat channel. Survivors used to chat here occasionally. Since I started spamming the chat with ads, I've hardly had anyone to chat with anymore. I guess those people find me annoying too. Those who really want to chat have already added me as a friend privately. But Isaac didn't care at all. Making money is the only way to go. As for whether it's annoying or not, so what? If they ever run into trouble in the future, they will eventually seek refuge here first. Because in the apocalypse, the only one who can provide safe shelter for strangers is yourself. Isaac's skilled regional channel released several videos of the newly joined girls. Then I scrolled through all my own ads. Suddenly, a message popped up after his advertisement. Guanxian, where are you? Message me if you see this. I've been looking for you for so long. Are you okay? Huh. Someone's looking for someone. Isaac paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. Since he's in such a hurry to find someone, if I could find him ahead of time, wouldn't I be able to make a fortune? Isaac didn't rush to contact this person. Instead, he turned and asked the survivors resting in the lobby. Does anyone know Guanxian? If the information is accurate, I can cover the room fee for the day we meet. The group looked at each other and shook their heads. Only one woman, hiding in a corner, suddenly covered her ears and said with a look of terror on her face. Who is looking for Guanxian? Do not contact him under any circumstances, and definitely do not give him your address. Otherwise, we'll all die. Isaac frowned and looked at the messages in the chat channel again. The person looking for Guanxian is named Lin Qingsong. He sent another message. Guanxian, I've been looking for you so hard. Please reply to this message when you see it. Is this person dangerous? Chapter 151 Deliverman Lin Qingsong. 14 days ago. Day 1 of the journey. Open the door. Please open the door and let me in. A girl in business attire was frantically banging on the glass door. She patted very quickly, but dared not pat too hard or make a sound, for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies. Behind her, dozens of zombies were fighting and chasing, devouring other survivors who had crossed over. Behind the glass door, Lin Song, wearing a yellow jacket and holding a takeout order, asked with a mocking expression. This is the takeout you ordered. You asked me to climb 30 floors to deliver it to you, and you even threatened to give me a bad review. The girl's legs went weak with fear as she listened to the wailing of the zombies behind her. He pressed his entire body against the glass door and whispered a prayer. I was wrong. I'll give you a 5-star review right away. Please, just let me in. I'll do anything you want. I don't want to die, please. Lin Song smiled slightly, opened the glass door, and let the girl in. They then immediately locked the door. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I'll give you a good review right away. The girl shrank back into the corner in fear, nervously clutching her phone as she spoke. This was the only thing she could use to defend herself. There are no laws here, and the other party has a grudge against me. Who can guarantee that he won't do anything outrageous to me? No need for a good review. I was just saying that out of anger. This is the end of the world. We humans should unite. Humans are social animals. Only by uniting can we have a greater chance of survival. As Lin Song spoke, he reached out his hand to the girl. Thank you, thank you. I was wrong just now. I apologize, hiccup. The girl reached out and grabbed the hand that Lin Song offered. The latter suddenly pulled the girl into his arms. At the same time, he held a military knife in his other hand and stabbed it viciously into the girl's body. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, until the girl could no longer make any sound. He then threw her to the ground and plunged the knife into her brain through her eye socket. Ah, serves you right for calling me a stinky food delivery guy. You've finally gotten what you deserve. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. Lin Song stabbed numbly, 1 cut after another. He has always liked knives, and this military knife was bought online and then had the blade sharpened. Extremely sharp. I carry it with me for self-defense. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. He killed the girl and wiped the knife on her clothes. Then he reached out and grabbed the girl's storage ring. He had just examined the ring. Inside, there was initially a can of luncheon meat and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Therefore, the girl's ring must contain these items as well. He let the girl in initially because he was interested in the items in her ring. It's so tight, I can't get this off. But it should be possible to collect it, right? Lin Song thought for a while, then reached out and touched the girl's body. In an instant, the girl's body vanished. At this moment, a system message popped up. Ding! Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained 1 can of luncheon meat, 1 500 milliliters bottle of purified water, and 3 storage ring fragments. Sure enough, it turns out that corpses can be collected. A sinister smile crept across Lin Song's lips. He often reads apocalyptic novels. I especially admire the decisive and ruthless nature of the people in it. Kill anything you don't like. That's what makes it satisfying. Now, killing people not only yields supplies, but also storage ring fragments. The rules of this game are already very clear. It's murder. Killing zombies is too dangerous. If you get scratched, you're sure to die. But the survivors are different. Zombies don't need to sleep, but they do. If you slit the survivor's throat under cover of darkness, probably no one will notice. That's what we'll do. Lin Song felt that he had mastered the laws of becoming stronger in this world, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Hey, are you human or a zombie? Suddenly, from a room deep in the corridor, a bespectacled man poked his head out and asked cautiously, I am a person. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a zombie. Lin Song immediately put on an innocent and harmless appearance. My current strength is still that of an ordinary person. I haven't figured out a way to become stronger yet. Before you become powerful enough to crush everything, you have to keep playing the fool. We need to lull the other survivors into a false sense of security. Then what about the blood on your body? The bespectacled man asked warily. I just saved a girl, but I never expected her to turn into a zombie. I had no choice but to deal with her, sigh. After saying that, Lin Song let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man nodded. He traveled directly into this building. While searching for a safe room, I happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Song standing at the door. A girl stood outside the door and knocked. Now the girl is gone, and Lin Song is covered in blood. This certainly proves that Lin Song was right. The bespectacled man is someone who traveled from a peaceful era. He is usually kind and gentle. It's unimaginable that someone would kill someone the moment they transmigrate here. In his view, people have a bottom line, and it's impossible for everyone to be a bad person. There are definitely more good people than bad in the world. It's great that you can kill zombies. Let's work together. That way, our chances of survival will be much greater. The bespectacled man extended a sincere invitation. No sooner had he finished speaking than a little girl, around 10 years old, appeared beside him. This is his sister. The two were teleported here while shopping at the mall. The bespectacled man usually works in an office and is physically weak. Even if he tried to escape, he might not be able to outrun the zombies. Now that there's a strong man like Lin Qingsong who dares to kill zombies, the bespectacled man is naturally eager to latch onto this powerful figure. Yes, I also think we should stick together. It will be very dangerous to face zombies if there are too few of us. Are there only the two of you? Lin Qingsong walked over with a smile. That night, Lin Qingsong looked at the dozen or so cans of luncheon meat and the dozen or so bottles of purified water in the ring and couldn't help but smile slightly. While eating the takeout the female office worker had ordered, he sent a message in the chat channel. I noticed that the zombies aren't very sensitive to light. If anyone is scared, they can turn on the room lights. This way, we can look out for each other, know each other's location, and feel more at ease. Chapter 152, I'm the protagonist. After shouting those words, Lin Qingsong immediately walked to the window and began looking for a nearby room with the lights on. At the same time, I was also paying attention to the locations that each person inadvertently revealed when they spoke in the chat channel. I will become stronger, and then I will be the protagonist of this world. Lin Qingsong made a silent vow in his heart. On the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Qingsong arrived at the location of the dormitory building of Tianyang University. Along the way, he killed all the survivors he encountered, including occasionally strong and exceptionally strong ones. However, Lin Qingsong launched a sneak attack and also had a dagger. Strong and exceptionally strong physiques are utterly insignificant in the face of a dagger. With the help of these survivors, Lin Qingsong has grown into an exceptionally strong survivor with a level 2 storage ring. Among all the survivors, his strength is among the best. He came to the dormitory building of Tianyang University. It was because yesterday he saw a girl asking for help in the chat channel. The girl who asked for help was a print model he used to deliver food to. This print model is beautiful, but also very haughty. No matter how polite Lin Qingsong's attitude was when receiving takeout, he always refused. He even took the initiative to chat with her and greet her on several occasions. But she always had a cold attitude. It was as if someone as lowly as himself was not worthy of speaking to her. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, she and 5 other girls are trapped in their dormitory. There was no food or water. Lin Qingsong was very curious to know what these goddesses, who were usually so high and mighty, would do in such an extreme situation. How will they behave? We must tear off their masks and trample their dignity underfoot. Fortunately, the location Lin Qingsong traveled to was only about 300 meters away from the dormitory building of Tianyang University. It's not that far. Most of the zombies at Tianyang University were concentrated on the other side of the school, in the direction of the playground and teaching buildings. The dormitory area is relatively safe, with only a few dozen zombies scattered in the passageways and corridors. The most terrifying thing about zombies is that they attack in groups. With more than a dozen zombies surrounding them from all directions, it was difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't get hurt. However, this sparse distribution is equivalent to fighting zombies one-on-one. As long as the survivors have weapons and aren't afraid, they can definitely defeat zombies in a one-on-one fight. Lin Qingsong easily reached the location where he was trapped in the girls' dormitory. They took care of the 3 zombies in the corridor. I've come to save you. Lin Qingsong gently knocked on the door. The door opened, and sure enough, it was that beautiful print model from before. Just you alone? You killed so many zombies. The girl looked surprised. Upon opening the door, there were indeed 6 girls in the room. They're all print models, and each one is more beautiful than the last. Lin Qingsong smiled slightly, closed the door, and locked it from the inside. What are you doing? Wasn't it to save us from this? I know you. You're the delivery guy who often brings me takeout. The models spoke one after another. Seeing Lin Qingsong lock the door, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Oh, so you still recognize me. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Take off your clothes yourselves. Don't make me lift a finger. Obey me and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll die. Lin Qingsong took the dagger and plunged it directly into the bed next to him. The girls screamed in fright. How could you do this? I thought you came to rescue us. Of course I'm here to save you. But it's not unreasonable for you to pay a price. The 6 girls looked at each other, but no one made a move. They all huddled together. Some girls secretly picked up staplers and books, intending to defend themselves. My patience is limited. Lin Qingsong roared. I'll fight you to the death. I'd rather die than have anything to do with a disgusting person like you. A girl was frantically pressing a stapler on Lin Qingsong. However, a stapler is not a nail gun. If it doesn't reach the body, it won't cause any harm. Lin Qingsong swung his dagger and slit the girl's throat. Then he turned over and sat on it. The other girls who tried to resist were also killed one by one. Only the last print model who frequently orders takeout remains. A dozen minutes later, Lin Qingsong sat on the edge of the bed, panting. 5 naked corpses lay on the ground. The print models were also naked, huddled in a corner, shivering. He had many bruises on his body, and a lot of his hair was torn off. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. If you had just behaved, you wouldn't be dead. So what if I'm dead now? I'm still at your mercy. Lin Qingsong reached out and touched the 5 corpses, collecting them as storage ring fragments. Then I looked at the last print model. Don't worry, I wouldn't hurt you since you're so sensible. Besides, you have a much better use to you. Now, relax, have a bite of luncheon meat. Good, that's it. The chat channel is unavailable due to excessive tension. Great. Next, type a message in the chat channel and say exactly what I say. Lin Qingsong smiled as he looked at the print model. A moment later, a message was sent to the regional chat channel. Hey bro, I'm in my dorm at Tianyang University, come save me. There are 6 of us girls. All kinds of types. Next, any survivor who entered the girls' dormitory never appeared in the area chat channel again. Until one day, Lin Qingsong grew tired of the print model and killed her as well, collecting her body. He suddenly remembered Guan Xian, the campus belle from his university days. Lin Qingsong pursued her for a long time, but was still rejected. The real reason was that Guan Xian already had a boyfriend at the time, and the two had a very good relationship. However, Lin Qingsong unilaterally believed that Guan Xian felt he was poor, had no money, and was not good enough for her. So I always felt inferior and worked very hard to make money. But things are different now. In the apocalypse, he killed countless people. They seized countless spoils, including various kinds of food and water. With his current wealth, he would definitely be considered a rich man in the apocalypse. Guan Xian would definitely like herself like this. He couldn't resist typing a message in the local chat channel. Guan Xian, where are you? Message me if you see this. Not long after, an explosion was heard on the playground. What shocked Lin Qingsong happened. An armed mech moved through the horde of zombies with unparalleled ferocity, cutting its way in and out of the horde as if it were nothing. The battle scenes were breathtaking. Similarly, Lin Qingsong also saw the black people who had been intercepted and killed. The Dragon Kingdom army led by Zhao Lingchuan. And then there's Zhao Xie, dressed in sportswear, so beautiful she could make any man's heart flutter. What bothered Lin Qingsong the most was Zhang Chun, who came down from the rack. Why is this man so lucky to get such incredible equipment? Why should soldiers from China take the initiative to greet him? Why is it that such a beautiful woman like Zhao Xie seems to still be reluctant to let go of this man? On what grounds? At this moment, another thought came to Lin Qingsong's mind. Chapter 153 Lin Qingsong's plan. As long as Zhang Chun can be killed, I will definitely gain even greater power. Who knows? I might even reach the pinnacle of survivor combat power. However, Zhang Chun's strength must have increased significantly after collecting so many zombie corpses. At this point, Lin Qingsong was only at the limit of human physical strength. He knew very well that if he were to advance to the next level, this military dagger would likely be relegated to the sidelines. With his physical abilities becoming increasingly formidable, How could he possibly be dealt with by a mere dagger? Killing those low-level survivors now will not only reduce your resources, but also slow down your leveling up. We have to find a way to kill some of the tough guys. Thinking of this, Lin Qingsong hurriedly ran downstairs. They caught up with Zhao Longchuan's convoy of survivors. Wait, please take me with you. Lin Qingsong was actually not tired at all after running several hundred meters. But he still pretended to be out of breath. Welcome. We welcome all compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Longchuan stopped the convoy and pulled Lin Qingsong into the car. Thank you so much. You truly deserve to be called the People's Soldiers. I also hope to fight like you guys. Please give me a chance. Lin Qingsong said with a sincere expression. In reality, what he was thinking was to use his identity as a soldier and his weapons to kill more survivors and acquire more resources. And there's such a beautiful girl like Zhao Xie here. Zhang Chun will definitely come over. It's just a matter of sooner or later. By then, I must become strong enough. So powerful that he could kill Zhang Chun through a sneak attack. Only in this way can I reach the pinnacle of survivor strength. Only in this way can we do whatever we want in the end times. Guan Xian would surely fall for him if she saw him like this. Okay, when we get to the next area, I'll assign you a suitable position based on your performance. What we lack right now is a passionate and spirited man like you. Zhao Longchuan patted Lin Qingsong on the shoulder with satisfaction, as if to encourage him. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and continued to ask. All right, I think I vaguely remember you. Did you come here looking for someone in the chat channel? That person's name is Guan Xian, right? Is she someone very important to you? Lin Qingsong nodded and said with a forlorn expression. Yes, she is the love of my life. In such a harsh post-apocalyptic environment, I really wish she could be by my side. Even if we encounter danger in the future, I hope to die with her. Zhao Longchuan nodded and said with a sigh. It's really not easy to find your loved ones in the apocalypse. I'll have you do the work of collecting supplies. Just wander around, and you might just run into them. Take my sister, for example. I initially thought it was like finding a needle in a haystack, and I had given up all hope. I never expected to run into you in this apocalypse. So some things depend on fate. A family will eventually come together. At this point, Zhao Longchuan turned to look at Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie turned to look at the scenery outside the car window, lost in thought. She seemed to be lost in thoughts of Zhang Chun. Yes, thank you, Captain Zhao. Lin Qingsong gratefully grasped Zhao Longchuan's arm, and then stood at attention, giving a somewhat imperfect military salute. Zhao Longchuan quickly stood at attention and returned the salute in a standard manner. The 14th day of the apocalypse, now? Jianghe City. Wolf Fang Camp Combat Squad 13. As the number of survivors at the military base increased daily, the consumption of supplies also increased significantly. At the same time, the number of combat personnel was also greatly increased. Therefore, many combat squads are no longer limited to collecting supplies locally. They then turn their attention to other surrounding cities. A detailed guide to large supermarkets and shopping malls. The captain of the 13th squad is Lu Shuang, and the vice captain is Lin Qingsong. Their mission was to capture 3 large supermarkets while clearing out at least 5,000 zombies and 20 mutated Type 2 zombies. At the same time, mark the mutated Type 3 zombies to make it easier for subsequent hunting teams to clear them out. Zhao Longchuan always believed that once the suppression was lifted after 15 days, the zombies would become even more ferocious. So kill as many as you can now, to reduce the pressure on survival after 15 days. At this point, the 15 members of the 13th squad had successfully stormed the last large supermarket. All supplies were temporarily stored in Captain Lu Shuang's ring. Supplies were not allowed to be embezzled. They were all handed over to the camp's quartermaster by the team leader. To be a team leader, one must not only have outstanding skills, but also good character, which is a very important criterion. Everyone has worked hard. Let's take a break. I'll treat you all to drinks. Listen up, these drinks are my personal stash, not from the loot. Lu Shuang smiled and tossed a bottle of drink to everyone. Thank you, Captain. Received, Captain. Everyone laughed and chuckled as they unscrewed their drinks and took big gulps. Just then, a slow footstep sound came from the doorway. A tall, burly man wearing a black hood slowly walked in. On the cape on his back was written a blood-red S13. This is another member of S13, Kim Dong-hyuk. As soon as he came in, he asked Lin Chingsong, "Tell me, where is Zhang Chun?" Lin Chingsong looked bewildered, shook his head, and said, "Zhang Chun, I don't know him at all. Who are you? Why did you suddenly barge in? What do you want?" Actually, there were two S13 members who came to Zhanghe City to look for Zhang Chen's whereabouts. Because of Park Chong-rak's death, the entire S13 organization is using all its resources to search for information about Zhang Chen. The person who brought the Doberman before was someone else. The one at this time is someone else. You dare to play me? I'll kill you, Kim Dong-hyuk said coldly. Are you crazy? You come here to kill people. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lu Shuang quickly shouted. The weaker team members immediately drew their assault rifles. Those with greater strength immediately drew their weapons. Anyone who stands in our way, S13, deserves to die. Da-da-da-da. No sooner had Kim Dong-hyuk finished speaking than gunshots rang out all around. The bullet hurtled toward his body. Kim Dong-hyuk's skin instantly turned red. Furious. In an instant, Kim Dong-hyuk's speed increased dramatically, and he appeared beside the shooting team member like lightning. He easily snapped the necks of two team members. Don't think you're the only one who can do that. Lu Shuang gave Lin Chingsong a wink. In an instant, both of their skin turned red. Another team member was adjusting the angle, preparing to attack Kim Dong-hyuk with Energy Focus Strike. Interesting. Let me show you something even more fun. Berserk Slaughter. Kim Dong-hyuk's veins bulged all over his body, and his speed increased dramatically once again. Chapter 154 Zhang Chun wakes up. Lu Shuang felt a blur before her eyes. Kim Dong-hyuk suddenly disappeared. A scream came from the other team member. He was a member who had just been promoted to the second stage of the initial awakening, and he was preparing to launch a sneak attack with Energy Focus Strike. As a result, Kim Dong-hyuk crushed his head. This terrifying speed and combat power, could it be? Lu Shuang's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed in surprise, "You're an intermediate level awakener." A playful glint appeared on Kim Dong-hyuk's lips as he said, "Only now do you realize you're scared? Too late." He flashed forward and charged straight at Lu Shuang. The latter, as the team leader, is no pushover either. Although he is not as strong as Kim Dong-hyuk, he has rich combat experience. He drew a short sword and held an alloy-round shield in front of him. It withstood Kim Dong-hyuk's powerful blow. After all, this guy activated Berserk Execution, which tripled his attack power. Just like that. The impact sent Lu Shuang flying a great distance, her hand gripping the shield, trembling slightly. To protect Lu Shuang, the other team members all rushed forward. After a fierce battle, Kim Dong-hyuk wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly walked back from beside Lu Shuang's corpse. He's a tough guy? He's a level below me, yet he still managed to scratch me. He's got some skills. At this moment, besides him, Lin Chingsong was the only other person left in the supermarket. All right, kid, are you planning to die on your own? Or should I rip your arms and legs off one by one before killing you? Kim Dong-hyuk looked at Lin Chingsong, who was only at the second stage of the initial awakening realm, and said with a smile, "I choose to kill you." As Lin Chingsong was speaking, his strength suddenly surged, and a golden dagger instantly pierced through Jin Dongha's body. How is this possible? Kim Dong-hyuk looked at Lin Chingsong again with his eye of insight, incredulous. At this moment, Lin Chingsong's strength clearly showed that he was at the intermediate level 1 awakener. It turns out that Lin Chingsong possesses a rare skill. Rare skill feign weakness. It can confuse opponents and make him appear weaker. Lin Chingsong privately messaged Kim Dong-hyuk, telling him that he knew Zhang Chen's whereabouts. Then he lured Kim Dong-hyuk to kill all the team members, including Lu Shuang. After Kim Dong-hyuk's Berserk Slash skill ended and he entered a weakened state, take advantage of the situation. He activated Berserk Slash and took the opportunity to kill Kim Dong-hyuk. Everything fell into place naturally. After this massacre, Lin Chingsong successfully upgraded to the second stage of intermediate awakener strength. Thank you for the supplies. Your deaths were worthwhile. It's time to go back to the military base. This is easy. We have a ready-made excuse. The Korean organization is killing our team members. Haha, the apocalypse. It's great. 7 days later, military base. Guided by Dong Taijun and others, Xiaobai and Erpang arrived at the military base. At first, Dong Taijun did indeed follow Xiaobai and Erpang. But after walking for a while, we realized these two guys were just wandering around aimlessly. Go wherever you find something interesting. Once you arrive at your destination, spend half a day there, and continue your journey when you've had your fill. Dong Taijun was so moved he felt like crying. If this continues, the world will be released from suppression on the 30th day. Xiaobai and Erpang are incredibly powerful. They're likely to become cannon fodder. So, left with no other choice, Dong Taijun decided to lure Xiaobai and Erpang to the military base with delicious food. It's much better to take refuge here than to wander outside. I heard there are giant wolves and a strange little girl. Zhao Longquan personally led a group to greet them. Giant wolves are formidable fighters. But when he saw the two people on the wolf's back, motionless like corpses, he couldn't help but hesitate. Dad, this is Dad. Xiaobai introduced it with an excited expression. Is this your dad? Then, is this your mom? Zhao Longquan immediately imagined a scenario where both parents had died, and a little girl was wandering alone in the apocalypse. No, that's a good friend. This is Dad. Xiaobai introduced it again. But, it seems your father is dead. Zhao Longquan reached out and touched Zhang Qin's artery. Because of the armor, they couldn't touch anything at all. However, according to Dong Taijun and others, these two people had been on the back of wolves for 3 days. I haven't eaten, drunk, or gone to the toilet. If it were a human being, could they hold it in? Even if you're unconscious, you'll still need to urinate. But the two of them remained motionless. It's highly likely he's dead. Dad isn't dead. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai quickly retorted. At the same time, they waved their little fists and stomped their feet in protest. With each stomp of Xiaobai's foot, cracks were clearly visible in the ground. Such strength. This kid is something else. Zhao Longquan smiled helplessly, squatted down in front of Xiaobai, and said earnestly, Then, can you tell your uncle what your father's name is? Xiaobai thought about it carefully. When I first woke up and met Zhang Qin for the first time, Zhang Qin mentioned his name at the time. It seems his name is Zhang Chun. Yes, Dad's name is Zhang Chun. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Your father is Zhang Chun? Zhao Longquan's brain went blank. Could it be Zhang Chun, the one I know? Zhang Chun, who single-handedly wiped out the entire zombie horde. Zhang Chun, the one Zhao Xie has been longing for. He is dead? Then, he shook his head, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and comforted himself. It's probably just someone with the same name. When did Zhang Chun have a daughter? Thinking of this, Zhao Longquan felt a little better, and then said to Xiaobai earnestly, No matter what, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Your father has gone to another world in heaven. Shall we bury him? That way his soul can rest in peace. Xiaobai tilted her head, blinked, and asked, Did Daddy go to another world? Where did he go? I want to go too. Zhao Longquan was speechless for a moment. Just then, suddenly, Dong Taijun shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Holy crap, it moved. It moved. No, it wasn't him, it was both of them. They both moved. Everyone followed Dong Taijun's gaze. Suddenly, Zhang Qin's fingers twitched, and the energy armor covering his body began to slowly crack. A faint golden light emanated from within. At the same time, Suruina, who was next to her, suddenly opened her eyes. The golden light in his eyes flashed and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 155 Danger. S13 assembles. Zhao Longquan's end. Zhang Chun, what's wrong with him? A look of horror flashed across Zhao Longquan's face. He had never seen anyone like this before. It actually emitted a golden light from its body. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Ever since I transmigrated here, strange things I've never seen before have been happening one after another. Even if you're used to it, it's nothing new. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Is Daddy coming back from another world? Little White stood to the side, clapping excitedly. Erpang also made a series of whimpering sounds. I don't know either. I've never seen anything like this before. Zhao Longquan was also completely bewildered. The same goes for those around them. Who has ever seen something radiating golden light? A light bulb spirit? This is so illogical. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, suddenly, a violent explosion was heard from inside the military base. Rumble. Smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. Faintly, one could hear the shouts of soldiers and the screams of civilians fleeing, all mixed together. What's going on? Zhao Longchuan's expression hardened. He personally designed the entire defenses of the military base, and they are rotated every week. Even if there is an enemy attack, it should be launched from the outside. How could it possibly explode from the inside? Captain, we've discovered someone has invaded a residential area, causing civilian casualties. There are 11 enemies in total, all wearing black hoodies and capes with the S-13 logo printed on them. Jiang Qinshan immediately reported to Zhao Longchuan via a drone conducting reconnaissance over the military base. Uniform-style hoodies? Could they be from some organization? Thinking of this, Zhao Longchuan's expression changed. It's important to know that to be qualified to establish an organization, the founder must be among the top 1,000 in the world. Among the billions of transmigrators worldwide, those whose strength ranks in the top 1,000. The members' skills are also among the top 1 million in the world. These stringent conditions determined that any person in an organization was no ordinary individual. Any one of them alone possesses the terrifying power to destroy an entire survivor camp. What terrified Zhao Longchuan the most was that this time the enemy was not just one person, but 11. They might just mobilize their entire force. Among these 11 people, there is a strong possibility that they are the founders of the organization. What follows will likely be a fierce battle. Zhao Longchuan didn't even dare to use the word intense. Intense fighting only occurs when both sides are evenly matched. Facing a super powerful combination of one player ranked in the top 1,000 and 10 players ranked in the top 1,000. Zhao Longchuan could only pray that his army wouldn't be crushed too easily. It would be best to buy more precious time for civilians and others. Let alone a victory, even a draw is impossible. Delaying time is victory. Sound the alarm and notify all civilians to evacuate their residences and move to backup shelters. Squads 1, 2, 3, and 4 are responsible for covering the evacuation of civilians. Squads 5, 6, and 7 are responsible for providing support. Squads 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 establish defensive fortifications at Gate 3. Squads 13, 14, 15, and 16 establish the second line of defense at Gate 5. The defense team can only retreat after all civilians have been safely evacuated. Zhao Longchuan calmly gave the order. Understood, instructions have been sent. Teams 8-12 have arrived at the target location. Jiang Qinshan quickly reported. Very good, Jiang Qinshan. Gather all members of the Special Operations Team. We're about to do something big. Zhao Longchuan smiled slightly. Although he knew he was doomed to lose this battle. But a soldier's destiny is to die on the battlefield. This is also a kind of honor. It's just that this honor came earlier than expected. It's no big deal. Even in death, a person should die a worthy death. We're here, Captain. It's been so long since we fought side by side. Jiang Qinshan set the drone to automatic cruise mode. He pulled a sniper rifle from the ring. She obtained a weapon enhancement skill from opening the box. Modern sniper rifles are enhanced, including the ammunition. Previously, he had sniped a beginner level 2 awakener with a single shot. But the enemy before her was no ordinary awakened one, and she wasn't sure if her attack would be effective. Captain Zhao, let's go too. I used to be a soldier too, but I've retired. But once you're in the army, you'll always be a soldier of the people. I've sworn an oath and received formal training. I will absolutely not hold you back. Dong Taijun drew his large axe and said confidently. Along the way, he followed Erpang to collect the corpses of the high-level infected that it had left behind. Although we don't kill many people each day, and we may not encounter mutated Type 3 infected people very often. However, after accumulating so many days of experience, he successfully advanced to the intermediate awakener stage 1 by eating and drinking for free. This is considered quite formidable within a military base. Little White wants to go too. Xiaobai clapped his hands and said, "Oh woo." Erpang shook his fur and stood up as well. It means count me in. Don't be naughty, little kid. Or what will your dad do when he wakes up and can't find you? Zhao Longquan didn't mind Dong Taijun and Pang joining him at all. In fact, he was quite pleased. With the help of these people/wolves, the chances of winning will increase even further. Although, when you calculate it all, the overall win rate is still so small it's negligible. But no matter what, children should never be allowed to take risks. If no one else is causing trouble, I want to go and have some fun too. Xiao Bai pouted and said, "This is a battle, not a game. You'll die." Zhao Longquan said earnestly. Captain Zhao, let her go. With her here, we have a better chance of winning, and I feel more confident. Dong Taijun smiled sheepishly and said, "Huh? You're backing up a little girl." Zhao Longquan didn't say those words aloud, because they were too hurtful. However, his expression made his meaning very clear. Believe me, it wasn't us who escorted Xiao Bai and Pang all this way. On the contrary, we were able to reach the military base smoothly thanks to them. Otherwise, on such a long journey, we would probably have died several times over. Dong Taijun said embarrassedly. That. Zhao Longquan glanced at the other survivors with suspicion and uncertainty. They all had the same expression. These people are unlikely to be lying. It doesn't make sense to deceive yourself just to send a little girl to her death. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Longquan said helplessly, "All right. Then you stay close behind me and don't go too far. Medic, call Xiao over, and find a few more capable team members to protect Zhang Chun." Medic, yes, sir. Chapter 156 Sneak Attack. Successful. Zhang Chun was positioned at the forward position of the military base. Normally speaking, this place is not actually safe. But now the enemy is launching an attack from inside the military base. This place actually became the rear, the safest place. After giving his orders, Zhao Longquan immediately led the core members of the Special Operations Team, including Dong Taijun, Pang, and Xiao Bai, and rushed towards the direction of the fire. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Then, a pretty and dashing figure appeared at the door of the room. It is Zhao Xia. She was wearing camouflage clothing, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she had light makeup. Her bright eyes and white teeth made her look even more capable and strong. "Brother Chenyu, what happened to you?" Zhao Xia saw Zhang Chun lying there expressionless, his body covered in cracked armor plates, with golden light emanating from within him. Their fate is unknown. For a moment, she choked up and didn't know what to say. Along the way, she had imagined many scenarios in her mind for her long-awaited reunion with Zhang Chun and what she should say. Seeing Zhang Chun like this, all his previous words were forgotten. My heart felt like it had been hit by something. I felt an indescribable pain. The medic stood next to Zhang Chun for a while, hands on his hips, looking utterly helpless. Generally speaking, when encountering a patient who has been in a coma for a long time, intravenous fluids should be administered first to replenish glucose and salt. But Zhang Chun looks like this, you can't even get a needle in. And it's golden inside. You can't even find a vein, how can you give in for? For the first time, the sanitation worker felt somewhat superfluous in front of the patients. What's wrong with Brother Chun? Seeing that Zhang Chun had no reaction, Zhao Xia turned to ask the medic. I don't know about him either. Let's just wait and see. I heard he looked like a dead man when he first arrived, but now he's starting to look better. I think he should be able to wake up. Of course, this is just my personal intuition and has nothing to do with medicine. The medic answered with a serious expression. Of course it has nothing to do with medicine. The fact that it emits golden light is something that medicine cannot explain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Logically, this is the time for a large-scale evacuation of civilians. All combat units are also at their respective posts. Why would anyone come here? Zhao Xia became alert and immediately drew a silver spear. Energy Weapon Critical Strike Spear. Energy Weapon Critical Strike Spear. Always deals critical damage upon hitting an enemy, with an additional 50% damage increase. Footsteps were heard slowly approaching the door. Huh? Shouldn't you be? The guards did not give any prior warning, but greeted them as if they were old friends. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Then I heard 2 muffled thuds. Then the door to the room was kicked open. Lin Qingsong stood at the door with a mocking expression, his body covered in blood. The 2 guards at the entrance have been killed and their resources harvested. Captain Lin. Captain Lin? What's this? Shouldn't you be holding the front line at the second gate? The medic asked, looking puzzled. Thank you Zhao Longquan for giving me so many opportunities, allowing me to grow so quickly. The frontline positions are no longer important. I've already taken care of those burdensome team members. I'm here because I have more important things to do. Lin Qingsong smiled, while looking at Zhang Chun. He said the words, I killed my teammate, without the slightest remorse. On the contrary, his tone even carried a hint of disdain. Disdain for these teammates who unconditionally believed in them. You want to hurt Brother Chen? I won't let you succeed. Zhao Xie thrust her spear directly at Lin Qingsong. Her current strength is at the level of a beginner awakener, stage 2. Lin Qingsong had already reached the first stage of intermediate awakening 7 days ago. During this period, he continued to make small, underhanded moves. Countless survivors died at his hands. In addition, they had just massacred all the combat personnel of the 13th Squad. He has advanced to the second stage of Intermediate Awakener. Its strength is among the top in the entire military base. Although Zhao Xie's weapon was powerful, it couldn't even brush against Lin Qingsong's clothes. I'll play with you later. Lin Qingsong flashed and instantly appeared behind the medic. With a crack, her neck snapped. He then ducked to avoid Zhao Xie's spear and quickly closed in. A sudden punch. He sent Zhao Xie flying. His back slammed into the wall, leaving a spiderweb-shaped crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Xie dropped his spear. There was no way around it. The 2 of them were 3 levels apart, with a significant gap between them, the beginner and intermediate levels. The difference is just too great. I'll give you 2 choices. Become my slave, be as loyal to me as a dog, and you can survive and enjoy some of my resources. My second option is to kill Zhang Chun, then do your dirty work, and hang your naked corpse on gate number 2. So many people at the military base like you. I bet they all want to see what you look like without clothes. Lin Qingsong smiled lewdly, his eyes revealing a greedy gaze. He then pulled out a silver awl. Rare Cone of Destruction instantly kills any survivor of any level before the transformation. Disappears after use. Transformers are beings who advance to the 3rd stage of Advanced Awakening. It can be said that this weapon can instantly kill any survivor, without exception. Lin Qingsong stared at Zhang Chun, his face contorted in rage, and roared in a voice almost maniacal. Die? Thank you for enabling me to reach the pinnacle of power. The silver cone slammed down towards Zhang Chen's chest. Success is within reach. No. Zhao Xie used her last bit of strength to throw a flying knife. Lin Qingsong reacted quickly, raising his silver cone to dodge the attack. If the silver cone and the throwing knife come into contact, the silver cone will be considered as already used and will then be automatically destroyed. That was close. That despicable woman. As long as I live, I won't let you hurt Brother Chen. Zhao Xie vomited blood due to overexertion and spoke weakly. You're too busy taking care of yourself to have time to worry about others? So you like him that much? That's even better. Lin Qingsong walked up to Zhao Xie with a forced smile, grabbed her hair, and dragged her from the ground to Zhang Chen's side. With a sudden burst of force from his right hand, Zhao Xie's hair was pulled straight up, and her head was forcibly lifted. Since you don't want him to die, then I'll make you watch him die right in front of you. It's a pity that if I kill him, I'll collect his body, and he won't have the chance to see you being bullied by me. What a shame. Lin Qingsong laughed heartily, then plunged the silver cone deep into Zhang Chen's heart. Chapter 157 Violence for Violence. Bang! A sound like a thermos shattering on the ground rang out. The silver cone vanished the instant it touched Zhang Chen's body. The item disappears after use. However, Zhang Chun was completely unharmed. How could Lin Qingsong possibly know that Zhang Chun was immune to all damage while absorbing the berserk energy? Even the most powerful weapons are as laughable as toys in the face of meteorite energy. Click, click. After the silver cone disappeared, the cracks in Zhang Chen's energy armor widened further. A dazzling golden light shot out from the crack. It made the whole room exceptionally bright. Lin Qingsong couldn't help but let go of Zhao Xie and covered his eyes with his arm. Boom! A gust of wind swept in. The wind blew everything in the house to pieces. A wave of heat made Lin Qingsong feel a burning pain on his skin, since he advanced to the intermediate awakened one. Even bullets couldn't harm him in the slightest. The claws of the crawling creature can only leave a faint white mark on the skin. But that gust of wind just now actually made my skin sting. What is going on? This power is terrifying. Lin Qingsong felt a wave of shock. At the same time, he was extremely regretful. If he had been able to kill Zhang Chun just now, he was probably the one who burst out with that golden light. The golden light faded. Zhang Chun was seen floating in mid-air, radiating golden light. Golden light shimmered in his eyes. I'm back. Zhang Chun looked at himself and found that none of his parts were missing. The only thing that was destroyed was the energy-gathering armor. This thing is as fragile as paper in the face of meteorite energy. As Zhang Chun examined himself, the prompt reappeared. Current level, God Advanced Awakener Stage 1. All talents are automatically maxed out, and you receive an additional 20 talent points, 300 energy crystals, and all attributes are increased by 100%. You also gain the unique ultimate skill, Annihilation Finger. Annihilation Finger unleashes an unparalleled and devastating strike from the fingertips, dealing 1,500% damage. If the target is not dead, they will also suffer 100% damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. The fatigue removal effect has no effect on the cooldown. The meteorite's core energy has been activated. As your strength increases, you will unlock more extraordinary abilities. The higher your level, the higher your absorption and utilization rate of the meteorite's energy will be. I feel that I am indeed very different from before. Although the level remained the same, the overall strength underwent a qualitative change. Zhang Chun slowly landed on the ground, and the golden light on his body gradually faded away. Brother Chen, I'm so glad you're all right. There was a sneak attack from the enemy just now, and Xie and I fought tooth and nail to barely repel them. Lin Qingsong, with a face that was neither red nor white, said. His ability to make up lies is top-notch. You die. Zhang Chun looked at Lin Qingsong and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. He had just been lying there motionless, as if he were unconscious. But in reality, ever since the energy armor started cracking, Zhang Chun was already able to receive information from the outside world. They just couldn't respond. Just now, Lin Qingsong slaughtered his own teammates and abused Zhao Xie. Zhang Chun heard everything, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. However, he is still a little short of truly breaking free from the shackles of energy and regaining control of his body. The rare cone of destruction accelerated its own process of emerging from its cocoon. Zhang Chun raised his hand. Lin Qingsong was instantly propelled away by the powerful force. He was completely embedded in the wall. Is this how you bullied Xie just now? Zhang Chun's gaze was icy and chilling. Cough, puff. Lin Qingsong coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was sprayed all over the ground. The force of that blow was indeed considerable. It's likely that most of his internal organs were ruptured. How? How is this possible? You were unconscious for 7 days, while I spent 7 days desperately leveling up. How can you still be so strong? This isn't fair. Lin Qingsong roared at the top of his lungs, his mouth full of blood. However, Zhang Chun didn't even wait for Lin Qingsong to finish speaking before throwing a punch. It knocked out all of Lin Qingsong's teeth, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chun didn't want to kill Lin Qingsong so quickly. He wasn't worthy. He had to torture him thoroughly to avenge Zhao Xie and vent the anger that had been building up in his chest. Wah, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Please, give me a chance. I'm quite capable too. If you have an organization, I can join. That way I will always obey you, and you won't have to worry about my betrayal. What do you think? Lin Qingsong suddenly adopted a fawning expression. His teeth were missing, and his voice sounded strange. Zhang Chun completely ignored him. His right hand slowly tightened around Lin Qingsong's neck, gripping it little by little. Seeing Lin Qingsong's face turn completely red and his eyes bulge, he eventually couldn't utter a single word. His facial expression shifted from fawning to pleading, to resentment, to malice. Zhang Chun smiled slightly. Most people who beg for mercy on their deathbed are petty people. His final, vicious expression revealed his true inner thoughts. Zhang Chen suddenly loosened his grip. This made Lin Qingsong feel that he had let him go, giving him a glimmer of hope. Lin Qingsong took the opportunity to gasp for breath. However, he had just taken a breath, and hadn't even had a chance to savor the joy of breathing freely. Bang! Boom! A powerful energy wave shot out from his palm. Lin Qingsong's lower body was blasted into dust. He stared in horror at his body below the waist, which had vanished, as his entire body gradually began to vaporize and slowly disappear. Want to join the Nightmare Organization? Do you think the Nightmare Organization is a recycling center? They'll take any kind of trash? Lin Qingsong, a mid-level awakener at stage 2, was easily crushed to death by Zhang Chen like a plaything. It eventually turned into a cloud of mist and dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations on your automatic resource gathering. You have obtained Energy Crystal Core, 7,000 plus 5,600, 80% talent bonus. Storage Ring Fragment, 337. Beginner Lucky Card, 2. Some TT, 55. Strange Uniform, 3. Canned Beef, 750. 12 Bottle Pack of Carbonated Drink, 330. 12 Bottle Pack of 500 milliliters Purified Water, 1230. 30 Pack of Frozen Semi-Finished Beef Burgers, 50. 500 g Frozen French Fries, 200. 500 g Cut Steak, 123. Full Technology Blueprint 1-1. Rare Skill. Feign Weakness. Strange Doll, 1. Rare Skill. Feign Weakness. After use, it makes you appear weaker. The disguise is removed when entering combat. Strange Doll. It looks like a mannequin dressed in clothes. What's the purpose of this strange doll? Chapter 158 by Hanlon's Logic. Zhang Chen didn't have time to think much, and quickly helped Zhao Xie onto the bed, asking with concern, "How are you?" Zhao Xie's face was deathly pale, and she said in a barely audible voice, "Thank goodness. He didn't use his full strength. I'm fine. Brother Chen, don't worry." Zhang Chen knew that Zhao Xie was trying to reassure him. How could he be all right if he had vomited blood? Moreover, Lin Qingsong's abnormality can be seen from his words and actions. He was not a man who showed mercy to women. Anyone was merely a tool to be used in his eyes. How could they possibly hold back against Zhao Xie? Brother Chen, as long as you're all right. Zhao Xie forced a smile onto her face. I'm fine. You should get some rest. I'll go find a doctor to take care of you. Your brother might need me. Zhang Chen gently held Zhao Xie's small hand and said, Zhao Xie nodded slightly. These words probably exhausted her a lot. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. He lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Zhang Chen rushed out of the room and found that he was at the entrance guard post of a military base. Not far away, a group of civilians could be seen fleeing quickly under the escort of soldiers. Instant flash. Zhang Chen appeared before everyone in an instant, shouting with a powerful voice. Is there a doctor here? Which one of you is the doctor? At the same time, his gaze quickly swept over each person. A notification box immediately appeared next to each person, displaying their occupational characteristics in the Earth world. Architectural engineer, insurance salesperson, swimming coach, elementary school teacher, surgeon, nurse. Found it. At the same time Zhang Chen saw the last two prompts. 3 people slowly walked towards Zhang Chen. A man, a woman, and a little girl. The woman and the little girl Zhang Chen knew each other. I ran into Choi Ji-yun and Su Min at the Isaac Hotel a few days ago. The man is by Hanlon. I'm a doctor, and she's a nurse. She can assist me. Is there anything I can do for her? Bai Hanlon asked. He remembered Zhang Chen, the terrifying figure who single-handedly wiped out the entire Westerners' camp. Although Bai Hanlon felt somewhat fearful when they first met. However, after such a long period of experience in the apocalypse, his strength has improved considerably. Moreover, she also felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Chen. After all, he had indirectly avenged his family. Later, Baek Han Rim met Choi Ji-yun and Su Min, who also wanted to seek refuge with the military base. The 3 of them traveled together and arrived here. Xiumin recognized Zhang Chen at a glance as soon as he appeared. In addition, Zhang Chen shouted that he needed a doctor. The 3 of them then stepped forward. I have a patient here who needs looking after. Please take care of him. You can have any supplies you need as payment. Zhang Chen said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. No one should expect others to help them for free. Only relationships built on mutual benefit can be refined and last. I need antibiotics and 100 cans of beef, each weighing about 1 pound, or water and food of equal value. If I can't cure it, I won't charge you a single penny. Bai Hanlin said calmly. Make a deal. Zhang Chen quickly led Bai Hanlin and the others to Zhao Siye's side. Bai Hanlin reached out to check Zhao Siye's pulse, then gently pressed on her ribs, before saying with a grave expression, 2 ribs are broken, and internal bleeding cannot be ruled out. However, the body of an awakened person has a strong self-healing ability, and the internal bleeding will stop quickly. The priority now is to restore the ribs, which will require some time and energy crystals. Zhang Chen took out 10,000 energy crystal cores directly from the ring. Although the system indicates that it is counted in units of 10,000, the actual item is not 10,000 small crystals, but a single piece of green crystal. The only difference is the quantity. The size and purity of the crystal nuclei will vary. Is this enough? When Bai Hanlin saw Zhang Chen casually pull out so much, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. 10,000 crystal cores. These crystal cores can only be collected by killing about 20,000 ordinary zombies. You just pulled it out like that. These crystal cores are more than enough to level me up again. Just how ridiculously strong are you? However, Bai Hanlin was not that greedy. He nodded and said, that's enough. You don't need that many. 10 crystal cores will suffice. You can take the rest back. Zhang Chen retrieved the remaining crystal cores and waited anxiously to the side. Xiaomin looked at Zhao Siye lying on the bed like Sleeping Beauty and couldn't help but ask in a sour tone, do you like her and want her to be your wife? When Choi Ji-yun heard Su Min ask that question, she quickly and awkwardly pulled Su Min aside. Before Zhang Chen could answer the question, suddenly, a series of explosions were heard inside the military base. There were also many screams and wails. I'll leave this to you, doctor. I'll go clean up the trash and come back to you later. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. This skill filled Bai Hanlin with even greater fear. I saw Zhang Chen leave. Choi Ji-yun then asked, Dr. Bai, you've saved so many people before and never accepted any benefits. Why are you asking Zhang Chen for so many things right away? It absolutely terrified me. These things are incredibly valuable to ordinary survivors. What's more, we just ransacked a hospital. We have plenty of medical supplies, equipment, and even antibiotics. Why are you still asking him to get antibiotics? Bai Hanlin smiled slightly and said, I asked my teacher this question before. Before each surgery, the patient's family would give him a red envelope, and he never refused it. But after the surgery, the red envelope will be returned to the patient's family intact. I find it strange. It's either accept red envelopes or not. Why make it so complicated? Later, my teacher told me that if he didn't accept the red envelope, the patient's family would definitely think that the patient was beyond saving and the surgery would not be successful. Doctors don't even dare to accept red envelopes. If they accept a red envelope, the patient's family will feel that the doctor will do everything in their power to save the patient, and that they will risk their lives for the sake of the red envelope. This will put their minds at ease. Zhang Chen and I are complete strangers. There's no reason for him to trust me so easily. Only if I ask for a high price will he believe that I will do my best to treat the patient and entrust him to me with peace of mind. Bai Hanlin's hands emitted a burst of white light, which was the rare skill, healing, he had obtained, consuming crystal cores to accelerate the healing speed of wounds. Oh, I see. So, you mean you'll return all the supplies to Zhang Chen afterward? I asked Choi Ji-yun. No, I'm not going to follow the teacher's example this time. After all, we really lack food and water. Bai Hanlin chuckled and said, Chapter 159 The Battle Begins. 20 minutes ago, inside the military base, in the civilian area. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Yoon Jun-hee, the founder of the S-13 organization, crushed the head of a guard. His body was then collected and placed into the ring. Is this the Dragon Kingdom's military base? It's so fragile and vulnerable. Yoon Jun-hee took out a wet wipe and wiped the bloodstains off his hands, saying disdainfully, Chief, shall we stick to the old rules? Keep all the beautiful women in captivity and kill all the men. A sleazy-looking man next to him asked. Okay, you take the new recruits and go after the civilians. Find all the pretty women. You too. Take care of eliminating any guards that get in the way. I don't like having mosquitoes buzzing in my ears during a fight. Yoon-jun, he calmly gave the order. Clear. Yes, Chief. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 people per group. The sleazy man, along with another member, chased after the civilians in the direction they had fled. Another group directly attacked Gate 1. At this point, there were 7 people left in the venue. As they walked, they casually and easily killed and collected the resources from the guards who tried to ambush them. It was as if the guards around him were air, posing no threat whatsoever. Stop right there. I won't let you take another step forward. At this moment, Zhao Longquan, along with the Special Operations Team, Dong Taijun, Xiaobai, Pang, and others, blocked the 7 people's path. Zhao Longquan's group consisted of 15 elite members. There were more than 20 survivors around Dong Taijun, including Xiaobai and Pang, as well as the guards who rushed over from nearby. The number of people on this side is almost 10 times that of the other side. Even so, they still don't have much of an advantage in terms of strength. These trash aren't worth my time. I'm going to find that Zhangqin guy. He killed 2 of our members, and I'll make him pay with his blood. The rest of the grunts are yours to handle. After Yoon-jun he finished speaking, he vanished from sight in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already more than 10 meters away from the crowd. We continued walking forward slowly, step by step. This guy is so fast, there's no way to stop him. And, damn it, Captain, the civilian escort team has also been attacked and is requesting backup. Jiang Chunchun reported with a sullen face. Take a few men and go support the civilian team. Leave this to me. Also, tell Xie to move Zhang Chun immediately. The most formidable guy has passed. Zhao Longquan gave the order with a solemn expression. This battle is probably the toughest one I've fought since the end of the world. There were also 6 other members of the organization whose auras were sinister and powerful. Receive. Captain, please take care. Jiang Chunchun led 4 members of the Special Operations Team and chased after the civilian team. Compared to the tense expressions on Zhao Longquan's and others' faces, the members of the S-13 organization, however, looked relaxed. In their view, this battle was a one-sided massacre. Or perhaps it's just a killing game. There is absolutely no threat whatsoever. Let's divide up the spoils and clearly identify the enemies, so we don't complain later about not killing enough or that it's unfair. The leader hates it when we complain. So, let's distribute the goods first, and then we won't have any complaints later. Kim Dong-suk, with his mustache, said with a smile. Sure, I'll take that wolf. I just happen to need a docile mount. Judging from this wolf's fur, it should still be in its juvenile stage. If we raise it now, we should be able to develop some affection for it. A man with slicked back hair spoke slowly. Okay, then this guy who looks like the leader is mine. Kim Dong-suk quickly interjected. They were afraid that someone else would choose Zhao Longquan. Then, let's deal with these grunts together. It was said by a burly man with a scar on his face. Beside him was another person who looked exactly like him. They are twins. The only difference is that the other person doesn't have scars on their face. As for the remaining 3 people, Kim Dong-suk looked at it and said with a helpless expression, Sorry, you were too slow in choosing. There's no more left for you. Next time, when you massacre another camp, you'd better be quick. If you're slow, you won't even get to drink the soup. A bald, middle-aged man said with a chuckle. It's okay, you choose. I think this little girl is quite nice. I'm going to go and enjoy myself. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaobai. Slurp. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. What a perverted old man. He just likes to mess with little girls. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for doing this? A heavily made-up woman said with a look of disdain. Huh, it's only because you've grown up. If you were a few years younger, I would have shown you what happiness truly is. The bald man said with a grin. Get away from me, you're disgusting. The heavily made-up woman glanced at the crowd opposite her and spotted a dark-skinned, burly special operations officer. Since there are no other benefits, I might as well go and have some fun. I'm taking this man, and none of you are allowed to touch him. The woman hadn't finished speaking. The battle has already begun. A group of people were locked in a fierce battle, the sounds of explosions, shouts, and bones shattering rising and falling. The man with the slicked back hair tentatively attacked Erpang a few times, then easily lured him aside. The wolf and the man arrived at a wide, flat area. The man with the slicked back hair looked at Erpang with excitement and said greedily, "Wow, what a fine fur, so glossy and shiny. You're quite sturdy. Come be my pet, and I'll give you lots of delicious food." As he spoke, he pulled out several large jars of premium pet food from his ring. "Here, this is delicious. Come with me after you've finished eating." Roar. Erpang let out a low growl, not even glancing at the food. He stared fiercely at the slicked back hair. I don't want to come to the point of fighting with you. If you insist on fighting me and give up the delicious food, then all that awaits you is the fate of being eaten." "It's a man with slicked back hair," he said earnestly. Roar, roar, roar. Erpang roared and charged forward first. The enormous claws kicked up clouds of dust on the ground. "If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences." Big Back Hair leaped backward to dodge Second Fatty's attack. Erpang's speed was very fast, seemingly exceeding Debitu's expectations. The person managed to dodge, but their clothes were torn open with a large gash. Undoubtedly, but in terms of speed and power, the slicked back haircut doesn't seem to have an advantage. "You ungrateful wretch, you'll regret this." The man with the slicked back hair angrily pulled a black collar from his storage space. Energy Item Masters Summon. Can summon a pack of Howling Moon Wolves to join the battle. Then, 8 Howling Moon Wolves, each a size larger than Erpang, slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 160, The Reversal of the Battle. Kim Dong-suk and the others who were fighting nearby couldn't help but complain when they saw the slick-haired guy summon 8 enormous Howling Moon Wolves. Although they were talking, their battle did not stop. "Seriously? Are you kidding me? Do you really need to get this worked up over a young wolf cub? You're absolutely insane. Last time you summoned these wolves, they devoured half the camp, causing us to lose a lot of crystal cores and supplies. Damn it, these wolves only listen to him, and they're incredibly tough. We need to speed up the fight. We can't let them get their hands on my prey. It seems the poor little wolf is going to be eaten, leaving not even bones. I suddenly feel a little sorry for that little wolf." Zhao Longquan also noticed the abnormality and quickly shouted to Xiaobai and Erpang, "Retreat. You all retreat quickly. You can't defeat so many wolves. Little White, you should also make it go away." Xiaobai is Zhang Chen's daughter. Even now, Zhao Longquan still doesn't understand what's going on with this daughter. However, it is true that Xiaobai and Erpang have a very close relationship with Zhang Chen. I must take good care of Zhang Chen's daughter and pets. If Zhang Chen wakes up and finds that his loved ones and pets are gone, how will I explain it to him? This must never be allowed to happen. However, it's too late to shout anything now. Then, 8 Howling Moon Wolves opened their mouths and charged towards Erpang. He tackled Erpang to the ground. "Yes, that's it. Bite it to death. Tear it to shreds." A wolf cub trying to fight 8 adult Howling Moon Wolves? That's just overestimating itself. The man with the slicked back hair laughed wildly. "If you can't be my pet, then you might as well die." After a brief commotion, the wolves. The man with the slicked back hair suddenly froze. Because he witnessed an incredibly unbelievable scene. It's true that the 8 Howling Moon Wolves knocked Erpang to the ground. But they weren't biting. Instead, it was licking. 8 wolves were desperately licking Erpang. We finally met the leader. Wolves are social animals with a strong sense of hierarchy. Once the Wolf King is identified, they will follow him wholeheartedly. Unless the Wolf King gets old and needs to be replaced by a new Wolf King. However, Erpang is currently in his adolescence and is about to reach his peak adult strength. The wolves didn't dare challenge Erpang at all, and instead obediently submitted at its feet. How is this possible? The man with the slicked back hair looked utterly terrified. "Awoo!" Erpang suddenly let out a long howl that seemed to reach the heavens. "Awoo! Awoo! Ah!" The wolf pack immediately joined in with howls. "Go! I command you to go. Bite that little wolf to death." The man with the slicked back hair roared nervously. Roar! Erpang grinned as he looked at Debetu. The next second, The 8 giant wolves suddenly rushed towards the ladder and began to tear at it desperately. The human body is far too weak in front of the howling moon wolf. Even those who have awakened are no exception. The slick-haired man's arms, thighs, and some unidentifiable internal organs were all torn open, chewed up, emptied, and eaten. In no time, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. The adult howling moon wolf finished the battle and slowly disappeared into the corner. At this moment, Erpang's skills changed. Call of the Wild has been upgraded to Call of the King. Summoning of the King can summon an adult wolf pack to fight for the Wolf King. There is a very low probability of summoning the Wolf King's mate, who will not dissipate unless she dies. The combat strength and number of the wolf pack increase as the Wolf King's strength increases. Erpang shook his fur, and an aura of majesty emanated from him once again. Bang! Boom! An explosion rang out. It brought people back to reality from their shock. The bald man in the cloak was kicked hard and sent flying into the building next door. The little white dog opposite him clapped its hands excitedly and shouted happily. Fun, fun, so much fun. Fighting people is much more fun than fighting monsters. Seeing this, not only Kim Dong-suk and the other members of the S-13 organization, but even Zhao Longchuan was filled with shock. Are you kidding me? The members of S-13 are mostly intermediate awakeners at Stage 2. Despite Zhao Longchuan's diligent efforts to upgrade his combat abilities, he is currently only at the intermediate awakener Stage 1. The number of survivors in the entire camp who can reach this level can be counted on one hand. It turns out that Xiao Bai was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl. They think beating these guys is child's play? This is just too outrageous. Zhang Chen's pet and daughter are both so strong. Just how terrifying is Zhang Chen's true strength? Just thinking about it made Zhao Longchuan's scalp tingle with shock. There is such terrifying power in the world. It's unimaginable what he has gone through. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between two survivors who traveled through time together? Only Dong Taijun was present, his face expressionless, calm and undisturbed. Just kidding. I already told you that the 20-odd of us were escorted here by Erpang and Xiao Bai, and you still didn't believe me. The two sides had only been fighting for a few minutes. S-13 lost one player. Seeing that the bald man was also about to die, it was basically confirmed that the two had perished. This surprised Kim Dong-suk. However, he is the strongest person besides the leader, Yoon Jun-hee. Surprised as they were, they didn't take Xiao Bai and Erpang seriously. Once I've dealt with Zhao Longchuan and the other henchmen, I can then focus on these two guys. The stronger the enemy, the greater the reward. A smile involuntarily crept onto Kim Dong-suk's lips. On the other side, the guard post at the main gate of the military base. Bai Hanlin wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the white light on his hand gradually disappeared. That's enough, there's only a little left. She'll be fine as long as she rests for a few days. Choi Ji-yun looked at Baek Han-lin with admiration, a hint of affection flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly lowered her head, hiding her emotions. She is very aware of her own experiences. After arriving in the apocalypse, I did many things out of necessity. Someone like me. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to like others. You shouldn't expect others to like you. Especially outstanding men like Bai Hanlin. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the doorway. Haha, beautiful lady, I can smell your scent. A man with a sleazy appearance, wearing a black hoodie and a cape printed with the blood-red lettering S-13. TSK, I'm so lucky. I bet all the most beautiful women in the whole camp have gathered here. The lewd man glanced at Choi Ji-yun, then at Jo Hee-yun and Su Min. A lewd and greedy smile appeared on his face. Bai Hanlin silently watched the lewd man. At the same time, a scalpel silently appeared in his hand. Energy weapon, single molecular scalpel. A single molecule blade containing crystalline energy, capable of harming awakened individuals. Chapter 161 by Hanlin. You know nothing about the medical profession. Choi Ji-yun instinctively hid Su Min behind her back. But this time, Xiaomin didn't obediently hide behind Choi Ji-yun as usual. Instead, he looked at the person in front of him with a cold gaze. No one noticed that she had a sharp knife hidden in her sleeve. Bai Hanlin remained silent, watching the lewd man in silence. Using the word see to describe it is actually not appropriate. The word observation should be used. Bai Hanlin was actually observing the lewd man silently. Their gaze swept quickly over him, like a doctor examining a patient. He quickly came to a conclusion. The opponent's strength should be at the level of a mid-level awakened being, and they are in the direction of genetic evolution. After losing his loved ones, Bai Hanlin did not become despondent. Instead, they began to frantically use their medical expertise to observe, dissect, and analyze the infected and the dead survivors. Through numerous clinical trials, he already possesses the ability to roughly discern an opponent's strength, attack characteristics, and other information simply by looking at them. But the lewd man didn't notice these details at all. His gaze lingered between Choi Ji-yun, Jo Hee-yeol, and Su Min. My mouth is watering. It seems like they're contemplating which one to start with, or whether to tackle them all at once. The sleazy man didn't take Bai Hanlin seriously at all. He and a newcomer were chasing a fleeing group of civilians. Anyone with even a modicum of fighting ability has gone to reinforce the defenses. There's no way they could stay here. So without a doubt, these are just doctors and nurses working in the back. But these professions are actually completely unnecessary, because soon everyone in the military base will die. No matter how skilled a doctor is, they can't bring a dead person back to life. Go to hell, and get out of my way. The lewd man pulled out an ice pick and stabbed it directly at Bai Hanlin. Whoosh. Whoosh. He is the third most powerful figure in the organization. Therefore, he was very confident in his attack. However, he only felt a chill on his wrist, and his attack missed. You're also an intermediate awakener. I think I underestimated you. The lewd man put away his weapon and looked at Bai Hanlin with a mocking expression. I'm a doctor, Bai Hanlin emphasized. So what if you're a doctor? Do you want me to kowtow to you? This is the apocalypse. Even if you were the president, you would die. The lewd man suddenly grew larger and attacked Bai Hanlin again. That time was because I underestimated my opponent. This time, the sleazy guy was serious. His strength is at the intermediate awakener stage 2, which is a level higher than Bai Hanlin's, making him a completely overwhelming force. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Bai Hanlin simply stopped trying. The energy barrier was summoned. They withstood the blow head-on. Thump! Bai Hanlin was slammed against the wall by the enormous impact, and then slowly slid down to the ground. The energy barrier absorbed some of the damage, but the blow was too heavy. Bai Hanlin could feel his spleen rupturing, and he could die at any moment. At this moment, moving your body or standing up abruptly could be life-threatening. He quickly covered the affected area with his palm, and then a white light appeared. The wound healed quickly without causing internal bleeding. The treatment was very timely. This skill is most useful to Bai Hanlin. For those who don't understand medicine, they have no idea that they or their partner have a problem. Having this skill is useless if the affected area is not treated. Again, Bai Hanlin slowly stood up. If there were a health bar above his head, the perverted guy will be surprised to find that the health bar, which he just knocked down by half, is now fully restored. What a madman. Do you think you're some kind of hero? Trying to show off in front of women? I'll grant your wish. The lewd man suddenly lunged forward, his right hand piercing Bai Hanlin's body with an ice spike. The latter simply shifted slightly to the side, avoiding a vital spot. After all, the speed difference between the two sides is too great, making it impossible to completely avoid damage. At the same time, Bai Hanlin patted the lewd man a few times. Puff! Thump! Bai Hanlin was pinned to the wall, his feet about half a meter off the ground. Fresh blood slowly flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. While ice spikes cause slowing down the body, they also cool the surrounding tissues. However, it doesn't reach the point of freezing, so the blood cannot be frozen. After immobilizing Bai Hanlin with one move, the lewd man did not stop there. He suddenly crouched down and began punching and kicking Bai Hanlin in the chest and abdomen. Finally, the sleazy man took a few steps back and then delivered a flying kick to Bai Hanlin. Splash! Bai Hanlin broke through the wall and escaped. Broken bricks were scattered all over the ground. Bai Hanlin deactivated the energy barrier surrounding his body just as it was about to deplete the last trace of crystal core. There are 10 crystal cores remaining. We can't consume any more. If I consume any more energy, I will be unable to use my healing abilities. However, his plan has not yet been realized. Just one last step. Here, a burst of white light emanated from Bai Hanlon's hands. He still chose to treat the damaged internal organs and abdominal muscle tissue. The ice pick on his chest did not injure any vital organs, and the cold effect ensured that the surrounding tissues would not die immediately. There's no need to rush into treatment. Cough, cough. Bai Hanlon stood up again, trembling slightly. There are too many wounds on my body. One healing spell simply cannot heal them all. Being able to stand up is already a huge achievement. The members of S13, cough. Is that all they've got? Her fists are so weak, like a woman's. Ha ha, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Hanlon's laughter aggravated his wound, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Huh? You're still alive. The perverted man is about to make a move on Choi Ji-yeon. Unexpectedly, Bai Hanlon stood up again. If you had pretended to be dead and lay on the ground, and secretly slipped away while I was having fun, you might have had a chance to survive. Now that you're going to ruin my mood and stand up to get yourself killed, then don't blame me. The sleazy man was completely enraged by Bai Hanlon. If Bai Hanlon were to stand up again, how would I save face? If the other members find out in the future, won't they laugh at me to death? A high-level player fighting a low-level player, and it took them so long. So he decided that this time, he must kill him with one blow. Furious. In an instant, the sleazy man felt his adrenaline surge. Then the skin started to turn red and bleed. Splat. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out like fountains from the major arteries throughout the body. What's going on? When did you? Stop. Stop it now. The lewd man screamed in terror. However, the onset of rage is irreversible. It will not stop unless the duration ends. Chapter 162 Yoon Jun, he takes the battle. A moving treasure trove? Fresh blood was gushing out continuously. The sleazy man felt completely powerless, unable to muster any strength at all. Moreover, every additional action he takes now will only hasten his death. There is nothing more terrifying than watching yourself die. The sleazy man watched helplessly as his blood slowly drained away until it was all gone. In fact, when a person loses more than 50% of their blood, they will go into shock. Therefore, the perverted man never gets to see the moment when his blood truly drains away. Thump. The lewd man collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Bai Hanlon looked at the barely alive, lewd man and slowly said, I've already warned you. I'm a doctor. Bai Hanlon knew that he had no chance of winning against the lewd man in a direct confrontation. Moreover, although the single-molecule scalpel is sharp, its size limits its ability to cause large area, severe trauma. So he came up with the idea of cutting the lewd man's arteries. Because the scalpel was so sharp, the wound closed up instantly after the cut. Unless exposed to water or external force, you won't feel the presence of these wounds at all. Moreover, if these wounds do not continue to worsen in a short period of time, they will heal quickly given the constitution of the awakened. So cutting open several major arteries was the first step. The next step is to provoke the pervert. The most common skills in the genetic evolution path are rage and berserk execution. He would never activate the latter skill if he were a sleazy guy who was a level above him, because there will be a 30-minute vulnerability state. There's no need to use a major move. Therefore, there is a very high probability that he will use fury. The hallmark of rage is a surge of adrenaline, accompanied by reddening of the skin. Skin turns red because the heart beats rapidly, supplying blood quickly and causing all the capillaries to dilate. The body is in a state of excitement. In this situation, the severed artery will inevitably cause massive bleeding. So, everything before our eyes was meticulously planned step by step by Bai Hanlon. He is dead. Choi Ji-yeon looked horrified. The main reason is that the pervert's death was too horrific. This was the first time she had ever seen someone bleed profusely in an instant until they died. As the blood gradually drained away, the lewd man's body instantly became much shriveled. My skin has also become paler. He's not dead yet. Bai Hanlon said calmly, then slowly walked to the side of the lewd man. He pulled out a scalpel and plunged it into the back of the lewd man's head. The blade stirred inside for a moment before slowly speaking. He's completely dead now. While Bai Hanlon was fighting the lewd man, The battle on Zhang Chen's side was also nearing its end. After leaving the guard post, his target was the civilian area, where he killed enemies along the way. So Zhang Chun took the main road and headed straight for the second and first gates. However, in order to reduce unnecessary fighting, the Sly Man only bypassed the main defensive position by going around it from the side. And relying on the S-13 organization's unique stealth ability, Chapter 123, they easily bypassed the guard's detection. Therefore, Zhang Chun did not encounter the perverted man, and their routes just happened to be different. I've realized that a lot of content needs to be explained immediately, otherwise people will have all sorts of questions. I'll try to explain it within the same chapter in the future. If you still don't understand, you can think of the slum as a school. The protagonist enters through the school gate, and the perverted guy climbs over the wall to leave. In front of gate number 1, all 4 teams suffered varying degrees of damage, with 1 person killed and more than a dozen injured. In front of the gate, Zhang Chun grabbed the head of an S-13 member with 1 hand and dragged their bodies forward. They hadn't gone far when their bodies gradually turned into a wisp of mist, eventually disappearing completely. Who is this person? He's simply too powerful. It seems his name is Zhang Chun, and he was brought here by a little girl riding a wolf. I didn't even see what happened. It all happened in the blink of an eye. This is outrageous. The captain said the opponent was at least at the second stage of Intermediate Awakener, and they were killed in 1 move? Or were they killed at the same time? Regardless, the facts are undeniable. To be honest, I wasn't scared fighting those 2 guys, but seeing Zhang Chun make a move. Never mind, I'm going to change my pants. The surviving members of the combat squad were whispering and discussing among themselves. They were all utterly shocked. Before Zhang Chun arrived, this was a battle where the S-13 members completely crushed the opponent. After all, the opponent is someone ranked in the top 1 million in the world. Based on a global population of 8 billion, the top 1 million is equivalent to 1 in 10,000 people. Therefore, those who can enter the organization are not ordinary people. They are all outstanding survivors in the apocalypse. Who would have thought that Zhang Chun would appear? Is that all? Zhang Chun dealt with the 1 in a million expert with ease. No one even saw what happened. Zhang Chun was also deeply shocked by his own strength. I thought it would take at least a while to deal with 2 intermediate level 2 awakened opponents at the same time. It should take at least 10 seconds. Who would have thought that these 2 guys would be so reckless as to launch an attack on their own initiative? As a result, Zhang Chun killed both of them in less than a second. All I can say is that the body, tempered by the meteorite's energy, has become even more powerful. With the added bonus from dual talents, it's equivalent to doubling all attributes. Their strength is naturally not what it used to be. Now, standing face to face with Zhang Chun in front of gate number 1 is Yin Juanshi, the leader of S-13. He watched as his 2 men died in 1 move, yet his face remained completely expressionless. It's like 2 unrelated people died. You're Zhang Chun. Yun Jun, he took off his cloak, threw it aside, and asked with narrowed eyes. You're the leader of the S-13 organization. Zhang Chun asked calmly. That's right, I am the leader of S-13, my name is Yin. Before Yin Juanshi could finish his self-introduction, Zhang Chun interrupted him by reaching out his hand. Your name doesn't matter. Killing you will get me the special crystal core that grants invisibility, right? Zhang Chun gave a cold laugh and said, Are you really that confident you can beat me? A playful smile appeared on Yun Junhee's lips as a heavy, semi-transparent suit of armor covered his body. Energy-heavy armor. Before it breaks, it can absorb 80% of the damage and has a 30% chance to block a critical hit. With another flick of his wrist, a long sword inlaid with jewels appeared in his hand. Rare 7-colored treasure blade. When attacking, it can unleash scorching energy to attack the opponent. During the battle, each swing has a 10% chance to create an illusion to interfere with the opponent. It also increases damage to energy shields and armor by an additional 30%. Zhang Chun. Wow, so many treasures. How thoughtful. Chapter 163 Yun Junhee. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yun Junhee gave a wicked smile. I am the supreme being at the advanced awakened stage 1. Upgrading requires a large number of energy cores, but the drop rate for these items is extremely low. Therefore, he can conclude that the highest level in the world right now is only the Advanced Awakener Stage 1. No matter how strong Zhang Chen is, he can't possibly be a level higher than me. In a contest between equally matched opponents, the real competition comes down to combat experience and weaponry. Combat experience and weaponry are what Yunjun he is most proud of. Come on, show us what good stuff you have. Yunjun he said with a provocative look. In reality, he was probing Zhang Chen's background. They wanted to know what rare equipment Zhang Chen possessed, so they could prepare accordingly. What do I have? You'll know once you've fought me, won't you? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said. Judging from his expression, he didn't take Yunjun he seriously at all. Huh, is it really okay to pretend like this in the apocalypse? Yin Juanshi suddenly lunged at Zhang Chen and swiftly swung his knife. He suddenly erupted while speaking slowly and deliberately. They didn't give the other party any time to react. Whoosh! The blade grazed past Zhang Chen's clothes. Damn, so close. Yunjun he secretly regretted it. Again. Focus strike. Using the momentum, Yin Juanshi rushed behind Zhang Chen and then suddenly unleashed a powerful shockwave. Boom. It was dodged again. A large hole was blasted into the ground. This scene completely terrified the team members present. This is a focused energy attack. The shockwave is too powerful. My focused energy attack felt like a toy. That's fast. If it were me, I'd be dead by now. Is this what a battle between the strong looks like? I suddenly feel like we're just throwing our lives away by staying here. We don't have the slightest chance of winning. This is the power of a high-level awakened. My God, how many zombies did these two kill to advance to the level of a high-level awakened? As everyone sighed in amazement, Yin Juanshi had already exchanged 20 or 30 blows with Zhang Chen. Each time they met, Yunjun he attacked at least 7 or 8 times, and every single attack was a fatal one. However, Zhang Chen dodged them all with ease. Something's not right. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Yunjun he's heart. If you can't hit Zhang Chen at first, you can assume that Zhang Chen was lucky or that he anticipated your movements. However, I couldn't land a hit even after 20 or 30 moves, and many of the moves were impromptu variations, making them impossible to predict. That's incredibly absurd. Both are advanced awakened ones at stage 1, so why is he so strong? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that Zhang Chen deliberately didn't fight back, instead of being beaten senseless by oneself? Yunjun he was shocked by her own deduction. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He suddenly leaped up and swiftly brandished the 7-colored treasure sword. In an instant, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The 3 figures were exactly the same, and even the fluctuations of the energy barrier were completely identical. They attacked Zhang Chen from different angles. So it's finally appeared? So this is what they call an illusion. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reason he didn't launch a counterattack immediately at the beginning. I just wanted to see what the illusion attack of this 7-colored treasure blade was like. I also want to know how strong a normal advanced awakened one at stage 1 really is. At this point, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Then this farce should come to an end. Crystal nucleus resonance. Buzz. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly outwards from Zhang Chen as the center. Rumble. The large iron gate of gate number 1 trembled. As Yunjun he fell, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. It felt like something inside my body was about to explode. The powerful shockwave then sent him flying back through the air, bouncing him 7 or 8 meters high before he crashed heavily to the ground. Although Zhang Chen's move wasn't aimed at his teammates, the resonance damage only targeted Yin Juanshi and his 2 illusions in mid-air. However, the aftershocks of the resonance still knocked these people off their feet, and many of them had difficulty even standing up. Some people even had to deploy their protective gear to barely withstand the strain. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Take the wounded and get away from gate number 1. The first few team leaders to recover shouted loudly. Soon, the team members hurriedly carried the wounded to safety. He retreated more than 20 meters and hid behind cover, still peeking. Although it's dangerous for gods to fight. But it was so much fun. Especially watching Zhang Chen beat up the arrogant Yin Juanshi, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As Yunjun he landed, the illusion vanished. Zhang Chen flashed, and instantly appeared next to Yin Juanshi. He suddenly threw a punch. Thump. Creak. Yun Jun he shielded himself with his arms and took the punch head-on. In an instant, the energy barrier shook violently and almost shattered. He remained in a half-squatting position and slid backward for 30 or 40 meters before stopping. Even so, the armor on both arms shattered into fragments under the immense impact, scattering across the ground. At this moment, Yun Junhee's eyes were no longer filled with disbelief, but with utter terror. Even with the energy barrier absorbing 90% of the damage, it can still shatter heavy armor with a single punch? That must be an incredibly terrifying level of power. Yin Juanshi is no longer interested in how Zhang Chen became so strong or why he became so strong. Right now, only 3 words are on his mind. I can't die. In fact, Zhang Chun has dual talents. If Yin Juanshi is level 7, then Zhang Chun is equivalent to level 14. The complete transformation increased attributes by 2 to the power of 7, and the meteorite energy tempering further boosted attributes by an additional 100%. Zhang Chun didn't even need to use a weapon to deal with Yin Juanshi. Soul burning. 7th gear. Yun Jun, he went crazy and activated his skills to the maximum. His strength has also increased to 7 times his original combat power. At a crystal core consumption rate of level 7, Yun Jun, he can only last for a few seconds. Even a few seconds is enough. Focus strike. Go to hell. Yun Jun, his expression was manic, and the veins on his forehead bulged. This was an attack he launched with all his might. Focus strike. Zhang Chen also slightly raised his hand and activated the same skill. Boom. Bang. Zhang Chen's focused energy beam was significantly thicker than Yin Juanshi's after he activated Soul Burn. Without any suspense, it directly suppressed Yun Junhee's shockwave. No matter how hard Yun Junhee tried, no matter how desperately he screamed, it was all in vain. He could only watch in despair as the shockwave drew ever closer, until it finally engulfed him completely. Chapter 164 The Strongest Defense? Don't be ridiculous. The shockwave left an extremely long mark on the ground. Zhang Chun was slightly taken aback. Didn't receive any notification about automatic data collection? This means that Yun Jun, he isn't quite dead yet. Instant flash. Instant flash. Zhang Chun darted forward. They discovered that Yun Jun, he was hiding in a small bunker that resembled a tortoise shell. The shockwave etched countless fine lines onto the surface of the bunker. However, it did not cause much damage. Rare Xuanwu Shield possesses super strong defensive capabilities, with remarkable defensive performance against energy attacks, corrosive attacks, poison attacks, and physical attacks, but cannot attack or move after activation. Zhang Chun was slightly taken aback. It seems that Yun Jun, he is indeed no pushover. He has so many good things on him. Come to think of it, the other party is, after all, one of the top 1,000 combatants in the world and the leader of the organization. As a leader myself, I actually possess quite a few valuable qualities. However, after eliminating Yun Junhee, I'll have even more good stuff. We need to find a chance to clean up the trash. Otherwise it would take up too much space. Zhang Chen pondered silently. Of course, Yin Juanshi had no idea what Zhang Chen was thinking. She thought that Zhang Chen felt hopeless about her defenses and had no other options. Zhang Chen, I admit you're strong, but you're not strong enough. The Xuanwu Shield is definitely not something you can break through with your strength. It's safe to say that this armor is the strongest defense available at this stage. How about this? Let's make a deal. I can give you all the supplies I have, and in return, I'll tell you a secret. This secret concerns information about the indigenous people and what will happen after the repression is lifted. If you spare me, I will tell you, and I and my organization will never set foot on Chinese territory again. We're even willing to bring people from my organization to join yours. Please consider it. At this point, Yun Jun, he had long lost the domineering aura he had at the beginning. Faced with life and death, many people choose to compromise and seek survival. Especially Yun Junhee. He was ultimately defeated by Zhang Chen. Before this, he had always been invincible and a god-like figure wherever he went. He couldn't let go of this feeling of vanity, nor could he let go of the power that made him so strong that he could control the life and death of others. He wanted to live, even if it meant enduring some humiliation for the time being. What will happen in 30 days? I'll find out in a few days. You don't need to tell me. Say goodbye to this world. Zhang Chen slowly extended his index finger. Don't be silly. The focus strike is just tickling the Xuanwu shield. You're just wasting your energy. Hiccup. Yunjun, he was only halfway through his sentence. A thin, golden line, as straight as a laser beam, emerged from Zhang Chen's fingertip. Sizzle. Whoosh. Just once. The golden light cleaved the Xuanwu shield, and the Yin Juanxi inside in two. A wisp of mist rose, and then dissipated into the air. Yun Junhe is dead. This shocked everyone present. What happened to the saying that the Xuanwu shield was invincible? What happened to the claim that advanced awakened ones were nearly invincible? Result. Zhang Chen killed him with just one finger? Is this some kind of exaggerated claim? Seeing the surprised and shocked looks on the faces of those around him, Zhang Chen knew they had misunderstood. Actually, he didn't kill Yunjun by squeezing him with one finger. I am strong, but not strong enough to be that strong. That's just how the annihilation finger is activated. What can I do? And this is a killer move, okay? It just seems, well, a little too easy. Ding. Automatic data collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 28,000 plus 22,400 energy crystals, 80% talent bonus, 20 energy gathering crystals, 13 storage ring fragments, a rare 7-colored treasure blade, a rare 7-colored treasure blade blueprint, an energy heavy armor blueprint, a rare black tortoise shield blueprint, a survivor count detector, file number 17, top secret, 1. A special crystal core, basic invisibility, a Raven Lab T2-21 research report, top secret, and a strange video 1. There was also a large amount of mutated fertilizer, countless amounts of food, water, and various materials collected from high-level zombies. There were also some other pieces of trash that Zhang Chen wouldn't even look at. This calculation only includes Yun Junhe's own battles. The other S-13 members' battles will be summarized together after the battles. Survivor count detector. This function can detect the number of survivors in your area and display it on the mini-map. Special crystal core, basic invisibility. Embedded in the organization's crystal core interface, it grants all members of the organization the skill, basic invisibility, which is effective against survivors and infected individuals with unmodified rod cells. Raven Labs T2-21 research report, top secret. This is a research report filled with data, which only experimental personnel can understand. File number 17, top secret. The compiled and encrypted file requires the correct compilation password to be translated. Strange video. The background is a huge city wall towering into the clouds. This video comes from the Kingdom of Tingxiang and is accompanied by a map leading to the Kingdom of Tingxiang. This guy has a lot of good stuff on him. Perhaps in the future we should specifically target the leaders of certain organizations? I feel like it will save me a lot of time collecting supplies. After defeating Yin Juanxi, Zhang Chen used several teleports to arrive at the battlefield in the civilian area. At this point, the battle here was nearing its end. Of the 6 members of S-13 who remained, only 2, including Kim Dong-suk, are still alive. The camp also suffered heavy casualties, with the ground littered with the bodies and wounded of combatants. Xiaobai and Erpang are facing off against Kim Dong-suk. The Special Operations Team, along with Dong Taijun, is fighting against a heavily made-up woman. After Xiaobai and Erpang killed the bald man and the slick-back, haired man respectively, they killed the twins again. Having expended a great deal of energy, they managed to fight Kim Dong-suk to a draw, despite being outnumbered 2-1. Whoosh. Bang. Dong Taijun barely dodged the woman's attack, and he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge her next move. I thought I was going to die. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. The woman has disappeared. When I looked again, Zhang Chen was standing beside me, a wisp of white mist still clinging to his hand. Zhang Chen, you're really alive? Dong Taijun exclaimed in disbelief. Kim Dong-suk, who was fighting nearby, saw his teammate killed in an instant. And someone might appear from the front. That means the boss is dead. What's the point of fighting in this situation? Kim Dong-suk made 2 feints, forcing back Erpang and Xiaobai, then turned around. He was lifted into the air and hovered in midair. Rare skill, anti-gravity flight. Gain the ability to fly by sacrificing crystal cores. The consumption of crystal cores increases significantly with the altitude and duration of flight. After the flight state ends, temporary gliding ability can be obtained. Chapter 165, A Big Gain. This guy can fly. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. This is absolutely an extremely rare skill. I never expected to run into you here. Kim Dong-suk flew about 20 meters into the air. With an air of looking down on all living beings, he arrogantly said, "Thank you for killing my boss. Now, I am qualified to inherit his position and become the new leader of S13. I had a lot of fun with you idiots. Next time I come, I'll definitely step over your corpses." He had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, everything went dark, as if something was blocking the sunlight. Then, a cold voice came from beside my ear. "Let's do it this time, not next time." Immediately afterwards, Kim Dong-suk felt a tremendous force crashing down on his head. He instantly lost his balance and fell headfirst to the ground. Whoosh! Bang! Kim Dong-suk, who fell to the ground, didn't even have a chance to struggle before turning into a cloud of mist. Sold out instantly. Moreover, Zhang Chun didn't even use any skills. Zhang Chun, who had flashed into mid-air, lost his support and plummeted from the sky. Just as his body was about to hit the ground, Zhang Chen's route took a sharp 90-degree turn. It went from falling to flying close to the ground, and then took off directly. After soaring in the sky for a while, it slowly landed on the ground, seemingly still wanting more. I've got the rare skill, anti-gravity flight. Zhang Chun killed a total of 4 members of the S13 organization and obtained a total of 30,000 plus 24,000 energy crystal cores, 80% talent bonus, 3,135 storage ring fragments. Rare skill, anti-gravity flight. Rare skill, deadly charm. Energy weapon throwing ice spear. Rare skill equipment enhancement, and 1 basic bad luck card. Other common supplies will not be listed here. We will mainly focus on some important skills and items. Rare skill, fatal charm. Makes the opposite sex completely lose their guard against you for a short period of time. The effect disappears after entering combat. The stronger the opponent, the weaker the skill effect. Limited to the awakened stage. Energy weapon throwing ice spear. Summons a spear made of ice, which deals a lot of physical and energy damage to the target and slows the target down for 5 seconds. The slowing effect is related to the strength advantage of the user and the target. The greater the advantage, the more obvious the slowing effect. Rare skill equipment enhancement. By disassembling energy weapons and rare weapons, there is a certain probability of extracting special attributes from them, and these attributes can be fused into new equipment. Requires a large number of energy cores. Basic bad luck card. After use, the specified target will experience continuous bad luck for the next 10 minutes. The effect will disappear automatically after the time expires. Hiss. Another bunch of great stuff. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how these guys managed to acquire so many rare skills and equipment. You should know that right now, all I have is 1 rare weapon, 1 rare armor, 2 rare skills, and 1 unique blueprint in the world, the submission potion. But these guys in front of us, any one of them possesses rare weapons and equipment, rare skills, or even both. Did all the lucky ones end up together? However, Zhang Chen quickly figured it out. Rather than saying that the people in the organization all possess rare abilities and equipment. Rather, it's because these people possess rare abilities and equipment that they are able to grow rapidly in the apocalypse. Only after becoming one of the top 1,000,000 in the world can one enter the organization. In psychology, this is called survivor bias. Whether these people had a miraculous encounter, were incredibly lucky, or were ruthless and killed without hesitation. Regardless of the reason, these factors granted them weapons or skills that made them superior to ordinary people. This is what made them stand out from the crowd of survivors, possessing exceptional strength, and ultimately becoming members of the organization. Just like Zheng Hao joining Zhang Chen's organization. Who would hire someone who doesn't have any skills? If Zhang Chen were to one day kill an organization member who had nothing of value on him, but turned out to be incredibly powerful. That's the strangest thing. Zhang Chen had just finished counting his spoils. Xiaobai and Erpang immediately rushed over. Xiaobai leaped onto Zhang Chun, wrapped her legs tightly around him, and planted a big kiss on his face. "Dad, you're awake." "That's great, Dad." Erpang pounced on Zhang Chun, licking him frantically with his big tongue. Compared to that, Xiaobai's kisses are more comfortable. Erpang is practically washing his face. All right. I'm fine now, don't worry. Thank you all for taking care of me during the time I was in a coma. You've worked so hard." Zhang Chun reached out and ruffled Xiaobai's hair, then gently placed her on the ground. He reached back and stroked Erpang's fluffy head again, then forcefully pushed its big head away. "I originally thought that since we hadn't seen each other for so long, I might as well lick for a while. But this guy must have eaten something, because it had a fishy, foul smell that was unbearable." When Zhang Chun turned his head to look at Dong Taijun and the special operations team, etc., her smile froze. Because these people all had grief on their faces. They forced a smile at Zhang Chun to show their gratitude and respect for his killing of the invading enemy. Then, their gazes involuntarily focused on a corpse. The body was suspended in midair. An ice spear pierced through his chest and embedded itself straight into the ground. The corpse's limbs hung limply downwards. It was clearly dead. Zhang Chun slowly approached the corpse and glanced at it, his heart suddenly clenching. It was Zhao Longquan. Zhao Longquan, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom Special Operations Team and the supreme commander of the entire camp, is known as the King of Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. He died just like that. Zhao Longquan's lips were purple, and his eyes were wide open in anger. It seemed that before it died, it still wanted to struggle desperately. Li Li from Dong Tiejuan's team choked up as she said, "Captain Zhao, he did it to save me," sob, sob, sob. By the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably and couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Zhao Longquan is dead just like that. Zhang Chun found it hard to believe. This guy, who was like an older brother to me, just died like that. No, something's wrong. Zhang Chun's expression froze. Because he saw a familiar item in Zhao Longquan's storage ring. A strange doll. Chapter 166 The Secret of the Doll. Just as Zhang Chun was lamenting that Zhao Longquan's sacrifice was too sudden and regrettable, suddenly, he noticed an item appearing in Zhao Longquan's ring. Strange doll. Zhang Chun had just collected this prop from Lin Qingsong's corpse. Exactly the same thing. Moreover, it lacks any special attributes, and even the descriptions are very perfunctory. Strange doll. It looks like a mannequin dressed in clothes. That's it. Zhao Longquan has a level 3 ring, and the ring slots are already tight. Would he be so bored as to put a useless item in it, taking up a slot? Something unusual must be going wrong. Zhang Chun subconsciously glanced at everyone, including Dong Taijun and the special operations team. There was nothing like that in their rings. "Captain, we will always remember you. I will strictly adhere to the procedures you established, collect your body, and hand over all the supplies to the quartermaster. These supplies will definitely help more people in need on future battlefields. I believe you can rest in peace now if you know this in the afterlife." A member of the special operations team, fighting back tears, walked to Zhao Longquan's body and slowly reached out his hand, preparing to collect the body parts, etc. Zhang Chun quickly reached out to stop the special operations team members from their actions. I'm just following the camp's rules that the captain set himself. I don't want to do this either, but I can't disobey orders." This dignified 7-foot-tall man couldn't help but shed tears as he spoke. Those around them couldn't help but feel waves of grief. "Captain Zhao might not be dead," Zhang Chun suddenly said. "Huh? What did you say? Captain Zhao isn't dead." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at Zhao Longquan's body. His body was stiff, and you still say he's not dead? "Zhang Chun, I know you're saddened by Captain Zhao's death, but I hope you can." Dong Taijun slowly walked towards Zhang Chun, intending to say a few words of comfort. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. It was like seeing a ghost. The others followed Dong Tiejuan's gaze and were also taken aback. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. In the previous battle against S-13, so many people died, but I didn't see anyone retreat out of fear. But now, someone is so scared their legs are weak. Zhang Chen slowly turned around and saw it. Not far behind him, a person was slowly walking towards them. His demeanor, mannerisms, and even the way he walks are very similar to Zhao Longchuan's. Dong Tiejuan's eyes widened. He swallowed hard and said nervously, Holy crap, I'm seeing a ghost in broad daylight. How? How come there are two Captain Zhaos? To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Longchuan walked closer and closer, then came to his own corpse and looked at it. Then I reached out and gently touched it. He collected his own corpse. Captain Zhao, you're really not dead? Lily stopped crying and started laughing. She was still deeply remorseful for Zhao Longchuan sacrificing himself to save her. Seeing Zhao Longchuan alive again, she couldn't help but cry and laugh at the same time. Of course I'm not dead. I'm perfectly fine. I'm so sorry to have made you worry about me. Zhao Longchuan said with a smile. What's going on with this strange doll? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. Zhao Longchuan was slightly surprised. This item was in his own corpse, and no one collected it. So how could it have been discovered? But when he saw that the person who asked the question was Zhang Chen, he immediately felt relieved. This guy can get his hands on more than 100 guns, and can single-handedly kill the leader of S-13 and 4 powerful figures. It wouldn't be surprising if something even more bizarre happened to him. Zhao Longchuan paused for a moment, then realized that he should indeed be honest. The people around him were his brothers who had risked their lives for him. Besides, everyone has seen that he has come back to life, so there's no point in hiding it now. So he said frankly, That's right. When I opened a level 3 supply crate, I obtained an item called Substitute Doll. Its ability is that when the owner suffers a fatal injury, at the cost of sacrificing all resources and part of the storage ring's level, it will randomly teleport the main body to any safe location within a radius of 10 kilometers, while leaving a substitute at the scene. I was just lucky enough to be teleported to the outside of the military base's perimeter. The only drawback to making this is that it requires a lot of materials, and each person can only trigger the doll's substitution effect once. Even if there are other substitute dolls in the space the second time, they will definitely die. The reason I didn't tell anyone about this is because I was afraid that if people knew I faked my death, they wouldn't take it seriously, and it might not have the desired effect at a crucial moment. When Zhao Longchuan said the last sentence, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He felt that although his intentions were right, his actions were ultimately not entirely above board. Then, who else have you given this substitute doll to? Zhang Chen asked, frowning. A bad feeling suddenly crept into my heart. I gave it to Zheng Shuang from Squad 13. He saved my life before, so I'm returning the favor. Who knew? He actually sacrificed himself in battle. I'm so confused. How could he die when he had a substitute doll? Zhao Longchuan sighed with regret as he recalled Zheng Shuang's death. I think I understand. Zhang Chen briefly recounted how he woke up to find Lin Qingsong ambushing him, and how he discovered a strange doll on the corpse. Undoubtedly, Lin Qingsong somehow gained Zheng Shuang's trust and obtained her stand-in doll. So, Lin Qingsong is not dead. Instead, they were teleported to a place within 10 kilometers. This guy is at the intermediate level 2 awakener, but he's lost all his weapons and skills, so he definitely won't dare to come back for revenge anytime soon. Lin Qingsong is actually this kind of person. I was so blind. Zhao Longchuan turned to the special operations team members and said seriously, immediately notify all regional contacts to flood the regional channels with news about Lin Qingsong. An arrest warrant has been issued. Anyone who provides reliable information about Lin Qingsong's whereabouts or kills Lin Qingsong will be richly rewarded. Zhang Chen didn't speak, but silently contacted Isaac and Zheng Hao, issuing an order. Find Lin Qingsong, and you can live or die for him. For Zhao Longchuan's soldiers, his order was simply a command to be carried out to the best of their ability. But for Isaac and Zheng Hao, Zhang Chen's words were a task that absolutely had to be accomplished. Chapter 167 Revival Camp True God Cult. Isaac had been living a very comfortable life these days, ever since the S-13 members left. No one ever mentioned Zhang Chen's name again. Moreover, Zhang Chen has never contacted him. The 3-day deadline for finding the ice condensation flower has long passed. Isaac speculated that Zhang Chen was probably dead. He was both amazed that there was a powerful person in the world who could kill Zhang Chun and secretly pleased. Finally, I don't need to look for any ice flowers anymore. That thing is too difficult to deal with. After screening more than 200 customers in 3 days, we didn't get a single ice flower. Just when Isaac thought he could finally live a peaceful life, Zhang Chun suddenly sent him a message. This startled him so much that his hand trembled. Half a cup of hot coffee spilled directly onto his pants, burning him and making him wince. Zhang Chun, that killing machine, is still alive. Isaac, enduring the pain, hurriedly replied in alarm. Received, mission accomplished. Seeing his brother remain motionless despite being burned, Bazel was puzzled and asked, Isaac, what's wrong with you? Are you training the heat resistance of some part of your body? Huh. Isaac then snapped out of his daze, quickly shook the hot coffee off his pants, and said with a bitter face, The bad news is Zhang Chun. He's not dead. The good news is we don't need to look for the ice condensation flower for now. Quickly notify all sales and marketing staff to find a guy named Lin Qingsong. If you discover it, do not take any action. Notify me immediately. Finding someone is much easier than finding the ice flower. Barzil nervously agreed and immediately began contacting all the field staff. He wasn't stupid. If Zhang Chun were to come knocking one day, he, as the strongest fighter, would definitely have to fight. And he was certain Zhang Chun would die in battle. He still had that much confidence in Zhang Chun. The scene of Park Chong-rak being killed instantly kept haunting Bazel's mind. He doesn't want to become the next Park Chong-nak. On the other side, the revival camp, the True God Church. Zheng Hao stood at the edge of the farm, observing the situation at the plantation. The plantation was located in a park and was guarded and supervised by church fanatics. Make sure not a single seed gets lost. With synthetic fertilizers, a batch of agricultural products can be harvested almost every day. After more than 10 days of cultivation, the crops can now provide enough food and drinking water for the camp's inhabitants to last for a year. However, Zheng Hao knew very well that these things belong to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun can decide whether or not to give this food to the Fuxing camp, and how much to give. But you absolutely cannot be greedy at all. This is both a bottom line and a matter of wisdom. People who are greedy for small gains often end up in bad situations. Just then, a person dressed in dark red church attire walked over. Divine Messenger, some of the new survivors are causing trouble. Protector Tan is having some trouble dealing with them. Please go and take a look. Protector Tan refers to Tan Sibo. Since his last encounter with Zhang Chun, Tan Sibo has been unable to join the organization due to insufficient strength. However, he became Zhang Chun's most fervent follower. Given his impressive combat skills in the camp, Li Bingyu chose him as a protector of the church. Zheng Hao nodded. When the church was first established, the intention was good, to unite everyone. And indeed, they did achieve that. Since the last time I separated from Zhang Chun, the survivors in the entire camp were more united than ever before, and they no longer acted as petty as before. They all prioritize the overall situation, which is why they grow very quickly. With the team's coordinated efforts and Zheng Hao's skillful command, the entire team, at the cost of half its members, successfully repelled a wave of zombies attacking the farm. Through this experience, by collecting the crystal cores of zombies and fallen teammates, Zheng Hao has advanced to the second stage of a dual-talent intermediate awakener. Tan Sibo and several other team leaders are all single-talent intermediate awakeners at Stage 2. The revival camp is teeming with elites. However, as the camp expanded, the drawbacks of the church also became apparent. Many of the newly arrived survivors still have the deeply ingrained ideas and teachings of peacetime deeply rooted in their minds. Most of them are able to recognize reality and are willing to adapt to the church's living environment. However, there are still a small number of diehards who are unwilling to integrate into the new environment. These people either have their own original beliefs, such as believing in Buddha, Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and so on. Some people simply don't believe in gods or ghosts and scoff at the futile superstitious activities of the church. This is definitely one of those kinds of people causing trouble again. Zheng Hao frowned and quickly followed the church members to the scene of the disturbance. 3 burly men and 5 middle-aged women were arguing around Tan Sibo. Why do they eat different things than us? That's right. We're all from the same camp. Why should we be treated differently? We have religious beliefs and cannot join your church because that would be a betrayal of God. Is it because of this that you are going to oppress us? Isn't your church's doctrine about universal love and tolerance? If you can't even tolerate us, then you're probably not a legitimate religion. It might even be a cult. The group was talking all at once. There were more than a dozen other people with them, all of whom stood silently to the side. Tan Sibo followed Li Yubing's teachings, which emphasized universal love and the prohibition against indiscriminate killing, leaving him with no way to deal with these people. Zheng Hao frowned upon seeing the current situation. The few people who experienced this situation last time chose to flee when faced with the zombie horde. This had a significant impact on morale. These woodworms must be eliminated. Li Yubing's words alone are far from enough to influence these people. Zheng Hao clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself, then smiled and asked the dozen or so people, "Are you like them, absolutely unwilling to join the church?" Those people looked at each other and then slowly lowered their heads. Seeing this, Zheng Hao immediately understood. These people are not opposed to the church. It's just that they are allies of these troublemakers and cannot openly oppose their own people. Protector Tan, arrange for these people to rest first. Leave this to me, Zheng Hao said with a beaming smile. Yes, messenger. Tan Sibo felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly led the group away. Soon, only Zheng Hao and the 8 troublemakers remained. You are the messenger of the gods. Huh, how ridiculous. Someone actually dares to claim to be a messenger of God. TCH, it's not even certain whether this so-called God is a real God, and the messenger is probably an imposter. Our demands are simple. Our religious beliefs must be protected, and there must be no discrimination. Otherwise, we will not join the camp, and we will take all our fellow travelers with us. Zheng Hao smiled and nodded, then said with a smile, Understood. I will make sure you receive the treatment you deserve. Chapter 168 Victory Celebration Banquet. Zheng Hao led a group of people to a secluded place and stopped. All right, you all just said that the God I worship is a false god, an imposter. Then the God you all believe in must be a real God, right? Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, the crowd immediately began to shout arrogantly. Of course, the Bible appeared thousands of years ago, recording the birth of human civilization and even predicting this great catastrophe. That's right. We've survived this long entirely thanks to God's protection. Only those without faith, or those whose faith is weak, will be abandoned by God and become mindless monsters. You should abandon your false gods and believe in the Lord, who will redeem you. Zheng Hao made 2 empty gestures with his hands, still sporting a bright smile, and said, Very good, I understand your demands. Since everyone has such a strong faith in their God, now I'll give you all 10 seconds to pray, so that your gods may manifest themselves and prove their existence, okay? Everyone present was stunned when these words were spoken. Is God clearly holy? They had heard many stories of divine manifestations and holiness. For example, Jesus died and rose from the dead, and a single word could heal the sick. Many church members have also experienced divine guidance, and so on. But those were all hearsay. I had never experienced them firsthand. Now, faced with Zheng Hao's question, they were all somewhat speechless. However, they quickly found a counter-argument. There are a bunch of claims such as that gods do not appear in a way that humans can understand, and that the end of science is theology. Zheng Hao remained unmoved, silently counting down the time. The time has come. Now I will tell you about the blessings my God has bestowed upon me. After Zheng Hao finished speaking, he instantly became transparent and disappeared. Everyone was startled. Before they could even react, suddenly, the strongest man among them shouted and turned into a cloud of mist. At the same time, Zheng Hao gradually revealed his figure. He punched with his left hand and kicked with his right. In a short while, everyone present turned into white mist and disappeared. Zheng Hao gave a cold laugh and said, My God makes me stronger, but your God has chosen to ignore your prayers. So, whose God is the imposter after all? As the apocalypse progressed, Zheng Hao met more people and learned more survival skills. For some people, reasoning is far less effective than using force. There's a saying, Truth is within the range of canons. They want to receive special treatment or respect. First, you need to have the ability to earn respect. Otherwise, every additional request you make pushes you one step closer to death. Don't you understand such a simple principle? I really can't understand how these guys have survived until now. Ding dong. Zheng Hao received a message from Zhang Chun. Lin Song. This name sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. At the military base, Zhang Chun, as the biggest contributor to defeating the S-13 invaders, enjoyed the highest level of treatment. Zhao Longquan personally supervised the construction team and built a 2-story container house. The room is fully equipped with water and electricity. Military bases have a 3-hour power rationing period each day, but this place is completely unrestricted. These container rooms are not only spacious and comfortable, but also extremely stylish. I had a special blanket laid on the floor, and the beds are also of hotel quality. In the apocalypse, this kind of housing is already considered to be at the level of a 5-star hotel. How is it, Brother Zhang? Are you satisfied? Zhao Longquan said with a smug look on his face. The accommodations at military bases are either tents or wooden plank beds like those in military camps. There is absolutely no comfort to speak of. Even so, many survivors admitted that this was the most comfortable place they had ever lived in. Many hotels have stopped their ventilation systems from working due to prolonged power outages. The whole building reeked of the rotting stench of zombies. I almost vomited as soon as I entered. In contrast, this container room appears exceptionally high-end and luxurious. This is not bad, is it? Zhang Chun said hesitantly. He didn't want to spoil Zhao Longquan's mood. After all, the other party meant well. Not bad. Haha, I knew you'd like it. As the greatest contributor to this battle, you deserve this. Not only that, we've also prepared a celebration banquet for you. Zhao Longquan pulled Zhang Chun into the first floor of the container room. Bai Hamlin, Dong Taijun, Jiang Chunchen, and several squad leaders were all here. Zhao Xie was recuperating in her tent and therefore unable to attend. The dining table was filled with various kinds of instant rice, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, and so on. There were also several cans of luncheon meat, canned fruit, and sausages on the side. How is it? Isn't it plentiful? You can pick and choose whatever food you like. We have all kinds of flavors, like chicken stew with mushrooms, tomato and beef brisket, braised beef. Especially this one, my favorite, the golden broth beef noodle soup. The broth is so tangy and refreshing. It's a pity that the power outage has lasted so long that frozen meat is almost impossible to find. Otherwise, cutting a few pieces of meat would taste absolutely amazing. Zhao Longquan praised it highly. Okay, thank you. Zhang Chun exchanged a few polite words. Dad, look, there are delicious noodles. Xiao Bai, holding a ramen noodle in his hand, said excitedly. Okay, eat less. Dad will cook you something delicious tonight. Zhang Chun said in a low voice. Xiao Bai nodded, tossed the instant noodles aside, and sat obediently in her seat. She had already started to imagine what delicious food it would be. However, her culinary experience was limited. The only things she could imagine were biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods, and chocolate. We finished the celebration banquet in a simple manner. Zhang Chun gave the room to Bai Hanlin, Cui Jian, and Xiumin, and moved to an open space on the outskirts of the military base. Bai Hanlin is a genuine person. If others treat him well, he will treat them even better. Zhang Chen's small gesture caused Bai Hanlin's favorability to skyrocket. That night, it was a little after 9 p.m. Zhao Longquan led Jiang Chunchen and Dong Taijun toward the secluded spot where Zhang Chen lived. Sigh, I really don't know what Zhang Chen was thinking. He actually gave up such a nice place to Dr. Bai and went camping in such a remote location. Dong Taijun sighed. That's probably what makes the big shot so special. When we get to his tent, everyone be on your guard and see what he needs. We'll replenish his supplies before he has to ask us for anything. Zhao Longquan gave instructions. Understood. I'll be in charge of observing the daily necessities, and you'll be in charge of observing. Holy crap. As Dong Taijun spoke, the three of them turned a corner. A brightly lit villa suddenly appeared before them. Oops, where's the tent? Chapter 169. A food crisis is imminent. The villa has 2 floors. The first floor features a spacious living room with a leather sofa and a velvet carpet behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. The wine cabinet was filled with all sorts of fine wines, including Baijiu, whiskey, red wine, and sake. There's no category of wine that your wine cabinet doesn't have, only things you can't imagine. Several empty cans of beef were scattered on the ground. Zhang Chun and Xiao Bai are opening the glass skylight of the starry sky roof on the second floor, enjoying the moonlight while eating hot pot. The table was laden with freshly sliced meats, various kinds of meatballs, and even seafood like prawns and scallops. Xiao Bai was excitedly picking up a slice of Wagyu beef and putting it in his mouth, his face full of happiness. This. Zhao Longchuan couldn't help but swallow, then gave Dong Taijun a resentful look. It's all this guy's fault. He said Zhang Chen's side might lack supplies. That's why I rushed over to offer my help. Instead of delivering warmth, I ended up feeling incredibly jealous. Dong Taijun smiled obsequiously and shrugged, implying that he hadn't expected this either. Because when he met Xiao Bai and Erpang, those two guys were indeed starving. Xiao Bai dismantles a vending machine with his bare hands to find something to eat. Along the way, Dong Taijun helped Xiao Bai get here. Xiao Bai is supposed to be Zhang Chen's daughter. If Zhang Chen really had abundant supplies, would he have let his daughter go hungry? Who could have predicted this outcome? Dong Taijun glanced at the canned beef on the ground. Then, finding a way to save face, pointed to the empty cans and said, "At least, we can get this kind of canned beef occasionally." He had barely finished speaking. Then, Erpang came running down the stairs with a can of beef in his mouth, looking very happy. Then he leaned over the French windows and skillfully bit open the can with his teeth. They started eating the meat in big mouthfuls. Upon seeing this, the three people were petrified on the spot. Dong Taijun wished he could slap himself a few times, but he didn't need to. His face was already very sore. This is ridiculous. Zhang Chen has no supplies. Canned meat that I could only afford to eat during holidays and festivals. For Zhang Chen, this was actually Erpang's food. Even more outrageous is, Erpang can eat 6 cans of meat in one go. I didn't even eat as well as Erpang. This. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Zhao Longchuan now fully understands why Zhang Chen wasn't very interested in the house he had meticulously designed. At first, I thought Zhang Chen was just being modest. Looking at it now, the container rooms I built are like pigeon coops compared to luxury villas. Zhang Chen chose such a cheap place to stay overnight, so as not to upset anyone. Who would have thought that Zhao Longchuan would come here in the middle of the night looking for thrills? Captain Zhao, I think we should leave before Zhang Chen finds us. It would be so awkward if we met, especially since we just finished the celebration banquet you prepared. Zhang Chenchen joked with a smile. Let's go, let's go. Zhao Longchuan hurriedly led the two men back, looking disheveled and covered in dust. As they approached the residential area, Zhao Longchuan said with a serious expression, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight." Dong Taijun and Zhang Chenchen nodded at the same time. He thought to himself, who would rush to say something so embarrassing? Especially the scene where Erpang was eating canned food. It was so hurtful to his pride. Zhang Chun was happily enjoying his hot pot. It's a yin-yang hot pot, one half with a spicy broth base and the other half with a mushroom broth base. I originally thought Xiao Bai couldn't eat spicy food. As a result, this guy ate everything, like a reincarnated starving ghost. After their meal, Xiao Bai and Erpang went downstairs to play. Zhang Chen sat on the balcony and recounted the supplies. I currently have 24 energy cores, plus 300 energy cores, obtained upon awakening, 251,346 energy cores, and 6,133 storage ring fragments. All my talents are maxed out. The skill book was learned on the spot, and a bunch of design drawings were still left. Let's upgrade the ring first. Upgrade your ring. Ding. Your current storage ring is level 6. To upgrade it to level 7, you will need storage ring fragments, 6133/1500, energy cores, 251346/5000. Upgrade requirements have been met. Should we upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 1500 storage ring fragments and 5000 energy crystal cores. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 6 to level 7. Storage space expanded from 120 to 144 cells. Open the third vehicle storage slot. Ding. Your current storage ring is level 7. To upgrade it to level 8, you will need storage ring fragments, 4633/4500, energy cores, 246346/20,000. Upgrade requirements have been met. Should we upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 4,500 storage ring fragments and 20,000 energy crystal cores. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 7 to level 8. Storage space expanded from 144 to 168 cells. Unlock the Space Farm. Space Farm, a fertile land immune to pollution, currently covering an area of 1 acre. Crops planted in the Space Farm will naturally grow and mature as time passes outside the space. To upgrade a storage ring from level 8 to level 9, you need 10,000 storage ring fragments and 200 energy cores. The level 9 storage ring will unlock the Portable Manor feature. Upon seeing the Space Farm, an idea flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. I had seen a warning before that plants, insects, and other organisms would also mutate 30 days after the apocalypse began. Now, considering the 1 acre of pollution-resistant land provided by the storage space provider, after the suppression weakens on the 30th day, ordinary land will definitely be contaminated and no longer be able to grow any crops. That's when the real food shortage will begin. We must stockpile as much food as possible now. Zhang Chun opened the Space Farm. It felt like entering another world in an instant. There is an acre of farmland here with the soil turned over. The surrounding area was shrouded in fog, making passage impossible. Zhang Chun added a little bit of each of the following: crispy fruit, coconut, and sweet potato. Then fertilizer was applied. Zhang Chun now has an abundance of mutant fertilizer. The fertilizer delivered by these waves of zombies is enough to overwhelm Erpang and his numerous minions for hundreds of thousands of round trips. Synthesize rapid fertilizer. Shorten the crop cycle by 180 days. The maturation period for meat potato is 120 days, for sand coconut it is 100 days, and for crispy fruit it is 180 days. The same rapid fertilizer was also applied. In an instant, the ripening time for all crops became 24 hours. No matter how much fertilizer is added, it takes at least a whole day for crops to mature. That means you can only harvest once a day. When Zhang Chun was working on the farm, his body was in a static state inside the villa, and time passed the same way on the farm as it did outside. When Zhang Chun came to his senses, it was just past midnight. Just then, a message appeared on the user interface. Ding. Day 24 of the apocalypse. Food suppression has been lifted. The stronger a person is, the greater their need for food. The moment the notification ended, Zhang Chun suddenly felt he was hungry again. Chapter 170, Su Ruina Awakens. Zhang Chun cooked a bowl of instant noodles and added 2 large slices of pan-fried steak before he was no longer hungry. Just as I was about to clear the dishes, as I turned around, I almost bumped into someone. The 2 people were face to face, and the distance between their noses was less than 1 centimeter. Almost all of them are covered up. This height. Xiaobai isn't that tall. Could it be? Zhang Chun suddenly took 2 steps back, and then saw clearly that the person standing in front of him was indeed Su Ruina. Su Ruina didn't move, tilting her head and quietly looking at Zhang Chun. She was still wearing that sexy nurse's uniform, and her skin was still pale. However, the purple veins on his face had faded considerably, becoming so faint that they were almost invisible. It seemed as if Su Ruina standing in front of me was a living, breathing person, and she's a sexy and beautiful woman. You're awake? Zhang Chun asked tentatively. Su Ruina didn't speak, but kept tilting her head slightly and quietly looking at Zhang Chun. Could it be that she is unconscious? Zhang Chun waved his hand in front of Su Ruina's eyes. It only shook twice. With a snap, Su Ruina actually grabbed Zhang Chun's wrist. A chill ran down my wrist. Such a body temperature is definitely not something a living person could have. What surprised Zhang Chun the most was Su Ruina's speed. If it really came down to a fight, this level of speed would definitely not be able to keep up with me. However, The strength that Su Ruina is currently displaying is definitely far superior to that of the Weeping One. It might be on par with Xiaobai, or even stronger than Xiaobai. Su Ruina held Zhang Chen's hand, but gradually let go as she seemed to sense that Zhang Chen meant no harm. They returned to silence. Zhang Chen stared at Su Ruina for a moment, and soon a set of prompts appeared. Name: Su Ruina. Type: Fusion type infected, possessing powerful spiritual energy. As the suppression of the apocalypse is lifted, even more powerful energy will erupt from within. Skill: Wailing and Howling. Can attract a specified type of infected or all infected within a radius of 3 kilometers. Dance of Claws. Sharp claws swing rapidly, dealing massive laceration damage to surrounding enemies. Infected survivors will not revive after death. When there is only one target, they will suffer multiple times the damage. Fusion-type infection? This suggests that Su Ruina is not a human being in the true sense. However, they cannot be considered unconscious mourners. Rather, it exists somewhere in between. It's not the chaotic entity that was sometimes conscious and sometimes unconscious, like before. Rather, it is a fusion of both, Su Ruina's rationality combined with the infected's powerful physical attributes. Can you understand what I'm saying? Not if you understand. Zhang Chun continued to probe the conversation. Su Ruina nodded slowly. Do you need anything to eat? Zhang Chun asked again. Su Ruina slowly shook her head. So, you call me because you need something, right? Zhang Chun asked. He suddenly remembered that Su Ruina was the kind of person who wouldn't visit unless she needed something. Every time they show up by my side, it's because they definitely have something on their mind. When there's nothing else to do, she'll just follow from a distance. As expected, Su Ruina nodded. Then, she slowly walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom on the upper floor of the villa has a shower and a bathtub. There is a bathroom with a small bathtub on the lower level. Su Ruina walked directly there and slowly pointed to the dried-up bathtub. You, want to take a shower? Zhang Chen looked surprised. Su Ruina nodded again, then tore off her clothes, revealing her perfect figure, and slowly walked into the bathtub and sat down. Zhang Chen then noticed that although her body was basically no different from a human's, but its hands are still sharp claws. Soon, a stream of warm water slowly flowed into the bath. Steam rose from the water's surface, quickly reaching her chest. That's when it stopped. Take your time washing, call me if you need anything. Zhang Chen said. Wow. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su Ruina suddenly stood up, turned around, and stared directly at Zhang Chen. Then he slowly raised his hands. Zhang Chen understood. Su Ruina's hands were simply unsuitable for bathing. It seems she wants me to wash her. Su Ruina is conscious now, and she must feel embarrassed inside. But there was no other way but to ask Zhang Chen for help. Xiaobai only knows how to scribble all over Su Ruina's body. She doesn't even know how to take a bath herself, so how can she help others? Su Ruina doesn't mind, so why are you being so coy? Zhang Chen decisively wet Su Ruina's hair with water, applied shampoo, and began washing her hair. Then I rinsed myself with the shower head next to me. They've started applying shower gel again. After a busy period. Finally, Su Ruina was washed clean and smelled wonderful. Every inch of her skin now smells of shower gel. Her skin became even whiter, as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. However, the water in the entire bathtub had changed color. Done. Zhang Chen took a bathrobe out of the closet and draped it over Su Ruina's shoulders. Su Ruina nodded gratefully to Zhang Chen, then slowly walked to the second-floor balcony. I gazed silently at the sky. Almost every night, Su Ruina, the zombie part, would fall into a state of madness and mania. This was the first time in a long time that she had been able to stand quietly under the moonlight and enjoy the tranquility of the night for an extended period of time. Zhang Chen yawned. It was already late at night, and he should go to sleep. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be hungry again. Zhang Chen returned to bed, looked at the same night sky through the glass ceiling with the starry sky over it, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Chen woke up because he was hungry. He checked the time. It was only 6 a.m. I had a snack last night, but I'm hungry again after only 6 hours. Zhang Chen subconsciously glanced towards the balcony. There is no one. But from the next room came bursts of Xiaobai's giggling laughter. Zhang Chen hurried over. There were Xiaobai, Su Ruina, and Erpang. Xiaobai changed Su Ruina into a fitted Chong Sam, high heels, and dangling earrings. This image seems a bit like the outfit the mother wore to a banquet in one episode of the animated series Big Head Dad and Small Head Daughter. However, Su Ruina's figure is much better than the mother in the cartoon. This becomes even more apparent once you put on clothes. My best friend woke up really early, and I changed her clothes. Doesn't she look nice? Xiaobai said with a grin. Zhang Chun then noticed that Xiaobai had also changed his clothes. She changed out of the ill-fitting princess dress and into a sailor uniform, with a pleated skirt that just went past her knees. Zhang Chun knew that this outfit was also from the villa's wardrobe. However, these two outfits don't look like something you'd normally wear. Chapter 171 Encirclement and Suppression. Revival Camp Farm. Su Ruina couldn't control her body before, so she had no choice but to let Xiaobai dress her up in various ways. Now that we're free to move around, we're still tolerating Xiaobai's antics. All I can say is that she has an incredibly good temper. Alright, now that you're all dressed, come down for dinner. As usual, Zhang Chun prepared 2 slices of steak, a cheese bread, and a bottle of milk tea. I prepared a steak and a bottle of milk tea for Xiaobai. Erpang continued to munch on the fertilizer. Canned beef is something to eat when you want to treat yourself, not something you can eat every day. Su Ruina felt no hunger. She slowly walked to the villa entrance and stared blankly at the sky. It was as if her world had no color before, and now she had seen it again. She likes to take a second look at everything, no matter what it is. Zhang Chun ate breakfast and smacked his lips a few times. It feels like something's still missing. He ate 2 cans of luncheon meat, 2 sausages, a bowl of instant noodles, and 2 braised eggs before he felt full. All told, her food intake was almost double what it used to be. Zhang Chun opened the regional chat channel. Although it's early morning, many people are already active in the channel. Most of them, like Zhang Chun, were woken up by hunger. The area around the military base was all wasteland, and all the survivors were concentrated inside the military base. Therefore, the regional channel also became a public chat channel for the military base. I'm so hungry. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. I woke up at 4 o'clock. I was so hungry that my eyes were seeing stars. Luckily, breakfast was served early today. Otherwise, I would have eaten tree bark. This system message came in the middle of the night? That's ridiculous. It would have been better if it had come earlier, so I could have been prepared. I am a level 1 beginner awakener. I did some calculations based on my appetite, and it seems that my appetite has increased by about 50%. However, the feeling of being full is quite flexible. This is just my own opinion and is for reference only. Our captain is a mid-level awakener, stage 1. His appetite has doubled. Don't ask me how I know. It's not just about the amount of food I eat. I feel like I get hungry faster too. High-calorie foods and meat keep me full longer, but bread, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pot seem to keep me full longer. Everyone, don't worry. The quartermaster has already started adjusting the meal times and meal ratios, and there's a possibility of extra meals. Seeing the discussions in the chat channel further confirmed the system's message. The stronger a creature is, the more food it consumes. In fact, for a survivor like Zhang Chun with strong abilities, food was already plentiful. Even if one's appetite doubles, it's not a big deal. But for camps that have to support tens of thousands of people, the outcome is completely different. Even non-combatants are experiencing a significant increase in their need for food. Originally, food could be collected once every 7 days, but now it must be shortened to 4 days. Moreover, as the surrounding supermarkets and restaurants were emptied, the team had to explore further afield, greatly increasing the risk of staff reduction. Similarly, food shortages can trigger more frequent competition for resources among survivors. Food prices at auction houses will rise even higher. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Let's go, let's set off. Zhang Chun said something to Xiaobai, who had just finished eating. The survivors' appetites increased, but this did not affect Xiaobai. It's probably because she's a cyborg, unlike the survivors. And she didn't have a ring on her hand. Okay, let's go out and play, Xiaobai said with a smile. When Erpang heard that he was going out to play, he quickly stood up excitedly. Zhang Chun walked out of the villa and put it back into the ring. Pang understood immediately and transformed into his multiplied form. Zhang Chun pulled Xiaobai and Su Ruina onto Pang's back. Xiaobai was in front, Zhang Chun was in the middle, and Su Ruina was hugging Zhang Chun from behind. Pang's physique has become even more robust. There's more than enough room for 3 people. Zhang Chun checked the mini-map. Zheng Hao's campsite is marked by a small red dot, and it is more than 40 kilometers away from here as the crow flies. Next to the little red dot is a line of small text. You can teleport. Cooldown time is 3 days. Zhang Chun then realized that this was a unique capability of the organization. The leader can teleport directly to the side of the organization members. Zhang Chun stared at the teleportation notification. A hidden hint quickly appeared from the side. The teleportation will also teleport those around the leader. The limit is 10 non-organization members, but there is no limit for organization members. Teleportation cannot be activated during combat. Whether the target being teleported is in combat or not has no effect on the teleportation. That's a very thoughtful tip. Zhang Chun was initially worried that if the teleportation was activated, he would end up going there himself. Pang, Xiaobai, and Su Ruina were all left behind. That would be awkward. Now you don't have to worry. Activate teleportation. Zhang Chun clicked on it. Then, a cloud of white mist began to slowly rise from around Pang. The fog grew thicker and thicker, soon obscuring everyone's view. On the other side, the revival camp, the Church of True God. In the prayer hall. This place was originally a memorial hall, but Li Bingyu converted it into a prayer hall. The church and the revival camp are now basically integrated. Zheng Hao is both the messenger of the true God and the manager of the camp. Li Bingyu is the head of the church, responsible only for the ideological work of the members and expanding the influence of the true God church. Qian Jinyu was specifically responsible for administrative work and the work arrangements of the data collection team. At this moment, they and the captains of the 12 collection teams were having a meeting. According to reliable intelligence gathered by the drones, since the system alerted us last night that food consumption has increased. This morning, at least 3 groups of survivors from different camps were spotted on the edge of the Jinyu district, slowly approaching our farm. To the south are the Nile people, numbering about 100. To the west are the Westerners, numbering about 150. And to the north are the black people, numbering about 200. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can only gather this much intelligence. As for their capabilities, we have no way of knowing. After Tan Sibo finished his report, he sat back down in his original seat with a solemn expression. The revival camp had just been ravaged by a zombie horde, although its overall combat strength had been enhanced. However, half of the combat personnel were lost. There are only 120 combat personnel left. With such a small force, how could they possibly protect a vast farm and defend against an enemy 3 times their size? This is indeed a bit of a stretch. How about we pray to God and ask him to help us? Tan Sibo thought for a moment and then suddenly made a suggestion. Hearing Tan Sibo's words, Zheng Hao's face remained expressionless, but he was inwardly wryly smiling. Are you kidding me? Zhang Chun is the leader of the organization, a supreme being. He can order me around. But what makes me think I can make him come whenever he wants? Moreover, Tan Sibao was present when I joined the organization. Are you sure you're not just messing with me by making this suggestion now? Chapter 172, The True God Manifests. When Li Bingyu heard Tan Sibo say that, she couldn't help but look at Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Qian Jinyu and asked, Old Qian, what do you think? Although Qian Jinyu joined the church, it was only in name. He remained rational, unlike Li Bingyu, Tan Sibo, and a large group of fanatics who had completely deified Zhang Chun and hypnotized themselves into believing it without a doubt. I think the situation we're facing isn't actually a dead end. Even if it's difficult, can it be more difficult than the zombie horde we encountered last time? If you ask me, this should be considered a test from the true God for us. If we can't even withstand the slightest setbacks and difficulties, and always think of asking God for help, wouldn't that make us look useless? Qian Jinyu was well aware of Zheng Hao's concerns. Whether Zhang Chun can come or not is not up to anyone to say. What if everyone prays, and Zhang Chun doesn't show up? Isn't this just like when Zheng Hao mocked other sects' gods as mere decorations. This would greatly shake the faith of the believers. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, you should never resort to asking Zhang Chun to intervene. Upon hearing Qian Jinyu's words, Li Bingyu nodded and said, "That's right, Brother Qian is right. We can't rely on God's help for everything, but we also need to show our value to God. Only when our value and unwavering faith are perceived by the true God will He come to our rescue." Her words immediately garnered the support of the vast majority of people present. Yes, that's right. That's right. We shouldn't always rely on God's protection when things happen. We can win this battle on our own. The crowd was instantly filled with excitement, and their morale was inexplicably boosted. Zheng Hao smiled slightly. This is the power of faith. He turned and gave Qian Jinyu a meaningful look, to which the latter nodded slightly in response. The two have excellent chemistry. Tan Sibo nodded in agreement, but then he paused for a moment, lost in thought. Then he said again in a low voice, "We've got new trouble. According to the intelligence reports, the Nile people have arrived at Dawei Square in the south and are preparing for a surprise attack. The black people are moving faster. They've already reached the Wangshan Hotel north of the farm and seem to be assembling something." The actions of these two camps were somewhat expected. The most troublesome are the Westerners. The drone captured some footage before it crashed. Take a look. Tan Sibo sent the photos to the attendees via private message. The photo shows a main road. An infantry fighting vehicle was driving on the road, with two people strapped to the back, their wrists slashed and bleeding profusely. Behind the infantry fighting vehicle stretched an endless horde of zombies. This zombie horde must be at least 50 or 60,000 strong. This infantry fighting vehicle wasn't the only one leading the way. There were 4 other off-road vehicles on the adjacent street. Because of the angle, this photo didn't capture them all. But these vehicles are only heading towards one destination, our farm. Tan Sibo further explained. They want to use the zombie horde to crush us in one fell swoop, and then their main force can reap the benefits. What a bunch of insidious and despicable bastards. The true God will never let them go, Li Bingyu said with a cold face. Qian Jinyu nodded, agreeing with Li Bingyu's statement, and then added, "That's right. The reason they split into 4 vehicles and drove through different blocks to attract the zombie horde was to adjust the number of zombies released by controlling the movement of the vehicles. Their intention is to defeat us and render us incapable of fighting. Then their main force came to clean up the battlefield and delivered a fatal blow to our remaining forces. These guys can obtain the resources of the zombie horde and all the resources we have without lifting a finger. It must be said that this tactic is indeed very effective, and it definitely maximizes the benefits. There are also very intelligent people among Westerners. Compared to this group of Westerners, the Black and Nile people on the north and south sides, on the other hand, looked rather dull and stupid. It seems that all their attention was focused on the survivors in the revival camp, and they didn't bother to scout the entire area. They had no idea that a massive horde of zombies was about to strike. Or, we can leave immediately and leave the empty farms to the Nile people and the black people. Let them bear the wrath of the zombie horde, while we sneak around to their rear and launch an attack. Wouldn't that kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Tan Sibo thought for a while, then his eyes lit up, and he said, "No, this method definitely won't work." Qian Jinyu shook his head and refused. The farm doesn't have many crops. Everyone knows that most of the supplies are in storage rings. So black people and Nile people must be keeping a close eye on our movements. If we retreat now, we will immediately be attacked from both sides by the Nile people and the black people. Once we get into a fierce battle, the Westerners will unleash a horde of zombies and wipe us out. In that case, not only will we fail to escape, but the Westerners will also profit handsomely. Tan Sibo frowned and said, "What can we do? Defending means death. Retreating also means death. Are we just supposed to sit and wait to die?" Qian Jinyu lowered his head and remained silent. All he knows now is what is wrong. As for how to break out of the current predicament, he had no good solutions. We want to see the cult leader. We want to see the messenger of God. We beseech the true God to reveal his power. A commotion arose at the entrance to the prayer hall. What happened? Li Bingyu asked with a cold face. It seems some followers are demanding a divine intervention, and are causing trouble at the entrance. And for some reason, news of the impending zombie horde leaked out, and many civilians from various camps joined in. Tan Sibo checked the message he had just received and said, what followers? No wonder so many Chinese students who studied in the West have joined the camp lately. It seems they are Western spies, causing trouble here. Otherwise, how could the Nile people and the black people have known about such a secret as the impending zombie horde so immediately? Zheng Hao suddenly stood up and, expressionless, led everyone to the door. Just as he stepped out the door, suddenly, a white mist appeared out of nowhere. A dozen seconds later, the fog dissipated. Zhang Chun, accompanied by Xiao Bai and Su Ruina, appeared before the crowd riding her Pang. Appeared out of nowhere. Giant wolf? Is that the one who's wailing? Could it be that there really is a god? The people causing trouble at the entrance were all stunned when they saw Zhang Chun and his group. One by one, their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 173 Believe in Science. Most of these people were originally followers and had been exposed to various legends about Zhang Chun. They only came to cause trouble because they were instigated by some undercover agents. Now that we've seen Zhang Chun, he has indeed manifested his divine power. Why wouldn't they obediently lie prostrate on the ground? Those around Zheng Hao, including Li Bingyu, also quickly knelt on the ground. Zheng Hao is a member of the organization, so it's only right that he respects Zhang Chun. After all the extra abilities he possessed were thanks to Zhang Chun. Qian Jinyu was simply there to play along. However, they were also secretly shocked, not expecting Zhang Chun's strength to have grown to such a level. The other undercover agents who led the riots didn't believe in any gods or deities. But when Zhang Chun appeared out of nowhere, he was also riding a giant wolf. He can even coexist peacefully with those who are grieving. The initial doubts vanished without a trace. If this isn't a god, what is it? What human being could do that? With the encouragement of those around them, most of the people who didn't believe it before are now convinced. The true God has manifested. They emerged from the thick fog riding on giant wolves. That's right. It's said that the weeping ones are as docile as pets in the presence of the true God, without the slightest aggression. The moment I saw the true God, I felt a warm radiance. Indeed, I also felt a force rising from the bottom of my heart. Perhaps this is the blessing of the true God. The group discussed the matter in hushed tones. What was said at the beginning was a description of objective facts. Later on, it all came down to what I thought. Zhang Chun doesn't possess any skills that can bring warmth or strength to others. All of this is nothing but self-hypnosis by fanatical believers. Thank God for answering our prayers. We are now facing a catastrophe. Please use your divine power to help us overcome this crisis. Li Bingyu knelt respectfully before Zhang Chun, bowing her head as she spoke. What's going on? Zhang Chun turned to look at Zheng Hao. The operation was originally a secret, but now the people gathered at the entrance already know. Zheng Hao no longer needs to hide anything. He told Zhang Chun the whole story in detail. Zhang Chun nodded, then shook his head and said, I'm not asking about that. I mean, when did I become a god? Zheng Hao was taken aback. That's when I remembered. It was Li Bingyu who first started the idea of worshipping Zhang Chun as a god. I just helped to fuel the flames. As time went on, people just accepted it as a fact. He completely forgot to tell Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun can now be called a god. This is a long story. Zheng Hao said with a troubled expression. All right, I'll observe the battle first, and we'll talk after the fighting is over. Zhang Chun didn't dwell on the matter. Turning around, he saw dozens of people prostrating themselves on the ground in devout prayer, and he said calmly, People don't need to idolize me too much. I'm just a human being. We should believe in science. After saying that, Zhang Chun slowly floated up in front of everyone. He hovered above everyone's heads for a while, then suddenly shot upwards at a great height. At a height of over 100 meters above the ground, it appears as a tiny black that when viewed from below. Sunlight shone down from behind him, like the radiance of God. Zhang Chun slowly surveyed his surroundings from the sky. After understanding the enemy's strength and location, it slowly descended. When my feet landed on the ground, it felt as light as walking. Everyone was shocked once again upon seeing this. What did I just see? A true god is flying. That's right. You read that right. It didn't jump up, nor did it take flight like a bird flapping its wings. It just hovered in the air and then flew up. I can testify that the true God's feet were straddling the giant wolf. There was no point of support at all. How? How can we believe in science after this? This is simply unscientific. As a result, everyone became even more convinced that Zhang Chun was a god. Li Bingyu was so devout that she became obsessed, and she quickly shouted, "The true God is telling us that we do not yet have divine power and cannot come and go as freely as the gods. Therefore, we must rely on scientific capabilities to arm ourselves and not be blindly confident." After he finished speaking, everyone immediately praised him. So that's how it is. Not only is the true God incredibly powerful, but he also knows how to put himself in our shoes and consider our needs. I'm so touched. Indeed, these are God's proverbs. I must write them down. Studying them repeatedly in the future will definitely help me. You're absolutely right to believe in science. We've achieved what we have today thanks to the power of science. It turns out that science and theology aren't in conflict. No wonder they say the end of science is theology. A single word from the true God can be incredibly enlightening. At this moment, the believers below the stage became even more convinced that Zhang Chun was a god. Moreover, this worship has become increasingly steadfast and fanatical. Originally, Zhang Chun said that we should believe in science and not deify ourselves. Qian Jinyu felt a chill run down his spine. If even God denies himself, how can he expect others to worship him? But after that series of bizarre maneuvers, coupled with the genuine reactions of the audience, Qian Jinyu couldn't help but admire Zhang Chun immensely. So it was a strategic retreat. That was a brilliant move. You say he's human, but his strength is outrageously powerful. He can fly and do this and that. That's just not scientific. But to call him a god, that's probably a tiny bit different from what you'd imagine. Now Zhang Chun has taken the initiative to admit that he is a god, and has shown off this skill. It directly filled in the only flaw in him. Hiss. Qian Jinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Chun is not only incredibly strong, but also meticulous and farsighted, continuing to develop according to the current power system in the apocalypse. Who knows, Zhang Chun might actually become a god. Seeing Zhang Chun come down, Zheng Hao quickly asked, "True God, how is it?" Zhang Chun smiled slightly and said, "The strongest of these three groups of survivors is only at the intermediate level 2 awakener stage, so there's nothing to worry about." Su Ruina suddenly jumped off her pang and walked to Zhang Chen's side. "You want to test your skills?" Zhang Chen knew that Su Ruina had just regained control of her body and definitely wanted to test her strength and skills. Sure enough, the latter slowly nodded. "All right, then I'll leave all of this to you. I happen to have something to talk to Zheng Hao about. Good luck." Zhang Chen smiled and patted Su Ruina's thin shoulder. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Ruina darted far to the side, and with a few leaps, disappeared behind the buildings. That's fast. Chapter 170 for the Food War. Can she manage on her own? By herself? Zheng Hao felt that Su Ruina shouldn't be considered a person, but calling her anything else wouldn't be appropriate either. So we just used herself as a substitute. Don't worry, she knows what she's doing. I have something more important to discuss with you. Zhang Chen patted Zheng Hao on the shoulder and said, "It was just a small, unintentional action." Li Bingyu and other followers were practically dying of jealousy. How could it be touched by a true god? Isn't that a blessing from God? Zheng Hao truly lives up to his title as a divine messenger. The treatment he receives is truly extraordinary. "Okay, I'll do it your way." Zheng Hao nodded and led Zhang Chun into the prayer hall. Qian Jinyu and other core members also went inside. Pang shook his fur, instantly shrinking into a smaller size, and followed him inside. Upon seeing this, the believers all exclaimed in admiration. So this giant wolf can not only be big, it can also be small. Hiss. It looks really useful. The prayer hall doors closed. The troublemakers outside finally quieted down. Not only did the people in the revival camp become even more steadfast in their admiration for Zhang Chun, even the undercover agent is starting to waver. Could it be that God really exists? Upon entering the prayer hall, everyone sat together. Li Bingyu took the initiative to ask, What instructions does the true God have? Zhang Chun glanced at Li Bingyu. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. He turned to Zheng Hao and asked, how are those crops I asked you to plant coming along? Li Bingyu was not angry at all when she saw that the true God ignored her. A true God is a true God after all. It's only right that he only speaks with his messengers. Perhaps my piety is not yet strong enough to move the true God. I believe that one day I will also be qualified to be chosen as a divine messenger. I must work twice as hard. Zheng Hao replied. We currently have 300 people involved in the planting, and in one cycle we can harvest about 4 tons of crisp fruit, about 7 tons of flesh sweet potato, and about 12 tons of sea coconut. Since planting, we have completed 10 harvest cycles, yielding a total of 41 tons of crispy fruit, 73 tons of fleshy potatoes, and 115 tons of sand coconuts. I have countless seeds, all stored in my storage space, ready to be handed over to you at any time. Zhang Chun nodded in satisfaction. It's not that we're particularly satisfied with the output. After all, no matter who plants it, they can only harvest it once a day at most. The more people plant it, the more you harvest. It doesn't require much technical skill. To Zhang Chun's amazement, despite more than 300 people working together to cultivate the crops, not a single seed of these crops ended up outside the region. You must understand that as long as even one seed ends up in the hands of another camp, then 100 or 1,000 seeds will be produced. With crops growing in the surrounding camps, the scene of besieging the Fuxing camp today would not have occurred. This shows that Zheng Hao did an extremely good job of keeping secrets. In 6 days, the suppression of the apocalyptic monsters will begin to ease, albeit only partially. But by then, all the land will be polluted, and the plants will mutate. Even the crops we grow will be no exception, so we need to use all our resources to plant them in these 6 days. The more food we harvest, the better, otherwise we may face an even more severe famine in 6 days. Zhang Chun said seriously. Those present were either loyal to Zheng Hao or devout believers in the true God. But regardless of their background, they all ultimately obeyed Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun is not stingy with sharing information with those who are loyal to him. I see. All right. I will organize all manpower to plant and further expand the planting area. Zheng Hao nodded in agreement. Planting is no problem. But Qian Jinyu, standing to the side, frowned, hesitating whether he should say what he was about to say. Just say what you have to say. We're all on the same side. Zhang Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing just that one word, one of us, a burning light immediately flashed in the eyes of the church members, led by Li Bingyu and Tan Sibo. The true God has taken us as one of his own. What a great honor that is. We must perfectly complete the task assigned by the true God and not let down his great love. All right, then I'll just get straight to the point. Qian Jinyu paused for a moment, then continued. In 6 more days, the apocalyptic suppression will be partially lifted. Without a doubt, the monsters will become even stronger, and our current advantage over the zombies may very well disappear. If all of our personnel participate in planting for these 6 days, our strength will inevitably increase 6 days slower than other camps. In that case, in 30 days, we'll be at a disadvantage whether facing monsters or other survivors. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present nodded silently. That's true. If you make good use of these 6 days, you can level up 1-2 levels if you're low level. Even with high level effort, you can still level up by about 1 level. In the post-apocalyptic power system, a difference of just 1 level in strength between 2 people can mean the difference between life and death. It's that simple and straightforward. You have a point. Estimate how much everyone should improve in 6 days, and tell me in terms of crystal cores. I'll handle this. In addition, you can receive a share of all the grain you grow. Tell us what percentage you want. Since they were on his side, Zhang Chun offered exceptionally generous terms, allowing them to specify their profit-sharing conditions. Upon hearing this, everyone's face lit up with joy. In their minds, these crops were offerings from the true God, and believers were not allowed to take them. Now that Zhang Chun is willing to share the profits, everyone is naturally happy. The nearby supermarkets have long been emptied, and the food warehouse has been only taking out food for 2 consecutive days without taking in any. Zhang Qin's words were like a timely help in a snowstorm. Qian Jinyu thought for a moment, then cautiously said, "How about 37? We get 30, you get 70. This ratio was carefully calculated by Qian Jinyu. After expanding the production scale, 30% of the output is enough for the camp to survive for the next 30 days. Everyone looked at Zhang Chun with trepidation. The real god was just being polite, but you, Qian Jinyu, actually took it seriously and demanded 30% right off the bat? You want to go to heaven? Okay, it's settled then." Zhang Chun made the final decision. Upon hearing this result, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't angered the true god. At the same time, they all fell to the ground again, shouting, "Thank you, God, for your blessings." Zhang Chun gave an awkward laugh. He thought to himself, "You help us grow the crops, and you only give me 70%. I should be thanking you." Just then, Tensibo's expression suddenly hardened, and he said, "God, the Nile people have suddenly started moving. They're probably about to attack us." Chapter 175 The Queen's Smile. Zheng Hao's face turned cold, and he said, "These Nile people dare to come here to die." Li Bingyu also said coldly, "It's time to show them the true power of the true god cult." Originally, Zheng Hao and his group were not afraid at all in a one-on-one situation between the Fuxing camp and the Nile camp. With Zhang Chun in charge, they feel even more confident. In order to protect the honor of the true god, everyone's morale soared instantly. You don't need to go. Focus on figuring out how to farm and how to divide the work. The key is to maximize the efficiency and yield of farming. As for the Nile people, just let her go. Zhang Chun pointed to Xiaobai as he spoke. Xiaobai was already feeling extremely uncomfortable listening to Zhang Chun and Qian Jinyu say a lot of things he couldn't understand. It fidgeted restlessly in the chair, like a fly larva. Upon hearing that fighting was allowed, Xiaobai jumped off the chair. Okay, let me go. Erpang immediately perked up, looking at Zhang Chun with anticipation. All right, then let's take Erpang along. Erpang, you're not allowed to eat them all. It's such a waste. I still need to collect the crystal cores. Zhang Chun gave instructions. Woof! Erpang responded with a shout. Then, the man and the wolf skipped and hopped away. The giant wolf is fierce, but the enemy has a large number of people. Can the two of them handle it? A sense of unease crept into everyone's hearts. But this is the decision of the true God, and no one dares to question it. They can only think about it in their hearts. Seeing Zhang Qin's confident demeanor, Zheng Hao knew there wouldn't be any problems, so he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to the meeting. Soon, everyone started studying the map of the Jinyu district. 20 minutes ago, at the Westerners' Scorpion camp, Leader Kagger stood on the rooftop, using binoculars to observe the situation of 3 camps in the distance. Deputy Chief Byrne approached and reported, "All 4 of our tanks are in position and ready to launch a general offensive at any time." Kaggle nodded and said, "To break through the Dragon Kingdom's defenses, how many chariots do you think would be appropriate?" Byrne smiled slightly and said disdainfully, "People of Asian descent are generally thin, timid, and easily frightened. I think 1 set is enough." Kaggle nodded and said, That's pretty much what I guessed. Last time, destroying a Philippine camp was a piece of cake. Hopefully these guys can be a little tougher, not too weak." Kaggle had barely finished speaking. Then a figure rushed out of the farm. Because Suruina was wearing a cheongsam, her long legs were particularly eye-catching when she ran. Huh? What is this? The Dragon Kingdom camp only sent a woman to fight. Kaggle smiled helplessly. This woman is very fast. She's probably one of the strongest in their camp. I'll go and meet her. I don't want her to disrupt our convoy's attack formation. Byrne volunteered for the battle. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Don't forget to record a video for me, and come back quickly. Now that we've wiped out the Chinese, it's time to fight those filthy black people. Kaggle instructed. Don't worry. Byrne walked to the edge of the rooftop and jumped off. With a thud, it landed heavily on the ground. It crushed a car into a pancake. Then, his body swelled up and he charged towards Surina. Kaggle used his binoculars with great interest to observe the direction Byrne was moving. Wow, it's surprisingly clear from this angle. Closer, even closer. The two are about to meet. Whoosh. Byrne and Suruina had just exchanged a glance. Suruina spread her hands, revealing her sharp claws. Byrne also drew his rapier. The two charged at each other, then past each other. Suruina paused for a moment, then started again and quickly rushed towards the convoy. Byrne stood quietly in place, not moving an inch. After a while, his body suddenly began to shift, and pieces of his flesh spilled out onto the ground in a chaotic mess. How is this possible? Kagol turned green upon seeing this. That's outrageous. Bane, like himself, was at the second stage of intermediate awakening. I believe that such strength is extremely rare among the survivors. Is that all? He was instantly defeated in a single encounter. How strong must that woman be? Retreat. Everyone retreat. Tanks continue forward. Combat personnel evacuate immediately. Kagol shouted through a megaphone. Whoosh. Kagol had just shouted it several times. Suddenly I felt a chill down my back. An icy beauty stared at him with a cold gaze. His skin was pale and cold. You. Kagol was so nervous that he couldn't utter a single word. He noticed Suruina's long, sharp claws. This is not a human being, but a weeping person. But he's stronger than the Lamenter, and even more intelligent. Ah! Suruina suddenly let out a long howl. Painful wails. That was such a powerful and soul-stirring shout. Then, the sounds of zombies responding nearby could be heard. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Roar. Ouch. All the zombies in the vicinity went berserk and swarmed toward the building. The zombies in the 4 convoys were immediately activated, their eyes turning blood red, and they charged towards this place with strange cries. No matter how much the 4 cars honked their horns or how much they provoked the injured survivors to scream, it was all in vain. Kagol stared at the horde of corpses surging in from all directions like a tidal wave, his eyes filled with despair. After using zombies in combat for so long, I never imagined that in the end, I would be the one surrounded and attacked by zombies. He glanced back at Suruina. She stood at the edge of the rooftop, like a queen receiving the homage of her subjects, a slight smile seemingly playing on her lips. 30 minutes later, the Nile troops have reached the edge of the park farm. More than 100 people formed a long line. In the front row was a group of ordinary combat personnel with darker skin, their arms and legs wrapped in duct tape and wooden boards, and wearing Rattan armor. Rattan armor reduces damage from weapons and is not easily damaged. He was holding a machete. In the middle is a group of combatants with slightly lighter skin tones, wearing tough leather armor that can adjust its shape according to body posture, harden under stress, and has strong defensive capabilities. Wielding the energy curved blade, skilled at slashing, dealing 30% extra damage to hard armor and infected, and has a 3% chance to cut through weapons when attacking. The leader, Sanjay, was dressed in glittering gold, as if he had just robbed a gold shop, and a blue python was wrapped around his body. Stone-scale python, a B-grade energy beast, skilled in entangling and devouring. Standing beside her was a young woman named Sharma, who was holding a small black cat in her arms. Night Ambush, a B-rank energy beast, skilled in clawing and biting. Behind them stands a massive statue of the Tide God. It says below, "The God of Tide is the only true God." Chapter 176 Clash of the Divine Messengers. The Nile people did not attack the revival camp for food. It was not a simple sectarian conflict. These Nile people, when they were on Earth, often caused wars due to religious conflicts. Even now, in this apocalyptic world, they still do not allow any other gods to exist. The other survivors either worshipped the Tide God or had no faith at all. Anyone who believes in another god must die. Especially recently, the True God cult has gained significant influence due to its farms. Many survivors joined the True God cult. This made the Nile people feel threatened, so they joined forces with the black camps to launch a pincer attack from the north and south. Black people wanted women and food, while Nile people wanted religious unity. The two camps agreed on a fair distribution of profits, so they quickly reached an agreement. Sanjay looked at the simple walls surrounding the park and the sparse security forces and couldn't help but smile slightly. If the Chinese want to fight on 2 fronts, north and south, their forces will definitely be dispersed. This time they're doomed. Sharma gently stroked the black cat, and said, "With this level of defense, I can just have my little kitty handle it. And let these ignorant heretics know the power of the Tide God." Sanjay nodded and said, "Very well. Our goal is to expand the followers of the Tide God. There's no need for pointless killing. If someone is willing to repent and sincerely worship the Tide God as the only true God, we can accept him." Sharma nodded. He slowly walked to the front of the formation. He threw the black cat to the ground. It instantly grew to the size of a leopard. Its shiny black fur and gleaming green eyes sent chills down the guard's spine. "I am the apostle of the God of Tide, and I urge you to abandon the false gods and convert to the one true God, the God of Tide. We will treat those who reform well and make them one of us. But if anyone resists to the bitter end, I will show you the consequences of disrespecting the God of Tide." Sharma had barely finished speaking. Then a fair-skinned girl with a porcelain doll-like appearance jumped out from inside the wall, holding a dog the size of a Tibetan Mastiff. You also have an energy beast." Sharma was taken aback. Jia Sanyi kept brainwashing Sharma, saying that controlling energy beasts was a privilege bestowed by the Tide God. In recent days, she has indeed not encountered any opponents with energy beasts. "I never expected to run into you here today. Could it be that the other party's god is also real and not a false god?" This question only flashed through her mind for a moment. Impossible. The only true God in the entire universe is the Tide God. All the others are false gods. We must not be fooled by this little girl. Even if she has an energy beast, so what? How could an energy beast blessed by the Tide God be compared to an ordinary energy beast like this? Xiaobai patted Erpang's head and said in a serious tone, "What energy beast?" It's my brother." Sharma looked completely bewildered. "What? Your brother?" He turned into a dog. Little White pouted and angrily corrected, "It's not a dog, it's a wolf." Sharma waved her hand dismissively and said, "Whatever it is, it's dead today. Don't you know that, for the same size, felines are far more powerful than canines in combat? Just like I'm stronger than you." After Sharma finished speaking, she made a gesture towards the black cat. The latter let out a strange cry and rushed towards Erpang like a black lightning bolt. "Huh? Same size. What feline? Canine? What are you talking about?" Xiaobai said with a puzzled look on his face. Just as the black cat rushed up to Erpang, it suddenly leaped. Sharp nails suddenly emerged from the fleshy pads, heading straight for Erpang's throat. Roar! Erpang's size instantly increased dramatically, and he opened his mouth wide and let out a low growl. Then, a scene that left everyone present stunned unfolded. With his head lowered and his blood-red maw wide open, Erpang growled, and at the same time, a dark shadow suddenly darted into Erpang's mouth. "It's that black cat." It turned out that the black cat rushed too fast, and in the end, it jumped up and flew into the air, unable to gain any leverage or change its direction. Erpang's size after multiplying is enormous. Its head alone is a size larger than the black cat's. So, an extremely awkward scene then unfolded. The black cat had previously displayed a variety of agile maneuvers, dodging and weaving, making it appear extremely difficult to deal with. Then, with a burst of speed, it somehow managed to slip into Erpang's mouth. Glug! Erpang chewed a few times and swallowed. He then licked his lips. The taste is not bad. The Nile fighters were immediately thrown into a panic. Whereas the mythical beast blessed by the God of Tide, it instantly turned into dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection. And that wolf on the other side is way too big. It seems that only such an existence is worthy of the title of a divine beast bestowed by the gods. "Oh dear, Brother Erpang, why did you eat it? Didn't Dad say we were going to keep the body?" Xiaobai complained softly. Erpang shook his head and looked at Xiaobai with an innocent expression. "It means, I didn't eat it, it crawled in there on its own. All right, but you can't eat any more. Otherwise, Dad will get angry." Xiaobai patted Erpang's head and said, "Woof." Erpang readily agreed. The man and the wolf began chatting idly in front of the enemy lines. Sharma had originally intended to make a move, but seeing the black cat get instantly killed, she lost her confidence and turned to look at Sanjay. But then they discovered that the python on his body had disappeared sometime during the night. The next moment, A scream was heard from Xiaobai. Oh! A python over 10 meters long tightly coiled around Xiaobai. The triangular head stared intently at her, its tongue flicking out intermittently. Then it opened its mouth wide and swallowed little white hole. Nailed it. Sharma was delighted. A whoa! Erpang let out a long howl. Then, 12 adult howling moon wolves slowly emerged from thin air. Each one was even more robust than Erpang. This is... Sharma was so frightened that her face turned pale. Sanjay's face was also filled with fear. The combatants around him began to retreat in perfect unison. One wolf like that would be deadly enough, let alone more than a dozen. These people probably wouldn't even be enough to feed the wolves. It's all right, these should be illusions. As long as we eliminate the leader, the other wolves will disappear. Sanjay calmly analyzed the situation. Go, kill the wolf leader. He issued another command to the giant python. This time, however, the giant python did not move, but instead rolled around in agony on the ground. A short while later, a huge bulge appeared on its abdomen. With a bang, Xiaobai walked out from inside with a grin. That was so much fun. Is there any more? Chapter 177. You know nothing about true power. Those Nile fighters were terrified when they saw this scene. Did the little girl emerge from the python's belly? The giant wolf swallowed the black cat whole and summoned its pack. No matter how you look at it, these enemies seem more like true divine messengers. Their so-called divine messengers were practically no different from ordinary people in front of the other side. Upon realizing this, much of their belief crumbled instantly. Morale is completely gone. Don't panic, everyone. There are only a few of them on the other side. We can defeat them with sheer numbers. However, if anyone dares to back down in battle, I will, on behalf of the god of Tide, punish him. Sanjay shouted loudly. The well-equipped combat personnel behind them immediately drew their scimitars and assumed a fighting stance. These people are the core fighting force. Those in front are basically cannon fodder. In every battle, cannon fodder would go first to test the enemy's strength before the main force would join the fight. Meanwhile, these main forces also served as supervisors in the battle. If the cannon fodder in front dare to retreat, just cut them down with your scimitars and then collect their crystal cores. Whoever kills the enemy gets the crystal core. Therefore, these main forces are more than willing to be cannon fodder and send them back to their deaths. Giant wolves in front and a rearguard force behind. They can't beat either of them. And the only outcome for all of them is death. If that's the case, we might as well go all in. At least when facing the giant wolf, the supervising officers behind won't cut him down. However, if they turn and run, they will not only have to face the watchful eyes of the enemy, but also have to guard against the giant wolf attacking from behind. So the cannon fodder had no choice but to grit their teeth and advance slowly. But at this pace, they couldn't even move a few meters in a minute. What are you afraid of? The god of Tide will protect you. Sanjay encouraged them again. However, his words were clearly not very convincing. Because at least the Tide god didn't protect those two energy beasts that had just died tragically. Our black friends will soon launch an attack from the rear, leaving the enemy attacked from both sides. If you take this place, I promise you'll all have meat to eat. Sanjay had barely finished speaking. Then they heard a flurry of footsteps and a series of strange noises coming from the side. He slowly turned his head. Then a group of black people came rushing over, yelling, "Did you all see that? Our black friends have arrived. Let's raise this camp to the ground." Sanjay shouted excitedly. No, something's not right. There's something strange about these people. Sharma, standing to the side, said in a slightly trembling voice. Upon hearing Sharma's words, Sanjay looked again at the black combatants who were charging towards him in a frenzy. Something definitely isn't right. They all had bloodstains on them, and their clothes and armor were tattered. How did it turn out like this before even starting a fight? This scene clearly resembles the aftermath of a bloody battle. What makes him most uneasy is, none of these people had any weapons, and they were all running forward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. They sprinted all the way from the back of the camp to here at a speed of 100 meters per second, and they weren't even out of breath. This is neither logically nor physiologically realistic. Are all the black people in the camp intermediate level awakened ones? That's outrageous. They're less like humans and more like zombies. That's right, they're zombies. The reinforcements were all wiped out and turned into zombies. As the group of black men drew closer, the cannon fodder troops on the flank yelled and scattered in all directions. Don't be afraid. They're just ordinary zombies. We can't hold out, and neither can these heretics. For the glory of the Tide God, we will fight the enemy to the death. Sanjay shouted at the top of his lungs. However, these words are clearly not convincing. If you can't defeat the enemy, you can run away. If you can't run away, you can still surrender. But now we're facing zombies. These guys have no feelings, and once you're bitten, your comrades will take care of you the moment you turn into a zombie, not even before you turn into one. Moreover, zombies do not accept prisoners. If you are captured, you will only face death. Faced with such a massive horde of zombies, the probability of dying is definitely much greater than the probability of surviving. In an instant, the surging tide of corpses rushed into the Nile people's ranks. Although these people fought bravely, there were even intermediate awakened individuals desperately releasing crystal core resonance to clear out the zombies. However, there were simply too many zombies. Not only are there ordinary zombies, but also crawlers and giant tanks. Encountering a horde of zombies in a vast, undefended open field is nothing short of a one-sided massacre by the zombies. If you can't beat them, you can't outrun them, and resistance only prolongs the despair. In an instant, the low growls of zombies, the shouts of survivors, and their wails rose and fell. The Nile combat squads were caught in a fierce battle. In a daze, Sanjay saw a beautiful woman in a cheongsam among the horde of corpses. She exuded a unique aura, confident and composed. A chilling danger lurked beneath that smile. She slowly paced through the horde of corpses. The zombies around her swept past quickly, seemingly at her behest, charging directly at the Nile army. This is a new type of mutated zombie. Sanjay's eyes were filled with horror. Then, something even more shocking happened. Upon seeing this woman, Xiaobai exclaimed with delight, "My friend, you're here? Let's play together." After saying that, he rode the giant wolf and charged towards the woman. Wherever the giant wolf went, ordinary zombies seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force. They naturally took a detour, not even glancing at the giant wolf. And just like that, they forced a path open for the giant wolf. What's going on? The zombies aren't attacking the giant wolf. And this little girl knows this woman who can control hordes of zombies. Sanjay's faith collapsed instantly. Think about what you've gained from believing in the god of Tide for so long. His own daughter died of illness, and he never received a single blessing from the god of Tide. However, there was this little girl, this woman, and this giant wolf in front of them. It seems to be a special ability bestowed by the gods. This is simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Perhaps this is the true God. The true God cult. The God they worship is actually real. Thinking of this, Sanjay slumped to the ground in despair. They completely lost their will to fight. The zombies slowly broke through the Nile's defenses, then pounced on Sanjay and began to tear him apart. A dozen minutes later, Westerners, black people, and Nile people all became part of the zombie horde. She stood at the entrance of the park farm with bloodshot eyes. Battle over. Chapter 178 Zhang Chun. I've saw a new business opportunity. The guards stationed at the park farm were all stunned by the scene before them. In terms of combat strength, it's just that their level and strength are a bit higher. He may be impressive, but he's still just a mortal. But now, the people around the true God can actually control zombies to destroy the enemy. And zombies will automatically avoid Little White and the giant wolf? This is absolutely the first time I've ever encountered something like this. Zombies would rush up and bite anyone they see. How could there be such a behavior as avoiding it at all costs? The only explanation is the protection of the true God. Only a god could achieve such a level. Who knows that the true God might even lead everyone out of the apocalypse and establish a new civilization. Thinking of this, everyone knelt on the ground and bowed devoutly to Xiaobai and Su Ruina. Some busybodies even recorded the video and posted it on the local chat channel. In an instant, all the survivors who had been hiding in the entire area witnessed this incredible scene. They all sent the video to their friends. Meanwhile, friends kept forwarding it to people in their own camp, people they knew, and even posting it directly to the regional chat channel. In a short time, the True God cult's reputation spread instantly. Whether they were Chinese or foreigners, it was as if they were drowning people who had finally grasped at a straw. A glimmer of hope was seen in the midst of a hopeless apocalypse. As a result, various True God sects began to gradually emerge. They all belong to the True God cult, but they only choose characters to worship from a limited number of videos. Some believe in the giant wolf, some in Little White, some in Su-Ruina, and some even believe in the one behind them, the one who has never shown their face. Of course, these all developed later, and that's another story. The battle outside is over, and Zhang Chen's meeting is concluded. The number of people to be cultivated and the scope of the land were determined, along with a series of trivial matters such as how to group them. Overall, the output can be more than doubled. Zheng Hao and the others accompanied Zhang Chun to the wall of the park farm. Looking at the dark mass outside, a horde of about 100,000 zombies, I felt a chill run down my spine. Especially since these zombies all have red eyes. Zheng Hao had fought against the Weeping Ones before and knew that these were enhanced zombies. They're really difficult to deal with. Originally, their camp had a chance to wipe out the entire zombie horde at minimal cost, all because of the Weeping Ones' enhanced skill. The combat power of ordinary zombies has skyrocketed, and they can even climb over obstacles during the day. The crawling ones are like killing machines, with greatly increased speed and strength. Needless to say, giant tanks are practically invincible. In that battle, half of the survivors in the camp perished. Seeing the zombies' eyes now, Zheng Hao couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. What do we do with these zombies? Zheng Hao asked. He noticed that although the zombies didn't approach the wall, they weren't just standing there blankly either. Judging from their restless eyes and movements, if it weren't for some force suppressing them, they could swarm in at any moment and raze the entire camp to the ground. In this situation, who would dare to go over and cut off their heads? What if the zombie horde gets out of control? Leave these zombies to me. You all go and focus on farming. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Qian Jinyu just calculated that the entire camp will need about 300,000 crystal cores to upgrade in 6 days. To be honest, this amount of crystal cores is quite substantial. Zhang Chen currently only has about 200,000 crystal cores left. However, it wouldn't be accurate to say that there are a lot of crystal cores. That means it can be created in about 2 waves of zombies. In the past, zombie hordes were something that could be encountered but not sought after. Although there are many zombies in the city, they are almost evenly distributed in every corner of the city. But now that Su-Ruina is here, things are different. This is definitely a super monster attracting artifact. With just one shout, it can attract all the zombies within a 3-kilometer radius. A radius of 3 kilometers means that the zombies cover an area of 27 square kilometers. It's common for tens or hundreds of thousands of people to gather together casually. Zhang Chun felt as if he had discovered a new continent for farming crystal cores. But let's deal with these guys first. Zhang Chun took out 10 automatic warning towers and placed them in front of the zombie horde. Soon, the watchtower began its busy work. Da-da-da. Sizzle. When facing hordes of zombies, the watchtower has a certain probability of firing lasers. It can sweep across a large area in one go, which looks incredibly satisfying. At the same time, the number of energy crystal cores displayed in the lower right corner of Zhang Chen's screen also increased dramatically. Ding. Automatic collection successful. Energy crystal core, 30 plus 24, 80% talent bonus. Storage ring fragment, 33. Rot tan armor, 1. Ding. Automatic collection successful. Energy crystal core, 620 plus 497, 80% talent bonus. Storage ring fragment, 50. Energy scimitar, 1. Tough leather armor, 1. No matter how strong a survivor is, once infected and turned into a zombie, they can only become an ordinary zombie. Their combat strength is at the level of an ordinary zombie. However, the amount of resources that can be collected from it is the same as the amount of resources that can be collected by directly killing survivors. Zhang Chun is now killing more than just the zombie horde. It also contained the crystal cores and supplies from almost all the survivors of the 3 invaded camps. This wave is incredibly lucrative. Zheng Hao's eyes lit up with envy when he saw the automatic warning tower, that Zhang Chun had taken out. This thing is definitely a defensive marvel. With this, we won't need to put up a lot of guards on night watch. Moreover, it can be used to clear out ordinary zombies while resisting zombie hordes, allowing the main combat force to focus on high-level zombies. Killing a high-level zombie is equivalent to killing dozens to thousands of ordinary zombies. This is such a great deal. True God, could you make a few for me? I want to use them to guard the camp. Zheng Hao asked with a fawning smile. I can give you one to try and see how it goes. Zhang Chun quickly created an automatic warning tower and handed it over to Zheng Hao. The latter happily placed the watchtower on the distant wall. There were only a dozen or so ordinary zombies here. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chun retracted all 10 sentry towers. Then he stared intently at Zheng Hao's watchtower. Sizzle. Da-da-da. Soon, the watchtower began to function normally. The zombies that were hit turned into wisps of mist and disappeared. Just then, Zhang Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of energy crystal cores in the lower right corner was slowly increasing. Just as I expected. Chapter 179, This is a huge profit. Zhang Chun put away all 10 other sentry towers. I just wanted to verify my guess. I didn't expect. I was right after all. The kill of an automatic guard tower belongs to its creator, not its user. Furthermore, the destruction of the watchtower is equivalent to the creator killing it personally. That's why the zombies that are killed turn into a cloud of mist. Furthermore, since it was a personal kill, it means that the automatic collection of this attack is not limited by distance. No matter where the watchtower is, killing zombies is equivalent to Zhang Chun personally overseeing the battle. Energy crystals would continuously flow into Zhang Chun's pocket. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly came to Zhang Chun's mind. He reinstalled the automatic sentry tower outside the park and then contacted Isaac. Isaac was troubled at that moment. There are only 6 days left until the time when the suppression of the apocalypse will be lifted. However, at this time, Bazel's strength was only at the second stage of intermediate awakening. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. The worst part is that Bazel is the strongest fighter in the entire inn. The other guard squads were utterly no match for them. They are survivors who can usually deal with petty thieves. If you encounter a truly powerful enemy, you have no choice but to run away. Truly powerful people can stay anywhere and don't lack women. They might not necessarily come to hotels. People without real power may like to stay in hotels, but few can afford crystal cores. Most just stay one night and leave. Revenue did not increase significantly. However, as Bazel's strength increases, the number of crystal cores required for each level up increases exponentially. It would be too difficult to support Bazel with such meager operating income. Ding dong. Zhang Chun sent a message. I need to talk to you. Isaac shuddered again when he saw the name Zhang Chun. He is very well informed. I've already heard about Zhang Chun's massacre of the S-13 organization. This means the power of this killing god has increased significantly again. They poured all their efforts into nurturing Bazel, only to discover in despair. Not only have they failed to catch up with Zhang Chun in terms of strength, the gap between them is actually widening. We've made progress on Lin Qingsong's matter. My informant told me that he saw him speaking in the regional chat channel in Shilin City. Moreover, my people have already found Guan Xian, and I believe Lin Qingsong will soon take the bait himself. Isaac quickly gave a report on his work progress. Only report good news, not bad. What other options are there? You can't exactly say that the ice condensation flower was found and crushed by someone else, and that Lin Qingsong found it, and then it disappeared. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yes, I know you're a businessman. If we find Lin Qingsong, you'll benefit. Also, I have some things here that I need your help to sell. With that, Zhang Chun sent the automatic warning tower message. Based on my actual testing, it can eliminate approximately 10,000 ordinary zombies before its energy runs out. The only downside is that the zombies you kill will vaporize immediately, leaving no corpses behind. Zhang Chun also frankly shared the results. There's no need to deceive people about this, because you'll know the result as soon as you use it. Since it's a business, if you want it to last, you have to be honest. Hiss. When Isaac saw the watchtower, his eyes lit up. This is a lifesaver. Many camps can use a dozen or even dozens of these devices when facing a zombie horde. It can absolutely stop the advance of the zombie horde, allowing for a safe evacuation to a secure area and significantly reducing casualties. If the squad encounters a horde of zombies while on a mission, equipping 2 of these items can turn the tide of the battle. Although you can't become stronger by killing zombies from the watchtower. But the ability to survive is also very important. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. With his keen market insight, Isaac immediately sensed the business opportunity. This product definitely has a huge market. This is indeed a good item, but a watchtower capable of killing 10,000 zombies. It probably won't be cheap. Isaac asked nervously. Whether a product sells well or not depends on only 2 key factors. First, is there market demand? Second, are the prices affordable enough? No matter how good something is, if the price is sky high, it won't sell. 100 crystal cores per unit. Discounts available for bulk orders. Zhang Chen said. He originally intended to give it away for free. Anyway, a sentry tower that consumes 500 crystal cores can kill 10,000 zombies. So you can earn 9,000 crystal cores. It's absolutely outrageous. However, Zhang Chun understood one thing. If this thing is given away for free, people will suspect there's something fishy going on. How can there be a free lunch? Instead, they dared not accept it. We have to set a price, and the price can't be too high. 100 crystal cores is just right. Sure enough, when Isaac heard the price, his eyes widened so much they almost popped out. Such a good product only costs 100 crystal cores? And it's even cheaper if you buy in bulk? Is that true? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, Don't misunderstand. This price of 100 crystal cores is for you, not the market price. I'm only offering you this price because you're honest in business. No one else can offer such a favorable price. If I hear that others also know the reserve price of this thing, you know what will happen. Isaac nodded quickly and said, Understood. I'm essentially the distributor, and you're the manufacturer. Cost prices are trade secrets, so of course I won't disclose them casually. I conduct business with integrity, you can rest assured about that. However, I wonder how much of a discount I'd get if I bought 100 units. Regarding the bulk discount you mentioned, 100 aircraft? Good heavens. If it operates at full capacity, it can obtain 800,000 to 900,000 energy cores. The upgrade is absolutely fantastic. Zhang Chun was secretly overjoyed, but his demeanor during the conversation remained calm, even showing a hint of disappointment. Only 100 aircraft? In that case, a 5% discount. That's the most I can offer. Seeing that Zhang Chun was somewhat unhappy, Isaac quickly added, Please don't misunderstand. I just upgraded Bazel with the crystal cores I have, and there aren't many left. But it doesn't matter. As long as I sell this batch of goods, I'll have money. I'll definitely order more goods from you then. You can rest assured about that, given my sales skills. Zhang Chun. All right, let's make a deal. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hearing Zhang Chun say this, Isaac finally felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He thought to himself, This is perfect. I've made a killing. Chapter 180 Energy Crystal Core? Just an external object. Ding. You have lost 50,000 energy crystal cores and 5 tons of steel. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 automatic guard towers, which have been stored in your storage space. Zhang Chun traded the automatic warning tower to Isaac, who immediately placed 9,500 crystal cores on it. Both parties clicked confirm. Transaction complete. Isaac was overjoyed as he looked at the 100 automatic guard towers in his storage ring. He went outside and found a small alley where zombies were gathered. 2 automatic warning towers were installed at the entrance of the alley. Then, Bazel plays a naked male survivor running through an alley, chased by a group of zombies. In the end, the more than 100 zombies on the street were easily wiped out by the automatic warning tower. Isaac sent the video to the markets and sales staff he had developed in various cities. Let them play it continuously on the regional channel. Anyway, advertising in the apocalypse is free, so why not spam the screen? The order came in very quickly. It is a survivor camp trapped in a horde of zombies. They were the unluckiest. They were surrounded by a horde of zombies while they were sleeping at night. In the darkness, it's impossible to see the road clearly, making it even harder to avoid zombie attacks and retreat. By daybreak, They were completely trapped and died in the same spot. They have been trapped for 2 days now, despite having plenty of food. However, there are too many zombies, and I can't fight my way out, so I can forget about leveling up and getting stronger for the next few days. And who knows if these zombies will become even more terrifying after the 30th day. So the camp spent a fortune, spending 1,500 crystal cores to buy 10 automatic guard towers. 10 were sold very easily. This made Isaac's confidence somewhat inflated. The price was raised directly to 180 crystal cores per unit. 15 more were sold quickly. The price has increased again to 200 crystal cores per unit. Orders continue to pour in. Isaac's network covers more than a dozen nearby cities, giving him a wide sales reach. Before Isaac could raise the price again, all 100 automatic warning towers had already sold out. Isaac's sales staff kept urging him to ship the goods. In some areas, the price of a sentry tower has been driven up to 280 crystal cores per tower. However, there is a situation where there is a price, but no market. Mr. Zhang, are you there? You can feel Isaac's obsequiousness even through the screen. Explain. Zhang Chen replied simply. If I may ask, if you offer a 5% discount on 100 aircraft, how many aircraft would you need to get a larger discount? Isaac asked cautiously. Orders of 300 or more at a time will receive a 10% discount, which is the highest discount available. Zhang Chen replied. Seeing Isaac ask this question, you know that those 100 planes have already been sold, and the market is experiencing a supply shortage. 300 units, at a 10% discount. Each unit costs 90 crystal cores. That's a total of 27,000 crystal cores. Isaac calculated to himself. I just sold 100 units, and now I have 17,500 crystal cores. We need to find a way to get another 10,000 crystal cores. He immediately targeted buyers who were eager to purchase goods, offering a discount of 10 crystal cores for advance payment. Thanks to Isaac's good business reputation, he managed to collect all the payments in advance. I'm buying 400 this time. Isaac immediately pulled out 36,000 crystal cores and clicked the trade button. Zhang Chun then traded another 400 automatic warning towers to Isaac. Transaction successful. Zhang Chun has consumed 250,000 crystal cores to build the watchtower and earned 45,000 crystal cores from the transactions. Of the more than 200,000 crystal cores, only tens of thousands remain. However, the growth rate of the number of crystal nuclei in the lower right corner began to increase rapidly. At first, only the single digits and tens digits kept changing. It quickly becomes a 100-digit number, and occasionally it will even fluctuate to a 1,000-digit number. Almost every second, hundreds of crystal cores are generated. And this is even before the 400 newly sold automatic warning towers have been put into operation. These 400 aircraft should keep Isaac busy for a while. Zhang Chun unearthed a villa on the hilltop of the park. Then I sat on the second-floor terrace and looked down. The entire farm park and nearby streets are visible. Hundreds of people are working with a clear division of labor. Some people are specifically responsible for fertilizer synthesis, planting, fertilization, and harvesting, and all of these are handled by different people. The planting times for each plot of land are staggered by 1 hour. Just as we finished planting here, the land next to us was also harvested, so we can continue planting on the land next to us. By taking turns cultivating the land, efficiency was greatly improved. In a daze, Zhang Chun felt as if he had returned to the ancient agricultural era. It's rare to be able to enjoy a peaceful afternoon. Zhang Chun fried several large chicken cutlets, fries, and squid rings, and topped them with cheese slices and ketchup. Hiss! It's really delicious. These high-calorie foods are the most filling right now, and you absolutely don't have to worry about gaining weight. So you can eat as much as you want. Because if you eat too little, you might get hungry again in a little while. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chun took out an ice cream and ate it with relish. This is life in the apocalypse, simple and comfortable. Zhang Chun subconsciously glanced at the total number of energy crystal cores. When the wall was erected, the total number was still over 50,000. In less than an hour, the total has already increased by more than 270,000. I've already broken even and made a small profit. From now on, all income will be pure profit. Zhang Chun was in a great mood and took stock of the skills and items he had recently acquired from killing S-13 and others. Rare skill Anti-Gravity Flight. Rare skill Deadly Charm. Rare skill Equipment Enhancement. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the third skill. Rare skill Equipment Enhancement. By disassembling energy weapons and rare weapons, there is a certain probability of extracting special attributes from them, and these attributes can be fused into new equipment. Zhang Chen also has a skill called Rare Skill Blueprint Optimization. Unfortunately, this optimization can only upgrade weapons and equipment to rare. In the first 30 days of the apocalypse, besides unique, rare is the strongest. But Zhang Chen felt that his Thousand Bone Blade could be strengthened again. Actually, both the Thousand Bone Blade and the Seven Color Treasure Blade are rare weapons, but the latter is too flashy. Zhang Chen felt that carrying such a weapon wasn't imposing enough, and it ruined the originally tense and solemn atmosphere. Then let's dismantle the Seven Color Treasure Blade and strengthen the Thousand Bone Blade. The instant Zhang Chen focused his attention on the rare Seven Colored Treasure Blade, the notification reappeared promptly. Please note that dismantling the Seven Colored Treasure Blade has only a 25% chance of yielding a skill, and a 3% chance of yielding all of the skills mentioned above. If you consider yourself incredibly lucky, you can start analyzing now. Chapter 181 The Lucky One? Who's calling me? Just kidding, of course I'm the luckiest person. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, then took out a beginner lucky card. Basic lucky card. After use, any ongoing probabilistic event will definitely develop in a favorable direction. Ineffective against collecting zombie drops or opening supply boxes. Last for 10 minutes. Isn't this practically the same as a European Emperor's card? 10 minutes is enough. Zhang Chen began to disassemble the rare Seven-Colored Treasure Blade. Decomposition in progress. Previously, the production of synthetic fertilizers was almost instantaneous. However, this decomposition has a decomposition bar. It says, remaining time, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ding. Decomposition complete. Congratulations on obtaining all 3 skills. Basic Scorching. When attacking, it can unleash scorching energy to attack the opponent. Basic Illusion. During combat, each swing has a 10% chance to create an illusion to distract the opponent. Basic Armor Penetration increases damage against energy shields and armor by an additional 30%. Each skill is represented by a small, thin blue disc. Once this item is added to a weapon using an enhancement skill, the weapon will gain the corresponding skill. Zhang Chen took out the rare Thousand Bone Blade. During battle, it can absorb 10% of the opponent's all attributes and add them to the user, lasting until the end of the battle. There is already a basic attribute above. At this moment, the prompt reappeared. On top of this, adding 1 additional attribute requires 2,000 energy cores. Adding 2 additional attributes requires 4,000 energy cores. Adding 3 additional attributes requires 8,000 energy cores, and so on. According to this algorithm, if we add 3 extra attributes, it should be 14,000 crystal cores. There aren't that many. Strengthen. Zhang Chen picked up a small, thin piece, which then flashed with golden light. Near the hilt of the Thousand Bone Blade, there is an extra red line extending towards the tip of the blade. Zhang Chen then picked up 2 more small, thin pieces and reinforced the Thousand Bone Blade with them. The length of the red line increased dramatically. It's almost the same length as the blade. In other words, the Thousand Bone Blade can only be enhanced a maximum of 4 times. Enhancing it by 1 more attribute will be its limit. Zhang Chen looked at the 4 skills on the Thousand Bone Blade and nodded in satisfaction. He then created the rare energy armor. When attacked by energy, it can automatically convert a portion of the energy into crystal cores, while reducing the corresponding energy damage. Last time, this armor was shattered by the energy of a meteorite. You can only redo it. Zhang Chen checked the protective gear again. Energy heavy armor. Before it breaks, it can absorb 80% of the damage and has a 30% chance to block a critical hit. Rare Xuanwu Shield. Basic Fortification possesses super strong defensive capabilities, with remarkable defensive performance against energy attacks, corrosive attacks, poison attacks, and physical attacks. but cannot attack or move after activation. Previously, Yin Juanxi's Xuanwu shield and energy-heavy armor had been shattered by Zhang Chun. This was remade by Zhang Chun using materials. The energy-heavy armor is a bit low level. Zhang Chun used it on the energy-heavy armor, rare skill blueprint optimization. Ding. Optimizing energy-heavy armor requires 1200 energy cores. Continue to optimize. Ding. You have consumed 1200 energy cores. The energy-heavy armor flashed with golden light. The name has changed to Rare Rebirth Armor. Basic Guardian. Before it breaks, it can reduce damage by 80%. When it suffers a fatal blow, it will leave an armor shell on the spot and teleport the owner backward a distance. After the teleportation, the armor will naturally shatter. That's a great skill. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The previous 30% damage reduction was just too much of a probability factor. This isn't like a game where, as long as the armor is on, you can survive 1 out of 3 near-death experiences. Dying here means you're completely finished. This kind of probabilistic protection is almost useless. The latter skill is now equivalent to having an extra life. This is absolutely amazing. Let's continue breaking it down. Soon, the basic Guardian and basic Fortification on the Rare Rebirth Armor and Rare Xuanwu Shield were stripped away. The armor is covered in small, thin, golden pieces. Zhang Chun focused his attention on the Rare Energy Gathering Armor. A notification naturally appeared next to the equipment. On top of this, adding 1 additional attribute requires 3000 energy cores. Adding 2 additional attributes requires 6000 energy cores, and so on. It's just 9000 energy cores. Strengthen. In an instant, a golden triangle appeared on the chest of the Rare Energy Armor. All 3 lines lit up. Note that the Energy Gathering Armor can only be enhanced to have 3 attributes. This is the limit. Ding dong. In the very center of the fully lit triangle, a uniquely shaped pattern appeared. Then, the prompt popped up again. Different weapons and armor have different caps on additional attributes. Once the maximum number of additional attributes is reached, different hidden attributes will be activated based on the existing attributes. The higher the attribute cap of a weapon or piece of equipment, the more powerful the hidden attributes will be when the cap is reached. At the same time, the Rare Energy Armor has gained another attribute. Saving. All skills that require energy cores / energy crystals, etc., have their consumption reduced by 10%. Good heavens! Zhang Chun exclaimed, wow, it already has so many crystal cores, yet it's still thinking about saving them for itself. Ordinary skills don't really require too many crystal cores. However, the consumption of Soul Burning, Energy Barrier, and Anti-Gravity Flight increases geometrically with each level. The latter 2 skills, in particular, are used very frequently. The Energy Barrier is almost always active and is in a passive state. It consumes crystal cores whenever you enter a battle. 10% may not seem like much. However, over the years, it can indeed save a considerable amount of money. How thoughtful. Zhang Chun put on the Energy Gathering Armor. Like the Energy Armor, it is a bracelet when not activated in combat. Zhang Chun is currently wearing ordinary casual clothes, since enhancing all attributes can unlock hidden attributes. Zhang Chun focused his attention back on the energy weapon, Throwing Ice Spear. There are no design drawings for this item. This is the only copy. Zhang Chun originally intended to keep it for later use. Now it seems there's no need for it. Optimization. Ding. Energy weapon Throwing Ice Spear, upgraded to Rare Frost Power. Throwing weapon that slows down all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius and has a 5% chance to freeze them, encasing them in ice and rendering them unable to move for 3 seconds or until attacked. Chapter 182 Earning Crystal Cores While Sleeping. Breakdown. Ding. Attribute. Basic Cold, successfully extracted. Basic Cold. Your weapon generates cold air when swung and hits, which slows down the target. There is a 5% chance to freeze the target on hit, making them unable to move while encased in ice for 3 seconds or until attacked. The previous weapons were thrown weapons, while the Thousand Bone Blade is a melee weapon. However, the extracted attributes are not restricted by weapon type, and special abilities are directly extracted. Strengthening the fifth attribute of the Thousand Bone Blade requires 16,000 energy crystals. Do you want to strengthen it? Yes. Ding. Enhancement successful. The red line on the Thousand Bone Blade extended straight to the tip of the blade. Then, the red line turned into a red rune and was engraved on the blade. Ding. Hidden attribute activated. Phantom Slash, an illusion that appears during battle, possessing 30% of the original's attributes. Unless it is killed, it will continue to exist throughout the entire battle. After summoning 2 illusions, you cannot summon any more illusions until both illusions die or the battle ends. Although the rarity of the Thousand Bone Blade and the energy gathering armor remains unchanged. However, these attributes alone allowed Zhang Chen's combat power to leap to a new level once again. Nobody knows what the world will be like 30 days from now. It's never wrong to strive to become stronger. Zhang Chen checked the duration of the lucky card. There were about 6 minutes left. We can't waste it. We have to make good use of it. Energy extraction. Consume 1,000 energy crystal cores to synthesize 1 gathering energy crystal core. Success rate is 50%. If it fails, 50% of the energy crystal cores will be returned. Now is the perfect time to activate this skill. Start. Zhang Chen quickly got busy. Energy extraction takes 3 seconds to activate once. To improve efficiency, for the next 6 minutes or so, Zhang Chen continuously activated energy extraction. Finally, when my lucky time ended, I completed 128 extractions, failing 8 times. A total of 124,000 energy crystals were consumed, and 120 energy concentration crystals were obtained. In addition to the original 24 crystal cores in the storage ring, there were also the 300 crystal cores that Zhang Chen already possessed when he awakened his ability to transform from a meteorite. Current level, God Advanced Awakener Stage 1. Upgrade requires 444/202 energy cores. The upgrade requirements have been met. Fortunately, the Divine Attribute did not increase the requirements for upgrading. Upgrade now. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to the God level Advanced Awakener Stage 2. Gain 2 talent points. Because all the skills of the current Advanced Awakened ones were automatically filled the moment the meteorite energy was awakened. Therefore, this time I directly gained 2 talent points. The current talent points total 22, 20 points for meteor energy. Ding. Upgrading to God level Advanced Awakener Stage 3 requires 44/502 energy cores. To achieve a 100% success rate, 1,000 energy cores require 1 million energy cores. The number is simply enormous, almost exaggerated. Trying to level up by grinding monsters, with that paltry 5% drop rate, is practically impossible. 6 days is far from enough. How far it can be upgraded depends entirely on how well Isaac responds. Zhang Chen stretched his body and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Energy extraction, although each time the energy consumed is not much, after more than 100 times in a row, it will still produce a strong feeling of fatigue. The weather is really nice today. Zhang Chen yawned, and then slowly fell asleep on the bench. In the park farm, Qian Jinyu was still secretly worried about the crystal core requirements he had just raised at the meeting. He found Zheng Hao and said, "Old Zheng, do you think my request for 300,000 energy crystal cores is excessive? Won't this displease the true God?" Zheng Hao glanced at Qian Jinyu and said with a smile, "Who do you really think God is? With his power, would he need to lie to us?" Since he agreed, it naturally means he has the ability. Seeing that Qian Jinyu was still somewhat uneasy, he continued his analysis. "What's more, I'm now a member of the Nightmare Organization, and not just me. Look at the eyes and expressions of those people. The entire camp is now full of loyal followers of the true God. You could say this camp is full of people from the true God's faction. I'm just a temporary manager. As our strength grows, it will also provide an indispensable benefit to the true God. The true God certainly knows this, which is why he treats us, his own people, with so many preferential treatments and considerations. Otherwise, why do you think they would agree to take 30% of the food without even thinking about it when you asked for such an outrageous amount?" Qian Jinyu nodded. agreeing that it made sense. But, after what you said, I suddenly feel a little indebted to the true God. You said I need 300,000 crystal cores. Wouldn't that be too much of a burden for a true God? How many zombies would I have to kill? Qian Jinyu said, with some self-reproach. There shouldn't be any pressure. I just saw the real God lying on a bench, resting and sunbathing. Zheng Hao pointed to the villa in the distance and said, The true God is taking a nap? Qian Jinyu glanced in the direction of Zhang Qin's villa on the mountaintop. Indeed, I saw a man lying on the bench on the terrace. Besides Zhang Qin, only Xiao Bai, Su Ruina, and Erpang were qualified to enter that villa. The only man who can be is Zhang Qin. He was taking a nap? Is it really that simple to get 300,000 crystal cores? That's outrageous. 3 hours later, Zhang Qin then slowly came to his senses. By this time, most of the ordinary zombies outside the park farm had been cleared out. He glanced down at the number of energy crystal cores. More than 780,000 crystal cores. So much. Goodness, he just took a nap. The number of crystal cores obtained was almost double that of the 2 waves of zombies that I had painstakingly eliminated. Open the chat channel. It was full of requests for supplies from Isaac. Is Mr. Zhang here? Mr. Zhang, 400 units aren't enough. I had my sales staff expand to surrounding cities, and the market response has been very good. I'm planning to order 1,000 this time. Mr. Zhang, are you busy? I understand. I can buy them back at the original price of 100 crystal cores per unit. No discount is fine. Answer me, Mr. Zhang. Things are very urgent here. How about I give you another one with 10 more crystal cores? Mr. Zhang, you can't be so greedy. I don't earn money easily. At worst, you can stay at the hotel for free, and the girls will be free too. You'll enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment. Well, can I add another talent crystal? That's the rarest thing. Zhang Qin glanced at the chat messages and noticed that the intervals between messages were getting longer towards the end. This shows that Isaac was indeed going through a painful internal struggle, and being able to pull out a talent crystal was truly his limit. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Qin replied calmly. Chapter 183, Li Bingyu's request. Ding. You have consumed 500,000 energy crystal cores and 50 tons of steel. Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 automatic guard towers, which have been stored in your inventory. Zhang Qin traded the automatic warning tower to Isaac, who immediately placed 110,000 energy cores on it, along with a talent crystal. Both parties clicked confirm. Transaction complete. Talent crystals are really good stuff. No one will complain about having too much. Zhang Qin held the talent crystal in his hand for a moment, then gently crushed it. Current talent points, 24. Remaining, energy crystal cores, 350,000. Energy concentration crystal cores, 44. Let's return the energy core that Qian Jinyu asked for first, just in case something else comes up and delays things again. With that thought in mind, Zhang Qin returned to his room and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he step out of the villa to admire the vast fields where crops were growing well. She came to Qian Jinyu's side. True God, are you going out? Qian Jinyu asked with a smile. He felt that Zhang Qin had finished his afternoon nap and should go out to get some crystal cores. 300,000 is no small sum. If all of them were converted to ordinary zombies, it would require killing 350,000 to 450,000. Dividing by 6 days, that means killing 60,000 to 70,000 zombies every day? This is no small amount of work. Going out? No, the sun's about to set, so I'm not going out. I came to give you the crystal core. I'm afraid I might forget it later if I get busy. As Zhang Qin spoke, he directly initiated a transaction with Qian Jinyu. Then I dumped 300,000 crystal cores directly onto it and clicked OK. So many crystal cores, and you have them all? After saying this, Qian Jinyu felt that something was amiss. If Zhang Qin had had that many crystal cores back then, wouldn't he have just given them to me? Why do I have to take a nap before I give it to you? Could it be that he can obtain crystal cores while sleeping? This is absolutely outrageous. Qian Jinyu took the crystal core with a bewildered look on his face, and then asked curiously, True God, you've given me so many crystal cores. Aren't you afraid I'll just keep them all for myself? upgrade to the highest level, and threaten you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun burst into laughter and said, Haha, these few crystal cores won't be enough to upgrade to the highest level. Zhang Chun thought these words were perfectly normal, but to Qian Jinyu, it sounded like a thunderclap, echoing in his ears. This crystal core. You call 300,000 crystal cores this little bit? Just how many crystal cores does Zhang Chun have? This water is way too deep. At the same time, Qian Jinyu also felt somewhat ashamed. It's as ridiculous as Zhang Chun casually giving a beggar some pocket money, and then the beggar becoming arrogant and shouting, I'm going to become the richest man in the world. It's not that Qian Jinyu had a narrow perspective. Most people don't even have the same vision as Qian Jinyu. If this gets out, most people's first reaction won't be surprise, but ridicule. 300,000 crystal cores? All pulled out by one person? Stop joking, okay? If you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable. 30 to 50,000 is enough. After all, there are a considerable number of ordinary survivor camps, and it's quite difficult to gather even 10 or 20,000 crystal cores. By the way, are there any teachers at the camp? Zhang Chun suddenly asked. Teacher? Are you looking for elementary, middle, high school, or? Qian Jinyu didn't know why Zhang Chun suddenly asked such a question. I'm a little unsure how to answer. Ideally, it should cover everything from elementary school to middle school to university. I want it all. Are there any teachers like this? Zhang Chun asked. I only have one high school math teacher and one dance teacher here. I wonder if you. Qian Jinyu answered truthfully. Math teacher and dance teacher. Okay, bring them to my villa. I have work to do for them. Zhang Chun said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chun and Xiao Bai sat in the living room of the villa. Su Reina and her Pang were responsible for continuing to deter the zombies on the outskirts of the park farm. Two young women with burning eyes and nervousness sat opposite Zhang Chun. Xiao Qi, a dance teacher, is 22 years old this year and graduated with a degree in dance. Huang Baishan, a high school teacher, is 27 years old this year and has taught a full graduating class of high school students. Li Bingyu stood beside her and introduced the product with great enthusiasm. Well, now it'll be hard for the two teachers to do their job teaching Xiaobai properly. There are many things she doesn't understand, so the two teachers will do their best to help her with anything that falls outside her knowledge. Zhang Chun said softly, Yes, it's what we should do. I promise not to fail the true God's trust. As soon as Zhang Chun finished speaking, the two women immediately stood up respectfully. Relax, don't be so tense. I don't really like formalism either. Zhang Chun was startled by the two people's reactions. Just relax. The true God is tolerant and loving towards believers. Listening to the true God is never wrong. Furthermore, your work is an honor that many believers dream of but can hardly obtain, so you must do your best to complete it. Understand? Li Bingyu chimed in from the side. Yes. Clear. The two women then sat back down in their original seats. She still couldn't help but secretly peek at Zhang Chun. I want to see what the difference is between a true God and an ordinary person. All right, I'll leave this place to you. Zhang Chun led the two teachers and Xiao Bai to the second floor. There is a study and a gym. After going downstairs, Li Bingyu looked at Zhang Chun and gestured with her lips, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong, Bingyu? Is something the matter? Zhang Chun asked. I have a good friend, whom I only recently reconnected with by chance. She heard about your miracles and greatly admires them, wanting to establish a branch of the true God cult. Li Bingyu said in a low voice. Haven't you been in charge of church affairs all along? You can arrange it. I trust your abilities. Zhang Chun said. Thank God for his trust. But her situation is a bit special. Li Bingyu speaks slowly, giving people a sense of caution and meticulousness. Although she wasn't in charge of the entire camp, she was well-liked. She and I both hope to spread the teachings of the true God, unite the people in the camp, and overcome difficulties together, instead of a disorganized mess where everyone fights their own battles. So, he hopes you can come in person, you see. At this point, Li Bingyu looked at Zhang Chun with a pleading expression. Chapter 184 Li Bingyu's close friend. Zhang Chun nodded and said, Oh well, He wouldn't mind developing more fanatical followers like Li Bingyu. Not only are they obedient, but they can also do things that Zhang Chen alone cannot accomplish. Most importantly, they all clearly understood their place in the apocalypse. Everyone is striving to become stronger, and they all possess a certain ability to survive in the apocalypse. They are much better than those burdensome people who only think about accepting help from others and have no ambition of their own. Thank God, she's only a dozen kilometers away from here. I'll drive you there. Li Bingyu volunteered. It's only a dozen kilometers. Let's fly there. Zhang Chen chuckled. I haven't had a proper, satisfying experience since I gained this ability. Today is a perfect opportunity. Fly over. Li Bingyu hadn't even had time to react. Zhang Chen grabbed her slender waist and lifted her into the air. In a flash, it flew swiftly in the direction Li Bingyu pointed. At the same time, a prompt also appeared. At the current speed, 20 crystal cores will be lost per second. 1,200 crystal cores per minute. Not expensive. Let's go? A tiny dot suddenly shot out into the sky. Then, a sound of airburst came from midair. Bang! Supersonic flight. The current speed will consume 100 crystal cores per second. Cool. Zhang Chen could only hear the sound of the wind in his ears. He could not hear any sounds from the ground or from other places far away. As the name suggests, supersonic speed means that the speed at which sound travels through the air cannot keep up with the speed of flight, so of course nothing can be heard. However, the sound of the wind travels through the ears and body tissues, so it can naturally be heard. The distance of more than 10 kilometers was covered in less than a minute. The two people were suspended silently high in the air. Li Bingyu first experienced the terrifying speed, and now, looking down from high above at the car that appeared to be the size of a toy, I was once again amazed by Zhang Chen. It took her a while to come to her senses, and she pointed to a residential area not far away and said, "This must be it." Here, Zhang Chen was taken aback, because he saw a large zombie surrounding a unit door below. There were even zombies climbing outside the building, trying to rush in through the windows. It's hard to see clearly from a distance, but strangely, some of these zombies are even carrying weapons. Could it be a person, not a zombie? 6 hours ago, on a certain highway, Guan Xian dragged her battered body and ran forward with all her might. Behind them, a group of bare-chested, midriff-bearing Japanese people, armed with weapons, were chasing after them, yelling strangely. Grab this woman. She killed the boss and his son. Charge. Avenge our leader. Once we catch this woman, we must make her suffer a fate worse than death. That bitch messed up our car. Kill her. Although Guan Xian was trying her best to escape, she had exhausted too much energy from the previous battle and was now at her limit. Her original plan was to make the father and son in the Neon camp jealous and turn against each other, then have the camp fight amongst themselves, so that she could take the opportunity to slip away. If possible, we could also bring a few trapped women along. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. Just as Guan Xian was about to leave, a woman shouted, attracting the attention of the guards. This woman was originally the worst off in the camp, suffering inhuman torture and treatment every day. Unexpectedly, she became an accomplice of the Japanese in these camps. Guan Xian has been on the run all the way, and still hasn't figured out what kind of mentality this woman has. Why must Guan Xian be put to death? But Guan Xian learned a lesson from this experience. Being a good person and saving lives are luxuries. Only those with exceptional strength are qualified to do good deeds. For a survivor like myself, whose life hangs in the balance, self-preservation is the best way to survive. That last vestige of kindness in my heart almost led to my death. However, judging from the current situation, I fear that I will ultimately be doomed. In the apocalypse, even the smallest mistake can be paid for with one's life. Just as Guan Xian was about to exhaust herself, suddenly, a minibus drove up beside them, slowing down slightly to maintain the same speed as Guan Xian. Then, a thin arm suddenly pulled Guan Xian into the car. Close the door and step on the gas. With a loud bang, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the minibus's exhaust pipe, and its speed suddenly increased to another level. There was a powerful figure among the Japanese people behind him, but he just wanted to torment Guan Xian. Let her run until she's exhausted, then humiliate her properly. To everyone's surprise, a minibus suddenly appeared and rescued her. He suddenly accelerated, rushed to the minibus parking spot, and raised his long knife. Before it could be chopped down, the Chinese bus unit accelerated hard again. Although the speed increase wasn't much faster this time, a much thicker cloud of black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. It was like it was on fire. Just then, the powerful figure from Japan took a breath. My whole feeling instantly turned sour. He paused, and just as he gathered his breath to chase after him again, the minibuses have already separated. The zombies on both sides of the road couldn't catch up with the minibus and rushed towards the Japanese. In that brief moment of pause, even if I wanted to pursue her, it would be impossible. The woman in the car took out a bottle of drink and handed it to Guan Xian. Have some sugar, it'll replenish our energy. We don't have any sugar, so drinks are the most direct way to get energy. Guan Xian hesitated for a moment while holding the drink, taking advantage of the other person's inattention. He pretended to cough, lowering his head to shield the drink in his hand with his body. It was instantly stored in the ring. The above shows carbonated beverage, 1. There are no other prefixes or suffixes. Guan Xian then took out the drink again. Exhausted, his hands were trembling slightly as he twisted the bottle cap. It took several attempts to unscrew it. He gulped down several large mouthfuls, and his strength finally returned a little. Guan Xian looked around the car. There are 3 women in total. She was petite and frail, and carried no weapons, seemingly harboring no hostility towards me. Don't worry, we're not bad people. The 3 of us were transported to this world at the same time while we were doing a charity event to help impoverished students in mountainous areas. Fortunately, we were transported to a logistics warehouse, which was full of all kinds of packages. We leveled up by unpacking supplies from packages, killing zombies, and helping each other out. With the 30-day deadline fast approaching, we were forced to leave the warehouse and prepare to find a more formal, larger camp to seek refuge. The girl driving nodded and said, "That's right, I have a friend at the resurgence camp. She said the survivors there are all very strong, and there are vast farms, so there's no shortage of food and drink. We're on our way there. If you don't have any other ideas, let's go together." Chapter 185, A Dead End. Guan Xian gave a soft and nodded. Since the fan club was destroyed, she has been lost and doesn't know where to go. Moreover, given her current physical condition, she truly lacks the ability to refuse. Being able to save someone is already considered good luck. We can't ask for too much. Guan Xian has been through a lot these days. It made her deeply aware of the hardships faced by a lone traveler, especially a female lone traveler, in the apocalypse. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. That's how she is now. Back in peacetime, she was very confident in her looks. This also brought her a huge wave of suitors, and she was treated like royalty, enjoying the vanity that makes other girls envious or even jealous. However, in the apocalypse, good looks became a cardinal sin. Unless one is extremely powerful, in the eyes of many men with ulterior motives, they will be seen as beautiful. Women are just as attractive as high-calorie foods. They will stop at nothing to get you. Since leaving the fan club, Guan Xian has met almost every man except Zhang Chun. Anyone who gets close to you, no matter how friendly they seem at first, their ultimate goal is all for that one thing. If rejected, they will all become enraged and resort to either threats or bribes. Left with no other choice, Guan Xian had to cover her face with dust to make it dirty. Try to choose men's clothing and dress yourself in a more androgynous way. The less noticeable something is, the safer it is, relatively speaking. In the end, he was still caught by the Japanese. And then it's now? Guan Xian frowned and said, seeing that the 3 girls in the minibus were dressed smartly and were clean, with some even wearing makeup. I suggest you change your clothes and adjust your image. If we dress up as men, we'll have far fewer problems in the apocalypse. After speaking, Guan Xian briefly recounted her experience. The 3 girls expressed their sympathy and introduced themselves to each other. The person who started the conversation was named Lu Xiaolin, the woman driving was named Zhang Wenwen, and the quiet girl sitting in the back was named Su Xiaowei. Zhang Wenwen was driving and couldn't adjust her appearance. The other 2 girls then busied themselves with the task. But Guan Xin could tell from these cautious movements. Although they believed what they were saying, they didn't quite believe they would be so unlucky as to encounter bad people. So I just symbolically changed into a tracksuit and messed up my hair a little. Actually, it didn't feel much different from before. The effect was completely different from what Guan Xin achieved. If Guan Xin is dressed as a dirty beggar, then the two girls in the car are dressed as rich girls who have fallen on hard times. With such an appearance, she would definitely become the first target of a pervert. Guan Xin wanted to say a few more words. But thinking back to what just happened, she decisively chose to keep quiet. Even if your intentions are good, saying too much will annoy people and backfire. Guan Xin sighed inwardly. These people have been cooped up in the warehouse for too long. They have no idea how cruel the outside world is. If you continue to live according to the ideas of peacetime, you will definitely suffer a great loss. But Guan Xin was powerless to change these things. She can't even help herself, so how can she have the energy to help others? I just hope these three girls are incredibly lucky and don't encounter any danger along the way and arrive at the Fuxing camp safely. I really hope that the camp is as reliable as they say. This way, I can at least have a temporary place to stay. While the two girls were removing their makeup, they started playfully fighting and laughing. Guan Xin sat quietly by the window, watching the scenery outside rush by. Everywhere you looked, there were convulsing, screaming zombies. Some people were attracted by the minibus and ran after it. Some lingered in the distance, occasionally twitching. In the apocalypse, survival requires not only protecting yourself from zombies, but also from survivors with ulterior motives. When will this kind of life ever end? Guan Xion's eyes dimmed. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the minibus's exhaust pipe emitted several loud noises. It's like setting off firecrackers. In an instant, all the zombies around were attracted by the sound. It charged forward, howling in pain. What's wrong? What was that sound just now? Could something have happened? Su Xiaowei, the most timid of them all, huddled in her seat and asked nervously. I don't know either. I don't know how to fix cars. But this car seems to have had a problem from the start. It's always emitting black smoke. It's probably going to break down soon. Zhang Wenwen gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and said, bang. The minibus rammed through 3 oncoming zombies in one go. Then the wipers started working, spreading the bloodstains evenly across the glass. This scene looks even more creepy. It's all right. Zombies can't outrun cars. We'll shake them off soon. Moreover, the 4 of us are confident we can handle some ordinary zombies. Lu Xiaolin gently comforted her. If there's a problem with the car, I suggest we find a safe place to wait. Kill a few zombies while you're at it. And if you're lucky, you might find a car with the corresponding key. Guan Xian offered her advice from the side. Yes, I think Guan Xian makes a good point. There's a road sign up ahead. It looks like it was put up by a survivor. Let's turn around and rest there for a while. Zhang Wenwen said. But Guan Xian instinctively wanted to stop it. For girls go to an unfamiliar camp. Who knows what will happen? However, Guan Xian hadn't even finished speaking. The minibus then began to shake violently. It looks like it could break down at any moment. In this situation, there's no point in opposing it. Moreover, she saw a blocked-off gate to a residential complex about 300 meters ahead at the end of the road. There were still people looking out from above. It's been discovered. Ahead lay an unfamiliar camp. Behind them, hordes of zombies. Guan Xian couldn't offer any good solutions either. Zhang Wenwen slammed on the gas pedal one last time. Bang! A large cloud of black smoke suddenly billowed from the rear of the minibus. Then, the engine shut down. The minibus continued forward, propelled by its momentum. Immediately, people at the camp entrance removed the obstacles, let the vehicle in, and then closed the defensive structures again. Waves of arrows rained down on the horde of zombies. But that still couldn't stop the zombies' advance. Just as the zombies rushed to within 50 meters of the gate, a dozen or so people, men and women, emerged from the camp, wielding various weapons, and charged towards the few remaining zombies. Chapter 186 Refugee Camp. The minibus slowly and shakily came to a stop behind the gate of the residential area. Uft! The last plume of black smoke shot out from the exhaust pipe. The choking caused the surrounding survivors to cover their noses and back away. A long while passed until the smoke and dust had completely dissipated. The minibus doors had just opened. Guan Xian and the other 3 girls slowly got out of the car. When the people in the camp saw the minibus door open, they all kept their distance. Those with children tightly shielded their children behind them. Some people even crawled into their makeshift cardboard houses, only sticking their heads out to look in this direction. They all looked wary. When he saw that 4 girls got out of the car, his wariness lessened slightly. But his eyes still betrayed distrust. Guan Xian had seen that kind of look many times before. On the contrary, I felt at ease. That's how it is in the apocalypse. Suddenly a group of strangers arrive. No one knows the strength or purpose of these people. What if they're villains who want to massacre the entire camp? Why don't you run away right now? Being wary is a sign of self-preservation. It at least indicates that they have no ill intentions towards you for the time being. On the contrary, if a group of people come up to you laughing and joking, chatting naturally, and offering you food and water, that's something to be careful about. Because in the natural world, cats can go looking for mice, and even play with them for a while without eating them. But the mice never actively seek out the cat to play with. Those who can deal with strangers with such ease are either exceptionally strong and unafraid of any threat. Either they have ulterior motives and have already planned how to harm you, and their smile is just to lower your guard. Both types of people are terrifying, because no matter how friendly a cat may seem now, it will still eat mice when it gets hungry. These people seem a bit difficult to get along with. Lu Xiaolin said with a frown. Yes, why do they seem so afraid of us? Afraid that we still welcome them in. Zhang Wenwen also looked puzzled. Then, what should we do? Su Xiaowei hid behind and asked in a low voice. Let's find a secluded corner to rest, and try not to attract anyone's attention. Guan Xian said in a low voice. Then he walked towards a deserted, damp, and dark corner. The 3 girls clearly lacked Guan Xian's experience and courage, and could only obediently follow behind. But when they saw how dark and damp the area was, they couldn't help but complain. Zhang Wenwen. Oh dear, how can I sit here in such a damp place? Lu Xiaolin. The walls are covered in moss. Sigh. It seems you don't really know how to survive in the apocalypse. Su Xiaowei. Speaking of which, there's a dry place over there. Why don't we go there? Guan Xian glanced in the direction Su Xiaowei was pointing. She noticed that spot when she got off the bus. It was the entrance to an apartment building, with clean and comfortable floor tiles on the ground. It also has a rain shelter on top, which can provide shelter from rain and sun. It is indeed a good place. However, Guan Xian also noticed many of the other survivors were in unfavorable locations and environments. Some people even had to lie in the grass. Even so, no one took the position. This means that either there's something wrong with this position, or it's already been taken by someone else, and that person is very powerful. Don't go there. It's a place no one else has gone. We're new here, so it's best not to go anywhere we want. Besides, we're only staying here temporarily. We'll be fine in a little while. Wenwen, contact your friend and see how far the Fuxing camp is from here. What we need to do now is try our best not to attract attention. It's already afternoon, so it's not convenient to travel. We'll continue our journey to Fuxing camp tomorrow morning. Guan Xian analyzed methodically. I'll contact my friend first. When I first arrived, I thought this place was called Huayuan Residential Area. Zhang Wenwen muttered to herself, her expression suddenly freezing. She started contacting her friends at the revival camp. Lu Xiaolin and Su Xiaowei exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat dismissive. Isn't Guan Xian being a little too sensitive? Does she think everyone around her is a bad person? I think the fact that these people are willing to save us means they're not inherently bad. Why does she always imagine everyone around her to be so terrible? Are there no good people in the world? Su Xiaowei gestured for Lu Xiaoxin to keep her voice down so that Guan Xian wouldn't hear. Then she whispered words of comfort. This is probably related to her experience. She just escaped from a bad guy's camp, so it's understandable that she'd be cautious. In fact, every word the 2 of them said reached Guan Xian's ears. But she chose to pretend she didn't hear it. These girls were a bit naive and immature, but at least they saved themselves. From the current perspective, its quality is still trustworthy. Guan Xian no longer expects them to have much more insight or cunning. As long as they don't harm themselves, they should be thankful. Okay, I've made the call. She said she needs to check with her superiors, and if possible, she'll come pick us up. Let's wait patiently, Zhang Wenwen said with a smile. That would be great. It would be wonderful if they could come and pick us up. Otherwise, without a car, it would be too difficult for just the few of us to fight our way through a city full of zombies. Lu Xiaolin clapped his hands and said. She had barely finished speaking. Then the gate to the residential area opened again. The dozen or so men and women who had just charged out walked in with smiles on their faces, like triumphant warriors returning home. The surrounding survivors immediately gave them the warmest applause. These people waved and then returned to their respective positions. One of the men, who had tattoos on his arm, walked to the entrance of the building that Su Xiaowei had just pointed to. Then he took a tin out of his storage space and crawled inside. Some people slept in their cars, while others simply laid out a blanket and slept on the floor. Some people set up hammocks, while others simply pieced together tables to create bunk beds. In short, it was something so rudimentary that it couldn't be more so. It's more accurate to call this a refugee camp than a camp. When the three girls arrived, not one of them took the initiative to strike up a conversation or introduce the camp. They just sleep like this? Zhang Wenwen looked at the people around her, feeling utterly incredulous. I thought sleeping in the warehouse was bad enough, but seeing these people, I suddenly realized that the warehouse wasn't so bad after all. In the blink of an eye, I saw 5 or 6 children, about half a year old, pushing the minibus onto the grass to the side. They then scrambled to move in, as if they had found a treasure. Chapter 187 Guan Xian's Disguise. Hey, that's our car. Lu Xiaolin also saw this scene and stood up in a panic, shouting. Guan Xian quickly pulled her down to sit and whispered, Forget it, the car's broken down anyway, and we can't take it with us. We won't need it at the new campsite tomorrow. Just give it to them. What's important for us now is to keep a low profile and get through today safely. Lu Xiaolin looked at Guan Xian incredulously, about to say something, but Su Xiaowei, seeing that things were not going well, immediately pulled her away. Why are you pulling me? This Guan Xian is really strange. She started saying a bunch of weird things as soon as she got in the car. Now it's even more outrageous. Our car has been stolen, and instead of trying to help me, she won't even let me speak. How can she be so biased towards outsiders? Has she forgotten who helped her when she was in trouble? Su Xiaowei glanced at Guan Xian, then at the survivors resting around her, and whispered a word of advice. Forget it, Xiaolin, we're not familiar with this place, and those people look so fierce and scary. Let's listen to Guan Xian and avoid causing trouble. Let's be patient and wait for the people from the Fuxing camp to arrive. Only after hearing her say that did Lu Xiaolin notice. The people around me were dressed very differently from me. Many of them looked like homeless people, as if they had never washed their hair. Some people's hair is stuck together in a clump. His clothes were dirty and torn. I and my 2 companions were like celebrities here, dressed in glamorous clothes. This attracted many people to look at this spot from time to time. Lu Xiaolin quickly messed up her hair a bit more and leaned closer to Zhang Wenwen. Cuckoo. Su Xiaowei's stomach growled. She smiled shyly and said, Ugh, I'm hungry again. Ever since my food intake and energy expenditure changed, I always feel like I'm not getting enough to eat. Zhang Wenwen smiled and said, It's okay, just eat when you're hungry. As she spoke, she took out a few pieces of bread to share with the 3 of them. Seeing this, Guan Xian quickly stepped forward and blocked the bread with her body. Then, nervously, he said to Zhang Wenwen, Don't bring out so much stuff, just bring out a piece of bread, we can share it. Huh? Zhang Wenwen looked puzzled. But, we clearly have enough food for everyone to share, there's still plenty left. Before she could finish speaking, Guan Xian interrupted her once again. Do as I say, and I won't harm you. It's better to go hungry for a day than to die. Seeing Guan Xian's nervous expression, Zhang Wenwen quickly took the bread back. He only took out 1 piece. And as soon as it was taken out, Guan Xian snatched it away and broke off a large piece. What? Are you trying to steal? Are you desperate for money? Lu Xiaolin muttered a dissatisfied remark. The remaining bread was then divided into 3 equal pieces, and the 3 people ate it. After their appetites increased, they were no longer full even with just 1 piece of bread per person. Guan Xian has now snatched most of the bread, leaving each person with only a third of the remaining small piece. Eating this little bit is practically the same as not eating anything at all. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Su Xiaowei's hunger not only didn't subside, it actually intensified. How about I take another one? Zhang Wenwen asked with concern. Do you have any cookies or something? Bread is too conspicuous. Guan Xian said. Her act of grabbing bread created the illusion of a shortage of supplies for those around her. People with abundant resources don't resort to robbery. They will slowly line up and wait to be assigned. Because there is plenty of food, everyone who arrives first or later will get the same food. In this situation, the spirit of giving way in peacetime is more easily demonstrated. Conversely, if supplies are far from sufficient for distribution, those who act late will go hungry. In such situations, looting becomes a common occurrence. Guan Xian wanted to use this behavior to let the people around her know that she and others were no different from them. They were also penniless people living hand-to-mouth. Really, there were several survivors who had been keeping a close eye on this area. Seeing Guan Xian struggling to grab the food and the meager portions that others were eating, he instinctively put his hands inside his clothes and turned his face away. Goodness, these newcomers are even poorer than me. Don't let them steal my food. Zhang Wenwen also noticed the changes around her and knew that Guan Xian was right. So he deliberately pulled out a bag of cheap biscuits. There were no patterns, no extras, and no milk added. It was just an ordinary, crumbly round cookie. There's one more bag of these. Let's be frugal and each take 5 pieces. Zhang Wenwen said. Wenwen, you're doing this too. Lu Xiaolin felt speechless. Zhang Wenwen was originally very obedient to me. How long has Guan Xian been here? Yet he had become the de facto leader of the team. Not only is Su Xiaowei speaking up for Guan Xian, but Zhang Wenwen is now following Guan Xian's lead in making trouble. There was food available, but they wouldn't let everyone eat it, insisting that they go hungry. What kind of being good to yourself is this? You guys eat, I'm not eating. Lu Xiaolin angrily raised her hand and turned away to sulk. Su Xiaowei obediently took 5 cookies. Guan Xian and Zhang Wenwen each took 5 pieces before putting them away. After silently finishing the biscuits, Zhang Wenwen suddenly sighed. Sigh? Now I finally understand why everyone in the camp was just lying there in broad daylight. Eating this little bit will still leave you hungry. Saying or making any more moves would be pointless. Zhang Wenwen took out the moisture-proof mats and placed them on the ground and the wall before leaning against them with peace of mind. Yes, those people who went out to kill zombies, although they saved us, were actually also there to loot supplies. At least the energy cores from zombies can be used to exchange for supplies. Su Xiaowei then understood why those people had saved her. The people in the camp were all self-sufficient, and no one cared about anyone else. It doesn't matter if there are a few more people. And just in time, there are zombies delivered right to our doorstep that we can kill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Conserve your energy and get some rest. If the people from the Fuxing camp come any later, we'll be too hungry to even walk. As Guan Xian spoke, she sat down next to Zhang Wenwen. I think these people need help. If they continue like this, in a daze, what will happen after the 30th day? Why don't we find a way to get them to join the revival camp? More people means more strength, and their chances of survival will be greater. Zhang Wenwen said to herself. No one responded. The girls sat in their respective seats, seemingly lost in thought. It also seems like they are conserving energy. After an unknown amount of time, a meaty aroma suddenly wafted over. The shock made Guan Xian shudder. Oops. Chapter 188 Incompetent Teammates, Retreat. Guan Xian quickly got up to check. I found Zhang Wenwen sitting by the wall, almost asleep. She didn't find anything unusual about the smell of meat. After all, they used to live and eat together in the warehouse, so it's normal for them to smell of food. Guan Xian looked towards Zhang Wenwen's side. Lu Xiaolin scooped out a large piece of meat with a spoon and was putting it into his mouth. Luncheon meat cans have an extremely strong aroma. The aroma is irresistible just from opening the jar. Not to mention how much she enjoyed eating it. Su Xiaowei was probably starving, as she was also holding a box in her hand. Lu Xiaoxin and Su Xiaowei weren't stupid. They even knew to find a secluded corner and eat facing the wall. Try not to let anyone find out. But the aroma is so strong that it's impossible to block it out. Survivors in the vicinity have already been attracted by the smell, but the source of the smell has not yet been found. It's just a matter of time. Guan Xian is really overwhelmed right now. Normally, the best method is to run. Get away from these three scoundrels immediately. However, the current situation does not allow Guan Xian to do so. She got off the minibus with the three girls. According to the survivors, Guan Xian was with the other three girls. If it is proven that one of the girls has supplies, people will naturally assume that the other girls in the same group may also have supplies. If Guan Xian escapes at this moment, it would only prove these people's suspicions. They would definitely assume that the person who escaped had the most supplies. Then, he became a sitting duck. The scene that just happened at the Japanese camp is about to repeat itself. Guan Xian's strength hasn't recovered yet, so there's no guarantee she'll be able to break through. The best course of action now is to stand firmly with the three girls through thick and thin. That way, at least three people will still be on your side. It's much better than becoming the target of everyone's criticism. Actually, these are all last resorts. Guan Xian had no choice but to choose the least bad option and take it one step at a time. Guan Xian slowly moved to Lu Xiaolin and Su Xiaowei's side. Then, he suddenly made a move, snatching the can of luncheon meat they were enjoying and instantly storing it in his ring. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lu Xiaolin glared at Guan Xian and growled in a low voice. I'm not crazy, you're the crazy one. Do you know how long it's been since the people here have eaten meat? You actually dared to eat canned luncheon meat. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Guan Xian glared coldly at Lu Xiaolin. This matter concerns life and death. There's no need to be polite. When necessary, Guan Xian does not hesitate to use force to solve problems. She has grown a lot these days and is now at the level of a beginner awakener at stage 2. He is much stronger than Zhang Wenwen and others, who are all at the first stage of initial awakening. However, Guan Xian was also well aware that her strength was at best average among the current survivors. There are many people who are better than you. She wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Fearing others would notice, Lu Xiaolin suppressed his anger and tried to lower his voice as much as possible. I've already been very discreet, and I had my back to them. So how could anyone possibly know I was eating luncheon meat? I think you're just jealous that we have resources. You're always going against me. Are you trying to intimidate me so you can become our leader? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Guan Xian was both amused and annoyed by Lu Xiaolin's words. What's so great about being the leader of the three of you? You don't even have the most basic knowledge of post-apocalyptic survival. What good would it do me to be the leader except die sooner? The smell of the luncheon meat cans has practically filled the entire camp, except for the two of you. You thought it was okay just because others couldn't see it? Yes, the people in the camp aren't as lucky as you. They have a warehouse full of supplies, but no safe shelter. But they survived for more than 20 days in a zombie-infested apocalypse. Do you think they're stupid? If you make one wrong move, you could put us in a deadly situation. Do you understand? Guan Xian reached out and grabbed Lu Xiaolin's collar, scolding him in a low voice. Lu Xiaolin sensed a murderous aura in Guan Xian's eyes. She shuddered in fright. He then obediently nodded and said nothing more. All right, Xiaolin knows she was wrong. It's all my fault. I kept saying I was hungry and wanted to eat. Su Xiaowei also offered an explanation from the side. Guan Xian didn't speak and slowly let go of Lu Xiaolin's hand. She looked around warily. Only a few survivors looked over, but they merely smiled and turned their heads away. Fights and other disputes often occur in the camp. The survivors were used to this kind of situation. Thankfully, it was stopped in time. Guan Xian really wished time would pass quickly. The people from the revival camp rushed over. If this drags on, she really doesn't know when these three girls will do something foolish again. At that moment, she suddenly understood Zhang Chen a little. When Guan Xian first saw Zhang Chen traveling alone, she found it a bit strange. In the apocalypse, wouldn't having multiple reliable people looking out for each other significantly increase one's chances of survival? Now that Guan Xian sees these three girls, she understands. The three women were indeed reliable. They were willing to help him and even gave him food and water. However, sometimes the burden is not necessarily related to character or ability. A lack of intellectual and life experience can also be fatal. Rather than taking these people with you on the road, it's much more reliable to arm yourself with stronger weapons. Miss, do you have anything to eat? Suddenly, a childish voice came from the side. She was a little girl who was 7 or 8 years old. She was so hungry that she was skin and bones. Her cheeks were sunken, and it seemed that she hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time. I don't. Lu Xiaolin hesitated for a moment, glanced at Guan Xine beside him, and then quickly denied it. Miss, you're lying. Your breath smells like meat when you talk. I saw crumbs of meat at the corners of his mouth. The little girl's words made Lu Xiaolin blush instantly. Lying to a child and getting caught is incredibly shameful. Actually, miss, I'm not asking for food for myself. I can go hungry for a few more days. I can manage. But my little brother is dying. He's so young. If he doesn't eat soon, he might not make it through the day. Wah. As the little girl spoke, tears streamed down her face. People pitifully see her. This. Lu Xiaolin softened and turned to look at Guan Xine. The latter bit her lip lightly and slowly shook her head. Don't worry, sister. I promise I won't tell anyone if you give me food. You saved my brother's life. How could I possibly harm you? The little girl grabbed Lu Xiaolin's hand and pleaded pitifully. That. Lu Xiaolin gritted his teeth, struggling with an internal struggle, and then said, Okay, but you absolutely mustn't tell anyone. Chapter 189. Good luck to you. Guan Xine's expression changed instantly upon hearing these words. This is a complete disaster. Since the outcome cannot be changed, I have to find another way out. We can't just die at the hands of these incompetent teammates for no reason. Guan Xine quietly retreated and stood in the shadows, coldly observing the layout of the entire camp. This is a residential complex with only 9 buildings. All the surrounding exits were blocked off, with only the main entrance providing access. Except for the unit door in Building 3, which had someone inside, all the other unit doors were locked. Having locked onto her target, she then turned her attention back to Lu Xiaolin, that troublemaker. Take them all. That should be enough for you and your brother to survive for a few more days. Lu Xiaolin took out 5 cans of beef, a large bag of snacks, and more than a dozen bottles of drinks directly from his spatial storage. The deal was made with the little girl. Thank you, sister. I will definitely repay you. The little girl bowed gratefully to Lu Xiaolin and then ran away quickly. Guan Xine had already planned her escape route, so she wasn't in a hurry. She asked softly from behind. You think she's pitiful, don't you? Lu Xiaolin sneered and turned to Guan Xine, saying, I know what you're going to say. It'll be the same old thing. I have enough food to feed myself for a year or two. What's wrong with giving a few days' worth of my own food to a little girl who is starving to death? Am I supposed to just stand by and watch them starve to death without doing anything? I can't be as selfish, even cold-blooded, as you. You've completely lost your humanity just to survive. And not everyone in the world is as bad as you think. Indeed, there are probably many people in this camp who are eyeing my supplies. But a child would never do that. Her eyes are clear, and I even saved her. She has absolutely no reason to betray me. Guan Xine sighed softly and said, These siblings can't even afford food anymore. They really can't survive without you. Huh. If that's really the case, how did they survive the first 20-odd days of the apocalypse? Is your brain just for show? This is such a simple thing. Anyone who thinks about it a little would discover the trick. Too bad you don't have a brain. As soon as Guan Xine finished speaking, a figure suddenly walked over. This time it was a boy who was about 13 or 14 years old. Sister, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for days. Could you please give me some food? I promise I won't tell anyone. Lu Xiaolin was slightly taken aback. Others already know. Lu Xiaolin quickly wiped the food crumbs from his mouth, then took out a piece of bread and handed it to the little boy. Sister, you don't have much food left. Here, take this bread. The little boy took the bread, put it directly into the ring, and then continued to extend his hand. They had absolutely no intention of leaving. You want more water, right? I have another bottle. Sweat began to bead on Lu Xiaolin's forehead. She felt things were spiraling out of her control. The boy took the water but did not leave. He still reached out his hand to Lu Xiaolin. Sister really doesn't have any extra food left. I have to eat the rest myself. Lu Xiaolin said with an awkward smile. I don't believe you, you're lying. The boy shook his head, still stubbornly holding out his hand. They showed no intention of leaving. She really has no food or water left. We had to share a single piece of bread among the four of us. Su Xiaowei also offered an explanation from the side. Now she understood why Guan Xian had snatched the food and made Zhang Wenwen deliberately take the cheap biscuits. However, it seems I realized it a little too late. I don't believe it. You just gave Xiaoduo so much food, canned meat and drinks. Why is it that all I get here is bread and water? I want the same treatment. The little boy suddenly shouted. This shout startled everyone in the entire camp. What? There's food and water? Canned lunch and meat? So what I just saw wasn't a hallucination. There really was canned meat. That's right. This woman has supplies on her. I knew it. Look how clean and well-dressed they are. They must have plenty of supplies. Unlike us who have fallen to this state. Give us some food. We haven't eaten in ages. Hey, I was the one who opened the door and let you in. You should at least do something to show your gratitude. That's right. I even participated in killing zombies, so we should have received more than Xiaoduo. A group of people, talking amongst themselves, quickly surrounded Lu Xiaolin. Su Xiaowei was too close to Lu Xiaolin, so she was naturally trapped in the crowd as well. Guan Xian had already sensed that something was wrong, so she grabbed Zhang Wenwen and slipped into the unit door of building number 3. Then he ran all the way to the room on the roof and locked the door from the inside. Xiaolin and Xiaowei are still outside. What will happen to them? Zhang Wenwen asked with a worried expression. There's nothing I can do. I've done everything I can. At least you're still alive. If we go out now, the consequences will be unimaginable. As Guan Xian spoke, she looked for something to reinforce the window. Seeing this, Zhang Wenwen quickly joined in the work. Indeed, when you're struggling to take care of yourself, how can you have time to worry about others? At this moment, outside the building, Lu Xiaolin only now realized what Guan Xian had been saying since she got on the bus. They're all just thinking of themselves. But she didn't understand at all, and instead felt that she was being targeted at her. What do we do now? Guan Xian, Lu Xiaolin shouted anxiously. She was completely lost. The survivors around me felt like zombies, as if they were about to devour me alive at any moment. Lu Xiaolin called out many times, but no one answered. In this situation, she had no choice but to compromise. I'll give you food and water. Take them yourselves. Lu Xiaolin was terrified and hurriedly took out one item after another from his storage ring, handing them to the outstretched hands. The resources in the storage ring were dwindling at a visible rate. In no time at all the supplies in the ring were gone. However, the number of survivors surrounding her did not decrease at all. No, that's all. There are really no supplies left. I'm giving you everything I have. Lu Xiaolin cried out. Stop lying. You just said the same thing to Gongzi, but you still pulled out so many supplies in the end. That's right. I think she just doesn't want to pay because there are too many of us. How can you be so scheming, woman? We wasted our time saving your life. You damned woman. You lied to me and didn't give me any supplies. Someone shouted something. Then a hammer flew out and hit Lu Xiaolin squarely on the head. Chapter 190. The music continues. The dance continues. With a thud, blood flowed down Lu Xiaolin's forehead. Lu Xiaolin immediately fainted. Although she was at the first stage of awakening, she hadn't actually killed many zombies during her power-up process. They all became stronger later by selling resources to obtain crystal cores. Its adaptability is almost zero. How could you hit someone like that? Xiaolin has already given you so many supplies. You're clearly being greedy. Those who received the supplies didn't leave. Instead, they kept asking for more. There's enough food for you to eat for many days. Why are you still bullying us? Su Xiaowei protected Lu Xiaolin and loudly rebuked him. This woman clearly looks down on us, thinking we're easy to fool, so she gave us such a small amount, like she's trying to appease beggars. Exactly. You have so many supplies, just give us some. You won't starve. I have the utmost contempt for stingy and selfish people like you. You only got the supplies because you were incredibly lucky. Did you kill as many zombies as we did? Just because you were lucky, you think you can look down on us? Your friend is out of supplies, but you definitely are. You're in this together, so share your supplies. A group of people shouted loudly. Someone saw that Su Xiaowei was pretty and took advantage of the chaos to grab her. Seeing that Su Xiaowei was timid and didn't dare to resist, the others became bolder and took the opportunity to grope her. "Let me go, you perverts." Having lost her teammate Lu Xiaolin, Su Xiaowei was no match for these people fighting alone. In addition, she was naturally timid, and her shouts were quickly drowned out by the greedy survivors. We should save them. Isn't there any other way?" Zhang Wenwen stood by the window, stomping her feet in frustration as she watched her friends being bullied below. "How much stuff do you have in your ring?" Guan Xian suddenly asked. There's still quite a bit." The supplies in the warehouse were divided equally among Zhang Wenwen, Lu Xiaolin, and Su Xiaowei. Moreover, Zhang Wenwen was the most frugal, so she had the most supplies left over among the three. "Throw them all down from upstairs." Guan Xian calmly gave instructions. "Throw them all down? Will that save them?" Zhang Wenwen said with some concern. "I never said I was going to save them. I've saved them many times before. Now we're saving ourselves," Guan Xian quickly said, looking at the situation downstairs. "Self-rescue. Wouldn't dropping these supplies reveal our location?" Although Zhang Wenwen didn't understand, she still took out a large box of canned beef, placed it by the window, and hesitated whether to throw it down. "Our location can't be hidden anytime soon. This room originally belonged to someone else. We've simply taken over. Once they kill Lu Xiaolin and Su Xiaowei, they'll target us next. Whether you throw these supplies away or not, we'll still be discovered. Believe me, throw all the supplies down there. We still have a glimmer of hope. This is our last chance." Guan Xian looked at Zhang Wenwen with a firm gaze. "Okay then." As soon as Zhang Wenwen let go, a large box of luncheon meat cans crashed to the ground. Several cans of luncheon meat were smashed, releasing a fragrant aroma. Then, all sorts of food, drinks, snacks, and daily necessities rained down from upstairs. It makes a crackling sound. In no time, a small mountain of supplies was piled up on the ground. These survivors were terrified of poverty. They had never seen so many supplies before. They immediately released Su Xiaowei and rushed towards the supplies. However, there were still a few well-funded perverts who groped Su Xiaowei. "Get out of my way." Su Xiaowei drew a long sword, preparing for a desperate resistance. On the other side, someone took out a dagger and stabbed it into Lu Xiaolin's eye socket. Her body was subsequently collected. "I saw it first, it's mine, go to hell." Whoosh. Clang. On the other side, a fight broke out over a latex mattress. On the other side, some people brandished weapons in an attempt to seize the canned meat. In no time, the scene was in complete chaos. A group of people are fighting and killing each other, especially after the first person kills the others and successfully obtains the supplies from the latter's ring. This ambition quickly swelled. Slaughter, plunder, and greed became the true reflection of the scene downstairs. Seeing this scene, Guan Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I made the right bet." She was betting on the greed of these survivors. If they team up and divide the mountain of supplies equally, then attack the building with a clear division of labor, then he and Zhang Wenwen would surely die. However, greed consumed their reason. They started fighting over supplies. Regardless of the outcome, the opponent's strength has been significantly weakened. This increased Guan Xian and Zhang Wenwen's chances of escaping. She hid behind the curtains, peering through the gaps at the greedy crowd below, her face expressionless. Unfortunately, there were too many survivors in the camp. For an individual, a mountain of supplies is an enormous wealth that is almost impossible to consume. However, when it is averaged out to each individual, it becomes pitifully small. In no time at all, the mountain of supplies was completely divided up. The survivors, who had been caught up in the chaos due to greed, lost their allure and gradually calmed down. At this point, both Lu Xiaolin and Su Xiaowei were already dead. Even the bodies were collected immediately, for more people died in the fight over Lu Xiaolin's body. Now, everyone's attention is focused on Building 3. There are 4 women in total. They can't have only this many supplies. "Everyone, let's go together and find those 2 women. We'll divide their supplies equally." A burly man roared. "Good. Charge." In an instant, all the survivors became incredibly united. as if they had been injected with adrenaline. An attack was launched on Building 3. Guan Xian, what should we do next? I really have no supplies left. Zhang Wenwen said fearfully. Guan Xian ignored her and instead opened the window to compose herself. Suddenly, as if having a mental breakdown, he screamed hysterically. Don't come up here. If you do, I'll kill myself right now. You're the ones who forced me to my death. As he spoke, he pressed the dagger against his own throat, the tip piercing his skin, and blood seeped out slowly. Zhang Wenwen was completely bewildered by this action. Did these people really care whether she lived or died? This threat doesn't seem to be working at all. However, the next second, shouts and sounds of hacking and slashing came from downstairs again. Chapter 191 Guan Xian's Promise. Hearing the sounds of hacking and slashing, Zhang Wenwen was completely stunned, her mind seemingly short-circuiting. I just can't understand why Guan Xian threatened her own life, and the people below actually started fighting. This doesn't make logical sense. Guan Xian was busy acting and naturally didn't have time to explain things to Zhang Wenwen. The reason is actually quite simple. The reason these people were united in their desire to rush up was because their goal was clear, to divide up the supplies in Guan Xian and Zhang Wenwen's rings. However, Guan Xian and Zhang Wenwen are also quite capable fighters and will not surrender easily. There will inevitably be another battle. The outcome is still uncertain. Only by killing these two women will the survivors revert to hostile relations and continue robbing each other of supplies. But now Guan Xian says she will commit suicide if anyone comes up to her. This is equivalent to changing the conditions for those below. The bodies and supplies have been prepared. Whoever comes up first will be the first to touch Guan Xian's corpse and get a huge loot. Those who go up late will have wasted their time. So as soon as Guan Xian said that, a fight broke out immediately. Those at the forefront were ambushed from below. Those below desperately wanted to rush forward, but also had to avoid being attacked by others. Some strong individuals tried to use the momentum to reach the rooftop, but there were already sharp-eyed people waiting for their chance. We're just waiting for the moment he takes to the air so we can launch a sneak attack and eliminate a formidable competitor. In this way, everyone is wary of and restrains each other. Chaos erupted instantly. The situation downstairs was exactly as Guan Xian had predicted. She had already assessed the survivors in the building before entering it. There was no leader, no unified administrator, but there was little fighting among them. This indicates that the survivors here are all of similar strength. Now, after a fierce battle, the weak have been eliminated. The remaining survivors are all evenly matched, and none of them can kill the other in a short time. And whoever reveals a weakness first will die? This is a delicate balance of power. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from overhead. It looked as if a plane had just skimmed low over the rooftop. Then, a powerful shockwave came crashing down from above. The shock caused Guan Xian to loosen her grip, and the dagger fell out of the window. At the same time, all the windows in the building shattered almost simultaneously. Countless shards of glass cascaded down like a crystal waterfall. It landed on the ground with a whoosh. This voice isn't right. Guan Xian found it strange. Logically, the people below were all survivors, and the distance from which the glass fell on their clothes and bodies was different. It's impossible to produce such synchronized sounds. Moreover, the sound of glass hitting skin is barely noticeable. She glanced curiously out the window. He saw his dagger fall to the ground. There was no one downstairs. Only a faint wisp of white mist remained, not yet completely dissipated. These people are all dead, and in an instant. Guan Xian was utterly astonished. Does the revival camp also have such powerful individuals? She remembered the last time she saw such a scene was at the Four Horsemen's camp. Zhang Chun practically waved his hand casually, instantly turning the entire camp's idiots into dust. Wenwen, are you all right? Thankfully, the true god was willing to go in person. If I had driven here, it would have been dangerous. Guan Xian was startled again. Only then did they realize that Zhang Chun and a woman with snow-white skin were floating in midair. It's you. Guan Xian and Zhang Chun said this almost at the same time. After landing, Li Bingyu is telling Zhang Wenwen about Zhang Chun's miracles. Guan Xian then pulled Zhang Chun aside. In just a few days, Zhang Chun's strength had increased significantly, to the point that Guan Xin found it unbelievable. Faced with such overwhelming power, Guan Xin felt powerless for the first time. No matter what kind of predicament she encountered before, even if it was dangerous, Guan Xin always felt that she had a way to escape. But now, facing Zhang Chun, she felt an unprecedented pressure. Faced with such absolute power, my own wits felt like child's play. I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately, God. Guan Xin said half-jokingly, but her voice became somewhat solemn when she mentioned the word true God. It seems like they're serious. I'm just an ordinary person, but they don't believe me no matter what I say, so I'm too lazy to correct them. Stop teasing me. Just say what's on your mind. Zhang Chun said with a smile. I want to join your organization. Guan Xin suppressed her smile and spoke in a serious tone. This woman is very smart. She knows that Zhang Chun is so powerful that he must have his own organization. Zhang Chun was slightly taken aback and asked, You should know that joining the organization means mandatory loyalty and unconditional obedience. Have you thought it through? Guan Xin nodded and said, I'm serious. In the apocalypse, only by joining forces with the strong can we better survive. I've experienced a lot these past few days, and I've learned a lot too. Freedom itself is a false proposition. In peacetime, you can't break the law, which is a limitation on freedom. Even in the apocalypse, there are still some laws that cannot be touched, otherwise you will pay the price. This is also a limitation. Therefore, in any world, everyone can only enjoy limited freedom. Only by associating with the strong can the limits of freedom be expanded to their fullest extent. Zhang Chun nodded, having to admit that Guan Xin was the most insightful person he had met in the apocalypse. I admire your intelligence, but I think you also know that there are conditions for joining the organization. First, your skill level must place you in the top 1 million in the world. Secondly, you need to prove that you are valuable to me. Lin Qingsong, Guan Xin suddenly said. What? Zhang Chun didn't expect Guan Xin to propose something that Zheng Hao and Isaac hadn't been able to handle as a condition as soon as she opened her mouth. I know you want Lin Qingsong. I can bring you his head. However, I hope you can help me raise my strength to the Intermediate Awakener Stage 1. After all, my current strength is too weak. Zhang Chun looked at Guan Xin and asked, Why should I believe you? Ding. Guan Xin sent a friend request. Ding. Guan Xin has sent a transaction request. Soon, a compass-shaped item appeared on the trading interface. Basic Survivor Tracker. Simply click on a survivor's name to teleport to a location within 1 kilometer of the survivor and continuously display the target's location for 10 minutes. It will disappear after use. I have 2 basic survivor trackers. One is for finding Lin Qingsong, and the other is for you to come and kill me if I don't contact you within 3 days. Guan Xin looked at Zhang Chun, her eyes showing no sign of backing down. Chapter 192 Strange Video. Zhang Chun understood what Guan Xin meant. She wanted to prove her worth by killing Lin Qingsong. Intermediate Awakener Stage 1? Do you know that Lin Qingsong is at the Intermediate Awakener Stage 2? Given the current rules of the world, a difference of 1 level represents an almost insurmountable gap in strength between the 2 sides. Zhang Chun said, I know his abilities, and I know even more that your organization would never accept a mediocre person. If I request that you elevate me to Intermediate Awakener Stage 2, or even higher, killing Lin Qingsong would then become meaningless. As you just said, the difference in strength between survivors at level 1 can only be described as heaven and earth. If it's about overwhelming strength, why would you need me? Whether you do it yourself or have someone else do it, it's fine. Now that you have a teleportation card, killing him will be a piece of cake. Guan Xin said with a serious expression. Zhang Chun paused, then remained silent. It's not difficult to help Guan Xin reach the Intermediate Awakener Stage 1. It's only a little over 10,000 crystal cores. It's not enough for me to fly freely for a while. Moreover, even if Guan Xin fails to kill Lin Qingsong, it's not too late for me to go and do it myself later. Killing Lin Qingsong is as easy as stepping on a giant soybean worm. What surprised Zhang Chun slightly was Guan Xion's determination to join the organization. After a short while, he nodded slightly and said, Then let's do it your way, 3 days. If we succeed, you'll be a member of my organization, if we fail? We won't fail. Guan Xin firmly interrupted Zhang Chun. Good. Zhang Chun smiled slightly. He clicked on the transaction and confirmed the number of crystal cores needed for the upgrade with Guan Xin. Subsequently, 11,500 crystal cores were traded over. After Guan Xin obtained the crystal core, a burst of golden light flashed in her eyes. It was upgraded twice in a row. He has now reached the level of a mid-level awakener, stage 1. Thank you for your trust in me. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Guan Xin nodded gratefully to Zhang Chun. Then, the basic survivor tracker was used. With a whoosh, Guan Xin vanished from Zhang Chun's sight in an instant. At this moment, Li Bingyu walked over with Zhang Wenwen, her face beaming with smiles. Huh? Where did that girl go? Li Bingyu asked in surprise. Oh, she had something to do, so I let her go first. Zhang Chun replied. This is my best friend, Zhang Wenwen. It's just a pity that the people in this camp aren't worth nurturing. You made a wasted trip. Li Bingyu said with a face full of guilt. It wasn't a wasted trip. I did gain something. Zhang Chun smiled mysteriously. Seeing that Zhang Chun had instantly killed a group of survivors, and with Li Bingyu's embellished explanation just now, Zhang Wenwen was deeply moved. They became increasingly convinced that Zhang Chun was a true god. The three chatted for a while before returning to the revival camp. Li Bingyu quickly brought Zhang Wenwen into the church, and an initiation ceremony was held soon afterward. By this time, the zombies outside the camp had been cleared away by the automatic guard tower. Erpang has returned to the size of a Tibetan mastiff and is fast asleep in front of the villa. Su Ruina stood at the entrance of the gym on the second floor, peeking through the crack in the door at Xiaobai dancing gracefully inside, a look of admiration and envy on her face. By the way, I need you to take a look at some things for me. Zhang Chun walked to Su Ruina's side and said. Su Ruina nodded and gently closed the door. The sharp claws left a faint white mark on the door. Zhang Chun took Su Ruina to a private cinema. The strange video obtained from Yunjun he was played. When Yunjun he died, he said he knew secrets about the indigenous people. They also know what will happen 30 days after the apocalypse. Aside from the videos, all he had on him were some documents. The information he knows must be in here. Su Ruina sat next to Zhang Chun, crossed one of her long legs over the other. He put his hands in his pockets. This is her more relaxed posture. Soon, the video started playing. Inside was a woman who looked like a reporter giving a presentation in front of a camera. Behind her was a huge wall that soared into the clouds. Because the wall was too high, the woman had to take photos from several kilometers away. Only in this way can the entire wall be captured in a photograph. As you can see, Tongxiang country, an indigenous nation, not to be confused with any real-world country, is currently the last hope for all of humanity. A massive city wall, towering into the clouds, protects the city. Its exterior has been specially treated to be so smooth that even multi-legged monsters would find it difficult to climb. The solid walls are 30-45 meters thick, capable of withstanding the impact of any giant creature. The top of the wall is also equipped with state-of-the-art bioenergy weapons that can eliminate all aerial threats. The reporter had just gotten to this point. In the scene, a strange bird with enormous wings suddenly appears atop a high wall in the distance. You can't see their faces clearly from a distance. However, using the military trucks parked below the city walls as a reference, this strange bird is 2 to 3 times larger than a military truck. Just as it reached the top of the city wall, it was instantly pierced by a beam of light. Then, the strange bird fell from a great height, still smoking. The trucks at the city gate didn't start moving until it hit the ground. It might be a vehicle responsible for clearing out the mutants near the wall. The reporter, unable to see what was behind him while facing the camera, continued his introduction. Currently, not only this city in Tongxiang Kingdom has been protected, but a total of 6 cities, including the capital, have been protected. Underground, there is also a well-developed transportation network, ensuring that the military can quickly reach any city that needs support. Survivors and supplies can also move between these 6 cities. The newly invented energy-gathering network can block attacks from burrowing worms. If you are on the road, please navigate to coordinates 120-33. This city is the interface city, responsible for the security checks and reception of survivors. The end of the world is coming. Only by putting aside our prejudices and uniting as one can we humans have a chance to survive here. Everyone who sees this video, please come here. Every survivor brings humanity a greater chance of survival. The reporter got to this point. Suddenly, the surrounding grass seemed to come alive and moved. Then, it began to grow rapidly. What was originally a small lawn of just a few centimeters has grown into grass taller than knee-high in an instant. And it is growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Retreat, 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 run. Then, the camera panned, and the screen went black. Chapter 193. Su Ruina ran away from home again. What happened? Can plants grow at a rate visible to the naked eye? This is something that completely defies common scientific sense. It's likely that what Yunjun he was referring to about knowing information about the indigenous people and what would happen in 30 days is what's shown in the video. However, the suppression is only partially relieved after 30 days, not completely relieved. Therefore, it won't suddenly change to the most terrifying state. What exactly is this multi-legged monster mentioned in the video? It seemed that the indigenous people's technology and equipment were far more advanced than Zhang Chen currently knew. In that case, it's possible that there are indeed indigenous people still living in Tingxiang. But then Zhang Chen thought again. The video does not show the specific time it was filmed. Moreover, the exact year, month, and day are all unknown. It's impossible to determine how much time has passed since the video was filmed. If it were only a few months, perhaps Tingxiang Kingdom would still exist. But what if it's several years? Then it's hard to say anything. After all, the entire world was reset when they traveled here. This only increased Zhang Chen's doubts. You might say this world is just a game, but every detail feels incredibly real. Even the sensations of hunger, fullness, emotions, fatigue, drowsiness, and so on are just like in the real world. Moreover, once a person dies, they are dead. Their body will remain there, and it may even reanimate. But to say that this world is reality. And how do you explain the 30-day period for lifting the suppression of monsters? Who is suppressing this? Why does everyone who transmigrates have a storage ring that defies the fundamental principles of physics? In fact, the people who have the clearest understanding of this world are definitely the indigenous people. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen turned to look at Su Ruina. But there was no expression on her face. I wasn't surprised or emotional. I just watched the video calmly. The video ended, and she turned to look at Zhang Chen. That's like asking. And then, Zhang Chen stood up and said, "Come with me." Zhang Chen led Su Ruina into the living room. Then he took out the Raven Lab T221 research report, top secret, and file number 17, top secret, from his storage ring. Both of these were obtained from Yun Junhee. Take a look at these two files, see if any of them are useful to you. Zhang Chen asked. Su Ruina quickly glanced at the Raven Lab's T221 research report, top secret. When they reached the end of the page, they gestured for Zhang Chen to help them turn the page. After all, her hand is not convenient. Last time I was looking through some materials, I tore the instruction manual for Wake Up the Beginner into pieces. Su Ruina quickly finished reading the entire research report. What does it say here? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Su Ruina thought for a moment, then slowly walked to the bookshelf and gently tapped it with the tip of her sharp claws. Zhang Chen looked at it and saw the letter A. Then Su Ruina went to the kitchen and started searching around. A moment later, he lightly dabbed on another bottle. Zhang Chen leaned over to take a look. It is the number 0. Next, Zhang Chen followed Su Ruina, stopping and starting as needed. Finally, they managed to gather all the information that Su Ruina wanted to convey. Laboratory A073, Bioenergy Technology. The remaining content is difficult to express in words. In the end, Zhang Chen wrote down, high, strong, 3, city, land, 3, salt, 9, courtyard. Gaoqiang likely refers to Tingxiang Kingdom, which has high walls. After all, the word wall is indeed rarely seen in kitchenware. The 3 cities likely refers to the 3rd city. Tingxiang's video stated that a total of 6 cities were protected by high walls. Earth, 3, salt, 9, academy equals 3rd research institute, or third researcher. It means about the same. In other words, this top secret file is related to Tengxiang Kingdom. The laboratory is also located in China. Su Ruina went to great lengths to point out this address. Was she perhaps hoping I would go there myself? However, Zhang Chun did not have a world map and only knew that the country he was currently in should be called Qimu Kingdom. Even the location of Tengxiang Kingdom and Qimu Kingdom is unclear. This is going to be a bit difficult. Zhang Chun wrote down the address for the time being. Then they took out file number 17, top secret. Zhang Chun had opened and looked at this file himself before. It records a battle between humans and mutated creatures. There was no time specified. The location was Dreadnought Fortress, but the exact location of Dreadnought Fortress was not mentioned either. It's just a single, isolated record of this event. A war fortress that humanity is proud of, a war machine that is said to be able to crush all carbon-based life. It crumbled under the attack of the mutated insect horde, turning into a pile of broken copper and iron and ruins. None of them survived. Only one notebook with a charred cover was found at the scene. The last page reads, "She's here." What's rather strange is that the word used here is definitely she instead of it. This was written with a pen. No one would make such a basic mistake. Why is she used to refer to an insect swarm? Could it be the mother? After reviewing the file, Zhang Chun felt that none of the contents warranted the label top secret. To find the answer, I showed it to Su Ruina. The latter glanced at the contents and paused thoughtfully. Suddenly, her expression froze, as if she had thought of something. "What? Is this document important?" Zhang Chun asked. Su Ruina took 2 steps toward the window and looked outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. A moment later, she suddenly flung open the door and jumped off the hilltop where the villa was located. They disappeared from sight in no time. "That guy left again? You never say where you're going. That's so rude," Zhang Chun muttered to himself. He looked at file number 17, top secret, again, but found nothing special. Zhang Chun stared at the file for a moment. A prompt appears next to it. Archives in the National Central Archives of Tengxiang Kingdom. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. Zhang Chun slowly walked to the spot where Su Ruina had just stood and looked out. From here you can see the outside of the Park Farm's perimeter wall. That was originally the location where the Nile attacked, and it was also the location where the zombie horde later stayed. Now all the zombies have been slaughtered, leaving only bloodstains on the ground. That was left behind when the zombies attacked the Nile people's group. What exactly did Su Ruina see? What did she think of? Unwittingly, Zhang Chun's gaze was drawn to a small yellow flower in front of the villa. This was a flower that Zhang Chun had never seen before. Even after coming to this world, it was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful and delicate flower. Hearing Xiaobai shouts coming from upstairs, Zhang Chun quickly turned around and left. At that moment, a bee couldn't resist the temptation and landed on a small yellow flower. The next second, the petals suddenly closed. A few minutes later, the petals opened again, and the little yellow flower seemed to have grown a little larger for a moment. Chapter 194: The Birth of the World's First Transformer. At this time, the believers working on the farm also noticed something amiss. Insects were almost never seen in this world originally, but now insects have started to appear. Moreover, some wild grasses that I had never seen before had grown in the fields. These wild grasses, like crops, absorb nutrients from fertilizers. However, fertilizers can significantly reduce the time it takes for crops to mature. It only made these weeds grow a little thicker. Deep in the city, climbing plants have begun to appear on the walls of towering skyscrapers. They slowly emerged from the soil at the bottom and are constantly climbing upwards. Tiny cracks also appeared on the road surface. Lush green grass slowly sprouted from the cracks, swaying gently in the breeze. It seems to be announcing to the world that they are coming back. Zhang Chun spent the next 3 days in a peaceful and comfortable manner. Su Ruina has completely disappeared, and there has been no news of her since. Zhang Chun guessed that she had most likely gone to Tengxiang Kingdom. With her current strength, zombies won't attack her, and she can even summon zombies. Survivors are even less likely to be a match for her and the horde of zombies. Therefore, Su Ruina is definitely safe on her journey. Zhang Chun had no intention of making a long journey to Tengxiang Kingdom, a place he didn't even know where, just before the 30th day of the apocalypse. Even if I were to go, I would have to wait until I had adapted to the new environment. Who knows what it will be like in 30 days? It could mean starting all over again. The fact that the zombies pose no threat to Zhang Chun now does not mean that the monsters will still be the same in 30 days. Reckless behavior outside can have serious consequences. At this point, you must be sneaky. Before you are clear about your own strengths and position in the new environment, you must be careful. Zhang Chun checked his number of energy crystal cores, 6,328,921. Wow, over 6,300,000. The 1,500 automatic warning towers that Zhang Chun traded to Isaac have all been sold. They all threw themselves into the battle. On the first day, Zhang Chun's energy crystal core count increased the fastest. However, the speed gradually slowed down as time went on. This indicates that the survivors who initially desperately needed the watchtower have been relieved of the threat. The zombies killed by the watchtower will turn into mist, and they will get nothing. Therefore, no one wants to use the watchtower unless absolutely necessary. By the third day, the growth rate of energy crystal cores had slowed to a dozen or so per second. It needs an upgrade. There are 3 days left until the 30th day. You must maximize your strength to have a greater chance of survival. Zhang Chun took out the beginner lucky card again. Choi Ji-yun had given me one before, but I had already used it when I synthesized equipment last time. There are 2 cards left, which were obtained when Lin Qingsong was killed, Chapter 157. Let's start the upgrade. Currently at the God Advanced Awakener Stage 2, advancing to God Advanced Awakener Stage 3 requires 44 500s too. Use the basic lucky card to begin synthesizing the energy core. Energy extraction. This skill requires a 3-second cast time. After a period of busy work, 10 minutes have passed. A total of 200 synthesis attempts were made, with 18 failures, resulting in the acquisition of 182 energy cores. Again, use the basic lucky card. Energy extraction. Ding. A total of 200 synthesis attempts were performed, with 20 failures, resulting in the acquisition of 180 energy cores. Current upgrade progress for 06/502. These 2 synthesis attempts consumed a total of 400,000 energy crystals. Since there were 38 failures, 50% of the energy crystals will be returned, so in total, it cost 381,000. Hiss. Zhang Chun glanced at the nearly 6 million crystal cores remaining in the lower right corner. It seems the consumption wasn't much, which is acceptable. Continue synthesizing. Energy extraction. Without the luck bonus this time, the success rate plummeted instantly. Sometimes you can succeed 4 or 5 times in a row, and sometimes you can fail 4 or 5 times in a row. Overall, there were 594 successes and 600 failures, resulting in a success rate of nearly 50%. This time, a total of 594,000 plus 300,000 were consumed, for a total of 894,000 energy crystal cores. Ding. Upgrade requirements met. Upgrade now. Upgrade. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the 3rd stage of God-level Advanced Awakener. You have gained 1 talent point in each of your 2 talent directions. The current talent skill has been maxed out, with 26 talent points remaining. To advance to the God-level Beginner Transformer Stage 1, you need 0/1002. Zhang Chun felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw these numbers. 2,000 energy concentrating crystal cores. Why don't you just rob someone? It is estimated that the metamorphos were created to adapt to the new environment after the 30th day. Perhaps as monsters become stronger, the drop rate of energy cores and gathering cores will also increase significantly. However, all of that is predicated on surviving. Only those who are strong enough to survive the onslaught of monsters are qualified to enjoy the extra drop rate. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. Zhang Chun was already exhausted after using the energy extraction technique thousands of times. He didn't care whether it was day or night. He would just fall asleep and continue synthesizing after waking up. Sleep when you're tired. This process is repeated. Finally, around midnight, Zhang Chun successfully synthesized 2,000 energy cores. It succeeded 2,000 times and failed 2,050 times. This time, A total of 2 million plus 1.025 million, or 3.025 million, energy crystal cores were consumed. Ding. Current stage, God Beginner Transformer, Stage 1. Next stage, God Beginner Transformer, Stage 2. During the Transformer stage, a variety of talent trees will be available, allowing for diverse adjustments based on the personality, class characteristics, and combat preferences of different survivors. After advancing to the next level, your food consumption will increase significantly. The upgrade requirements have been met. Do you wish to upgrade immediately? Yes. In an instant, a powerful energy surged from Zhang Chen's body. All the cells seemed to be undergoing rapid renewal and metabolism, and an unprecedented power burst forth from within the body. The system is calculating your current status. Your World Combat Power Ranking, Number 1. Talent Tree Status, Dual Talents, Full Talent Tree. Additional Attribute, God, Prefix. Personality and Behavioral Characteristics. Not a ruthless killer, not a saint, not promiscuous, not a solitary person. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the God level, highest level, talent tree. Please select Divine Talents, possessing powerful group attacks, defense, healing, and other God level talents. Dark Talents, possessing God tier talents such as powerful single target attacks, camouflage, and control. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chun. The powerful energy of the meteorite core has broken through the constraints of choice, and you have simultaneously gained the dual divine talents of Holy and Dark, Eternal Unique. Chapter 195. Such a powerful person is beyond description. In an instant, two streams of power, one golden and one blackish red, burst forth from his body. Two completely opposite forces exist in the same person's body without any repulsion. First, the black and red energy quietly disappeared. Then came golden energy. The two streams of energy slowly flowed into Zhang Chen's body. Ding! The world's first transformer has been born. Worldwide announcement. This message appeared immediately on the interface of all survivors as a system message. In an instant, chat channels in every region of the world exploded. What did I just see? A metamorph? What level is that? I've never heard of it before. Is there a bug? This is the next level down from the third stage of an advanced awakener. Your level must be too low to see it. Holy crap, no way. I was just celebrating with everyone in my camp for reaching intermediate awakener stage 1. And now there's someone who's already 6 levels higher than me? Is this even possible? My celebratory mood is completely gone. I originally thought that a level 1 advanced awakener was already invincible, but I didn't expect there to be a transformer like this. Which region's big shot is this? Why wasn't there a world announcement when I reached the awakened stage? Even if there were an announcement, it wouldn't be for you. Besides, it seems like upgrading to an awakened is really too easy, isn't it? A level 1 transformer. It's an existence that's simply unimaginable. You'll only understand when you reach the advanced awakener level. The crystal cores needed for upgrading before were nothing compared to what's required now. Do you know this big shot is in this area? If you see this, contact me. I want to join the organization. We can discuss how much tribute you need. Please accept me. For a time, the whole world was abuzz with the news of the birth of the first transformer. But they had no idea who this powerful figure was. At this moment, Zhang Chun had no interest in paying attention to the interface. He was intently looking at his talent tree. This is a vast, tree-shaped talent map, half of which is gold, and the other half is a gradient of black and red. The two talent trees are not independent, but are connected by a gray talent bar in the middle. In other words, some talents require both dark and holy talent conditions to be met before they can be activated. Of course, such talent and ability are often even more powerful. This set of talent charts represents a unique and eternally exclusive God tier talent tree. Therefore, all the innate skills here are of the highest level. Even if someone has a talent similar to Zhang Chen's, their level will definitely be below the God level. It's essentially a stripped-down version of the skill. Zhang Chen glanced at the entire talent tree and couldn't help but marvel at it. Every single skill in it is practically overpowered. If other survivors could occasionally get a stripped-down version of such a random skill, they'd probably be laughing in their sleep. Zhang Chen focused his mind. The focus was placed on the upgrade conditions. Current level, God Beginner Transformer Stage 1. To advance to the next level, God Beginner Transformer Stage 2, you need 2,504 energy cores. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Chen almost vomited blood. Holy crap, did I see that right? The upgrade demand has quadrupled from 2 times. Just then, the notification reappeared. The eternally unique divine dual talent requires 4 talent points to activate each time, and absorbing 1 talent crystal grants 2 talent points. God Beginner Transformer Stage 1. Each level up requires 4 times the number of crystal cores, but each level up will grant 6 times the attribute bonuses of the same level. During the transformation stage, level is not the sole indicator of strength. Properly allocating talent points and combining skills can give you the potential to defeat opponents of higher levels. Upon seeing the last sentence, Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. The upgrade requirements were already doubled, which was already exhausting. Now it's been increased to a crazy 4 times. It's practically killing me. Even with his arrogance, Zhang Chen couldn't guarantee that he could maintain his position at number 1 on the world rankings at 4 times the speed in the new environment. However, a low level does not mean weak strength. For Zhang Chen, who gains 6 times the attributes of the same level upon leveling up, coupled with his god-level talent, any powerful individual, regardless of their level, is a paper tiger in front of him. Let's upgrade our talents first. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the talents at the very bottom of the massive talent tree. The Golden Divine Talent has 1 initial talent. Holy Burn, 0/1 passive skill. When activated, a scorching field is created around the skill user, dealing continuous damage to enemy targets. All enemy targets that approach the scorching field will continuously suffer scorching damage until they leave or die. The scorching field deals double damage to hostile mutated and zombie-like creatures. The range and damage increase as the skill user's strength increases. The Black and Red Dark Talent has 1 initial talent. Dark Absorption, 0/1 passive skill. When activated, the skill user will slowly absorb the surrounding biological energy and form an energy field on the body surface. Under the protection of the energy field, defense, speed, and attack power will be increased. If an enemy target dies due to dark absorption, the skill user will gain 20% additional crystal cores, regardless of crystal core type. The range and damage increase as the skill user's strength increases. These 2 innate skills each extend a line in the direction of the other. There is a gray talent skill at the intersection. Soul Stealing, 0/3. Each hit has a 0.5%/1%/2% chance to instantly kill the target, ineffective against survivors. Upon seeing this skill, Zhang Chen was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. This skill is absolutely outrageous. Once fully upgraded, there's a 2% chance to instantly kill any monster. In other words, under normal circumstances, no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as you attack about 50 times, except for special cases, the opponent will be instantly killed. Even if my 50 attacks feel like tickling, it doesn't matter. Since the probability has been reached, the opponent is doomed. As for its ineffectiveness on survivors, given Zhang Chen's strength, it's estimated that no survivor could withstand even one of his Annihilation Finger attacks. Not to mention 50 times. That's giving them too much credit. Upgrade. Upgrade everything. Ding. You have lost 20 talent points. All talents at the current level are now maxed out. 8 talent points remaining. With these skills, Zhang Chen had even more confidence in the lifting of the suppression in 2 days. He glanced down at the time. It was exactly midnight. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the villa's front door. Chapter 196 Little White has caused trouble. Why would someone knock on the door in the middle of the night? The door opened with a thud. A figure stumbled in. Zhang Chen glanced at it casually. Surprisingly, the grass on the lawn by the entrance seemed to have grown taller, now reaching above my ankles. But clearly in the morning, they were only just above my feet. It grew so tall in just 1 day. Zhang Chen closed the door and glanced at the person who came in. It's Guan Xin. She was soaked in sweat. Her hair was stuck to her face. Her lips were pale, and her breathing was weak. It seemed to be muttering something incessantly. Zhang Chun leaned closer to listen. Then Guan Xian whispered, I wasn't late. 3 days, exactly. It turns out this guy was worried about the 3-day deadline. Zhang Chun carried Guan Xian to the sofa. I made a steaming cup of instant coffee, cooked a bowl of instant noodles, and took out a large slice of grilled steak and placed it on the coffee table. Let's eat something first and regain our strength. Zhang Chun sat to the side and said, Guan Xian nodded weakly. Then, with a slight tremor, he picked up the instant coffee and took a sip. Instant coffee is high in sugar, which can quickly replenish energy. Zhang Chun examined Guan Xian's storage ring. The food and water inside had all been consumed. The rest are everyday items and weapons. The last compartment contains Lin Qingsong's head. She actually did it. If Lin Qingsong had another prop like a stand and doll this time, the prompt in the grid wouldn't be displayed like this. This means that Lin Qingsong is really dead. Guan Xian drank the whole cup of coffee, and her mental state improved considerably. I wasn't late. I arrived at the villa gate exactly 1 second before midnight. Guan Xian said nervously. Okay, I understand. You did a great job on the task. Zhang Chun nodded. It's clear that Guan Xian's desire to join the organization is very urgent and sincere. Moreover, she just proved her worth by defeating Lin Qingsong, a player of a higher level. Regardless of what methods she used, she ultimately succeeded. Based on this alone, one is qualified to join the organization. Take a rest first. Tomorrow we'll invite you to become a full member of the organization, and we'll also introduce you to the other members. Zhang Chun said. Good. Guan Xian felt a weight lifted off her shoulders after hearing Zhang Chun's words. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. She was indeed very hungry, and began to eat heartily. When I tasted the beef, my eyes lit up, and I exclaimed in surprise. This texture, is this Wagyu beef? Yeah. I didn't look closely, there were just too many things, I just grabbed one at random. Zhang Chun answered casually. This you? Guan Xian was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Even in peacetime, Wagyu beef is not cheap. What's more, this is the apocalypse. Many people can't even get enough to eat, and meat is a rare treat. So Zhang Chun just casually pulled out a piece of Wagyu beef? This is way too extravagant. However, at the same time, Guan Xian was secretly glad that she hadn't followed the wrong person. Zhang Chun's strength and wealth far exceeded his imagination. Who's here? Is it your best friend coming back? Xiaobai rubbed his eyes and came downstairs. No, she's a new friend. After she finishes eating, why don't you take her to take a bath? Zhang Chun said to Xiaobai. Guan Xian can take a bath by herself. Xiaobai only needs to take her to the bathroom. After saying that, Zhang Chun suddenly thought of Su Rina. Hiss. How eerily familiar this scene seems. After finishing her meal, Guan Xian bowed slightly to Zhang Chun to express her gratitude, and then followed Xiaobai upstairs to the bathroom. Not long after, a scream suddenly came from above. Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai ran out of the bathroom. Dad, come quick. Something terrible has happened. This woman has turned into a zombie. Huh. Zhang Chun was startled upon hearing this. Guan Xian is dead? How could I not have noticed that she was infected? But even if you turn into a zombie, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if he becomes a weeping person, he poses no threat to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun hurriedly followed Xiaobai and slammed open the bathroom door. But then they saw Guan Xian standing under the shower head, lathering her body with foam. This didn't turn into a zombie. The eyes are normal, and the skin, well, is fine. There are no purple veins on it. There was some foam on my hair and face. Zhang Chun glanced at Xiaobai with a puzzled expression. Then Xiaobai pointed to the bruises on Guan Xian's body and said, Dad, look. Is this a sign that I'm about to turn into a zombie? Zhang Chun then noticed that Guan Xian had many bruises on her body. But she is not a zombie. These bruises were left from the battle. At this moment, Guan Xian wiped the foam off her face and saw Zhang Chun and Xiaobai. Zhang Chun and Guan Xian looked at each other, feeling a little awkward. However, Guan Xian did not show any signs of panic or feeling that she had been greatly violated. Instead, she subconsciously covered her face and looked at Zhang Chun. It seemed they were trying to figure out what Zhang Chun was thinking at that moment. The child was just being silly. I'm sorry. Zhang Chun quickly led Xiaobai out. Dad, won't that turn me into a zombie? Xiaobai asked with a surprised look. No, it's just a normal bruise. Zhang Chun answered with a helpless expression. Oh, Dad, are you angry with Xiaobai? If I encounter something like turning into a zombie again in the future, I'll handle it myself and won't tell you. Xiaobai pouted and said. Zhang Chun squatted down, looked up at Xiaobai, and said, I'm not angry with Xiaobai at all. On the contrary, I'm very proud of you for being so vigilant. If something similar happens, please don't handle it yourself. Leave it to me. Xiaobai nodded, greatly encouraged by Zhang Chun's words. Zhang Chun felt there was nothing wrong with what he had just said, but for some reason, he felt a little strange afterward. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, day 28 of the apocalypse, the vegetation became denser, and insects began to stir. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in a light haze. It was hard to tell whether it was dark clouds or smog, but the whole world was gloomy. Looking into the distance, many tall buildings and streets were hidden under the haze. It was as if an invisible force was awakening, naturally dividing the survivors and preparing to devour them piece by piece. 2 more days. Chapter 197 The Blessing of the True God. Zhang Chun subconsciously glanced at the remaining crystal cores in the lower left corner of the interface. Energy Crystal Core, 2317823. Energy Concentration Crystal Core, 0. 2 million plus energy cores seem like a lot. However, compared to the high demand of 2,504 energy cores required for the upgrade, it seems almost insignificant. Can I join the organization now? Guan Xian stood behind Zhang Chun and asked in a low voice. Can? Zhang Chun turned his head. Guan Xian changed into a tracksuit, which made her look very youthful and energetic. As expected of a campus beauty, she looked stunning with just a little bit of dressing up. Ding! Guan Xian has sent an application to join the organization. Guan Xian's current level, Intermediate Awakener Stage 2, World Ranking 960,000+, meets the requirements to join the organization. Zhang Chun suddenly had a flash of inspiration when he saw this message. He did not immediately accept Guan Xian's application, but instead sent her a transaction request directly. Then, 32,000 energy cores were placed in the trading window. It takes 12,000 to go from Intermediate Stage 2 to Stage 3, and 20,000 to go from Stage 3 to Advanced Stage 1. The total is exactly this number. Thank you so much. Guan Xian was only stunned for a moment before she understood what Zhang Chun meant. He is helping himself improve his strength. 32,000 energy crystal cores. For Guan Xian, that's an astronomical figure. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chun pulled it out so casually. You're giving it to yourself for free. Having spent so many days in the apocalypse, Guan Xian deeply felt the coldness, greed, and unrestrained demands of people's hearts. This was the first time I had ever felt the warmth of being cared for and protected. Moreover, Zhang Chun never asked him for anything from beginning to end, including one's own body. The stark contrast between Zhang Chun's and Guan Xian's perceptions of the apocalypse shattered her psychological defenses in an instant. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, dripping onto the carpet. The air outside isn't very good. It feels like it's getting in my eyes. Guan Xian said, rubbing her eyes. Zhang Chun's organization must be full of strong people, and she didn't want Zhang Chun to see her vulnerable side. Ding! Transaction successful. Guan Xian adjusted her emotions, and her entire demeanor changed once again. Successfully advanced to the first stage of Advanced Awakener. Ding! Guan Xian has sent an application to join the organization. Guan Xian's current level, Advanced Awakener Stage 1, World Ranking 70,000+, meets the requirements to join the organization. Oh, so there are over 70,000 survivors at the Advanced Awaken Stage 1. These people are basically stuck by the energy core. Among them are some powerful survivors, but unfortunately, the drop rate of energy core is too low and the synthesis cost is extremely high. This is why most of the top-tier survivors are stuck at this level. Application accepted. Ding. Your nightmare organization has gained a new member. At the same time, the special crystal nucleus takes effect. Guan Xin also immediately mastered the two skills, basic stealth and automatic gathering. Seeing these two convenient features, Guan Xion's face broke into a bright smile once again. Come on, I'll introduce you to the other members of the organization. Zhang Chun led Guan Xian to Zheng Hao at the farm. Upon seeing Zhang Chun, Zheng Hao quickly approached with a serious expression and said, "Did you know? We received a notification last night that the world's #1 combatant has advanced to the Transformer level." "I know." Zhang Chun nodded, then suddenly asked, "How many crystal cores are you still short of advancing to the first stage of Advanced Awakener?" "Still short. 54,000. Why are you suddenly asking this?" Zheng Hao looked surprised. No sooner had he finished speaking than a transaction window appeared. Immediately afterwards, 54,000 energy crystal cores appeared above. In an instant, Zheng Hao also advanced 2 levels, reaching the Advanced Awakener Stage 1. This feeling is so good. Zheng Hao looked at his hands excitedly, clearly feeling that his strength had increased. Immediately, Zheng Hao's expression froze. He looked at Zhang Chun with shock in his eyes and said, "Could it be that you are the Transformer with the world's strongest combat power?" Guan Xian had already guessed this conclusion, so she wasn't surprised. She just watched Zheng Hao with a smile from the side. The ecstatic joy on his face when he was promoted 2 levels in a row, his sharp eyes now completely obscured, revealed that he was an extremely ambitious man. Such people are often the most difficult to tame. I never expected that someone like that would also submit to Zhang Chun's wing. I guess only a strong person like Zhang Chun could completely subdue him. Also, call Li Bingyu, Tan Sibo, and some key members of the church here. Zhang Chun said. Okay. Zheng Hao nodded and slowly stepped back. A short while later, Qian Jinyu arrived with Li Bingyu and the church's 4 protectors, including Tan Sibo. The captain of the 12th squad has arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Chun, they all immediately knelt down. He stood up only after performing the ceremony. This is a rule of the Church of True God. Zhang Chun wasn't in charge of managing the church, so he couldn't break their rules. I just left it as the default. Zheng Hao, come here for a second. Zhang Chun waved to Li Zhenghao. The latter quickly stepped forward and whispered, "What are your orders?" Zhang Chun clicked on the trade request directly and then placed 600,000 energy crystal cores in the trade window. "I have some energy cores here. Please distribute them among everyone. The suppression will be lifted soon. I hope we can work together to overcome this difficulty." This number was calculated by Zhang Chun, and it was just enough to allow other key members to advance to the 3rd stage of Intermediate Awakener. Such strength is already comparable to that of ordinary members of an organization. Zheng Hao nodded and turned to say a few words to Li Bingyu. Li Bingyu immediately perked up and shouted, "Those who sincerely believe in the true God will receive his instructions and the power bestowed upon them by him." Good heavens, it's like watching a theatrical performance. However, the more dramatic the form, the more accepted the people below are. Moreover, it's not an exaggeration to say that the power was bestowed by Zhang Chun. The crystal core was indeed given to him by Zhang Chun. Then, one by one, the church protectors and camp squad leaders walked up to Zheng Hao, their eyes flashing with golden light. Zhang Chun spoke a few words to Zheng Hao, then said to Guan Xian, "Let's go. We need to meet another member of the organization, or rather, a prospective member." Chapter 198 Returning to the Military Base. Zheng Hao nodded to Zhang Chun, indicating that he would definitely cooperate fully. Zhang Chun then tidied himself up and mounted Erpang. Same lineup. Xiao Bai was sitting in the front, Zhang Chun was in the middle, and Guan Xian was behind. Set off. Erpang took off with all 4 legs and jumped directly over the wall. Then it sped south. Around noon, the group arrived at the highway entrance in the southern suburbs of Tianyang City. About 10 kilometers south of here is the location of the military base. However, only a few days have passed. This place has undergone tremendous changes. The streets, which were once filled with zombies, are now covered with a layer of green, like moss. However, they are not afraid of light and quickly occupy all surfaces. Even some zombies had a layer of green moss growing on their bodies. The vegetation on both sides of the highway has also become much denser. Occasionally, you can see tiny insects, the size of a palm, that you've never seen before, quickly burrowing from under one car to another. Cracks covered with vegetation can be seen everywhere on the road. It was as if the whole world was covered in a layer of green. Zhang Chen exited the highway and arrived at the field next to it. The tall grass here has grown to knee height. Continue heading south. Soon, wisps of smoke rose from the direction of the military base. It looks like there's a fire. Zhang Chen hurriedly urged her Pang to speed up. It wasn't until we got close that we realized it. It turned out that a group of survivors were setting a fire. The tall grass within 500 meters of the military base has been completely burned to the ground. The survivors were in groups of 3. One carried a torch, one carried a fan, and the other carried a bucket of water. The fire is being deliberately controlled to burn away from the military base. When they saw Zhang Chen, they were all filled with awe and respect. Some saluted, some nodded and waved, their eyes filled with reverence. The people here like you this much too? Guan Xin said with a surprised look. It's all right. Zhang Chen gave an ambiguous answer. Enter the military base. The guards at the gate looked at Zhang Chen and his group as if they were ghosts. Last time, Zhang Chen was teleported away directly, so we didn't go through the main gate. As a result, when Zhao Longquan came to see Zhang Chen the next day, he found that Zhang Chen and the entire villa had disappeared. When asked, none of the guards had seen Zhang Chen. Left with no other option, Zhao Longquan could only announce that Zhang Chen had left due to other matters. As for how Zhang Chen disappeared, it remains a complete mystery to the gatekeepers. They even believed that Zhang Chen hadn't actually left. Today, everyone was stunned to see Zhang Chen riding her Pang, swaggering in from outside. This person is just too amazing. Someone immediately sent the news of Zhang Chen entering the military base to Zhao Longquan. 10 minutes later, Zhao Longquan met Zhang Chen and Guan Xin at the door of Zhao Xie's special care ward. You're back. Zhao Longquan greeted him warmly. I came to see Xie, but it seems I've come at the wrong time. Zhang Chen pointed to Zhao Xie, who was fast asleep in the ward, and said, It's okay, she's been waiting for you. I'll go wake her up. She's still upset about your last departure, so she'll definitely be happy to see you back. As Zhao Longquan spoke, he began to walk inside. But Zhang Chen stopped him. Let's not wake her up, let her rest well. I had urgent business to attend to before I left without saying goodbye. Zhang Chen said with a hint of guilt. It's okay, I understand. Besides, you're not under my jurisdiction, so you don't need to report to me where you go. We're so happy you're back. After today, it will be the 30th day of the apocalypse. Don't wander around these next few days unless it's something important. I think these weeds are growing strangely, so I've already had them cleared away. No one knows what terrible things might happen next. If we stand together and unite our strength, we can overcome the difficulties more easily. Zhao Longquan patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder and said with a hopeful expression. In his view, Zhang Chen was a pillar of strength. If only he could be here. This greatly increased the chances of survival for the tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom survivors in the entire camp. He didn't expect Zhang Chen to protect the people in the camp. After all, when danger strikes, no one is obligated to protect anyone else. But with Zhang Chen around, at least some of the pressure on the camp fighting the monsters can be relieved. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Even if Zhao Longquan hadn't said it, that was his plan anyway. In the past, when fighting zombies, as long as you hid in a room, closed the doors and windows, and didn't make too much noise, you could protect yourself. However, the suppression was lifted only after the 30th day, and the existence of the zombies was clearly much stronger. No one knows what they are, or how they seek out and attack survivors. These are all unknowns. The hint can certainly solve the problem of information about the monsters Zhang Chen encountered. However, as long as there are enough people, enough information about the monsters can be gathered. This is extremely helpful for adapting to a new environment. I had the same idea as you when I came back this time. My friend's camp is coming over in a few days. We also hope that Brother Zhao can help us clear out a residential area that can accommodate 600 people. Zhang Chen said with a sincere expression. Your friend? Zhao Longchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Zhang Chen's friends are all quite capable. Moreover, this involves the assistance of 600 people. No problem, I'll take care of all their accommodations, food, and water supplies during their stay at the camp. In this situation, we're all one family, so there's no need to distinguish between us. Zhao Longchuan readily agreed. They don't need food and water. They can be self-sufficient. In addition, Zhang Chen sent a trade invitation to Zhao Longchuan. Then, 80,000 energy crystal cores were placed on it. What are you doing? Zhao Longchuan was slightly taken aback. Thank you all for taking care of me while I was in a coma. These are the energy cores you and Xia need to upgrade. They should be enough for you to reach the Advanced Awakener Stage 1. A formidable foe is about to appear. The more powerful humans we have, the better our chances of defeating the monster. Zhao Longchuan nodded and said, Then, I won't refuse. Then, Zhao Longchuan put an item called Substitute Doll on the trade board. Don't get me wrong. This isn't a gift you gave me in exchange for crystal cores. I made this prop a few days ago. I originally intended it for you. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least one of the top 10 strongest people in the world. If you have an extra life, then the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom will have a greater chance of survival. So don't refuse. If I die in the battle to come, please take good care of CF for me. I've arranged everything at the camp, but my only worry is her. Chapter 199, the third member of the Nightmare. Zhao Longchuan accepted the energy crystal core without hesitation. Zhang Chun had nothing to be coy about. He accepted Zhao Longchuan's gift readily and openly. A new item appeared directly in the storage ring. Substitute Doll. At the same time, a stream of energy slowly separated from Zhang Chen's body and flowed into the puppet. Substitute Doll. When the owner suffers fatal damage, at the cost of sacrificing all resources and part of the storage ring level, the owner will be randomly teleported to any safe location within a radius of 10 kilometers, while leaving a substitute at the scene. Current number of uses remaining, 1. As Zhang Chen stared at the item, a prompt slowly appeared. Because the meteorite core is extremely powerful, when activating the doll, only some items in the storage ring will be lost, and the meteorite core will absolutely not be dropped. Okay, thank you very much, Brother Zhao. Zhang Chun said with a smile. Zhao Longchuan originally wanted to joke, still calling me big brother? Shouldn't you change how you address me? But when he saw Guan Xin behind Zhang Chun, he ultimately didn't say those words. There's no doubt that her younger sister likes Zhang Chun. However, a powerful figure like Zhang Chun would naturally have no shortage of female suitors. For example, there was Su Ruina before. I don't know why Zhang Chun even brought her corpse with him. And the girl in front of me is also very pretty. Each of them is a goddess-level beauty. It wouldn't be good if I made a silly joke in front of Guan Xin at this moment and caused some misunderstanding. It's alright. If you have time in the future, visit Xia more often. I'm very busy with things at my camp and haven't had time to spend with her. I really owe her so much. Zhao Longchuan's last sentence seemed to be a soliloquy, tinged with self-reproach. Okay, don't worry. I won't be leaving these next couple of days. I'll come to see her often. Zhang Chen paused here, then asked, By the way, is the doctor who treated Xia still living in the container house? I need to speak with him. Zhao Longchuan nodded, gestured for them to proceed, and led the way, saying as he walked. He's become quite a celebrity since he killed a member of S13 who was a higher-ranking player. Moreover, his medical skills are superb. He can solve not only external injuries, but also many difficult and complicated diseases. Speaking of which, you really do have a keen eye. When you gave the container house to Dr. Bai, I thought you were just expressing your gratitude. I was also worried that people would be unhappy about Dr. Bai staying in such a high-end house. As it turns out, you were right. His abilities truly do match this room. Listening to Zhao Longchuan's introduction, Zhang Chun became even more interested in Bai Hanlin, since Bai Hanlin demonstrated his medical skills last time. In addition, at the celebration banquet, Xiaomin revealed that Bai Hanlin had killed a perverted man from S13 who was of a higher level. Zhang Chun had already identified Bai Hanlin as the next member of the Nightmare team. However, he hadn't been able to come up with a good reason to recruit Bai Hanlin these past few days. Joining an organization requires absolute loyalty and unconditional obedience to the leader. For many people, this is tantamount to depriving them of a portion of their freedom. Especially someone as skilled in medicine as by Hamlin, he would probably refuse my invitation. But now that the 30th day is almost here, Zhang Chun has no time to think about it. We can only try our best. 20 minutes ago, Bai Hamlin stood by the second-floor window of the container room, sighing deeply at the gloomy weather outside. Ever since the plants started growing wildly a couple of days ago, Bai Hamlin has become increasingly anxious. He should have died anyway. I'm still alive because I carry the hopes of my family on my shoulders. Because my family wants me to live, I have to live. No matter how much pain I have to endure, or how helpless and desperate I feel, I will do everything I can to survive. It was this belief that sustained him as he repeatedly returned from the brink of death. I absolutely cannot let my family down. Otherwise, they would have died in vain. But, looking at the impending storm and the strange changes in the environment, will I really survive the 30th day? How could someone possibly survive in such a brutal apocalyptic world by fighting alone? Choi Ji-yun and Su Min's fighting abilities are too low. They can barely protect themselves. It cannot be of any help to oneself at all. The reason he kept them by his side was because Bai Hanlin couldn't let go of his last bit of kindness. Secondly, it's because Choi Ji-yun's profile looks remarkably like his deceased wife. Occasionally, glancing at Choi Ji-yun from afar like this feels like seeing my virtuous wife still alive. It added a touch of color to his life. I must live. I must live. I need to find an organization that is 10 or even 100 times stronger than S13 and survive together with the strong. Bai Hanlin murmured softly to himself. Perhaps I can help you with this. Suddenly, a childish voice appeared beside Bai Hanlin. It's Xiumin. The little girl blinked her big, mischievous eyes and looked at Bai Hanlin. This child possesses a maturity beyond her years. At one point, Bai Hanlin even felt that Xiumin's ability to survive in the apocalypse was even stronger than Choi Ji-yun's. Choi Ji-yun is a good woman, but her personality is too weak, making her unsuitable for the apocalypse. What can you do? Do you want me to play with you? Bai Hanlin forced a smile and asked. I'm serious. You definitely know Zhang Chun. He's so powerful, he must have his own organization. Xiumin said with a smile. Zhang Chun. Upon hearing this name, Bai Hanlin immediately pictured the ruthless expression on his face as he slaughtered his way through the Westerners' camp. And there were those eerie weeping figures who followed him. Later, I heard that Zhang Chun killed 2 S13 members in one move and took down the leader of S13 with a single finger. Many people have confirmed this, proving it's not just hearsay. At least Zhang Chun's strength is far superior to that of the S13 organization, that much is certain. He's a very good candidate. But I only met him once, and I even accepted a large sum of supplies from him as a medical fee. I'm afraid he might not have a good impression of me. Bai Hanlin hesitated before speaking. Don't worry, leave this to me. When I grow up, I will become his woman, and he will listen to me. Xiumin said confidently. Seeing Xiumin's confidence, Bai Hanlin shook his head helplessly. I must have gone mad to ask a child for help. Right there, they suddenly heard rustling footsteps coming from the doorway. Then, a voice that made his heart tremble came. Is Dr. Bai here? It's Zhang Chun. Chapter 200 Bai Hanlin joins. Day 30 arrives. Look, he's here. Xiumin clapped her hands excitedly and then ran downstairs. Zhao Longchuan was seen standing at the door, accompanying Zhang Chun and Guan Xian. Another woman? Xiumin saw Guan Xian next to Zhang Chun. She was very pretty. She couldn't help but pout her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Xiumin, how have you been lately? Zhang Chun smiled slightly, took out a bag of milk candy, and handed it over. Hee, that's great. I have something to tell you, but only you can hear it. Xiumin took the candy and said mysteriously, All right, go ahead and tell me. Zhang Chun and Rin Xiumin pulled him aside. Xiumin tiptoed and whispered in Zhang Chun's ear. Dr. Bai wants to join your organization. Zhang Chun was overjoyed upon hearing this. The two of them actually thought of the same thing, which will save a lot of talking in the future. Yes, thank you, Xiumin. This information is very important. Zhang Chun smiled and kissed Xiumin on the forehead. Hee, I'm awesome, aren't I? Xiumin smiled smugly. Then he opened a piece of milk candy and put one in Zhang Chen's mouth and ate one himself. Led by Zhao Longquan, Zhang Chun went directly to the second floor. At this moment, Bai Hanlin was already standing properly to one side. The table behind him was piled high with canned beef. "Dr. Bai, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Longquan was taken aback. "Why display so many cans of beef instead of storing them in a ring? It's said that some doctors have quirks. Is this guy's quirk just taking out the canned food and re-entering it every day?" Bai Hanlin said somewhat embarrassedly. "Well, to be honest, when Zhang Chen asked me to help treat Zhao Xie, I asked for so many supplies right off the bat. Actually, I did ask for a bit too much, so I apologize for that. I hope Zhang Chen can forgive and forget." After speaking, Bai Hanlin bowed to Zhang Chen. His attitude was extremely sincere. Even in peacetime, medical treatment requires payment. Now that it's the apocalypse, charging is even more natural. Besides, these things aren't much to me. It's not like I'm asking for an exorbitant amount, so you can just accept them without worry. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said. Bai Hanlin smiled gratefully, then hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, I have another request. My current strength is at the Intermediate Awakener Stage 3. I wonder if I could join your organization. When I heard about the Intermediate Awakener Stage 3, Zhao Longquan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, You leveled up so fast. He was only at the Intermediate Awakener Stage 2 before. A few days ago, when they fought against S13 together, Bai Hanlin was only at the Intermediate Awakener Stage 1. In just a few days, he actually leveled up to the Intermediate Awakener Stage 3? At this point, Zhang Chen subconsciously glanced at Bai Hanlin's storage ring. Inside were found many items such as the heart of a giant tank, the spine of a crawler, and the stomach of a venomous insect breeder. They were all organs from highly infected individuals. There was a notebook in one of the compartments titled Analysis of Infected Bodies. Goodness, no wonder this guy leveled up so fast. It turns out he had been dissecting and analyzing all the infected bodies he had seen. They've probably already found a way to quickly kill advanced infected. Doctors are different from ordinary people. Similarly, knowing the weaknesses of infected individuals, doctors can kill them in the least strenuous way and at the lowest cost after studying and understanding their physiological structure. Just like when I killed that pervert before. After Bai Hanlin killed the man who was above his level, he absorbed the lewd man's energy core and directly advanced to the Intermediate Awakener Stage 2. There is even a surplus of energy crystal cores. In the next few days, we will kill some high-level infected individuals in a highly efficient manner. Upgrading to the Intermediate Awakener Stage 3 is only natural. Yes, the Nightmare Organization welcomes you to join. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and accepted Bai Hanlin's application to join the organization. Thank you so much. Bai Hanlin's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. With the protection of an organization, one's ability to survive becomes stronger. Let me introduce you. This is another member of the organization, Guan Xian, who is also a powerful expert who can kill opponents of higher levels. Zhang Chen led Guan Xian to the front and introduced her with a smile. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Are you a doctor too? Bai Hanlin asked curiously. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Killing someone of a higher level was just good luck. Guan Xian explained with a smile. Seeing that Guan Xian didn't want to talk about it, Bai Hanlin didn't press her further. In short, among the awakened ones, the difference in strength between survivors of each level is almost an insurmountable chasm. Anyone who can kill someone of a higher level is definitely not simple. Zhang Chen also casually raised Bai Hanlin's strength to the Advanced Awakener Stage 1. The Nightmare Organization currently has 4 members, including Zhang Chen, Zheng Hao, Guan Xian, and Bai Hanlin. 1 God-level Primary Transformer Stage 1, 3 Advanced Awakeners Stage 1, one of whom has dual talents. While Xiaomin was chatting with Zhang Chen, Bai Hanlin secretly walked up to Guan Xian and asked with a gossipy look, Do you know what level of strength our leader possesses? Guan Xian smiled slightly and asked in return, What do you think his skill level should be? Bai Hanlin squinted and thought for a moment before saying, The fact that he has extra crystal cores for me to level up means that his strength is already above the Advanced Awakener Stage 2. He might be a third-stage advanced awakener. In any case, with his strength, I think he's about right for the top 5 in the world. Guan Xian covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then slowly shook her head and said, "Here's a hint. Do you remember the global announcements last night?" Upon hearing this, Bai Hanlon's expression first showed surprise, then delight. The world's first metamorphosis victim? Could it be our leader? This is too powerful. Bai Hanlon's gaze towards Zhang Chun was now filled with awe and admiration. The next day, Zheng Hao led the revival camp and all church members to the military base. As instructed by Zhang Chun, the planting of crops was completed a day early, and all the weeds were burned. They even set many buildings on fire with gasoline. These plants are growing so abnormally. If the fire were strong enough, it should be able to ensure that the fire is still burning when the 30th day arrives. That's equivalent to eliminating some mutated plants invisibly. Even if the military base is lost in the future, everyone will have a way out. On the 30th day, all members crafted weapons and equipment, made traps, and spread tar and gasoline on the open ground around the military base. Everyone slept soundly during the day. At 11:59 p.m., everyone was on high alert, ready for battle.